About to ascend to the esteemed rank of Pokémon Master, Ash has been reborn in the Sinnoh region. He has been granted a second chance. This time around, Ash solemnly vows within himself to ensure that the regrets and failures of his past do not resurface. Whether it be the relentless suppression by Shinji during the early stages, which even led to the tragic incident at Lake Wisdom, or the disheartening defeat he faced against Darkrai at the Lily of the Valley Conference, or the hurried farewells with his companions. This time, everything shall begin anew, and he will inscribe a fresh chapter in history. Chapter 1. Return to Sinnoh. Above the lands of Sinnoh, flights from the bustling Goldenrod City in the Johto region to the outskirts of Twinleaf Town in Sinnoh are operating smoothly. Perhaps due to it being a weekday, the spacious cabin is not even half full. A young boy named Ash sits by the window, his head bowed as if he were slumbering. At this moment, a creature resembling a yellow rodent rests on his shoulder, slumbering peacefully alongside him. The boy's brow twitches slightly, as if he has awakened from a deep sleep or sensed something. And upon opening his eyes, his first utterance is not a complaint about his slumber nor an expression of satisfaction, but rather, "Where am I?" He furrows his brow, utterly unaware of his surroundings, for in his last recollection, he was engaged in the Pokémon Master Challenge. Yet, the place he currently inhabits is not the arena of competition, but rather an unknown locale. It is easy to deduce from the surrounding environment that he is on an airplane, but he harbors great confusion regarding how he came to be there. Pikachu. Ash senses a movement on his shoulder and gently turns his head, only to find his old companion Pikachu peacefully dozing off, appearing quite fatigued. Upon seeing this scene, Ash quickly decides to remain silent, but in the next moment, he seems to perceive something and begins to cough lightly. What is this voice? He wonders, frowning. His voice does not sound deep. Rather, it carries a youthful tone. With this puzzlement, he hastily glances out the window, and through a veil of clouds, he finally catches a glimpse of his current appearance. This is me. No, this is the me from before. A fleeting panic flashes in Ash's pupils as he realizes that the reflection in the glass does not depict the familiar visage of his 20-something self, but rather the youthful face he bore over a decade ago. A dream? Or has he truly returned to the past? In confusion, he pinches his cheek, the sharp pain nearly causing him to cry out. However, noticing Pikachu in his peripheral vision, he swiftly regains his composure. It is evident that this is not a dream. The persistent pain on his face confirms that he is indeed in reality, which implies that he has traversed back to a previous time. Although such time-traveling occurrences are not commonplace in the Pokémon world, for Ash, they are not entirely surprising. After all, he has traversed various timelines countless times throughout his journey, even more frequently than he has boarded airplanes. The only distinction this time bears from his previous travels is the absence of any forewarning or events preceding his arrival. He is unaware if he bears any mission and does not know whether he will return to that pivotal moment to complete the unfinished Pokémon Master Challenge. Ash removes his hat, scratching his head in mild irritation, the mature sigh contrasting starkly with his youthful appearance. This is so frustrating, he murmurs, gazing out at the scenery, momentarily lost in thought. He is so close to achieving his dream of becoming a Pokémon Master, just one victory over champion Dan away from success. But why has he chosen to traverse time at this moment? What significance does this journey hold? He cannot comprehend. This abrupt and directionless travel perplexes him. Ash thinks that if he must traverse time, at least there should be a reason behind it. Just as it was in the past, is he meant to assist someone? Or perhaps to witness or participate in some event? With a clear purpose, one can focus their energy, but to strive for an uncertain and nebulous factor, who could muster the motivation? Even he, the eternal optimist, finds it challenging. The sensation of losing everything just steps away from his dream is one he wishes to avoid. Rustle, rustle. At that moment, Ash seems to hear a sound emanating from the backpack resting beside him. Filled with curiosity, he lifts the bag. It feels somewhat heavy. He thinks to himself. With a mix of curiosity and apprehension, Ash slowly unzips the backpack, and a tail resembling an arm emerges from within. This truly startles Ash, causing him to involuntarily loosen his grip on the bag. The backpack falls to the ground, and a wailing sound escapes from within. Okay, a familiar voice that he recognizes from somewhere. Ash's immediate focus shifts to the source of the voice, but he quickly realizes what that peculiar tail actually belongs to. A Lickitung. In disbelief, Ash exclaims the name of the Pokémon hidden within a backpack. Okay. Upon hearing Ash's call, Lickitung emerges from the bag. Its face is adorned with that seemingly eternal smile, and even after being discovered, it shows no sign of embarrassment or remorse. Under Ash's slightly bewildered gaze, it cheerfully hops onto his other shoulder, then uses its tail to snatch Ash's hat and place it upon its own head. Pikachu. Naturally, this commotion awakens Pikachu, who opens its eyes to see Ash, then turns to find Lickitung making silly faces at it, instantly shaking off any lingering drowsiness. Startled, Pikachu tumbles off Ash's shoulder and, after landing on the ground, rubs its backside while casting a gaze identical to Ash's towards Lickitung, seemingly questioning its presence there. In the next moment, Lickitung leaps onto Ash's head, continuing to make faces at Pikachu, looking quite pleased, as if it were a child reveling in the success of a prank. Lickitung and Pikachu are engaging in a friendly interaction, but Ash's thoughts have already drifted to the continent beneath the airplane window. The Sinnoh region, a place he shall never forget. This was the region where he first truly matured in Pokémon battles. It was here that he first transformed bonds into strength. This was the region where he first sent forth his veteran team in an official league competition. This was the region where he first reached the top 4. This was the region where he came closest to victory. This is the region where he first felt a genuine sense of regret after the league competition. Now, armed with the experiences and memories of the future, although many recollections of the Sinnoh region have grown somewhat hazy, it matters not. This presents an opportunity to relive those feelings with a fresh perspective. But, did I really fly to the Sinnoh region? I distinctly recall taking a ship there. Sitting in his seat, Ash finds himself engulfed in a new wave of confusion. Chapter 2. The aspiration remains to be a Pokémon Master. As the airplane smoothly descended onto the Sinnoh region, Ash stepped out of the cabin with a steady gait. Accompanied by his long-tailed Pokémon and Pikachu, officially setting foot on this familiar land. Taking a deep breath of the air, almost with a sense of greed, Ash spread his arms wide and exclaimed, "Sinnoh region, here I come. Pika. Oki." The onlookers near the airport regarded Ash with a sense of nostalgia, reflecting, this is youth. Meanwhile, long-tailed Pokémon and Pikachu exuberantly echoed Ash's heightened spirits. After all, stepping onto new and uncharted territory naturally incites a thrill. To openly express one's aspirations in such moments is indeed a thing worthy of envy. Let us go. Together, let us become the strongest. Pikachu and long-tailed Pokémon did not ponder deeply on the meaning of Ash's declaration. To them, it merely seemed like Ash was announcing his dream in a typical manner. However, the distance he must traverse to realize that dream would depend on what he could achieve in this land. Yet, perched on Ash's shoulder, Pikachu noticed that Ash's expression seemed different from when he had ventured to Chengdu and Hoenn. His entire demeanor appeared altered, perhaps more mature and composed. Although Ash's initial impression in that moment was one of confidence, he had always exuded such self-assurance. His unwavering belief in his dream of becoming a Pokémon Master did not lead Pikachu to dwell on this change. Before proceeding, Ash turned to long-tailed Pokémon and, sensing its fearful gaze, lifted it up, reclaiming the hat it had donned and placing it upon his own head. "I still need to address your situation, by the way. When did you sneak into my backpack? And how could you manage to remain undetected by both me and Pikachu?" Suddenly, Ash realized that the circumstances were not quite as he had presumed. He promptly set long-tailed Pokémon and Pikachu down and opened his backpack. Indeed, due to long-tailed Pokémon's incursion, some clothes and food had been dislodged from the bag. It was unclear when it had done this. Perhaps it had happened prior to boarding the plane? But why had the security personnel not detected it in the backpack? Did they simply think that having Pokémon in a bag was not unusual? Thanks to you, I now have to repurchase these essential items. If you wanted to accompany me, you could have just said so. Why resort to such sneaky tactics? Ash lamented, though long-tailed Pokémon seemed oblivious to any wrongdoing. It wore an expression that conveyed, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, but I would do it again next time." Ash found this brazen attitude perplexing, yet he chose to let it slide for the time being. Okiki, noticing that Ash bore him no ill will, long-tailed Pokémon sprang back to life. After Ash had tidied up his belongings and stood, it leapt back onto his head, seizing Ash's signature hat and placing it atop its own head. Honestly, why does long-tailed Pokémon have such an affinity for this hat? Ash felt a sense of helplessness regarding its antics, but considering they had not seen each other in quite some time, he chose not to reprimand long-tailed Pokémon. As long as it was happy, that was sufficient. Reflecting on this, Ash felt a twinge of regret, not only for long-tailed Pokémon, but for all his companions, Pidgeot, Infernape, Butterfree, Gyarados, and Dragonite. If given the choice, he would have wished for them to be by his side, journeying together toward greatness. Yet, life often presented unavoidable circumstances. Butterfree had found its true love, Dragonite returned to its kin, and Gyarados reunited with its mother. Ash felt a sense of solace in their ability to find their rightful places, yet he couldn't help but feel a pang of discontent regarding long-tailed Pokémon and Infernape. As for Pidgeot, he hoped that when he returned, it would have found a new leader for the flock of Spearow and Pidgey. By the way, is there a Pokémon Center nearby? I need to retrieve your Pokeball. I can't have both of you perched on my shoulders forever. Okay. Long-tailed Pokémon displayed no signs of remorse, seemingly convinced it could remain outside indefinitely. Once Ash retrieved its Pokeball, he could teach it about the harsh realities of the world. With a gentle sigh, Ash decided not to linger and walked toward a location marked on the airport map. After a period of adjustment, Ash's mindset had transformed. Although he was uncertain why he had returned to this time, or if he would suddenly be sent back again. Now that he was back in the past, his objectives were clear. He was resolute in his singular aspiration, to become a Pokémon Master. When comparing past grievances to potential future disappointments, Ash found himself more preoccupied with the former. This time, he had no intention of succumbing to the likes of Shinji or concluding his Sinnoh journey in the top 4. Given this rare opportunity to start anew, he was determined to make the most of it. For him, the most precious assets of this second chance were the memories and experiences he had amassed over the years. In contrast to his previous maturation plan, Ash recognized that he still had much to learn about nurturing Pokémon. As long as he could identify and rectify these gaps, he believed he could unleash and ultimately triumph over all of his Pokémon in battle, surpassing mere encounters with Darkrai and Latios. Speaking of which, did that individual possess only legendary Pokémon? What if he only had those two? That would indeed be quite disappointing. Filled with anticipation for the future, Ash finally embarked on his new journey. However, immersed in his daydreams, he failed to notice a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon slowly trailing behind him in the distant sky. Chapter 3. A distinctly different mood. Meow has spotted the kid. Pikachu is here too. And what is that? Long-tailed Pokémon. A Meowth, capable of human speech. Perched on the railing of the hot air balloon, peering through binoculars at Ash, who had just landed. Despite the presence of an extra nuisance, custom dictated that the kid should currently be without his main team members from the Hoenn region. If they were to capture Pikachu, this would be the perfect opportunity. Musashi tossed her signature, peculiarly styled hair, speaking with an air of determination. But, on the other hand, Kojiro appeared hesitant, seemingly uncertain whether to voice his thoughts. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he ultimately expressed his concerns. We always say that, yet we continually fail and make mistakes, don't we? I believe we should meticulously plan our capture strategy this time. We can't afford so many unforeseen circumstances. Sanansu, as the less prominent member of the classic trio, Kojiro's recent assertions received enthusiastic endorsement from the ever-affirmative Nyarth. However, neither Kojiro's statements nor Nyarth's following remarks managed to capture Musashi's attention. What are you meddling in, Sanansu? Musashi interjected, silencing Nyarth with a swift gesture before he could continue. I'm not saying this lightly, but Kojiro, what are you truly afraid of? That kid doesn't even have his main team anymore. As long as we can capture Pikachu first, do we really fear being unable to defeat that feeble Nairuma? Musashi maintained an air of fearless bravado. Yet, Kojiro appeared noticeably hesitant. But, we have been defeated by that Nairuma before, Musashi retorted, in the hot air balloon. A moment of silence enveloped the group before Musashi exclaimed, Nairuma, go for it. Watch me go wild. Kojiro responded with surprise, hey, what are you doing? A minute later, Kojiro lay sprawled on the hot air balloon, his face marred by scratches, while Nyarth stood nearby, trembling as if fearing that uttering another word would make him the next target. You're diminishing our own power while bolstering others. Musashi scoffed dismissively. Indeed, Nairuma, if we cannot act decisively in this situation, our future opportunities will dwindle even further. We are Team Rocket. After all, we must uphold the dignity that comes with that. But, no buts, right? Kojiro, intimidated by the fervor of Musashi and Nairuma, quickly rose to his feet and saluted, promptly responding. Since the trouble has been averted, let us hasten to devise a plan. With Kojiro no longer disputing his suggestion, Musashi leaned back against the railing and casually waved his hand, assuming a relaxed demeanor. Upon hearing Musashi's words, Nairuma grinned mysteriously and declared, humph. Nairuma is, of course, fully prepared. This plan is foolproof. What is it? Kojiro's gaze remained skeptical. Sure enough, in the next moment, Nairuma produced a rocket launcher from seemingly thin air. This contains an electrified capture net. Once we ensnare Pikachu with this, we can make a swift getaway in the hot air balloon. That brat won't be able to catch up with us. Musashi, upon hearing this flawless plan, sprang to his feet, clapping his hands as if victory were already within their grasp. Observing the confidence radiating from the two, Kojiro and Nyarth discreetly slipped to the other side. Whispering to one another, can things really go this smoothly? Nyarth's tone turned somber. Sanansu, clearly, He perceived Nairuma's plan as somewhat simplistic. Right. In the past, even with more advanced machinery and comprehensive plans, we failed. Yet now, they believe they can capture Pikachu with merely a net? That is nothing short of a pipe dream. Nyarth affirmed Kojiro's assertion with a respectful bow. Sigh, it seems we are likely to encounter that dreadfully annoying feeling again. Who knows where our first visit to the Sinnoh region will lead us? Nyarth's tone again dipped into melancholy. While Musashi and Nairuma celebrated their impending success with juice in hand, Kojiro and Nyarth sat in the corner, lamenting the unchanging future. What a wonderful feeling! Musashi and Nairuma exclaimed. What a bothersome feeling! Kojiro and Nyarth muttered quietly. The trio of Team Rocket was scheming against Pikachu, while Ash, accompanied by Pikachu and Nairuma, was at a nearby payphone, contacting Professor Oak. Yes, indeed, Nairuma is here with me. I don't even know when it decided to follow me. Ash was reporting Nairuma's situation. And on the other end, Professor Oak and a listening Tracy sighed in relief upon hearing this news. Phew, thank goodness. I was wondering how Nairuma vanished in the blink of an eye. Turns out it followed you to Sinnoh. So, Ash, are you planning to send Nairuma back? Okay, Nairuma, with its ear pressed against the phone, began to tear up and tug at Ash's shirt, shaking it vigorously, as if to convey that it would refuse to leave if Ash sent it back. Ah, I got it. I understand. Stop shaking. I won't send you back. Just let go already. Okay. After receiving Ash's assurance, Nairuma's tears vanished instantly. Seeing Nairuma's rapid change in demeanor, Ash helplessly adjusted his disheveled collar. If this creature had been exposed to Pokemon movies, it would surely be interested in becoming an actor. Observing Nairuma's exuberance, Ash thought to himself, it seems I will have to carry you for a while longer. By the way, is there a Pokemon Center nearby? Given his current remote location and the fact that he was using a public phone to contact Professor Oak, Ash had no means to retrieve Nairuma's Pokeball immediately. Reluctantly, he had to let it remain perched on his shoulder for the time being. Okay. In contrast to Ash's worries, Nairuma was overjoyed to be openly outside. Watching Nairuma's delight, Ash could only shake his head. Well, since this is such a rare opportunity, let it stay out a bit longer. Reflecting on his regrets regarding Nairuma, Ash recalled how, during their time in Sinnoh, it had become enamored with Pokemon Ping Pong, leading him and Dawn to leave it behind. Since then, Ash had not revisited it. Meeting Nairuma in this manner today somewhat alleviated the regret he harbored within. Pika, observing the harmonious scene between Ash and Nairuma, Pikachu, as the elder brother, felt a sense of joy. However, it was only natural for Pikachu to feel this way, considering Nairuma was not perched upon its shoulder. Naturally, the surrounding companions would be more harmonious without any involvement from it. After hanging up the phone, Ash pushed the door open and, as he intended to head towards the city, he suddenly heard a familiar mechanical sound. Dodge! Ash instinctively shouted, leaping forward. Though Pikachu and Nairuma were initially bewildered by the sudden commotion, they followed suit, landing on either side of the ground. As Pikachu landed, it noticed a mechanical arm poised to strike where it had just stood, and only then did it recognize the familiar sight of that oversized Meowth balloon hovering above. Ah, what are you trying to grab? This is utterly ridiculous. I should have just handled it myself. What are you yelling about? Didn't you see how accurately the mechanical arm was positioned? It's not my fault that the brat managed to dodge. Sanansu, get back. In the hot air balloon, a minor dispute seemed to arise among two of Team Rocket's members due to Meowth's mishap. Indeed, it appears that one was merely collateral damage for interjecting in Meowth's assertions. Gazing at the hot air balloon above, Pikachu and Ambipom assumed battle stances, while Ash looked up at the trio with a nostalgic gaze. Although for an extended period in the future, Team Rocket had persistently schemed to capture Pikachu, Ash would encounter them almost every few days, becoming more familiar with them than his own family. However, during his journey to compete in the Pokémon Master Challenge, Team Rocket's trio had vanished for a considerable time, with Brock mentioning that they seemed to be engaged in some business in Pewter City. Ash did not inquire further, feeling both regretful and relieved. Relieved that they could finally abandon their pursuit of Pikachu to pursue a legitimate career, yet regretful that he may seldom have the opportunity to meet them again. Though they had always been adversaries, there were numerous instances of collaboration, making it somewhat unjust to label them purely as villains. Overall, Ash's feelings towards Team Rocket were quite complex. Ah, never mind. Had I known you would falter at such a trivial task, it would have been better to use the rocket launcher from the start. If we had moved swiftly enough, Pikachu would have surely been in our grasp. What, Meow? In that scenario, were you planning to ensnare the little brat as well? Capturing Pikachu alone would render the endeavor utterly futile, Meow. If you were so confident in your idea, why not try it yourself? Let us see if you can actually catch him, Meow. Huh, I will. And I'll show you just how incompetent you truly are. What, Meow? What do you want? Apologies for interrupting your lively debate. Just as Musashi and Meowth were embroiled in a heated argument, Kojiro timidly stepped in, raising his hand to intervene. What is up, Meow? Are you really going to weigh in on this dispute as well? In that instant, both Musashi and Meowth turned their ire toward Kojiro, their combined intensity causing him to tremble uncontrollably. No, that's not what I meant. It's just that while you were arguing, the little brat has already made his escape. What, meow? Upon hearing Kojiro's words, Musashi and Meowth quickly directed their gaze downward. They were startled to discover that Ash, who had been there moments ago, had vanished without a trace. When they peered into the distance, they finally spotted Ash sprinting away with Pikachu and Ambipom in tow. How despicable. How could he flee while we were conversing, meow? Musashi and Meowth seemed entirely oblivious to the fact that it was they who had initially attempted a sneak attack, and now, following Ash's escape, they had resorted to cursing. Although Ash had fled at the first opportunity, it mattered little. No matter how fast he ran, he could never outpace them, and his retreat only bolstered their confidence. Since the little brat fled upon first seeing us, doesn't he that indicate his fear of us? It seems he doesn't believe he can defeat us without additional support. Musashi stood proudly, akin to a victorious general, as Ash's retreat instilled in her a delusion of impending victory. Conversely, Meowth, who had previously shared Musashi's fervor, now fell silent, turning to Kojiro and stating, "Is the little brat truly the type to flee in this situation?" Meowth appeared puzzled. In the past, upon seeing them, Ash would typically shout, "Oh no, it's you guys again. Pikachu, Thunderbolt." He should have reacted that way. As the saying goes, where there is chaos, there are demons. Meowth, who initially believed they could seize victory in Ash's absence of other Pokemon, now struggled to maintain that belief. However, after regaining composure, Meowth realized that within Team Rocket, his standing had gradually diminished to second place. Without the boost of an anger buff, he could not match Musashi's strength. Quick, pursue them. Don't let the little brat escape. Observing Musashi's commanding demeanor, Meowth, Kojiro, and Wong felt a twinge of concern. Nevertheless, they began to busily attend to their respective tasks under Musashi's leadership. Chapter 5, Turning the Tables. Pikachu? Okay. As they ran, Ambipom and Pikachu curiously called out to Ash. They were bewildered by his sudden flight. Their opponent was merely Team Rocket, and in previous encounters, they had triumphed over them countless times. Logically, there was no need to flee. Direct confrontation would suffice for victory, right? Get ahead and hide in the woods. Ash understood the thoughts of Pikachu and Ambipom, yet he had no intention of confronting Team Rocket just yet. Through countless battles, Ash had learned that the trio could often strike with remarkable swiftness. Although the outcomes were generally favorable for him, Ash was not inclined to waste time with Team Rocket at this juncture. They still harbored unknown, peculiar gadgets, so it was prudent to retreat into the woods. This way, their hot air balloon would be unable to advance. If they wished to pursue him, they would have to do so on foot, which would grant Ash the advantage. After all, without flying-type Pokemon, if they managed to capture him, the situation could become quite troublesome. Upon hearing Ash's reasoning, Pikachu and Ambipom displayed expressions of sudden realization. It seemed they had been overly eager to defeat their foes. Upon reflection, hiding in the woods was indeed the wiser choice. In a land battle, Pikachu had no doubt of its ability to prevail against Team Rocket. But Pikachu, when did you become so clever? Ash, what do you mean? Although he didn't quite grasp Pikachu's precise words, it seemed to question his intelligence. Nevertheless, he chose to dismiss it, having returned to the past. He decided not to dwell on such matters. However, he would need to impose some form of punishment for Pikachu's rudeness later. Perhaps he would refrain from giving it Ketchum for a few days. Despite Team Rocket relentlessly pursuing them from behind, Ash's thoughts were consumed with how to discipline Pikachu, leaving no room for concern about Team Rocket's antics. It was hardly surprising. Had Team Rocket ever succeeded in their endeavors prior to his time travel, Ash would not have dismissed their existence so lightly. After all, in the many years of their encounters, they had never once achieved their goal. In this context, it was challenging to regard them seriously, unless they presented some groundbreaking technology, which would earn them Ash's basic respect and consideration. Jump in. At the moment when Team Rocket's hot air balloon closed in on Ash from behind, he shouted out. He then leaped into the thicket with Pikachu and Ambipom, narrowly avoiding a projectile equipped with an insulated capture net that fell short of its target. I told you it wouldn't work, meow. Upon witnessing Musashi's failed attempt, Meowth unabashedly mocked. Ah, enough already. Who could have anticipated they would escape so easily? Stop with the idle chatter and get down there to chase them. Are we really going to pursue them? Sonins, Kojiro, and Musashi still could not muster the resolve to take action. However, upon turning back and locking eyes with Musashi, whose expression was as furious as a vengeful spirit, they realized they were indeed prepared. Under Musashi's watchful gaze and urging, Kojiro, Meowth, and Musashi dared not voice any dissent. Instead, they swiftly and decisively brought the hot air balloon down to the ground before leaping out in unison. With an unspoken understanding, the trio from Team Rocket instinctively pushed Musashi to the forefront, designating her to confront the potential first wave of attacks from Satoshi. Musashi, feeling a mix of indignation and resignation, silently steeled herself, ready to retaliate at a moment's notice. The rustling of leaves echoed through the forest as the trio cautiously navigated their way through the underbrush with Musashi at the helm. Despite her earlier bravado, Musashi had been sent flying by Satoshi countless times. Even a fool would learn from experience. Naturally, she harbored fears of an unexpected thunderbolt erupting from the grass, sending them all flying. However, she reassured herself, surely, that cannot be the case. Satoshi's character should not be so underhanded, even in a surprise attack. He would likely be the first to emerge, pointing at them and commanding Pikachu to strike. Perhaps Musashi felt she had Satoshi's personality completely figured out. No longer hesitant, she puffed out her chest and stepped forward, placing herself in front of Musashi. Hurry up. If we dawdle, what will we do if that little brat escapes? We cannot let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Meowth, Kojiro, and Musashi exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why Musashi had suddenly become so assertive. Yet, with someone standing in front, they felt emboldened. Yes, let's move quickly, Meow. By the time we proceed cautiously, that little brat might have already fled. That makes sense. Sonance. Just as the team's morale surged, and before Musashi could display a satisfied smile, a sudden crackling sound pierced the air from the thicket ahead. The sound was eerily familiar. As they pondered this, a brilliant flash of gold illuminated the scene, and a powerful electric current enveloped them all, causing their cries to morph into bizarre exclamations. The nature of their shouts was incomprehensible. By the time the first surge of electricity subsided, Team Rocket had undergone a dramatic transformation. With Musashi and Kojiro's hair standing in wild disarray, resembling charred explosions. They were utterly unprepared, and Musashi lamented to herself, I had considered alternative strategies. Yet it seems the simplest techniques have triumphed once more. Pika. As Team Rocket resembled a group of charred figures, Satoshi emerged slowly from the thicket with Pikachu, gazing at them in bemusement, muttering to himself about their unfortunate state. Cough, cough. Upon hearing Satoshi's voice, Musashi and her companions hastily rose, as if the previous electric shock had been a mere illusion, and immediately began to berate Satoshi. You little brat, how dare you engage in such underhanded tactics? Exactly. How can you resort to a sneak attack? Meow, as a Pokemon trainer, you should feel shame for such behavior. Sonance. The group was incensed by Satoshi's unexpected ambush. Despite the situation calling for a tense Pokemon battle, Team Rocket's demeanor and tone made it difficult to feel any tension, resembling children throwing a tantrum. Pikachu, dejectedly resting its head against its ears, seemed equally exasperated by Team Rocket's audacity. However, upon seeing that the trio remained unchanged, Satoshi could not help but smile nostalgically. Although to Musashi and the others, this smile appeared to be a provocation. Chapter 6. Will we meet again? That insufferable little brat. How dare he look down on us? Let him witness the might of Team Rocket, Meow. Sonance. Satoshi's smile was misinterpreted by Team Rocket as an affront, as their previously dwindling spirits reignited. Satoshi sheepishly scratched his cheek and smiled. May I ask you a question before we battle? Have you seen my Ambipom? The trio was left bewildered, each with a large question mark hovering above their heads. What do you mean? Your Pokemon's disappearance has nothing to do with us. Why are you asking us? Just as they pondered this, a commotion erupted above them. As they looked up, a purple figure leaped down from the trees, its tail shimmering with radiant white light. It's a trap. Sonance. Hey, Musashi. In a flurry of hurried movements, Team Rocket managed to position Musashi beneath Ambipom before it could strike. Quickly, use Focus Punch. Musashi shouted without hesitation, although it was unnecessary for her to give orders. After all, Musashi had matured through numerous battles and had grown capable of handling herself. A mere Focus Punch was far too simplistic for her to counter. Sonance. Musashi stood tall, a layer of white light enveloping her as Ambipom's Focus Punch was about to connect. Just as it seemed she would naturally deflect the attack, Ambipom began to laugh, seemingly pleased with its cunning plan, and leaped aside. Ambipom's abrupt cessation of its assault left Team Rocket utterly confused. They had yet to comprehend what had transpired when that familiar tingling sensation coursed through their bodies once again as they struggled to glance toward Satoshi. They soon realized that while Ambipom had diverted their attention, Pikachu seized the opportunity to gather energy for a second thunderbolt aimed at them. You little brat. How despicable. Sonance. This time, Pikachu's thunderbolt was a fully charged, powerful strike, and it was evident that it would not be easily dismissed. Upon noticing the white glow around Musashi dissipating, Satoshi waved his hand, directing Ambipom. Ambipom, Focus Punch. With the threat of a counterattack gone, Ambipom's assault was unstoppable. As Ambipom's heavy punch landed, combined with Pikachu's thunderbolt, an explosive sound reverberated through the forest, sending shadows soaring into the horizon. Once again, as was customary, Team Rocket was sent flying by Satoshi, transforming into shooting stars. Why does this keep happening? Meow. The growth of humans is truly frightening. I never imagined that even that little brat would resort to such underhanded tactics. I told you our preparations were too hasty. If only you had listened to me sooner. Shut up. Sonins. How frustrating. Observing Team Rocket, now mere shooting stars, Satoshi clapped his hands in satisfaction, saying, "Well done, thank you for your hard work." I truly didn't expect to encounter Team Rocket in such circumstances. They really are relentless. Pika. Okay. Pikachu appeared somewhat fatigued in response to the antics of Team Rocket. After all, being the target of such relentless scrutiny day and night, it is simply inconceivable to claim one is not fatigued. In contrast to Pikachu, the Ambipom appeared considerably more animated, seemingly reveling in the aftermath of its recent decisive blow that had propelled several adversaries skyward as it waved its fist-shaped tail in exuberance. Simultaneously, it continued to thrust its fists forward. Though diminutive in stature, it nonetheless exuded a semblance of a boxer's bravado. Ash observed the weariness of Pikachu and the post-excitement tranquility of Ambipom with keen eyes. Although they had rested for a considerable duration on the plane, for some inexplicable reason, unless one is reclining in bed, sleeping while seated in a long-distance bus or airplane hardly qualifies as true rest. It merely alleviates the sensation of drowsiness, at best. The exhaustion from long journeys necessitates a proper resting place to recuperate. In any case, let us set aside the matters concerning Team Rocket for now. We shall make our way to the first city. Wait a moment, let me check. As Ash spoke, he retrieved a map of the Sinnoh region from his backpack amidst the curious gazes of Pikachu and Ambipom, confirming their position against the markings on the map. He then stowed it away again, stating, "It seems that Twinleaf Town is not too far from our current location. We should reach it in about half an hour. Once we arrive at Twinleaf Town, we can indulge in a hearty meal and take some time to rest." Pika. Okay. Upon hearing that a grand feast awaited them, both Pikachu and Ambipom displayed unrestrained excitement, and Ash too felt a surge of exhilaration. Of course, the prospect of a lavish meal was but one facet of his enthusiasm. There were likely deeper reasons known only to Ash himself. Ah, Twinleaf Town, how nostalgic it is. As he ambled down the slope toward the foot of the hill, a gentle breeze swept in from the roadside, bringing a touch of coolness to the sweltering summer day. Ash's thoughts drifted along with the wind, transporting him back to the memories of his encounter with her. Would she be in Twinleaf Town, or had she already set off? The person Ash fondly reminisced about was none other than Dawn, a girl with whom he shared an unparalleled rapport during their numerous travels, her personality reflecting his own. If one were to speak of regrets, perhaps their journey together concluded with an air of unfulfillment. They had initially agreed to travel together for a brief period. Yet it ultimately came to an abrupt end due to Dawn's pressing commitments. Nonetheless, given the stakes concerning Dawn's future, neither he nor Brock voiced any complaints. They simply bid her farewell with the most sincere of blessings. Memories are pearls, while friendship is akin to diamonds. Even though their final moments were tinged with a hint of regret, they each continued to stride towards their dreams. However, unlike Ash, Dawn had already realized her aspirations, achieving triumphant success at a grand event several years later, while Ash's dreams remained suspended, paused on that very stage. Whether this journey would allow him to reunite with Dawn remained an enigma. The events of the past had shifted due to his involvement. Would the future encounters with Dawn and Brock also be altered? Ash remained oblivious to the answers, yet despite this uncertainty, the journey must continue until tomorrow arrives. One can never truly know what awaits in the future, and therein lies the beauty of travel. Chapter 7. A Mother is Still a Mother. Twinleaf Town, a tranquil settlement, is heralded as the birthplace of new beginnings. Nestled in the southwestern corner of the Sinnoh region, its unique geographic location has rendered it a favored starting point for aspiring trainers. Indeed, Twinleaf Town's status as a launchpad for trainers is largely attributed to its proximity to the Yashio Research Facility, the official site for distributing starter Pokémon in the Sinnoh region, making its name quite fitting. Although referred to as a town, Twinleaf encompasses a relatively expansive area, with its architecture predominantly comprising charming standalone villas, making it an ideal respite for those embarking on life's journey. The only slight inconvenience is the distance between the residential areas and the town's designated small commercial district, which might render shopping rather inconvenient. However, this is a common shortcoming shared by many small towns. Compared to other quaint locales like the casual town, Twinleaf can indeed be considered quite prosperous. In a residence adorned with green tiles and ivory walls, a girl with shoulder-length hair pushed open a second-floor window, leaning out to savor the fresh air while stretching languidly. Tomorrow marks the day of departure. A sweet smile graced her face. The girl's name is Dawn, a novice trainer poised to embark on her journey, and in anticipation of the impending adventure, she had gone several days without a restful night's sleep, even in her dreams. Her thoughts were consumed by the possibilities of encounters and destinations. Forests and meadows, snow-capped mountains and deep valleys, seaside beaches, places she had only glimpsed on television and in magazines were now within her reach, ready to be experienced firsthand. Nothing could rival the thrill of setting off on a solo adventure. The mere thought sent waves of exhilaration through Dawn's heart, leaving her eager to discover what awaited her in the future. "Hey, Dawn, come down for a moment." Just as Dawn was lost in her reverie, her mother's voice drifted up from downstairs. "Dinner? No, that didn't seem right." Although mealtime was approaching, it sounded as though her mother needed her assistance with something. Though the tone was as gentle as always, children can intuitively sense that familiar voice carries additional meanings. Just as a child at home can discern the sound of footsteps at the door, distinguishing whether they belong to a parent or another. Sigh. It appears this is not going to be a pleasant task, Dawn mused, her spirits dampening as she trudged downstairs. There was no avoiding it, despite her reluctance. This was the last day before her departure, and even if she was being summoned for chores, it seemed inappropriate to voice any complaints. Upon reaching the ground floor, Dawn found her mother, Keiko, standing in the kitchen with a look of concern etched on her face. The sight confirmed Dawn's earlier intuition. "So soon? I thought you were still packing your bags in your room," Keiko remarked, smiling and praising her as though she had only just grown up. Although being told she had matured could be construed as a compliment, to Dawn, it felt quite different. "My bags have been packed for ages. I'm all set for tomorrow." "How impressive. I remember I only decided what to bring on the very morning of my departure. It seems you are far more adept in this regard than I was." "Of course. It's common sense to know what to pack," Dawn replied proudly, puffing out her chest. "You, Mom, just lack common knowledge." Perhaps it was the excitement of her imminent departure, but Dawn's tone had taken on a slightly haughty air, completely unafraid of any potential repercussions of post-dinner dishwashing or floor-scrubbing retaliation. Yet Keiko appeared to be in a particularly good mood, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Yes, I lack common knowledge. Now, Miss Knowledgeable, could you do me a favor and pick up some soy sauce from the nearby commercial district? We've run out at home." Do you really not want to? Since you've come down so quickly, doesn't that imply that you're already prepared to lend a helping hand? Although the shopping street is a tad distant, it shouldn't pose much of a challenge for the seasoned Miss Xiaowang, should it? "I understand." Xiaowang pouted, responding sullenly. Had she known it would be a mere errand, she would have lingered in her room a while longer before coming down. It's not that running errands is particularly exhausting or unpleasant. It's just that in this town, where she could navigate to the shopping street with her eyes closed, there is little sense of novelty. Moreover, Shuangye Town isn't known for hosting any special events, and the faces in the shopping street are all too familiar. On a typical day, Xiaowang wouldn't appear so disappointed. However, when she juxtaposed today's task with tomorrow's adventure, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Was there really a need to wear such a glum expression? It was merely a quick shopping trip, which should only take half an hour to complete. Kaizi looked at the downcast Xiaowang with a hint of exasperation, then delivered news that instantly revitalized Xiaowang's spirits. "By the way, I seem to recall that there is some sort of event happening at the shopping street today." Kaizi tapped her finger against her lips, tilting her head in a feigned state of distress. Yet, under Xiaowang's curious gaze, Kaizi quickly snapped back to attention, clapping her hands in realization. "Ah, that's right. I remember now. It seems to be a lottery event. What is the big deal? I thought it was something more exciting." Xiaowang's enthusiasm immediately waned. Lottery events are among the most commonly held activities at the shopping street, and the prizes are generally lackluster. She recalled that the best prize she had ever won was a 3-day trip to a small island. Although Xiaowang had coveted that prize back then, she wouldn't want it now even if she won. The priority should undoubtedly be tomorrow's journey and the need to collect her starter Pokemon from the Yamanashi Research Institute in Masuna Town. "Not interested? But I heard that this time, there are complete sets of stickers for the Grand Festival among the prizes. Let me go? No, please let me go." Xiaowang's interest was rekindled. It turns out, a mother knows her child well. Psychological tactics are indeed more effective. "Take care." Kaizi leaned against the door, smiling as she watched Xiaowang ride away on her bicycle. However, she mused, it might not be feasible. After Xiaowang's figure had completely vanished from view, Kaizi murmured to herself. After all, the Pokeball stickers are the grand prize. Given that child's luck, she will likely end up with nothing more than a consolation prize. Although Kaizi was convinced that Xiaowang would not win the grand prize, she felt no remorse. After all, she had spoken the truth. And whether Xiaowang could win the prize was beyond Kaizi's concern. Besides, it was merely a matter of buying soy sauce. Kaizi could have gone herself. Asking Xiaowang to run the errand wasn't due to laziness. She simply wished to create a few more cherished memories at home with Xiaowang before her upcoming journey. She also hoped to preserve a few more memories of Xiaowang. Time passes swiftly, and growing up is but a fleeting moment. This is especially true for trainers who travel. How many days do they truly spend at home throughout the year? Having just 1 or 2 weeks would be fortunate. Those who roam the world lead fulfilling lives. while those at home yearn for their return. Thus, fostering communication with her daughter in this manner could be seen as a clever tactic on Kaizi's part as a mother. Chapter 8. A Malicious Lottery. After walking a considerable distance, Ash finally arrived at Shuangya Town, the closest town to the airport. Fortunately, the shopping street in Shuangya Town was just a short walk from the entrance. Is there really no Pokemon Center here? How disappointing. At the entrance of Shuangya Town, a map of the town was displayed, merely outlining the different areas of Shuangya Town. After all, this is just a simple little town, not comparable to Jiqing City, let alone the bustling city of Feiyun in the Unova region. In those two larger cities, one could easily find themselves lost amidst the multitude of buildings, towering skyscrapers, and intricate roads. Yet in Shuangya Town, if one were to get lost, it would likely be due to their own lack of directional sense. If one were to ask whether Ash had a poor sense of direction, he'd probably admit to it. He had lost his way during his travels enough times to rival many seasoned trainers. In fact, Ash had come to view being lost as a life philosophy. Clearly, he found it challenging to overcome his navigational woes. Yet he would never confess to possessing a poor sense of direction. Any missteps were simply the whims of fate. Compared to Ash's current dilemmas, his partner, Ambipom, appeared far more cheerful. After all, if Ash retrieved the Pokeball, Ambipom would no longer be able to roam freely. Although Ambipom wasn't as resistant to the Pokeball as Pikachu, the allure of the outside world was undoubtedly more enticing to its naturally active nature. It seems you'll need to stay outside a little longer. For now, let's head to the shopping street to purchase some essentials and grab lunch. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome if we forget. Pika. Okay. Both Pikachu and Ambipom raised their hands in agreement with Ash's plan, though their enthusiasm was for the meal rather than shopping. After spending so long on the plane, they had mostly been asleep, and while they had been served in-flight meals, that was last night's fare. Ambipom hadn't eaten anything for an entire day, if not for its somewhat oblivious nature. It might have realized it was hungry long before Ash suggested going out for a meal. Well then, let us go. Observing the increasingly hungry expressions on Pikachu and Ambipom, Ash smiled brightly and led them towards the shopping street in Shuangya Town. Half an hour later, inside a convenience store. So, isn't there already plenty of ketchup? There's no need to buy more, right? Pika. It's a necessity. What do you mean a necessity? You could very well live without ketchup. Pika. It's different. Just as Ash was at the checkout, ready to pay, Pikachu had stealthily procured 2 bottles of ketchup from somewhere and tossed them into the shopping basket without any explanation, leaving Ash exasperated enough to understand exactly what it was saying. What is so different about it? If you're going to buy new ones, at least finish the ones in your backpack first. Pika. Better safe than sorry. Okay. Normally, the usually boisterous Ambipom would have chimed in during the dispute between Ash and Pikachu, but it remained silent, deterred by the gazes of other shoppers that seemed to convey judgment. What if it were mistaken for part of their quarrel? Excuse me. Just as Ambipom was about to head outside, the cashier suddenly spoke up. We are currently holding an event. If you reach a certain spending threshold, you can enter a lottery. If you include those 2 new bottles of ketchup, you'll have 5 chances to draw. What do you say? Care to give it a try? Hearing the cashier's voice, Ash finally recognized his own outburst, primarily because Pikachu had remained unchanged throughout the years, even before his travels. Pikachu had always been known to sneak in a couple of bottles of ketchup whenever Ash went shopping. If it had consumed all the previous stock, Ash would not have uttered a word. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Pikachu insists on purchasing more whenever it leaves some uneaten, resulting in ketchup occupying half of its backpack for an extended period. So be it. Under the watchful gaze of the cashier, Ash waved his hand and conceded defeat. Meanwhile, Pikachu, standing at Ash's feet, gleefully flashed a victory sign, reveling in its triumph. Although even the long-tailed creature could not fathom what was so commendable about this affair. As for the lottery, one could simply present the receipt at the entrance to participate. Thank you for your patronage, the cashier smiled as she bid Ash farewell. Despite the brief farce that unfolded between Ash and Pikachu, it brought a delightful spark to the otherwise monotonous lives of the local residents, who were accustomed to the town's unchanging routine. After all, they appeared to share a strong bond, and their bickering was merely playful banter. Embarrassed, Ash tapped his forehead while clutching the receipt handed to him by the cashier and meandered toward the lottery booth. There stood a burly middle-aged man adorned with a white headscarf, and upon noticing Ash's disheveled appearance, he kindly patted Ash on the shoulder and said, "Don't mind. Youth should embody a bit of vigor. Don't take it to heart. Everyone is merely enjoying the spectacle, and no one is mocking you." Although Ash was uncertain whether these words provided any comfort, he shrugged it off. He shook his head and handed over the receipt, to which the man simply took a cursory glance and stepped aside, saying, "Received. You may draw 5 times in total. This time, our boss has gone to great lengths to curate the prizes." Gone to great lengths? Ash, intrigued by this proclamation, glanced at the list of prizes affixed to the wall. First prize, a complete set of Pokeball stickers, including matching capsules. Second prize, a year's supply of ketchup. Ash. Pikachu. Despite having little desire to continue reading upon seeing the second prize, he felt compelled to continue under the man's enthusiastic gaze. Third prize, a month's supply of banana-flavored fruit. Ash. Long-tailed creature. Why does it feel like this world is overflowing with malice? Well, the initial prizes do seem appealing, albeit not particularly useful to him. Ash covered his face, peering through his fingers to finally glimpse the remaining prizes. Fourth prize, a dining voucher for Twinleaf restaurant. Fifth prize, a delicate keychain. Consolation prize, a pack of tissues. Chapter 9, the commercial street and the encounter with Dawn. How should one put it? Initially somewhat intrigued by the lottery, Ash now regretted participating, as these prizes seemed to hold little value for him. The Pokeball stickers were irrelevant since he was not entering any grand contests. The ketchup and banana-flavored fruit would only bring him trouble. The only slightly useful prize seemed to be the dining voucher, which, while Pokemon trainers enjoy discounts at various eateries, still pales in comparison to the more economical Pokemon Center. Should he win the dining voucher, Ash would certainly indulge in a hearty feast there. However, Pikachu. As the prizes included items favored by Pikachu and the long-tailed creature, both eagerly volunteered to participate in the lottery. But was it truly that easy? Observing the hand-cranked lottery machine placed on the counter, Ash approached and gauged its weight. There must be at least 50 or 60 balls inside. To draw one of the few colored balls that signify a prize from such a multitude, well, one must always give it a try. Since you both wish to draw, I'll leave it to you. Each of you can draw twice, and I will take the last turn. Does that sound good? Pikachu and the long-tailed creature replied joyfully, clearly eager for those two prizes. Ash shook his head, lifted Pikachu into his arms so it could grasp the lottery machine's lever. And Pikachu began to fervently shake the machine. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Countless balls collided within the machine, creating a cacophony of sounds. With a confident expression, Pikachu came to a halt, and one little ball tumbled out, landing on the prize tray below. White. The man clapped his hands, and, amidst Pikachu's astonished gaze, handed them the prize. Congratulations, a pack of tissues. Pika, is that all? Pikachu thought dismally. It had exerted such effort in drawing and had fervently hoped for at least some other prize, if not the ketchup. Well, there is still one more chance. Don't give up so soon. What if the next one is a winner? Pika. Upon hearing Ash's encouragement, Pikachu perked up once more. Indeed, as Ash had said, even if the first attempt was unsuccessful, there remained another opportunity. As long as there was a chance, one should not despair. Fortune would surely smile upon them. Taking a deep breath, Pikachu once again shook the lottery machine before the attentive crowd. A pack of tissues. Thank you for your patronage. Pika. Encountering the same outcome once more, Pikachu curled up in a shadowy corner. There was no greater agony than having a year's supply of ketchup placed before you, yet being utterly unable to obtain it. Had it been known that this would be the result, perhaps it would have been better not to participate in the lottery at all. Observing Pikachu's despondent demeanor, Ash momentarily regretted allowing Pikachu to draw. Its spirits had been high after purchasing 2 bottles of ketchup, but now Okiki, the long-tailed creature, though Pikachu's companion, found amusement in Pikachu's misfortune, laughing heartily. Its penchant for reveling in others' misadventures was truly fitting. After dismissing Pikachu's luck in its mind, the long-tailed creature leaped onto the lottery counter without assistance from Ash, determined to seize what it desired through its own efforts. Its target, the blue ball, a month's supply of banana-flavored fruit. Charge. Thank you for your patronage. 2 packs of napkins. Ash, observing the once solitary figure in the corner now doubled, he found himself at a loss for words. It was one thing for Pikachu to lament its bad luck, but the long-tailed creature's predicament seemed justly deserved, given its prior arrogance. This opportunity served as a fitting lesson. Well, let us see if I can draw something. Regardless of his strict thoughts, Pikachu and the long-tailed creature were still his companions. Even if one ticket could not yield 2 prizes, securing at least one item they desired might help lift the atmosphere a little. Had he known, he would have gone to eat first. Ash sighed inwardly. After frolicking with them for a while, he truly felt hungry. It was best to conclude this soon. With that thought, Ash extended his hand and began to gently shake the lottery machine, the sound of clattering balls echoing throughout the convenience store. The residents who had previously witnessed the quarrel between Ash and Pikachu were still silently observing Ash. Their curiosity piqued as to whether he could indeed procure the desired items for Pikachu and Ambipom, or perhaps even other prizes. As time gently ebbed away, approximately 10 seconds passed before Ash finally relinquished his grip on the joystick. With a flash of golden light, a resplendent golden orb materialized on the tray beneath the lottery machine. This is... Oh, it truly is. Congratulations. The elderly gentleman seized the bell from the table and began to fervently shake it, announcing in this jubilant manner that the grand prize had been claimed. Congratulations on winning the first prize. This is the reward, a complete set of Pokeball stickers currently available on the market. Congratulations. as the gentleman handed the prize to Ash. A wave of applause erupted from the crowd, celebrating the moment. However, Ash felt a twinge of discomfort. He sensed the resentful gazes of Pikachu and Ambipom directed toward him. And suddenly the first prize felt like a hot potato. He understood that Pikachu and Ambipom were not lamenting his failure to draw the prizes they coveted, but rather lamenting why luck had favored him so. Seeing him win was more painful than their own misfortunes. Perhaps this is the inevitable mindset of the unlucky when faced with the fortunate? Just as Ash contemplated putting the prize away and leaving the scene, a familiar voice, reminiscent of memories, called out from behind him. Did I arrive too late? The prize has already been claimed? It was Dawn. Ash's pupils widened as he recognized the figure before him, bent over and panting, bearing a look of disappointment, his companion from their travels in the Sinnoh region. Ash gazed at her, and she returned her attention to the prize in his hands. The blue tips of her hair cascaded from her ears, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, while one strap of her yellow backpack had slipped down to her elbow. Though Dawn's appearance was not exactly disheveled, it certainly lacked elegance, revealing that she must have been in a hurry to arrive. Was it truly for this? Ash's gaze fell upon the prize in his hands, and upon grasping the situation, he suddenly felt a sense of unease. Chapter 10, Gifts and Encouragement. After Ash had won the grand prize, proving his luck, the crowd that had gathered began to disperse. Initially, Ash assumed Dawn would leave as well, yet she lingered for several minutes, still covertly watching him with envy directed at the Pokeball stickers in his possession. Truly, it felt like a hot potato, Ash silently lamented. Although he and Dawn were not familiar with one another, he felt it would be odd to approach her. But as he prepared to leave, Dawn's gaze remained fixated on the stickers in his hands. Ash was aware that these Pokeball stickers were quite popular in the Sinnoh region's Pokemon contests. If their designs complemented the Pokemon well, simply showcasing the Pokemon could garner significant points from the judges. Nevertheless, Pikachu, Ambipom, let us go. Pika, the two Pokemon, believing Ash was about to treat them to a hearty meal, appeared excited, their previous despondency seemingly forgotten. We're leaving, Ash announced. Watching Ash prepare to depart, Dawn felt a pang of regret. If she wasn't mistaken, the stickers in his possession included some of the most sought-after limited editions. She had initially contemplated whether she could approach him to request a closer look, but it now seemed too late. Returning home was her only option. Just as she took her first step, she noticed Ash was now walking toward her. Dawn was momentarily taken aback. She was not standing at a convenience store entrance, but rather in a secluded corner with no one else nearby. Was he coming to find her? Had her prolonged gaze at the stickers irritated him? The thought sent her into a panic. After all, Dawn had never traveled alone before, and living in Twinleaf Town, she seldom had opportunities to interact with strangers. Thus, she was at a loss for how to handle the situation if her small actions had offended him. As Ash closed the distance between them, Dawn had little time to contemplate further. Just as Ash was about to speak, she hastily interjected, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought a few of the stickers you have are quite rare. Staring for too long is my fault. Forgive me. Ash. Feeling the curious gazes of onlookers converge upon him, Ash momentarily froze. But his years of travel had equipped him with the ability to react swiftly in unexpected situations. I'm not upset. I noticed you seem to really like these stickers. So if you'd like, I can give them to you. Now it was Dawn's turn to be stunned. So he wasn't angry? Wait, that's not the point. Did he just say he wanted to give this to me? But isn't that his prize? Though she wanted to accept immediately. The thought that he might be gifting her something he felt obligated to relinquish due to her gaze made her feel awkward. Moreover, would someone truly give away such a gift so casually while traveling? Dawn finally took a moment to scrutinize Ash's appearance, realizing he did not seem to be from Twinleaf Town. After all, the residents of Twinleaf were quite limited, and if there were others around her age, she would have recognized them. Well, it's true that I want it, but I have no use for it. My goal is the Pokemon League, not the Grand Festival. You know about the Grand Festival? Dawn asked, astonished. In her understanding, trainers aiming for the Pokemon League rarely paid attention to Pokemon contests. Even if they were aware of the contests, they usually knew little about the Grand Festival. Before coming to the Sinnoh region, I knew a little about it. One of my companions from my journey in Hoenn participated in the Grand Festival there. Really? The Grand Festival in Hoenn. What rank did she achieve? Unfortunately, she only made it to the top 8, but considering it was her debut year, achieving that is quite impressive. Ash recalled May, the first among his friends to realize her dream before he returned. In comparison, he still had much to accomplish. Reaching the top 8 in her first year is incredible. I wonder if I could do the same. Although Dawn was an optimistic person, she couldn't help but feel the anxiety and uncertainty that often accompanies newcomers when faced with challenges she had never encountered before. If I make a concerted effort, I believe it should pose no problem. You see, my companion was quite the novice when she first debuted. She was utterly inexperienced, even struggling with the basics of commanding Pokemon and exhibiting a degree of fear towards them. In comparison to her, You will undoubtedly fare well. Ash encouraged Dawn with a warm smile. As for May, well, she is not present here, and besides, what I said was not untrue, so it's all fine. As long as neither he nor Dawn speaks of it. Today's conversation will remain a secret. Yes, no problem at all. I feel quite qualified. Haha. After Ash's encouragement, Dawn immediately returned to her usual demeanor. The initial awkwardness faded during their exchanges, likely due to their similar ages and shared interests. So, do you still want the sticker? If not, I shall gift it away. I want it. Please hand it to me. I assure you I shall not tarnish its value. Thus, conversing with Dawn proves to be a rather effortless endeavor. Ash's spirits lifted as he witnessed the smile on Dawn's face upon receiving the sticker. Chapter 11. Dawn's Invitation. Oh, Ash, I can hardly believe you traveled all the way from the Kanto region. It must have been quite a journey. After a brief introduction, they began to chat amiably as they walked, and during their conversation, Dawn learned a great deal about Ash, prompting her to express her admiration. Actually, it's not too bad, it merely feels distant. Once you embark on your travels, you quickly realize that such distances are inconsequential. While conversing with Dawn, Ash adopted a mentor-like demeanor. Whenever she encountered a misunderstanding or confusion, he would patiently explain or elaborate. To Dawn, who had yet to commence her own journey, Ash seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge. Pika, Oki. At that moment, Pikachu and Ambipom emitted an untimely cry. Ash glanced down to find them wobbling on their feet, clearly famished. Initially, Pikachu and Ambipom had managed to suppress their hunger through sheer willpower, but it appeared they had reached their limit. Are they hungry? Dawn couldn't help but inquire as she observed Pikachu and Ambipom's pitiful state. Well, we haven't eaten anything on the plane, and we intended to find a nearby restaurant after shopping, Ash explained. Just then, he had prepared to bid farewell to Dawn. But upon hearing that they hadn't eaten, she proposed, if that's the case, would you like to come to my house for a meal? My mother is planning to cook, and I have plenty of Pokemon food at home. I am sure there is something Pikachu and Ambipom would enjoy. Pika, Oki. Upon hearing that there was Pokemon food at her home, both Ash and Dawn's spirits lifted. Ash thought to himself that he also had Pokemon food in his backpack. However, consuming it on the street felt somewhat odd. If they truly wished to eat soon, it would be best to find a nearby establishment. Nevertheless, it would be an imposition. Noticing that Pikachu and Ambipom were no longer focused on their surroundings, Ash decided to go along with their plan. After all, he had only visited Dawn's home once before, and he felt fortunate to have the opportunity again. Not a problem. My mother will certainly welcome your presence. Besides, I have many questions for you since I'm feeling a bit anxious about my journey starting tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yes, is there a problem? No, nothing at all. I merely recalled something else. Ash smiled and deftly shifted the topic. In truth, upon hearing that Dawn was set to embark on her journey the next day, he had already begun to contemplate the time. Though many past memories had grown hazy, he could never forget the troublesome events of his initial arrival in the Sinnoh region, the loss of Pikachu due to Team Rocket, meeting Dawn, and her bicycle charred by electricity. If he were to relive those moments, perhaps Dawn's bicycle could be spared. With that thought, the pressure he felt lessened considerably. After all, Pikachu's bicycle destruction had seemingly become a recurring theme in previous regions, yet he certainly did not wish for his wallet to suffer due to such peculiar incidents. Knock, knock. Knock. They have arrived. At Dawn's home, her mother, Sayaka, was seated on the sofa watching television, awaiting Dawn's return from her errands. Just as she was beginning to wonder if Dawn had taken too long, a knock echoed through the door. Did you forget your keys again? Honestly, could you be a bit more attentive? Right, Meowth? Naya. Meowth, who had been napping on the table, lazily flicked its tail in acknowledgement of Sayaka's question, though it did not seem inclined to respond further. Seeing this, Sayaka shook her head and proceeded to the entrance to open the door for Dawn. Click. As Sayaka turned the doorknob, the door swung open with a crisp sound. However, just as she was about to remind her daughter to be more cautious in the future, she was taken aback to find a young man standing behind her daughter. Excuse me for the intrusion. I am Ash from Pallet Town in Kanto. Ash said with an awkward smile as he greeted Sayaka. Sayaka, wait, what is going on here? I sent you to buy something. And you return with a guest? Could you please hold on for a moment? Sayaka said apologetically to Ash, then pulled Dawn inside for a private discussion. Hey, what is going on? I thought I asked you to help buy soy sauce. Here is the soy sauce. Ah, thank you, but wait. This isn't the time for that. Sayaka pushed aside the soy sauce Dawn offered and asked, who is this boy named Ash? Is he a friend from before? I've never heard you mention him. Dawn, I just met him today. Sayaka, isn't that even stranger? While you may not be socially anxious, you're certainly not socially reckless, so why would you suddenly bring a boy you've just met home? Could it be that you don't jump to conclusions? Dawn retorted, gritting her teeth in frustration. Ash gave me a gift, and I noticed he and his Pokemon hadn't eaten lunch yet, so as a gesture of gratitude, I invited him over. With that, Dawn proudly displayed the Pokeball sticker Ash had gifted her. Oh, I see. In that case, I can understand. But that boy seems rather kind, doesn't he? Even if he is not a coordinator, that was likely a hard-earned prize for him. How could he give it away so easily? Did you do something to deserve it? Please don't ask any more questions. Can we just let him in already? If we keep talking, it'll never end. Dawn was well aware that if her mother continued down this path, they might spend the entire day discussing it. Thus, she abruptly changed the subject without waiting for Sayaka's response and stepped forward to invite Ash inside. Chapter 12. His story, her anticipation. It's truly remarkable. I had no idea you had traveled through so many regions, Ash, and that you consistently achieved commendable results in the Pokemon League competitions. Although it was Dawn who had extended the invitation to Ash, it was Sayaka who dominated the conversation at the dining table, leaving Dawn feeling more like an outsider. Upon further reflection, it seems there is little that can be done. After all, both Ash and Keiko are seasoned travelers, which naturally provides them with a plethora of common topics to discuss. Many times, Koharu finds herself without an opportunity to interject. She merely sits quietly, consuming her meal while absorbing valuable information from the conversation between Keiko and Ash. It's not entirely unfortunate, as many experiences conclude with a sense of regret. Had I been a tad more mature at that time, perhaps the circumstances might have differed. As Ash mused over this, memories of Charizard suddenly flooded his mind. During the quarterfinals of the Indigo League, his immaturity resulted in Charizard's lack of acknowledgement, leading to an expected refusal to battle when he called upon it. Consequently, when confronted by Ahome, it was deemed to have lost its will to fight, resulting in his defeat. What was my emotional state back then? Even now, I struggle to recall, yet it hardly amounts to disappointment or anything of the sort. After all, he was undeniably inexperienced, both in battle strategy and other aspects, and could hardly be considered a mature Pokemon trainer. The most disheartening aspect of the Indigo League for Ash was not his defeat, but rather his inability to compete against Gary in his first league tournament. Gary was taken aback, and Ash was even more shocked at how early his loss came. However, it was precisely through this failure that both he and Gary were afforded additional time for introspection, ultimately fostering their growth. This is how Ash progressed. And Gary did as well. I believe you are being excessively modest. For a newcomer in their debut year, achieving success in the league tournament is no small feat, let alone earning 8 badges to qualify for participation. As for immaturity, Koharu, alert. Although Keiko did not immediately direct her gaze toward her, it was evident that if this trend continued, the next topic would likely be, if only Koharu could be as mature as you. She frequently misplaces things and easily immerses herself in her own world, hardly listening to others. She even has a tendency to casually declare, no problem. Yet each time she utters those words, it often proves to be quite the opposite. I would never. Don't spout nonsense. Koharu interjected indignantly, unable to fathom that even her silence could be used as a cautionary example. Oh, Keiko sighed meaningfully. Yet you left home today without your keys, didn't you? Well, I didn't remind you. This must have happened at least 10 times when you couldn't return home due to forgetting your keys. If you truly had matured, you would have at least remembered such a trivial matter. Ugh. Koharu found herself at a loss for words, merely lowering her head to continue eating in silence. Observing Koharu's demeanor, Ash decided to speak up. One grows every day while traveling. My past experiences were likely even more tumultuous than Koharu's. On my very first day, I was chased by dozens of Spearow, and to escape, I had to leap into a river. At that time, Pikachu was rather aloof and unapproachable, which made things quite troublesome. Pika. On the other side, Pikachu, who had also been silently eating, was taken aback that the conversation had turned to its own history, quickly turning away, unable to bear the scrutiny of Langtail and Koharu. However, upon hearing such an amusing tale, Langtail could not resist and set down its food to poke at Pikachu from behind, seemingly eager to learn more about its past. Is that true? That sounds quite. Keiko's expression was filled with sympathy. She had assumed Ash would be the type to grow steadily. Yet she had never anticipated that his very first day would be so harrowing. While it is indeed true that Pokemon trainers face dangers, Ash's experience was something one might not encounter even among 1,000 trainers. I am quite popular with Pokemon. I would never find myself in a situation where I am chased or attacked. Koharu, brimming with confidence, boldly proclaimed such words even before her journey had begun. Yet Ash did not refute her. He simply continued his narrative. In retrospect, it was indeed perilous, but it turned out all right. After overcoming that danger, my bond with Pikachu grew stronger, and I encountered fortunate events. Looking back, it all feels worthwhile. In the post-rain sky, a vibrant figure fluttered gracefully across from one side, accompanied by a rainbow that trailed behind it into the distance. At that moment, Ash had no inkling of the identity of that mysterious Pokemon, but it would later reveal itself to be the legendary Ho-Oh during his future travels. Since the incident at the bell tower, it had vanished from public view, retreating into the shadows to observe the world. The story of Ash's encounter with Pikachu was surely witnessed by Ho-Oh, and the bond they shared must have been recognized by it. Otherwise, it would not have appeared before him. Although their meeting was merely a passing one, lacking any form of communication or direct eye contact, Ash felt that ever since that day, he laid eyes on Ho-Oh. His journey has been filled with various surprises and good fortune. This good fortune refers to the constant entanglement in events related to legendary Pokémon. While undeniably dangerous, he harbored no grievances. After all, as a Pokémon trainer, the ability to encounter a myriad of legendary Pokémon and create cherished memories is inherently a source of joy. Each peril he faced transformed into tangible experience and motivation for growth, propelling him forward. At the dining table, both Keiko and Koharu, as the hosts, had been largely silent, merely listening intently to Ash's myriad stories and becoming enraptured by them. They would only pose questions when curiosity struck, spending the majority of their time as mere spectators. Even Keiko, who had traveled herself, found herself awed and yearning for Ash's adventures, let alone Koharu, who had yet to embark on her journey. As Ash recounted his numerous tales, Koharu's anticipation and desire began to take root in her mind, slowly blossoming into a profound aspiration. Chapter 13, Ordinary Yet Heartwarming. Time always flies when engaging in shared topics, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. The warm orange sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle ambience throughout Koharu's home. It was only when the evening sun graced her face that Keiko realized how late it had become. Oh dear. I became so engrossed that I didn't realize it was nearly dinner time. Indeed, not only Keiko, but even Koharu had just now recognized the late hour. As had Ash. Perhaps it was the rare opportunity to share tales of their past that had made him so immersed, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Pika. Oki. Ash rose to search for Pikachu and Langtail, quickly discovering the two small creatures curled up on the sofa. Pikachu and Langtail appeared fatigued from their travels. It was uncertain exactly when it happened, but it was likely shortly after finishing lunch that they had drifted off to sleep. Pikachu lay curled up, while Langtail's tail draped over Pikachu, resembling a cozy blanket. A faint sound of snoring emanated from their nostrils and mouths, creating an atmosphere that felt warm and delightful. They had drifted off to sleep. Ash scratched his head, murmuring with some difficulty. Although he had suggested they prepare to depart promptly, he had not anticipated that Pikachu and Ambipom would be sleeping so soundly. Pikachu was relatively fine, having rested for a while on the plane. However, Ambipom, eager to accompany him, had hardly slept a wink, its curious and energetic nature keeping it awake, especially upon arriving in a new land filled with novel experiences. Perhaps it was the comforting ambience of Xiao Guang's home that allowed them to finally rest. In the tranquil afternoon, the three of them sat at the dining table, softly sharing stories, and it wasn't long before Pikachu and Ambipom succumbed to drowsiness. Upon seeing Ayako approach, the ever-drowsy Meowth, which had been lounging on the back of the sofa, lazily rose and let out a mewl. Ayako, noticing this, merely smiled and stroked its fur, then, as if reading Ash's thoughts, proposed, "It's quite late now. Why not stay here for the night? Unless you have pressing matters to attend to." Indeed, Ash had no urgent commitments. After all, it was his first day in the Sinnoh region, and he intended to gradually challenge the 8 gyms, earn badges, and eventually participate in the league competition. Staying here tonight would be perfectly fine, then. Consider it a reward for regaling us with your captivating tales, he replied. Without granting Ash a chance to object, Ayako headed upstairs to prepare a guest room for him. "This feels so familiar," Ash remarked to a still somewhat dazed Xiao Guang. "Ayako reminds me a bit of my mother. I can just imagine her doing something similar if you visited my home." Ash reflected that his mother, Hanako, had never changed, whether in the present or far into the future. Yet, he couldn't help but feel that his mother could be quite bothersome, often poking at his past vulnerabilities. When he was about to embark on a journey, insisting he was still growing up. Although the afternoon had passed, Xiao Guang remained troubled by the earlier incident. If Ash had not been present, she would have been nearly immune to Ayako's behavior, merely expressing mild dissatisfaction verbally. "But I don't think just starting my journey counts as growing up," she protested, hands on her hips, cheeks puffed in annoyance. Now, when faced with Ash, Xiao Guang felt no sense of unfamiliarity, as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. "My apologies," Ash said, realizing Xiao Guang only sought validation for her maturity. "But isn't your dream to become a top coordinator who surpasses your mother? If that's the case, why not let your actions speak for you starting tomorrow? Standing on the grand stage, asking the audience, 'Have I grown up now?' would surely be more impactful, wouldn't it?" Xiao Guang furrowed her brow slightly, tapping her finger against her lips, then broke into a smile, seeming to find Ash's suggestion quite appealing. "You're right. I must do that when receiving my award. That way, she would have nothing to say?" "Humph." Xiao Guang lifted her chin, the expression on her face reflecting the pride of someone who had already claimed victory, lost in her hopeful visions for the future. She had almost forgotten she was merely a newcomer. Achieving a championship in her debut year was undeniably challenging. Only an extraordinary talent could reach the pinnacle right from the start. Yet, a runner-up position? That would be splendid. Xiaoguang indeed possessed that talent. Having secured second place at a major celebration in her debut year, with the championship tantalizingly close. In contrast, Ash felt he could hardly be called a genius. He had merely made it to the top 16, garnering little attention, and had only reached the semifinals at the Lily of the Valley Conference. Of course, I believe you can do it, Ash thought. Perhaps, the opportunity for a fresh start was not solely for him, but also for Xiaoguang. Night fell, as it always does after the sun sets, and Twinleaf Town retained much of its natural charm, untouched by extensive urbanization. A cool evening breeze wafted through Ash's window. As he leaned against the wall by the window, gazing up at the luminous moon, the melodious calls of nocturnal bug-type Pokémon filled the air, accompanied by the soft snores of Pikachu and Ambipom. Wait, haven't they both already slept all afternoon? How can they still be sound asleep at night? Ash mused, bemused by their deep slumber, while simultaneously reflecting on his own inability to drift off. Despite having walked a considerable distance without much rest, he found himself wide awake, devoid of even the slightest hint of drowsiness. After tossing and turning in bed for quite some time without any sign of sleep, he speculated that perhaps the excitement of returning to the past was keeping him awake. Oh well, I might as well go for a stroll, he decided, boldly pushing open the door and heading downstairs to enjoy the evening breeze. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoguang's door had not been fully closed. A slight gap allowed her to peek out. Hearing Ash's movements, she cautiously poked her head out, contemplated for a moment, and then made the decision to follow him outside. Chapter 14. Nighttime and Xiaoguang's request. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, illuminating a gravel path that wound through the backyard, leading to a spacious field behind the row of houses. The grass was neither sparse nor overly thick. Stepping lightly upon it revealed a crisp sound, while a soft sensation brushed against his feet. Although a few clouds obscured part of the moon, the gentle moonlight still streamed through, casting a bright glow across the unshielded grass. Ash found himself in the center of the field, inhaling the cool night air deeply, then lay back on the grass. As he felt the grass beneath him, a wave of relaxation washed over him, and he began to yawn, the drowsiness that had previously eluded him suddenly taking hold. Oh, this feels wonderful, he stretched lazily, turning onto his side and closing his eyes, though he refrained from attempting to fall asleep. After all, he was in someone else's home. Having been graciously invited to stay, it would be rather embarrassing to be discovered sleeping outside the next day. However, how long had it been since he experienced such a feeling? Before returning to this time, he had been relentlessly training day in and day out, pursuing the title of Pokémon Master, leaving no time to unwind in nature as he was now. Relishing the beauty around him, Ash could only exclaim, "It feels so good to be back." Back? Back where? Ash was taken aback as Xiaoguang appeared from behind him, having approached quietly, her footsteps barely making a sound on the grass due to her slippers. Ahem, it's nothing, just a casual reflection, he stammered, though puzzled by Xiaoguang's unexpected presence. Xiaoji quickly responded. Observing this, Xiaoguang merely blinked in curiosity, but considering that Xiaoji had traveled through numerous regions, it seemed only natural for him to express such sentiments. However, his demeanor imparted an air of antiquity to Xiaoguang. Are you unable to sleep as well? With Xiaoguang settling beside him, Xiaoji found it impossible to remain reclined, and thus sat up to join her. The moonlight graced their profiles, as if bestowing the most sincere blessings and baptism upon children about to embark on a new journey, an enchanting sight. Perhaps a hint of excitement or unease. Xiaoguang hugged her knees, gently swaying back and forth, her anxiousness appearing rather endearing and, for her, quite rare. After all, her character was typically imbued with confidence, and she seldom hesitated in the face of minor setbacks. In Xiaoji's recollection, instances of Xiaoguang succumbing to despair due to setbacks could be counted on one hand, which rendered her current state intriguing to him. It would indeed be strange to lack such feelings. On the eve of my first journey, I overslept due to overwhelming excitement, having spent the entire night contemplating which initial Pokémon to choose as my companion, only to find myself sleeping in the next morning. The memory of Xiaoji's first venture into the world carried a tinge of embarrassment. While it is quite normal to be unable to sleep from excitement, arriving so late to the laboratory was hardly typical. Moreover, Shigeru had waited at the entrance for quite a while just to tease him, which was infuriating to think about. Oversleeping? If not for my mother calling me at home, I fear I too would have slept through. Although it seemed that Xiaoguang was the only new trainer at this hour, arriving late would leave a poor impression, particularly since she would likely have numerous interactions with Professor Yamanashi. Furthermore, rumors suggested that Professor Yamanashi was quite a formidable individual, and Xiaoguang certainly did not wish to offend him on her first day. While I was indeed frantic when I overslept, even rushing out in my pajamas without time to wash up, I still arrived a step too late. as all 3 initial Pokémon of the Kanto region had already been claimed. Xiao Guang exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth before asking. So you didn't receive an initial Pokémon? Well, to be precise, I did not receive the 3 initial Pokémon that were supposed to be given to new trainers in the Kanto region. At that time, I felt quite regretful. But when Professor Okito entrusted me with Pikachu as my initial Pokémon, I felt fortunate. Though that Pikachu, as I mentioned earlier, despised humans and would shock me at the slightest touch, I was instantly enamored by it. Looking back, I suppose I should thank myself for oversleeping then. Xiao Guang listened intently, feeling as if she were experiencing Xiao Ji's past, her mood shifting from the disappointment of not receiving a Pokémon to the joy of obtaining Pikachu. Noticing that Xiao Guang seemed to be calming down, her arms gradually released their embrace of her legs, prompting Xiao Ji to continue. Traveling is always filled with uncertainties. Getting lost or encountering villains is unavoidable. However, ultimately, there is always a way through, as I, along with my companions, faced numerous dangers and troubles but eventually triumphed, with only the joy of our harvest remaining. Indeed, a smile unconsciously graced Xiao Guang's lips as she affirmed her inner thoughts. Her love for Pokémon and the journey stemmed from the depths of her heart. While traveling would undoubtedly be a joyous endeavor, might it also lead her to encounter more fascinating experiences if she accompanied him? If Xiao Guang's initial feelings about embarking on a journey alone were mixed, after meeting Xiao Ji and hearing his tales of travel, along with his encouragement and comfort, her perspective had entirely shifted toward a positive outlook. After all, the ship would naturally find its way to the bridge. Encountering difficulties was inconsequential. It could all be seen as enriching the tapestry of her life, couldn't it? Gazing at Xiao Ji's profile, she finally made up her mind, turned to face him directly, and, under his curious gaze, said, though this may seem a bit abrupt, could I ask you to grant me a request? A request? Noticing Xiao Guang's movements, Xiao Ji also turned to her, inquiring with curiosity. Yes, Xiao Guang gently nodded, gazing into the reflection of herself within his eyes. Taking a deep breath, she continued, please allow me to travel with you. A few clouds in the sky drifted away with the gentle breeze, revealing the moonlight that now shone even more brilliantly in the vast night. Chapter 15, Shared Expectations. You wish to travel with me? Xiao Guang was taken aback. She had anticipated that revealing her decision would elicit surprise or confusion from Xiao Ji. However, he appeared unfazed, as though he merely did not comprehend why she would choose to express this at such a moment. Do you understand what I'm saying? Xiao Guang waved her hand before Xiao Ji, seeking to confirm his awareness. Of course I understand. You mean to travel together, right? That is perfectly fine, as our destinations should align. We both set out from the same initial town, journeying toward distant goals. Given that their destinations and paths were similar, it seemed only rational to travel together. Xiao Guang intended to counter his argument, but, after careful consideration, found no flaw in his reasoning. Since they were already acquainted and on the same journey, traveling together was indeed reasonable. Nonetheless, she couldn't shake the feeling that something felt amiss. Right? There's no issue. Is there? Xiao Ji seemed to find amusement in her flustered state and continued. In truth, finding companions for a journey is quite simple. I, too, began traveling with various companions for all sorts of strange reasons. And what were those reasons? Xiao Guang asked, dazed, as her ability to think clearly began to wane. Well, one was because Pikachu destroyed 2 bicycles, and another wanted to see a broader world, while yet another wished to meet Professor Okito in person. And then there was my sister, who traveled with me. What on earth? Upon hearing Xiao Ji's explanation, Xiao Guang couldn't help but feel perplexed. Were he not so earnest? She might have suspected he was fabricating excuses to deceive her. Compared to them, I think you, Xiao Guang, seem quite normal. Xiao Ji averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Normal? Xiao Guang pondered, her brow furrowed, yet having never embarked on a journey herself. She was unfamiliar with such matters and could only tentatively trust that Xiao Ji's words were sincere. Then, please take care of me? Xiao Guang hesitantly extended her hand toward Xiao Ji. She had spent many sleepless nights crafting lines to persuade him, yet unexpectedly, he readily agreed. Not only did he agree, but he also claimed that embarking on a journey together upon their first meeting was quite commonplace, a notion that shattered Xiao Guang's long-held beliefs. I look forward to it. In contrast to the restraint exhibited by Xiao Guang, Xiao Ji presented a demeanor of ease and poise, clasping Xiao Guang's hand, marking the official commencement of their intertwined fates and narrative from that very moment. Since that's the case, I shall retire for the night. Otherwise, I may find myself too drowsy tomorrow, which would be troublesome for me. And you? The concerns that had weighed heavily on her mind had finally settled, allowing Xiao Guang to exhale in relief. What she presumed to be an ordinary day turned out to be a pivotal moment, as she could never have anticipated the immense fortune she would encounter before embarking on her journey. I should also head back. It would be rather embarrassing if I were to doze off here. Xiaoji remarked while stifling a yawn. Having already felt a twinge of sleepiness from lying on the grass, he was now struggling to suppress the overwhelming urge to indulge in a proper slumber. Thus, after reaching a consensus, the two made their way back along the same path. Upon arriving at the entrance, confronted by the securely shut door, Xiaoji turned to Xiao Wang and said, "So, shall we open the door?" "Huh. Wait a moment. What's that expression on your face?" Noticing the awkward look on Xiao Wang's countenance, Xiaoji was momentarily taken aback, hastily inquiring, "Your expression? Could it be?" I apologize. I forgot to bring the key and close the door," Xiao Wang replied, tapping her forehead with her fist in an attempt to feign innocence. Xiaoji. They certainly encountered an enormous predicament before the journey even began. It wouldn't do to knock on the door at such a late hour, would it? As for forgetting to lock the door and needing a key to open it, that could be excused, given it was a first-time experience for him. But what of Xiao Wang? Didn't Aunt Kaizi mention that just at noon? Is your tendency to forget things truly that rapid? I couldn't help it. I was entirely focused on closing the door carefully, and didn't think about the key at all. What can I say? That's precisely why you ought to be more vigilant. If you're so careless while traveling. The two, who had been polite just moments ago, now found themselves bickering over a trivial matter. Though it was their first encounter from Xiao Wang's perspective, she felt no sense of dissonance in their playful banter with Xiaoji. Rather, it felt entirely natural. Would such exchanges become commonplace during their travels? As Xiao Wang continued to spar with Xiaoji, she found herself harboring this curious anticipation. Meanwhile, Xiaoji, given the opportunity to relive this moment, had even more reflections. He had sensed a similarity between their personalities during their travels, and upon reflection, he arrived at the same conclusion. They appeared to be two oblivious fools, utterly indifferent to matters beyond their dreams. Yet it was precisely this trait that allowed them to become the most harmonious partners. Surely, their upcoming journey would be filled with even greater adventures. Such hopes blossomed in Xiaoji's heart as well. Chapter 16, Before the Departure. The following day, in the morning, at the breakfast table, both Xiaoji and Xiao Wang bore dark circles under their eyes, continually stifling yawns, looking decidedly fatigued. Xiao Wang, I can understand why you didn't sleep well. After all, it's your first day traveling, and excitement is to be expected. But Xiaoji, what is going on with you? Are you troubled by something? No, Xiaoji replied, shaking his head. I merely overslept on the plane, which led to a restless night. It's nothing to worry about. I've grown accustomed to it. Is that so? Kaizi remarked, seemingly reluctantly accepting Xiaoji's explanation. However, it would be best not to become accustomed to such a state. Young people should not overexert themselves, for regrets will come too late. Thank you for your concern. Xiaoji managed to force a smile in response. He couldn't quite recall what time he returned home last night, only remembering that he and Xiao Wang had argued at the door for at least half an hour without reaching a resolution. Consequently, they simply engaged in idle chatter at the entrance, continuing the discussion from noon. Eventually, it was Pikachu, who woke in the middle of the night and discovered his absence, who realized he was locked outside and appeared to assist them in opening the door. After all, it was Pikachu who proved useful at such critical moments. Although he and Xiao Wang ultimately managed to return to bed, they noted that dawn was already breaking. Xiaoji surmised he had slept for a maximum of 4 hours. A rather peculiar duration. Had he slept even a moment longer, neither he nor Xiao Wang would have risen that day. Okay, Pika. As Xiaoji and the others dined, the mischievous Ambipom, who was on the floor devouring Pokemon food, felt an uncontrollable urge to play a prank. Stealthily, it swiped a considerable amount of Pikachu's food, showing no remorse even when caught, swiftly finishing it off, leaving a forlorn yet powerless Pikachu behind. Could you refrain from pranking so early in the morning? Xiaoji sighed, replenishing Pikachu's consumed Pokemon food and generously adding a dollop of ketchup, which brightened Pikachu's mood considerably. By the way, I've been meaning to ask. Kaizi inquired upon witnessing the interaction between Xiaoji and Pikachu. You mentioned earlier that Pikachu doesn't wish to stay in a Pokeball. What about Ambipom? Does it feel the same way? Okay. Upon hearing the topic turned to him, Ambipom chuckled mischievously and saluted Kaizi, as if to confirm her assumption. What nonsense! Xiaoji exclaimed, delivering a playful chop to Ambipom's head. This fellow followed me here on its own. It should have been at Professor Okito's lab, since it sneaked along. I currently don't possess its Pokeball. Once we reach the next town, I can contact Professor Okito to have its Pokeball sent over. I see, Kaizi said, enlightened. In comparison to Ambipom, her companions captured over the years were quite well behaved, never causing her any concern. Reflecting on this made her feel somewhat fortunate. After concluding their conversation, Kaizi turned to the rapidly finishing breakfast Xiao Wang and asked, Xiao Wang, have you decided which Pokemon you wish to choose? Haven't you been awake all night? Me? Xiao Wang hesitated, holding her chopsticks, appearing quite conflicted. I haven't decided yet. All 3 Pokemon seem adorable. And I suppose I'll have to see the situation firsthand. That makes sense. Kaisi nodded in agreement. When she set out on her journey, she had known what starter Pokemon she wanted, yet upon encountering them, she hesitated for quite some time before making her choice. For a novice trainer, it is only when one stands before their future lifelong companions that they begin to feel the weight of their decision. Have all the necessary items been prepared? While some things can be purchased along the journey, it is best to bring essential supplies from the start, such as healing items. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if any issues arose during the trip. Haha, no problem. Everything is ready, Xiao Wang declared proudly, having swiftly cleared her plate. I took everything I need outside after waking up today. Took it outside? Ash and Keiko exchanged a glance, and from each other's eyes, they discerned a mixture of confusion and a hint of concern. With Xiao Wang's confident gaze upon them, they approached the door. Upon opening it, they were met with an unexpected sight. How peculiar it is that anyone would venture out with luggage taller than themselves. Why is that? Aren't these all essentials? This piece of clothing, this skirt, and even this hat, each holds its significance. Xiao Wang's meticulously prepared luggage, crafted with such confidence, was mercilessly criticized, prompting a natural expression of discontent. What is so essential about it? Honestly, can one truly embark with so many belongings? It was precisely because you assured me there would be no issue that I felt at ease and trusting you with packing. And look, it's all in disarray now. In any case, hastily discard the unnecessary items. No way. Watching the playful tug-of-war between Xiao Wang and Keiko, Ash could only manage an awkward smile from the sidelines. How to put it? It certainly embodies Xiao Wang's style. Despite her often careless demeanor, she holds an unwavering belief in her own actions, and her personality easily influences those around her. Sigh, this child. After a struggle, Ash finally managed to usher Xiao Wang inside to repack her belongings, allowing Keiko a moment to press her forehead in resignation before apologizing to Ash. I'm sorry, my child may not be the sharpest, so I'll have to trouble you to take care of her along the way. Ash was at a loss for how to respond, only managing a half-hearted acknowledgement. After all, in his memory, it seemed Xiao Wang had often taken care of him during their journeys. Chapter 17. The first leg of the journey proves unfavorable? Although a minor mishap occurred along the way, Xiao Wang and Ash set off from Xuanyu Town at the agreed-upon time, heading toward the nearest town, Jinsha Town, which also housed a Pokemon Research Institute. This day should have been one of celebration and joy, yet, I'm so tired. After walking for over 2 hours, Xiao Wang finally let out a lament. It wasn't that she lacked stamina from staying indoors all day. Rather, why does this journey feel somewhat different from what I envisioned? It feels so ordinary. Xiao Wang articulated the truth behind her exhaustion. They had been walking intermittently, not continuously for over 2 hours, and logically, even if tired, it shouldn't warrant such an outburst. Yet for Xiao Wang, the fatigue of the spirit far outweighed that of the body. Why is there nothing interesting to encounter? Ash pondered. How should I respond appropriately at this moment? That is the question. After such a brief period, what could they possibly encounter that is intriguing? If fascinating occurrences could be found in merely 2 hours, then they would soon lose their charm. Why are you being so morose? Xiao Wang pouted, critiquing him. That was indeed the case. Ash saw no fault in his words. Speaking of which, have you ever walked from Xuanyu Town to Jinsha Town before? Xiao Wang contemplated for a moment, then slowly replied, I've never walked there, but I have cycled to Jinsha Town several times since it offers a wider variety of goods. Hence, you might find it lacking in novelty. Ash remarked. If you ventured to places you've never been, the scenery along the way would seem quite extraordinary, like forests, meadows, deserts, and snow-capped mountains. Upon hearing Ash mention those places she had never visited, Xiao Wang's spirits were instantly lifted. Of course, even in familiar locales, one might encounter delightful surprises by discovering hidden paths. Though it's best to explore those in town, otherwise, one risks getting lost. Hidden paths, you say? Xiao Wang pondered Ash's words, and suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she clapped her hands. Ah, right. There is a shortcut to Jinsha Town just ahead at the signpost. However, since it's near the woods, I've never dared to venture there. Let us take that route this time. What do you say? Okay. Xiao Wang's suggestion quickly garnered the support of the mischievous Longwei Guaishou, who was always eager for excitement. In stark contrast to Xiao Wang's enthusiasm, Ash and Pikachu, seasoned in the art of getting lost, were acutely aware of the risks associated with taking hidden paths. Sensing Ash's apprehension, Xiao Wang immediately reassured him. No problem. That path has been traversed by many, and they say it's just home to some wild Pokemon. There is no risk of getting lost since it's a one-way route. Ash. Alright, I understand, but please don't look at me like that. Longwei Guaishou. You too. Ultimately, Ash could not resist Xiao Wang's insistence and nodded in agreement with her plan. Consider it a special accommodation for a newcomer. After all, as Xiao Wang mentioned, if there is no risk of getting lost, exploring the hidden path could prove delightful. While the main road is smooth and safe, it lacks the vibrancy of wild Pokemon, rendering it somewhat less interesting. Since today marks the first day of Xiaoguang's journey, introducing her to something novel would indeed be a pleasant experience. Naturally, it would be best if that novelty didn't involve being pursued by wild Pokémon. Ash shuddered at the thought, recalling his own first day of travel. Thus, after Ash accepted the proposal to take a detour, Xiaoguang's enthusiasm returned, and they quickly arrived at the signpost she had mentioned, marking the entrance to the hidden path. Caution, the road ahead is unpaved, proceed with care. Standing before the sign, Ash read the accompanying warning, his expression turning perplexed. Just how poor must the road conditions be to warrant such a warning? Is it truly safe? Ash turned to Xiaoguang, seeking her opinion. No problem at all. Xiaoguang patted her chest, dismissively stating, that sign has been there for years. The road was repaired long ago, so there won't be any issues. Is that so? When Xiaoguang typically says there's no problem, it often indicates the opposite. For some reason, Ash's mind suddenly recalled Keiko's words before their departure. Surely, it can't be that mystical. After traveling with Xiaoguang for so long, he had heard her assure him that everything was fine countless times. While many of those instances did indeed present issues, most were easily resolved. Taking a hidden path shouldn't pose any significant problems, right? All right. Enough thinking. Let us get going. Xiaoguang. Ash looked on in confusion as Xiaoguang pushed him forward from behind. If we're setting off, let us do so. Why must I lead the way? If a wild Pokemon were to launch a sudden attack, wouldn't that put me in a precarious position? If you're in front, at least Longwei Guaisho and Pikachu will be by your side. There should be no issues, right? That does make a valid point. Ash realized. Indeed. He had overlooked that aspect. Had he considered it beforehand, he would have taken the lead regardless of Xiaoguang's actions. Well then, let us proceed. Ash shrugged. Beckoning the eager Longwei Guaisho, who had already leapt onto a nearby tree, preparing to enter the woods. Although it is generally expected that the areas surrounding the initial town would be devoid of any perilous Pokemon, creatures such as Beedrill are quite exceptional. If one were to encounter them, it is imperative to flee at once, as they typically appear in swarms. I understand that, and besides, I wouldn't dare to act arrogantly in front of a Beedrill without having captured a Pokemon first. Xiaoguang puffed up her cheeks, seemingly displeased with Ash's condescending attitude, urging him to hasten his pace. Just as Ash took a step towards the rocky path leading into the woods, he was momentarily taken aback by an unexpected softness beneath his feet, rather than the anticipated sensation of stone or soil. This sudden discrepancy caused Ash's body to wobble, and before he could maintain his balance for even 2 seconds, a shriek echoed. At the very first stop of his journey, Ash found himself face down on the ground, having taken quite a tumble. However, before he could voice his grievances about the nature of the ground below him, he heard a faint, sorrowful whimpering sound emanating from behind him. Are you all right? Did you miss a step? Xiaoguang, who had been following Ash closely, couldn't help but express her concern upon witnessing his fall. The stone steps ahead were approximately a meter high above the path below, while one could see the trail beneath. The small patch of ground adjacent to the steps remained obscured. Given this limited visibility, it seemed unsurprising that a fall might occur. However, Ash had appeared to exercise great caution while descending. It was puzzling why he had stumbled. As Xiaoguang inquired about Ash's condition, Pikachu and Ambipom had already leapt to his side. Yet, when Xiaoguang glanced at Ash, she noticed that his gaze, along with that of Pikachu and Ambipom, seemed fixated not on themselves, but rather on something else. Peering in the direction of their attention, Xiaoguang discovered a figure squatting in the corner. The individual had their back turned, muttering incomprehensible words as if reflecting on their misdeeds. A fresh footprint was still visible on the person's back, likely left by Ash moments prior. The scene before her appeared undeniably peculiar. Hey Ash, are you okay? Xiaoguang exclaimed, leaping down but deliberately avoiding the crouching figure. Had she leapt from her intended spot, she might have encountered a similar fate as Ash. I'm fine, Ash replied, somewhat perplexed that even after her descent, his gaze remained unshifted as he stared at the somewhat disheveled man in the corner. If you're all right, shall we move on? He seems a bit odd. I wonder if he might be dangerous, Xiaoguang whispered cautiously in Ash's ear. Upon feeling the warmth and slight tickle of her breath, Ash finally snapped back to reality, looking at Xiaoguang as if he wished to explain something, yet ultimately chose to forego verbal clarification. Under Xiaoguang's astonished gaze, he approached the crouching man and delivered a firm pat on his shoulder. Wake up, Xiaoguang gasped, startled by Ash's sudden action, fearing he was angry about being tripped. She could empathize, for who would expect to find a person in such an unassuming location? Landing unexpectedly and stumbling was indeed an unwarranted misfortune. Yet, the man before them certainly seemed off, as if he were grappling with some mental disturbance. What if he erupted suddenly? Why is this happening? It shouldn't be like this, Ash muttered. To both Ash and Xiaoguang's astonishment, the man did not react to being struck. He remained ensconced in his own world. Faced with such a predicament, Ash sighed in resignation and exchanged a knowing glance with Pikachu. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. What? No. Wait. This isn't necessary. Unexpectedly, Pikachu, usually so composed, did not hesitate upon receiving Ash's command. In an instant, a dazzling bolt of electricity enveloped the man, who, after emitting a series of anguished cries, finally emerged from his reverie. Who's there? Who's attacking me? Ash and Pikachu. Okay, and Ambipom too. Xiao Wang was taken aback as she realized that this strange man was indeed familiar with Ash and Pikachu. Really now? Did you have to use Thunderbolt to get my attention? You could have just called out or tapped me. The man complained, brushing the dust off his clothes. Well, I already tapped you once, and I even stepped on you when I landed. Did you not notice that? Ash explained, while Pikachu chimed in to support his statement. After piecing together the sequence of events, it was now the man's turn to feel embarrassed. Haha, my apologies, it seems I was in the wrong. So, who was that standing behind you? As he conversed with Ash, the man's gaze shifted to the timid Xiao Wang, who instinctively took a couple of steps back in fright. Although she had already suspected that Ash, Pikachu, and Ambipom recognized this man when she noticed their peculiar expressions, she could not shake the feeling that something was amiss with his mental state, leading her to dismiss her initial assumption until now. Oh, I forgot to introduce her. This is Xiao Wang, a rookie trainer just starting out today, preparing to receive her first Pokémon, Ash said, providing the introduction. He then turned to Xiao Wang and continued. Though I haven't mentioned his name before, I have recounted his story. He is Brock, the gym leader from Pewter City, with whom I traveled previously. The former gym leader. Brock added. Wait, you mean the reliable one who cooks well and has great insights into Pokémon training? Xiao Wang asked in surprise. But he doesn't seem like it at all. Xiao Wang's candid remark rendered Brock momentarily silent. Having just experienced a blow to his pride, he was taken aback by this second hit. If it weren't for his typically calm demeanor, he might have retreated to a corner to weep. Don't take it to heart, Ash said, patting Brock on the shoulder. The way you acted just now would seem odd to anyone. Xiao Wang not calling you a creep is already quite generous. Is that your way of comforting someone? Wait, is that something I can actually say? I was afraid it might be impolite, so I kept it to myself. Ash and Brock exchanged glances, and a heavy silence enveloped the scene. Although their reunion had been somewhat peculiar, they had ultimately crossed paths anew in the Sinnoh region in a rather unexpected manner. Chapter 19. Picnic time in the woods. By the way, Brock, what were you doing over there looking so lost? After learning that Ash and Xiao Wang were traveling together, Brock naturally joined their company. As they walked along the path, Ash could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question. Well, squatting in that position is rather unsettling. Xiao Wang agreed with a nod. About that. Sigh. Brock pondered for a moment before releasing a deep sigh. Actually, under the watchful gazes of Xiaoji and Xiao Wang, Xiaojing finally divulged the reasons behind his tears, which he had concealed in that secluded place. To say he laid it all bare would be an understatement. In essence, there was but a singular cause. After Xiaojing recounted his experiences, Xiao Wang cast upon him an indescribable look, while Xiaoji appeared to experience a moment of clarity. So, to put it simply, the girl who had once shared a journey with you received a phone call from her boyfriend just as you were about to confess your feelings, leaving you stranded here. Correct? Xiaoji suddenly recalled a similar scenario from the past, yet Xiaojing's current despondency was markedly greater than he remembered. Was it because he lacked someone to share these feelings with at that crucial moment? But isn't it a bit peculiar to fall for someone at first sight? Although Xiao Wang had never encountered such adult emotions, she still offered insightful observations. At first glance, one might only be enamored by another's appearance. Could this truly be classified as love? Wrong. Xiaojing promptly dismissed Xiao Wang's perspective. It is precisely that initial attraction which paves the way for subsequent feelings. If the first impression is one of indifference, the likelihood of developing mutual affection diminishes significantly. Oh, Xiao Wang replied, somewhat perplexed. So, does she have feelings for you? Xiaojing coughed, turning away as tears began to flow once more. He could not comprehend why Xiao Wang, who appeared so composed, could inadvertently utter such hurtful words. Despite it being the height of summer, Xiaojing felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Let us set that aside for now. Sensing Xiaojing's emotions beginning to dip again, Xiaoji hastily shifted the topic. It must be nearly noon. Shall we have lunch? I'm quite famished. Pikachu okay. Upon hearing the mention of lunch, both Pikachu and the Ambipom enthusiastically raised their hands in agreement. It had been some time since they had savored Xiaojing's culinary creations, so naturally they were excited at the prospect of relishing such delectable dishes once more. Indeed, one should not dwell on past sorrows. Instead of ruminating on this morning's failures, it is far more prudent to contemplate what to eat for lunch. Xiaojing exclaimed, invigorated, as he dashed ahead to a small clearing, setting down his backpack. In Xiao Wang's astonished gaze, Xiaojing swiftly retrieved an array of items from his bag. Pots, bowls, various seasonings, and even folding tables and chairs. Xiao Wang stared incredulously at Xiaoji, stammering as she pointed at Xiaojing. Don't ask me, Xiaoji shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. I too am curious about how Xiaojing managed to fit so much into his backpack, although it is indeed quite large. Yet even the largest pack shouldn't accommodate such an absurd quantity. A table, and so many stools, even a stew pot. Xiao Wang finally gathered her thoughts. Yet Xiaoji could still sense her bewilderment. Although he wished to explain, he too was baffled by Xiaojing's feat, rendering him unable to assist. After this brief interlude, Xiao Wang reluctantly accepted this seemingly extravagant and implausible reality. After all, it was better to focus on the bubbling pot of stew than to ponder how Xiaojing accomplished such a feat. It smells wonderful. Sitting on a stool, Xiao Wang was already salivating at the enticing aroma wafting from the pot. In truth, she hadn't felt particularly hungry when Xiaoji suggested lunch. But upon catching a whiff of Xiaojing's cooking, she realized her appetite had indeed awakened. Today's lunch featured sliced meat soup, enhanced with my special seasoning. And the taste would not only showcase the freshness of the ingredients, but also offer a hint of sour and spicy notes. Sipping a bowl of meat soup accompanied by rice on such a sweltering day is simply divine. Having returned to the culinary realm, Xiaojing emanated a completely different aura. Where he had once appeared as a dejected, heartbroken individual, he now resembled a legendary figure commanding the culinary world, confidently flashing a bright smile that revealed his pearly whites as he spoke. Gurgle. Xiao Wang and Xiaoji swallowed in unison. The aroma of the meat soup had thoroughly piqued their appetites. Noticing their reaction, Xiaojing ceased his enticements, instead serving each a bowl while also dishing out rice. Go ahead. Don't hold back. There's plenty here, and there's more to come. We want to be polite. I'm diving in. After Xiaojing presented the food, Xiaoji and Xiao Wang cast aside their reservations and began to feast heartily. Meanwhile, Pikachu and Ambipom indulged in Xiaojing's specially crafted Pokémon cuisine. For the pair, who had grown accustomed to the standard fare sold in stores over these past few days, Xiaojing's culinary offerings were undoubtedly a gourmet delight. Just as everyone was immersed in the leisurely and delightful lunch, a small figure perched atop a nearby tree, concealed by the foliage, fixed its gaze intently on the Pokémon food in front of Pikachu and Ambipom, poised to spring into action. Moo. It emitted a series of low growls from its throat, lowering its center of gravity, as it noticed Ambipom's attention shift to Pikachu's bowl, revealing a fleeting moment of vulnerability. It dove downwards with great intent. Chapter 20. The Gluttonous Munchlax OKI. After having a few bites, the restless Ambipom once again shifted its focus to the food in Pikachu's bowl. Although Xiaojing had meticulously prepared various dishes tailored to the preferences of each Pokémon, logically, both Pikachu and Ambipom should have been enjoying their favorite flavors. Yet, Ambipom had a peculiar penchant for coveting others' food, as if pilfering it would somehow enhance its taste. It knew that if it were to ask Pikachu for a taste, Pikachu would surely oblige, but it refused to do so. Only by relying on its own cunning to pilfer food could it truly savor the victory of a well-earned meal. Okie. With this thought in mind, Ambipom reached out to poke Pikachu. Seeing that Pikachu's attention had strayed from its own bowl, Ambipom had already devised a series of steps to stealthily snatch some food from Pikachu's bowl. OKI. What's over there? Pick. As Ambipom pointed, Pikachu innocently diverted its gaze. At that moment, a mischievous grin spread across Ambipom's face as it extended its tail towards Pikachu's bowl. Just then, Pikachu, like a seasoned hunter, swung its tail back in a decisive motion, swiftly swatting Ambipom's tail away. OKI? How did you know? Pick. I'm used to it. In response to Ambipom's incredulous inquiry, Pikachu simply replied with calm assurance. It has been deceived by the long-tail monster dozens of times from the past to the present. If it fails to learn from such experiences, it would indeed be quite disheartening. After realizing that its cunning plan has not succeeded, the long-tail monster can only lower its head in disappointment and resume its meal. However, just as it turns away, it perceives a shadow swiftly passing in front of it, accompanied by the sound of its bowl crashing to the ground. In an instant, the long-tail monster's precious Pokémon food has significantly diminished. Okie. Its loud cries draw the attention of Ash and his companions seated nearby. What happened? Ash promptly inquires. Initially enjoying his meal in peace, he turns to witness the long-tail monster's food scattered across the ground, with it glaring furiously at a specific spot. Over there. That Pokémon is. With the added insights from Koharu and Brock, Ash finally raises his gaze to see a diminutive Pokémon perched atop a tree branch, proudly displaying its bounty of stolen food from the long-tail monster. Is that a Munchlax? Ash remarks, identifying the Pokémon while simultaneously recording it in his Pokédex. Although he is already aware of its identity, he understands the importance of fulfilling Professor Oak's assignment. Is it this theft of the long-tail monster's food that incited its fury? Koharu has now grasped the situation between Munchlax and the long-tail monster, and considering the latter's temperament, it is no wonder it is so enraged. The act of stealing food reminds me of a swallow. Despite the stark differences in their species' dispositions, this particular Munchlax seems to possess quite the temper as well. Brock, from a more expert perspective, critiques the Munchlax before him, yet the mere comparison to swallows serves as an affirmation of the Munchlax's prowess. Should we try to capture it? Brock inquires, glancing at Ash. Certainly, Ash replies, adjusting the brim of his cap as he approaches the long-tail monster. Since the opportunity presents itself, there is no reason to forego capturing it, especially knowing that the long-tail monster would be dissatisfied if they did not engage in battle. Okay. The long-tail monster eagerly nods in agreement with Ash's assertion, having readied itself for the impending confrontation. Observing the commotion below, Munchlax leisurely consumes its plundered food, casting a disdainful glance at the group before launching itself into a swift dive. So fast, Koharu exclaims. Although this is her first live experience of a wild Pokémon battle, she has watched numerous dazzling competitions on video, and even in this context, she cannot help but admire the Munchlax's impressive speed, recognizing its undeniable confidence. Double team. Regardless of speed, for close combat techniques, evasion is key to mounting a counterattack. The moment Ash issues his command, the long-tail monster instantly creates 5 or 6 shadow duplicates. The movements of the shadows are perfectly synchronized, causing Munchlax to halt its descent and veer upward. Don't let it escape. Swift. Ash, unwilling to relinquish the offensive as Munchlax attempts to evade the long-tail monster's range, knows that this opportunity must not be squandered. The Munchlax exhibits commendable battle awareness. If they miss this chance, altering the tide of battle will prove exceedingly difficult. Okay. Several duplicates merge back into one, and with a flick of its tail, the long-tail monster unleashes a cascade of golden stars into the sky, catching Munchlax off guard. The explosion reverberates as Munchlax loses its balance and plummets to the ground, prompting Ash to command a pursuit. Concentrated hit. Okay. As the long-tail monster channels its power, it races towards the descending Munchlax. Just as Munchlax, with its eyes tightly shut, senses the long-tail monster's approach, it abruptly opens its eyes, its wings enveloped in a white glow, and strikes at the long-tail monster's abdomen. However, bang, the wing attack fails to deliver the anticipated impact, resulting in an empty sensation as the long-tail monster dissipates into white smoke. Double team? Just as Munchlax is astonished to find its target was merely an illusion, the real long-tail monster closes in from another angle. Under the gaze of Munchlax's begrudging eyes, the concentrated hit lands without reservation, sending Munchlax tumbling several meters away. Chapter 21. Ash and Shinji. Munchlax. After being struck back to the ground by the concentrated hit, Munchlax initially quivers, attempting to rise, but ultimately succumbs to exhaustion, collapsing and losing its fighting capability. Go. Observing this, Ash does not linger in thought. He retrieves an empty Pokeball from his belt, enlarges it, and tosses it. A flash of red light ensues, and Munchlax offers no resistance as it is effortlessly captured within the ball, which does not even tremble, signifying a flawless capture. I caught a Munchlax. Pikachu. Okay. Upon Ash retrieving the Pokeball containing Munchlax, both Pikachu and the long-tail monster celebrate, astonished by the smoothness of their first capture in the Sinnoh region. Incredible. There was absolutely no superfluous movement. While Koharu may still be somewhat naive regarding Pokemon battles, even an outsider can recognize the significance of Ash's tactical prowess displayed in this encounter. He made the optimal choices in every situation, utilizing Double Team to create an illusion that concealed the long-tail monster's true position, culminating in a decisive final blow. How decisive? It feels as if Ash's command skills have undergone a remarkable transformation in such a short span. Has he undergone special training? Not only Koharu, but even Brock, who has traveled alongside Ash for a considerable time, finds himself astonished. Perhaps it is precisely because of their prolonged journey together that Brock has come to appreciate Ash's growth even more. Although the opponent was merely an ordinary Munchlax, the previous Ash would have undoubtedly floundered at the start, rather than exhibiting such confidence and decisiveness as he does today. Humph. Is this sort of weakling truly worthy of capture? Just as Ash is about to stow away Munchlax's Pokeball, an ill-timed voice suddenly emanates from behind them. Who are you? Hey, what do you mean by that? That's quite rude. Brock attempts to inquire about the individual's identity, while the more impulsive and forthright Koharu directly expresses her discontent on Ash's behalf. Ash turns to face the newcomer, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his gaze. With short purple hair and clad in a long-sleeved jacket of purple and deep green hues, the individual exudes an air of indifference, seeming utterly unconcerned with the world around him, regarding others with a scrutinizing gaze. Shinji. During his journey in the Sinnoh region, Ash encountered the most formidable and challenging rival, whose philosophy regarding Pokemon training stood in stark contrast to his own. This trainer placed great emphasis on Pokemon potential, type advantages, and various strategic tactics. I merely speak the truth. In the face of the imposing Dawn, Shinji showed no inclination to alter his stance. He paid little heed to the obstructive Dawn and Brock, fixating instead on Ash, who was observing him intently. Your command skills are decent. By all accounts, you should be considered a competent trainer. Therefore, it would be prudent to exercise greater discernment when selecting Pokémon. He stated this in a patronizing tone, that Mukuru possesses an arrogant demeanor, yet lacks the prowess to match its conceit. Throughout a mere few exchanges, the situation was utterly unclear. While it exhibited a modicum of battle awareness, its actions were foolish, resorting only to skills that most Mukuru could master. What exactly do you mean? Do you believe Ash should not capture this Mukuru? This is of no concern to me. I simply offer my advice from the perspective of a Pokémon trainer. After all, if even such a creature is to be captured, then no amount of command skill will suffice. Enough, calm down. Noticing that Dawn was on the verge of losing her temper, Brock hurriedly intervened, casting a pleading glance towards Ash. Indeed, while seeking Ash's assistance, Brock felt a twinge of fear, as the remarks made by Shinji were rather peculiar. If Ash were to lose his composure due to these words, the situation could spiral out of control. Say what you will, I remain steadfast in my choice. Ash cast a reassuring glance at Brock before stepping forward to confront Shinji directly. If a trainer's abilities are only highlighted by exceptionally gifted Pokémon, or if solely such Pokémon can aid trainers in reaching their goals, then it is this league tournament that is fundamentally flawed. I have always believed that the bond between trainer and Pokémon can transcend mere ability, propelling them both toward greater horizons. Ash's assertion was unequivocal, a complete repudiation of his opponent's viewpoint. Ridiculous. Shinji scoffed. So you think you can defeat me in the league tournament? With such a cowardly mindset? How can one know without trying? Pokémon battles inherently yield no results without confrontation, do they not? On this matter alone, Shinji refrained from dismissing Ash's perspective. Indeed, he had never considered that his brother could appear so feeble against Arceus, lacking even the slightest opportunity to retaliate. Shinji did not retort further. But the Electabuzz standing silently at his side could no longer contain itself. Its horn-like appendages crackled with arcs of electricity, signaling its readiness to engage Ash in battle. Do not act unnecessarily. However, the Electabuzz's determination was swiftly quelled by Shinji's admonition. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Ash, leaving behind one last remark. I have no time today. Should we meet again, I will demonstrate just how foolish your so-called bond between trainer and Pokémon truly is. Watching Shinji's retreating figure, Ash realized he had yet to leave his name behind. Meanwhile, Dawn remained visibly upset, her day's good mood thoroughly shattered. What is wrong with that person? Acting so high and mighty, one might think he is someone of great importance. After all, every trainer possesses different philosophies. So it is not surprising to encounter such a resolute trainer. Brock shook his head. Despite his words, as a Pokémon breeder, he found it difficult to align with Shinji's views. If there were no bond between trainers and their Pokémon, then for trainers and humanity, wouldn't Pokémon merely be tools? A heavy silence lingered between them until the mischievous Ambipom resumed its antics against Pikachu, perhaps the one most averse to a somber atmosphere. Chapter 22, The Chaotic Laboratory. Why must I encounter such a person on the very first day of my journey? It is infuriating. Although some time had passed since parting ways with Shinji and they had resumed their travels, Dawn's mood had shown no signs of improvement, evidently affected by Shinji's remarks, which likely undermined her beliefs. There is no need to be so upset. It is entirely possible to meet strange individuals and odd occurrences during a journey. After all, we once encountered a talking Meowth. What was that? A Pokémon that can talk? You're not concocting some story to deceive me, are you? Upon hearing Ash's attempt at consolation, Dawn felt no relief. Rather, she suspected that Ash was merely fabricating tales. However, Brock's subsequent response caused her to reconsider. Or perhaps question her understanding of the world. Are you referring to Team Rocket's Meowth? By the way, why bring it up now? Could it be that those three have also come to Sinnoh, and we have already crossed paths? Brock, although it should be a familiar occurrence, considering they have pursued Ash from Kanto to the Orange Islands, then to Johto and Hoenn, it is not surprising that they followed Ash to Sinnoh. Their perseverance is indeed commendable. Even Brock, who has known Ash for so long, would not have continued traveling with him were it not for fortuitous circumstances. And those three have likely chased Ash longer than Brock has traveled with him. If there truly is a talking Meowth, I would love to see it. Dawn mused. If Meowth were to recite a tongue twister on the grand stage of a contest, it would surely astonish the audience. Though it remains uncertain whether it would pass the first round of evaluation, it is best not to encounter them at all, Ash remarked, then began to share tales of Team Rocket as Dawn listened with curiosity. Time slipped away as they conversed, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the Yamabuki Research Laboratory located in Masago Town. Typically, Pokémon research facilities require vast spaces, which is why most are situated far from urban areas. The Yamabuki Research Laboratory was no exception, standing along a long, winding road northwest of Masago Town, quietly awaiting the arrival of novice trainers. Standing before the entrance of the Yamabuki Research Laboratory, Dawn took a deep breath. What to do? Suddenly feeling quite nervous. Do not be anxious. We are merely here to collect our starter Pokémon. If you hesitate to enter, I shall proceed without you. Wait, hold on. Before Dawn could finish, Ash had already pushed open the door to the laboratory, only to be greeted not by neatly lined up starter Pokémon nor a tidy facility, but, what should we do? If this continues, we will be in trouble when the professor returns. Enough. Stop complaining. Let us tidy up these documents first. Then we'll go after the runaway Pokémon. This is ridiculous. Why must things go awry today, just when the trainers are about to, One of the researchers, who was busy organizing items, suddenly froze in place, as if the others sensed something amiss and collectively lifted their heads. Standing at the doorway were several strangers, gazing at them in bewilderment. It appeared they had come to an understanding, as one stepped forward cautiously and inquired, "May I ask if there are any novice trainers among you here to collect their Pokémon today?" "That would be me," Xiao Wang replied as she stepped forward. Today was indeed the day she was supposed to receive her starter Pokémon, yet having overheard the researcher's earlier conversation, she seemed to have already deduced something. "May I ask where my Pokémon is?" She had prepared herself to meet the 3 Pokémon, but now, faced with such a predicament, her spirits naturally sank. The researcher's face turned pale, but unable to deceive Xiao Wang, he spoke the truth. "I sincerely apologize. There was a minor issue in the laboratory just now, which caused our Murkrow and 2 of the new Pokémon to escape." Xiao Wang fell silent, casting a questioning glance at Ash, as if to ask whether this could be considered one of the surprises encountered during their journey. Similar incidents are bound to occur, Ash averted his gaze and remarked. Although the laboratory mishap had nothing to do with him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment since he was the one who had painted a rosy picture for Xiao Wang before their journey. Fortunately, Xiao Wang did not attribute the mishap to Ash. She merely teased him in a half-joking manner. Today marked the first day of her adventure. Yet on what should have been a day of joy, she found herself not only confronting a rather unpleasant trainer from before, but also discovering that 2 of her starter Pokémon had escaped. "What should we do now?" Xiao Wang inquired of the researcher. The researcher stammered. "Perhaps you could wait here while we tidy up, and then go retrieve the escaped Pokémon. Alternatively, if you prefer, you could choose this Pokémon as your starter." He gestured towards a Turtwig, which was timidly munching on Pokémon food in the corner. Upon noticing that it was being watched by the researcher and Xiao Wang, the Turtwig hastily lowered its head and continued eating. "Never mind, let us think of another solution." Xiao Wang sighed. Though the Turtwig was indeed adorable, its demeanor seemed overly timid, and it did not align with her personality. Thus, it was unlikely to be her first choice. "How about we help you find those lost Pokémon?" At that moment, Ash interjected. "Is that really possible?" The researchers looked at Ash with eager eyes, as if they had grasped a glimmer of hope. After all, this was indeed the most efficient method. "But first, I'll need to borrow your phone and Pokémon transportation device." "Of course. Please, take whatever you need. Don't hesitate to ask us for anything. We will gladly provide whatever we can." "That won't be necessary," Ash replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively as he strode towards the phone and transportation device within the research facility. Xiao Wang and Brock both agreed that Ash's decision was the wisest, and thus had no reason to refuse to assist. Chapter 23, Assistance? Ariados in the forest. Though they had offered to help, how could they possibly find the lost Pokémon in such a vast area? Upon reaching the forest the researchers had described, Xiao Wang began to regret agreeing to their request so readily. "Well, there's no other option. We'll just have to search slowly. Logically, they shouldn't have strayed too far from here," Brock remarked, furrowing his brow. Although he appeared to be comforting Xiao Wang, he too harbored doubts about their chances of locating the lost Pokémon in such a sprawling forest. "Don't worry," Ash reassured them. "Didn't the researchers mention that the Murkrow are quite gentle? They likely fled out of fright, and once they calm down, they should return on their own." The real concern, however, lay with the remaining Piplup and Chimchar. Unlike the flying Murkrow, it was evident that Piplup and Chimchar were in a more precarious situation. Rumor had it that deep within the forest lay the territory of Ariados. While the wild Ariados were less intimidating and destructive than Beedrill, being surrounded by them was still a predicament that fledgling Pokémon like Piplup and Chimchar could hardly handle. Viewed from this perspective, their situation was indeed quite dire. After hearing Ash's reasoning, both Xiao Wang and Brock nodded in agreement. It was true, as Ash had stated, flying-type Pokémon were unlikely to get lost in this forest. If they had wandered off, the only plausible explanation was that they simply did not wish to return. However, having ruled out that possibility, their focus fell solely on locating Chimchar and Piplup. If they could find these 2 Pokémon, their mission would be complete. But therein lay the problem, the fork in the road. Arriving at a junction, they faced 2 paths. What do we do? Should we choose one to follow, or? In a situation like this, we must split up, Ash declared decisively. Based on past experiences, if everyone took the same path, they would only end up lost. Therefore, to minimize the risk of getting lost and to widen their search, splitting up was the optimal choice. Yes, I concur, Brock, who was no stranger to the pitfalls of getting lost, acknowledged Ash's suggestion. Considering their circumstances, he added, I'll take the right path alone. Ash and Xiaowang. You two should take the left. Ash possessed the greatest strength among them, while Xiaowang had yet to acquire any Pokemon. So having the two of them together was the safest course of action. Even the most skilled Pokemon trainers must maintain a healthy respect for the unknown dangers of the forest. Otherwise, when the forest inevitably delivers an unexpected blow, it would be too late to exercise caution and reverence. After a brief regrouping, the trio carefully ventured deeper into the forest. What terrible luck! I never imagined I would encounter so many troubles on my first day of travel. Did I choose the wrong time to embark? Xiaowang, trailing behind Ash, couldn't help but murmur her complaints. Before arriving here, she could never have anticipated that merely picking up her starter Pokemon would turn into such a complex and challenging affair. Had she come here alone, it would have been futile. Look on the bright side. No matter how challenging this may seem, it's still better than my initial circumstances, I assent it. Besides, who knows if this might not turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Although it appears unfortunate on the surface, there could be hidden opportunities within, Ash replied. His words were not solely based on having heard Xiaowang recount her experiences. Ash had also traveled a similar path. The more troublesome and perilous the situation, the greater the potential for opportunity. Many legendary Pokemon had crossed his path under such circumstances. Let us hope that is the case. Xiaowang could only regard Xiaoji's words as mere encouragement, for her misfortunes today had eroded her confidence to express her usual catchphrase. At this moment, her sole desire was to swiftly locate the lost Pokemon and return home. Xiaoji, perceiving her thoughts, chose not to elaborate further. Some lessons can only be truly grasped through personal experience. The two had already ventured into the forest for nearly 20 minutes. Although the forest appeared vast at first glance, in terms of depth, it could only be deemed a small forest, and traversing through it would not require an excessive amount of time. The fog was thick. Following closely behind Xiaoji, Xiaowang began to feel anxious, unconsciously clutching the corner of his shirt. Even her typically optimistic demeanor faltered in such an environment. This was a forest, inherently fraught with peril. Without the fog, she could rely on her eyesight to observe her surroundings, but now, shrouded in such dense mist, her visibility extended no further than 3 or 4 meters. The tension and fear of the unknown quickly enveloped her. Surely, there must be a sizable lake nearby, for such dense fog would hardly form otherwise. A lake? At Xiaoji's prompt, Xiaowang seemed to recall something and quickly replied, by that reasoning, we must be near Lake Valor, one of the 3 great lakes of the Sinnoh region. The largest, and indeed the only lake within this forest, was Lake Valor, situated at its heart. However, Xiaowang never anticipated that they had already reached the vicinity of Lake Valor. If they proceeded any further, they would stray from their path back to Shinesa town. Just as her worries grew, Pikachu, walking ahead, twitched its ears and raised a paw to halt Xiaoji and Xiaowang from advancing. Pikapai? Pikachu's tone was laden with seriousness. Just as Xiaowang was about to inquire further about what Pikachu had sensed, the surrounding fog, as if in response to her unspoken wish, began to sway and dissipate, revealing the unmistakable forms of the predators that had encircled them. Ariados. And so many. In the fleeting moment of clarity, Xiaowang spotted no fewer than 10 Ariados. The tension of the situation compelled her to inch even closer to Xiaoji. Chapter 24. VS Ariados, an unexpected aid. It seems we have inadvertently wandered into the territory of the Ariados, Xiaoji remarked as he threw out a pokeball containing his longtail monster. At this moment, he remained uncertain of the precise number of Ariados present and knew they must remain vigilant. Complacency was not an option. Be cautious. We still do not know how many there are. Indeed, while I cannot say for certain, it is undoubtedly more than just those we see before us, Xiaoji replied cautiously. With over a decade of travel experience, he had developed a keen understanding of the habits of commonly encountered Pokemon like the Ariados, even without formal study. Unlike Beedrill or Teddiursa, which would flee en masse upon spotting an enemy, Ariados displayed a more cunning and strategic demeanor in the face of intruders. Typically, Ariados would categorize their group into frontliners and support based on the individual skills of each member. The frontliners would engage the enemy first, while the support would conceal themselves in nearby foliage or trees, utilizing webbing and poison attacks for ambushes. Although an individual Ariados was not particularly formidable in combat, their prowess in teamwork and cooperative tactics rendered them among the most formidable foes encountered in the wild. Engaging them under normal circumstances was already a challenge, let alone in the midst of such thick fog. Pikachu, Exercise caution with your electric attacks. We do not want to risk striking ourselves, Xiaoji reminded before the battle commenced. The surrounding atmosphere was excessively damp, and merely stepping into the fog had left him drenched in moisture. While a thunderbolt in this environment could swiftly eliminate the Ariados, it would also endanger their own safety. The concealment provided by the fog evidently emboldened the Ariados. Assuming they had the upper hand due to Xiaoji and the others' apparent inaction, the frontliners began to envelop themselves in dark purple toxins as they advanced toward Xiaoji and Xiaoguang. In response, Xiaoji simply adjusted his position, placing Pikachu in front of Xiaoguang while he focused on commanding Longtail Monster. Use Shadow Clone followed by Swift. Although the clones could not inflict damage upon the opponents, creating confusion was far more critical in such an environment than dealing direct harm. Longtail Monster leaped into the air, creating 6 shadowy duplicates in an instant. All 6 clones simultaneously swung their tails, unleashing a flurry of swift attacks that rained down upon the Ariados before Xiaoji. Accustomed to terrorizing their surroundings, the Ariados had never encountered such a display. Startled by the onslaught of Swift, they began to retreat, and a few who failed to withdraw in time suffered the consequences. Meanwhile, Pikachu, unable to freely use electric-type moves, resorted to engaging the Ariados head-on with Iron Tail in response to their poisonous strikes. The dark purple claws clashed against the silver-white tail, producing a series of dull thuds. Although outnumbered, Pikachu, leveraging its battle experience and level advantage, held its ground. Seizing moments of vulnerability, Pikachu did not hesitate to utilize Quick Attack against the exposed Ariados. Despite facing 10 foes with only 2 allies, the pressure from Longtail Monster and Pikachu forced the encircling Ariados to begin their retreat. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoji did not feel a sense of relief, for he understood that if the frontliners of the Ariados failed to secure victory, the support would soon prepare to strike. Prepare yourselves. Be wary of the poison needles and webbing that may come flying from the fog. Pika. Oki. Although Pikachu and Longtail Monster were unaware of how Xiaoji possessed this knowledge, their trust in him led them to accept his speculation as an impending reality. Sure enough, as the Ariados retreated to a safe distance, the previously stable fog began to shift. The mist began to coalesce towards several specific points, and having already heeded Xiaoji's warning, Pikachu and Longtail Monster braced themselves for the anticipated ambush. Suddenly, a crisp sound sliced through the silence, piercing through the layers of fog toward their position. Upon realizing that the incoming attack consisted of thin, poisonous needles, Longtail Monster leapt into the air and, with its tail already charged with energy, began to swat away the projectiles one by one. On the other hand, Pikachu was not confronted by venomous needles, but by countless strands of web racing forth. Without the assistance of its electric-type abilities, Pikachu found it exceedingly challenging to disperse the sticky threads solely with its iron tail. Merely after 2 or 3 rounds, its tail had become thoroughly ensnared in the webs. Pikachu landed on the ground, feeling aggrieved as it attempted to dislodge the webs clinging to its tail. However, the Ariados nearby seemed to perceive the efficacy of their spinning attack and began to intensify their efforts. At this moment, not only the support troops lurking in the shadows, but even the frontline combatants, who were originally meant to engage Pikachu in close quarters, commenced unleashing their spinning attacks with fervor. Realizing it could not withstand the onslaught, Pikachu began to flee towards a position away from Koharu, electric arcs crackling across its body. Koharu stepped back. Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt. Ash, while orchestrating the battle with his Ambipom, noticed Pikachu's predicament and, after uttering this command to Koharu, permitted Pikachu to activate its electric-type moves, preparing for a final assault against the Ariados. But was it truly safe? Instinctively, Ash touched his already damp clothing, pondering this thought. Oh well, if I get zapped, I'll just have to get used to it eventually. He cast a sympathetic glance towards Koharu, letting out a soft sigh. Just when he thought Koharu was destined to become the target of an explosive attack, a resounding cry echoed behind them. Pachima! Simultaneously, a flurry of tightly packed yet orderly bubbles pierced through the mist, breaking through the onslaught of webs and bombarding the clustered Ariados. Chapter 25. The Emergence of Pachima. What happened? The unexpected turn of events left Koharu momentarily stunned. Initially, she believed Pikachu was about to strike, but to her astonishment, an attack from behind alleviated Pikachu's pressure. The Ariados, who had previously felt assured of their victory, scattered in panic, hastily fleeing the scene. Although the Ariados were not cowardly Pokémon, they were astute. Having exerted their utmost against Ambipom and Pikachu, the arrival of reinforcements made them aware of their disadvantage, prompting their retreat. What a reality check for these creatures. Ash couldn't help but comment as he observed the Ariados fleeing amidst the fog. Meanwhile, Koharu exhaled a sigh of relief, speaking with a hint of gratitude. Phew, I'm glad nothing happened. By the way, who just helped us? Was it Brock? In her fluster, Koharu seemed to have missed the sound of Pachima's call, mistakenly believing it was Brock who had come to their aid. However, it was not Brock, as he had no water-type Pokemon with him. Huh, is it not? Then who could it be? Just as Koharu pondered the identity of their mysterious benefactor, a short and stout figure emerged from the thick mist, its head held high, exuding an air of pride and nonchalance, reminiscent of a wealthy heir stepping out from the pages of a novel. Under Koharu's gaze, it slowly approached her, crossing its arms, eyes closed, and proclaimed, "Pachima." Koharu. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Koharu glanced at Pachima, then at Ash, and finally, amidst their puzzled expressions, she slowly crouched down and extended her arms toward Pachima, promptly capturing it. "Ash, I've caught the fleeing Pachima. Ash, Pachima." The expressions on Ash and Pachima perfectly encapsulated their contrasting emotions. Ash was stifling laughter, while Pachima was brimming with indignation. "Pachima! Ha ha!" Pachima could no longer contain itself, breaking free from Koharu's embrace and beginning to peck at her furiously, while Ash erupted into laughter. He never anticipated that Koharu would act so adorably clueless in such a situation. Whether it was a momentary lapse in judgment or a belief that their mysterious benefactor could not possibly be Pachima, he could not tell. Hey. Why are you pecking me? That hurts. Ash, why are you just standing there laughing? Come help me." The forest instantly filled with a lively atmosphere. So it was Pachima who assisted Pikachu just now. Pachima. Pachima puffed out its chest once more, brimming with pride. Koharu, observing its demeanor, felt an odd sense of familiarity, though she could not quite place why. If it weren't for Pachima's help, Pikachu would have likely been compromised while using its electric-type moves. In that regard, we certainly owe Pachima our gratitude. Pachima. Pachima nodded vigorously in agreement with Ash's statement. Despite having saved them from peril, it found itself being treated like a fugitive by this seemingly dim-witted human girl, leading it to impose a form of retribution for her rudeness. Is that so? If that is the case, I truly apologize for my earlier behavior, Pachima. Pachima's nodding began to slow, resembling the approving gesture of an elder towards the younger generation. However, this enigmatic demeanor of Pachima did not last long. Within mere seconds, its body began to sway. "Are you all right?" Koharu exclaimed, hastily crouching down to catch Pachima, which was on the verge of collapsing. Pachima now hung its head low, lacking the strength to make a sound, appearing as though it were on the brink of demise. "Ash, Pachima is hungry, isn't it? Huh?" Koharu was taken aback by Ash's answer, momentarily at a loss for words. "I meant Pachima is fine. It's likely just too weak from hunger." "But how do you know?" Koharu. "All right, after hearing that sound, I finally understand why you knew Pachima had fainted from hunger." Koharu realized the truth, reflecting on the research staff's earlier remarks about Pachima leaving without finishing its lunch. "I'm sorry, I should have paid more attention." Acknowledging her lapse, Koharu hurriedly apologized. But Ash was not overly concerned, as he had not been treated as a suspect like Pachima. "In any case, Koharu, why don't you feed it? Consider it a form of compensation." Ash smiled as he prepared to retrieve some Pokemon food from his backpack, only to realize something seemed amiss as he turned around. Ash looked around in confusion, yet he could not locate the figure he sought. Lowering his gaze to Pikachu, he inquired, "Where did Ambipom go?" Upon hearing Ash's question, Pikachu intended to point to the spot beside it, as it recalled Ambipom standing there just moments ago. However, when Pikachu shifted its gaze, the space was completely devoid of Ambipom, appearing utterly vacant, with no one or any Pokemon in sight. That rascal! Ash felt utterly powerless as he held his head in his hands, never anticipating that merely a brief moment of inattention would result in his long-tailed monster wandering off on its own. "In any case, I shall leave this in your capable hands. I will go search for the long-tailed monster." Here, Xiao Wang remarked. As she gazed at the Pokemon food in her hands, she momentarily fell into a state of confusion. "So, should I just directly feed it to Pachima?" Xiao Wang pondered. Chapter 26. The choice is Pachima. At long last, he found it. "By the way, what are you doing here?" After a few minutes of searching, Ash finally spotted the long-tailed monster hiding among the trees. Just as he posed the question, the long-tailed monster suddenly turned around. Upon seeing the fruit in its hand, Ash surmised the reason for its escapade. It must have caught a whiff of the fragrant fruit after ensuring all was well here. However, hadn't this creature already had its fill? Why the insatiable appetite? Ash, somewhat speechless, recalled it into its pokeball and, accompanied by Pikachu, began to retrace his steps. He wondered whether Brock had managed to locate the other lost Pokemon. If he hadn't, they might not even be able to set off tonight. Pikachu too, drooped its ears in resignation. Initially, they thought it would only take a short while to find the Pokemon, yet the only one they had managed to locate was Pachima. And that had come at the cost of a battle in the wild. Considering it from this perspective, Ash could somewhat understand why the long-tailed monster felt hungry again. Being such an active creature, It had just engaged in a skirmish, and without any snacks, it must have exhausted its lunch. Is Pachima fed now? If so, let us depart and rejoin Brock. It has been quite some time. Ash returned to the original spot, intending to call Xiaowang to leave together. But he noticed that Xiaowang appeared somewhat peculiar. Xiaowang. He called her name again, and only then did she snap back to reality, pointing towards the lakeside and saying, "It seems a Pokémon just appeared in the lake." A Pokémon? Ash expressed his confusion, but in the next moment, he recalled that they were at Heart Lake, which meant Xiaowang might have seen Almedo. Really? I'm not lying. Although I'm not sure where the Pokémon went, it truly appeared just now. Right, Pachima? Pachima. Pachima nodded vigorously in agreement. Observing their interaction, Ash's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Almedo, he mused. Does that mean we must endure another encounter with Team Galaxy? I wonder if we can prevent it this time. If I tell Miss Sharona that Chiri is the leader of Team Galaxy, I still lack evidence. What a hassle. Ash sighed inwardly. If only he could directly inform Sharona to resolve the issue, it would be much simpler. After all, they had fallen prey to Team Galaxy before because the leader had always been lurking nearby. Despite knowing all these truths in this second chance, without evidence, Sharona would likely trust Chiri more than him, given Chiri's longer presence in the League's sight. Yet, if Professor Oak could vouch for him, perhaps it would carry weight. But even Professor Oak would need evidence, wouldn't he? With such disheartening thoughts, Ash and Xiaowang returned to the intersection. And upon seeing Brock with the little flame monkey and Muku eagle, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least it seemed today's mission could come to a close. What on earth have you been up to? Not only did you let the rookie Pokemon and Muku eagle escape, but you also expect others to clean up your mess? Is this how you conduct yourselves? Yes, we're sorry. Upon returning to the laboratory, Professor Yamazaki had finally returned. During Ash and the others' absence, he had learned of the events that transpired at the lab, and he did not shy away from chastising his subordinates in front of Ash and the others. It must be said that Xiaowang's earlier concerns appeared to be well-founded. When scolding, Professor Yamazaki's demeanor was somewhat intimidating, especially with his thick beard lending him an air of authority. It's all right. After all, it didn't waste too much time. Since Professor Yamazaki's apologies were primarily directed at Xiaowang, the newly minted trainer, she was the only one who could muster the words of forgiveness, albeit prompted by the other researchers who were persistently signaling her for assistance. I truly apologize. I never anticipated such a situation would arise. As compensation, I can provide you with additional Pokeballs. By the way, have you decided which rookie Pokemon you would like to choose? After saying this, Professor Yamazaki turned to reveal a lineup of Pachima, the little flame monkey, and the grass turtle standing in a row behind him. Had it been earlier, Xiaowang would likely have deliberated further. However, after the incident with Eritos, she no longer hesitated, immediately kneeling before Pachima and resolutely stating, "I choose Pachima." Pachima. At the moment Xiaowang made her choice, Ash distinctly observed Pachima tremble with excitement. It must have been delighted to be chosen by her. Yet Pachima feigned indifference, turning its head away, giving off an air of haughtiness, as if to suggest it was rejecting Xiaowang. All right, stop being difficult. I know what you're thinking. It's settled. Pachima. Before Pachima could fully express its thoughts, Xiaowang hugged it tightly. Observing the newfound intimacy between them, Professor Yamazaki nodded with satisfaction. For him, nothing brought greater joy than witnessing a rookie trainer bond harmoniously with her newly acquired Pokemon. Given the rapport between Xiaowang and Pachima, along with their personalities, they likely would not encounter significant issues in their future travels. Now that you've made your choice, that's wonderful. Additionally, here is a Pokeball and a Pokédex as a gift for you. With the Pokédex, you are officially recognized as a Pokemon trainer. Regardless of what your dreams may be, always remember to place Pokemon at the center of your journey. Only then can you go further. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Professor Yamazaki. Xiaowang expressed her gratitude and respect with a slight bow. And it was only after receiving her rewards that she truly felt the weight of being a Pokemon trainer and the responsibility it entailed. Chapter 27, Ash vs. Shinji. Just as Xiaowang reveled in her joy of acquiring Pachima and her identity as a rookie trainer, the previously closed door was suddenly pushed open, revealing a voice that was all too familiar to Ash and the others. Professor Yamazaki, I have arrived at the appointed time. Ash and the others turned to see Shinji standing at the entrance, surprised to find Ash and the others at the research institute. It's you all. Shinji's tone was devoid of much emotional fluctuation, as if merely stating a fact. However, in stark contrast to Shinji's aloofness, Xiaowang appeared far less composed. I never expected to see you again. By the way, didn't you say you had urgent matters? Why are you arriving here so leisurely now? The philosophies of the two individuals diverged significantly, and compounded by Shinji's rather unappealing demeanor, his reputation in Xiaowang's eyes had plummeted to abysmal depths. Naturally, Xiaowang's tone when addressing him was far from amiable. What a tedious issue, Shinji scoffed dismissively. As a Pokemon trainer, my urgent task is to capture potential Pokemon. I have also arrived at the Research Institute at the pre-arranged time with Dr. Yamazaki. Is there a problem, weaklings? Although it was Xiao Guang who instigated the confrontation, she could never match Shinji's ability to provoke ire, even if she were to mature another decade. Acknowledging this, Ash merely intervened to signal to Xiao Guang to let it go. Wucha? Observing Xiao Guang's despondent expression, Bakken, as a Pokemon, felt her distress acutely. Were it not for Xiao Guang's apparent disinterest in battling at that moment, Bakken would have boldly approached Shinji to issue a challenge. Thank you for your efforts. Dr. Yamazaki seemed indifferent to the conflict among the group, or perhaps entirely uninterested. He simply accepted a document from Shinji and turned to organize it, leaving Ash and the others to endure continued silence and awkwardness. Following Xiao Guang's setback, Shinji redirected his attention to Ash, stating, "Now I have some free time. You don't appear to be boring either. Shall we have a battle between your Pikachu and mine?" As he spoke, he casually tossed out the Pokeball containing his Electrode, which appeared exuberantly animated upon seeing Ash and Pikachu, energetically spinning its arms as sparks crackled above its head. Of course, that is perfectly fine. As a Pokemon trainer, one should never decline a challenge, Ash replied, exchanging a determined glance with Pikachu. Whether motivated by the desire to rectify the disappointment of their previous battle or simply incensed by Shinji's current training philosophy, Ash was resolute in accepting the challenge. One-on-one, let us head to the outdoor arena. Without hesitation, Shinji began leading Ash and the others towards the battleground behind the Research Institute, as if it were his own domain. This nonchalant demeanor further aggravated Xiao Guang, who placed a hand on Ash's shoulder and emphasized, "Anyone can lose, but we absolutely cannot lose to him. Losing to him would mean our ideals are easily dismissed and crushed." "Rest assured, I will not be defeated," Ash replied without turning back, exuding confidence, though Xiao Guang remained unconvinced. Despite Shinji's infuriating nature, characters like him in novels and comics typically excelled in the early to mid stages, rarely facing defeat until the conclusion when the protagonist would ultimately prevail. By conventional standards, Ash winning seemed an unlikely prospect. When Xiao Guang's gaze shifted towards Brock, she discerned a singular message in his eyes: have faith in Ash. Arriving at the battlefield behind the Research Institute, Shinji was already prepared on one side, indicating that he regarded this match with considerable seriousness. "Allow me to officiate," Brock volunteered. "No need," Shinji coldly retorted. "A one-on-one Pokemon battle ends when one side loses its fighting capability." "Very well," Ash replied, positioning himself opposite Shinji. Given that this was a straightforward battle, there was no room for strategy. Both trainers exchanged glances with their Pokemon, and Electrode and Pikachu eagerly took their places. "Ready for combat. Shall we decide who goes first?" "You can take the first move," Shinji replied. The skills that Electrode excelled in rendered the order of turns inconsequential. A sentiment Ash shared, merely nodding before declaring the battle's commencement. Thunderbolt. Ash intended to seize the initiative right from the start. Pikachu vanished from sight the moment Ash issued the command, reappearing directly before Electrode in an instant. Quick attack. Shinji's brow furrowed slightly, as Pikachu's actions did not align with his expectations. Electrode reacted swiftly, executing Shinji's command just as a flash of electricity met Quick Attack head-on, causing both to recoil slightly. "Pikachu has the advantage," Brock observed. Gauging the distance both Pokemon retreated, indicating Pikachu's strength surpassed that of Electrode. Shinji noted this as well, his earlier tension now deepening. Thunderbolt. High voltage. In the second round, Shinji sought to reclaim the advantage lost in the first, urgently directing Electrode to initiate an offensive. Faced with the onslaught of Thunderbolt, Ash opted not to have Pikachu confronted directly, instead issuing the command for high voltage. Pika. Pikachu's body was enveloped in electricity, charging forward with unyielding momentum toward Electrode. The Thunderbolt struck Pikachu, who was in the state of high voltage, yet instead of halting its advance, the electric force augmented Pikachu's attack. "Darn it," Shinji muttered. Realizing this scenario should have favored Electrode, he hadn't anticipated Ash withholding Thunderbolt until now, thus leveraging Electrode's own attack against it. Protect. Although the situation was not as Shinji had envisioned, it remained within his control. If he could just withstand this high voltage, there would be opportunities for counterattacks ahead. Maintain Thunderbolt. In another unexpected turn, despite Shinji believing he had issued the Protect command at an opportune time, Ash seemed to anticipate his move, countering with Thunderbolt almost simultaneously. A beam of electricity struck Electrode's protective barrier before it could fully form, shattering it into a myriad of sparkles. In disbelief, Electrode watched as Pikachu, empowered by Thunderbolt, unleashed a potent high-voltage attack directly upon it. With a pained cry, Electrode was propelled backward by the impact of high voltage. However, Ash understood that a single high-voltage strike would not suffice to conclude the battle. He immediately resolved to pursue the advantage. Charge in with Thunderbolt. Although Thunderbolt was typically a long-range attack, Ash instructed Pikachu to follow after Electrode's retreating form, perhaps to maximize the damage through close proximity. Light Screen. After a moment's hesitation, Shinji opted to have Electrode utilize Light Screen, a move he had initially regarded as a trump card to catch Ash off guard. Yet, under the considerable pressure of battling Ash, he chose to deploy Light Screen as a temporary measure. After all, should this round prove fruitless, there would be no subsequent opportunity. This forced choice is the situation that Shinji loathes the most during battles, for once such a decision is made, it signifies that he has reached a dead end. This, however, is precisely what Satoshi wishes to witness. As he observes the distance between Pikachu and Electrode diminishing, and with Pikachu's Thunderbolt being largely absorbed by the light wall, Satoshi finally speaks again. Quick attack, then use Iron Tail. Slice. Pika. L. The side that finds itself in a passive position during a battle often moves slower than its opponent, and this moment is no exception. Although Shinji barely manages to respond to Satoshi's command and keep pace, the Electrode, still in a defensive stance, cannot execute Shinji's instructions. The light wall was activated in a moment of urgency, and currently, the Electrode has yet to stabilize itself. In the instant Pikachu closes in with Quick Attack and then descends with Iron Tail, despite the Electrode instinctively raising its right arm to defend. The power of Iron Tail is amplified by the momentum of Quick Attack. Iron Tail strikes the raised arm of the Electrode and, without any pause, sends it sprawling, ultimately landing a blow to its head. L. The Iron Tail, enhanced by Quick Attack, renders the Electrode completely defenseless. After letting out a pitiful cry, it collapses to the ground, unable to rise again. Shinji gazes at the fallen Electrode in silence for a moment before closing his eyes to recall it. Was it still not enough? Shinji murmurs as he looks at the Pokeball in his hand, showing no signs of regret over the defeat. Well done, Pikachu. Satoshi kneels beside Pikachu, gently stroking its head in encouragement. Observing the interaction between Satoshi and Pikachu, although Shinji does not resort to his previous sarcasm, his tone remains far from amiable. I must concede, your command skills are impressive. However, the outcome of this battle ultimately hinges on the quality of the Pokemon involved. In comparison to Electrode, your Pikachu reacts significantly faster when executing commands. This is merely a gap in experience. Next time, the victor will be me. Shinji's calm demeanor seems to merely state a fact, yet to Shoko, it comes off as mere bravado. Nevertheless, as Satoshi has already claimed victory, he merely shrugs in acknowledgement of Shinji's remarks, prompting Shoko to remain silent, standing behind Satoshi with a triumphant air as though the victory belonged to her. With the battle concluded, upon noticing Professor Yamashita and others approaching, Shinji departs without a word, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. Is it over? It seems you have emerged victorious, Professor Yamashita observes, casting a glance at the silent Shinji and the beaming Shoko, likely deducing the outcome of the match. While Shinji's demeanor is indeed aloof, it must be acknowledged that he possesses considerable talent in Pokemon battles. Since both of you are participating in this league competition, you are bound to become formidable rivals. How could that be? Their personalities clash entirely, Shoko silently critiques, refraining from voicing such sentiments in front of Professor Yamashita. Although he notices that Shoko's expression is somewhat off, he chooses not to inquire further. After all, it is not the first day he has realized that his temperament does not align with those of the younger generation. Well, it is getting late. Let us stay here for the night. As a token of gratitude for your assistance, I shall ensure that the cook treats you well this evening. Really, that's wonderful. I can hardly wait. Upon hearing about the sumptuous feast awaiting them, the spirits of Satoshi and his companions lift significantly, especially Shoko, who seems to have entirely forgotten her earlier frustration with Shinji, now solely focused on what delectable dishes Professor Yamashita might prepare for them that night. All right, let us be off. With that, Professor Yamashita turns and heads toward the research facility, and Satoshi and the others exchange glances before following suit. As night descends, Satoshi and Shoko's first day of travel in the Sinnoh region concludes on a perfect note. Chapter 29, An Unexplainable Premonition. Early the next morning after arriving in Masago Town, Satoshi and his companions bid farewell to Professor Yamashita and venture into the forest to the north of Masago Town. This is a rather expansive forest, and although the paths within are clearly defined, it would take several days to traverse the forest on foot and reach the next city. Naturally, this journey will involve camping in the wild. Mukuru Quick Attack. Moo. In a clearing within the forest, Satoshi is training Mukuru against a wild Najiki, with the training mode being directed by Satoshi as Mukuru battles autonomously. The training method is straightforward yet effective. After all, Mukuru is accustomed to life in the wild, relying largely on its experience and instincts during battles. While there are indeed many commendable aspects, there are also deficiencies that require Satoshi, as the trainer, to correct. Oki. Watching Mukuru dash towards him, Najiki turns its back and begins to chuckle, seemingly anticipating Mukuru's approach. Najiki's body merely sways slightly as Mukuru dives toward it. And in an instant, it deploys its shadow clone technique. Clearly, Najiki is employing the same tactic that Satoshi had previously instructed it to use against Mukuru. Originally, Najiki thought itself clever for adapting the strategy, but it overlooked the fact that its current opponent is not only Mukuru, but a Mukuru under Satoshi's guidance. Ascend rapidly. Satoshi disregards the shadow clones. The situation appears to mirror Najiki's earlier battle against Mukuru. However, as Najiki unleashes its swift attack, Satoshi's command takes a different turn. Maintain this state and use Aerial Ace. Moo. This time, Mukuru is no longer as rigid as it was during their first encounter. Instead, it utilizes the flapping of its wings and its proficiency with Aerial Ace to execute a seemingly impossible maneuver in midair. While Swift does have a certain tracking ability, it proves inadequate against Mukuru, which alters its trajectory multiple times in a matter of seconds. The rapidly descending Mukuru, trailing a silvery arc, collides directly with Najiki, sending it several meters away. Okay. Najiki struggles to rise, its eyes reflecting a sense of indignation, eager to continue the fight. However, Satoshi steps in to halt its advance. That will be enough for today. Training ends here. Moo. Okay. Though reluctant, Najiki ultimately complies with Satoshi's command. In contrast, Mukuru is in high spirits. Having triumphed over the very Najiki that had previously bested it, and its naturally strong-willed character adds to its delight. Observing the glum Najiki, Satoshi refrains from offering comfort, opting instead to directly point out its shortcomings. Although Pokemon battles are accomplished through the collaboration of trainers and their Pokemon, it is imperative that the Pokemon possess their own unique characteristics and insights. I understand that you wish to showcase what you have learned, yet it is essential to assess the situation and make agile adjustments before proceeding. Okay. The long-tailed shrew responded in a feeble manner, leaving one uncertain if it truly comprehended the words. Noticing this, Ash merely smiled and shrugged, redirecting his gaze to the nearby Mukuru. Mukuru performed admirably. Despite the brevity of their cooperation, it executed my commands with remarkable finesse. Your body appears to be far more agile than that of a typical Mukuru, so be sure to leverage your advantages in the future. Moo. Mukuru energetically raised its wings in response. Observing the stark contrast in mood between the two, Ash refrained from further remarks and returned them to their Pokeballs. Such monotonous training may seem tedious day by day, yet to ascend to the pinnacle of Pokemon training, such practice is indispensable. Only those who can reflect on their training each day will endure until the end, a realization Ash has come to deeply appreciate. Is it over already? Brock, who was cooking behind them, inquired upon seeing Ash return the long-tailed shrew and Mukuru. Yes, although I still harbor some concerns. There is ample time ahead to make amends. Brock gazed at Ash in silence for a moment. What's the matter? Ash asked, puzzled. I can't help but notice that you seem far more mature and composed than during your time in the Hoenn region. It hasn't been long since then. What has transpired? Not much, really. Ash's expression remained unchanged as he spoke with resolve, his fists clenched. I simply refuse to experience failure again. I will achieve victory in the Sinnoh League. I will not fall before the finals again. Brock, witnessing Ash's determined demeanor, couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. He had been by Ash's side since the Kanto region, and although there had been times when he had to leave, it was during Ash's first victory that he felt a tinge of regret. In the Chengdu and Hoenn leagues, while Ash had demonstrated growth, it was evident that compared to the exceptionally talented competitors, his progress still fell short. However, after witnessing Ash's maturity and steadiness upon arriving in the Sinnoh region, Brock felt an inexplicable premonition. He believed that perhaps this time, Ash truly could secure the championship in the Sinnoh League. Well, I shall wait and see, Brock said, patting Ash's shoulder, his gaze seemingly imbued with a hint of blessing. Lunch will be ready shortly. Since you have some free time now, could you please call Dawn? She seems to be in the forest over there, claiming to have seen you training and wanting to train as well. Although she insists she's fine, I still harbor some concerns. Indeed, Ash nodded thoughtfully before agreeing and making his way towards the direction Brock indicated, accompanied by Pikachu. Chapter 30, The Proud Dawn. Hey Dawn, are you there? Pika Pika. After agreeing to find Dawn in the forest, Ash and Pikachu had been wandering nearby for 4 to 5 minutes. Yet they still had not caught sight of her. Reflecting on Dawn's somewhat reckless nature, both Ash and Pikachu began to worry for her. While it was true that Dawn had Piplup with her since departing from Twinleaf Town, granting her some degree of self-protection, Piplup was still a newly acquired Pokemon, and Dawn was merely an emerging trainer. Encountering a powerful wild Pokemon in the wild would not make victory an easy feat. Where on earth could she have run off to? Should we send out Mukuru to search for them? However, although the forest here was less dense than that by Lake Verity, Mukuru still had some room to maneuver, yet this area was not as open, limiting Mukuru's visibility. They might end up not only failing to find Dawn, but also losing track of Mukuru. Pika? Just as Ash hesitated, Pikachu's ears perked up, and it stood upright, closing its eyes to listen intently for any minute sounds. Have you found something? Ash asked excitedly upon noticing Pikachu's demeanor. Pika. Finally. Pikachu seemed to have reached a conclusion and swiftly led Ash through the forest towards a certain direction. Before long, Ash indeed spotted Dawn and Piplup battling. Finally found you. Ash sighed in relief, then directed his gaze to Dawn, who was engaged in combat with a Buniri, seemingly intent on capturing it. Piplup, Bubble Beam. Piplup. By the time Ash arrived, the battle was nearing its conclusion. The Buniri had likely been struck by Piplup's move earlier, and now faced with the onslaught of Bubble Beam. It lacked the strength to evade, getting knocked away effortlessly. Now's the time. Go, Pokeball! Dawn exclaimed with excitement, throwing her Pokeball, believing she was on the verge of capturing her first Pokemon. However, just as she raised her hand high, it slipped. Just as Dawn expressed her confusion, she heard Ash's pained cry from behind her. Ash, what are you doing here? That should be my question. Why did you throw your Pokeball carelessly? Ash complained while rubbing the spot where he had been struck. I did not throw it carelessly. I was trying to catch the Buniri. If anything, it's you who's interrupting my capture. Who interrupted your capture? Ultimately, isn't the problem that your Pokeball was thrown carelessly? If you want to capture a Pokemon, you must throw an empty Pokeball at the wild Pokemon that has lost its ability to battle, as is common knowledge for trainers. Not just toss it randomly. Do you expect the Pokeball to grow legs and run over to capture the wild Pokemon? I just accidentally threw it wrong. It was an accident. Well, you could have just explained that. Why blame me? It's because you Piplup. Piplup. Just as Ash and Dawn were embroiled in their argument, Piplup began to sound anxious. When they turned their attention, they noticed that the previously unconscious Buniri had somehow regained consciousness and was now bouncing away, preparing to escape. Oh no. Dawn suddenly realized that this was not the time for bickering, quickly retrieving another empty Pokeball from her pocket and tossing it towards the bushes. Me. The Buniri emitted a mocking sound before vanishing from their sight. Ash sighed regretfully, remarking, see? One must not blame the road for their own shortcomings. There's no need to throw Pokeballs like that. Dawn. Xiaowang glared at Xiaoji in frustration. Just a moment ago, she might have had a reason to refute his words, but now, after having committed such a foolish act, she found herself unable to shift the blame any longer. With a cold huff, she declared, it's merely a trivial matter. Every novice trainer makes these mistakes. They'll be resolved in due course. There's no need to attribute everything to the rookie trainers. After all, throwing a Pokeball should be the simplest of tasks. A normal person wouldn't throw it so awry. What? Are you intentionally looking for trouble? Is that not the case? Pikachu, bear witness. Pikachu, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, refrained from even indulging in the spectator role, keeping its face turned away in apprehension of getting caught in the crossfire. Little did it expect that despite its efforts to remain uninvolved, it would still be dragged into the fray. With a pitiful gaze, Pikachu looked at Xiaoji, as if pleading for mercy. Yet the evidently agitated Xiaoji and Xiaowang seemed determined to treat Pikachu's opinion as the decisive factor in their dispute, utterly disregarding its current expression. Pokeman discreetly retreated behind a large tree, seeking refuge to avoid being caught in the escalating tension. Pikachu glanced between Xiaowang and Xiaoji, its ears drooping in hesitation. After a prolonged moment, it reluctantly raised its paw, pointing at Xiaowang. What? I knew I was right. Xiaowang exclaimed triumphantly, somewhat surprised to have gained Pikachu's support. Yet, given her victory, she felt compelled to gloat. How peculiar that Pikachu chose to side with me. Shouldn't it, by all accounts, be your starter Pokemon, Xiaoji? This implies that, in its experience, a rookie trainer cannot reach such a level, right? I can't help but wonder, Xiaoji. Didn't you experience more humiliation than just being chased by a Spearow? Surely, there must have been something more embarrassing you haven't disclosed. Do share, I'm all ears. Chapter 31, The Bard Shangji. Have I finally found you, Xiaowang? Come, let us dine together. But tell me, what seems to be the matter? You both appear to be in a bit of a tiff. Xiaojiang had prepared lunch, but upon noticing the discontented expressions on Xiaoji and Xiaowang's faces, he sensed a discord akin to an argument between them. Nothing much, just someone looking for trouble, Xiaoji replied casually. Nothing at all. Just someone unwilling to acknowledge their own faults. So petty, Xiaowang echoed, her tone equally dissatisfied. Xiaojiang sighed. So, I leave you two for merely a few minutes. And you managed to start quarreling? He regarded the two with exasperation, having previously thought Xiaoji had matured, only to realize that he had perhaps judged too early. A truly mature adult would not bicker over trivial matters, especially when the squabble between Xiaoji and Xiaowang was hardly significant. All right, enough of the bickering. There's nothing worth arguing over. Let us eat. Of course it's worth it. Despite their previous quarrel, the moment Xiaojiang addressed them, they united in an unexpected camaraderie, leaving him feeling quite out of place. Please cease your argument. On such a splendid afternoon, wouldn't it be a waste to spoil your mood? A harp's melody graced the air, accompanied by a gentle male voice that, enhanced by the music, sounded almost melodic, soothing the atmosphere considerably. "May I inquire who you are?" Xiaojing asked, observing the approaching figure, a man adorned with a dark green hat and a matching cloak, his long hair obscuring much of his face. Despite being scrutinized by the trio, he exhibited no signs of nervousness, instead delicately plucking the harp strings to produce enchanting sounds. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shinji, a wandering bard." Shinji set aside his harp and engaged in conversation with Xiaoji and the others. "I overheard your disagreement and thought to offer some words of encouragement. After all, our meeting is serendipitous, as fellow travelers. It would be wise to extend understanding towards one another. Although, I do not truly believe you are genuinely angry with each other." "Not at all," Xiaoji and Xiao Wang retorted in unison. "Ah, how harmonious. In my years of travel, I rarely encounter individuals as in sync as you two. Your personalities seem to complement each other quite well, do they not?" Finally, Xiaoji and Xiao Wang fell silent, realizing that they could hardly best Shinji in debate. It was better to remain quiet and conserve their energy. Though somewhat disgruntled, Xiaoji and Xiao Wang's earlier tensions eased Xiaojing's spirits significantly. He had previously pondered how to calm them down, and unexpectedly, Shinji accomplished what had seemed a formidable task with just a few words. "By the way, Mr. Shinji, would you care to join us for a meal? I happen to prepare a bit more food than usual." With the matter between Xiaoji and Xiao Wang temporarily resolved, Xiaojing extended his invitation to Shinji, concerned that they might revert to their former quarrelsome selves once he departed. While he, like Shinji, recognized that their spat was not genuine, the ongoing tension was undeniably tiresome. "Then it would be my pleasure to oblige," Shinji smiled gently, accepting Xiaojing's invitation. At the dining table, Xiaoji and Xiao Wang seemed to have forgotten their earlier conflict, or perhaps the presence of a guest rendered them unable to resume their quarrel. In any case, they appeared to be enjoying themselves, engaging in discussions with Shinji, the bard. This harmonious atmosphere persisted until suddenly, "It's imperative to choose the grand contest. Mr. Shinji, your charisma is perfectly suited for it. Only in the grand contest can your talents truly shine. Surely it should be the Pokémon League Tournament, is it not? After all, Mr. Shinji, are you not pursuing growth? If so, participating in the League Tournament, where you can engage in earnest battles against opponents, would be far more beneficial." In mere minutes, the two began to bicker over Shinji's dilemma, which boiled down to his uncertainty. He cherished both the Pokémon Grand Contest and the League Tournament, yearning to showcase his talents in both arenas. When he voiced his concerns, the singular-minded Xiaoji and Xiao Wang fervently championed their preferred events, leading to an inevitable stalemate. Thus, Shinji began to speak slowly. "I understand your points. Both the Pokémon League Tournament and the Grand Contest are events I hold dear. To part with one would be a challenge I find hard to bear. However, I am uncertain if I possess the capability to participate in both, as each demands substantial energy. If I attempt to pursue both, I fear I may end up with nothing to show for it, which is my greatest concern." Upon hearing Shinji's heartfelt words, Xiaoji and Xiao Wang fell into contemplative silence. They recognized that his worries were far from trivial, a stark contrast to their playful squabbles. Shinji was evidently pondering his future and the fates of his Pokémon. Perhaps at the moment when Xiao Wang felt utterly despondent, Xiaoji's expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness and gravity as he proclaimed, "If it is merely an endeavor for the sake of dreams, then even if one were to fail on the first attempt, there is no need for concern. I have endured countless failures. Yet I have never regretted my choice to become a Pokémon trainer. Opportunities do not present themselves just once. In the future, we will have endless chances to learn from our mistakes. Rather than stagnating here, it is better to seize this opportunity and give it a try. Who knows? You might truly succeed." Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Shinji fell silent for a few moments, then smiled warmly, raising his harp once more to play a melodious tune. "You are right. I never imagined that I was the one advising you earlier, and now the tables have turned." Shinji couldn't help but comment, reflecting that the Xiaoji who had argued with Xiao Wang just moments ago seemed like an ordinary, immature child, while now he exhibited the wisdom of a seasoned adult sharing invaluable experience and advice. At the very least, Shinji felt the conviction in Xiaoji's words. "I believe I know how to make my choice now. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you in the competition." "Yes, I will do my utmost to defeat you," Xiaoji replied, his eyes gleaming with determination as he exchanged a knowing glance with Shinji. Chapter 32. So it is settled then. The nighttime forest was filled with delightful melodies, with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds echoing all around. Though such sounds were not unfamiliar to Xiao Wang, who lived in a small town, the fact that they emanated from the wilderness made them feel particularly special. "I can't sleep." Lying in her tent, Xiao Wang tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Perhaps it was the exhilaration of being on a journey, or perhaps it was due to the events of that afternoon. The argument with Xiaoji and Shinji's poignant words about the future lingered in her mind. She felt a twinge of regret over the former, realizing that her outburst had stemmed from a childish temper. This was not her usual demeanor, even in the past. She had never acted this way towards Jianwu and the others. If she were to ponder the reasons, aside from the excitement of traveling making her bolder, Xiaowang could think of no other explanation. Turning to glance at the sleeping Pokémon beside her, who seemed to maintain an upright posture even in slumber, Xiaowang sighed softly and quietly exited the tent, seeking a moment of solace in the outdoors. To her surprise, upon stepping outside, she spotted Xiaoji's silhouette in the distance, with Pikachu resting on his shoulder, appearing to be asleep. What is Xiaoji doing there? Xiaowang wondered, slowly making her way toward him. Bathed in moonlight, Xiaoji gazed at the night sky, lost in thoughts of the past. The recent encounter with Shinji and his words had evoked a sense of nostalgia. While the surprise of returning to the Sinnoh region brought him joy, he felt his emotions had yet to stabilize. Still too immature, he mused. Setting aside the topic of Pokemon training, he questioned why he had engaged in a quarrel with Xiaowang that afternoon. Logically, he believed his mindset should have been sufficiently mature to avoid squabbling. Could it be that he had simply been out of practice for too long? Before his journey through time, Xiaoji had spent a considerable amount of time isolated in Silver Mountain, severing all ties with the outside world to immerse himself in relentless training. Within a week of finishing his seclusion, he had hastily entered the Pokémon Master Challenge, without even a chance to bid farewell to his former companions. If the first half of his journey was filled with laughter and joy, the latter had been a solitary path towards strength. Perhaps today, he felt a familiar sense of nostalgia, which resulted in the playful banter with Xiaowang. Xiaoji, what are you doing out here at this hour? Can't sleep? Xiaoji, who had been absorbed in his thoughts, was taken aback by Xiaowang's voice from behind him. Turning around, he found her looking somewhat shy, as if she had something to say. I am having a bit of trouble sleeping, he admitted, scratching his head. You know, with everything that happened this afternoon, I've been unable to shake those thoughts. That incident. Xiaowang stiffened for a moment, realizing that Xiaoji was likely reflecting on her earlier temper tantrum. Indeed, given her unreasonable behavior at the time, it was no wonder he was preoccupied with it. I'm sorry, I was being unreasonable back then. Upon hearing her apology, Xiaoji expressed confusion, prompting Xiaowang to mirror his bewilderment with a questioning look. So, what exactly were you thinking about? She asked, her tone tentative. I was merely contemplating what Mr. Shinji said. But Xiaowang, was it really worth losing sleep over such a trivial matter? Trivial. This is a matter of great importance. If we don't clarify it, I'll feel guilty. Sighing, Xiaowang decided it was best not to dwell on it further, fearing the conversation would spiral into the same argument as earlier. Indeed, Xiaowang agreed wholeheartedly, naturally settling beside Xiaoji as they both gazed up at the night sky together. Is that all you wanted to discuss? Surely there is nothing else. Isn't there supposed to be? Xiaowang hesitated, unsure of her thoughts. Xiaoji, hearing her uncertainty, pressed on. So, you still have questions then? Yes. Xiaowang nodded, finally voicing the question that had been on her mind. Do you think it's normal to argue while traveling? It feels a bit childish. Well, we are children after all. Oh, never mind that. Xiaoji began, but noticed the sharpness in Xiaowang's gaze and decided to answer her seriously. Disagreements arising from differing views while traveling are perfectly normal. In fact, Xiaowang, you should consider yourself fortunate. During my travels in the Kanto region, my companion was quite the violent one. Whenever we clashed, I always ended up in trouble. As he spoke, he dramatically pretended to shield his head, as if anticipating a blow. Watching him, Xiaowang couldn't help but laugh, finally feeling a sense of relief. Well, in that case, I feel reassured. Reassured about what? Xiaoji inquired, observing her relaxed posture as she stretched. Now, I can argue with you without worry. After all, you couldn't possibly suffer worse than before, so I feel no psychological pressure. Who would feel relieved at the prospect of future arguments? That's quite odd. Not a problem at all. I have a plan, Xiaowang declared, raising her index finger and waving it playfully. From now on, every night after we argue, we'll step outside the tent and apologize, just like we are now. That way, there will be no lingering grudges. So, Xiaowang, is your thought process a bit too? In conclusion, it has been decided. I shall take my leave and retire for the night. Good night. Xiaowang appears genuinely pleased with the clever solution she devised, bouncing back with an air of joy. Observing her retreating figure, Xiaoji can only manage a resigned smile. Indeed, this is the Xiaowang he remembers. Though often somewhat carefree, her thoughts are remarkably intricate, causing her to experience emotions in the most inexplicable ways. Quite troublesome, isn't it, Pikachu? Pika, replied Pikachu, perched on Xiaoji's shoulder, shifting its position as it murmured in response. Chapter 33. The arrival of the Turtwig the following day, Xiaoji and his companions continued their arduous journey towards Shuqing City. However, their travels remained fraught with difficulty. For Musashi declared, we are the protagonists of this era. And Kojiru added, We are the invincible Team Rocket. As they beheld Team Rocket's sudden appearance in a colossal robot, Xiaoji and Xiaojing wearily shielded their faces, while Xiaoguang, witnessing Team Rocket for the first time, felt a surge of curiosity. Hey, you little rascal. What do you mean by that? Musashi exclaimed. What I'm saying is that this is a new line we've painstakingly crafted. At least give us some reaction. How rude. Though their objective was to capture Pikachu, Team Rocket was incensed that Xiaoji was not focusing on their new introduction. Even if you change it, it wouldn't sound any better. No one cares about your opening lines. Xiaoji retorted bluntly, pointing at the trio in the cockpit, which thoroughly infuriated Team Rocket. How dare you, little brat? Why are you so insufferable today? Musashi cried. We've incurred a significant debt to build this robot, and we came here for revenge. Enough of this. Get it started, Meowth. Ultimately, it was Meowth who interrupted Musashi and Kojiru's exchange, extending its paw to slap the red button, causing the enormous robot to begin its slow advance towards Xiaoji and his friends. What do we do now? Xiaojing said, looking at Xiaoji with concern. A machine of that size won't be able to cover much ground in this forest. We should make a run for it while we can. There's no need to get entangled with them. True, but there are still other Pokemon in this forest. It would be better to defeat them, Xiaoguang remarked, unable to shake the feeling that she could somehow understand why the three of them were so upset. As Team Rocket had stated, while their primary goal today was to capture Pikachu, they were also driven by a desire for revenge. Having suffered a humiliating defeat in their first battle in the Sinnoh region due to an ambush, they had prepared extensively, even utilizing drones to track Xiaoji's movements, with the intent of catching him off guard with this giant robot and making him regret ever crossing them. However, upon arriving, they were utterly disheartened by Xiaoji's demeanor. Instead of remorse, he wore a look of contempt, which was a grave insult to their efforts, and Team Rocket could not tolerate it. Is it really foolproof, Meowth? What if we end up getting sent flying by just a simple thunderbolt again? Do not worry, Meowth. This time we've spared no expense. Our electrical defenses are impeccable. Not even a single Pikachu can cause us any trouble. Boom. A deafening crash reverberated from the robot's feet, causing the entire structure to shake violently. What about its resistance? Meowth's silence left Musashi and Kojiru in a panic. Musashi seized Meowth, shaking it vigorously as she shouted, Why did you only implement electrical defenses? Are you an idiot? This robot was built with debt. How can it lack such basic capabilities? What can I do, Meowth? Our credit is so low we can hardly secure a loan. No, wait. It's not Pikachu attacking us. It's the creature at our feet. As Team Rocket observed through the screen the little creature persistently assaulting them, Xiaoji and his friends were equally captivated. Is that a Turtwig? They exclaimed, recognizing the Pokemon that was incessantly crashing into the robot. Xiaoji had intended to command Pikachu to attack, but unexpectedly, Turtwig burst forth from the underbrush, charging directly at Team Rocket's robot without a moment's hesitation. Hey, stop right there. We're not here for you. Kojiru finally lost his patience, leaning out from the driver's seat to shout at Turtwig. Exactly. We have no grievances with you. Why are you attacking us? Are you even listening? Stop immediately. Pikachu, witnessing this bizarre scene, was uncertain about intervening and cast a pleading glance at Xiaoji. Xiaoji, momentarily taken aback, realized that since he and Turtwig shared a common goal, he called out, Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pika. With Team Rocket having just revealed the machine's weakness, Xiaoji had every reason to exploit it. Upon seeing Pikachu prepare to unleash Iron Tail, Team Rocket's expressions turned frantic. No, don't use Iron Tail. At least use an electric-type move. Otherwise, our money will be wasted. Despite Team Rocket's pleas, Xiaoji and Pikachu showed no mercy. With a resounding explosion, Team Rocket transformed into a shooting star, vanishing into the sky, leaving behind their iconic line. What an annoying feeling. Meowth lamented. Xiaoguang observed the defeated Team Rocket, then glanced at Xiaoji, curiously pointing to the sky. Are these really the members of an evil organization? They seem more like comedic actors. Indeed, Xiaoji replied. In any case, we shouldn't take them seriously. True evil organizations do not act like they do. Absolutely, Xiaojing concurred thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Chapter 34, Koyuki, Turtwig, and the Cabin in the Woods. Turtwig, watching Team Rocket being sent flying, seemed to exhale in satisfaction. However, when it turned to face Xiaoji and the others, they noticed its gaze was far from friendly. Oh, this doesn't seem right, Xiaoguang remarked, instinctively shrinking back. The strength Turtwig had displayed against Team Rocket's robot left her feeling apprehensive. It seems it considers us as foes as well, Xiaojing added calmly. Is this really the time to be calm? This is a disaster. Someone needs to explain the situation to it. Pika Pika, Little Light had said as much, prompting Pikachu to position itself in front of Turtwig, gesticulating animatedly as it began to explain. However, Turtwig appeared unimpressed, sensing that Pikachu was merely acting out of compulsion. After all, it had overheard their intentions to capture Pikachu while it was napping, indicating that Pikachu was indeed the one needing protection, while they were the adversaries. Turtwig's disposition seemed unexpectedly obstinate. Once it had formed a conviction, it seemed utterly impervious to the words of others. As Turtwig began to tremble and prepare to attack, Ash had no choice but to retrieve his Pokeball containing his long-tail Pokemon, readying for battle. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words, and perhaps after a skirmish, Turtwig would find calmness. "Excuse me, may I ask what is happening here?" A voice from behind suddenly interrupted Ash and his companions. Turning around, they saw an elderly lady gazing at them with a rather curious expression. Upon the sudden appearance of the grandmother, Turtwig nudged Pikachu aside, moving towards her while pointing at Pikachu, then gesturing towards Ash and the others, seemingly attempting to explain something. So, you were saying you were protecting Pikachu?" For reasons unknown, despite Turtwig's vague gestures, the elderly lady seemed to comprehend its intentions. Before she could pose any questions to Ash and the others, Ash swiftly produced his Pokédex to elucidate the situation. "Wait, Turtwig has misunderstood. This is my Pokédex, and I am a Pokémon trainer officially recognized by the League." What I meant was, after Ash's explanation, the elderly lady appeared to grasp the circumstances, offering a wry smile as she approached Turtwig to clarify that Ash and his friends were not malicious individuals, perhaps due to Turtwig's close companionship with the elderly lady. It suddenly recognized its error, lowering its head in a display of remorse towards Ash. "It's all right, you were merely acting out of kindness. However, in future encounters of a similar nature, it is essential to inquire more thoroughly, particularly respecting the perspectives of those involved." As Ash spoke, he glanced at Pikachu. And although Turtwig was indeed somewhat stubborn, it understood the essence of Ash's words, and thus offered an apology to Pikachu as well. "Well, since it was just a misunderstanding, that is certainly much better. By the way, since we fortuitously crossed paths here, would you like to come to my home for afternoon tea? I bought a delightful assortment of treats today." "Treats? I want to go." Upon hearing of the delectable treats, Ash and Little Light immediately agreed without hesitation, while Brock, who was always receptive to such invitations, naturally consented as well. In front of a quaint cabin nestled within the forest, the warm steam and aroma of black tea gradually permeated the air. Ash and his companion sat at a small round table outside the cabin, savoring the freshly baked cookies alongside their tea. The subtle fragrance of the tea combined with the soft, sweet flavors of the cookies made them all exhale in contentment. Although they had not encountered any particularly troublesome events during their recent travels, the experience of such an afternoon tea invigorated their spirits. "How is it? Does it suit your tastes?" the elderly lady inquired. "I have lived here alone for quite some time and wonder if the preferences of the younger generation have changed." "It's truly delicious. Both the black tea and cookies are of exceptional quality," Brock responded, offering his more discerning praise. The flavors were harmoniously balanced, neither overpowering the other, making the experience of enjoying afternoon tea in the forest simply delightful. Unlike Ash and Little Light, who were more inclined to eat than converse, Brock provided a more nuanced compliment after his tasting. The elderly lady, named Yukino, merely smiled softly in response, her demeanor as tranquil and gentle as the serene forest surrounding them. "That is wonderful. I have plenty more cookies. Do not hesitate to ask if you need more, for you may indulge as much as you wish." Although it was their first meeting, Yukino's demeanor towards Ash and the others was remarkably warm. Perhaps it was her nature, or perhaps she was simply pleased to encounter friendly passers-by in such a serene woodland. "By the way, Miss Yukino, what is the story behind that Turtwig?" Little Light, while thoroughly enjoying the afternoon tea, also grew curious about the formidable Turtwig. After observing for a while, she noted that Turtwig did not seem to be Yukino's Pokemon. Its demeanor and actions appeared quite free-spirited. After Yukino had added food to its bowl, Turtwig only nibbled a little before sharing the remaining food with Pikachu and other occasional Pokemon that appeared nearby. Its role here seemed more akin to a caretaker or steward of the cabin. "Ah, that child," Yukino remarked, her smile widening as she spoke of Turtwig. "I would consider it a friend. One day, I encountered it in the forest, starving, and I offered it some food. Since then, Turtwig has stayed with me, helping to look after this cabin, the nearby lake, and even the Pokemon around here." "Oh, I see," Little Light responded, somewhat admiringly. Initially believing Turtwig was Yukino's Pokemon and thus guarding this area, she learned instead that it was motivated by gratitude. The most harmonious relationship between humans and Pokemon indeed seemed to be built on such foundations. Chapter 35, vs. Turtwig. It felt oddly familiar, this scene before him. Gazing at Turtwig, which had suddenly dashed off to maintain order in the distance, Ash remarked, You mean Bulbasaur, right? Now that you mention it. The situations are quite similar." Reminded by Ash, Brock recalled their previous travels in the Kanto region, along with memories of a certain Miss Mitsuki. "Oh, you even remember her name?" Seeing Brock's dazed expression, Ash couldn't help but tease. "Of course I won't forget. I will always remember the names of every beautiful sister I've interacted with. Please be more mindful of the occasion. Keep it down. Little Light interjected, feeling somewhat embarrassed at Brock's antics in front of Yukino. Though Brock's behavior was a bit peculiar, Yukino maintained her serene smile throughout. After the afternoon tea concluded, Little Light and Brock continued to converse with Yukino about various culinary delights and Pokémon. As for Ash, unable to remain idle, he seized the opportunity to find a small clearing nearby where he could resume his training. Excellent. That was well done. Longtail Pokémon had improved significantly since their last encounter, now adeptly adapting its offensive strategies based on the battle circumstances. Munchlax also performed admirably, not allowing Longtail Pokémon to gain too much of an advantage. Okay, Moo. Both Longtail Pokémon and Munchlax puffed out their chests confidently, as if to say that this was all to be expected. While Ash's words were indeed encouraging, it was evident that both Pokémon had undergone considerable growth since their last battle. If they continued to train diligently, they would soon understand the importance of having their own strategies in battles. Just as Ash concluded his first round of training, he suddenly noticed a figure that had appeared behind him without his notice. Turtwig, what are you doing here? Are you particularly intrigued by our training? No. The Bulbasaur nodded, having observed Ash and his companions training from the very beginning with unwavering attention. For Bulbasaur, who had lived in the forest all its life, Ash's arrival and his training of Pokémon presented a novel experience. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. Although Bulbasaur was playing the role of a caretaker or guardian, it secretly harbored a fondness for battle. Otherwise, it would not have unleashed such power against Team Rocket, who threatened to capture Pikachu. Observing Bulbasaur's eager demeanor, it would be false to assert that Ash had no thoughts on the matter. Despite being transported back to an earlier time, Ash had not initially intended to assemble his former team, as he felt that would convey too strong a sense of purpose, bordering on contrived. Nevertheless, he harbored a hope within him to reunite with his old companions, for he had developed an emotional bond with them, and their absence would undoubtedly leave a void. Since there was a desire, why not give it a try? I know you have long wished to explore the world beyond, haven't you? Just then, as Bulbasaur fell into silence, Yukino approached from behind, crouching down to gently stroke Bulbasaur's head, softly stating, youngsters should venture out more, and young Pokémon too. Since you are not living in a group, you must carve out a life that reflects your own desires. You have aided me here for quite some time. It is now your moment to step beyond this forest and seek your own path. Yukino's words were slow and tender, akin to a mentor advising the younger generation. For Bulbasaur, it seemed that this was indeed the case. No. Upon hearing this, Bulbasaur glanced at Ash and then back at Yukino, the conflict in its eyes unmistakable. But in the next moment, it appeared to have made a decision, casting a gaze filled with determination towards Ash, followed by a deep, low growl. Bulbasaur was declaring war. It seemed that it wished to test Ash's strength. Brock responded accordingly. Oh, do Pokémon choose their trainers? I never knew that could happen. Dawn remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice, while Ash readily accepted Bulbasaur's challenge. This was precisely how it should be. Capturing should be this exhilarating. He smiled, then disregarded Pikachu's eager expression and sent out Munchlax. Munchlax, you're the one. Munchlax let out a triumphant cry, not pausing for a moment, and swiftly charged towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur showed no signs of fear, shaking its body slightly, and the vine atop its head, resembling a branch, unleashed dozens of razor-sharp leaves towards Munchlax's trajectory. Descend, Ash commanded with a wave of his hand. Although Bulbasaur's leaf blade was dense, it lacked the tracking ability of a move like Swift. Without precise execution against a highly mobile opponent like Munchlax, it was easy to miss. Moreover, Ash's Munchlax was more agile than the average one, allowing for quicker and more natural maneuvers in the air. Munchlax merely tilted its body, and what had been a slow descent suddenly vanished from sight. Bulbasaur, losing track of its opponent, fell into a state of tension, even neglecting to continue using its leaf blade, and instead began to run, striving to broaden its field of vision to keep pace with Munchlax's flight. At this moment, Bulbasaur was undeniably still inexperienced. Observing Bulbasaur's determined, yet somewhat rigid movements, Ash couldn't help but think. While Bulbasaur possessed considerable talent for battling, that talent was merely rooted in its experiences from the wild. It had a long journey ahead to transform that raw experience into its own unique style. Chapter 36. Capturing Bulbasaur. A flash of lightning, reposition. Since Bulbasaur was now eager to track Munchlax's movements, Ash's task was simple. Continue to exploit Munchlax's agility to confuse Bulbasaur's judgment. The advantage of being airborne over the ground lay precisely in this. Munchlax. Having finally caught sight of Munchlax's movements, Bulbasaur was dismayed to see it suddenly disappear after a flicker, forcing it to halt and resume its search. The battleground was expansive, situated deep within the forest, allowing ample room for both parties. In reality, Munchlax had already taken refuge behind the nearest tree, awaiting further instructions from Ash. Now, As Bulbasaur was about to turn its gaze towards the tree where Munchlax was hiding, Ash promptly directed. A piercing cry resonated throughout the arena, compelling even the onlookers, including Dawn, to cover their ears, for the sound was dizzying. Even the audience was affected, and as the target of the sound, Bulbasaur could not escape its fate. It crouched down, extending its front legs in a futile attempt to shield its ears, but its short limbs made the gesture appear somewhat comical. A flash of lightning. Seizing the opportunity while Bulbasaur was completely distracted, Ash commanded Munchlax to launch an attack. A beam of light arced through the air, striking Bulbasaur's body and propelling it several meters away, even into the air. Feeling the force emanating from its front, Bulbasaur refused to concede. Instead, it widened its eyes defiantly and pressed its limbs down firmly against the ground. Munchlax, initially planning to use its strength to send Bulbasaur flying, was taken aback to find Bulbasaur steadying itself, and the tide seemed to be turning in Bulbasaur's favor. N-N-N-A. Bulbasaur roared, fiercely shaking its head and tossing Munchlax away, before once again unleashing the leaf blade that had missed in the first round. This time, however, Bulbasaur's leaf blade was even more powerful and swifter than before. Munchlax, having been flung by Bulbasaur's strength, was unable to evade the leaf blade that struck it directly, yet fortunately, the impact was not particularly severe, and it maintained its balance. Use tackle. Munchlax's misstep was not unexpected for Ash. He had foreseen this outcome when he noticed Munchlax attempting to overpower Bulbasaur with brute force. Although Munchlax's intentions were good, it had misjudged Bulbasaur's strength. Ash had refrained from advising it to create distance, intending instead to use this experience to teach Munchlax not to overexert itself in future battles. Of course, setbacks were inevitable, but a counterattack following such setbacks was equally essential. Munchlax, having been struck by the leaf blade, quickly regained its balance, adjusted its body's trajectory, and after a swift spin, charged towards Bulbasaur with a radiant arc. Bulbasaur, undeterred, dashed forward, shaking its limbs as it mirrored Munchlax's charge. In Bulbasaur's mind, if it had triumphed over Munchlax the first time through sheer strength, it could surely do so again. While Bulbasaur's intentions were commendable, reality, alas, was far more complex than it had anticipated. The sheer force of brute strength may afford some advantage in a fleeting clash with a dazzling light. Yet when confronted by the formidable power of the returning Yanfan, the prideful strength of the grass tortoise seems rather feeble. Just moments after colliding with Mucur, the grass tortoise is sent spiraling back, unable to withstand the might of Yanfan. The dazzling light pursues relentlessly, launching a winged attack to conclude the encounter. Upon witnessing the grass tortoise's inability to regain its balance, Ash realizes that this is the opportune moment to conclude the battle. Mucur, with a resounding cry, Mucur accelerates towards the position where the grass tortoise was sent flying. Mid-flight, the grass tortoise forces itself to open its eyes. Upon seeing the relentless approach of Mucur, it yearns to resist but finds its body, racked with pain, unresponsive. Mucur. The wings of Mucur gleam with white light, and as it reaches the grass tortoise, it accelerates once more, positioning itself behind the creature before delivering a decisive blow aimed at its shell. With a resounding thud, the grass tortoise, still reeling from the previous impact, is propelled forward yet again by Mucur's powerful strike, an attack of remarkable efficacy. Despite the grass tortoise's resilience, it is evident that it can no longer summon the strength to continue the fight. After a final struggle, the grass tortoise tilts its head and collapses, with no hope of rising again. Observing this, Ash retrieves an empty Pokeball and tosses it toward the fallen grass tortoise, which is ensnared in a beam of red light, surrendering without resistance. I've captured the grass tortoise, he exclaims. Pikachu, Mucur, following Ash's acquisition of a new companion. Both Pikachu and Mucur express their congratulations. Meanwhile, Xiaoguang, though eager to applaud, hesitates, contemplating Ash's remarkable precision in tossing the Pokeball. No, I must train diligently. I cannot afford to repeat that blunder, she mutters to herself, resolute in her determination. Xiaojing observes this exchange, smiling with quiet satisfaction as he witnesses the competitive yet supportive dynamic between the two. He believes that this relationship will undoubtedly encourage their rapid growth. Remarkably, the two, one a coordinator and the other a traditional Pokemon trainer, manage to maintain such a competitive rapport. It is indeed a rarity. Perhaps their personalities are more alike than they realize, or perhaps they simply complement each other well, he muses. Chapter 37, The Bewildering Forest. After spending a night at the home of Elder Shingnai, Ash and his companions bid farewell to the grass tortoise and promise the elder that they will showcase the creature on the competitive stage. They then depart, setting their sights on the city of Jinqing. However, their journey soon leads them to a dilemma that every traveler faces, an issue that reflects the individual's navigational prowess. Why are we lost? Xiaoguang exclaims in despair, ruffling her previously neat hair. It's strange, we should be following the map. Did I make a mistake at some corner? Xiaojing ponders aloud, scrutinizing the map in his hands. Yet, no matter what he perceives from the map, it cannot obscure the fact that they are indeed lost. Before we ascertain whether we are lost or determine where we went astray, it is more crucial to understand our current location, Ash suggests, seizing the moment. Since being lost is an undeniable reality, lamenting over it will not resolve their predicament. Instead, they must clarify their position to cross-reference with the map and find a way out. Rustling sounds suddenly emanate from the forest behind them as they deliberate on their next steps. Xiaowang, in a fit of nerves, retrieves her Pokeball for Bojaman, fearing the emergence of a fierce wild Pokemon. However, upon seeing a familiar figure emerge from the thicket, Ash and his companions stare in astonishment. And the figure regards them with equal surprise. Shinji, what are you doing here? Have you also lost your way? Ash inquires of the figure before him. Lost. Shinji scoffs disdainfully. You lot truly are useless. It's merely a matter of traveling from Jinsha Town to Jinqing City, and yet you managed to lose your way. His demeanor remains as unlikable as ever. Do you know where we are? Perhaps you could assist us, as we are quite flustered by our uncertain whereabouts, Xiaojing. Being the elder, chooses not to engage in a quarrel with Shinji, recognizing that his brusque exterior may mask a willingness to help, should they reach out. Xiaoguang, although uncomfortable with Shinji's attitude, cannot deny the validity of his statement. Humph, it's irrelevant, Shinji retorts, gesturing towards a peculiar patch of forest near a small pond. That is the bewildering forest. You are currently at its entrance. To exit from here, you can either climb the cliff behind you to take the main path, or traverse through the woods ahead. The cliff. Ash and his companions turned to gaze in the direction Shinji indicated, spotting a towering cliff rising dozens of meters high, its face nearly vertical. While there are protruding rocks and dead branches that could serve as footholds for climbing, the treacherous terrain is best avoided by Ash and his friends. Let us proceed through the bewildering forest. Beyond it lies a more open area, and we certainly won't lose our way there. Xiaojing declares with enthusiasm. Really? Xiaowang expresses skepticism. After all, during Ash's recount of their prior travels, much of their time seemed to have been spent lost. Earlier, she had wondered if it was Ash's fault, but now, with Xiaojing leading the way, perhaps he is the one who is directionally challenged. Since our destination is the same, why don't we journey together? It would be beneficial to have company to avoid getting lost, Xiaojing suggests to Shinji, disregarding Xiaowang's doubts. No need, Shinji coldly replies. I'm not your caretaker. I see no reason to accompany you. Keep your own foolishness to yourselves. With that, he turns and departs, not casting them a second glance. What the heck? Why can't he have a better attitude? He must have no friends speaking to people like that. Xiaowang exclaims indignantly after Shinji leaves. While his words were infuriating, the fact remains that they are lost, rendering her unable to refute him, despite the harshness of his remarks. Forget about Shinji. We should just move on. We don't want to be caught out here after dark, Ash says wearily, waving his hand dismissively as he urges them to continue. Shinji's character is something he has grown accustomed to. Even when they had truly become friends, his words often carried a prickly undertone. In a similar vein, Shigeru exhibited much the same demeanor. While embarking on their journey posed no immediate issues, it was imperative to remain vigilant. The literature indicated that the bewildering forest was home to numerous stunfisk, creatures that could ensnare passers-by in a hallucinatory state, causing them to wander aimlessly in circles. Stunfisk, you say? Upon receiving this reminder from Shigeru, Koharu promptly retrieved her Pokédex to research the stunfisk's details, while Satoshi, wary of falling victim to their enchantments, opted to deploy his Ambipom for reconnaissance. You shall remain perched in the trees, and should you catch sight of a stunfisk, do not hesitate to alert us, understood? Okie. Ambipom appeared quite elated, though whether it was due to emerging from its Pokeball or the assignment at hand remained uncertain. Yet, while Ambipom seemed in high spirits, Satoshi bore a look of concern. After all, Ambipom's cheerful expressions often heralded misfortune, although not every mishap could be solely attributed to it. The pattern was enough to provoke Satoshi's anxiety. Let me be clear, should you engage in any tomfoolery today, your training regimen tomorrow will be 5 times that of your peers. If you don't mind, I shall enforce this. Okie. Ambipom widened its eyes in surprise, gazing innocently at Satoshi. Upon realizing the seriousness of his intent, it despondently drooped its head. This creature truly seemed intent on concocting some peculiar mischief. Chapter 38. The Lost Ones. Hey, are we sure we haven't strayed from our path? Is it just me, or is it getting darker? Koharu asked timidly, trailing behind Satoshi, her gaze fixed on the increasingly dense trees. Of course it's getting darker. After all, we're traversing a forest, and the deeper we go, the more lush the foliage becomes, Satoshi replied with a hint of exasperation. By the way, weren't you someone who wasn't particularly afraid of the dark? You seemed fine before, so why the sudden apprehension? I can't help it. This place is called the Bewildering Forest for a reason. And such a name conjures images of unsavory entities lurking within, Koharu retorted. Unsavory entities? Even if there were, they would most likely be ghost-type Pokémon, Shigeru interjected. Exactly. Even if there were any unsavory presences, they would only be ghost types. After all, they excel at concealing themselves in environments like this. And many of the so-called supernatural occurrences reported in newspapers and magazines are often the work of ghost-type Pokémon. Pikachu's ears drooped, seemingly reminded of something unpleasant. Yes, they would merely be ghost types. Moreover, this forest earned its name primarily due to the Stunfisk, right? Compared to ghost types, Stunfisk are decidedly more endearing. Satoshi nodded in agreement. Is that so? Upon witnessing the confident demeanor of the two, Koharu felt her own spirits lift slightly. This being her first journey, she had yet to encounter many things. But she could only hope to accumulate experiences along the way, ultimately maturing like Satoshi and Shigeru. Oki. As Satoshi and the others conversed, Ambipom, stationed in the trees, suddenly let out a loud call, pointing excitedly to the side, as if it had spotted a Stunfisk. If it is indeed a Stunfisk, we might need to disperse it. The texts warn that the Stunfisk in the bewildering forest can be quite aggressive towards travelers, Shigeru noted, his voice low as he squinted into the dim light. Satoshi understood his implication. Is it far? He shouted to Ambipom. Okay, Ambipom shook its head in response. It seemed the Stunfisk was not far off. Shall we proceed together? Satoshi inquired of Koharu and Shigeru. Given the peculiar nature of this forest, it was generally safer to stick together. However, since Ambipom had indicated a position that was not their intended route, preemptively driving away the Stunfisk seemed unnecessary. If it's not far, we'll wait here for you. Staying put should pose no danger, Shigeru suggested. I agree. With that, Satoshi resolved to make a quick excursion, reassured by the presence of Pokemon with Koharu and Shigeru, as well as Shigeru's experience as a seasoned traveler. Once the decision was made, Satoshi followed Ambipom as it guided him in the indicated direction. Yet, 10 minutes passed without any sign of stopping, which struck Satoshi as peculiar. Pika, are we there yet? Pikachu shared in the sentiment, sensing something amiss, especially since Ambipom had not spoken since they began following it, merely leaping through the trees in silence. Hey, Ambipom, are we there yet? With a twinge of concern, Satoshi called out, attempting to rouse it. However, Ambipom remained unresponsive, even accelerating its pace, leaving Satoshi and Pikachu at risk of being left behind. No way. Satoshi's mouth twitched as he contemplated the possible implications, hastily retrieving Ambipom's Pokeball to recall it, only to release it once more. Okay. When Ambipom re-emerged from its Pokeball, it began scratching its head, looking this way and that, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. Stop dawdling, Satoshi exclaimed, exasperated as he patted its head. Wasn't I clear about keeping an eye on the Stunfisk? Where did it go? Okay. Ambipom finally recalled its task. But while it had spotted a Stunfisk just moments prior, the instant it leapt from the tree, a flash of white light had dazzled it, and from that point on, it could remember nothing. Indeed, observing Ambipom's demeanor, Satoshi surmised it had fallen victim to the Stunfisk's trickery. The creature had likely sensed Ambipom's presence and cast an illusion as it leapt. One had to admit, that particular Stunfisk was quite clever and alert, perhaps accustomed to such scenarios. Well, regardless, we should return and regroup with Shigeru and Koharu. We've been away long enough that they might be worried. Given the impossibility of locating the Stunfisk, Satoshi resolved to retrace his steps to explain the situation to Shigeru and Koharu before continuing their journey. However, upon returning to the designated spot, he was met with an unsettling sight. Shigeru and Koharu, who should have been awaiting his return, were nowhere to be found, leaving only 2 fallen leaves behind, certainly not a signal they had intentionally left. After all, such a thing bore no capacity for communication. Sigh. Satoshi let out a deep breath. Koharu's absence was one thing, but how could Shigeru have made such a rookie mistake? If they weren't there, it was highly probable they had been driven away by the Stunfisk. He could only wonder how they had succumbed to its hypnosis. Murkrow, go find. Just as Satoshi prepared to send out his Murkrow to search for Shigeru and Koharu, a rustling sound from the nearby thicket captured his attention. Chapter 39, The Monarch of the Forest. The rustling sounds emanating from the thicket captured Ash and his companion's attention. Without the need for Ash to issue any commands, Pikachu and Ambipom had already positioned themselves before him, ready to confront any potential adversaries that might emerge. Let's ascertain who it is before we act. We must avoid harming anyone by mistake, Ash cautioned. Although it was uncommon for individuals to wander into the bewildering forest at this moment, aside from himself, the only other people present were Dawn, Brock, and Shinji. If it happened to be those few, it would be unwise to act recklessly, hence Ash's prudent reminder. However, it soon became apparent that Ash's concerns were unwarranted. Before Pikachu and Ambipom could respond to his words, several Stantler burst forth from the underbrush, charging directly toward them. Thunderbolt. Swift, Ash commanded, fully aware that wild Stantler, particularly those in this forest, would not hesitate to use hypnosis on any intruders. Thus, upon confirming their identity, He promptly directed Pikachu and Ambipom to launch their attacks. Yet, just as they were about to strike, Pikachu and Ambipom noticed that the Stantler's attention seemed to be elsewhere. A few of them merely cast anxious glances behind, before hurriedly fleeing past Ash and his friends. Pika, Ambipom. The two Pokémon voiced their confusion as they watched the Stantler retreat. Fleeing? And so frightened? What could be the reason? Just as this thought crossed Ash's mind, a heavy thudding sound accompanied the commotion of the fleeing Stantler. Looking up, he beheld a colossal Ursaring, towering nearly 25 meters, standing before them. After casting a disdainful glance their way, it wasted no time in unleashing its hyper beam. Continue with the original assault, Ash exclaimed. Indeed, encountering an Ursaring in the wild rarely bodes well. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to go berserk, attacking them furiously. Fortunately, Pikachu and Ambipom did not let their guard down after the Stantler's departure, allowing them to counterattack just as Ursaring unleashed its hyper beam. A resounding explosion erupted as Thunderbolt and Swift collided with the hyper beam, generating a violent gust that forced Ash to stagger back several steps to regain his balance. Impressive, Ash thought, admiring the Ursaring, which maintained its intimidating presence even after using hyper beam. Although Ash was not a Pokémon professor, his years of travel had led him to encounter many Pokémon, yet this was his first battle against one of such immense size. And its power evidently surpassed that of ordinary wild Pokémon. The king of the forest? Ash mused, his excitement mounting. Ambipom, fall back. Pikachu, go in. Prepare to capture. Pika. Ambipom. Upon hearing Ash's intention to capture the Ursaring, Pikachu's spirits soared, while Ambipom felt somewhat disheartened. Having recognized the disparity in strength from their earlier encounter, Ambipom was nonetheless disappointed at not being able to confront it directly. Quick attack, Ash commanded. Although he sensed Ambipom's mood, he knew that the enemy was right before them, and there was no time for such concerns. His priority was to defeat Ursaring with utmost speed. In a flash, Pikachu darted forward, closing the distance to Ursaring. Despite its fearsome demeanor post-hyper beam, it was merely putting on a facade. The stiffness following its attack provided Pikachu with an opportunity to strike. A dull thud resonated from Ursaring's chest as it absorbed Pikachu's quick attack, yet its expression remained unchanged, perhaps even appearing more menacing. While the force of quick attack was not particularly great, it was the best option given the urgency of the situation. Roar! Ursaring bellowed, its right arm glowing with a white light, suggesting a heavy attack was imminent. Hammer arm, Ash quickly assessed. It even knows hammer arm, and appears quite proficient. This Ursaring is clearly of a high level. Iron tail. Although evading such an attack would be relatively easy, Ash opted for a frontal collision to gauge the power disparity between Ursaring and Pikachu. Pikachu exerted all its strength in a swing of Iron Tail, and the two attacks clashed with another explosive sound. This time, Pikachu was sent flying back, albeit landing safely on the ground with minimal injury. Roar. Seeing its victory in the power struggle, Ursaring let out a triumphant roar, as if celebrating. Living in the wild, Pokemon's ability to judge the situation was their greatest vulnerability. Facing such a formidable Ursaring, Ash simply commanded, charge in. Thunderbolt. Pikachu stepped forward once more, crackling with electricity. This time, Pikachu's demeanor exuded a newfound confidence. A stark contrast to before, now that its own move was unleashed. Roar. Witnessing Pikachu's fearless advance, Ursaring's temper flared even further. Having dominated the forest for so long, it had never encountered an opponent undeterred by its presence. Usually, without even unleashing Hyper Beam, a single hammer arm would send any creature scurrying away. Even its fellow Ursaring would steer clear. But today, a mere little yellow rodent dared to confront it, igniting Ursaring's wrath. With crackling currents surrounding it, Ursaring stood resolute. Accepting the full brunt of Pikachu's Thunderbolt without flinching, it had a singular purpose. Roar. Hammer arm coalesced on Ursaring's right arm, targeting Pikachu. As the distance closed and Pikachu showed no intention of evasion, it descended with intent to deliver a decisive blow. Chapter 40. Capturing Ursaring, the late arrival of Shinji. Boom. Ursaring's hammer arm struck the ground with unmitigated force, creating a massive crater where the earth had once been intact. The Munchlax and Murkrow perched in the trees around them scattered in a frenzy after the thunderous sound. Despite the immense power of the hammer arm, Ursaring's expression froze in disbelief. It had failed to connect with its opponent. In that moment, it realized its strike had missed. The roaring Ursaring fell silent, sensing the electric currents coursing through its back, leaving it paralyzed with the knowledge that Pikachu's position had been clearly revealed. Yet it could not retaliate. High-voltage shock. This was a rare opportunity that Ash had painstakingly crafted, and he was not about to squander it. If Pikachu were to collide its high-voltage shock with Ursaring's hammer arm, victory was attainable, but it would exact a toll on Pikachu's stamina. Yet now, the conditions were such that Pikachu could not afford to lose, nor could it afford to fail. Bang! Roar! The high-voltage electric shock struck the back of the bear Pokémon with precision. Pikachu unleashed its most formidable and powerful technique, far surpassing the simplicity with which the bear Pokémon could withstand Thunderbolt. With a force reminiscent of thunderous currents, the impact exceeded the swift strike of lightning. The bear Pokémon let out a woeful cry, subsequently kneeling on one knee under the intense pain. This high-voltage shock can be said to have thoroughly incapacitated it. Yet the bear Pokémon showed no signs of surrender or retreat. It roared in fury, struggling as its eyes bulged with rage, glaring at Ash as if to accuse him of treachery. However, such concerns were now inconsequential, for the outcome of this battle had already been determined. Thunderbolt. Ash issued his final ultimatum to the bear Pokémon. A flash of golden electricity enveloped it, darkening its surface as it lost the strength to resist, ultimately closing its eyes and succumbing to defeat. Despite its inability to continue fighting, the bear Pokémon did not collapse like most Pokémon. It merely maintained its final stance, akin to a warrior refusing to yield. How rare it was for a wild Pokémon to reach such a state. It must be a particularly combative individual. Ash mused as he tossed a Pokeball. Although the bear Pokémon had completely lost its fighting capability, the Pokeball continued to shake vigorously after it was captured, giving the impression that it might burst open at any moment. However, after half a minute, the shaking finally ceased, signifying Ash's successful capture. TSK. Was I a moment too late? Just as Ash picked up the Pokeball, not yet having made his signature gesture of capturing a Pokémon, he suddenly heard Shinji's voice behind him. Turning around, he found Shinji looking displeased at the Pokeball in Ash's hand. What luck you have, despite being lost. You've managed to capture the prey I had my eye on before me. Shinji did not approach, but stepped out from the bushes with his Chimchar. So you were here to capture that bear Pokémon, then? Ash asked. Hell, what else? Shinji retorted. Residents nearby mentioned a massive bear Pokémon that had dominated the forest for ages, yet no trainer had ever managed to defeat it, which is why I came here. After glancing at the Pokeball in Ash's hand, Shinji closed his eyes, resigned, and said, oh well, I suppose this time I was simply unlucky. I'll have to search for alternatives. Let us go. Chirp. At Shinji's cold command, Chimchar trembled momentarily before hurriedly following Shinji's lead. Wait, hold on. Ash suddenly called out, as if recalling something important just as Shinji was about to leave. What is it? Shinji turned around impatiently. Did you happen to see Brock and Dawn in the forest? I lost track of them. They must have fallen for the illusions of the Sawsbuck and wandered off somewhere. Ash had completely forgotten about them due to the bear Pokémon's appearance, but now, with everything settled, he remembered them. Those two fools. Shinji scoffed. They fell for the Sawsbuck's illusions and were lying on the ground. I chased the Sawsbuck away, so they should still be near the entrance of the forest. With that, Shinji turned and left without looking back. Watching Shinji's retreating figure, Ash felt a mix of emotions. Indeed, this guy has always had that personality. Is he cold on the outside yet warm within, or does he simply have a sharp tongue but a tender heart? Though his words often sound harsh, he demonstrates impatience when helping others in trouble, complaining while lending a hand. Ash didn't harbor any dislike for Shinji's personality. In fact, he had grown indifferent to Shinji's trash talk. If he had to pinpoint one aspect he disliked about Shinji, it would be his current attitude towards Pokémon. Chimchar. Glancing at the dejected and forlorn Chimchar, trailing behind Shinji, stirred complex feelings within Ash. He wished he could say a word of encouragement, but Chimchar was, after all, Shinji's Pokémon. Shinji had recognized the power that surged from Chimchar when it unleashed its fiery strength, yet that power was beyond Chimchar's current grasp. Every Pokémon possesses unique characteristics. Some require encouragement from their trainers to progress, while others thrive under pressure. Chimchar belonged to the former category, yet that was something Shinji could not provide at this moment. If things continued on this path, it seemed Chimchar's fate would mirror the past, being abandoned by Shinji once more. Sigh. Ash sighed deeply. Though Chimchar could achieve remarkable progress under his guidance, witnessing its expression when abandoned by Shinji was not something he wished to see. The relationship between trainers and Pokémon, or rather between Pokémon and trainers, should indeed be more harmonious and beautiful. Such a sight would be far more desirable for everyone. Chapter 41. Morning Training, Unexpected Encounters. The following day, morning, in a forest along the route from Masago Town to Jubilife City. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Pika. Ash was conducting his morning training, while Dawn was similarly engaged in her own practice, with Ash preparing for the upcoming gym battle and Dawn laying the groundwork for her imminent debut at the Grand Festival. However, Roar. On Ash's side, facing Pikachu's incoming Thunderbolt, the bear Pokémon once again assumed a defensive stance, intending to take the hit head-on. Witnessing this, Ash could only helplessly call off the match. On Dawn's side, in preparation for her performance, she wanted Piplup to master a more advanced skill, yet despite multiple attempts, failure ensued each time, and she had become drenched more than once, just as it happened again now. Piplup. The Piplup, while attempting Bubble Beam, became dizzy from spinning, and the bubbles that should have surrounded it mostly landed on Dawn, resulting in a lamenting cry as her freshly sun-dried clothes became soaked once more. Sigh. I suppose that's enough for today. What a shame. It was fine yesterday against Team Rocket, but today, it just won't work. How strange. Piplup, noticing Dawn's disappointed expression, also felt downcast. However, realizing its attitude was affecting Piplup, Dawn quickly apologized, and with two cheerful spirits together, their gloom dissipated in less than a minute. No worries. Before the grand festival begins, we'll definitely be ready. Trust me, Piplup. Piplup. Piplup appeared more confident than Dawn, and although the current issues remained unresolved, their training session came to a close. However, Ash's situation did not seem to be as easily resolved. That's not how it works. After instructing Pikachu to cease its attack, Ash approached the bear Pokémon, exclaiming with exasperation, "You could have easily dodged that thunderbolt, couldn't you? If you could, there was no need to take it head-on under non-essential circumstances." Roar. The bear Pokémon crossed its arms, showing no sign of remorse. It has adhered to its instincts in battle for so many years, and naturally, it would not simply alter its fighting style just because it has been subdued. Moreover, even after being captured, it does not fully submit to Ash and Pikachu, not due to a lack of strength, but rather because of its size. In its eyes, size signifies absolute authority. Although it has faced defeat, it still insists on battling according to its own desires. Indeed, it is not so easily swayed, and your characteristics are quite pronounced. Faced with the currently uncommunicative bear, Ash finds himself at an impasse, having no choice but to return it to its Pokeball, preparing to seek another opportunity to temper its temper in the future. Of course, Bear's distinctive fighting traits are not inherently problematic, but the issue lies in its battle mode, which is decidedly unsuitable for trainer versus trainer encounters. If it is to be truly convinced, relying solely on Pikachu may not suffice. A more impactful ally may be required. Bear still appears reluctant to heed commands. At this moment, Brock, who has been observing from the sidelines, seizes the opportunity to offer some comfort. There's no need to be too disheartened. After all, we've all been through this before. If we can gain the trust of such distinctly characterized Pokemon, they can become formidable allies. Ash, of course, is aware of this. He dismisses it with a wave of his hand, indicating he is unfazed. Perhaps it is a matter of Pikachu's authority not being strong enough, despite being the defeated side. Bear still shows no fear of Pikachu. Subsequently, Ash intends to select a previous companion from Professor Oak's lab to assist him. Oh, Brock is taken aback. I never imagined you would think of calling upon an old Pokemon for help. By that measure, you've certainly grown. In response to Brock's sentiments, Ash finds himself at a loss for words, managing only an awkward smile. During this exchange, Dawn leans in to inquire which Pokemon Ash plans to retrieve for assistance. As Ash had previously extolled the virtues of his past companions during their time in Twinleaf Town, naturally piquing her curiosity. However, Ash is unable to answer this question for the time being. In his heart, his best ally is undoubtedly Charizard, but he cannot summon Charizard at will. Thus, he finds himself somewhat conflicted about who could effectively win Bear's trust. If considering sheer presence, Lizard King might be a decent choice, but given the personalities of both Pokemon, he wonders if they would clash when placed together. As for Heracross, while it would be a solid option based purely on strength, it still feels somewhat off. I'll take a couple more days to think it over. After all, this issue should resolve itself once we reach Jubilife City. Ash remarks, ultimately, I do not wish for Bear to fight solely according to my wishes, but rather to learn how to evolve its current battle style. Simply enduring attacks from opponents of similar strength will not lead to victory. Witnessing Ash speak with such seriousness and maturity, Dawn is somewhat astonished. Indeed, Ash, you are a seasoned traveler and trainer. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? After their training session, Ash and company take a brief rest at their campsite before preparing to set off once more. As they gather their belongings, both Ash and Dawn have their items neatly packed, yet they notice that Ash, despite having the fewest personal items, has yet to organize his belongings. No, it should be said that he has organized them, but is standing there in a daze. Pika, what's wrong? Noticing Ash's unusual demeanor, Dawn and Brock approach him with concern. No, it's just that Ash, with a furrowed brow, seems puzzled as he rises to ask, did any of you mistakenly put this in my bag? As he speaks, Ash pulls out several items of modest size from his backpack and places them on the ground to show them. Chapter 42, The Mischievous Froggy. After a brief rest, Ash and his companions resume their journey. However, throughout the journey, Ash's expression remains troubled, as if he is grappling with something perplexing. Still thinking about that? It wouldn't be that you accidentally brought along some old items from before you set off and forgot about them, would it? I agree with Dawn. After all, you have a tendency to be forgetful, Brock adds. Such things, even if forgotten, are quite normal. How could that be? Ash immediately retorts with displeasure. My forgetfulness only manifests in trivial matters. I certainly wouldn't forget anything related to Pokemon. Yet Brock raises a brow in skepticism and adds, The items you claim not to remember include not only the Dark Stone and the Spirit World Cloth, but also the Blue Orange Berry and the Travel Guide. Your argument is entirely invalid. Ash, indeed. It was only while packing that Ash finally realized that, for some inexplicable reason, several items had mysteriously appeared in one of his backpack's compartments. The presence of the Blue Orange Berry could be somewhat justified, but the other items should never have found their way into his bag. He could not possibly have brought the travel guide to the Sinnoh region, nor could he have possessed the Spirit World Cloth or the Dark Stone. He was utterly baffled. Ash shook his head in sighing contemplation, convinced these items did not belong to him. Yet he also felt certain that neither Dawn nor Brock would have the Dark Stone or the Spirit World Cloth. Since these items had no apparent owner and were now in his backpack, Ash could only regard them as a gift from fate. After approximately an hour of travel, Ash and his companions arrive at a small convenience store near the edge of the forest by the roadside. Although their supplies of food and water in their backpacks remain ample, Brock cannot help but feel compelled to enter the store to make a purchase whenever he spots one in the wild. Ash and Dawn find this perplexing. Perhaps it is an unavoidable quirk of his caretaker role. Just as they are about to enter the store, a low, shadowy figure suddenly emerges from a corner of the convenience store, fixing its gaze directly on Ash and the others. Is that a froggy? Dawn mutters, staring at the Pokémon, which appears dazed yet somewhat eerie. Why is it here? Is it the store owner's Pokémon? Brock, who always makes it a point to note the unique Pokémon of each region they visit, has already identified the froggy before Dawn pulls out her Pokédex to register it. It doesn't seem like a Pokémon belonging to a trainer, Ash remarks, glancing discreetly at Brock and the froggy, who seem to regard each other as long-lost friends. Despite this being their first encounter, it is no wonder they share such a connection, is it? Speaking of which, why has Froggy chosen to follow Brock? This has puzzled Ash since the beginning. Froggy's first appearance was as one of Team Rocket's enforcers, and after Team Rocket was dispatched, it voluntarily became Brock's Pokémon. Wait a minute. If Froggy is here, does that mean those three individuals? Just as Ash is pondering this, the automatic doors of the convenience store swing open, revealing a Meowth dressed in clothing, who emerges while grumbling. I can't believe it's me again buying these things. My luck shouldn't be this bad. Ugh. I still need to go back and tell Jesse and James. Huh? Meow. As the self-muttering meow meow approached Ash and his companions, it finally noticed the several individuals who had been observing it all along. Startled, it immediately retreated a considerable distance until its back pressed against the wall, at which point it reacted by shouting, "You little rascals! Why are you here? You better not come any closer, or I shall make you regret it." Meow Meow displayed a semblance of bravado, appearing fearless, though if one disregarded its trembling legs, it might have seemed quite imposing. Yet, after uttering these words, it realized that Ash and his friends were not even paying attention to it. Their focus was evidently captivated by the alluring presence of the troublesome frog. Why was this child fixated on Brock? Could it be that he harbored some affection for him? At that moment, Dawn also noticed the frog's gaze and began to mimic Ash, alternating her attention between Brock and the troublesome frog, seemingly trying to decipher the situation. I think you're onto something. Why not have Brock capture it? Capture? Is that truly feasible? Faced with Ash and Dawn's suggestions, Brock found himself momentarily uncertain. Thus he knelt down, gazing at the troublesome frog, and inquired, "Do you wish to accompany me?" Goo. In response to Brock's question, the troublesome frog merely emitted a low sound, its toxin sacs rhythmically contracting and expanding, leaving its intentions ambiguous. Brock and the frog exchanged silent glances, and he slowly retrieved an empty Pokeball from his pocket, preparing to gently tap it on the frog's head. However, the moment the Pokeball approached, the troublesome frog opened it with a swift motion. "Hey, that is not how it works," Brock lamented, turning away in exasperation. Initially, he felt a flicker of excitement at Ash and Dawn's encouragement, but now, it was evident that the troublesome frog showed no inclination to join him. How peculiar, Ash remarked, equally perplexed by the frog's behavior, as it had previously approached Brock willingly. Just then, the automatic door of the convenience store swung open once more, revealing a young and attractive cashier, who seemed to have heard the commotion outside and assumed something was amiss. "Excuse me, have you encountered any trouble?" "Oh, yes." Before she could finish, Brock knelt dramatically, proclaiming, "The greatest trouble I have encountered is the sudden surge of my heartbeat upon laying eyes on you." "Ugh. Is this happening again?" Ash interjected. "Can someone with such a personality truly find a girlfriend?" Dawn added her own thoughts on the matter. Goo. Just as Ash and Dawn believed they were momentarily stuck, the troublesome frog unexpectedly stepped forward. To their astonishment, it approached the fallen Pokeball and gently nudged itself inside without any resistance, allowing Brock to successfully capture it. "Huh, Pikachu?" Ash and the others were utterly taken aback. The troublesome frog, which had previously resisted capture, now willingly entered Brock's Pokeball. They scarcely had time to ponder the situation when the frog abruptly sprang back out of the closed Pokeball and, to their growing bewilderment, advanced towards Brock. delivering a swift poison jab to his abdomen without a moment's hesitation. Ugh! Caught off guard, Brock cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground, his limbs convulsing. A faint purplish hue appearing on his face. It's stinging. The troublesome frog seemed to emit a chuckle, then proceeded to tug at Brock's pant leg, dragging him away, leaving the others in utter shock. It turned out the troublesome frog was merely seeking amusement. Dawn expressed incredulously what Ash had only just now begun to comprehend. Mini-scene. Meow Meow stealthily returned to the faux gym they had established in their pursuit of Pikachu. Jesse, hey. Meow Meow. Why did it take you so long just to buy something? Were you slacking off? James, exactly. I've already expended so many valuable bottle caps. Meow Meow, don't be lazy. Meow Meow, I wasn't slacking off. I encountered those little rascals when I left the convenience store, but they were completely focused elsewhere, allowing me to return safely. Jesse, wait, you say you encountered them where? Convenience store. James, so, our preparations were for naught. Meow Meow. It seems that way. Everyone, what an annoying feeling. Chapter 43, Love at First Sight. The next day, during breakfast time. After several days of relentless travel, Ash and his companions' conditions had sharply declined. This morning, which should have been refreshing, found both Ash, just awakening, and Brock, already up and preparing breakfast, wearing expressions of fatigue, yawning incessantly. Good morning. What are we having today? Ash asked groggily. Let us keep it simple today. Fried bacon, fried eggs, and a bowl of hot soup, Brock replied, yawning while wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. Is Dawn still not awake? But I just heard sounds coming from Dawn's tent, Ash noted, glancing over. Hey, Dawn, are you awake? I am. I'm currently battling with my hair. If breakfast is ready, you all can eat first. Ash found it difficult to comprehend why, even with a hat on, she insisted on meticulously grooming her hair. Surely, no one would see it? Or was it that effort in unseen places was the mark of propriety? Don't look at me. I have no idea, Brock said while chopping onions. After all, I've never had a female friend with whom I could discuss such matters. Are you crying? It's the onions, they're too pungent. Whether he spoke the truth or not, Ash sensed that Brock still harbored some resentment. The speed at which he chopped the vegetables indicated as much. Thud. Before Ash could gather his thoughts, he heard Brock exclaim, and the onion in his hand flew towards Dawn's tent. Ash, catch it. Leave it to me. Though it was merely an onion, nothing of great consequence, Ash's spirits lifted at the sight, and he hurried towards the onion's trajectory. I'll get it. Just as Ash aimed to catch the falling onion, a commotion erupted from the tent behind him. Beisel, water gun. Beisel. With Beisel's cry, an explosion of bubbles surged forth from Dawn's tent, and Ash, standing directly in their path, was not so fortunate. He was swept away by the force of the water gun. Bang! With a loud yelp, Ash fell to the ground, his hat flying off into the air. Pika. For reasons unknown, despite it being merely a hat that had flown away, Pikachu excitedly predicted its trajectory, leaping to catch it mid-air, performing a few elegant spins before landing gracefully. Although its utility was uncertain. Pika. Pikachu, beaming with pride, donned the hat upon its head, while Ash, sprawled on the ground, could only express his disbelief. Do you value my hat over me? Is my hat my true essence? Pika. Pikachu stood up, touching the back of its head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. After all, just as Ash wished to show off his skill in catching a falling onion from the heights, Pikachu merely sought to flaunt its talent for catching hats. As for Ash, well, a fall is just a fall. Team Rocket plummets from the sky daily and seems none the worse for wear, right? While Ash and Pikachu were engaged in their playful banter, it seemed that no one noticed the rustling sounds emanating from the nearby bushes, where a small figure darted through the foliage. Naturally, the commotion outside reached the ears of Chloe, who was inside the tent. As she combed through her hair, dampened by the foam light, she stepped out, inquiring, "What is the matter? Why is Ash lying on the ground?" "Never mind," Ash replied with a resigned sigh, acknowledging that he bore some responsibility for the incident, and thus could not blame Chloe. "By the way, Brock, your onion," Ash exclaimed, tossing the onion that had fallen to the ground towards Brock's direction. Unfortunately, Ash exerted a tad too much force. The onion traced a perfect arc over Brock's head before landing squarely atop the head of the mischievous Frogadier behind him. "Hey, Frogadier, watch out," Brock called out, but his warning seemed futile, for Frogadier had already reacted. The moment it realized the onion was descending upon it, it swiftly batted it away. The onion then veered back in the direction of Pikachu. Although it was puzzling why such a fuss was being made over an onion, it felt as though allowing it to hit the ground would be tantamount to defeat. Pikachu seemed to share this sentiment, and just as it prepared to leap for the onion, a shadowy figure outpaced Pikachu, soaring into the air to catch the onion moments before it could fall. It then landed gracefully. "Flufftail!" Ash and the others exclaimed in unison, recognizing the figure holding the onion. Meow, unfazed by the astonished gazes of Ash and the others. Flufftail displayed a nonchalant demeanor. It simply approached Pikachu and presented the halved onion. However, just as Pikachu was about to express its gratitude, Flufftail, who had appeared so confident moments ago, suddenly exhibited a bashful demeanor, pulling its fur around its waist to shield its cheeks. Wow! Witnessing this, the group, already surprised by Flufftail's entrance, found themselves even more astonished. I wonder if this Flufftail has developed a fondness for Pikachu? Brock mused. Ash. Pikachu. The expressions among the group varied, but Pikachu, the subject of the speculation, appeared the most taken aback. Upon hearing Brock's conjecture, Pikachu nearly dropped the onion it was holding, its face a portrait of confusion. Chapter 44, Chloe's First Capture. Well, though I'm merely speculating, I can't help but wonder why, Chloe pondered, her arms crossed and a look of curiosity adorning her face. This Flufftail should be meeting Pikachu for the first time, right? Chloe, disinterested in romance and lacking exposure to any peculiar love dramas, had no concept of love at first sight and was utterly oblivious to Flufftail's current feelings. Falling in love at first sight is still a beautiful kind of love. Brock, a self-proclaimed master of love at first sight, passionately extolled his views on romance. Although it was indeed Flufftail's first encounter with Pikachu, the poised manner in which Pikachu caught Ash's hat had left a profound impression on Flufftail. That moment had etched itself deeply in Flufftail's heart, igniting feelings of affection without the need for any rationale. Is that so? Chloe remained unconvinced. Whether due to her lack of understanding of love, or perhaps Brock's usual demeanor diminished the credibility of his words. Brock, noticing Chloe's skepticism, could only sigh in resignation. Ah. You and Ash are still quite young. In time, you'll come to understand. Even someone you've just met can evoke feelings of love through a simple, unintentional gesture. Whether it's a smile in the afternoon sun or a gentle touch of hair, any small action can captivate your heart. After Brock's lengthy exposition, Chloe began to contemplate. She instinctively glanced at Ash but quickly shook her head, as if to dispel any peculiar thoughts. Returning to the present, her gaze now focused intently on Flufftail, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Since the beginning of their journey, she had harbored a desire to capture a Flufftail. But her last attempt had been thwarted by Ash's interference, or rather, her own oversight. However, now that Flufftail seemed to harbor feelings for Pikachu, wouldn't it be? Flufftail? Meow? Flufftail looked up curiously at being addressed by Chloe. Since you really like Pikachu, would you like to come with me? This way, you can be with Pikachu every day. Pika? Pikachu could hardly fathom that it would one day become a lure for wild Pokémon. But upon seeing the earnest expression on Chloe's face, it fell silent. Meow? It must be said, Chloe's proposal was quite tempting for Flufftail. Its feelings for Pikachu were genuine. And it wasn't he particularly attached to the wild lifestyle. In fact, the environment it lived in mattered little to Flufftail. Given this, following the human before it seemed the best option. After all, it could be with Pikachu. Meow? Just as Flufftail was successfully enticed by Chloe, an explosion erupted, sending debris and dust flying. Startled, Chloe barely had time to exclaim what was happening when the familiar voices and catchphrases of Team Rocket reached Ash and the others. Following their previous defeat, Team Rocket had clearly not given up on capturing Pikachu. If anything, the sting of their last failure had propelled them to return just a day later, armed with a newly constructed giant robot. Haha, this time, we're not the same as before. Our robot is not only shock-resistant, but also impact-resistant. Musashi shouted from within the robot, her voice dripping with mockery. You little brats won't knock us away so easily this time, meow? To redeem myself, I even sold my precious collectibles to fund this endeavor. This time, we will succeed. Sonance, Manini, these guys are really annoying. When will they ever learn? At such a critical juncture in her endeavor to capture Flufftail, Chloe was understandably displeased by Team Rocket's disruption. Well, if they could learn, they wouldn't be Team Rocket, Ash remarked nonchalantly, already contemplating which Pokémon to send into battle. Even if it was just the Team Rocket trio, it would still provide valuable practical experience. Any lesson learned would count as a victory. Little Ash's carefree demeanor was abruptly shattered by Brock, who patted him on the shoulder and pointed tremulously at the spot beneath the robot's feet, exclaiming, "Our breakfast is gone." Completely gone. At that moment, Ash, Pikachu, and Dawn were left in stunned silence. They had anticipated nothing more than a simple battle ahead, yet they were unprepared to confront the dire challenge of hunger. The atmosphere shifted to one of hushed tension. If Ash and Dawn's glares could kill, the trio from Team Rocket would have perished hundreds of times over. Although their gazes lacked lethal force, the intensity radiating from the two nonetheless instilled a palpable fear in Jessie's group. Hey, is everything really alright? Is this machine truly sturdy enough? Even Jessie began to feel apprehensive, while Meowth, responsible for the machine's assembly, confidently reassured them. Don't worry, Meow. I've meticulously calculated that it would be quite challenging for Pikachu to breach our defenses. All we need to do is catch Pikachu and run. Beware, use Hammer Arm. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Under the terrified watch of Team Rocket, Ash's enormous Beware materialized on the scene, advancing with heavy steps toward their position. In less than a minute, amidst a tremendous explosion, the members of Team Rocket found themselves soaring through the sky, shouting their usual complaints about feeling utterly detestable. Following this chaotic episode, Dawn officially captured the coveted cutie fly, though the price they paid that morning was their nearly prepared lunch. Chapter 45. The choice is Snorlax. Jubilife City. A large metropolis often referred to as the City of Happiness by the inhabitants of the Sinnoh region and the authorities alike. Jubilife can be described as the department store of the Sinnoh region, where virtually any item available on the market can be found. Recently, the emergence of the Pokémon Watch has further heightened the city's already renowned status. In the promotional video for the Pokémon Watch, its functions seem to encompass various aspects, making it an eagerly anticipated item among trainers not only in the Sinnoh region but across the globe even before its release. Finally, Weavee arrived. I can hardly contain myself. I want to rush to the Pokémon Center for a quick shower and then sign up for tomorrow's gorgeous contest. Upon stepping into Jubilife City, Dawn could no longer restrain her excitement, stretching her arms and vocalizing her intentions. Oh, and the Pokémon Watch. It seems like it is also set to be released in the next couple of days. After I win the gorgeous contest in Jubilife, I'll conveniently purchase the newly released Pokémon Watch. What a delightful 2-for-1 deal. Hey, let us not be overly confident. While self-assurance is admirable, Dawn, this is your first time participating in the gorgeous contest. I assent it? A touch of humility would serve you well, Brock advised. Pikachu added, staring at Ash. As Ash uttered these words, both Pikachu and Brock cast him disdainful looks, and Ash understood the implication behind their gazes, particularly given his own past blunders, especially his first attempt at challenging a Pokemon gym. What does it matter? Maintaining confidence is essential for victory, right? I've got this. I've practiced that technique with Piplup for quite some time now, and I'm now able to execute it proficiently. In response to Ash's encouragement, Dawn appeared unfazed, looking nothing like a newcomer to the gorgeous contest. Is that so? Well, best of luck. Where are you headed first? I'm going to register for the gorgeous contest, and then purchase the Pokémon Watch before heading back to the Pokémon Center. I'm off to the supermarket to restock on supplies. Both Dawn and Brock shared their plans, signifying they would be parting ways for a while. Alright, let us split here. I need to head to the Pokémon Center to pick up my Pokémon from Professor Oak, Ash stated. By the way, have you mentioned which Pokémon you intend to use against Beware? Brock inquired with curiosity. It's a secret, you'll find out soon enough. With that, Ash promptly arrived at the Pokémon Center in Jubilife City and dialed Professor Oak's lab. Hello, is that Professor Oak? Yes, I've reached Jubilife City. If it's convenient, could you assist me? The call ended swiftly, and Pikachu emitted a sigh, seemingly disappointed, as if regretting the absence of Professor Oak's usual hearty meals. Given his current focus on a significant research project, Ash couldn't help but shake his head, recalling the image of Professor Oak and Gary sharing a bowl of instant noodles. It was surprising that even with Gary at the lab, Professor Oak continued to lead such a lifestyle. Clearly, he had dragged Gary into it as well. Despite his internal musings, Ash remained focused on the reason for his call. Upon arriving at the battle arena in the Pokémon Center's backyard, he casually tossed out Beware's Pokeball. Roar! Beware emerged without a hint of alteration, letting out a mighty roar as it did, perhaps for the sake of bravado. After its bellow, Beware looked down at Pikachu and beckoned it with a hand, evidently believing that Pikachu would be its training partner once again. Naturally, it harbored such hopes, as it had yet to secure a victory against Pikachu. Although Ash had always directed Pikachu during their battles, the string of defeats left Beware feeling dissatisfied, eagerly anticipating a rematch. Enough with the provocations. Today, your opponent is not Pikachu. Beware's expression contorted in confusion, clearly trying its utmost to express its bewilderment. If it's not Pikachu, then who could it be? Munchlax? Turtwig? Or maybe Ambipom? Beware pondered, but regardless of who it faced, as long as it wasn't Pikachu, it felt confident in its ability to win, having never battled any of Ash's other Pokemon. After all, Ash had never provided it with that opportunity, as Beware had aimed to showcase its skills against other contenders to earn a spot in the ranks. Ash, of course, would not allow that to happen. No need to speculate. Your opponent today is someone you've never encountered before, a companion from my previous journey. I intend to use this match to illustrate the correct way to battle. Beware let out a low growl, seemingly dismissive of the opponent Ash was about to summon. This character is indeed quite a handful, Ash thought, shaking his head in resignation. Since Beware had adopted such an attitude, he felt no need to hold back. Hopefully, this battle would provide Beware with the lesson it truly needed. It's settled. You are the one. With a hint of anticipation, Ash tossed the Pokeball in his hand, and a flash of white light revealed a figure that was not only equal in size, but even slightly overshadowed Beware. Snorlax. Ash had chosen Snorlax as the Pokemon to demonstrate proper technique to Beware. Upon emerging, Snorlax let out a hearty yawn, and upon spotting Ash, its demeanor shifted to one of excitement, racing toward him. Snorlax. Wait, Snorlax. Your adversary is over there. Do try to maintain your composure. Boom. The Snorlax on the field produced quite the spectacle upon its arrival, and the sight of it rendered the Teddiursa unable to muster a smile. Having roamed the wild for such an extended period, it was the first time it encountered an opponent that could physically dominate it. Meanwhile, amidst the unfolding antics, Ash remained oblivious to a child quietly observing them from a corner behind the Pokémon Center. Chapter 46, A Request. Roar. After a bout with Snorlax, Teddiursa lay helplessly on the ground, its color drained and expression ashen, seemingly devoid of faith in life itself. It could hardly fathom how the match had devolved to such a point, while it had considered its strength inferior to that of Snorlax. How could it be that every attack had completely missed its mark? Surely, the creature was larger than itself. It was robust, while Snorlax was merely portly. Yet its agility surpassed its own. Indeed, it had come to this. Observing Teddiursa's despondent demeanor, Ash couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Only through a confrontation with a similarly sized opponent could it grasp the significance of evasion. Fortunately, his Snorlax was remarkably agile. Otherwise, finding a Pokémon that could earn Teddiursa's respect would have proven quite the challenge. Thank you, Snorlax. You have been immensely helpful. Snorlax. Having the rare opportunity to assist Ash and receive praise, Snorlax's mood was evidently uplifted. After exchanging farewells with Ash and Pikachu, it promptly flopped onto the ground and began to snore peacefully. It was indeed the hour for its slumber. Had Professor Oak not informed it that Ash was in need of assistance, it likely would not have stirred at all. After recalling Snorlax, Ash also offered a few cautionary words to Teddiursa before withdrawing it. Regardless, Ash had achieved his objective for the day. However, Snorlax could not be returned to Professor Oak just yet. It needed to remain for a few more days to assist Teddiursa with its training. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, a round of applause erupted from behind Ash. Turning around, he saw a young boy accompanied by a Meowth, who approached while clapping his hands and exclaimed, "Big brother, were you just training Pokémon? That was truly impressive. Thank you, little one. What brings you here?" Ash replied, standing to face him. The boy seemed somewhat familiar. Yet Ash couldn't quite place where he had encountered him before. I actually have something I would like to ask you for help with." Despite his request, the boy spoke with such ease and confidence that it left Ash a bit perplexed. Nevertheless, since the boy appeared to be in need, Ash was more than willing to lend a hand, provided it wasn't something too peculiar. Upon receiving Ash's tacit approval, the boy excitedly continued, "Isn't the Pokémon Watch about to be released? Today, the Pokémon Watch Company is hosting an event. If you can find 3 clowns in Jubilife City and answer their questions, you can receive a special Pokémon Watch for free. I really want that reward, but I can't answer their questions, so I thought. So, you want me to help answer the questions? That's no trouble at all, although I must admit I'm not particularly good at riddles. Rather than being merely inept at riddles, Ash reflected that he struggled with most cerebral tasks outside of Pokémon battles. He recalled his previous failures with riddles on Fiery Island. It's not riddles. The questions are all related to Pokémon. Since the primary audience for the Pokémon Watch is trainers, the questions are naturally Pokémon-centric. I see. Ash nodded in understanding. If that was the case, he had no objections. He had nothing pressing to attend to anyway. With Misty and Brock occupied with their own endeavors, it was likely they wouldn't reconvene until evening. Rather than waiting idly at the Pokémon Center, he preferred to engage in something meaningful. Wonderful. Thank you, big brother. I promise to offer you a corresponding reward. A reward? That's not necessary. By the way, why do you speak so maturely? At that moment, Ash began to realize that the boy's manner of speaking was somewhat peculiar, perhaps overly composed for his age. It felt slightly out of place, especially considering that Ash, at that age, was embroiled in trivial disputes with Gary. Oh, is it like that now? Never mind. Let's head to the location of the first clown. Is there any need to rush? I won't be running away. By the way, is this reward limited in quantity? Or has this event already been announced? Ash suddenly thought of Misty, who was quite enamored with the Pokémon Watch. Just yesterday, she had mentioned her determination to be among the first to acquire the newly released watch. Given this opportunity, Ash naturally hoped to assist her if he could. Not at all. This is insider information. Nobody knows what the clowns appearing on the streets are for. The boy replied with a smile. Yet Ash found this even more perplexing. Insider information? How did this young boy come by that knowledge? Did someone in his family work for the Pokémon Watch Company? Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ash, and this is Pikachu. Pika. I am Terahiko. The boy elegantly introduced himself, and this is my partner, Meowth. Terahiko. Is it? That name sounds familiar. In that case, you must be someone I've encountered before. Coupled with your graceful demeanor and the mention of insider information, you must indeed be the child of the Pokémon Watch Company's general manager. Yet, why would he seek Ash's assistance to answer questions and obtain a Pokémon Watch? A flurry of conjectures raced through Ash's mind. But until Terahiko revealed his intentions, Ash would remain in the dark. Regardless, having already agreed to help, he would see it through to the end. As for Terahiko's motives, he would learn in due time. Misty. Chapter 47. A commission from the Pokémon Watch Company? Please listen to the first question. After departing the Pokémon Center for several minutes, under Terahiko's guidance, Ash arrived at the first clown hidden away in an alley. Ash found it perplexing that this clown was concealed in such a secluded spot. Was it perhaps to avoid detection? Let us begin. Ash composed himself, ready to tackle the questions. After all, these were merely queries about Pokémon, and he had no doubt he could answer them, considering he was on the precipice of becoming a Pokémon Master. Who is this? The clown presented an image of a Pokémon taken from above, but the image was entirely black. This wasn't the crucial aspect. The key point was the shadow of the Pokémon depicted. It resembled a ball. The image displayed a perfect circle. Honestly, attempting to deduce the answer from just this image seemed utterly impossible. It is a Pokémon, the clown kindly explained. Yet this was not the clarification Ash sought. Feeling a familiar throb in his head, Ash muttered, "Let us see. Perhaps Jigglypuff or Electrode?" The answer is Wigglytuff when viewed from above. The clown, with a beaming smile, produced a colorful photograph from behind him, prominently displaying an image of a chubby Pokémon captured from above. Indeed, it was a familiar sight. Pikachu. If I answer incorrectly on the first question, do I have to start over? I have over 100 questions in my database. The clown leaned closer to Ash, speaking with an air of smugness, while Ash, unaccustomed to such indignities, was determined not to give up, if not for the sake of assistance, then at least to salvage his pride. Let's go again. Big brother, if it doesn't work out, maybe we should alright. Let us start anew. Please listen to the question. Thus, the contest between Ash and the clown was set to officially commence. I can't go on. I'm utterly exhausted. The fading rays of the sunset bathed the bustling city in hues of red, as Ash slumped wearily against the park bench, arms outstretched, clearly unable to continue the battle. Pika Pika, why must you take this so seriously? Pikachu remarked with an air of disdain. It was merely a straightforward QA. Yet Ash behaved as if engaged in a battle of life and death, persistently answering incorrectly until he had exhausted the clown's question bank of 500 queries, ultimately earning the much-coveted voucher for the special Pokémon Watch. I sincerely apologize. Acknowledging Ash's dedication stemming from his request, Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed for Ash. Oh, it's nothing. Let us consider it a learning experience. Although, that knowledge might not prove particularly useful. Ash could never have anticipated that the hundreds of questions he answered that afternoon, all related to Pokémon, consisted entirely of absurdly difficult queries, ones that would stump even the most astute minds. Frankly, had he not known Yuan's identity, Ash might have suspected he had unwittingly become part of some prank show. So is this what you seek? Ash presented the voucher he had earned to Yuan, only to be met with a shake of the head and a response. This isn't what I wanted. It's merely a task assigned to me by my father. A task? At last, the other party's intentions began to surface, prompting Ash to wear a look of suspicion. Yuan shyly scratched his head and then turned away, revealing a figure slowly approaching from behind. I apologize for troubling you all day. It was I who instructed this child to undertake such a task. Emerging from around the corner was a somewhat portly middle-aged man, who bowed apologetically before Ash. I initially asked him to assist in finding suitable trainers, but I never anticipated the questions he would generate would be so outrageous. Had I known beforehand the nature of the questions he would create, I would never have entrusted this task to him. I simply couldn't refuse him. He authored all these questions? Ash's lips twitched, his expression darkening. Yuan, realizing his mistake, offered an awkward smile to Ash and then retreated behind the middle-aged man. I truly apologize. It seems this child is rather playful, incorporating content from those peculiar books. The middle-aged man reiterated his apologies before introducing himself. My name is Xiaodun, the general manager of the Pokémon Watch Company. I sincerely regret taking up your time. We are currently searching for exceptional Pokémon trainers to help test our product. Testing? Pika? Ash exchanged a puzzled glance with Pikachu and inquired. But isn't the Pokémon Watch set to launch tomorrow? Why are we only starting testing now? No. Xiaodun quickly waved his hands to clarify. The product must undergo updates, and the Pokémon Watch is no exception. While the initial version is indeed launching tomorrow, our research and development have never ceased. We simply have not yet found suitable individuals to assist with testing the new features, which is why our team devised this method. You're seeking trainers with Pokémon knowledge through questions posed by the clown? Precisely. However, we did not anticipate such a mishap during the QA session. Nevertheless, Yuan insisted he witnessed your battle, indicating you are a highly skilled Pokémon trainer, which is why I sought to enlist your help in testing our product. Xiaodun explained the circumstances to Ash, who began to grasp the situation. However, if that is the case, I fear I may not have enough time. I must attend the Grand Festival tomorrow and leave here the day after. No, That won't be an issue. It doesn't have to be done here. What we need is for you to carry the testing product with you, and we will provide you with some related items. You simply need to report your experiences using the Pokemon Watch's mail function during your travels, and of course, the compensation will be generous. What do you think? Ash glanced at Xiaodon, then at Jiayan, who was also looking at him with hopeful eyes from behind the man, and ultimately nodded. I understand. Let us proceed as such. Since there is no need to dedicate extra time, Ash found no reason to refuse, especially since they promised adequate compensation. Thus, Ash followed Xiaodon and Xiaoyan as they made their way toward the Pokemon Watch Company. Chapter 48. The gift is a Pokemon egg? That night, in the lobby of the Pokemon Center, Dawn and Brock stood anxiously at the entrance, waiting. Where on earth did Ash go? He hasn't gotten lost, has he? Dawn questioned, as it was already quite late. Although they hadn't agreed on a specific time to return, it was unusual for him to still be out at this hour. Surely not, Brock replied, somewhat uncertain. While it was indeed easy for them to get separated during their travels, it was a city, after all. One could ask any passerby for directions, so how could he possibly get lost? Could he have encountered some trouble? That possibility seemed more likely. Brock nodded in agreement. After all, Ash was the type to attract trouble easily, not as a criticism, but merely stating a fact. During the times Brock traveled alone, he rarely encountered anything peculiar. But whenever he was with Ash, incidents that would baffle most people for an entire year seemed to occur in rapid succession. Could it be that Ash has some unusual constitution? Brock began to ponder, just as the two were contemplating whether to venture out in search of Ash. They finally spotted a figure with Pikachu crossing the street towards them. He is here. So slow. I need to ask him what happened. Wait, what is he holding? Before Ash could draw nearer, Dawn and Brock caught sight of the strange object cradled in his arms. From its outline, it appeared to be some sort of container. And upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a Pokemon egg? Brock's speculation left Dawn utterly bewildered. How could Ash acquire a Pokemon egg after just one day out? Ugh, I'm so exhausted. But I never expected such a significant reward, right, Pikachu? Pikachu, walking alongside Ash, contentedly patted his belly, radiating an air of satisfaction. After inviting them to the Pokemon Watch Company, Xiaodon began to warmly entertain them. From afternoon snacks and tea to dinner time, they were certainly indulged, although most of the conversation revolved around matters related to his commission. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Ash and Pikachu from enjoying their meal. Having spent such a lengthy time in the wilderness, despite Brock's cooking, the limitations of outdoor ingredients remained significant. Ash was quite content to finally savor such delectable food after a long absence. Moreover, before parting ways, the other party unexpectedly gifted Ash a Pokemon egg to test the hatching detection function of the newly developed Pokemon Watch, admitting that he did not know what Pokemon the egg contained, as it seemed to be a gift from a business partner. While it would not be difficult for such a large company to procure several Pokemon eggs for testing the latest technology, Xiaodon appeared more inclined to see if this feature could function properly in a more realistic outdoor setting. In this regard, Ash had indeed come away with a considerable advantage. What is going on? Ash asked curiously as he spotted Dawn and Brock standing at the entrance of the Pokemon Center, looking at him as if they were about to interrogate a criminal. Dawn, suspiciously circling Ash, scrutinized him closely. Shouldn't we be the ones asking you that? Ash, where have you been for so long? And you came back with a Pokemon egg. As she drew closer, Dawn finally caught sight of the egg's appearance under the light, a pale blue and gray patterned Pokemon egg. Although it was still in its container, she could sense its exquisite quality. Well, it's a long story. With the inquiry directed at him, Ash had no choice but to recount his entire day's experiences. Dawn and Brock listened in astonishment until Ash mentioned that Mr. Xiaodon, the general manager of the Pokemon Watch Company, had gifted him a special Pokemon watch along with the egg. Only then could they contain their excitement. To be honest, Ash, I think you must have some extraordinary luck. I mean, you just arrived in Jubilife City today and encountered something so remarkable. It's a bit surreal, isn't it? Brock remarked with a serious expression, his earlier casual speculation now seeming more credible. Hey, Ash, you already got the Pokemon watch. I went to make a reservation today, and they said they were out of stock. You're so lucky, Dawn exclaimed, enviously eyeing the watch on Ash's wrist, her tone slightly subdued. Well, I had thought about getting one for you too, but they said all the watches produced in the last couple of days have been reserved, and if you want one, you'll have to wait until the day after tomorrow or even later, Ash replied. I'll wait as long as it takes to get the Pokemon watch. Dawn insisted. All right, I'll ask about it later for you. Please do. Only at that moment did Dawn's demeanor turn earnest. However, it didn't matter much, after all. She needed to reach out to someone tomorrow anyway. It was just a matter of asking, and whether she could secure one depended on luck. By the way, have you successfully registered for the contest? Yes, I did. When the topic of the contest arose, Dawn's mood visibly shifted to one of tension. But in the next moment, she transformed her expression, confidently patting her chest and declaring, no problem. Tomorrow, I'm definitely going to secure my first victory in the contest. Right, Piplup? Piplup. At that moment, Piplup, who had been silently standing beside Dawn, proudly echoed her sentiment with confidence, seemingly in agreement. However, to Ash, there was something peculiar about Dawn's demeanor. Although she was reciting her usual catchphrases, she appeared unusually tense compared to her usual self. He hoped this wouldn't affect her performance the following day. Chapter 49. Heartfelt Conversations and Choices. The next day, perhaps due to Dawn preparing for the contest, Ash and his companions rose quite early. Especially Ash, although he should be the least anxious, considering it was Dawn who was most on edge. He couldn't shake off his concern for the Pokemon egg inside the room. Before dawn, he had already opened his eyes and started observing the egg's condition. However, being only the first day in his possession, there had been no noticeable changes to the egg. Soon, Dawn, hearing the commotion, also woke up. The first thing on her mind wasn't what breakfast to have, but rather to ask Ash for a battle to better prepare for the upcoming contest. After breakfast, in the battling arena at the Pokemon Center's backyard, Ash's Pikachu was engaged in a friendly match with Dawn's Piplup. Quick attack, dodge. Although there were initial concerns regarding the synergy between Dawn and Piplup when they first teamed up, their coordination had significantly improved after several days of training in the wild. At least now, Dawn no longer made any fundamental errors. Pika, Piplup. Piplup successfully dodged Pikachu's quick attack with a leap, seemingly well prepared for such a move. Dawn seized the opportunity to capitalize on Piplup's aerial advantage, transforming this positional benefit into a tactical advantage. Use Peck. Too naive, Ash shook his head. Just as he was about to command Pikachu to finish the match with Thunderbolt, a sudden figure dashed between them, and for reasons unknown, Ambipom intercepted Piplup's Peck with a focus punch, sending Piplup flying. Hey, Ambipom, what are you doing? Dawn rushed to catch the flung Piplup, and just as she was about to express her displeasure towards Ambipom, it unleashed its shadow clone in midair, and the clones simultaneously executed Swift from various angles. The 5 clone Swifts converged in the air, forming a massive golden star, and this dazzling display left everyone present in a state of astonishment. Ambipom, having completed its performance, proudly puffed out its chest, as if seeking validation for its show. What a beautiful performance. Did Ambipom come up with that on its own? Brock was the first to voice his thoughts. It's truly impressive. I had no idea Ambipom had been observing my training with Piplup for this. By the way, does it want to participate in the contest too? Dawn said excitedly, casting a hopeful glance at Ash. To her, having another familiar face to compete alongside her was undoubtedly a boon, and the prospect of Ash participating in the contest was, without a doubt, thrilling. What do you think? Ash, since Ambipom has already decided on its first-round performance, why not join me? Huh, Ash, are you listening? For some unknown reason, despite the excitement surrounding the situation, Ash appeared less than enthusiastic. From Dawn's perspective, he wore a resigned smile, crouched down to pet Ambipom, and then turned away, saying, "You two go ahead and register for the contest. I'll catch up shortly." Well, okay. Although curious about what Ash intended to do, the atmosphere clearly dictated that Dawn and Brock could not linger any longer. They exchanged glances and proceeded towards the venue, under the intense gaze of Ash. The tail whip Pokemon found itself momentarily anxious, uncertain if it had committed some error. Its impulsive decision to join the battle was merely an attempt to surprise Ash. Pikachu, always attuned to shifts in mood, sensed the peculiarity of Ash's feelings. Just as it was about to speak up in defense of Tail Whip, Ash finally broke the silence, slowly inquiring, "Are you quite interested in the Pokemon showcase, Tail Whip?" Okay. Tail Whip was taken aback. It never anticipated that Ash had been contemplating for so long just to pose such a question. Without time to ponder, it fervently nodded, exuding unwavering conviction. "And what about battling Pokemon? Which do you prefer between the two?" Okay. Ash's subsequent question caught both Tail Whip and Pikachu off guard. At that moment, they fell silent, gazing at Ash with perplexed expressions. It hardly seemed a matter of grave seriousness. Ash scratched his cheek, elaborating, "If your interest lies solely in the showcase, I would gladly join you in competing. However, if you are trying to convey a preference for the showcase over battling, that carries a different implication." After speaking, Ash removed his hat and, for the first time, placed it gently upon Tail Whip's head, speaking softly, "I respect your choices. If your true passion is the Pokemon showcase, I can entrust you to Dawn, for my singular ambition is to ascend to the pinnacle of Pokémon Master alongside you. While I could accompany you to a few showcases, I shall not partake in the grandest stage that symbolizes the epitome of coordinators, namely the Grand Festival. Therefore, if your goal is to shine at the Grand Festival, aligning yourself with Dawn would be your best course of action." Okay. Struck by Ash's words, Tail Whip found itself at a loss for how to respond. Initially, it had indeed harbored an interest in the showcase, and up until a minute ago, it had firmly believed in its decision. However, after Ash's serious exposition on the matter, confusion began to cloud its mind. It seemed that it was equally intrigued by both battling and the showcase. It cherished the delightful and beautiful, yet it did not shy away from the thrill of fierce competition. Regardless of the path it chose, it felt a twinge of regret. This emotional turmoil made Tail Whip's response increasingly challenging. Observing Tail Whip's indecision, Ash appeared to have anticipated this reaction. He chuckled softly, lifting Tail Whip and placing it upon his head, uttering words that made it shiver in delight. It seems you haven't played a prank in quite some time, have you? What made you enjoy mischief so much before? Although your nature is inherently lively and energetic, it seems rather disconnected from a penchant for pranks. Moreover, if your innate disposition is to indulge in mischief, you wouldn't have suddenly quieted down recently, would you? Ash's remarks plunged Tail Whip into deep contemplation. It realized it had never truly pondered what it genuinely desired, whether it was accompanying Ash to the Sinnoh region, engaging in incessant pranks, or now interfering in the battle between Porygon and Pikachu to showcase its prowess in the showcase. What did it truly want? You merely seek to garner attention, don't you? Okay, attention? Perhaps care would be a fitting term, yet rather than inciting concern, Tail Whip yearned to bring joy to others, to elicit smiles. If my conjecture is correct, then I owe you an apology. Recently, I have indeed not been attentive enough to you, and your transformation, I believe, began when I caught Munchlax. From that point, my focus shifted predominantly to Munchlax, and you seemed to change somewhat. As Tail Whip pondered Ash's words, it tapped lightly on his head in agreement. Indeed, Ash smiled. If all you desire is attention, then continue to stay by my side. However, if what you seek is to exhibit your talents in the showcase, then following Dawn would be your best option. She possesses immense talent, and with her guidance, you could surely blossom into a dazzling star. Gently, Ash set Tail Whip down and returned his hat to his own head. So what will your choice be? Ash asked, holding a Pokeball in one hand and Tail Whip's Pokeball in the other. How slow you are. What have you been discussing with Tail Whip? Brock from the registration desk for the showcase remarked, noticing Ash's presence. Oh, just a trivial matter, nothing significant, Ash replied with a smile, gripping Tail Whip's Pokeball a bit tighter. Previously, he had not recognized that Tail Whip sought merely the attention of others. He had mistakenly believed it was genuinely interested in the showcase and Pokemon battles, leading to some immature decisions. Reflecting on this now made Ash wish he could disappear into the ground. Without the years of experience and insight he had accumulated through his travels, he might have repeated the same mistakes. Speaking of which, who is that? In the midst of conversing with Brock, Ash finally noticed Dawn, already dressed in her formal attire, chatting with an orange-haired woman across from her. Oh, that's Zoe, a contestant in the Jubilife City showcase, just like Dawn. She recently helped Dawn find something she lost, and now they're discussing their insights about the competition. Insights about the competition? Ash thought to himself, slightly amused. Although they referred to it as insights, wasn't this Dawn's first showcase? What insights could she possibly possess? At most, it was merely a concoction of imagined scenarios from her mind. Well then, see you at the finals. The finals? Farewell. As Ash and Brock approached, Dawn and Zoe's conversation came to a close. Zoe seemed oblivious to Ash and Brock's presence, stepping into the waiting room to prepare, leaving a bewildered Dawn behind. I say, you're not feeling nervous, are you? You startled me. It's just you, Ash. Not only did Zoe fail to notice their presence, but even Dawn, facing Ash and Brock, only recognized them after Ash spoke. I'm not nervous, just a bit flustered. After all, since Zoe has already obtained a ribbon, doesn't that make her my senior? When a senior tells me we'll meet again on the final stage, I can't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Dawn took a deep breath, attempting to calm her racing heart, yet the quickening pulse was undeniable. By the way, Ash, are you and Tail Whip participating in this showcase? If so, the registration is over there. No, we won't be participating, Ash replied with a shrug. Dawn appeared quite disheartened. She had assumed Ash's participation was a foregone conclusion, but was taken aback by his outright denial. What a pity. It's rare that Tail Whip came up with such a brilliant idea. Well, how should I put it? The long-tailed monster indeed harbors a certain interest in the dazzling competition, yet it remains merely a passing fancy. Perhaps, should the opportunity arise in the future, I might bring the long-tailed monster along to partake in a splendid contest, though today is not that day. Reflecting on the earlier atmosphere between Ash and the long-tailed monster, and observing Ash's now relaxed demeanor, Xiaowang surmised that he and the long-tailed monster must have communicated effectively. Otherwise he wouldn't appear so at ease. In any case, Ash approached Xiaowang from behind, gently nudging her forward toward the battle hall. Just stride forth with your usual unwavering determination. Since you've already registered for the competition, fret not over trivial matters. Simply fight until the very end. Who exhibits such foolishness as you do? Xiaowang retorted, affronted. That would be you, Ash. All right, let us leave it at that. Brock and I will take our seats and prepare to watch your performance. Wait for me to finish speaking. Xiaowang puffed up her cheeks, glaring at Ash's departing figure, then murmured under her breath, just loud enough for herself to hear. How self-absorbed. It's not like you're the one competing. So of course you wouldn't feel nervous. Yet, despite her complaints, as Xiao Wang placed her hand over her heart again, she was startled to find her heartbeat gradually returning to normal. It seemed she was not as anxious as before. How curious, she mused to herself, shaking her head briskly as she made her way toward the battle hall. After all, having finally calmed down, it was imperative to communicate well with her Bugia man and adjust her state of mind. Chapter 51. The first dazzling contest. The dazzling contest was in full swing. Perhaps due to its grand setting in a bustling metropolis like Celebration City, each contestant showcased remarkably high standards. Particularly, the first participant, Xiao Wang, displayed the poise and expertise befitting a seasoned coordinator. In addition to Xiao Wang, another contestant, an eccentric performer named Sweet Mizuhashi Lina, left the audience in awe with her dramatic finale, wherein she allowed her sharp fang to grasp her upper body with its large maw, greeting the audience along with the creature. This visually striking performance, though not to Ash's taste, garnered unanimous acclaim from the spectators present. The final coordinator to take the stage was Xiao Wang, making her debut in the dazzling contest. As she appeared in her elegant attire, Ash, Brock, and Pikachu in the audience felt an involuntary wave of anxiety. However, upon witnessing Xiao Wang and Bugia Man successfully complete their performance, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Although her movements were slightly stiff, Xiao Wang certainly did not resemble a novice trainer. It was astonishing how much she had grown in just a few days. After watching Xiao Wang's performance, Brock readily expressed his admiration for her. This sentiment was entirely justified, considering they had traveled with Xiaoyao in the previous region, where her debut performance could only be described as catastrophic. Yet, Xiaoyao had evidently matured significantly during their time apart, even earning the title of Fanyuan Dance Princess in the Fanyuan region, a testament to the recognition she had garnered. The focus now shifted to the second round of evaluations. Indeed, Ash remarked calmly. Brock nodded in agreement. After all, they had observed Xiao Wang's training journey closely. There was no doubt that her performance in the first round would pass without issue, a fact they could both vouch for. However, the true challenge for any newcomer lay in battling other contestants during the second round. After a brief wait, the names of the 8 contestants who had advanced past the first round were displayed on the big screen. As Ash and Brock had anticipated, both Xiao Wang and Xiao Wang had successfully progressed, alongside 6 other exceptionally skilled participants. Yet, the looming challenge remained the second round of battles, as Ash had pointed out. Under the scrutiny of the audience, the photographs of the 8 contestants began to shuffle and pair up anew, and soon after, the matchups for the second round were revealed. Should we say it's fortunate or unfortunate? They exchanged a knowing glance and shared a resigned smile. Though they had considered this possibility, they were still taken aback to find that Xiao Wang's first match would be against Xiao Wang, arguably the most skilled contestant in the competition. However, if victory was the goal, encountering a formidable opponent early on was not much different from facing them in the final round, for the championship was what Xiao Wang truly desired. You seem particularly affected, Ash remarked, a hint of annoyance in his tone. He then focused intently on preparing for the battle between Xiao Wang and Xiao Wang. Although Xiao Wang had recently sought his advice on various battle strategies, Ash felt uncertain whether she could truly secure a victory with such a brief accumulation of experience. If Ash felt uncertain, Xiao Wang was even more apprehensive. Upon seeing her first-round opponent in the battle hall, she felt her body stiffen, instinctively gripping Bugia Man tightly, not even realizing that she was nearly suffocating the creature in her anxiety. Am I really facing Xiao Wang in the first round? It was evident to outsiders, and especially to Xiao Wang, who understood the prowess of a coordinator, just how formidable Xiao Wang was. She couldn't believe they would meet so early in the competition. It felt rather daunting. No, I must compose myself. Xiao Wang shook her head, casting aside the distracting thoughts. Just as Ash had recounted stories during his visit to her home. Since she had resolved to achieve victory, it mattered little who her opponent was. They would eventually cross paths regardless. All right, Bugia Man, let us go? Huh, Bugia Man, what is wrong with you? Bugia. After a brief intermission, the second round of battles commenced. Initially intending to send Bugia Man into battle against Xiao Wang reconsidered, deciding instead to utilize her Juju ears for a greater chance of success in this round. After all, Xiao Wang was unaware of her Juju ears abilities, and perhaps an unexpected strategy could yield surprising results. Standing on stage, Xiao Wang and Xiao Wang sent forth their chosen Pokémon. Perhaps they shared the same thought, for Xiao Wang opted not to use her previous round Pokémon, Dream Demon, seemingly anticipating that Xiao Wang would not choose Bugia Man for their confrontation. The match itself was undoubtedly thrilling. However, Xiao Wang felt persistently overshadowed by Xiao Wang, while her Juju ears managed to land a hit with a frost beam. It struggled to break through the defenses of Xiao Wang's charming meow, ultimately resulting in a victory for Xiaowang by a substantial score margin as the match time elapsed. What a pity. It seemed Xiaowang's tactical decisions were sound. It was merely that Xiaowang was far too experienced. That charming meow was truly remarkable. Having maximized its strengths to the fullest, exhibiting agility and deft use of its tails, there was little doubt that Xiaowang would likely emerge as the champion of this competition. Although Xiaowang had lost her first battle, the contest continued onward. Whether sitting dejectedly in the battle hall or watching from the audience, Ash and Brock remained focused, silently observing the ensuing battles. It was not until they saw Xiaowang, beaming with joy atop the awards podium, that they finally rose from their seats and joined the departing throng. The grand contest in the city of Jinxing has now come to a close. Chapter 52, The Frustration of Defeat. With the conclusion of the Jinxing Grand Contest, Xiaowang's inaugural participation ended in disappointment. However, the victor, Xiaowang, expressed her hopes for a future encounter on a grand stage, despite the outcome. Before departing, Xiaowang also exchanged pleasantries with Xiaoji, and upon learning of Xiaoji's aspiration to join the Pokémon League, as well as the possibility of participating in this very Jinxing Grand Contest, her expression seemed to shift slightly, though this change went unnoticed by Xiaoji and the others. After a brief farewell, they all departed for their lodging. Later that night, within the confines of the Pokémon Center's room, what kind of Pokémon could it be? It truly piques one's curiosity. Pikachu. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, Xiaoji remained vigilantly by the Pokémon egg, seemingly intent on discerning the identity of the creature within through sheer focus. Observing this, Xiaogang approached and gently patted Xiaoji's shoulder, saying, "Relax, the Pokémon egg will hatch in due time, and then you'll know." Maintaining a sense of curiosity is beneficial. While this was indeed true, Xiaoji continued to monitor the status of his Pokémon Watch, which displayed real-time information about the egg, an innovative feature entrusted to him by Mr. Zhao Dun. It was said that upon attaching the detector to the egg, the Pokémon Watch would reveal its condition, allowing predictions of how much longer until hatching. Although this function appeared quite useful in theory, it could be troublesome for trainers. After all, with this gadget, Xiaoji found himself unable to resist checking every few minutes to confirm whether there had been any progress in the hatching process. Each time he confirmed that there was none, he would momentarily refocus, only to check again moments later. This repetitive cycle continued for several hours. "Ah well, this is merely proof of your fondness for Pokémon," Xiaogang remarked with a hint of exasperation, while glancing around with curiosity. Speaking of which, where did Xiaoguang go? She seemed to vanish with Bo Jiaman right after dinner. Did you see her? No, Xiaoji replied, finally rising from his desk, where he had been observing the Pokémon egg. But she's likely off somewhere, lost in her thoughts. After all, she was eliminated in the first round of the second contest, so it's only natural to feel that way. Is that so? Xiaogang folded his arms, somewhat perplexed. Even someone as optimistic as Xiaoguang would feel down after her first failure? Throughout the battle and dinner, Xiaogang had detected no signs of distress in Xiaoguang. In fact, her demeanor had appeared even more carefree than his own. Just think about whether I would feel disheartened after a loss in a gym battle, Xiaoji mused. You wouldn't, Xiaogang answered promptly. Xiaoji, I feel like I asked the wrong question. He commented wryly, for after Xiaogang's resolute reply, Xiaoji himself began to doubt the reliability of his inquiry. Though I believe you wouldn't be disheartened, I can perhaps understand Xiaoguang's feelings. So why did I sigh when I mentioned her? Waving his hand dismissively, Xiaoji moved toward the door. I'll go look for Xiaoguang. You keep an eye on the egg, Pikachu. If there's any movement, let me know. Pika? Pikachu responded with a note of confusion, yet dutifully accepted the Pokémon Watch tossed to him by Xiaoji. He then hopped onto the desk where Xiaoji had previously been, mimicking his trainer's actions as he observed the egg's condition, eager not to miss any crucial information. Indeed, they were a perfect pair. Xiaogang marveled inwardly at how Pikachu mirrored Xiaoji's every move. Meanwhile, after leaving the Pokémon Center, Xiaoji did not linger, instead heading toward the park in Jinxing City, guided by an instinctive feeling. Soon, he arrived at the park and indeed found Xiaoguang seated on a bench. She sat quietly, having left Bo Jiaman and Wan Air outside, seemingly granting herself solitary time for reflection. However, her contemplation was interrupted as Xiaoji, oblivious to the unspoken tension, approached from behind and gently tapped her shoulder. The gesture startled Xiaoguang, but upon realizing it was Xiaoji, she relaxed. You gave me quite the scare. I thought you were someone else. It's you, Xiaoji, she sighed, puzzled. How did you know I was here? I don't recall mentioning my plans. Have you been searching for me? A flicker of guilt briefly crossed her eyes, but was quickly overshadowed by Xiaoji's forthright response. I found you in less than 10 minutes, as your thoughts align with mine. If I had failed in a contest like this, I would also seek solace in the park. Unlike you, though, I would have brought Pikachu along instead of moping alone. Sitting down naturally beside her, Xiaoji asked, You still feel regret, don't you? Though it was your first time in the grand contest, the desire to win surely remains unchanged. Of course, it's incredibly frustrating, Xiao Guang admitted candidly, not masking her feelings in front of Xiaoji. She stretched, exhaling a long sigh as she leaned back against the bench. But what can I do about it? Losing to Xiao Wang and Wan Air is fine. The gap in our training is simply too vast. Xiao Guang was acutely aware of this reality. Xiao Wang had maximized the potential of her Meowth, executing commands with such precision that even unconventional strategies were effortlessly employed to counter Wan Air's attacks. In contrast, Xiao Guang felt she appeared overly rigid. Understanding that today's defeat was a reflection of the disparity in their training, she hesitated to summon Bo Jia Man and Wan Air, uncertain of how to face them. Chapter 53, Departure to Heijin City. Trainers and Pokemon experience gaps, but that is merely a matter of experience and time, Xiaoji countered, shaking his head to dismiss Xiao Guang's self-pity. Xiao Wang's Meowth is well developed in all aspects, and Xiao Wang herself understands its strengths thoroughly. In comparison, you simply couldn't win. Honestly, after witnessing her commands in the first 3 rounds, I already felt you stood no chance. If you had won, I would have been surprised. How rude, Xiao Guang exclaimed, rising with her hands on her hips, indignantly retorting, anything is possible. If you don't try, victory will forever elude you. You know that well, so there's no reason to feel disheartened, Xiaoji replied, now intrigued by her perspective. Even based on Xiao Guang's own reasoning, she should not be here, and certainly should not lack the courage to call forth her Pokemon. Was she merely engaging in a verbal sparring match with herself, inadvertently expressing such sagacious thoughts? Perhaps, given Xiao Guang's typically carefree nature, the latter possibility held more weight. After all, he recalled having similar experiences in the past, often uttering surprisingly profound insights while debating with others. I was never disheartened, Xiao Guang, having altered her previous statements, remarked, I am merely contemplating how I can triumph over Xiao Wang. Although Xiao Wang possesses greater experience and ability than I do, I refuse to concede defeat. Yes, indeed. One must harbor such a tenacious spirit to persevere. Xiao Guang's determination intensified, and even Xiaoji found himself inspired by her fervor. However, for some inexplicable reason, Xiao Guang's voice suddenly softened. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she turned to Xiaoji again, the confusion in her gaze had vanished. My own experience is certainly insufficient to rival Xiao Wang's. At least in the realm of Pokemon battles, I must rely on your assistance once more. Would that be acceptable? It seemed that Xiao Guang's shift in thought was rather considerable, leaving Xiaoji momentarily taken aback by her words. Yet, once he regained his composure, he quickly donned a smile and replied, no problem, leave it to me. Yes, Xiao Guang nodded contentedly, folding her hands behind her back. But then she tilted her head slightly in contemplation and extended her right hand towards Xiaoji. Let us make a pact. You must not renege on it. What a bother. How could I possibly backtrack? Just don't complain about my guidance being too verbose in Pokemon battles. With a resounding clap, Xiaoji and Xiao Guang's palms met, producing a crisp sound. 2 days later, in the morning, Xiaoji and his companions set forth on their journey to Heijin City once more. At last we have it in hand. Thankfully, there was still stock available over there, Xiaoji remarked wearily, gazing at the Pokemon watch in Xiao Guang's possession. Humph, that is part of the luck, Xiao Guang replied cheerfully. In any case, thank you. Without you, I would have surely missed out on the Pokemon watch this time. With Xiaoji's assistance, Xiao Guang appeared to be in high spirits as she immediately donned the watch on her wrist, unable to hide her delight. Seeing her so elated, Xiaoji chose not to comment further. Though the process had been somewhat convoluted, the positive outcome rendered it inconsequential. By the way, how long do you suppose it will take to reach Heijin City? I am quite eager to challenge the gym. Pikachu. After witnessing Xiao Guang's splendid contest, Xiaoji and Pikachu were both itching for action. Routine training was merely that, training. To experience a truly exhilarating battle, it was essential to engage with skilled trainers or gym leaders. Let me see, it seems the distance between the 2 locations isn't too great. We merely need to traverse a small patch of grassland, and then cross a mountain, Xiao Guang explained. Upon hearing about the mountain crossing, it was unclear whether her tone conveyed excitement, but she exclaimed, oh, are we climbing a mountain? It's just a small hill, Xiao Gang reassured her. Although there were some issues with the road before, it seems the gym leader of Heijin City has recently made efforts to repair the mountain path, so we should be able to reach Heijin City quite swiftly. Xiao Gang's tone remained optimistic and relaxed as he spoke, as the mountain road leading to Heijin City was indeed far less daunting compared to those they had traversed on previous journeys. By the way, Xiao Guang, have you never traveled a mountain path before? Xiaoji recalled a conversation with Xiao Guang back in Shuanya Town and suddenly had a realization. Yes. Xiao Guang nodded eagerly. So this is my first time on a mountain path, and I am somewhat exhilarated. After all, didn't you say that the deep mountains are where one is most likely to encounter extraordinary phenomena? I also hope to seize this opportunity to capture a Pokémon in the mountains to expand my current roster. Now Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang could finally confirm that Xiao Guang's earlier astonishment was simply due to her excitement about the impending mountain journey. Let it be known that I cannot guarantee we will encounter anything fortunate in the mountains. Generally speaking, troubles abound far more than good fortune there. No worries. Even if we don't come across anything fortunate, I simply wish to capture another Pokémon, Xiao Guang declared, pushing Xiao Ji along towards the eastern direction of Zhuqing City, while Xiao Ji, resigned, followed her lead. Observing this scene, Xiao Gang couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head as he muttered. These two truly create quite the lively atmosphere together. After this reflection, he shifted his gaze to Pikachu, who was holding the Pokémon watch, saying, "You have it tough, too. I never expected Xiao Ji would entrust you with the task of watching over the Pokémon egg to prevent himself from getting too absorbed." Pikachu seemed to have merely heard his name being called and responded absent-mindedly, yet his focus remained fixated on the Pokémon watch. Although Xiao Ji had freed himself from his obsession, it appeared that Pikachu had now succumbed to it. Seeing this, Xiao Gang could only hope that the egg would hatch soon. Otherwise, Pikachu might become a member of the Downward Gaze Society. Chapter 54, The Dusty Heijin City. Goodness. Why is this happening? Why is it that when I most wish for an unexpected encounter, it eludes me entirely? Standing at the exit of the Heijin Gate, gazing down at the city seemingly shrouded in yellow dust, Xiao Guang shouted in frustration to express her current feelings. It truly is peculiar. These past 2 days of travel have been remarkably smooth, almost as if I were not traveling with Xiao Ji. Hey, what do you mean by that? Xiao Ji immediately expressed his displeasure at Xiao Gang's remark. Why is it that when the journey goes smoothly, you imply that it feels unlike traveling with me? It makes it sound as though I am the root cause of travel troubles. The issues we encounter are not of my making. The majority of the troubles we face are caused by those 3 fools from Team Rocket. You do have a point. Xiao Ji's words seemed to resonate with Xiao Gang, prompting him to ponder further. Indeed, they had not encountered the trio from Team Rocket recently, since their last encounter. It appeared that the trio had abandoned their pursuit of Pikachu and had gone silent. While a quieter Team Rocket was not unwelcome, Xiao Gang couldn't shake the feeling that they were likely scheming something significant. But even with everything going smoothly, how could we not come across a single wild Pokémon? Isn't that a tad strange? You have a point. Xiao Ji began to reflect on Xiao Guang's words. Although they had seen plenty of wild Pokémon on Route 203 on the first day, none of them were what Xiao Guang was after. Her goal was to capture a Pokémon in the mountains to bolster her team, yet upon reaching the mountains, the wild Pokémon seemed to have understood her intentions, deliberately evading their presence. Determined not to leave empty-handed, Xiao Guang insisted they spend more time searching for wild Pokémon in the mountains. However, despite their efforts, they could not find a single Pokémon, and reluctantly, Xiao Guang had to temporarily concede and follow Xiao Ji to the entrance of Heijin City. Could there be some issue in the wild? Perhaps a territorial dispute has driven most of the wild Pokémon from this area? Xiao Ji speculated. I fear that is not the case. As a knowledgeable researcher of rock-type and ground-type Pokémon, Brock countered, the probability of that is exceedingly low. The wild Pokémon inhabiting the mountains and caves differ significantly from those dwelling in forests and plains. They face virtually no concerns regarding sustenance, as they can thrive solely on various minerals. Therefore, there is little incentive for large-scale conflicts. Moreover, if such disputes were indeed occurring, one would expect local newspapers to publish warnings to alert passersby. Then what on earth is happening? I had prepared myself to capture new companions, Dawn lamented. However, even Brock could not elucidate the specific reasons behind this phenomenon. After all, his expertise was limited to the study of rock-type and ground-type Pokémon in such environments, and he had neither witnessed nor heard of similar occurrences. Consequently, he was unable to draw any conclusions regarding the sudden disappearance of wild Pokémon in the mountains. Leaving the matter unresolved, descending from the elevated stone steps, Ash and his companions took out their handkerchiefs to cover their mouths and noses. Earlier, at the cave entrance, their attention had been captivated by Dawn's inquiry, and they had yet to notice the state of Black Gold City. However, once they stepped into the city, the unsettling atmosphere became unmistakably apparent. No, I distinctly recall that Black Gold City did not resemble this. Why is there such an overwhelming sandstorm? We shouldn't be in a desert, should we? Ash squinted against the wind, attempting to brush away the sand that assailed him as he voiced his discontent. I have no idea, Brock replied, equally perplexed. While the literature mentioned that Black Gold City occasionally experienced sandstorms, the severity of this one exceeded all documented accounts. Could it be that they were merely unlucky enough to encounter an extreme weather event? Whatever the case, we must hurry, whether it's the Pokémon Center or the gym. I can't take this any longer, Dawn exclaimed, her frustration palpable. The inability to capture any Pokémon had already left her disheartened, and now the oppressive environment of Black Gold City only exacerbated her despondency. She yearned to escape indoors and catch her breath. Finally arriving at the Pokémon Center, Ash and his friends were relieved to breathe freely again, no longer concerned about sand infiltrating their mouths and noses. However, after resting for a brief moment, they noticed that the Pokémon Center appeared unusually deserted, save for Nurse Joy, who wore a worried expression at the front desk. Upon witnessing this scene, even Brock, typically lighthearted, lost his inclination for casual banter. The three approached Nurse Joy, concern etched on their faces as they inquired, could you please tell us what is going on in Black Gold City? Have we encountered severe weather conditions? Welcome to the Pokémon Center. I apologize for my distraction. I didn't notice you all, Nurse Joy responded, realizing that visitors had arrived during her moment of preoccupation. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what's happening. Since 2 days ago, Black Gold City has been plagued by this bizarre phenomenon of swirling yellow sand. The gym leader and local ecologists are investigating the cause. But thus far, no evidence has been uncovered. Nurse Joy sighed, explaining that the extreme weather had made it unbearable for many visiting travelers and even local residents. Travelers had left Black Gold City for other destinations due to the conditions, while numerous residents opted for vacations, planning to return once the issues were resolved. The current climate had rendered Black Gold City desolate in just a day, and if this weather persisted, the situation could worsen. It was this understanding that likely accounted for Nurse Joy's distracted demeanor during her work hours. Chapter 55, A Search in the Mines. My apologies. But there are hardly any trainers present today, and as it's past lunchtime, we only have a limited selection left. Nurse Joy said as she served Ash and his companions bread, ham, and milk in the dining area, indicating that the Pokémon Center had not prepared a proper lunch that day. That's fine, this is sufficient, Ash replied. The trio was not particularly concerned about their lunch options, as Black Gold City appeared to be facing graver issues than they had anticipated. Gazing out the window at the swirling yellow sand, their appetites had vanished. Each lost in their thoughts, they took about half an hour to finish their meager meal, while the wind and sand outside continued to rage unabated. Do you think there might be a connection between these two events? Ash pondered aloud. What events? Dawn asked, her curiosity piqued by Ash's remark. You mean the disappearance of the wild Pokémon in the mountains and the sandstorm in Black Gold City? Ash clarified. Yes, he nodded. After all, both occurrences seem to have emerged recently, don't they? It strikes me as rather coincidental, or, perhaps, suspicious. Brock and Dawn agreed with Ash's hypothesis, as they could not conceive of any alternative explanations. Let us ask Nurse Joy for clarification, they ultimately decided, hoping to ascertain whether the sudden disappearance of wild Pokémon had a known cause that would invalidate their speculations. Wait, have you not encountered any wild Pokémon in the mountains during your journey? Nurse Joy appeared more astonished than they were. That shouldn't be the case. Mr. Piaotai mentioned just days ago that the Pokémon in the mountains seemed to be in good spirits and even assisted them while repairing the roads. How could they have vanished in such a short time? Nurse Joy furrowed her brow, clearly perplexed. It was evident that she, and indeed the people of Black Gold City, were unaware of the wild Pokémon's disappearance. Upon hearing this from Ash and his friends, Nurse Joy recognized that something was amiss. I understand now. I will report this to the League immediately. By the way, are you planning to challenge the Black Gold Gym? Nurse Joy's gaze shifted to Ash. Yes. In that case, could you kindly relay this information to Mr. Piaotai? He is currently in the mines, as he suspects a connection between the sandstorm and the conditions within the mines and is conducting an investigation. With Nurse Joy's request in mind, Ash and his companions set off toward the Black Gold coal mine, commonly referred to as the mines, located to the south of Black Gold City. Thankfully, before they departed, Nurse Joy thoughtfully provided each of them with a mask. Otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed by the sand while traversing the mines. This is dreadful. If this weather persists for several more days, it feels as though Black Gold City will be utterly paralyzed, Ash grumbled as he walked toward the coal mine, shaking the sand and gravel from his shoes. At present, the sands of Black Gold City were nearly engulfing their ankles, and if this continued, it would inevitably transform into a desert. Why hasn't anyone reported this to the League yet? This is clearly a disaster, Dawn exclaimed, appearing fatigued and equally bewildered by the situation. As a former gym leader from Pewter City, Brock had more insight into the matter than Ash and Dawn. The city of Black Gold has encountered similar weather conditions in the past, which may explain the reluctance to report to the Alliance for assistance. Furthermore, if every minor inconvenience necessitated a plea for help from the Alliance, it could reflect poorly on the capabilities of the local gym leader. Perhaps this consideration played a role. Xiaojing's conjecture is quite reasonable, as both Xiaoji and Xiaoguang nodded in agreement upon hearing it. Although the journey from the Pokémon Center to the Black Gold Mine was relatively trouble-free, the wind and sand outside seemed to intensify. After a considerable struggle, they finally sought refuge within the mine, shaking off the sand clinging to their bodies. Xiaoji and his companions found themselves utterly drained. The torment of advancing through the swirling sands proved far more arduous than navigating through a torrential downpour. Pikachu, however, had been energetically nestled in the backpack from the start, and now stood at the cave entrance, marveling at the flying sand with an expression of astonishment. It let out a couple of impressed sounds until Xiaoji scooped it up, which finally curtailed its fascination with the spectacle. Enough with the idle reflections. Let us proceed to find Mr. Piao Tai. If we cannot resolve the current issues plaguing Black Gold City, it seems the gym battle may be impossible, he urged. Yet, it did appear that there was no one at the entrance of the mine. Could it be that everyone was on holiday? Xiaojiang was taken aback by the absence of people in Black Gold City, as well as within the mine itself. Perhaps the inhabitants had ventured deep into the mine? Is it safe to just walk in like this? What if something goes awry? Xiaoji pondered, gazing into the depths of the mine. Although most areas were illuminated, the deeper recesses remained shrouded in darkness. If Piao Tai were indeed in the deepest part, their unprepared entry could lead to complications. However, with no equipment in sight, they decided to venture further inside. If they were unable to find Mr. Piao Tai in the lit areas, they would wait for him at the entrance. Xiaojiang's suggestion was met with agreement from Xiaoji and Xiaoguang, and they cautiously began their advance into the mine. With Pikachu's acute hearing, they felt somewhat reassured about traversing the confined space. The trio followed the path illuminated by the mine lamps as they delved deeper. At one point, Xiaoji thought he caught a fleeting shadow before him. However, upon glancing down at Pikachu, he noticed it seemed oblivious to any unusual occurrences, leading him to doubt his own perception and dismiss the feeling. Chapter 56. Information worth noting. Look, is that figure on the ground ahead? After advancing a distance into the mine, Xiaojiang pointed at a shadowy form lying on the ground. Could it really be Mr. Piao Tai? Xiaoji approached, squinting for a better look, and responded with a mix of certainty and uncertainty. It was no wonder that neither Xiaoji nor Xiaojiang dared to immediately recognize Piao Tai. His current appearance was rather disheveled. His clothing was caked with dust, and he lay on the ground devoid of energy, staring vacantly at the ceiling. He resembled a vagrant more than a gym leader, the only distinction being that his attire was somewhat more intact. What has happened to Black Gold City? Piao Tai remained oblivious to the presence of Xiaoji and his friends, muttering something incoherently. In the eerie depths of the mine, a strange aura enveloped the atmosphere until Xiaoji called out his name, prompting Piao Tai to shudder back to awareness. What? Who are you? Upon realizing he was not alone, Piao Tai hurried to regain his composure, brushing off the dust from his clothes and looking at Xiaoji and the others with a questioning gaze. My name is Xiaoji, and I am here for a gym challenge. Additionally, we received a message from Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center to relay to you. A challenger? I'm afraid the gym challenge cannot proceed at this time. As you can see the state of Black Gold City. Wait, did you say Nurse Joy has something to inform me? Piao Tai's words trailed off as he grasped the significance of the message, his demeanor shifting. He seemed to believe that Nurse Joy must have received some good news, especially since the other researchers were still scattered throughout the mine, investigating anomalies. If the news did not originate from them, it must have come from the outside. Regrettably. Actually, Xiaoji recounted the bizarre occurrences they had encountered in the mountains. Upon hearing this, Piao Tai began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The Pokémon in the mountains have vanished? I never anticipated such a possibility. After the storm began in Black Gold City, my instinct was to consider the conditions within the cave, suspecting that something might have gone awry, causing the sand and debris to affect the external environment. However, it seems the situation is far more complex than I initially thought. Otherwise, so many professional researchers would not have spent 2 days in the mine without arriving at any conclusions. I understand now. I will hasten to verify the situation in the mountains. I sincerely appreciate the information you've provided. Once the issues are resolved, I will return to the gym. Without allowing Xiaoji and the others a moment to continue their conversation, Piao Tai dashed deeper into the mine, presumably to notify those inside to return. However, how long would this situation persist? Xiaoji and his companions had no clear answers. They couldn't possibly remain in Black Gold City for a week, or even a month. Could they? Having donned their masks once more, Xiaoji and his friends strolled through the dust-laden streets. It had only been about an hour. Yet the sandstorm seemed to have intensified further since their arrival. What now? Are we to stay in Black Gold City any longer? Xiaoguang shouted through her mask, her voice barely audible over the howling winds. What else can we do? Honestly, I find myself at a loss regarding the current situation, Xiaoji admitted. Let us wait one more day. If there is no news, we'll have to set off for the next city. Though he felt uneasy about skipping a gym challenge, he recognized that Xiaoguang's participation in the grand competition took precedence. If they lingered too long in Black Gold City, they would surely miss many opportunities for the grand competition held elsewhere. It seems we have no choice, after all. We still have not fully clarified the reasons for our predicament, right? Xiaojiang remarked, his tone laced with uncertainty. Following his gaze, they spotted a figure approaching them through the swirling sands on the opposite street. Upon seeing them, the individual appeared equally surprised. All of them wore masks, making it difficult to discern one another's features. but the distinctive attire and the cold demeanor of the approaching person made it unmistakable. Shinji? Xiaoji stepped forward, breaking the silence. Are you here to challenge the Black Gold Gym as well? If so, Shinji remained silent, merely retrieving his badge case from his pocket and opening it to reveal the Black Gold Gym badge nestled within. Feeling somewhat awkward, Xiaoji scratched his head and said, So this means you. To the City of Destiny, the sandstorms from the north are even fiercer than those here, rendering passage nearly impossible. The winds and sands from the north are indeed more severe? Wait, hold on. Ash had initially intended to inquire further about the situation from Shinji, but perhaps Shinji was also reluctant to linger in such an inhospitable environment. Before Ash could continue his questioning, Shinji turned and departed, evidently planning to seek an alternate route to the next city. Did Shinji imply that the sandstorms from the north are indeed more ferocious? Coming back to his senses, Ash and his companions seemed to sense an underlying issue. Why would the sandstorms from the north be more intense than those here? Logically, one would expect that areas with greater sandstorms are closer to the source of the sand and dust. If we were to follow this line of reasoning, perhaps we should investigate further. Ash voiced what the other two were thinking. Rather than remain passive, it would be wiser to take the initiative to investigate. Although it might be best to relay this information to Piao Tai, the gym leader of the Black Gold Gym, who could address the issue. They only had conjectures at this point. If they were mistaken, wouldn't it be a waste of Piao Tai's time? Chapter 57. The truth of the matter? Why has it turned out like this? Whispers. I don't know. Speaking of which, how long must we hide here? If we continue to cower, our water and food supplies will be depleted. Even Musashi, usually carefree, trembled slightly as he spoke. Regardless, continuing to hide is a dead end, and venturing out also spells doom. Perhaps we should choose a more valiant demise. Kojiro appeared to be on the verge of losing patience, pulling out 2 Pokeballs from his pocket, ready to rush out and battle the many Pokemon outside. However, before he could make a move, Musashi and Meowth intercepted him. Fool, do you truly wish to perish? If you want to die, do not drag us down with you. Meowth. Rarely. Even Wing chose not to side with Kojiro, for the foes outside were far too numerous. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions observed the scenario. Indeed, the sandstorms from the north were significantly worse than those in Black Gold City. It was quite perplexing. Although the area lacked vegetation, it was not a desert. Brock scrutinized the topographical details on the map, perplexed after confirming that there were no deserts north of Black Gold City. It's no wonder that Piao Tai and the others hadn't focused their attention on the vicinity of Black Gold City. After all, the area surrounding it consisted solely of mountains and plains, devoid of any conditions conducive to desert formation. If one were to argue otherwise, it would only be in the eastern region near the mining area, where Piao Tai and his team were diligently studying and exploring a small patch of desert, which made their focus understandable. Oh, enough of that. Should we press onward or turn back? Remaining in this environment is unbearably torturous. Dawn slumped, appearing utterly dispirited. To shield themselves from the encroaching sand and dust, Ash and his companions donned masks and even rented winter clothing from a store, while the attire effectively blocked the sandstorm. The tightly zipped garments made them feel stiflingly hot. Given the circumstances, it may be best to return. Pikachu? Just as Ash was about to make a decision, Pikachu suddenly poked its head out of the backpack, nudging Ash's shoulder and indicating a direction. Is there something over there? Pikachu. Pikachu nodded eagerly and waved its tiny fists at the air, seemingly indicating the presence of a battle in the direction it pointed. The group exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. After all, encountering a battle in such a sandy environment was far from ordinary. Perhaps this anomaly was connected to the answers they sought regarding the current predicament. With that thought, Ash and his companions ceased pondering the rationality of the situation and resolutely advanced against the wind and sand in the direction indicated by Pikachu. After nearly half an hour of arduous travel, just as the trio was reaching their physical limits, they finally arrived at a depression. Gazing down from the edge of the depression, a sense of shock washed over them. Below, countless rock-type and ground-type Pokemon lay defeated, each appearing to be in a dire state, evidently having endured a fierce battle to arrive at such a condition. Opposing them stood approximately 20 Pokemon, seemingly united in their stance. Yet, that was not the most significant detail. The most striking aspect was that these Pokemon were fossil Pokemon. Brock furrowed his brows and remarked, "What are those?" Dawn, unfamiliar with fossil Pokemon and having never encountered them before, fell into confusion upon hearing Brock's words. They are Pokemon that were believed to have been extinct since ancient times. While a few still exist today, the majority have vanished, leaving behind a multitude of fossils. That is what we refer to as fossil Pokemon. Brock explained this to Dawn, then turned his gaze back to the fossil Pokemon below. Ammonite, Kabuto, Omanite, and even Aerodactyl? What an old acquaintance. Ash couldn't help but voice his thoughts upon seeing the fossil Pokemon below. After all, back in the Kanto region, they had given him a run for his money, and throughout his travels, he had encountered these fossil Pokémon on numerous occasions. To see them again here evoked a sense of nostalgia in Ash. But what are they doing? Dawn inquired, observing the synchronized movements of the fossil Pokémon below. Perhaps they are conjuring a sandstorm. Ash extended his hand, touching the swirling sands as he spoke. It's uncertain whether these fossil Pokémon are merely fortunate to have survived from ancient times. Moreover, it remains a mystery why so many wild Pokémon, which should inhabit the mountains, are present here and why they are battling these fossil Pokémon. Although the source of this sandstorm seems to have been identified, Ash and his companions were still unclear about the motivations behind these events. The entire situation reeked of the bizarre, yet the mere presence of the fossil Pokémon suggested that this was no natural phenomenon. So what now? Dawn appeared unexpectedly eager. Her previously low spirits seemingly lifted in an instant by the prospect of action. Well, given the circumstances, we ought to inform Mr. Piaotai. However, Brock's sentence abruptly halted, and Ash noticed a twitch at the corner of his mouth, likely prompted by something he had seen. Following Brock's gaze downward, they spotted a massive boulder, behind which loomed several shadowy figures. Although it was nearly impossible to discern the details of these figures in such an environment, the composition of the trio, one male, one female, and a diminutive white Pokémon, made it hard to dismiss the notion that they were the notorious Team Rocket. Chapter 58, A Transaction with Team Rocket. Upon spotting the familiar trio of Team Rocket, Ash and his companions found themselves at a loss for words. Although they had yet to confront Team Rocket directly and lacked concrete evidence linking them to the current troubles, the mere fact that they were present at the scene made the need for proof seem unnecessary. After all, they were Team Rocket. It seemed almost a requirement for them to cause some chaos to uphold their villainous reputation. The three individuals appeared to be ensnared. Seemingly unable to extricate themselves from their predicament, it seemed they should possess knowledge regarding the origins of this situation. Xiao Gang remarked, casting a questioning glance at Xiao Ji, and continued, "So what now? Have you changed your mind?" Xiao Ji repositioned Pikachu's head back into his backpack and rose to his feet. Given that the answers lay readily available, it would be prudent to directly inquire with them about the circumstances. The number of adversaries was not particularly daunting, making them manageable. As he spoke, Xiao Ji began scrutinizing the distant fossil Pokémon. The division of labor among the opposing forces appeared distinctly defined, almost exclusively so, centered around the fossil pterodactyl, which served as the brain and nucleus for the other fossil Pokémon. The others were stationed around it, utilizing Sandstorm, while the fossil pterodactyl seemed unperturbed, dozing atop a boulder. Such organization is not unusual within wild Pokémon groups. Having one Pokémon act as the commander enhances the efficiency of a small team. However, once the central figure is vanquished, the team becomes exceedingly vulnerable. Xiao Ji's task was simply to defeat the fossil pterodactyl in the ensuing battle. As for the other fossil Pokémon, only Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang would be incapable of handling them. Thus Xiao Ji resolved to descend, also considering the capabilities of the Team Rocket trio. Stealthily, they traversed the slope, arriving at the bottom of the hollow without the trio from Team Rocket noticing, and Xiao Ji promptly inquired, "Did you create this trouble?" The trio involuntarily shuddered, turning to yell, only to have their mouths covered by Xiao Ji and his companions. "Shoo, now is not the time to speak. Just tell us what is happening with those fossil Pokémon over there. No need for your astonishment." Xiao Ji displayed a threatening demeanor, casually unzipping his backpack to reveal the unmistakable silhouette of Pikachu, poised to unleash an electric shock. No, we'll tell you. Just don't attack us." Understanding the magnitude of the trouble their outcry would provoke, Kojiro hastily surrendered, divulging the entire story under the scrutinizing yet tacit approval of Meowth and Musashi. It turned out that the presence of these fossil Pokémon was no mere coincidence. They had been resurrected by a fossil revival machine. Recently, due to road construction in the mountains by personnel from Black Gold City, Team Rocket seized the opportunity to infiltrate the Black Gold City research facility, stealing an abandoned fossil revival machine along with a portion of the hundreds of fossil samples within. The reason for the machine's abandonment was its failure to operate correctly, a fact unknown to Team Rocket until they attempted to use it nearby and discovered its malfunction. In a fit of extreme anger, Musashi managed to activate the machine with a powerful kick. However, inexplicably, the fossil Pokémon resurrected by the repaired machine exhibited unusually aggressive behavior, immediately engaging in fierce internal conflict, prompting the trio to seek refuge. The infighting persisted until the last fossil, that of the fossil pterodactyl, was successfully revived. The other fossil Pokémon then obeyed its commands, indiscriminately unleashing Sandstorm. It remains uncertain whether the Sandstorm or the machine's influence was responsible, but after several hours, a large number of wild Pokémon appeared from an unknown origin, only to be swiftly defeated by the formidable fossil pterodactyl, resulting in the current predicament. You truly have a knack for causing trouble. Do you realize what this Sandstorm has done to Black Gold City? Xiao Guang, already displeased by the adverse weather, reprimanded Team Rocket upon grasping the full extent of the situation. Meow, we didn't want this to happen. Do you think we wished for this sandstorm? The trio protested. Exactly. Do you have any idea how torturous it is to survive on rations for days? And we are running out of water. Team Rocket saw no wrongdoing in their actions, believing the chaos was instigated by the incessantly sandstorm-wielding fossil Pokémon, while they merely found themselves trapped as unwitting victims. You brought this upon yourselves, Xiao Guang retorted, hands on hips, her tone still unyielding. Let us set aside that matter for now, Xiao Ji interjected, addressing Team Rocket. Descending is straightforward, but ascending from here is no simple feat if you wish to leave safely. You must follow my instructions, understood? Xiao Ji proposed with a sinister, malevolent smile. Although the proposition intrigued them, an unsettling feeling lingered. They sensed something nefarious in Xiao Ji's smile, momentarily forgetting who the true antagonists were. What do you want from us? Finally, in a decisive moment, Kojiro stepped forward to inquire about Xiao Ji's demands. Nothing much, just do what you excel at. Xiao Ji replied, maintaining his grin. You merely need to distract them, divert their attention, the rest will be handled by us. He assured them with a pat on his chest. Chapter 59, vs Fossil Pterodactyl. Hey, having already vanquished numerous challengers, the fossil Pokémon believed they could finally resume their sandstorm to transform the environment into their desired habitat. However, before they could fully relax, a voice filled with challenge reached their ears. Turning towards the source of the sound, they beheld two humans and a diminutive Pokémon provocatively standing at a distance. The fossil Pokémon were poised to retaliate against these provocateurs, yet they hesitated, casting a glance back at the resting fossil pterodactyl. Without its command, they dared not act recklessly. Sensing the gaze of the fossil Pokémon, the fossil pterodactyl suddenly opened its eyes and let out a mighty cry towards the sky. Responding to this signal, the fossil Pokémon ceased their hesitation and surged furiously towards Team Rocket. Hey, this isn't right. What isn't right? Isn't this exactly the outcome the kid wanted? Let us just run. With the ire of the fossil Pokémon drawn towards them, Team Rocket hastily sprinted towards another boulder. Knowing that Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang lay in ambush nearby, ready to assist with their own Pokémon, they felt confident against such a small number of fossil Pokémon. Believing victory was all but assured. As they drew nearer to their anticipated triumph, the trio seemed to push themselves even harder to attract the hostility of the fossil Pokémon. The movements of the fossil Pokémon came to an abrupt halt upon the arrival of the infamous Team Rocket trio. The once raging sandstorm had now significantly abated, to the extent that a normal person could wander without the need for a mask. Let us go, Pikachu. Pika. The Pikachu that leaped from the backpack joined Ash as they made their way toward the fossil Aerodactyl. After all, it had been previously agreed upon with Team Rocket that they, along with Dawn and Brock, would handle the other fossil Pokémon, while the fossil Aerodactyl was Ash's responsibility. As the fossil Aerodactyl sensed the approach of Ash and Pikachu, it reopened its eyes, having been prepared for a brief respite. Despite merely being an ordinary human and a yellow rodent, Ash inadvertently instilled a sense of unease within the Aerodactyl. However, this feeling of apprehension was swiftly overshadowed by the frenzied instincts awakened by its resurrection. It let out a furious roar at Ash and, without a moment's hesitation, launched itself towards him with a powerful flap of its wings. Observing the charging fossil Aerodactyl, Ash remained unflustered, taking a step back while retrieving a Pokeball, simultaneously issuing a command to Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Although the Aerodactyl, a rock-flying type, faced a disadvantage against Pikachu's electric attacks, it was still capable of soaring into the sky, where its rock-type moves could surpass the range of Pikachu's Thunderbolt. To prevent it from seizing aerial dominance, Ash naturally sent out his Muckaroo. Even though Muckaroo's strength seemed somewhat lacking against the fossil Aerodactyl, Ash had other reasons for his choice. With a flash of white light, Muckaroo took to the skies without hesitation, while the fossil Aerodactyl, undeterred by Pikachu's Thunderbolt, charged head-on into the attack. The collision of the two forces sent a shockwave that scattered the surrounding sand and debris, and the thunderous explosion compelled Ash to momentarily cover his ears. In this exchange, it was evident that Pikachu, having steadied itself, emerged victorious. The fossil Aerodactyl could not withstand the full force of the Thunderbolt and was sent hurtling back, rolling several times in the sand before finally stabilizing itself with its arms. The Aerodactyl glared furiously at Pikachu, unable to fathom how such a diminutive Pokémon could have reduced it to this state. If only its minions were present, how could it face them after such humiliation? As this thought crossed its mind, its fury intensified. It raised its wings, enveloped in a radiant white light, while several boulders began to levitate ominously above Pikachu and Ash. In an instant, the Aerodactyl was poised to unleash a retaliatory rock slide. Yet, in its singular focus on vengeance, it seemed to overlook another adversary. With a flash of lightning and a winged strike, Moo. Before the fossil Aerodactyl could react, it felt a sudden, dull pain in its back. Gritting its teeth against the discomfort, it turned to see Muckaroo relentlessly attacking without a hint of hesitation. Time and again, the Aerodactyl's fury escalated to a near breaking point, its eyes burning a deep crimson. It furiously flapped its wings, attempting to swat Muckaroo away, but the latter had already swiftly retreated before it could counterattack. Unlike the arrogant Aerodactyl, Muckaroo was acutely aware of its own limitations and knew better than to be caught in its grasp. However, the Aerodactyl was not particularly concerned about Muckaroo. After all, the damage inflicted by its attacks was minimal. Once it had managed to shake off Muckaroo, it soared into the air, preparing to counterattack Pikachu. To its astonishment, when it looked down at Pikachu's previous position, it found that the little Pokémon had vanished without a trace. Hey! The fossil Aerodactyl suddenly realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. But Ash and Pikachu would not afford it any time to recover. The next wave of assault was imminent. Thunderbolt. Quick attack. These commands were issued simultaneously to Pikachu and Muckaroo. From beneath the sand, Pikachu suddenly leaped into the air, launching an unrelenting bolt of electricity from a blind spot in the Aerodactyl's field of vision. Following a pained cry from the Aerodactyl, the electric assault concluded. But that was not the end. Muckaroo soon followed, trailing a pure white arc as it collided into the Aerodactyl's back. Although Muckaroo's strength was not particularly formidable, under these circumstances, its attack proved to be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. In the next moment, the fossil Aerodactyl fell to the ground without the capacity for further resistance, while Muckaroo began to shimmer with a glow signifying its newfound power. Chapter 60, Black Gold Gym. vs Porygon, Part 1. Having subdued the fossil Aerodactyl, Ash found that Dawn and the others had effortlessly dealt with the remaining fossil Pokémon, as the sight of their leader's defeat had extinguished the remaining fossil Pokémon's will to fight, leading to their swift downfall. Ash had no intention of capturing the fossil Aerodactyl. Firstly, he perceived something peculiar about it and the other fossil Pokémon, and secondly, these creatures were resurrected from fossils stolen by Team Rocket, making it prudent to seek their consent if he were to capture them. As for Team Rocket, not long after, Ash utilized his evolved Muckaroo as a messenger, instructing it to deliver a note to Porygon. Upon reading the contents of the note detailing the preceding events, Porygon promptly arrived at the scene with a large group of people working to restore order from the chaos caused by the fossil Pokémon. While Miss Junsha took custody of the Team Rocket trio, who had been tied up by Ash. You little brat. You're not human. How could you betray us like this? Exactly. Even if we haven't done anything noteworthy, we've certainly put in our share of effort. We don't expect a hefty reward, but we shouldn't be treated this way. Leave us alone. We are innocent. At this point, the trio seemed oblivious to their role in instigating the chaos, each of them protesting their innocence. Perhaps this was a rare quality, but in any case, the sandstorm incident ultimately concluded amidst their lamentations. The following morning, as dawn broke, Porygon hurriedly dealt with a multitude of matters before making his way to the gym to engage in the long-anticipated gym battle with Ash. In the stands, Dawn had unexpectedly donned a cheerleader outfit she had procured at some point, rallying alongside Jigglypuff and Piplup to cheer for Ash. How remarkable! Though I believe you would have qualified for the gym badge even without this battle, Porygon remarked, adjusting his glasses with a wry smile. That fossil Aerodactyl was no ordinary foe. Its resurrection, due to a malfunction in the machine, seemed to have altered both its strength and temperament towards an extreme. Miss Joy and the researchers will need to explore how best to treat it. No wonder, Ash thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. That fossil Aerodactyl fought like a mindless brute. Its straightforwardness surpassed even that of a Jigglypuff. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily defeated by Pikachu and Muckaroo. The referee, occupied with other matters, was absent. Today, it seemed sufficient to simply proceed with a brief encounter, wouldn't you agree? A 2-on-2 match, where challengers may substitute their Pokémon, and the side whose 2 Pokémon are rendered incapable of battle shall be deemed defeated. No objections? Of course, Ash readily concurred. With both parties having established the terms of the match, the gym leader, Piao Tai, was the first to send forth his Pokémon. Come forth, Onix. Piao Tai's initial choice was the most conventional selection for a ground and rock-type gym, as Onix's imposing size was enough to intimidate many novice trainers. Pikachu! Ash exclaimed. Noticing the eager expression on Pikachu's face, Ash couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Are you really planning to rely solely on Iron Tail and Quick Attack to battle others? Shaking his head, Ash chose to disregard Pikachu's antics. Turtwig, you shall be the one. For his first choice, Ash opted for Turtwig, a Pokémon that had yet to engage in formal competition. With the Pokémon in position, the battle commenced. As the gym leader, Piao Tai naturally relinquished the initiative, although for Ash, the distinction between going first or second was not particularly significant. Charge in with Leaf Tornado. Leaf Tornado is a standard opening move, but to charge in, A hint of perplexity crept into Piao Tai's gaze, as Turtwig, being small in stature, should not have been so brazenly approaching Onix. Find it. Despite finding Ash's choice strange, Piao Tai decisively commanded a counterattack. Countless leaves shot forth from Turtwig's head, and Onix, being a large Pokémon, found it difficult to evade this assault. With the command to attack already issued, Onix could only retaliate by trading damage. However, trading damage was not the outcome Ash desired. Accelerate. In a fleeting moment, Onix's massive tail was nearly upon Turtwig. Yet in an instant, Turtwig surged forward at a speed that Onix could not hope to match. So fast, Piao Tai himself had not anticipated Turtwig's remarkable velocity. He barely had time to issue further commands as Turtwig darted away. Seizing the opportunity, Ash knew every moment in a Pokémon battle was crucial, especially when a trainer's distraction could lead to an abrupt end. Maintain this speed and close in on Onix. Keep the Leaf Tornado going. Before Piao Tai could react, Onix, unable to counter due to its failed bind command, lost its chance to strike back. The only thing it could manage was to laboriously raise its tail to shield itself, attempting to mitigate the damage from Leaf Tornado. In that case, use Rock Slide. Unable to catch Turtwig's movements, Piao Tai could only command Onix to unleash a broader attack with Rock Slide. Large Pokémon typically struggled against speedy types like Turtwig, leaving Piao Tai with little choice. Yet, Ash had anticipated this command. Jump onto its back and continue with Leaf Tornado. Under Piao Tai's astonished gaze, Turtwig executed a nimble leap onto Onix's tail, sustaining the barrage of Leaf Tornado upon Onix's body. Ash's actions once again defied Piao Tai's expectations. He had assumed Turtwig would seek refuge from the impending Rock Slide, intending instead to create distance. Chapter 61, Black Gold Gym versus Piao Tai Middle. As Rock Slide cascaded from above, its intended target should have been Turtwig. However, with Turtwig perched upon Onix, the primary focus of the falling debris shifted to Onix itself. Boom, boom. Onix grimaced, its eyes betraying its agony. It was not merely the damage from Rock Slide that it endured, it also faced the relentless assault of Leaf Tornado. The sole consolation was that Turtwig's continuous use of Leaf Tornado drained its stamina rapidly, causing its subsequent attacks to lose potency. Otherwise, Onix would have surely fallen long ago. You must hold on. Having witnessed Turtwig's speed and Ash's adaptability, Piao Tai realized that securing victory in this round was increasingly unrealistic. Yet, to concede so easily as a gym leader would be somewhat embarrassing. At the very least, he should create some trouble for Ash. This sentiment was not unique to Piao Tai. Onix shared it as well, deliberately directing the falling rocks towards itself in a bid to dislodge Turtwig. Observing this scene, Ash gently shook his head. The outcome of this battle had been sealed from that moment onward. Boom. No. Finally, through Onix's relentless efforts, a single rock managed to target Turtwig's feet, propelling it off Onix's back. Witnessing Turtwig's flight, Piao Tai exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Now? Use Rock Tomb. It's over. Ash silently mused, then gestured to issue his final command. Maintain this stance. Unleash Leaf Tornado with all your might. No. Spotting the multitude of boulders converging above, Turtwig remained undaunted, shaking its head defiantly as it gathered a formidable barrage of Leaf Tornado, launching it towards Onix. At the same moment, the Rock Tomb and Leaf Tornado descended, producing two resounding impacts that reverberated through the arena. One, the dull thud of Onix crashing to the ground. The other, the sound of stones falling as Rock Tomb was abruptly cancelled mid-attack. Evidently, Leaf Tornado was swifter, striking down Onix just as Rock Tomb was about to descend. However, it was not the enhanced Leaf Tornado that secured Onix's defeat. Rather, Onix's focus had shifted from winning to merely dislodging Turtwig, causing its fighting spirit to wane and rendering it unable to withstand the force of Leaf Tornado. Well done. Return and rest, Piao Tai sighed, retrieving Onix. As he witnessed Onix succumb to the relentless assault, he understood the folly of his earlier decisions. His emotions had evidently influenced Onix's performance, and he resolved not to repeat such a blunder. Come back, Turtwig. Just as Piao Tai prepared to regroup, Ash unexpectedly recalled Turtwig as well, altering Piao Tai's mood yet again. This is no simple matter. The psychological warfare embedded within Pokémon battles is quite the challenge, isn't it? Do you wish for me to struggle in regaining my composure? Unbeknownst to Ash, Piao Tai's mind wandered into strange interpretations. Nevertheless, the match must continue. Go forth, Cranidos. I knew it would be you, Ambipom. The second Pokémon for both sides had been confirmed. Cranidos versus Ambipom. Both belonged to the agile category of Pokémon, with little difference in size. However, when it came to attack power and instantaneous destructive capability, Cranidos had the upper hand. The outcome of the battle would largely depend on which side could maximize its advantages and seize the initiative. At this moment, as the challenger, Ash, possessing the advantage of the first move, was clearly in a more favorable position. High-speed stars. Ash employed the same strategic approach as in the first round. initiating with a mid to long-range skill to gauge his opponent's response. Seemingly aware of the reasons behind his previous defeat, Piaotai exhibited no sign of hesitation in this round, boldly opting for a direct confrontation and shouted, "Headbutt." After all, high-speed stars is not a particularly powerful skill, and for the sturdy Gai Long, it would be exceedingly easy to negate the impact of high-speed stars with its support. As the white light shimmered atop Gai Long's head and charged forth, Ash remained unfazed. Commanding, double team. Both Pokemon possessed remarkable speed, yet the greatest advantage of Now Wei was its ability to utilize the double team technique. While the learning threshold for this skill is relatively low, its effectiveness hinges on mastery, which could undoubtedly become a pivotal factor in determining the course of battle. As his command echoed, Now Wei's voice instantly split into 5 or 6 echoes, all shadows racing together to confuse Gai Long's judgment. Faced with this scenario, Piaotai found himself in a quandary, for the most effective method to deal with double team is to use a wide-ranging attack to eliminate all duplicates at once. However, Gai Long lacked such a skill, consequently limiting Piaotai's options. Should he rely on luck? Given Ash's demonstrated command prowess thus far, the prospect of lucking into a hit on the real opponent seemed rather unrealistic, thereby effectively narrowing his choices. Focused Headbutt, shatter them all. Clearing the duplicates one by one might appear foolish, yet this seemingly inept strategy often proves to be the most efficient. Gai Long emitted a low growl brimming with combat spirit, its head enveloped in a pink glow, and it began to charge around the arena, instantly smashing through the 2 closest duplicates. As Gai Long's target shifted to the more distant duplicates, Ash was not about to let it achieve its goal so easily. Charge in, concentrated strike. Rather than opting for the conventional strategy of protecting the duplicates and continuing to engage Gai Long, Ash directed Now Wei to dash headlong at Gai Long. Chapter 62, Black Gold Gym, vs Piaotai, Part 2. Several duplicates of Now Wei surged toward Gai Long, and facing the pressure from the multiple duplicates, Gai Long showed no signs of trepidation. Its gaze merely sparkled with the joy of battle. The first duplicate arrived, and Gai Long, with a keen eye, made no move. They collided, and the duplicate shattered. The second duplicate approached, and Gai Long remained still, its concentration unbroken. The power of its focused headbutt undiminished by the previous 2 duplicates. The challenge lay with the last 2 duplicates. Which one was the real one? While Gai Long's strength could undoubtedly overpower Now Wei, if it channeled all the power amassed for the focused headbutt into one of the duplicates. Even if the attack held together, its force would surely pale in comparison to the concentrated energy it had now. Thus, it became a matter of choice. It had to select one of the last 2 duplicates. If it made the right choice, victory in this round would be assured. Piaotai's gaze flickered with caution, as such choices were beyond the judgment of Pokemon in battle. The current situation was a test for him as a trainer. However, Ash appeared less tense. And just as the 2 sides were about to collide, he suddenly altered his strategy, instructing Now Wei to create distance with the last duplicate while maintaining a defensive stance beside it. Once Gai Long charged toward the stationary shadow, the remaining duplicate followed closely behind, forming a pincer attack. Ash's tactical shifts were bewildering for Piaotai, especially this time, as both he and Gai Long had already prepared to choose one of the 2 for an attack. However, now that Now Wei and the other duplicate had repositioned, the decision was no longer straightforward. A smile crept across Ash's lips. This time, unlike before, Ash's decision was aimed at thoroughly confusing Piaotai, or rather, disrupting his initial plan. If it were a straightforward confrontation with Now Wei, it would have been a simple choice between 2. However, faced with a pincer maneuver, attacking the front and then leaping, indeed, this was the best method Piaotai could conceive. Rather than becoming ensnared in indecision, opting for one to conclude matters seemed wise. And the leap command was a straightforward precaution against making the wrong choice, which could leave Gai Long's true form vulnerable. Given Gai Long's leaping ability, escaping from Now Wei should still be feasible. This was Piaotai's line of thought, or rather, the best scenario he could envision. Yet, Ash retreated a step. His smile remained, his eyes glinting with cunning, akin to a wise old fox that had lived for a millennium, shrewd and clever. CRA. Having gathered all its strength for the focused headbutt, Gai Long's mind had already anticipated every subsequent scenario. As the headbutt descended, its legs began to bend, ready to leap. However, Now Wei faced him with a smug expression, as if mocking him, before taking a significant step back, leaving ample space between them, even more than necessary. Gai Long emitted a sound of confusion, but this doubt was fleeting, soon replaced by a searing pain radiating from its abdomen. Concentrated Strike. Now Wei's Concentrated Strike charged from its tail. Unlike many Pokemon capable of executing such a move, if other Pokemon were to perform a similar action under these circumstances, it would undoubtedly affect the buildup of their Concentrated Strike. However, Now Wei, attacking with its tail, had no such concerns. Gai Long was sent flying into the air. The duplicate that had been charging toward it from behind vanished, Yet Ash and now Wei's offensive would not cease here. High-speed stars. Okay. There was no need to approach Gai Long at this moment. The swirling golden stars were the optimal choice. An explosion erupted in midair, smoke billowing as Gai Long's body descended, carving through the haze. Gai Long, hold on. Piao Tai's command was barely uttered before he witnessed Now Wei vaulting high into the air, seemingly predicting Gai Long's landing position, accompanied by its glowing tail. Bang! Another concentrated strike sent Gai Long tumbling through the air, tracing an arc of several dozen meters before crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Its head tilting as it lost the ability to continue fighting. Incredible. This sentiment was shared not only by Piao Tai, but even Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang, who were already familiar with Ash's combat style, couldn't help but express their awe. From beginning to end, there was an impeccable tactical suppression, and the opponent was one of the 8 gym leaders officially recognized by the league. This was the first time I encountered such a formidable adversary. Piao Tai, with a wry smile, retracted his head but dragon and gazed at the scene before him, where Ash and his long-tailed monster were joyfully celebrating. It was difficult for him not to feel a sense of helplessness, especially after suffering such a thorough defeat. Yet, amidst this helplessness, he also felt a sense of solace. For the responsibility of a gym leader is to identify trainers with talent, and in Ash, Piao Tai saw the unmistakable visage of a champion trainer yet to fully blossom. This year's league competition promised to be quite intriguing. With this thought in mind, Piao Tai approached Ash to extend his congratulations, presenting him with the Cold Badge, a token symbolizing his victory over Piao Tai. I got the Cold Badge. Pikachu. Okay. Upon receiving the first badge from the Sinnoh region, Ash naturally adhered to his traditional celebration, with Pikachu and long-tailed monster joyfully chiming in beside him. On the stands, Misty and Brock, having witnessed Ash's nearly flawless battle once again, couldn't help but harbor some special thoughts. Chapter 63, The White Demon. Although the incident in Black Gold City concluded satisfactorily, the road north of Black Gold City remained impassable for the time being, as prolonged and extensive sandstorms had rendered many routes blocked. Clearing the roads would require considerable effort, so Ash and his companions, reluctantly, had no choice but to retrace their steps back to Celebration City before heading towards the next city via the northern route. After several days, Ash and his friends successfully made their way back from Black Gold City to Celebration City, and upon passing the northern outskirts, they arrived at an expansive prairie. The morning prairie should have exuded peace and tranquility, yet an unusual scene unfolded before them. Staring intently, Misty was crouched on the ground, locked in a gaze with a white Pokémon opposite her, creating a rather peculiar tableau. How long has Misty been crouched there? Brock, having prepared breakfast, returned to find Misty still in her position, and he couldn't help but ask, somewhat at a loss for words. It's been about an hour, I suppose. Since I started training, they haven't stopped for a moment. Ash shrugged in response. Of course, Ash was well aware of the identity of the Pokémon locking eyes with Misty. Pachirisu. While most Pachirisu are undeniably cute and well-behaved, this particular one was rather excessively energetic, often causing them a slew of troubles, fully deserving its moniker of the White Demon. Yet, despite their significantly altered journey, how fortunate that Misty managed to encounter Pachirisu. Could this be the world's corrective ability at play? Ash pondered to himself. All right, it's decided. I shall capture you. Misty arose as if declaring an important vow, pointing at Pachirisu with a spirited determination. Finally, she had made up her mind. Yet, Ash couldn't help but wonder why she had to engage in a staring contest with Pachirisu for an entire hour simply to capture a Pokémon. I don't know. Maybe it's some strange competitive desire, Brock shrugged, though his concerns differed from Ash's. I just hope she can be quick about it. Otherwise, breakfast will be cold. Brock furrowed his brow, mindful that today's breakfast was not simply stew or soup, but rather hot scrambled eggs, bacon, and warm milk. He had even prepared a portion for Misty, yet her mind was clearly elsewhere, leaving Brock feeling somewhat put out. Why don't we start without her? Though that could be an idea, is it really okay to do so? Brock's resolve began to waver. No problem, Ash echoed Misty's catchphrase. After all, she should finish up quickly, right? She'll understand. This was a falsehood. Ash's reasoning was devoid of any special motive. He was simply hungry. For Ash, aside from Pokémon, family, and friends, the most paramount concern was to satiate his hunger. The two reached a simple agreement, taking their seats on the benches, consuming breakfast while observing Misty being playfully outmaneuvered by Pachirisu. Brock, for a moment, began to worry. I hope Misty won't fail. Watching Misty, Piplup, and Buniri putting in such effort, Brock was uncertain whether to voice his concerns. If Misty were to fail in capturing Pachirisu again, it would surely be a significant blow to her, as, in a sense, she had yet to truly capture her first Pokémon through battle. Her initial attempts to capture other Buniri had failed, and this particular Buniri had agreed to accompany Misty solely due to Pikachu's influence. From that perspective, It was no wonder Misty was eager to capture a Pokémon in the mountains. This matter might pertain to the dignity of a Pokémon trainer. It's infuriating. Don't run. Piplup, use Bubble Beam. Buniri, use Ice Beam. As they calmly enjoyed their meal, the genuine sounds of Misty's furious shouts reached their ears. Boom, boom. The commotion continued for about 15 minutes. Huff, huff, I did it. I finally captured Pachirisu. Misty, with her face smudged and breathing heavily, approached Ash, taking a deep breath as she held up the Pokeball containing Pachirisu. Wow, that is impressive. Ash's attention was clearly diverted from Pachirisu to Misty's hair, which was now entirely tousled. Though Ash himself did not place much importance on appearances, Misty's current state elicited a chuckle from him. Misty, noticing Ash's reaction, pouted and shot a fierce glare at Brock. This Brock, who had merely been a spectator, was taken aback as Misty's focus shifted from Ash to him. He felt compelled to offer his approval, lest he say something to dampen the mood. Well, that is quite remarkable. This Pachirisu is strong. Capturing it through your own efforts is indeed a success, right? Receiving Brock's praise, Misty's spirits visibly lifted, while Ash merely wore a bemused smile. After all, Misty's success in capturing Pachirisu was not achieved through conventional battle strategies, but rather through relentless pursuit that ultimately exhausted Pachirisu. After all, it had been running nonstop for over half an hour. Even Pikachu would be utterly drained by such exertion. Moreover, while Pachirisu had collapsed, Misty's hair had become disheveled, and Piplup and Buniri were not faring much better. However, judging by the outcome, Misty had indeed succeeded, perhaps placing greater emphasis on the result, despite her current appearance. Her joy in capturing Pachirisu remained undiminished. Upon releasing Pachirisu from the Pokeball, Misty excitedly presented it before Ash and Brock, as if to show off. Yet, Ash found himself somewhat unable to bear this display. As he witnessed the mischievous grin on Pachirisu's face, he instinctively distanced himself from the other two. Amidst their puzzled gazes, with a flash, blue sparks crackled to life as Ash deftly avoided the incident, shaking his head with a sigh. Truly, it was the White Demon. Chapter 64. Encounter with Hunter J. On a leisurely afternoon, a quaint cottage nestled within a vast expanse of open plains served as the setting. Ash and his companions were gathered in a garden adorned with vibrant blossoms, while a stunning woman with flowing purple hair, named Chiharu, stood among them. I apologize for any embarrassment I may have caused, Xiaowang said, his head bowed in slight shame. This is just how Xiaojing is. Please do not take offense. As Xiaowang recalled Xiaojing's earlier attempts to flirt with Chiharu, he offered this apology on his behalf. Although he typically overlooked Xiaojing's flirtatious antics, he felt it was only polite to express regret, especially given their gracious host's gentle demeanor and airy way of speaking. Chiharu's presence evoked an undeniable sense of propriety in Xiaowang, compelling him to offer an apology. No, it's quite all right. I was merely startled, Chiharu replied with a gentle smile, clearly unfazed by the earlier incident. Beside her, her elegant Pokémon, Shinado, graciously inclined her body to greet Ash and his friends. Observing the similarity in demeanor between Chiharu and Shinado, Xiaowang couldn't help but reflect on the notion that Pokémon often mirror the personalities of their trainers. Their encounter with Chiharu was indeed serendipitous. They had arrived in the central region of the plains just a day after capturing Pachirisu, coincidentally finding Chiharu's home situated there. From the moment Xiaojing laid eyes on Chiharu, he reverted to his usual flirtation, though the outcome was predictably thwarted by a reprimanding Froakie. However, Chiharu appeared to have been startled by the encounter, only feeling at ease after Ash and Xiaowang provided an explanation, leading her to invite them to her home. Xiaojing, can't you adjust your behavior at least to suit the occasion? Xiaowang lamented, unable to suppress his frustration despite Chiharu's dismissal of Xiaojing's actions. Oh, let it go. Ash responded nonchalantly, waving his hand. I'd sooner believe that Team Rocket will cease their meddling than expect Xiaojing to change his ways. In Ash's eyes, the likelihood of either scenario unfolding was rather slim. With a sigh, Xiaowang covered his face, exhaling in exasperation. Nevertheless, Ash, while speaking, glanced toward Shinado, who was pouring tea at the dining table. Miss Chiharu, your Shinado is exceptionally well-trained. She seems perfectly suited for participating in the Pokémon contest. Ash's interest remained primarily focused on the realm of Pokémon. His compliment was sincere. Chiharu's Shinado had indeed been nurtured with care, although Chiharu prioritized beauty over raw power in her training approach. From this perspective, Ash's statement held true, as aesthetics were paramount in Pokémon contests, especially during the preliminary rounds. Thank you. I usually have little to occupy my time, so I devote my energy to her, Chiharu began to reply when suddenly Pikachu's ears perked up, emitting a sound of surprise and confusion. Having spent considerable time with Pikachu, Ash understood that this was a typical response to sensing danger. Be careful. We need to leave this place. Trusting Pikachu's instincts, Ash acted swiftly. Although Chiharu and the others were still trying to comprehend the situation, Ash's urgency and flustered words prompted them to vacate their positions immediately. Boom. An explosion erupted, and the shockwave swept across the area where they had been seated. Upon looking back, they saw that the previously intact chairs, tables, and the food laid out had been obliterated. What was that? Is it Team Rocket? Xiaowang speculated, though he hadn't yet seen the assailants. However, it seemed this attack was not the handiwork of Team Rocket, as it had not been executed through mechanical means. Could this be the work of a devastating attack? Ash murmured to himself, his gaze lifting to the sky. As he suspected, a woman with short blue hair, clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses, was surveying them from above, her Pokémon, Salamence, poised for another strike. Hunter J. Ash's expression turned serious. He had almost forgotten that the Sinnoh region harbored adversaries beyond just Team Rocket and Team Galactic. In fact, in terms of difficulty, Hunter J far surpassed the other two factions, for her combat prowess extended not only to Pokémon, but also to trainers. Oh, did you evade my attack? Hunter J remarked, her tone devoid of regret despite her failed ambush. Though her eyes were obscured by sunglasses, Ash could sense her perception of them as mere prey trapped in a corner. Who are you? What do you want? Xiaowang demanded, brandishing the Pokeball containing Porygon as a means of confrontation. Flamethrower. Yet, Hunter J paid Xiaowang little heed, too preoccupied with her intentions. While she found Pikachu's alertness intriguing, her primary objective for being there was to capture Shinnoh. Thunderbolt. In response to Hunter J's disinterest in dialogue, Ash, equally disinterested in conversing with her, commanded Pikachu to counter Salamance's Flamethrower. Boom. The clash of Thunderbolt and Flamethrower created a massive surge of heat, sending a gust of wind that propelled Chiharu and the others backward. In that moment, Shinnoh reacted, utilizing her psychic abilities to stabilize their positions. The violent air currents subsided, but Hunter J's gaze gleamed with unexpected delight. A Pikachu of such caliber is indeed a rarity. I imagine many would be eager to acquire it. Hunter J's intentions toward Pikachu became evident as she gestured for Salamence to swoop closer while she leaped down to the ground. Chapter 65. Ash's retort decided then. I'll take your Pikachu. As Hunter J descended from Salamance's back, her proclamation resonated like a foregone conclusion. Clearly, despite Pikachu showcasing its formidable prowess, to Hunter J, such strength was merely a commodity, worthy of admiration yet devoid of fear. Perhaps she had encountered many Pokémon far superior to this Pikachu in the past. Dragon Pulse. As Salamence closed the distance to Pikachu, Hunter J wasted no time in issuing her command to attack. Ash furrowed his brow slightly. After a brief contemplation, he instructed Pikachu to maintain its direct approach. Boom. The abilities collided once more, but as Salamence unleashed its Dragon-type move, Pikachu found it increasingly challenging to suppress the opposing force. Nonetheless, the disparity in power remained negligible, and Hunter J grew increasingly satisfied with Pikachu's performance. Boss. The target over there. Just as Hunter J had devised a plan, a man clad in a gray jacket drove up beside her in a jeep, pointing towards the already distant Xiaowang and the others. You take care of that side. I have a new quarry to capture here. At that moment, Hunter J noticed that her initial target had escaped far away. Was it the clarity of her original objective that had alerted them? However, it seemed that the other two unrelated individuals were indeed companions of this little brat. How laughable it was that those who were supposedly allies abandoned this child in peril and fled. A scoff escaped Hunter J's lips, and as the jeep drove away, she seized the opportunity to mock Xiaoji. Your companions have left you behind. How do you feel about that? Huh. Xiaoji responded with a hint of confusion. They didn't abandon me. I let them go first. I apologize for this, but I have no intention of losing to you. The mocking expression on Hunter J's face darkened with clouds of displeasure. Me? Lose to a mere child like you? What a joke. Hunter J had long since lost count of how many Pokémon she had defeated and captured over her extensive years as a Pokémon hunter. In her eyes, Pikachu could indeed be considered exceptional, yet it was merely that. Exceptional, far from being top tier. Even legendary Pokémon were within her confidence to capture. How could she possibly regard such a small Pikachu as a threat? Continue to indulge in your fantasies, she thought. Initially, Hunter J had entertained a fleeting sense of amusement. But Xiaoji's words had shattered her mood. She slowly raised her left arm, though it was unclear what her intentions were. The device hanging from her arm exuded an aura of annoyance. Even Cynthia, should she be unfamiliar with Hunter J's apparatus, would likely find herself at a disadvantage. Xiaoji, during his first encounter with Hunter J, had also fallen victim to this device. Yet now, everything was different. Aim for that device in her hand. Use Leaf Blade with all your might. Xiaoji's command momentarily stunned Hunter J, but before she could react, the Turtwig dispatched by Xiaoji launched a flurry of sharp leaves aimed directly at the device in Hunter J's grasp. As the leaf blade sliced through the air, it grazed Hunter J's arm. Though her code had been specially crafted to withstand certain external impacts, it proved inadequate against the sharpness of the leaf blade. After the leaves passed, several cuts marred the exterior of her left arm, and the device on her wrist emitted a series of electrical sparks, followed by a troubling stream of black smoke. After several futile attempts to restart the machine, Hunter J bit her lip in frustration, the furrows in her brow betraying her anger. Who exactly are you? Hunter J took a discreet step back. Although neither the Pikachu before her nor the Turtwig that had ambushed her posed a significant threat, she felt a sudden heart palpitation directed towards the seemingly unremarkable trainer before her. In her past encounters with numerous skilled trainers, her petrification device had been unfailingly effective. No one had ever suspected that such a small machine could render creatures immobile, trusting instead in the prowess of their Pokémon, believing that no device, no matter how formidable, could rival the strength of their meticulously trained companions. The trust Pokémon trainers placed in their Pokémon and the bonds they shared often seemed absurdly misplaced. Yet this individual. You needn't be so surprised. Given your appearance, you must be a Pokémon hunter, right? Xiaoji said with a faint smile, pulling his hat brim down as he continued. I've dealt with Pokémon hunters before. Among various villainous organizations, Pokémon hunters are arguably the least deserving of recognition. After all, other villainous groups at least possess some ambition and strive for their ideals. But what of the hunter organization? Xiaoji feigned profundity, closing his eyes as if deep in thought, before suddenly snapping his fingers, exclaiming, "Ah, that's right. Pokémon hunters are merely a group of individuals lacking any true skill, relying solely on technology acquired from others to capture wild Pokémon, even those belonging to trainers, in the most heartless manner. You." Hunter J had never anticipated that someone as seemingly inconspicuous as this trainer could utter such audacious words in her presence. While it was true that she possessed no sense of honor, she could not accept being so thoroughly dismissed by this child who had undermined her entire modus operandi. Chapter 66. Turtwig, Future Expectations. Shall we fight then? Given your words, it seems there is no reason not to, Hunter J thought. Her emotions now largely transformed into anger toward Xiaoji. Yet, even in her fury, she maintained a semblance of rationality. Was it truly wise to provoke a trainer with such keen insight and unwavering confidence? Lacking her flying ship, Hunter J found herself in a state of isolation, and engaging an unknown adversary under such circumstances was anything but prudent. After all, age had never been a definitive criterion for a trainer's excellence. Older trainers were not necessarily seasoned veterans, and younger trainers were not always inexperienced novices. The world was never short of prodigies, as exemplified by Cynthia and other renowned figures in their youth. Is this a form of provocation? Frankly, your maturity does not align with your age. Are you a genius or merely well-versed? Calmly, Hunter J had abandoned the notion of continuing the contest with Xiaoji. Her gaze merely flicked towards his right hand, now resting behind him. It seems you have a trump card equal to this Pikachu, do you? Have I been discovered? Xiaoji thought, momentarily regretting his approach. He had intended to provoke Hunter J's ire, hoping to unleash Snorlax and Beware during her moment of anger. Without the petrification device and external support, even a Pokémon hunter was merely an ordinary human aided by Pokémon. Of course, if a hunter existed who had honed their body to the level of Shiba, then he would retract that statement. Observing the considerable distance between Hunter J and himself, or rather between her and Turtwig, Xiaoji began to contemplate whether he should attempt a direct assault, despite the imprudence of revealing his trump card prematurely. Next time, Hunter J said as she turned away, with her Charizard taking on the role of a bodyguard, following closely by her side. Next time we meet, I shall claim your Pikachu. For now, I'll let you off the hook. Since neither side's Pokémon had yet battled, it seemed premature to label Hunter J as the defeated party. Nonchalantly, Hunter J dropped a smoke bomb in preparation for her retreat, while Xiaoji remained vigilant, wary of a potential ambush, yet made no move to prevent her departure. The reason is quite straightforward. Ash does not possess absolute confidence in his ability to confront Hunter J head-on. Despite having the experience from previous encounters, he is not naive enough to insist on fairness in battles with antagonistic characters. Nevertheless, among the Pokémon at his disposal, only Pikachu and Snorlax possessed the strength to decisively overpower Hunter J. As the smoke dissipated, it became apparent that Hunter J had indeed vanished from sight, and Pikachu appeared somewhat dejected, perhaps sensing a threat emanating from her, especially since she had openly expressed her desire for Pikachu before departing. At that moment, the ever-supportive Turtwig approached Pikachu, gently patting its back as if to reassure it that it could rely on him. Ash recognized Turtwig's intentions and felt a surge of warmth, but he understood that mere enthusiasm for justice would not suffice when confronting Hunter J and her nefarious organization. Ash is not naive. Prior to his ultimate challenge in the Pokémon Master Tournament, he has battled countless villainous organizations and witnessed the depths of darkness. Through his journey, he has come to understand many of the world's rules. Yet, despite this understanding, Ash has not relinquished his love for Pokémon or his passion for their battles. On the contrary, after witnessing so much darkness, he finds himself even more enamored with the pure, untainted nature of Pokémon battles. Having fervor is indeed a splendid trait. Ash crouched down, addressing Turtwig rather than Pikachu. However, I must acknowledge that your strength still falls short compared to that of the Pokémon hunter. If you are to fulfill your duty of protection, you must cultivate a greater composure and strength, transforming into a formidable shield capable of repelling all hostile forces. Turtwig pondered Ash's words, contemplating the notion of a solid shield. Truth be told, Turtwig is somewhat familiar with the imagery of sword and shield, and if given a choice, it would unhesitatingly opt to become a sharp sword, as it excels in agility and uses its proud strength and speed to vanquish foes. A shield, however, seems merely a passive symbol of enduring blows. Should it strive toward that direction? Turtwig appeared perplexed, its small head clearly unable to grasp such abstract concepts. Seeking clarity, it turned to Ash with an earnest gaze, hoping he might illuminate the answer, for its desire to aid Pikachu is genuine. It's all right not to understand now. In time, you will come to grasp it, Ash reassured, stroking Turtwig's head. A shield can possess formidable offensive capabilities, while a sword can transform into the most potent shield depending on how it is wielded. The challenge of achieving this lies not solely with you, but also with me as your trainer. Turtwig tilted its head in confusion, as Ash's explanation only deepened its bewilderment. Nevertheless, Ash had not anticipated Turtwig to comprehend the significance of his words immediately. It is precisely because Turtwig currently embodies the essence of a blade that its eventual evolution into a shield will allow it to truly appreciate the concept of an offensive shield. During this period, the crucial aspect is not only how Turtwig adjusts its mindset, but also how Ash should cultivate its growth. The anticipation is palpable. As Ash contemplated Turtwig's future, a gleeful smile graced his face. Meanwhile, in the distance, Dawn and her companions approached, escorting a few members of the Hunter organization. Bound and helpless, perhaps Hunter J's abrupt departure was a result of noticing her subordinate's predicament. Chapter 67. Contemplations on Evolution. As they traversed the forest, Dawn was lost in a reverie, murmuring to herself, her expression suggesting a deep fascination with her thoughts. Understanding the truth, Ash and Brock exchanged knowing glances, with Brock taking the lead to inquire, "Are you still pondering yesterday's events?" "Yes," Dawn replied, though she appeared somewhat distracted. "Before this, I never really considered the matter of evolution. I always believed it to be a universal aspiration for every trainer and Pokémon. Yet, there are indeed individuals who oppose this notion, even establishing a significant organization around it." Dawn referred to the B-Button Alliance they had encountered in the previous city, an organization that sought to cultivate Pokémon into their strongest forms by preventing them from evolving, a perspective starkly contrasting that of most trainers. This ideological clash prompted Dawn to delve deeper into her own beliefs. "What about you, Ash? You mentioned you don't plan to allow Pikachu to evolve, right?" After much contemplation, she turned the discussion towards Ash, seeking answers from him. "Indeed, I have no intention of letting Pikachu evolve." Ash exchanged a knowing glance with Pikachu, both sharing a smile. "However, it is Pikachu who is reluctant to evolve. I merely support its choice. When we first embarked on our journey, we encountered an electric-type gym where the champion was Raichu." As Ash reminisced about his battle against Raichu in Leaf Green City, he continued, "Facing my evolved counterpart for the first time, Pikachu and I were soundly defeated. The power and precision of Raichu's electric attacks far surpassed Pikachu's capabilities, and perhaps it was a sense of defiance that drove Pikachu to reject evolution when offered a Thunderstone by Nurse Joy, ultimately choosing to defeat Raichu in its current form. Is that so?" Dawn was surprised to learn of this past experience between Ash and Pikachu. She had previously assumed Pikachu's aversion to evolution stemmed solely from its unique personality, especially since Ash had mentioned their initial struggles due to Pikachu's disdain for humans. Now, it appeared that Pikachu's refusal to evolve was rooted in a deeper sense of defiance. "Indeed," Ash replied, understanding Dawn's thoughts. "Such a significant decision is rarely made impulsively. In hindsight, that defeat may have merely been the catalyst. Pikachu likely never wished to evolve in the first place." Ash shrugged. Evolution is not inherently beneficial for Pokémon. Many lose aspects of themselves after evolving, whether it be their previous personality, certain abilities, or their combat style. Brock chimed in. "A common example is the evolutionary chain from Slakoth to Vigoroth, and then to Slaking. Each evolution represents a transformation, but with it comes a change in personality and battle style." Perhaps recalling the myriad Pokémon they had encountered, Brock's examples were both vivid and insightful. Ultimately, it all comes down to the perspective of the Pokémon themselves. According to the official survey, Raichu can indeed achieve a higher speed than Pikachu. However, once evolved into Raichu, it becomes challenging for the Pokémon to quickly acclimate to the sudden increase in weight and the more substantial physique. Additionally, Trainers who evolve their Pikachu into Raichu typically do not employ the same training methods, leading to speed becoming a secondary concern, while the emphasis shifts towards training for strength. Upon hearing Ash's remarks, Brock felt a surge of curiosity. Wow, you know so much about this, he mused. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have assumed Raichu's speed was utterly inferior to Pikachu's, aspiring to be the world's foremost Pokemon breeder. Brock began to reflect on whether he had read enough on the subject. Meanwhile, Ash naturally shifted the blame, stating, Professor Oak said so. After all, the professor was not present, and even if questioned, he would likely give a positive affirmation, as it is unlikely he remembers all the statements he has made. So it was Professor Oak who said that? No wonder, Brock nodded, contemplatively. Being the foremost Pokemon scholar, it is only reasonable for him to possess knowledge beyond that of the average person. Wait, is Professor Oak the one who wrote the Pokemon haiku? That's impressive. So he is your mentor, Ash? Dawn exclaimed, her admiration palpable upon hearing the professor's name, although her focus seemed slightly misplaced. But is Pokemon haiku really that popular? Ash queried, somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, and Ash felt as if his vision was obscured by something. Under the curious gazes of Dawn and Brock, he finally revealed the paper, or rather, the promotional poster that the north wind had blown against his face. A dazzling contest? Ash read aloud from the poster. Officially held in the town, the three exchanged glances, and within that fleeting second, they comprehended the content of the promotional material. An official dazzling contest was to be held today in a nearby small town, and the victorious participant would also receive a ribbon badge. Given the lack of official promotion, the number of competitors would likely be minimal, which meant, wasn't this the perfect opportunity? Dawn exclaimed with excitement. Having lost to Zoe in her first dazzling contest, and missing the chance to secure her first ribbon badge, this time felt different. In such a remote forest town, the likelihood of renowned competitors participating was slim. Was this not a divine opportunity bestowed upon her? Chapter 68. The dazzling contest awaiting participation. Dawn's mood should have been one of elation, especially considering the prospects of winning in such a quaint setting and obtaining her first ribbon badge. Yet now why? Ash, didn't you say you wouldn't participate in the dazzling contest? Why have you changed your mind? She lamented, her frustration evident. Her initial desire for Ash to join was primarily because it was her first time competing. Having someone accompany her would have provided reassurance. However, now that she felt confident and relaxed, particularly in such a small town contest, Ash's potential victory could be a crushing blow to her. There's no need to be so disheartened. Ash replied, somewhat exasperated by Dawn's reaction. He sighed, I didn't participate back then because neither I nor my Pokemon were prepared. However, I did promise my partner that we would occasionally enter dazzling contests together, so this is the one you chose? Pure coincidence, isn't it? Ash smiled apologetically, aware that this stroke of luck seemed rather fortuitous. He feared that if he did not clarify, Dawn might think he was deliberately trying to undermine her. Yet, given their similar personalities, this situation was manageable. But you shouldn't worry too much, after all, you are the coordinator. I'm just an ordinary Pokemon trainer. Dazzling contests aren't my forte. Or are you truly afraid of losing to me? Dawn's expression brightened at this. Indeed, why should she be apprehensive? Ash was merely a Pokemon trainer, unfamiliar with the intricacies of dazzling contests. All she needed to do was utilize the contest rules to defeat him. Perhaps Ash wouldn't even make it past the first round. Dazzling contests aren't as simple as you imagine, Dawn thought to herself, feeling a sense of superiority as if she were a seasoned veteran in dazzling contests. Unbeknownst to her, Ash had participated in far more dazzling contests than she had. With a commendable average ranking, had she known this, her confidence would surely have waned. That is true. Dazzling contests are entirely different from Pokemon battles. Ash, have you even prepared for the first round? She teased. Seeing Dawn's growing confidence, Brock, unable to bear it any longer, leaned toward Ash and whispered, be gentle. I can't fathom what she might become afterward. Though Dawn remained oblivious, Brock was well aware. From their travels in the Hoenn region, he had observed Ash's talent in dazzling contests, believing he could rival May. If they were to compete in 100 dazzling contests, Ash might win 30 or 40 times. And there was no telling how much he might improve with experience. Not a problem, as long as I can draw out Dawn's confidence. I won't need to rely on Pikachu, Snorlax, or Teddiursa, Ash reassured himself. This dazzling contest was a promise made with his partner, so he would only use that Pokemon for the competition. As for holding back, that would be disrespectful to his opponent. He intended to give it his all and face Dawn head-on. As they observed the confident figure of Dawn and the proud silhouette of Ash departing, Brock exchanged a knowing glance with Pikachu at his feet, and both sighed in unison, ah, youth. Following the address on the poster, Ash and his companions swiftly located the venue on the map, guided by Murkrow and his partner. They reached the small town slated to host the dazzling contest in under half an hour. Indeed, the town was small, from a high vantage point. One could hardly count 30 households. Logically, such a remote place should not host a dazzling contest. However, since this town had secured the rights to hold one, there must be something special about it. Today marked the annual Harvest Festival, and the village chief had applied for the dazzling contest to enliven the celebration. Yet, it was unexpected that the application had been approved. After conversing with an elder from the village, Ash and his friends learned the backstory. However, if the approval was merely to enhance the festivities, wouldn't that seem a tad too casual? Indeed, within a single season, the number of venues for the dazzling contests is quite substantial. After all, only one coordinating trainer can earn the coveted ribbon badge from each competition. From this perspective, it seems the organizers are eager to host as many events as possible. Xiaojiang, in his calm analysis of the organizers' intentions, received nods of agreement from both Xiaoji and Xiaoguang. It is true, when one considers it, the dazzling contests are far more ruthless than the league competitions. The latter merely involves battles against gym trainers, whose aim is simply to select those with talent and potential. In contrast, the dazzling contests demand genuine confrontations with other trainers, where only the elite can grace the grand stage. Just as Xiaoji and the others departed for the registration point, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby bushes. Once they confirmed that Xiaoji and the others had left, the trio from Team Rocket cautiously peeked out and began to converse in hushed tones. Hey, did you see the prize for this dazzling contest? It's a year's supply of specialty bananas. Exactly. If we win, we won't have to worry about meals for an entire year. No more talking. Before Nyarth and Kojiru could finish, Musashi had already donned her costume. From now on, please call me Sweet Musashi Lina. Then, Kojiru, your sharp fawn cage. Chapter 69, A Meeting of Minds, Xiaoji's Dazzling Contest. After a brief registration period, the dazzling contest in the village officially commenced. The short registration was due to the local organizers not anticipating the effectiveness of their promotional posters, which had only been distributed 2 hours prior to the event. They presumed that no one would travel to such a remote location for a dazzling contest in such a limited time frame. However, to their surprise, aside from a few familiar local faces interested in the dazzling contest, several external visitors had indeed been attracted, appearing quite professional. Among them, 2 donned custom outfits, while another exuded an air of experience, clearly not to be underestimated. Thank you all for participating in the Pokémon Dazzling Contest held on Harvest Day. The winner will not only receive the official ribbon badge, but also a year's supply of specialty bananas provided by the local authorities. The local dazzling contest lacked a professional host, and even the usual familiar judges were reduced to just Nurse Joy, highlighting the low interest in the dazzling contest held in this small village. Nevertheless, the contestants were eager and poised, ready to showcase their talents. However, there were mishaps. A performer who hypnotized their own Pokémon with hypnosis, a trainer whose psychic-type Pokémon caused an explosion, and another who attempted to conclude with an electric display but ended up shocking the judges and audience alike. Don't be disheartened. Observing Xiaoguang descend from the stage, disheartened, Xiaoji placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, "At least this indicates you have ample room for improvement. Darn it, my synergy with Pachirisu was still lacking." After being lightly mocked by Xiaoji in a comforting tone, Xiaoguang clenched her fists in frustration, clearly dissatisfied with her performance. In a typical dazzling contest, her act would have surely failed to qualify, but given the context of this small village, she had indeed delivered a commendable performance, unlike her predecessors. As Xiaoji offered his encouragement, Nurse Joy announced, "The final contestant, from Pallet Town, is Xiaoji." Looking across the arena, he noticed Sweet Musashi Lina's performance had just concluded. Although he had not witnessed her act, the audience's enthusiastic applause suggested it was the best performance thus far. Indeed, such a performance art requires tremendous courage, he mused. It seems not only the audience, but also Xiaojiang and Xiaoguang were impressed. Yet, none of this concerned Xiaoji. His mind was solely focused on his forthcoming performance. Well then, let us go. With a serene expression, he grasped the Pokeball containing his partner, the Ambipom, with no signs of anxiety or burden as he approached the contest arena. The Pokeball, encased in a capsule, bore a sticker chosen by Ambipom itself. Although most performers today had opted not to use capsule balls aside from Sweet Musashi Lina and Xiaoguang, Xiaoji felt it important to uphold the ceremonial aspects for Ambipom's first dazzling contest, as it was a promise to his companion. Standing on stage, a smile graced Xiaoji's lips as he tossed the Pokeball into the air. As a shower of flowers fell, Ambipom energetically took the stage. Swift stars. Without any rehearsal or communication, Xiaoji's thoughts aligned perfectly with Ambipom's aspirations. As the floral curtain remained in place, Ambipom flicked its tail, sending forth a multitude of golden stars bursting through the blue floral expanse. The intertwining golden and blue lights formed a mesmerizing spectacle. But as the onslaught of swift stars continued, this balance was disrupted, and countless stars coalesced in the sky, forming a golden bridge. Shadow Clone, step onto it. Before the audience could react, Xiaoji's command had already been issued. Ambipom trembled slightly, and in an instant, several figures materialized around it. 6 Ambipoms, hand in hand, sprinted across the bridge crafted from swift stars, while the original Ambipom maintained its output of swift stars, ensuring the newly formed bridge remained intact. However, once both the left and right Ambipoms were in position, it was time to conclude the performance. Now Focus Punch, prepared for the next step. Ambipom anticipated Xiaoji's intention without needing further instruction. Thus, in synchrony with Xiaoji's words, a white glow began to gather at Ambipom's tail. Go! Oki! With all its might, Ambipom unleashed the Focus Punch the moment the swift stars halted. Boom! Crack! The collision between Focus Punch and the Golden Bridge produced a shattering sound, transforming it into countless golden star fragments that scattered through the air, drifting towards the audience. The performance brought forth by Xiaoji and Ambipom could already be deemed the pinnacle of today's exhibition, yet it was far from over. The shadow clones had yet to be utilized. Continue with Focus Punch. Oki! Without a moment's respite after shattering the bridge, Ambipom dashed forth, racing toward the still descending clones. As each clone landed, Ambipom precisely mirrored its movements, creating the illusion of a synchronized display as it exchanged fist bumps with its clones. With each contact, a pure white mist blossomed amidst the golden particles. The harmonious blend of new colors instantly elevated the atmosphere of the venue to a crescendo. Chapter 70. Halt. This is not a magnificent battle at all. As Ash concluded his performance, his partner, the Ambipom, dashed eagerly to his side, leaping onto his head to snatch away his hat, which it then proudly donned atop its own head. Gazing down at the still-dazed audience, Ambipom waved cheerfully, greeting them with a bright smile. Oh! Ambipom's enthusiastic wave seemed to finally awaken the audience, who generously showered applause and cheers, wholeheartedly praising both Ash and Ambipom for their performance. Dawn pointed at Ash and then glanced at Brock. From her slightly trembling fingertips, Brock could comprehend her unspoken thoughts. Don't be hasty, Brock said, casting a reassuring look at Dawn, before explaining, this is not Ash's first time participating in a showcase. He has taken part in several during his travels in the Hoenn region and has observed numerous showcases, so such a performance was to be expected. As he spoke, Brock seemed to recall something, tilting his head slightly and continuing. However, it appears that Ash has never been eliminated in the first round, right? I genuinely believe that Ash possesses quite a talent for showcase battles. He just doesn't seem to take much interest in it. Dawn, watching Ash wave at the audience, recalled her earlier boastful words to him before the contest. In hindsight, the smile Ash had displayed back then was clearly just a facade. How infuriating to have been outmaneuvered. Moreover, it should be noted that neither Ash nor Ambipom had prepared for this. While she and Pachirisu had a brief preparation time, they at least had rehearsed a script. Yet they still flubbed it. Even more astonishing was that Ash's performance was not something Ambipom had prepared for. It was entirely spontaneous, yet Ambipom executed Ash's requests flawlessly. It seems I truly must refer to Ash as senpai now, Dawn thought disheartenedly. The first round of eliminations swiftly concluded, and due to the limited number of participants, only 4 contestants progressed to the second round. Among them, Ash, Dawn, and the cheerful Musashi were the only ones to receive commendations from both the audience and the judges, leaving the remaining contestants to be assessed on who fared the least poorly. In simpler terms, a contest of mediocrity. The final pairings for the next round were announced. Ash versus Musashi and Dawn versus a local child. In the second round, Ash faced off against Musashi, who appeared somewhat disheartened. No. Musashi, you must rally. Don't lose, even if it's just for a year's worth of food. The enthusiastic support from Musashi's friends and family below the stage seemed to invigorate her. After receiving their encouragement, Musashi shook her head vigorously, casting aside any lingering doubts. What am I thinking? He's just a kid. Even if he is strong, it's only in Pokemon battles. In this showcase, I am the senior. I absolutely cannot lose. Musashi's confidence surged, and as the referee announced the start of the match, she promptly sent out her snubbull. No problem, it's just Ambipom. A mere little monkey is no threat. Watch me triumph effortlessly with snubbull. Musashi's spirit seemed to return to its usual high, her brow arching with determination. In contrast, Ash remained silent, quietly retracting Ambipom's Pokeball, and, before the gathered crowd, he produced another Pokeball, declaring, "It shall be you, Snorlax." The crowd responded with bewildered gasps. Snorlax. With a heavy yet endearing voice, Snorlax lumbered onto the battlefield. In the presence of Snorlax, Snubbull appeared minuscule, and the imposing aura of Snorlax made Snubbull recoil several steps back. Hey, isn't this a bit childish? Why you, Snorlax? Dawn exclaimed, pointing at Ash's Snorlax. Brock, despite having traveled with Ash for quite some time, could only respond with uncertainty. Ash must have his reasons. Shifting focus back to Ash on stage. He had no particularly profound strategy. He simply wished to battle alongside Snorlax once more. After all, it was a rare opportunity to call it back into action. He certainly couldn't send it back without having a proper battle. That would reduce Snorlax to merely a tool. After all, even his teddy bear had been swayed by Snorlax's might and was now willing to heed his commands and adjust its fighting style. Hey Meowth, do you think Snubbull can defeat Snorlax? Are you referring to a real battle or a dream? Meowth shot a disdainful glance at Jessie. After all, it's Snorlax, Ash's companion from the Orange Islands, a fearsome opponent with both destructive power and agility. Battling it? They might as well contemplate how to steal the prize instead. Dejected, the two of them exited the scene, leaving only Jessie on stage desperately attempting to give commands. Snubbull, use Seed Bomb. Vine Whip. Why isn't this Snorlax moving? Then bind it tightly. What? It won't stay bound. Then, do whatever you want. Just defeat it. Snorlax, Ice Punch. Snorlax. Witnessing this tragic spectacle unfold, Dawn couldn't help but shiver. Coordinators truly must possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, encountering such an opponent would simply spell the end of the contest. Indeed, both Dawn and Brock seemed to grasp the essence of the showcase competition more deeply. Chapter 71, Ash vs. Dawn. The first round of eliminations concluded without any suspense. Ash showcased the sheer brutality of his prowess with Snorlax, concluding the battle with a single ice punch. Upon witnessing the fallen Snubbull, the audience was not the only one left in disbelief. Even Snorlax appeared puzzled. It merely scratched its head with its paw, seemingly unable to comprehend why its opponent was so weak. Observing this, Ash felt a twinge of regret for having called Snorlax into action. After all, such an effortless battle held little excitement for Snorlax. Yet, the audience had never witnessed such a pure display of overwhelming strength, and following Ash and Snorlax's victory, they erupted into applause. Miss Joy at the judges' table looked somewhat troubled. Having some expertise in showcase competitions, she recognized that while transforming the showcase into a Pokémon battle was feasible, managing the intensity during the competition wasn't entirely realistic. However, encountering such circumstances would likely leave those who genuinely appreciated the beauty of showcases feeling disheartened and bored. Fortunately, today's battle took place in this small village. After Ash and Musashi concluded their match, Dawn also engaged in a simple battle with a passerby trainer. So simple that even Hikaru managed to defeat his opponent within 5 rounds, as the trainer battling against him struggled to execute even the most basic commands. Throughout the encounters, he fumbled and stumbled, unable to issue a few coherent instructions, and his advancement to the second round was merely due to his avoidance of major blunders. Now, in the climactic battle of the second round, it was Shota versus Hikaru. Gazing at Shota across the arena, Hikaru's heart felt a tinge of complexity. Initially, she had hoped to participate in the grand contest alongside Shota, yet she never anticipated his profound mastery in this domain. The first round's performance seemed to him merely effortless. Competing for the ribbon badge against Shota now felt exceedingly daunting. Please, don't use Snorlax, Hikaru silently prayed within her mind. In contrast to Hikaru, Shota was unencumbered by such thoughts. Upon hearing the commencement of the match, he promptly dispatched his Longtail Pokemon. At the sight of Longtail, Hikaru felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. If that is the case, I leave it to you, Pachman. Pachman. When facing Shota, Hikaru refrained from utilizing the currently unstable Pachirisu, opting instead for Pachman, with whom she shared a higher degree of synergy. This choice should enhance her chances of victory against Shota, she reasoned. As the battle commenced, Shota took the initiative and launched an attack. Longtail's tail swept through the air, sending countless stars hurtling towards Pachman. Though the assault came swiftly, Hikaru was not a novice trainer unaccustomed to battle. Even in the face of Shota's rapid strikes, she could respond effortlessly. Bubble Beam. The clash of mid-range attacks resulted in neither side gaining an advantage, as the power diminished with distance. However, before Hikaru could relish this moment, she realized that Longtail had somehow employed the technique of double team, as 6 or 7 clones surged towards Pachman. Hikaru glanced around, attempting to discern Longtail's true form. Yet, if she could not identify it from the audience's perspective, how could she possibly discern it under the heightened pressure of the battle? Bubble Beam, shatter all the clones. After a brief hesitation, Hikaru recalled Shota's earlier advice on countering double team. The most efficient method, regardless of the circumstance, was to obliterate all clones with a single skill. This approach saved both time and effort and minimized the risk of unforeseen complications. Pachman responded to Hikaru's commands, unleashing Bubble Beam to sweep away all the clones on the battlefield. However, Shota, well aware of how to counter double team, was not idle. With a swift gesture, he altered his offensive strategy. All clones leaped into the air, using Swift. Shota continued to evade a direct clash with Pachman while preserving as many clones of Longtail as possible. Yet, Hikaru had witnessed this tactic numerous times before. A confident smile graced her lips as she declared, "Use Peck. follow closely, not allowing a single clone to escape. This, she believed, was the pivotal step in overcoming Longtail. In previous encounters, Shota had capitalized on opponents who carelessly overlooked the clones, and having observed countless failures of others, Hikaru was determined not to repeat those mistakes. However, can you truly identify which is the real one? Noting that Hikaru had yet to grasp her own implication, Shota chose not to elaborate further. After all, adaptability in real time required time and experience to develop. Perhaps Hikaru felt she had grasped the essence of countering double team, believing she had absorbed valuable lessons from her observations. Yet, she had never contemplated why such seemingly simple concepts eluded those who had battled against her. Watching Pachman leap to pursue the nearest clone, Shota seized the moment to command Longtail, "Swift, swift." Could it be? At last, Hikaru comprehended Shota's intention, but regrettably, her realization came too late. Issuing commands to systematically dismantle the clones was not the issue. Rather, the challenge lay in Longtail deliberately spacing the clones apart. The clone nearest to Pachman did not necessarily represent the one closest to the ground. Oki, the clone nearest to Pachman, yet also nearest to the ground, wore a smug grin before it flicked its tail at Pachman in midair, unleashing a torrent of stars that gracefully arced and struck Pachman, who had just shattered the first clone. Pachman. The airborne Pachman let out a mournful cry, but this was far from the end. Concentrated Strike. Chapter 72, Shota's Gift. The so-called dream. Longtail's concentrated strike landed unreservedly upon Pachman, and with the added damage, Pachman was rendered incapable of continuing the fight, collapsing to the ground in defeat. No way. Hikaru hung her head in resignation. It wasn't until Shota's final command was issued, and Longtail's action was executed, that she recognized the flaw in her reasoning. The considerable distance between Longtail's clones meant that unless she systematically dismantled them from bottom to top, she would only expose her weaknesses to her opponent. Unfortunately, Hikaru realized this far too late. Watching Shota receive his accolades on the podium, Hikaru felt a pang of envy. After all, this competition might have been her closest opportunity to earn her first ribbon badge, yet that seemingly small step felt more challenging than scaling a mountain. Oh, I can't take it. They are far too enthusiastic. I never expected to receive so many gifts on top of the original prize. Over half an hour later, Shota finally descended the podium amidst the throngs of villagers, his hands laden with an array of items, including snacks, staples, and trinkets, gifts from the villagers expressing their gratitude for the thrilling performance Shota had delivered. Here, these are for you. Shota placed everything before Brock, instructing him to stow them in his backpack. How wonderful. Hikaru sighed, though her wonderful did not solely pertain to the gifts, albeit a fraction of it did. What she truly desired was the ribbon badge in Shota's possession. That said, having Snorlax compete in this grand contest was somewhat excessive. Had she foreseen it, she would have preferred Longtail instead. Okay. Longtail responded affirmatively, clearly eager to participate in every competition. To this, Shota could only apologize, as he was also mindful of Longtail's stamina. But where should this ribbon badge be placed? I don't have a box for it. Should I just keep it alongside the half badge? Huh. Shota, have you received a ribbon badge before? And why is it only half? Hikaru seemed to have stumbled upon something peculiar and inquired. I received it in the Hoenn region. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a talisman. Forget it. Longtail, do you want this? Okay. Longtail examined the ribbon badge closely before returning it to Shota, appearing entirely disinterested. Indeed, this satin ribbon medal appears rather antiquated. One wonders if it was unearthed from some obscure corner by the authorities. If it were a newly minted satin ribbon medal, surely the glimmering clasp in the center would delight the long-tailed monster. With this in mind, Ash suddenly conceived a solution. But his gaze quickly met the eager eyes of Dawn, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly. He approached her and playfully tapped her on the head. Hey, what was that for, Ash? Dawn exclaimed, covering the spot where he had tapped her, visibly displeased. What else? Your eyes are practically popping out. Just to clarify, I have thought of a way to deal with this satin ribbon medal, but it's not a gift for you. Did you catch me? She murmured. Indeed. A fleeting thought had crossed Dawn's mind that perhaps Ash might gift her the satin ribbon medal. Though she deemed it unlikely, daydreaming is a normal pastime, after all. Honestly, even if I were to give you this satin ribbon medal, would you even want it? Ash said, hands on his hips, exasperated. Well, that's true. After all, this medal wasn't earned through my own efforts. Even if it were bestowed upon me, I wouldn't feel joyous about it. Brock chimed in with a calm analysis. Dawn recognized the validity of Brock's point, but added, Pikachu, you understand, right? Pika. Pikachu nodded in understanding. After that, under the attentive gaze of the others, Ash gently tossed the satin ribbon medal into the air. Pikachu leapt gracefully, its iron tail slicing through the middle of the seemingly aged metal, splitting it cleanly in two. Pika. Pikachu called out, as if seeking praise, and Ash affectionately patted its head. He then picked up the fallen pieces of the satin ribbon medal and presented one half to Dawn. Here, take this as a talisman. While I genuinely hope you can realize your dreams, ultimately, dreams must be achieved through one's own efforts. Ash paused, his tone growing somewhat mature and tinged with melancholy. If dreams were truly within reach, wouldn't he that render them meaningless? Dawn, momentarily dazed, accepted the half medal from Ash. After a prolonged gaze, she closed her eyes and firmly grasped the precious gift in her palm. Of course, I never intended to rely on others to fulfill my dreams. I will triumph in the next grand festival and prove my strength to you. But just now, Brock began to interject, but Dawn covered her ears and shook her head, her blue hair swaying alongside. I can't hear you. I've already forgotten what you said. My focus is on tomorrow. Observing Dawn's playful antics, Ash and Brock exchanged glances and smiled indulgently, shrugging their shoulders. Well, the real question is what to do with all these rewards. There are so many bananas. Brock inquired as he approached the pile of bananas. Let us just take what we can carry. As for the rest, it'll be fine with Snorlax around. Want it? Ash replied with a grin as he summoned Snorlax. Brock quickly grasped Ash's intent and nodded in agreement. As twilight descended, the figures of Ash and his companions radiated joy and vivacity, while in another part of the forest, 3 silhouettes trudged along dejectedly. Hopefully, tomorrow will be better. At that moment, it was indeed the perfect time for such a sentiment. Chapter 73, The Cake Shop and the Missing Pikachu. On the road to the City of Origins. Or rather, midway through Ash and Dawn's training, a young woman with long brown hair approached briskly, expressing a desire to borrow Ash's Pikachu. Please, I beg you. Just for a moment. However, Ash remained firm in his refusal. After all, borrowing Pokemon is not akin to borrowing an object. The sentiments of the Pokemon themselves must be respected. Beside Ash, Dawn wore a puzzled expression, as this was her first encounter with such a request. And the woman appeared to be harboring some unspoken distress. Meanwhile, Brock remained sprawled on the ground, having been incapacitated by a poison jab from a troublesome Frogadier. Still twitching slightly. I really need your help. Just for 3 days. That is all I ask. Despite Ash's clear rejection, the woman persisted in her pleas. With a resigned glance at Pikachu, Ash sighed. Well, let us at least hear why. Pikachu nodded in agreement, its kind nature unwilling to overlook the distress of others. Well, the situation is rather straightforward. This woman, named June, has lost her Pikachu named Candy. However, it would be more accurate to say that Candy left on its own accord, and they have yet to locate the Pikachu. Currently, June's grandmother operates a cake shop that is about to participate in a competition. If they cannot find Candy, her grandmother will be preoccupied with worry, hampering her ability to bake her best cakes. Hence, she thought to have Ash's Pikachu pretend to be Candy for the next 3 days. What should we do? Dawn, clearly moved by June's story, felt a pang of empathy, and even Brock, who had just moments ago been lying on the ground, stood up with a serious expression of agreement. Yet Ash remained steadfast in his stance. But what if, after 3 days, Candy still isn't found? The emotional turmoil of a brief reunion followed by another separation could be more painful than a sweet lie, don't you think? June fell silent at Ash's words, as did Dawn and Brock, who had been supportive just moments earlier. Such hopes can be cruel. If one cannot see, perhaps one can find peace in resignation. But the agony of uncertainty, of lingering hope that remains unattainable, is far more maddening. But I just want my grandmother to feel a little secure during these few days. June lowered her head, her hands clasped together, finally realizing the absurdity of her own wishes. Putting herself in her grandmother's shoes, she thought that if she were to face a reunion with her beloved Pokemon only to lose it again, she would be devastated. While it is impossible to replace Candy, allowing my Pikachu to accompany your grandmother for a while to provide her with some comfort seems reasonable, right, Pikachu? Pikachu readily raised its paw in agreement. Really? Thank you so much. June deeply bowed to Ash in gratitude. Arriving at the nearby cake shop, June explained the situation to her grandmother, Miss Houtian. Although she still felt a tinge of regret, Miss Houtian warmly welcomed Ash and his friends. Though this Pikachu was not her Candy, she still showered it with affection. And Pikachu reveled in the attention. Phew, this is wonderful. Grandma seems to be in better spirits. June sighed in relief, watching the interaction between her grandmother and Pikachu. She had never anticipated that this matter could be resolved without deceit. She had nearly caused a disaster due to her impulsiveness. However, it is imperative to find the jelly bean quickly, is it not? Otherwise, once Pikachu departs, will this place not revert to its former state? Although the current scene brings a sense of solace, Brock is still contemplating future matters. To this, Jusher is also aware, yet understanding aside. Miss Jusher, do you know why the jelly bean chose to leave voluntarily? It cannot possibly have departed without a word, can it? While savoring the cake that Houtian gifted them, Xiao Wang posed this question. Well, although I cannot be entirely certain, my grandmother had originally planned to use the eggplant fruit to create a new type of cake this year. But the eggplant fruit proved too hard to crack open, and neither we nor the jelly bean could manage to break it. During that time, the jelly bean seemed to become somewhat despondent, though it accompanied my grandmother daily to gather tree fruits, so we did not pay much attention. I see. With this explanation, Ash and the others likely began to understand. So, the jelly bean's departure was motivated by a desire to grow stronger, strong enough to shatter the eggplant fruit? Observing the exchanged glances among Ash and the others, even Jusher, despite her usual naivety, comprehended their implication. Yet, while she had considered this possibility, my grandmother and I had thoroughly searched this forest previously and had not encountered the jelly bean. Jusher sighed as she spoke. If the jelly bean truly remained in this forest, she should have been able to find it swiftly, but since they had been unable to summon it, the only possibility left is that it has ventured far away. Were it not for this, she would not have implored Ash to lend her Pikachu for a few days. Indeed, finding the jelly bean had become a matter of desperation for them. Jusher, along with Ash, I am now going to gather some tree fruits with Pikachu. Would you like to join, or would you prefer to rest in the shop? I will accompany you, Jusher said as she rose. I shall remain here, after all. There is still cake left to enjoy. Me too. So shall I. The three of them chose to stay behind and relish their afternoon tea. As they had now formed a bond with Jusher and Hao-Yin-Ti, having recognized that they were not ill-intentioned, allowing Pikachu to remain comfortably by their side. The illustrations seemed to be somewhat lacking. Chapter 74, Want to learn? I will teach you. How slow. The cake on the table had been devoured, and Ash and the others awaited the return of Hao-Yin-Ti, Jusher, and Pikachu. Although more than an hour had passed, they understood that gathering tree fruits takes considerable time. So a slight delay was reasonable. However, with the cake gone, they found themselves at a loss for what to do, thus feeling a sense of boredom. Speaking of which, if the jelly bean indeed left due to feeling guilty about its inability to open the eggplant fruit, it seems rather inexplicably disheartening, does it not? Brock crossed his arms, adding to Xiao Wang's unfinished thought. Indeed, it would be distressing, especially since the eggplant fruit is notoriously difficult to open, almost akin to a blunt instrument. It is only natural that it could not be cracked open. Xiao Wang's tone conveyed sympathy for the Pikachu named Jelly Bean, which was only fitting, as the situation was not its fault, yet it bore all the pressure and responsibility alone. Xiao Wang, like Ash, has a tendency towards emotional reasoning. Thus it is only natural for her to feel pity for the jelly bean. What is it? Are you headed somewhere? Noticing Ash suddenly rise, Xiao Wang and Brock cast curious looks his way. It's nothing. Ash waved his hand in response. I'm just full and plan to take a stroll. With that, Ash turned and walked away, leaving the other two exchanging bewildered glances. Ash was indeed not lying. A significant part of his reason for stepping out was simply that he was full and had nothing else to do, wanting to stretch his legs. However, there was another reason he did not disclose. He felt a sense of restlessness. The scene unfolding today reminded him of encounters during his travels. Although he did not recall it upon first meeting Jusher, the moment he tasted the cake at the shop, the memories began to resurface. Yet, these memories remained hazy. He could only confirm that the jelly bean eventually returned, although the manner of its return eluded him, until... Where's this place? Ash gazed at the increasingly dense trees surrounding him, momentarily lost in thought. He swore he had merely drifted off for a moment, yet somehow, in that brief lapse, he had become lost. Never mind. I might as well call out my Murkrow to guide me. Fortunately, his affinity for capturing flying-type Pokémon meant he had a means to navigate the wilderness. Otherwise, being lost without a guide would be dreadful. However, being lost now suggests that the issue lies with him, rather than with Xiao Wang and Brock. Just then, as Ash was about to summon Murkrow to lead him away, he suddenly heard a series of thunderous sounds emanating from the surrounding woods, as if something was being struck with sheer force. Naturally, the inherently curious Ash could not overlook such a discovery. Following the direction of the sounds, he ventured deeper into the forest. Before long, he arrived at a small clearing, where he beheld a relatively large orange figure bent over, repeatedly punching a fruit on the ground, yet failing to shatter it. Unable to contain himself, Ash called out its name. Raichu? Raichu. Startled by the call, Raichu spun around to face Ash, its eyes wide with caution. Is that the eggplant fruit? Ash seemed to disregard Raichu entirely, striding directly towards it, squatting down to pick up the battered yet unbroken eggplant fruit, murmuring to himself. In that instant, he seemed to realize something, glancing at Raichu, which appeared ready to strike at any moment, and called out again. Are you the jelly bean? Hao-Yin-Ti's Pikachu no? Should I say Raichu? Raichu? Upon being addressed by its true identity, Raichu's wariness diminished significantly, although the confusion in its gaze remained. After all, it had spent quite some time in the cake shop, and it recognized the humans associated with Hao-Yin-Ti. However, no matter how it racked its brain, it could not recall any memories related to Ash. To this, Ash said nothing, merely recounting the events he had experienced. Upon hearing that it had left, Hao-Yin-Ti had been listless all day, even distracted while baking. Raichu's heart evidently stirred with a twinge of guilt. Initially, it had not intended to trouble Hao Yinti, yet its departure had inadvertently caused her greater distress. Observing Raichu with its drooping tail and ears, Ash curiously approached and patted its broad head. After all, his Pikachu would never evolve, so he had never had the opportunity to touch a Raichu. Now, this Raichu, completely defenseless, was bowing its head before him. And it would be a shame not to give it a good rub, wouldn't it? As he stroked Raichu's head, Ash silently assessed the situation. Indeed, the texture of Pikachu was far more pleasant. Although Raichu's fur was thicker and denser, it felt considerably coarser. In comparison, Pikachu's smooth and elastic fur was much more to his liking. Don't lose heart. This is not your fault. Are you not also striving to improve? Ash placed the pear fruit delicately atop Raichu's palm, scrutinizing it once more while his mind lingered on Raichu's recent actions. Were you just practicing a new skill? Was it Focus Punch or Heavy Slam? Raichu's eyes flickered with confusion. It appeared that Raichu had merely attempted to smash the pear fruit with brute force. However, unbeknownst to it, its actions had already embodied the essence of both skills. Mastery would surely come with time. Pondering for a moment with his chin in hand, Ash deliberately remarked, "After all, I have been graciously entertained by Ms. Houghton, and among my Pokémon. I do indeed have those capable of executing both Focus Punch and Heavy Slam." Raichu. Upon hearing Ash's words, Raichu's interest was piqued, casting a longing gaze in his direction. Noticing Raichu's newfound enthusiasm for his proposal, Ash shrugged and said, "Would you like to learn? I can teach you. If only it could be written about the female protagonist of the Unova region, May." Chapter 75, The Egg of Pokémon About to Hatch. After nearly an hour of training with Snorlax and Ambipom, Raichu finally grasped the rudimentary forms of Focus Punch and Heavy Slam. Although still unrefined, it could at least manifest some basic power from these skills, and shattering the pear fruit was no longer a daunting task for Raichu. As night began to gently unveil itself, Ash returned to the bakery with Raichu, where Dawn, Brock, and the previously returned Houghton awaited him with expressions of concern. It seemed they only realized the significance of the moment upon seeing Raichu, leading to a heartfelt reunion between Houghton and Raichu. "I truly appreciate your efforts. I never expected this little one to venture out in search of a thunderstone just to break the pear fruit," Houghton said, affectionately stroking Raichu's head. Her eyes filled with warmth and adoration. Although the abrupt departure of Cotton had caused them considerable distress, the knowledge that Cotton had chosen to grow stronger for her grandmother's sake silenced any words of complaint that might have arisen. "It's nothing. I merely encountered it by chance and offered a bit of guidance," Ash replied casually. However, he soon caught the skeptical gazes of Dawn and Brock, their eyes seemingly questioning why he had returned with a Pokémon instead of merely taking a stroll. "I honestly don't know," Ash insisted, promising that he had no ulterior motives at the time. He simply stumbled upon Raichu. "In any case, I am truly grateful to you for bringing Cotton back, as well as for teaching it Heavy Slam and Focus Punch. I gathered quite a few pear fruits with Pikachu this afternoon. If you don't mind, I'd like to try making a new flavor of cake, and I would appreciate your help in tasting it." "Of course we don't mind," Dawn and Brock exclaimed in unison, even before Brock had a chance to speak. What could a cake made from the electrified pear fruit possibly taste like? Both Ash and Dawn, having never tasted such a creation, were unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. "Then I shall prepare dinner. After we eat, we can indulge in Grandma's cake for dessert," Houghton volunteered. Brock, seizing the moment to impress, stepped forward, prepared to take Houghton's hand for a heartfelt confession. However, his plans were thwarted when Badfrog suddenly emerged from its pokeball, sitting quietly and staring at Brock with its vacant gaze, awaiting his next move. Brock, feeling the pressure of an impending conflict, could only chuckle awkwardly and raise his hand. "I'll help too. I have a bit of experience in cooking." "You really are quite the realist." Ash and Dawn couldn't help but tease Brock at his expense. The dinner passed pleasantly amidst this jovial atmosphere. The following morning, due to a lack of spare rooms in the bakery, Ash and the others had spent the night in the living room. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Ash furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, rising mechanically to stifle a yawn. After a brief wash, he slung his backpack over his shoulders and stepped outside to begin organizing his belongings. Ash yawned again. Despite having gone to bed early and sleeping soundly, he still felt somewhat groggy. When sleeping outdoors, Ash preferred to keep his Pokémon balls in his backpack to avoid crushing them during sleep. However, each morning, he had to rummage through his bag to retrieve them, which could be a bit cumbersome. Of course, Ash's current task was not to train his Pokémon. As the bakery's surroundings lacked adequate space, and it was still early, Pikachu was still asleep, clearly not the ideal time for training. Instead, he intended to check the progress of the Pokémon egg that Mr. Chato had gifted him, just as he would with his daily meals and rest. After all, the data he sent back was eagerly awaited, as it pertained to the updates of the Pokémon Monitor. Ash would never allow any negligence in this regard. However, just as Ash anticipated a routine reading from the Pokémon Monitor, His eyes suddenly caught sight of a line fluctuating wildly on the screen. Observing the data on the Pokémon monitor, Ash retrieved the instruction manual, reading its contents. The data began to fluctuate in a chaotic wave-like pattern, indicating an impending hatching. After reading that segment of the manual, Ash paused momentarily. According to the instructions, there were less than 3 days remaining until this Pokémon egg would hatch. It's about to be born, Ash thought, transmitting this information back to Chato through the Pokémon monitor while gently opening the protective chamber of the egg. Reaching out to softly caress the egg nestled securely inside. Compared to the earlier cold sensation, the egg now emanated a much warmer feeling. If he closed his eyes and focused, he could almost detect the subtle movements within. It seemed that the hatching was indeed imminent. He felt a surge of anticipation, wondering what kind of Pokémon would emerge. When he had inquired yesterday, Chato had still been uncertain. However, there had been a distinct excitement, or perhaps anticipation, in his tone when he had previously handed over the egg. It was clear that Chato likely understood what Pokémon resided within the egg, but was simply withholding that information for now. Oh well, I suppose I will find out in due time, Ash thought, as he began to repack his belongings. At that moment, however, his hand brushed against what should have been an empty pouch within his backpack, and he felt a hard object inside. With a hint of curiosity, Ash unzipped the pouch, and in the next instant, astonishment flickered in his eyes. What is this? Chapter 76, Arrival at Garden Town and a Peculiar Discovery. Garden Town, a quaint locale suffused with floral fragrances. Garden Town is modest in size, nestled between the bustling cities of Baida and Zhuqing, positioned at the heart of a vast, open plain. Unlike the clamor and haste typical of larger cities, residents here seem perpetually immersed in a state of tranquility and happiness, except for the occasional interruption. Hey Ash. Ash. Huh. What is it? In a state of mild confusion, Ash suddenly seemed to hear Dawn calling his name, prompting him to lift his head and inquire. She expressed her concern, saying, "What's wrong? We've been calling you for quite some time. Since yesterday, you've appeared to be preoccupied with something. Is everything all right?" Ash silently chastised himself for being so transparent, then cleared his throat softly, averting his gaze from Dawn and Pikachu as he replied, "It's nothing, just a minor concern, but it will be resolved shortly." Really? Dawn thought Ash seemed to be brushing her off, yet since he claimed there was no issue, she felt powerless to press further. After all, it wouldn't do to interrogate him harshly. During their conversation, Brock, who was ahead, suddenly interjected, "Let's set that aside for now. The large convenience store at the Yuan Town Shopping Center is having a limited time discount today, and I must head there first. You two can manage lunch on your own." Speaking of convenience stores, I need to visit the registration location for the Pokemon Showcase, which is also nearby, Dawn added. The showcase she referred to was the grand event taking place in Yuan Town the following day. Indeed, Dawn was quite fortunate to participate in multiple showcases within a week, an opportunity rare for newcomers like herself. As for Ash, she continued, "I'll go reserve a room at the Pokemon Center. With the showcase happening tomorrow, if I don't get there early, all the rooms might be taken." Watching Ash hastily depart, Dawn and Brock exchanged glances, both sensing that Ash was behaving unusually. However, they decided it was not the time to pry and resolved to inquire about his worries later. After bidding farewell to the two, Ash and Pikachu arrived at a 4-person room in the Pokemon Center. Ash finally exhaled a sigh of relief, fatigue washing over him as he placed his backpack down and retrieved the Pokemon egg to set it on the table. He then collapsed onto the bed in a state of utter exhaustion. Pikachu leaped onto Ash's head, gently tapping his cheek with its tail. Pikachu had sensed Ash's emotional shifts far earlier than Dawn and Brock. However, unlike them, Pikachu would never press Ash for the reasons behind his troubles. It simply trusted him unconditionally. After all, if there were a problem Ash could resolve with Pikachu's help, he would undoubtedly share it. For issues beyond its control, all Pikachu could do was offer comfort and encouragement, just as it was doing now. "Thank you, Pikachu," Ash murmured weakly, reaching out to affectionately ruffle Pikachu's fur. Indeed, such a simple touch could bring immense joy, and for that reason, he would never rush to evolve his beloved Pikachu into a Raichu. As Ash pondered, he said, "That Pokemon egg is due to hatch in the next couple of days. Could you keep an eye on it for me, Pikachu?" Pikachu cheerfully agreed, hopping beside the egg to observe its condition while wagging its tail. Once Ash noticed Pikachu had turned its attention elsewhere, he reached into his pocket and retrieved the item that had mysteriously appeared in his backpack the previous day. It was a round stone radiating light, adorned with spiral patterns reminiscent of a gemstone's brilliance. However, this was no ordinary jewel. For a Pokemon trainer, this stone held far greater value. To Ash, who was on the cusp of becoming a Pokemon Master, the significance of this mega stone was unmistakable. As he held the mega stone, his thoughts drifted. It was indeed a peculiar occurrence. If the earlier travel guide and the Spirit World cloth had inadvertently found their way into his backpack, the origin of this megastone was far less explicable. At this moment, Professor Platanus should still be researching Mega Evolution. And such a Megastone would be nearly impossible to acquire on the open market, rendering this one a mystery. It could not have fallen into his bag by someone else's doing. Thus, only one possibility remained. Perhaps his backpack generated items based on some unseen pattern. Though the nature of those items was still uncertain. One of Ash's hypotheses was that these randomly generated items were things he had previously owned. Whether it was the Bluckberry, the Spirit World Cloth, the Dark Stone, or the Travel Guide, all were possessions he had acquired during his journeys. And the Megastone was no exception. In his quest for the title of Pokémon Master, Ash had traversed far and wide, collecting nearly every item and tool available. Though most of them had been discarded at Professor Oak's lab since they held little utility for him. Only a select few items, those he deemed immediately useful, had remained with him. After concluding his travels and settling down to train in Silver Mountain, he had lost interest in those items and tools. Now, however, he felt a twinge of regret for his previous indifference. After all, his collection of Megastones was not complete. If he could compare this one with the Megastones he had already possessed, perhaps he might uncover some pattern. But for now, he sighed. At this moment, he was unsure to which Pokemon this Megastone belonged, and without the essential keystone to facilitate Mega Evolution, it was likely to become a mere trinket in his possession until he could seek out Professor Platanus in the Kalos region to ascertain its identity. However, that was still a distant prospect. Well, I suppose I'll just take it one step at a time, Ash muttered, shaking his head and deciding not to dwell on it further. Starting today, he would have an additional daily task, to organize and inspect his backpack. Chapter 77, A Hostile Encounter with Kin. Ash. Hey Ash. Awakening from his slumber, Ash blinked in surprise to find Dawn and Brock standing at the door, looking at him with exasperation. Have you been sleeping since you entered the room? I thought you had a good night's rest yesterday, Dawn remarked. It took a series of comments from her and Brock for Ash to fully comprehend the situation. They were supposed to have split up to complete their respective tasks before regrouping, but Ash had not anticipated falling asleep here, likely due to his prolonged contemplation of the Megastone. Initially, he had intended to explore Yuan Town to clear his mind, but it seemed he had dozed off instead. As for Pikachu, it remained vigilantly at the Pokemon Egg's side, seemingly invigorated by Ash's mention of its impending hatching. After all, Pikachu had always shown a nurturing nature, particularly towards newborn Pokemon, much like it had with Togepi. I'm so sorry. I meant to drop my luggage off and then go for a stroll before meeting up with you, Ash apologized. Well, as for meeting up, that's no issue. We finished our errands and came straight back, Brock replied. By the way, Ash, you seem to look a bit better than before. Has your worry been resolved? Actually, it's not so much a worry as it is a delightful dilemma, Ash confessed. Xiaoji scratched his head, feeling that his statement was not without merit. After all, Megastones were indeed rare artifacts. Although they seemed to serve little purpose in his hands at the moment, having one was certainly better than having none. By the way, what time is it now? If it's still early, I plan to take a stroll around Yuanji Town. You wait. Before Xiaoji could finish his sentence, Xiao Guang interrupted him with an outstretched hand. There's no need to rush for a walk. Yuanji Town is right here and won't be going anywhere. If you have nothing else to do, why not join me at the upcoming Yuanji conference? Xiao Guang had set her sights on Xiaoji. The crushing defeat from a few days ago had not deterred her from wanting to battle him. On the contrary, Xiaoji's act of gifting half of his ribbon medals to her had ignited her fighting spirit. For days, she had been pondering how to secure victory should they cross paths again. The Yuanji conference tomorrow was the perfect opportunity for her to validate her progress. Wait, the Yuanji conference? I'm not participating, Xiaoji replied. What? Seriously? I was all set for revenge, and now you're saying you won't join? Xiao Guang said, somewhat disappointed. That is only natural, Xiaoji shrugged, standing at the side of the battleground. I'm not a coordinator. So why would I participate in all those extravagant competitions? Though his reasoning was sound, Xiao Guang couldn't help but feel it was a pity. Xiaoji possessed such remarkable talent. If he were to join her in the gorgeous competitions, they would undoubtedly make it to the grand festival. If even Xiaoji couldn't enter, she feared that no one would stand a chance. Do you really want me to participate? If I do, wouldn't that decrease your chances of winning a ribbon medal? That is true. Xiao Guang suddenly realized this fact, and her obliviousness left Xiaoji momentarily speechless. Have you never considered your own situation? Stop overthinking it. If you're going to train, get on with it. Time is not as abundant as you think. Aren't you hoping to have Pachirisu participate? Right. Xiao Guang snapped back to her purpose at the battleground. Having initially intended for Xiaoji and Pikachu to assist Pachirisu in mastering its electric abilities, and she realized she had almost digressed. Let's go. Is that a shiny Pokemon? She exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she recognized the creature, just as she was about to send out Pachirisu for training. A familiar yet irritating voice interrupted her thoughts. It was Jin Wu. Hey, long time no see. A boy with chestnut-colored hair waved as he approached. Is the shiny Pokemon calling for you, Xiao Guang? Brock inquired, shifting his attention to her. Although Brock asked, Xiaoguang seemed reluctant to delve further into that topic. Instead, she redirected the conversation towards the boy named Jianwu. Oh right, I should introduce him first. This is awkward. Though not explicitly stated, it was evident from Xiaoguang's demeanor that the term shiny did not evoke fond memories for her. Sensing the tension, Brock chose not to probe further, quietly listening as Xiaoguang began her introduction. As it turned out, Jianwu was also a traveler from the same area as Xiaoguang, having embarked on his journey a bit earlier. He shared the same dream of becoming the strongest coordinator, making him both Xiaoguang's childhood acquaintance and rival. Naturally, Xiaoji was familiar with Jianwu, having battled alongside him in the past, thus they could be considered friends. However, something felt off. As Xiaoji walked ahead of Jianwu, he sensed an unusual intensity in Jianwu's gaze, as if he were scrutinizing a rival. Although there was no malice, it was rife with defiance and provocation. What is his problem? Xiaoji pondered, perplexed. Was this not their first encounter? Why was Jianwu looking at him with such hostility? Chapter 78. Your courage is commendable. So, the shiny moments from the past were indeed quite amusing, not just those, but many others as well. After Jianwu arrived, Xiaoji and the others made their way to a nearby dessert shop. Sitting at a quaint round table in the garden to enjoy afternoon tea, though Xiaoji had yet to have lunch. During this time, Jianwu seemed intent on teasing Xiaoguang about her past mishaps. Initially, both Xiaoji and Brock found Xiaoguang's black history amusing, as her earlier clumsiness seemed rather endearing. However, as they observed Xiaoguang's increasingly sullen expression, their laughter faded. Brock discreetly nudged Jianwu a few times, but Jianwu appeared oblivious, continuing his banter. Is this really okay? Xiaoji whispered, inching closer to Brock. It's hard to see how this could be okay. Brock replied quietly. Xiaoguang looks like she's about to explode. Do you really think this is fine? Before Xiaoji could respond, Xiaoguang suddenly slammed her hands on the table, rising angrily. The things you're talking about happened in kindergarten. I am not the same person I was back then. Really? Jianwu chuckled, seemingly amused by Xiaoguang's frustration. Is it true that she doesn't hold you back anymore? She used to be the one who lagged the most in class. No, that's why I'm telling you. I'm different now, Xiaoguang exclaimed, hands on her hips, indignantly pointing at Jianwu. If you don't believe me, let us battle. I'll show you just how strong I've become. Upon hearing Xiaoguang's challenge, Jianwu initially smirked, but then his gaze shifted toward Xiaoji, casually stating, actually, it's better to battle him than to fight you. Right? Me? Xiaoji was bewildered as to why the focus had shifted to him. Jianwu hadn't mentioned him in their previous conversation. Battle Xiaoji? Xiaoguang shook her head, her expression morphing from anger to concern. You should reconsider. Xiaoji is incredibly strong. He can achieve overwhelming victories in both gym battles and grand competitions. Though, the opponent in the grand competition is me, Xiaoguang muttered under her breath. While she appeared to have moved on from the previous grand competition, the memory still lingered in her heart. Oh, Jianwu furrowed his brow. But it was clear he was uninterested in Xiaoguang's advice. His expression suggested he was even more eager to challenge Xiaoji. Since Xiaoguang says so, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Jianwu used Xiaoguang as a shield, stepping closer to Xiaoji and extending his hand, signaling that he expected him to accept the challenge. I'm fine with it, it's just a Pokemon battle. Ash firmly grasped Ken's hand, signifying his acceptance of the challenge. Observing the two standing across the arena, Dawn's face was alight with excitement. After all, Ken had just been disparaging her, and she was eager to see Ash deliver a well-deserved lesson. As for Brock, he had begun to pay attention to Ash when the conversation shifted to him, particularly when Ken directed his remarks towards Ash. Could it be that the seasoned romantic Brock perceived a hint of ambiguity in Ken's demeanor towards Dawn? Perhaps even an indication of affection? However, it appeared that Ken had yet to express such sentiments openly. Naturally, Brock, with his experience in caring for children, understood that youngsters often resort to peculiar antics to provoke those they admire, seeking validation of their existence. In the realm of Pokemon School, it was common to witness children snatching each other's pens or playfully tugging at one another's hair. Nonetheless, to conclude that Ken harbored feelings for Dawn based solely on such behaviors seemed overly simplistic. Yet, if not for affection towards her, Brock found it difficult to fathom any other motive behind Ken's apparent hostility towards Ash. It seemed to be yet another instance of adolescent ambiguity, he mused. In a one-on-one match, the first to lose their combat ability is deemed the loser, right? That is acceptable. Before the match commenced, Ken had conferred with Ash regarding the rules, and then a confident smile graced his lips as he deployed his ace. Here we go, Prince of Waves. In facing Ash, Ken unreservedly placed his trust in his top partner. However, this choice left Ash momentarily at a loss. He glanced at Pikachu, who returned his gaze with innocent eyes. Clearly, Pikachu had been present all along and was undoubtedly one of his strongest allies, if not his ace. Yet, Ken opted to lead with a water-type Pokemon against Pikachu. In that case, Pikachu with a bewildered expression, Pikachu ultimately stepped onto the battlefield. Since you have the advantage in type, I shall take the initiative. Prince of Waves. Use Dive. The Prince of Waves leapt forward, its body spinning rapidly mid-air, the power of Dive appearing formidable. However, what about that high-voltage Thunderbolt? Ash paused, then, with a hint of skepticism, issued a command. Facing Pikachu, who was enveloped in electricity and charging towards Prince of Waves, Ken exhibited no inclination to command a dodge. His confidence was palpable, leading Ash to believe he had another trick up his sleeve, prompting him to remain vigilant, focused intently on every move of Prince of Waves. Until boom. The moment Thunderbolt collided with Dive, the electric assault breached Prince of Waves' defenses, sending it crashing to the ground several meters away. Its neck awkwardly tilted as it succumbed to unconsciousness. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Did he truly allow a water-type Pokémon to confront Pikachu's Thunderbolt directly? Observing Ken, who sat on the ground in disbelief, Ash couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. Your courage is indeed commendable. Chapter 79, The Pokémon Noodle Making Class. Ken departed in a daze, and Ash had initially intended to offer him some battle advice before he left. However, following such a humiliating defeat, Ken was in no mood to heed anyone's counsel. Is he really okay? Ash wondered anxiously, watching Ken's unsteady retreat. After all, he felt responsible for the current predicament. Pikachu, of course, there was also Pikachu. He should recover quickly. After all, Ken had always been rather carefree. In contrast to Ash, Dawn appeared considerably more cheerful. She had long advised Ken against battling Ash, but alas, he had chosen his own path to folly. This was not her fault. Ken had left, inadvertently enjoying a complimentary afternoon tea, yet that was not the crux of the matter. The question remained, what to do next? Should we train Pachirisu? Ash inquired of Dawn. Never mind, she replied, wearily waving her hand. She lacked the motivation to train now. It was best to wait until evening. After Ken's ruckus, Dawn had already exhausted her energy during her earlier frustration. Even if training commenced now, she felt she would be utterly distracted. It's all Ken's fault. In light of this, Brock chuckled softly and, like a magician, produced a pre-prepared promotional poster from his pocket. How about participating in this? It's a free Pokémon noodle making class. As they exchanged glances after reading the poster, Ash and Dawn mutually discerned a singular sentiment in each other's eyes. Let us go. Although Dawn was not particularly interested in cooking, Pokémon noodles were an entirely different matter. Television commercials claimed that Pokémon would grow closer to their trainers when fed noodles made by them, especially among coordinators, where these noodles were quite popular. Furthermore, Dawn had made them at home on numerous occasions while assisting Katie. Though she had merely followed her instructions without adding her personal touch, this would be a splendid opportunity. As for Ash, his culinary philosophy had always been one of simplicity. If it was edible, it sufficed. Even during his training in Silver Mountain, his meals were exceedingly basic, often consisting of boiling water with a pinch of salt and soy sauce, then adding ingredients to cook. At most, he would drizzle some oil in a pan and sauté simple fare. Yet, despite being aware of his limited culinary skills, he was always willing to experiment with anything related to Pokémon. His past attempts at making Pokémon noodles had been somewhat disastrous. But now, things were different. With a wealth of independent living experience and enhanced cooking skills, crafting a mere noodle was well within his grasp. As for Brock, his aspiration was to become a top Pokémon breeder, and making Pokémon noodles certainly fell within the purview of a breeder's duties. However, he had an even more pressing goal. Miss Lily, I am willing to devote all my love to nurture. Before Brock could finish his declaration, he was abruptly interrupted by his mischievous Froakie, who struck him with a poison jab, leaving him convulsing as it dragged him outside. Hopefully, Froakie wouldn't toss Brock into the flower bed. It would be unfortunate if the flowers were damaged. Indeed, Brock's greater motive for attending the noodle-making class was the presence of a beautiful young woman named Lily, the instructor. This endeavor could be described as a win-win-win situation. Although each individual's goals might possess subtle differences, they all shared a common purpose: to create delectable noodles that would delight Pokémon palates by finely chopping berries and dissolving them in water. Depending on the type of fruit used and the method of mixing, the final texture and flavor of the dough delicacy can vary significantly. Therefore, every action in the preparation process must be etched in memory. The three individuals were engaged in crafting the dough delicacy, while Xiaolei stood nearby, providing real-time guidance. The speed of mixing must be neither too fast nor too slow. An excessive pace may lead to scorching at the bottom, while a sluggish approach would hinder the proper dissolution of the fruit. Among the trio, Xiaojing exhibited the greatest proficiency, for aside from regular meals, desserts were also one of his areas of expertise. Compared to those intricate confections, the dough delicacy was indeed child's play. As for Xiaowang, his experience assisting at home allowed him to handle the task with relative ease, displaying a composure that newcomers often lack. As for Xiaoji, well, at least he managed not to set the kitchen ablaze. That could be deemed a success. In truth, Xiaoji came perilously close to burning the pot, as he struggled to find an appropriate mixing speed. Had it not been for Xiaolei's assistance, Xiaoji's endeavor would likely have ended in disaster. The initial preparation of the dough delicacy was completed, and subsequently, Xiaoji and the others chose small pieces of fruit to add to the container, which they then placed in the oven for a period of baking. The dough delicacies, crafted by their own hands, emerged from the oven. At this stage, they could still barely consider it a victory. However, the subsequent tasting phase posed its own challenges. Xiaojing naturally received unanimous acclaim for his creation, while Xiaowang's dough delicacy, though visually appealing, elicited tears of anguish from the Pokémon upon their first bite, indicating a complete failure in seasoning. As for Xiaoji, he exclaimed, "What are you all staring at me for? Eat up, don't be shy." He presented a relatively intact dough delicacy before Pikachu and the others, but apart from Snorlax. The remaining 5 Pokémon merely stared wide-eyed, none daring to take the first bite. The newly acquired friends from the Sinnoh region were hesitant, for they questioned, "Pika? Is this really edible?" With the eldest member of the team expressing such doubts, they naturally refrained from becoming test subjects, knowing well the risks faced by those who dare to be the first to try something new. "Fine, I'll eat it first, and then you'll follow suit." Xiaoji discerned their apprehensions, and, while saying this, picked up a piece of the dough delicacy. It looked so delectable, this bunch really lacked discernment. Shaking his head with a sigh, Xiaoji took a bite. His face immediately flushed crimson, and he felt a sharp, stinging sensation in his throat. "So spicy," Xiaoji exclaimed, succumbing to the heat. As night fell, in order to rise early for training the next day, Xiaoji and Xiaojing followed Xiaowang's lead and retired to bed at an early hour. Now it was 2 a.m., and the only sounds emanating from their room were the serene breaths and heartbeats of the sleeping trio. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by an odd, thumping noise. The source of the sound came from the bedside table of Xiaoji's lower bunk, specifically from a container housing a Pokémon egg. The odd sounds were faint, so much so that even Pikachu, whose hearing was usually quite acute, did not perceive the external noise in its slumber. As the sounds grew increasingly frequent, the once intact Pokémon egg began to emit a soft white glow. Following this illumination, the shell shattered, and the container was forced open, unable to accommodate the new life within. The newborn creature surveyed its surroundings with curious eyes. But due to the darkness enveloping it and its nature as a species not adept at nocturnal activities, it appeared somewhat flustered and helpless in this unfamiliar environment. It raised its tiny hand and scratched its hard head, its light blue body making a tentative move to exit the container in search of something to cling to. Upon reaching the edge of the bed, it hesitated for a moment, but then, with determination, it tiptoed up, standing on the bed's railing. It seemed to sense something gently vibrating beneath it. Acting on instinct, it leaped, its hard head aimed downward, and subsequently, poof, a mournful wail echoed throughout the Pokémon Center. "I'm sorry, I'll be more careful." Xiaoji apologized profusely to the trainers and Nurse Joy, who came to investigate the commotion caused by his cry. Once they departed, he closed the door, casting a forlorn glance at the Pokémon that clung to his left leg, its small hands reaching out. "I never expected this little one to be born in the dead of night." With a resigned expression, Xiaoji crouched down to scoop it up. Gazing into its eyes as he spoke, "Just this once, please refrain from jumping down like that next time, little dragon." Whether it understood or not, the baby dragon merely waved its hand joyfully, seemingly thrilled for reasons unknown. At last, the mystery surrounding the Pokémon egg entrusted to Xiaoji by Xiaodun was unveiled. To be honest, upon hearing Xiaodun's proud laughter, Xiaoji had speculated that the Pokémon gifted to him would be quite precious. However, he never anticipated it would be a baby dragon. "What luck! Baby dragons are exceedingly rare Pokémon," Xiaojing remarked, crossing his arms in admiration. "How adorable! I'm so envious." Xiaowang expressed her fascination with the freshly hatched baby dragon, walking over to Xiaoji with the intent to embrace it. However, just as she extended her hand, the baby dragon turned its head away, its expression clearly one of disdain. "Why?" Xiaowang was deeply wounded by the baby dragon's dismissive demeanor, tears welling in her eyes as she reached out in a futile attempt to salvage the situation. Yet, the baby dragon offered her no chance. Upon seeing her hand, it burrowed back into Xiaoji's embrace. "Xiaowang, forget it." Seeing her dismay, Xiaojing intervened, patting her shoulder. "It's completely normal for newly hatched Pokémon to be frightened of strangers. Don't push it." "All right." Xiaowang, finding Xiaojing's words as a Pokémon breeder to be more persuasive, responded with a pitiful acknowledgement. However, the baby dragon's overt disdain left Xiaowang feeling self-doubt, retreating to a corner while casting longing glances at it from a distance. Noticing Xiaowang's attempts were in vain, Pikachu, who had been caring for the Pokémon egg, appeared eager to try its luck. It leaped onto Xiaoji's shoulder and smiled, extending a hand in greeting to the baby dragon. only to be met with a firm bay. The baby dragon clearly was not impressed and turned its head away once more. Such a small gesture inflicted great emotional pain. The baby dragon's rejection caused Pikachu to hop back down to the ground, curling up in the corner like a stone. It seemed this baby dragon was even more timid than the average Pokemon, only willing to bond with Xiaoji. Witnessing the failures of Xiaoguang and Pikachu, the well-informed Xiaojing wisely refrained from further attempts, recognizing that this baby dragon was unlikely to respond favorably. However, at that moment, the baby dragon's stomach began to grumble audibly, signaling its hunger after the exertion of hatching and the ensuing commotion. It was then that Xiaojing realized it was time for him to step in. He expertly rummaged through his backpack, and before long, Xiaogang produced some dragon-type Pokemon food, placing it tantalizingly near the mouth of the baby dragon. Don't be shy. It's quite delicious. Although Xiaogang now appeared rather villainous, the baby dragon was undeniably famished, so it cautiously extended its head, sniffing the food in Xiaogang's hand. However, it quickly turned its head away in disdain. What? Seeing that his specially crafted Pokemon food had been rejected, Xiaogang was momentarily petrified. Yet, on the other hand, despite the baby dragon's refusal, its hunger was undeniable. In the next moment, it once again leaned forward, sniffing fervently at something, and its eyes seemed to sparkle with a glimmer of realization. It leapt from Xiao Zhi's arms and, under the watchful gaze of the others, made its way to Xiao Zhi's backpack, delving into the open pocket. After rummaging around, it triumphantly emerged with the Pokemon pastries Xiao Zhi had made that afternoon, devouring them with great gusto. No way. Witnessing this, Xiaogang trembled slightly, then slowly walked over to the corner where Xiaoguang and Pikachu were. What's wrong? Xiaoguang inquired. Do I even need to say it? Clear some space for me. Xiaogang wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. He never imagined that his specially crafted dragon-type Pokemon food would be outdone by the simple pastries made by Xiao Zhi. A crushing blow for someone aspiring to be the world's foremost Pokemon breeder. Observing the three individuals who seemed utterly petrified, and glancing at the obliviously excited baby dragon, Xiao Zhi could only sigh in resignation. This child is truly remarkable. In merely half an hour, it had managed to leave the three of them in disarray. Perhaps only this baby dragon could achieve such a feat. Chapter 81. The baby dragon, gifted beyond measure. The following morning, Xiaoguang and Xiaogang were still lost in the realm of gentle dreams, oblivious to the commotion of the previous night. At this rate, they would likely awaken only at the last possible moment. In contrast, Xiao Zhi had risen earlier than Xiaogang, a rare occurrence attributed to. Even though I explicitly stated last night that you were not to jump headfirst from the headboard onto my stomach, I never said anything about diving downwards. In the training grounds behind the Pokemon Center, Xiao Zhi held the baby dragon at eye level, stating this with utmost seriousness. His silence that morning was largely thanks to Pikachu, who had heard the baby dragon climbing onto the bed and intercepted it just as it was about to jump down. However, in doing so, Pikachu ended up sitting right on Xiao Zhi's face, waking him up. Oh well. Observing the baby dragon's expression of innocent confusion, as if it were still a child unable to comprehend his words, Xiao Zhi realized that this matter was unlikely to yield any results. Nevertheless, that was not the most pressing issue. What he truly wished to do was assess the baby dragon's overall prowess. Although he understood that newly hatched Pokemon were generally not suited for battle, the baby dragon's unique circumstance meant it did not even require milk or soft food. With this in mind, a simple test seemed harmless enough. Listen carefully. When you battle Pikachu, make sure to use all the skills you possess, no holding back. While Xiao Zhi was unsure if the baby dragon understood the concept of battling, it appeared excited nonetheless. Thus, he set the baby dragon down and approached Pikachu, saying, I'll leave it to you. Pikachu took a step back, clearly reluctant to engage in a battle with the freshly hatched creature. After all, even in the past, Pikachu had struggled to contend with Togepi, as it had yet to evolve. However, this would not truly be a battle, but rather a minor test. Seeing Pikachu hesitantly stand opposite the baby dragon, Xiao Zhi nodded, commencing the morning's evaluation. An hour later, at the Hawaii Grand Contest venue, is something wrong? Why have you been frowning since I woke up this morning? Pikachu seems troubled too. In the front row of the spectator stands, Xiaogang could not help but ask. Observing the worried expressions on Xiao Zhi and Pikachu, alongside the baby dragon's exuberance. Well, actually, Xiao Zhi began, lifting the baby dragon and continuing. This morning, I tested the baby dragon's strength with Pikachu. So early? Xiaogang was taken aback. Typically, it's best to wait at least a week after hatching before conducting battle evaluations. Right? Newly hatched Pokemon usually. Not only did it not perform poorly, but it also managed to suppress Pikachu. Xiaogang. Are you serious? Repeat that while looking at the 3 question marks above my head. Suppressing Pikachu? A newly hatched Pokemon? At that moment, Xiaogang's gaze began to shift from Xiao Zhi to the baby dragon. Well, since Pikachu didn't attack and merely relied on its battle experience to maneuver around the baby dragon. However, even if that were the case, it should not have been possible. Before Xiao Gang could finish, Xiaoji revealed the information he had gathered that morning. Dragon Dance, Ember, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Headbutt. These skills, could they all be? Yes, these are all skills that this baby dragon can use right from the start. Xiaoji scratched his cheek, slightly exasperated. A baby dragon capable of using so many skills at birth, especially one that could perform Dragon Dance, was no ordinary specimen. Mr. Dunn really is generous, Xiaoji mused. Although he did not focus on the innate talents of Pokémon, believing that with the right training methods and a strong desire to grow, any Pokémon could be cultivated into a champion, this baby dragon's innate abilities still left him astounded. I really look forward to seeing how far this baby dragon can develop. Yes, indeed. Xiaoji, momentarily lost in thought, absent-mindedly replied, though only he truly understood what was on his mind. The grand contest on stage was currently in full swing. After testing the baby dragon's capabilities that morning, Xiaoji soon assisted Xiaoguang with her training, this time focusing on Pachirisu. Under Pikachu's guidance, Pachirisu had significantly improved its ability to discharge electricity, at least managing to control its range when focused. However, in a state of excitement, the results became somewhat unpredictable. Both Xiaoguang and Jianwu successfully passed the first round of evaluations, and during the second round, they faced no obstacles, ultimately meeting on the final stage. In this crucial battle, which would determine who would earn their very first ribbon, Xiaoguang chose to field Pachirisu, rather than the previously outstanding Bojiman. In such an important contest, she opted not for safety, but to place her faith in the Pachirisu that had been diligently trained over the past few days. Jianwu, on the other hand, naturally deployed his ace, Prinplup. Yet, on the stage of the finals, Jianwu's performance was anything but stellar. When facing Pachirisu, he appeared quite hesitant, each command slower than Xiaoguang's. It was hard to believe he had been traveling and training longer than Xiaoguang. Jianwu's demeanor seemed quite dismal, a stark contrast to his earlier self. Xiao Gang stroked his chin and remarked oddly, perhaps. A conjecture formed in Xiaoji's mind. Could it be that he harbors a shadow of fear regarding electric-type Pokémon? Are you suggesting that he is uncertain about how to utilize Prince of Waves in battle against electric-type Pokémon? Xiao Gang seemed to grasp Xiaoji's implication. Previously, during a match against Xiaoji, Jianwu had confidently sent forth Prince of Waves to contend with Xiaoji's Pikachu, only to be swiftly defeated by a single devastating thunderbolt. Upon returning, Jianwu appeared quite dejected. Perhaps the root of the issue lay in that very battle. Chapter 82. When Will I Grow Up? Xiaoguang and Pachirisu were in superb form, while Jianwu felt a tinge of trepidation towards electric-type Pokémon. Given such disparity, even on the grand stage of the finals, the battle seemed to lean heavily in one direction. Pachirisu, use Thunderbolt. Prince of Waves, respond. Once again hesitating. As time drew to a close and faced with Pachirisu's final desperate effort, Jianwu, who had initially contemplated switching to a counterattack strategy, found himself paralyzed. What move should he employ? Peck? Bubble Beam? Countless thoughts flashed through Jianwu's mind. Yet all these musings ultimately fell victim to the terrifying thunderbolt unleashed by Xiaoji's Pikachu. Jianwu could no longer discern how to vanquish electric-type Pokémon with Prince of Waves. A brilliant blue electric flash surged across Prince of Waves, and Jianwu's indecisive mindset directly impacted his Pokémon. In a crucial moment, Prince of Waves offered no resistance and succumbed to the electric onslaught. Ding! The match time has concluded. Prince of Waves has indeed lost its fighting capacity, and Jianwu's score on the big screen was reduced to 0 following Pachirisu's final thunderbolt. Thus, the Yuanji conference, held in Yuanji town, culminated in Xiaoguang's effortless victory. I won. The instant she received the ribbon badge. Amidst the resounding applause of the audience and Pachirisu excitedly rubbing its cheeks, Xiaoguang suddenly felt a genuine sense of having triumphed in the competition. Securing the Yuanji ribbon badge, everything was settled. Pachirisu, as Xiaoguang jubilantly exclaimed, the Yuanji conference drew to a close. Just as Xiaoji and Xiao Gang intended to leave, Xiaoji suddenly noticed Jianwu on the stage, seemingly fixated on him. Though he could not comprehend the meaning behind Jianwu's gaze. As dusk descended, Xiaoguang, now clad in her everyday attire, cradled her ribbon badge, appearing quite elated, carefully polishing its surface every few seconds. Observing this scene, both Xiaoji and Xiao Gang expressed understanding. After all, anyone with dreams invariably experiences such moments on their journey. I lost this time, but I will win next time. Compared to Xiaoguang, Jianwu's mood was decidedly less cheerful. Not only had he lost to Xiaoji, but he had also succumbed to Xiaoguang. The past 2 days could arguably be deemed the darkest of his journey. Humph, next time we meet, victory shall be mine. Pachima. Although it was Pachirisu who achieved victory against Jianwu today, not Pachima, the latter eagerly interjected, puffing its chest in agreement. Observing Xiaoguang in this manner, Jianwu ultimately chose silence, slowly departing in a particular direction. As he passed by Xiaoji, he paused momentarily, turned his face to glance at him, and softly declared, "You too, once my Prince of Waves evolves into Empoleon, I shall surely defeat you, whether in Pokemon battles or otherwise." Xiaoji had intended to respond to Jianwu's declaration, yet Jianwu's words trailed off without conclusion. However, from Jianwu's retreating figure, it was evident that his spirits were far from high. "Did Jianwu just say something to you?" "Nothing much." Xiaoji shook his head, not taking Jianwu's remarks to heart. After all, as Pokemon trainers, it is entirely normal to have an intense desire for victory. When he previously lost to Shinji, his thoughts solely revolved around how he could triumph over him. Neither Xiaoji nor Xiaoguang perceived Jianwu's sentiments. Only Xiaogang, who had quietly stood beside Xiaoji and overheard Jianwu's words, was fully aware. Is this perhaps some sort of youthful romance drama? Xiaogang sighed, pondering that perhaps this is what youth entails. However, for Xiaoji and Xiaoguang, who were wholly devoted to Pokemon, youth seemed merely a synonym for dreams, leaving one to wonder how long it would take for them to comprehend the significance of today's events. Xiaogang gazed at the retreating silhouettes of Xiaoji and Xiaoguang as they walked side by side towards the Pokemon Center, feeling a sense of nostalgia akin to that of a mentor on the journey of life. Yet, he lamented, when will my springtime finally arrive? He looked up at the setting sun, as if witnessing the sorrowful sunset of his own romantic aspirations. That night, at the Pokemon Center's ground floor, before the telephone. Is that so? A dragon dance-capable Dragonair? How rare. On the other end of the line, Professor Oak was enjoying ramen while conversing with Xiaoji. Dragonair stood before the phone, gazing intently at Professor Oak's bowl of vibrant red broth, seemingly quite intrigued. I never anticipated that merely assisting Mr. Shotan would yield such a gift. Xiaoji gently patted Dragonair's head, saying, however, this means I will have 6 Pokemon in total. I must prioritize training my companions captured in the Sinnoh region. I understand. You wish to return Snorlax, correct? Professor Oak waved his chopsticks, having guessed Xiaoji's intentions before he could voice them. Your thoughts are perfectly reasonable, and I comprehend your perspective. However, Xiaoji, please don't think I'm meddling. But even if you wish to start anew in a new region, you should still take the opportunity to visit your old friends, for their feelings for you run deep. Professor Oak continued, placing his chopsticks down, crossing his arms, and embarking on a lecture. Take Snorlax, for instance. It was fast asleep, but upon hearing that you needed assistance, it immediately woke up. There are many Pokemon that hope you will come to collect them, especially Bayleaf. When I called for Snorlax, it overheard me and has been pestering me ever since. I had to exert considerable effort to calm it down. After Professor Oak finished, he rubbed his shoulder while complaining, and Xiaoji could only smile wryly in response. I will consider it, and indeed, I do not intend to rely solely on my newly caught companions to challenge the Sinnoh League. I will find opportunities to retrieve them. Then I can rest easy. Now hurry and send Snorlax back, then capture Dragonair. If we continue this conversation, my noodles will become mushy. Chapter 83, Lost? An encounter in the mountains. The next day, on the mountain road leading from Yuanji town to the Eternal Forest, under a sky heavy with clouds and an ominous hue. Darn it, where am I again? Pika. Xiaoji and Pikachu looked around despairingly at the unfamiliar, nearly identical surroundings, venting their frustrations. Of course, this was not because Xiaoji was lost. That was absolutely not the case. They were originally traversing the path quite well when, unexpectedly, the Team Rocket trio arrived with an even larger robot, claiming it was for revenge. However, before Ash and his friends could even make a move, the robot piloted by Team Rocket seemed to self-destruct for reasons unknown. Indeed, it self-detonated so simply that the shockwave not only transformed the 3 members of Team Rocket into mere meteors in the sky, but Ash and his companions were also caught in the turmoil. Ash and Pikachu, who had intended to confront Team Rocket, were blown the farthest away. Were it not for their robust physical condition and the fortunate cushioning provided by the grassy mounds laid by wild Pokemon gathering berries below, Ash would have needed a considerable amount of time to recover before continuing on his journey. As for Dawn and Brock, who were less affected by the blast, their situation was still uncertain. In Ash's last impression, he thought they were not blown away like him, but their circumstances were hardly better, at the very least. They too had fallen from the mountain path into the forest below. These rascals are truly troublesome, with the money spent on self-destructing robots. They might as well treat themselves to something nice. Pikachu nodded in agreement, fully aware that most of the machines Team Rocket had previously constructed had only ever harmed themselves. Yet now they had implicated Ash and his friends as well. There was nothing for it but to search for an escape route. Muckaroo, you shall lead the way. Ash tossed Muckaroo's Pokeball, intending for it to guide them from the sky. However, just as Muckaroo took flight, a fierce gust of wind struck, causing its body to sway violently. Had it not been for the increase in weight and strength post-evolution, It might have struggled to maintain its balance in such a tempest. Come back, Ash sighed, realizing he was left with no choice but to rely on himself in this predicament. If Muckaroo could evolve into Mukahawk, it would surely possess the capability to navigate through such stormy weather, without a means to scout the area, without signposts, and unaware of their location. Even the map function on Ash's Pokédex was malfunctioning, with the cursor flickering in and out, possibly due to a signal issue. Though it is generally advisable to remain in place when lost in the wilderness, Ash was not one to sit idly by. Waiting for Dawn and Brock to find him was not in line with his character, and more importantly, there was a lack of food. When traveling alone, Ash would invariably bring ample water and a plethora of energy bars to guard against such scenarios. However, unlike his solitary journeys, he now had Brock by his side. All the provisions and water for the three of them were packed in Brock's backpack, not only plentiful but also diverse. With such a treasure trove at his disposal, Ash had naturally abandoned his prudent habit of carrying food. Perhaps this was what it meant to perish in comfort. Meanwhile, on the other side, Brock and Dawn, having fallen into the forest below from the cliff, were momentarily dazed from the impact, yet their condition was not dire. Compared to Ash, who had no idea where he was, their circumstances were decidedly better. After all, they knew their location and the direction they needed to head. They were not overly concerned about Ash being lost, for he had numerous Pokémon with him. While he might struggle to find his way in such a storm, they were confident that once the weather cleared, Ash would undoubtedly locate them. Thus, they proceeded to follow the map to the nearest Pokémon Center situated within the woods. Yusei, May, and the Swablu were swept away by the wind. Just as they reached the entrance of the Pokémon Center, they heard Nurse Joy's anxious voice. I apologize. I tried to keep up with May, but the wind was simply too strong, and the Swablu were unable to maintain their flight direction. The storm has not yet abated, and I merely returned to inform you that May was blown westward. Upon closer inspection, Brock and Dawn saw a young Nurse Joy apologizing to her mother, who was also named Joy. No, your assessment is correct. Navigating with Swablu in such weather is indeed perilous. We must act swiftly, Nurse Joy declared, preparing to set off, only to turn and find the equally anxious Brock and Dawn. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Is there any way we can assist? From their dialogue, it was apparent that the swept-away individual was likely a young child. Unlike Ash's situation, being lost in such a forest without powerful Pokémon, especially in such inclement weather, could be quite dangerous. The kind-hearted Dawn and Brock naturally felt compelled to help. They had initially intended to seek shelter from the storm at the Pokémon Center, but now they had a more pressing matter to attend to. As Brock and Dawn agreed to assist Nurse Joy in searching for May and the Swablu, Ash, on the other hand, found himself in a cave. Ash swore he merely sought refuge from the impending storm within the cave. Yet he never anticipated encountering a child who appeared no older than 5 or 6. There was no mistaking that this child belonged to Nurse Joy. She must have run out from the nearby Pokémon Center. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real question was how to ease her apprehension. Gazing at the young Joy, who was holding a Swablu aloft as though intending to hurl it at him like a rock, Ash fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 84. The first principle of a trainer is to ensure one's own safety. 10 minutes passed, and now within the cave. How soft and comfortable. It's entirely different from a Swablu. Pikachu found itself cradled in the young Joy's arms, its cheeks being incessantly squeezed, an expression of helplessness and grievance adorning its face. With teary eyes, Pikachu looked up at Ash, as if questioning, "You've betrayed me. Does your conscience not ache?" Yet, at that moment, Ash seemed entirely oblivious to Pikachu's plight, cradling the Swablu he had exchanged with the young Joy, uncertain of how to proceed. To allay her fears, he had handed Pikachu over to her. Given Swablu's soft and fluffy nature, the young Joy had no resistance against it. Although it seems some adults lack the ability to resist as well. Say, are you Nurse Joy's child? What are you doing here? Did you get lost? Ash mimicked the young Joy's actions, gently stroking the Swablu and savoring its unique texture while posing his question. I should say that the Swablu brought me home. But then a strong wind blew, and we ended up here. My sister landed a bit earlier than I did, so she wasn't blown away. Under the charm of Pikachu, the young Joy had long since lowered her guard against Ash. Now, she answered his every question obediently. Of course, judging by her initial impulse to throw the Swablu for self-defense, calling her a well-behaved child might be somewhat biased. In a different environment, her personality would likely be more vibrant and lively. So, you really are lost? How troublesome. Once the weather clears, I'll take you home. But then, the young girl inquired, but big brother, aren't you lost here too? This place is not one that can be easily accessed by just anyone. Xiaoji, despite his fervent desire to assert that he is not lost, finds himself unable to voice this thought, and thus resorts to a light cough to divert the conversation. My name is Xiaoji. What is yours? How awkward. Since he is indeed lost, he should be honest about it instead of trying to save face with such a diversion. Xiao sets Pikachu down and stands tall with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority as she declares this. Xiaoji reflects. Has it only been a short while, and this child's true nature has already been revealed? Yet, despite this, Xiao obediently introduces herself. My name is Mai. Although you, big brother, are lost too, it's alright. I know the way back. I have a very powerful friend in this forest. If it comes to help, we can return in no time. A friend? Xiaoji pauses, pondering whether he has encountered something similar in the past. The time gap is so extensive that even such trivial matters have nearly faded from his memory. However, when Mai mentions her formidable friend in the forest, a graceful and noble blue figure flashes through his mind. Could it be? His recollections are somewhat disordered, consisting merely of fleeting impressions. Before Xiaoji can collect his thoughts, Mai suddenly exclaims with excitement. Look, the weather has cleared up. Indeed, following the direction Mai points, Xiaoji sees that the previously overcast sky has inexplicably brightened, as if the impending downpour had been a mere jest that vanished without a trace. Although it does not rain, a rainbow arches across the distant sky, its vibrant colors cascading down as if countless stars are awakening the slumbering forest. Strange. Even with the improvement in weather, Xiaoji senses an underlying oddity, yet he cannot articulate it until Mai tugs at his sleeve, prompting him to snap back to reality. Now that the weather is nice, I'll take you to find my friend. But remember, you must keep it a secret, otherwise it might not play with me again. As she speaks, she discreetly observes Xiaoji's expression, only turning away when she notices no change in his demeanor. In truth, only she and her sister are aware of her friend. She hasn't even mentioned it to her parents. Why mention it to Xiaoji? Perhaps it's due to a sense of familiarity? Or perhaps because he had hugged Pikachu. Mai cannot quite articulate it, but her intuition tells her that Xiaoji is not a bad person, and children's instincts tend to be quite accurate, don't they? As they traverse a narrow mountain path, Mai finally releases her hold on Xiaoji's sleeve and walks ahead. Xiaoji, observing her unsteady gait, cannot help but caution. Be careful. The path is quite narrow, and the ground appears unstable. Perhaps you should walk behind me, and I can hold your hand? It's all right, Mai replies, seemingly unfazed. I've walked this path many times. There won't be any problems. I could even traverse it with my eyes closed. Perhaps it's best not to. Do keep your eyes on the path, Xiaoji suggests, patting the drifting balloon to signal it to follow Mai. You're just like my mother and sister, big brother. Shouldn't a Pokemon trainer be unafraid of such things? This child's perspective seems somewhat misguided. After escorting her home, he should certainly have a word with Nurse Joy. Xiaoji's lips twitch slightly. He is uncertain whether Mai's words are playful banter or sincere. If they are sincere, this child indeed requires some guidance. Otherwise, what would happen if her carelessness leads to danger in the mountains? I must say, even as a Pokemon trainer, safety should always come first. Trainers engage in adventures, not life or death gambles. Safety must always be the top priority. Understood, Mai replies with a salute, indicating that she has taken his words to heart. However, suddenly, crack. A discordant sound resembling something shattering resonates beneath Mai's feet. Get away from there. Xiaoji, with his wealth of experience, immediately comprehends the gravity of the situation. Although Mai is a moment behind in her reaction, having lived in the mountains, she too quickly realizes what such a sound signifies. Yet, her movements are still delayed. The stones beneath her feet crumble faster than she anticipates, and her body begins to tumble towards the precipice, fear finally dawning in her eyes. Yet, despite this, her body remains rigid, denying her even the opportunity to cry out. Drift balloon, descend. Pikachu, stay put. Pika? In the next moment, under Pikachu's watchful gaze, Xiaoji leaps without hesitation into the abyss after Mai. The drift balloon, hindered by the air's resistance, cannot match the descent of Xiaoji and Mai. Indeed, once workdays commence, performance plummets dramatically. Chapter 85, Suicune, its wish. Is it the body? No, perhaps instinct, that moves faster than the mind? Upon witnessing Mai plummet from the cliff, Xiaoji finds himself without a moment to ponder and follows suit. Had he been the initial version of himself, he likely would not have thought to leave Pikachu behind and take the drift balloon with him. It is only due to years of accumulated knowledge and experience that he can articulate so much in such a brief span of time. Yet, is everything truly alright? Hold on tight. Xiaoji maintains a downward posture, barely catching up to the falling Mai, swiftly grasping her in his arms while holding the Pokeball of Murkrow, which he had prepared for this very moment. In this state of descent, given the size of Murkrow, it may not be able to support them both. But at the very least, it should delay the fall long enough for the drift balloon to retrieve Mai. Xiaoji mentally prepares for this. Yet just as he intends to throw the Pokeball, he hears a soft rush of wind near his ear. The breeze is gentle, devoid of the tearing sensation typical of a fall. Accompanying the wind is a striking blue figure, enveloped in azure light, gliding gracefully through the air. It possesses no wings. prompting thoughts of its potential psychic abilities. The cerulean figure swiftly reaches beneath Xiaoji, catching both him and Mai upon its back. Suicune, Xiaoji silently calls out its name. For Xiaoji, the legendary Pokémon are far from unfamiliar. Throughout his years striving to become a Pokémon Master, he has had some degree of interaction with nearly all legendary Pokémon. Naturally, whether this Suicune is the same one resurrected during the Bell Tower incident remains uncertain, as most legendary Pokémon exist in multiples. Xiaoji contemplates this as he gazes at Suicune, who is discreetly observing him. Although this Suicune feels it has never encountered Xiaoji before, it inexplicably senses a peculiar familiarity and warmth emanating from him. Were it not for this sensation, it would not have revealed itself so freely. It would have merely summoned a gust of wind to prevent them from harm. However, its appearance is undoubtedly linked to Xiaoji's reckless act of saving Mai. As from his display in that critical moment, Suicune can ascertain the inherent goodness of Xiaoji's nature. The Water Guardian returned Ash and Mai to the edge of the forest at the summit, and in the interim, they did not forget to bring Pikachu and the diligently flying Drifloon along. As Pikachu leaped off the Guardian's back, it gazed at Water Guardian with a sense of nostalgia. Uttering a soft, Pika. Although the precise meaning of Pikachu's words eluded Ash, he could intuit its sentiment. After all, they found themselves in a remote mountain range within the Sinnoh region. Encountering Water Guardian in such an isolated locale was indeed unexpected. Had it been Ash's first experience, he would likely have shared Pikachu's astonishment. Thank you. I knew you would come. After being rescued by Water Guardian, Mai joyfully snuggled against its front leg. One might say this child possesses a rather carefree spirit, despite having faced such peril. Her immediate instinct was not to reflect on the danger, but to express affection towards Water Guardian. The Guardian remained silent, gently nudging Mai back a couple of steps with its head before straightening up to gaze at Ash, its eyes seemingly conveying a special message that Ash could not decipher. Meanwhile, Mai, having been pushed aside, showed no signs of regret and merely tilted her head, asking, "Could you please guide us back? It seems we have lost our way." This indicated that Mai had initially sought Water Guardian's assistance for directions, and she still recalled her original intent. In response to Mai's request, Water Guardian remained taciturn, simply turning its head towards their left. Following its gaze, Ash and Mai saw nothing of note, but when they turned back, Water Guardian's figure had vanished. "Ah, it's gone. I didn't get a chance to properly thank it," Mai murmured, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Expressing gratitude was one matter, however. It was paramount to remember the lesson learned. Safety must always come first. One might be saved once or twice, but one must remember that fortune does not always favor the same individual. Indeed, Ash remarked, prompting Mai to lower her head, appearing genuinely contrite. Just as Mai was reflecting on her actions, Pikachu seemed to hear a sound, its ears twitching as it turned once more towards the direction Water Guardian had indicated. "Look, Mom, it's Mai." And Ash. To their surprise, Water Guardian had not deceived them. It seemed to have sensed the approach of Shining and the others before they did, and it had no intention of revealing itself in front of outsiders, hence its departure. That big brother regarding Water Guardian. As Nurse Joy and her companions approached, Mai cast a pleading glance at Ash. "I understand. Let us keep it to ourselves," Ash replied with a wry smile. Although he knew that revealing the truth would not matter much, given that Brock had previously encountered Water Guardian, and Shining likely had little concept of its existence beyond its legendary status. The significance of the Bell Tower incident and Ho-Oh's resurrection, which resulted in the emergence of those 3 legendary Pokémon, was not common knowledge. Aside from those who still linger at the Bell Tower, repenting daily, and those who possess knowledge of the myths, Ho-Oh's tale had gradually faded from popular consciousness. Those who understood history yearned for Ho-Oh's return, but Ash, having experienced a past life, comprehended that Ho-Oh would not return, regardless of the state of the world. It intended for its existence to remain merely a legend, a myth. The powers of a legendary Pokémon are far too enticing. Thus it preferred that its past be remembered only as a cautionary tale rather than a reality. Nothing more. At the cliff's edge, the hazy silhouette of Water Guardian cast one last glance at Ash before vanishing with the wind, like a wisp of elusive smoke, embodying the essence of a legendary Pokémon. Chapter 86, The First Double Battle. Greetings. We are reporters from Sinnoh now. My name is Yuka. May I ask if you two have a moment? Sinnoh now? Wait. Is that the popular television station? While Ash was puzzled by the sudden camera, Shining had already reacted, exclaiming in surprise. Ash and his companions were still making their way towards Jubilife City, having left the mountainous forest and arrived at a vast plain. At that moment, Ash and Shining were engaged in a Pokémon battle, but before they could commence, they were interrupted by the reporters. Yes, that's the Sinnoh now you mentioned. We are currently producing a special feature on double battles, and if possible, we would like you to. Bang. Just as Yuka finished her sentence, a staff member accidentally struck her on the head with the microphone. I told you not to. Cough, cough. Yuka initially wanted to express her frustration, but restrained herself in front of Ash and the others. It was evident from her tone that this was not the first occurrence, and one had to admire her patience. After calming herself, Yuka explained the situation to Ash and Shining. It turned out there was a designated camping area for Pokémon trainers to engage in double battles, where a pair of brothers had achieved an impressive record of 16 consecutive victories. The television station was seeking trainers of comparable skill to record a battle program, and after numerous failed attempts, they had finally turned their attention to Ash and Shining, whom they encountered on their way back. In simpler terms, they were requesting volunteers to work overtime. What should we do? Should we go? Brock had just started preparing a pot, so he could only wait for Ash and Shining's opinions. Let's go? I'm indifferent. In contrast to Shining, who was excited at the prospect of appearing on television, Ash remained remarkably composed. After all, he was somewhat of a familiar face on various television programs, having been invited as a special guest on many occasions. However, double battles? Ash had other intentions. With 2 votes abstaining and 1 in favor, Ash and his companions followed Yuka to the vicinity of the camping area. Along the way, they encountered numerous Pokémon sprawled on the ground and trainers nearby, wearing expressions of resignation. It appeared that these Pokémon had been knocked out in battle. This observation spoke volumes about the brothers' prowess. That makes it 19 consecutive victories. Incredible. We are so looking forward to the opponent who will grant us our 20th victory. As the twin brothers celebrated, one of them noticed the reporters approaching with 3 individuals who appeared to be Pokémon trainers. After a brief discussion, both parties agreed on the rules for the battle. I am Izaki. I am Ibyu. The twins introduced themselves, and Ash and Shining reciprocated with brief introductions. However, the most crucial aspect lay in the Pokémon at the brothers' feet. Blue Croc and Fire Mouse, huh? Ash mused. Despite having secured 19 victories, these 2 Pokémon still exuded energy and showed no signs of fatigue, suggesting that their previous matches had been won with ease. I'll be using Pachima, Shining proclaimed, sending out Pachima, which was expected, as she would certainly want her ace for the televised battle. And Ash? Pikachu? Pika? Little Guang inquired, and Pikachu appeared poised for action. No, Ash immediately refuted. It's decided. You shall be Grass Tortoise. Ash's final choice was Grass Tortoise. Firstly, given that it was a double battle, Ash certainly wanted to provide Little Guang with the opportunity to shine. A too powerful Pikachu would not be suitable. Secondly, Grass Tortoise had recently shown remarkable momentum. Barring any unforeseen events, Pikachu, seeing he had no chance to enter the fray, could only stand beside Brock as a cheerleader. The combatants on the field were all set. The cameras positioned, and the match was about to commence. Let the battle begin. With Brock's wave of his hand, Ash sprang into action. The twins before them clearly excelled in double battles. While Little Guang lacked experience in this format, it was evident that Ash would need to lead her during the fight. I've entrusted you with Fire Mouse. Just focus on your attacks. Grass Tortoise, use Leaf Blade. Huh, I got it. Bojaman, use Bubble Beam on Fire Mouse. Indeed. As Ash had suggested, although Little Guang responded quickly, her heart was still a tad anxious, for she had never collaborated with Ash in such a manner before. To suddenly face a trainer with a 19-win streak was daunting, to say the least. However, with Ash providing her a clear objective, simplifying the double battle to resemble a single one, Little Guang could at least make fundamental judgments. Fire Mouse, use Flamethrower. Blue Crocodile, position yourself and bite. The elemental advantages, which were crucial in single battles, became even more significant in double battles. Each Pokémon on the field possessed its strengths and weaknesses. Thus, in their brief skirmish, they needed to identify the most suitable opponents. This was Ash's strategy, and the twin brothers, Izaki and Ibyu, shared similar thoughts. The side that gained the elemental advantage would seize the initiative. On the field, as Grass Tortoise's Leaf Blade was overshadowed by Fire Mouse's Flamethrower on the other side, Blue Crocodile charged towards Bojaman, undeterred by the power of Bubble Beam. At that moment, Ash suddenly issued another command. Charge towards Blue Crocodile and use Bite. The Izaki brothers were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Ash would follow up so swiftly after the clash between Leaf Blade and Flamethrower. What surprised them even more was the speed of Grass Tortoise, which exceeded their expectations. Before they could even assess the shifting situation, Grass Tortoise had already lowered its body and reached Blue Crocodile first. Just as Blue Crocodile was about to bite Bojaman, Grass Tortoise preemptively clamped down on Blue Crocodile instead. With a pained cry, Blue Crocodile stumbled backward several steps. Blue Crocodile, Fire Mouse, use Flame Wheel. The brothers clearly did not foresee that their own judgment would become Ash's opening. Reluctantly, Izaki hastily commanded Fire Mouse to save Blue Crocodile. However, this turn of events naturally favored Ash and Little Guang. Bojaman, Bubble Beam. The advantageous position that Izaki and Ibyu had adjusted to now shifted back under Ash's brilliant command. Although the overarching battle remained a contest of water against fire and water against grass, The immediate skirmish had clearly pitted Grass Tortoise against Blue Crocodile and Bojaman against Fire Mouse. Blue Crocodile could charge at Bojaman without fear of Bubble Beam's impact. But Fire Mouse could not afford such freedom. The relentless Bubble Beam swiftly extinguished the flames of Flame Wheel, forcing Fire Mouse to retreat as it faced the onslaught. Meanwhile, Ibu, seeing the situation unfold, urgently commanded, "Shake off Grass Tortoise." Upon hearing this, Blue Crocodile furrowed its brow and frantically swung its arm, which Grass Tortoise had bitten down upon. Yet, the grip of Grass Tortoise was evidently stronger than they had anticipated, no matter how hard Blue Crocodile struggled. It could not break free. Though Ibu's Blue Crocodile possessed some special skills, many of its strategies were rendered futile with its right arm ensnared. With no other options, it seemed the only choice left was to use Crunch. If it couldn't shake off Grass Tortoise, it might as well engage it directly, both biting each other to see who would yield first. A glint of determination flashed in Blue Crocodile's eyes, for anyone would be displeased by such prolonged biting. It opened its jaws wide and, without hesitation, sank its teeth into Grass Tortoise's shell. Despite the protection of the shell, Grass Tortoise winced in pain. Fire Mouse, use Flamethrower while running towards them. Izaki's command momentarily disrupted Little Guang's thoughts. While she understood how to respond to a typical Flamethrower order, the notion of running while attacking posed a perplexing question. What was the intent behind this? How should she react? Confused about how to better support her teammate in creating a favorable situation during a double battle, Little Guang struggled to keep pace with Izaki's sudden offensive. Yet at that moment, Ash quietly murmured, almost to himself, but Little Guang instantly realized he was addressing her. Keep up, Little Guang, Bojaman. Charge in and use Peck. Faced with a running opponent, using Bubble Beam again would likely result in a miss. Since the opponent's focus was not on Bojaman, it had no offensive pressure. Thus, using Peck would suffice. Little Guang quickly grasped Ash's strategy and did not disappoint his trust, presenting the optimal solution. With Little Guang delivering the correct response, Ash finally felt ready to direct Grass Tortoise for the next assault. Now, use Leaf Blade and then leap back. Grass Tortoise's expression sharpened, and it released its grip on Blue Crocodile, its leafy headpiece swaying gently as a flurry of sharp leaves erupted forth. The leaves sliced through Blue Crocodile's body, leaving numerous scratches upon its skin. In pain, Blue Crocodile could no longer maintain its grip and had no choice but to relent. However, before it could even catch its breath, a surge of heat rushed from behind, enveloping Blue Crocodile entirely. Grass Tortoise leapt back, evading Fire Mouse's Flamethrower, but Blue Crocodile was not so fortunate and took the full force of the attack. The attention of the onlookers shifted to the friendly fire incident involving Fire Mouse, though one could argue it was merely a misunderstanding. Since Fire Mouse's attack had been aimed at both Pokemon to break their stalemate, it was simply that Grass Tortoise had evaded it. Blue Crocodile. Hey, stop. Sorry, I didn't expect Grass Tortoise to jump away from Fire Mouse. Quickly now, Bojaman. Seizing the moment when Izaki and Ibu were distracted, Bojaman's peck successfully struck Fire Mouse's back, propelling it forward and into a collision with Blue Crocodile. Bojaman, Grass Tortoise, Bubble Beam, Leaf Blade. The two commands rang out almost simultaneously, with Little Guang's response even swifter than Ash's. Perhaps it was because she understood that what the situation required was merely the final blow, or perhaps it was an instinctive belief that whatever command she issued, Ash would perfectly coordinate with her. So simple, Xiao Guang couldn't help but murmur to herself. Despite this being her first experience in a doubles match, and facing two formidable opponents who were experts in doubles play, she was astonished by how effortless it seemed. Xiao Guang felt that the energy she expended during the battle was even less than what she typically used in training. Was this the true strength of Xiaoji? She certainly did not believe that the pivotal factor in this match rested upon her shoulders. Every strategic maneuver, team coordination, and even the reminders of what she should do were all orchestrated by Xiaoji. Truly impressive. After this doubles battle, Xiao Guang's admiration for Xiaoji ascended to new heights. With a resounding boom, accompanied by the explosion of bubble lights and the slicing sound of Leaf Blade, the Blue Crocodile and Fire Rock Mouse, caught in the chaos, lost their fighting capability, and the Izaki brothers' record of 20 consecutive victories was ruthlessly shattered by the duo of Xiaoji and Xiao Guang. The dejected brothers quietly recalled their Pokemon. Their heads bowed as they departed, leaving an impression on the cameras that Xiaoji and Xiao Guang resembled villains. Yet, that mattered little. What was important was, hey, Xiaoji, the Turtwig. Xiao Guang continuously shook Xiaoji's shoulder, pointing excitedly at the Turtwig, which was beginning to glow with a white light. The exhilaration of accumulating experience through battle and the triumph of evolution, a sensation unique to Pokemon trainers, was being captured in its entirety by the cameras. Yuka and the entire filming crew began contemplating future promotional strategies, as such scenes of evolution post-battle were rare to come by. in contrast to the excitement surrounding her. Xiaoji remained remarkably composed, watching the Turtwig, which was gradually growing in size under the radiant glow. No, it should be referred to as the Grotle now. Observing it having matured into a Grotle, Xiaoji understood that the true test was only just beginning. Chapter 88, Promises and New Futures. Dinner is ready, come eat quickly. As dusk fell, the plains were draped in a warm orange hue. In a certain expansive area, Xiaoji was directing the Cherubi and Grotle in battle. His aim's simple, to assist the Grotle in acclimating to its dramatically altered physique. As for Xiaoguang, unusually, she was not trailing Xiaoji during training today. Instead, she sat with her arms wrapped around her legs, quietly observing him. Initially, Xiaoguang merely sought to discern the patterns in Xiaoji's commands, pondering how he could so effortlessly adapt to the unpredictable dynamics of the battlefield. She wished to glean more insights from him. However, at some point, she found herself frowning, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of concern. Why? Boom. The Cherubi's arm swept past the Grotle, its swing intended to strike, yet the Grotle desperately attempted to evade. Striving to battle as it once did, aiming to utilize its agility to maximize its combat area and confuse its opponent. In truth, the Grotle's previous fighting style had posed no issues and had brought numerous advantages, leading to victories for both itself and Xiaoji, including the doubles match this morning that facilitated its evolution. Ironically, the Turtwig, which had eagerly sought evolution to become stronger, now found itself utterly unable to adapt to its new body, its limbs feeling as if they were weighted down with lead. It was not just that running as it used to was impossible, even taking a single step forward felt laborious. As it attempted to shift its limbs to dodge the Cherubi's swing, it barely managed to take a step before succumbing to its own weight and collapsing onto the ground. The Cherubi, witnessing this, wore a look of helplessness. It had anticipated a worthy opponent, yet despite deliberately slowing its pace, the Grotle was still unable to fight effectively. Roar! The Cherubi let out a helpless cry towards Xiaoji. After its training with Snorlax, the Cherubi no longer exuded the arrogance it once had, and it dared not display its domineering nature in front of Xiaoji. Pikachu looked at Xiaoji with a pitiful expression, then glanced at the Grotle. If it were possible, Pikachu wished Xiaoji would call off today's training. It was painful to witness the Grotle's bewildered and suffering expression. Hey, dinner's ready. Haven't you finished training yet? Before Brock could finish his sentence, Xiaoguang shushed him and led him back to the camp, leaving Xiaoji and the others behind. Indeed, Xiaoji did not comment on the Grotle's performance. He had just been contemplating ending today's training. However, as he prepared to recall the Cherubi into its Pokeball, the Grotle rose and called out to him. Its gaze still bore traces of pain, but now it was mixed with a sense of unwillingness and determination. That's enough. Xiaoji disregarded the Grotle's pleading eyes and, amidst the Cherubi's look of relief, recalled it. I understand the difficulties you are facing, but such adjustments cannot be made overnight. Impatience is unwise. Huh. The Grotle's voice came out low and heavy. It feared Xiaoji had lost faith in it, and for a moment, it felt a loss of resolve to continue. Pikachu glanced quizzically at Xiaoji, sensing that his demeanor was not quite as it usually was. However, Pikachu did not think Xiaoji had lost confidence in the Grotle. Rather, it believed he might have something else in mind. You should head back. I need to have a private conversation with the Grotle. Pikachu acknowledged and left the scene, glancing back multiple times as it departed, leaving Xiaoji alone with the Grotle. The wind whispered through the gaps in the leaves, producing a somber and hoarse echo that sent a chill down the Grotle's spine. You have lost your speed advantage. You are no longer a Turtwig. The Grotle lowered its head, remaining silent, believing Xiaoji was scolding it. Yet, in the next moment, Xiaoji's previously serious tone transformed into one of buoyancy, reminiscent of his usual self. From now on, you must adapt to fighting with a completely new identity. I never anticipated that losing merely your speed would render you so despondent. Huh. The Grotle still struggled to comprehend Xiaoji's meaning. Sensing that the Grotle's mind might be momentarily overwhelmed, Xiaoji pointed to a medium-sized rock ahead and said, Have you learned any new skills? Use that skill to attack it. The Grotle hesitated for a moment but eventually followed Xiaoji's instructions, unleashing its newly acquired skill. Super Absorb. Countless vines erupted from the ground, entwining the boulder in layers. And after a flash of green light, the once solid rock shattered into a heap of broken fragments. Huh. The Grotle stood momentarily stunned, unable to process that it had just obliterated the stone, lost in thought. Just as you see, Xiaoji spoke, that rock would have been difficult for the Turtwig to break. Yet after your evolution, you can effortlessly shatter it. While your speed may have been sacrificed, it has been compensated for with the destructive power you previously lacked. Observing the Grotle's startled expression, Xiaoji chuckled softly, gently stroking its head. Just as the circle bear must alter its previous combat style after being tamed by me, so too must the baby dragon undergo a similar transformation following its evolution. Yet, Before the baby dragon's metamorphosis can occur, the one who must initiate change is you, as well as myself. Ash remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Evolution is a double-edged sword. It brings joy yet also presents challenges. This is not solely for you. As your trainer, I too am faced with trials. After all, in the future, I shall rely not on your speed, but rather on the formidable destructive power you now possess, which was previously unattainable. Observing the increasingly lucid gaze of the forest turtle, Ash understood it had grasped some of these profound truths. You are growing, but should you perform worse than before, it would reflect my shortcomings as your trainer. So do not blame yourself. If you do not excel in future battles, simply hold me accountable, he chuckled, gesturing to himself with his thumb. However, I believe that day will never arrive, for you are undeniably gifted. In the future, you will become an indispensable and steadfast bulwark within our team. As the sun set slowly, casting a gentle and luminous glow under the silvery moonlight, Ash knelt before the forest turtle, locking eyes with it and making such a promise. The era of the grass starter had come to a close, yet an ending does not signify a cessation. Rather, it heralds the emergence of new strength and a fresh future. Chapter 89. The 100 Generations Forest. Congratulations to Ash for his victory. The 100 Generations Forest. A realm coexisting with time. Countless extraordinary tales have unfolded within this forest, with a significant portion of the legends from the Sinnoh region's woodlands originating here. Although it serves as a vital pathway connecting the town of Yuan and the city of 100 Generations, the forest remains largely undeveloped. In the past, a small pathway was established under the guidance of the gym leader of 100 Generations City, yet it has since been reclaimed by the burgeoning flora. Perhaps the forest spirit forbids any human footprints from marring its pristine and enigmatic wilderness. The Sinnoh League, which has always revered nature, ultimately relinquished its attempts to develop the 100 Generations Forest, instead embracing it as a primal arena to hone trainers, allowing it to persist in its original form. So, we are lost again, are we? As they traversed this primordial woodland, the novice traveler, Xiaowang, felt little novelty or excitement. Initially, she held anticipation for this unspoiled forest. But as time wore on, her expectations were thoroughly shattered by the reality of their disorientation. Well, it's a common occurrence. One gets accustomed to it eventually. Hearing Ash's nonchalant tone, Xiaowang's brow twitched. I do not wish to become accustomed to such things. By the way, what is that peculiar item you are holding? After a brief internal struggle, Xiaowang surrendered to the futility of her resistance against the undeniable truth of their predicament. After all, they were already lost. What could be done? Oh, this. Ash raised the yellow object in his arms, resembling an ashtray, and explained, it's a leisurely incense burner. Once ignited, it creates a harmonious atmosphere with the surroundings. What on earth is that? Why do you possess such an oddity? You must have bought it in the town of Yuan, right? These incense burners are typically associated with floral arrangements, and given that the town of Yuan specializes in various flowers, it wouldn't be surprising to find such a product there. Brock remarked, continuously spinning the map. So why are you spinning the map? I can't take it anymore. Let me lead from here on out. If we don't find shelter soon, we'll be drenched. With determination, Xiaowang snatched the map from his hands, waving it as she marched ahead. Brock merely shrugged in resignation and followed suit, with Ash and Pikachu bringing up the rear. As Brock stated, various incense burners are indeed typically used for floral arrangements. However, he was mistaken about this particular incense. It was not one he purchased, but rather an inexplicable addition to his backpack. Much like the prior items, Ash had precisely captured the moment of its emergence, coinciding with the day of the grass starter's evolution. Did the appearance of these items correlate with my Pokémon, or were they linked to specific pivotal moments? Had Ash been aware of the timing of the previous items' appearances, he might have drawn a conclusion by now. Regrettably, he had not previously contemplated this matter. Yet he had at least begun to unravel a long-standing conundrum. With a few more validations, a definitive conclusion should soon follow. Pikachu, walking ahead of Ash, noticed that his companion seemed somewhat distracted, lost in thought. While Ash had always been a bit carefree, moments of distraction were not particularly common for him. What could be troubling him? Thus, each person harbored their own thoughts, wandering through the 100 Generations forest for another half hour. Xiaowang gazed at the two crooked trees, resembling gatekeepers, waiting for them to enter, and fell into silence. Wait a moment, are we back where we started? Ash and Brock could not help but voice their frustrations upon encountering a scene they had seen merely half an hour prior. However, Xiaowang seemed to struggle with accepting this reality, exclaiming in exasperation, no. Why have I become directionally challenged too? This cannot be. Despite her limited travel experience, she believed she was not predisposed to such confusion. Even if she couldn't navigate the 100 Generations forest, she shouldn't be going around in circles. It must be Ash and Brock's fault. They've transferred their directionally challenged attributes to me. Xiaowang consoled herself internally. Let us put aside the issue of direction for now. If we don't find a decent shelter soon, we'll all end up soaked. Brock's expression grew serious as he gazed at the increasingly ominous clouds gathering on the horizon. If it's just a light rain, we can manage with a tent. But at this rate, it won't be a single tent that can save us. Just then, as Ash and the others prepared to move on, a rustling sound emanated from the thicket behind them. A Pokémon, Ash pondered, but upon observing Pikachu's lack of reaction, he quickly understood. In the next moment, a woman with long, dark green hair styled in a side ponytail emerged from the foliage. Upon seeing Ash and the others, she expressed her confusion. And trailing behind her was an energetic Happiny. "Excuse me, may I ask you?" The woman began, but suddenly felt a shadow pass swiftly before her eyes. The next second, in the bemused gaze of Ash and Xiaowang, Brock expertly bowed before the woman, demonstrating the etiquette of a true gentleman, and softly stated, "My name is Brock. I never anticipated encountering such a beautiful lady here. May I inquire your name?" "Yeah, Yami." The woman named Yami took a step back in trepidation, her gaze toward Brock akin to that of a curious creature. Yet, Brock seemed oblivious to her discomfort. "Oh, Yami, what a lovely name. If you would permit me," before he could finish, the mischievous Froakie, having taken the opportunity to leap out, struck him in the abdomen with a poison jab, causing him to convulse and, as per usual, be dragged off into the bushes for some reflection. "Ahem, please disregard that. He can be quite enthusiastic. I am Ash. I am Xiaowang. It's a pleasure to meet you." After Brock's departure, Ash and Xiaowang began exchanging information with Yami, maintaining a semblance of normalcy. Congratulations to Ash for defeating Dandy and claiming the championship. Chapter 90. The Forest Mansion, an Elderly Recluse? Upon a brief inquiry, it became evident that Yami embarked on a quest to fulfill her grandfather's dying wish, to seek a unique sweetness. Thus, she ventured into the 100 Generations forest to capture a Ketsukusa and subsequently evolve it into a gentleman moth. After all, the gentleman moth possesses a heightened sensitivity to sweetness, even surpassing that of the triple honeybees. What's more, the wild Ketsukusa exhibits a combat capability inferior to that of the swarm of triple honeybees. Yami is not a professional Pokemon trainer, possessing merely a rudimentary understanding of Pokemon affairs, and when faced with more easily capturable targets, she naturally opts for the simpler choice. During the exchange of information, Yami learned that Ash and his companions were in search of a place to spend the night, so she volunteered to lead the way. In the 100 Generations forest, there exists a historic mansion, the origins of which remain shrouded in mystery. However, during extreme weather conditions, most travelers passing through the 100 Generations forest choose to seek refuge in the place known as the Forest Mansion. The name alone evokes an eerie sensation. Upon hearing it from Yami, both Dawn and Brock couldn't help but shiver. From any perspective, this mansion nestled within a primeval forest appears to be a hotspot for supernatural occurrences. It's fine, Yami remarked, having sensed the unease emanating from Dawn and Brock. "It seems there is an elderly lady residing in the mansion, and those who have sought shelter there have all returned safely." "Oh, really? I was under the impression it was an abandoned, dilapidated house," Dawn exclaimed, relieved upon hearing that the forest mansion posed no danger. However, Ash's subsequent remark left her unable to maintain her composure. Indeed, after all, those who encountered trouble wouldn't have the opportunity to inform us about the mansion's potential hazards. Yami, Dawn, Brock, and Pikachu exchanged glances. Why are you all looking at me like that?" Ash continued on, oblivious to their silent communication. Shortly thereafter, guided by Yami, the group arrived at the forest mansion, which was situated in a clearing amidst the trees. This structure, comprised of 3 interlinked residences, appeared somewhat antiquated from the outside. Yet, amidst the dark, rainy weather, the warm, orange-hued glow emanating from the mansion provided an inexplicable sense of comfort to Dawn and the others. Thunder rumbled ominously, and flashes of lightning accompanied the storm, as the heavy air pressed down upon them, making it difficult to breathe. A musty, decaying odor wafted through the forest, rendering the gloomy atmosphere somewhat nauseating. "Knock, knock, knock." Brock stood at the forefront, rapping on the mansion's grand door while calling out, "Hello, is anyone there?" Approximately half a minute passed before the firmly shut door finally creaked open, revealing a cheerful old woman with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles. "May I inquire who you are?" she asked with a smile. I apologize for the inconvenience, but given the inclement weather today, might we come in to escape the rain? We'll leave once it subsides." Upon hearing Brock's request, the elderly lady's expression shifted to one of understanding. She adjusted her glasses and replied slowly, "I'm terribly sorry. My eyesight has worsened, and I hadn't realized the weather was so dreadful. Not only can you seek shelter from the rain, but it would also be perfectly fine for you to stay the night, as I seldom have visitors. It would be quite nice to have someone to converse with." The elderly lady turned and entered the house, warmly welcoming Ash and the others. her natural hospitality easing the tension in Dawn and her companions. "Honestly, you nearly scared me, Ash," Dawn grumbled, still harboring resentment over Ash's earlier, thoughtless comment. Ash merely scratched the back of his head apologetically, having encountered countless similar situations in his adventures. As they closed the door and entered the interior of the forest mansion, they surveyed their surroundings. The large, vintage clock adorning the wall and the many portraits leading to the second-floor rooms seemed to narrate the mansion's illustrious history. Contrary to its exterior's antiquated appearance, the interior of the mansion, though rich in historical remnants, was as pristine as a modern inn. This immaculate condition seemed almost as if it were deliberately showcased for outsiders. Ash, trailing at the rear of the group, paused momentarily. One would assume that a woman of such advanced age would struggle to maintain a mansion of this scale. Yet there was no visible dust on the entryway's cupboards or the walls. Was someone regularly cleaning here? Observing the immaculate furnishings, Ash pondered. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed against the nape of his neck, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Turning around, he noticed that the doors and windows were securely shut. How could there be a breeze? Ash was perplexed. Moreover, this wind didn't carry the eerie chill of a supernatural draft. It felt like a natural breeze, mingled with the distinct mustiness of a rainy day. "Hey, Ash, what are you standing there for?" In a moment of distraction, Dawn and the others had already reached the platform connecting the first and second floors. Ash nodded and hurried to catch up, yet his mind was filled with questions. May I ask you a question?" "Yes, what is it?" The elderly lady paused to hear Ash's inquiry. "Have you always lived here alone?" "Alone?" the lady repeated thoughtfully, tilting her head as she pondered. After a significant pause, she sheepishly replied, "Haha, I apologize. My memory isn't what it used to be. I can't quite recall if I live here alone. It seems I have an old man at home, but I haven't seen him in quite some time." Dawn, Brock, and Yami exchanged glances, as it appeared they had gleaned some rather unsettling information from the elderly lady's words. So, aside from her poor eyesight, her memory was also failing her? A hint of sympathy flickered in their eyes, and Ash, recognizing that his inquiry may have been somewhat ill-timed, chose to remain silent. Chapter 91, An Ominous Dinner Hour. Under the guidance of the elderly lady, Ash and his companions each selected their own rooms. In the past, while staying at Pokémon centers, they had always shared a room, and initially, they intended to continue this practice to avoid any hassle. However, the elderly lady insisted that 3 people in one room would be too cramped, and since there was no one else around, she arranged for each of them to have their own room. Naturally, Ash and the others found it difficult to refuse. Who wouldn't prefer a more spacious accommodation? They all accepted her offer with enthusiasm. "Now, I shall prepare dinner for you all. Please, consider this place your home," the elderly lady said cheerfully from the staircase. As if their arrival was the greatest boon she could receive, despite the fact that it was they who were intruding upon her. May I assist you in the preparations? I have a bit of confidence in my culinary skills," Brock offered, feeling it was only natural to lend a hand. Considering the elderly lady's impaired eyesight and memory would make preparing dinner for so many guests quite a challenge. However, the elderly lady simply shook her head slowly in polite refusal. What kind of inn would have its guests cooking? Although I am quite advanced in age, preparing dinner is still a simple task for me. In my day, my cooking received unanimous praise from all the guests. The elderly man smiled, the wrinkles on his face also seemingly joining in the mirth, presenting an image of warmth and kindness. His gaze upon Xiaoji and his companions resembled that of a grandparent looking at their beloved grandchildren. However, as he descended the stairs, Xiaojang felt an undeniable sense of helplessness. After all, with such a statement made by the old man, it would be unreasonable for Xiaojang to insist on offering assistance. The old man's desire to prepare dinner alone likely stemmed from a place of nostalgia. It felt somewhat pitiful. At that moment, Xiaowan's remark resonated with everyone's unspoken thoughts. This was Baidao Forest, one of the most emblematic primeval forests in the Sinnoh region, vast in size, while the old mansion appeared so diminutive in comparison. Countless trainers pass through Baidao Forest each year, yet how many would venture here, enter this abode, and engage in conversation with the old man? At this age, the greatest fear for such an elder is likely solitude. Although the environment of Baidao Forest is splendid, it ultimately lacks the warmth of human presence and vibrancy. Surely he must have family? Yami and Jigglypuff wore expressions tinged with melancholy, as the thought of such an elder residing in this untouched wilderness would evoke similar sentiments in anyone. The old man had mentioned a late partner, one he had not seen in ages, suggesting they had likely passed away. His memory seemed faltering, and from his descriptions, it appeared he had no other family left, though it was possible he had simply forgotten. If that were the case, it would be profoundly tragic. Thus, each person returned to their respective rooms, their hearts laden with complex emotions. One would think that finding shelter from the rain on such a dreary day would be a blessing, yet none of them felt any joy. Xiaoji placed his backpack down and sat on the soft bed. The bed was spacious, clean, and orderly, with not a trace of dust on the windowsill. Indeed, it felt excessively pristine, Xiaoji mused. This mansion, standing in the quiet forest, was undoubtedly a favored dwelling for ghost-type Pokémon, whose mischievous nature often leads them to frighten passing travelers. But what about here? Xiaoji had been on guard since the very beginning, yet despite his vigilance, he found no significant clues. The temperature inside was not particularly low, clearly ruling out the presence of the ghastly line, and the old man's demeanor did not suggest he was a mere illusion crafted by ghost-type Pokémon. Pikachu, do you sense anything unusual? Pika? Pikachu tilted its head, appearing perplexed by Xiaoji's question. Well, it seemed Pikachu felt nothing amiss either. Could it be that his worries were unfounded? Xiaoji lay back on the bed, closing his eyes, choosing to set aside his myriad questions. After all, even if ghost-type Pokémon were present, they would likely only engage in harmless pranks. Truly malevolent spirits were far less common. Even if he encountered one, he felt confident in his ability to overcome it. Time passed slowly, and just as they began to wonder if something had befallen the old lady, her voice finally floated up from downstairs. Dinner is ready, you can come down now. The voice seemed to waft directly into their minds, yet everyone, including Xiaoji, found nothing strange about it. They merely opened their doors and descended the staircase, arriving at the dining area. Seated at the table, Xiaoji and his companions initially expected a rather ordinary meal, considering that only the elderly man resided in the mansion and the food supply must be limited. However, what awaited them was an astonishingly lavish spread. Is all of this for us? They exclaimed in disbelief. The table was adorned with an array of delicacies. From meats to vegetables to fruits, prepared in various styles, stir-fried, boiled, and fried. The culinary offerings rivaled those of any fine restaurant, leaving them astounded that such a feast could emerge from this remote location. You've truly gone above and beyond. I feel so embarrassed. Xiaoguang and Yami expressed their gratitude and apologies to the old man, who simply waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, after all. I can't possibly eat all this myself. With those words, Xiaoguang and Yami felt completely at ease, and after a chorus of "let us dig in," they immersed themselves in the delightful meal. However, Xiaoji and Xiaojang harbored their own reservations. Xiaojang wondered about the origins of this diverse array of food, given that the kitchen offered no apparent means of storage, not even a refrigerator. Meanwhile, Xiaoji pondered, why was there no sound during the cooking? Having closed his eyes in their room, he had not fallen asleep, but rather listened intently for any noises from below. Yet, in this seemingly acoustically deficient mansion, the old man had managed to prepare dinner in complete silence. Chapter 92, Investigation? The Unveiling of Malice? I'm so satisfied. Truly. After so many days in Baidao Forest, this is the best meal I've had in years. After the meal, Xiaoguang and Yami excitedly conversed with the old man. While their intentions included alleviating his loneliness, their primary sentiment was likely gratitude for the delicious food he had provided. Xiaoji, do you sense something amiss? Xiaojang asked in a low voice, a distance away from Xiaoguang and Yami. Initially, Xiaojang had thought the old lady was simply the caretaker of the mansion, with no underlying issues, but after tasting the sumptuous meal, his doubts began to surface. Xiaoguang and Yami, clearly inexperienced, had completely lowered their guard after receiving the old man's hospitality, while Xiaoji appeared far more reliable by comparison. I'm not sure, Xiaoji replied, shaking his head. While I initially suspected we were victims of a ghost-type prank, I've observed for a while and found no clues. Nonetheless, everything we've experienced still feels rather strange. It's best to remain cautious. That will have to suffice, Xiaojang sighed, reluctantly accepting Xiaoji's suggestion. However, despite his agreement, Xiaojang still felt a twinge of anxiety, as if something significant was about to unfold. Then I'll head back to my room for some rest. Call me if anything arises. Xiaoji quietly stated before standing and making his way to the second floor. Before departing, he stole one last glance at the old woman, who remained kind and engaged in conversation with Xiaoguang and Yami, and with that, he turned his attention away. Upon reaching the second floor and standing before his door, Xiaoji hesitated before entering. Instead, he returned to the staircase, observing the situation below. After confirming that no one was paying him any mind, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Pika? Pikachu inquired, puzzled by Xiaoji's sneaky behavior. Although it had overheard the conversation between Xiaoji and Xiaojang, it felt no sense of unease, making it difficult for Pikachu to enter a state of vigilance. Shoo, keep your voice down. Ash did not elucidate his motives to Pikachu. He merely urged it to cooperate with his plans. You stay here and keep watch, while I take a stroll through a few rooms on the second floor. Noticing the increasingly peculiar look in Pikachu's eyes, Ash, somewhat exasperated, playfully tapped its head and exclaimed, "What are you thinking? I'm merely going to investigate." It's rather suspicious for an elderly individual, with both vision and memory issues, to reside alone in such a vast mansion. Did you not notice that she made not a single sound while preparing the meal? Pikachu's head was adorned with 3 enormous question marks. After all, apart from Dawn and May, Pikachu was also one of the members engrossed in the delightful feast, and savoring such delectable dishes seemed far more significant than anything else. Sighing, Ash observed Pikachu's expression with a mix of frustration and affection. He then retrieved a packet of ketchup from his pocket. Regardless, this is your reward. I've already bestowed upon you the benefits, so stay here and keep watch, understand? Pika, Pika, I promise. I will complete the task. Pikachu affirmed enthusiastically. Clutching the ketchup in its mouth, its eyes sparkling with determination, Ash thought to himself how easily this had been resolved, leaving Pikachu at the entrance while he turned and ventured away alone. However, as he turned, he failed to notice that the elderly woman below had suddenly lifted her gaze towards the second floor. Her previously gentle smile now replaced with one brimming with mockery and amusement, as if anticipating an intriguing performance. Yet, this uniquely meaningful expression was swiftly repressed as she lowered her head, reverting to the warm demeanor that Dawn and May had first encountered. Had they noticed the fleeting change in her expression, they surely would not have continued their light-hearted conversation with her. In a concealed corner, a shadow darted swiftly through the darkness cast by the chandelier and wall, seamlessly blending into the time-worn mansion. Though the mansion boasted only 2 stories, it was divided into 4 distinct sections, with 2 larger spaces and 2 smaller ones, creating a fascinating interplay of dimensions that lent the structure a remarkable sense of depth. The room Ash had chosen was located at the far left of the mansion, and he began his exploration towards the right. Naturally, he had no need to inspect the rooms occupied by Dawn and May, as it was unlikely they would be assigned any problematic quarters. After thoroughly searching the rooms on the far left, Ash found nothing particularly remarkable. The layout of each room was quite similar. Yet, as he had initially suspected, there was not a speck of dust to be found from the doorway to the bedside. Despite being an ostensibly aged inn, everything within appeared astonishingly pristine. From any angle, it seemed rather unbelievable, a spotless inn, an elderly woman with a forgotten gaze, and a table laden with inexplicably sumptuous dishes. If this were merely an illusion conjured by ghost-type Pokémon, it was astonishingly realistic. Yet if it were not an illusion, how could one explain it? Ash cautiously maneuvered past Pikachu and the others, traversing the open platform as he stealthily advanced from the left side of the house to the right. Oh, by the way, there's something I forgot to mention to you all. As Ash circumvented the view of the others and reached the right side of the house, the elderly woman, who had been sitting and chatting with Dawn and May, suddenly rose to her feet. She beckoned Brock over to her side, smiling in a manner that revealed no flaws. One hand rested on Dawn's shoulder, while the other graced May's. The Jigglypuff was drowsy, its vision blurring, swaying unsteadily. Meanwhile, Pikachu, with ketchup smeared on its mouth, had leaned against the wall and had unknowingly slipped into slumber. Is there something wrong? Dawn instinctively took a step back, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread despite the elderly woman's ever-gentle smile. However, after a moment of struggle, she discovered, to her surprise, that she could not break free. Do not be in such a hurry. We have much to discuss, and we can continue our conversation indefinitely. Please, do stay right here. The wrinkles on the woman's face creased together, and her brows seemed to dance with joyful notes, yet her once benevolent voice turned hoarse as a chill breeze swept through, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. Remember to close your eyes, do not look behind you, and simply sit down. Let us continue our conversation. Chapter 93, Groping in the Dark. Secrets of the Mansion? Outside, thunder roared, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning, causing the previously stable lights within the mansion to flicker erratically. Each transition between darkness and light left Ash feeling disoriented, making it difficult to concentrate. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his decision not to retreat to his room for rest. After all, if he did not seize this opportunity to investigate thoroughly, it would be rather embarrassing to realize later that he had unnecessarily fretted. In the vast mansion, only the sounds of Ash's heartbeat and breathing remained, accompanied by the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the ground and the windows, creating a cacophony of noise. The floor creaked underfoot, producing peculiar sounds that hinted at years of neglect, despite its seemingly new appearance. Yet, Ash was not overly concerned with the state of the floor. He had arrived at the door of the rightmost room in the mansion, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. This was the last room on the second floor, and even before entering, Ash sensed something amiss. While the other rooms, and indeed the mansion itself, appeared symmetrical from the outside, this particular room was an exception. It did not align with the symmetrical placement of the room he occupied on the far left. Instead, it was pressed closely against the rightmost corridor, rather than being flanked by walls on either side. Such a structural anomaly was exceedingly rare, suggesting that if there were indeed something awry with the mansion, this room was likely the key to uncovering it. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Ash patted his head to clear the faint dizziness clouding his mind. then extended his hand to push open the door. Creak. The aged sound echoed as the door was gently nudged open from the outside. Gripping a Pokeball in hand, Ash cautiously stepped into the room. The interior was devoid of light, and Ash, akin to his earlier investigations, relied on the brief illumination provided by the lightning to survey the room. Although the light lasted merely an instant, Ash managed to observe the layout within, yet regrettably found nothing that distinguished it from the others. If he were to insist, perhaps the bookshelf might hold some significance. Near the head of the bed, there was an inset bookshelf, cluttered with numerous tomes that appeared to be quite antiquated. Presumably, these books had been acquired by the elderly woman long ago. However, if this room contained books purchased by her, did that imply that this space was indeed hers? As Ash pondered deeply, just as he intended to approach the bookshelf for a closer inspection, a sudden intensification of the pain in his head and a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. He grimaced in discomfort, clutching his head as he crouched down, utterly bewildered by his condition. Could there have been an issue with the meal? Yet, he himself had consumed it as well. Initially, Ash had been cautious, refraining from directly eating the food brought by the elderly woman. But after observing her partake in it alongside others, he had felt reassured. Although the origins of the food remained uncertain, one must admit, the taste was rather delightful. Alas, this was not the time for such thoughts. Ash silently critiqued himself, and just as he was about to rise despite the throbbing in his head, his right hand suddenly felt as though it had lost all strength, causing the cherished Pokeball he held to tumble from his grasp and begin rolling slowly across the floor. The sound it made was a dull, unsatisfying roll. Outside, the thunder and lightning continued to clash, their cacophony intertwining with the sound of the Pokeball's movement, creating a haunting symphony that evoked an unsettling chill in the dim, silent atmosphere. Finally, with a resounding thud, the Pokeball came to a halt after colliding with the corner of the wall against which the bookshelf leaned, producing a sharp, crisp sound. Ash sighed, then cautiously moved forward, bending down to retrieve the Pokeball. Holding the cold sphere in his hand, a sudden thought flickered through his mind, causing him to momentarily freeze, his gaze fixated intently on the Pokeball. Why had it continued to roll? The floor, though seemingly new, was not a smooth surface. Had it been so, Ash would not have instinctively chosen to overlook the earlier creaking sound it had made. Yet, since the floor was not smooth, the Pokeball should not have rolled so far, especially considering he was standing near the entrance, several meters away from the wall. If it had not reached its limit, Ash might have even suspected it would keep rolling indefinitely. However, given the circumstances, and eliminating the floor as a contributing factor, the possibilities seemed to narrow significantly. Was the room, or indeed the entire mansion, tilted? As Ash began to grasp the truth of the situation, the speed of his thoughts quickened. The Pokeball had slid from left to right, and the only object on the far right side of the room was the bookshelf embedded in the wall. Everything seemed to fall into place. This mansion was no ordinary one. The elderly woman was undoubtedly extraordinary, concealing secrets hidden within its walls. Yet, did she truly harbor ulterior motives? For this question, Ash wished to respond with a resounding no, for the words she had shared with them were sincere, brimming with heartfelt emotion, including her genuine desire for companionship. However, his judgment was ultimately subjective. To accurately define the entire incident and the intentions of the elderly woman, Ash needed to uncover the mysteries concealed within the mansion. Approaching the bookshelf, he began to explore. Ash carefully removed all the books from the shelf, placing them on the ground before reaching into the recesses near the wall. Outside, the downpour seemed to intensify, and the fleeting brilliance of lightning cast the shadows of objects within the room upon the walls. In an instant, as another bolt of lightning flashed, Ash's shadow on the wall flickered unexpectedly. It was then that he finally pressed what felt like a switch. Upon applying force, the previously closed wall began to slowly part, revealing a long, dark staircase behind it. Chapter 94, The Sealed Basement, The Ghostly Journal, Part 1. The staircase spiraled downward, leading into the depths below. Ash was uncertain whether it connected to a room on the first floor or if it was a private space intentionally created during the mansion's construction. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, and without a flashlight, Ash could only proceed cautiously, feeling his way along. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, an eerie blue flame ignited within the space. Glancing toward the wall, he realized that the torches hanging above had been lit. Though he remained indifferent to how they had ignited or why they glowed with a ghostly hue, his heart was overwhelmed by a sense of dread and suffocation. In less than half a minute, Ash arrived at what appeared to be the bottom of the seemingly endless staircase, revealing a completely enclosed space. The area was small, barely accommodating 3 or 4 people. The torch that had previously hung on the wall was now positioned at the front of this cramped room, its blue flames flickering in an unseen breeze, illuminating the space with a bright yet surreal glow. In the center of the room stood a table and a chair, both appearing quite dilapidated, contrasting starkly with the pristine decor of the mansion. Bathed in the ghostly blue light, Ash slowly approached the weather table, silently extending his hand to sweep away a thick layer of dust that had settled atop it. With the dust removed, the once-neglected journal revealed its true form, showing signs of its passage through time. The cover of the notebook was a simple black, exuding a sense of minimalism, with the only distinguishing feature being an unfamiliar string of characters embossed in the center. Ash remained silent as he opened the pages, gradually beginning to read the contents by the faint blue light. Although he initially struggled to discern the nature of the notebook, upon reaching the first page, he began to grasp its significance. It was indeed a diary, but unlike typical diaries, it lacked specific dates, only noting the day of the week and daily weather conditions, leaving Ash to wonder whether this was a trend of that era or merely the elderly woman's personal habit. Furthermore, the entries were rather haphazard. Monday, overcast. Auron has been completed. My husband asked me to name it, but I lack the talent for naming, so I simply called Auron the Forest Mansion. The diary's content was succinct, often summarizing each day with a single sentence. The early entries contained little of importance, and many strange characters appeared that Ash could not comprehend. Fortunately, this did not pose a significant obstacle to his reading. Thursday, rainy. Business at the inn is thriving. I had originally planned to write daily entries to record our lives, but reality is far too busy to find the time. One could easily surmise from the current state of the Forest Mansion's interior that their business was indeed flourishing, considering that inns were rare in the past, and transportation was inconvenient. Most travelers passing through the 100 Generations forest would likely choose to stay here, wouldn't they? Ash continued reading. Wednesday, sunny. Business has been improving significantly. While the prosperity is welcome, this life feels somewhat monotonous. Monday, sunny. By this point, the writing in the diary had noticeably changed, with many lines crossed out and revised between entries, suggesting a considerable gap of time between the two segments. For over a year, our business has flourished. Yet both my husband and I find ourselves dissatisfied with our current lives. The joyous laughter of guests upon their arrival brings us happiness. But one must ponder, is this truly the life we yearn for? Friday, rainy. Recently, the forest's condition has appeared rather peculiar. Each night, a foreboding breeze sweeps through, and in the dead of night, it feels as though something is mocking us. My husband and I have been sleeping poorly, and we've even contemplated closing the inn. Saturday, overcast. It was a day filled with strange surprises when a little ghostly figure collapsed at our doorstep. Although we've heard tales of their dangerous nature, my husband and I resolved to rescue it. Strangely, we discovered we could indeed touch it. Could it be that this icy, ethereal being possesses a physical form? Friday, sunny. A week has passed, and the little ghost has regained its strength. Remarkably, it can show us vivid images. In these visions, we encountered many other spirits, yet they seemed to disdain our little ghost, attacking and driving it away due to its diminutive size. It appears that their world is as unforgiving as ours. Monday, sunny. We offered refuge to the little ghost, sensing its deep sorrow. It lingered because it had nowhere else to go, and it seemed eager to repay us. Though we were at a loss as to what we desired in return, our silence left it feeling slightly dejected. Monday, rainy. What a puzzling conundrum. After a period of quietude, the little ghost began to play pranks. Guests approached us, tearfully claiming our inn was haunted. While such rumors could severely impact our business, my husband and I found amusement in the frightful expressions of our guests, which were just as entertaining as their joyous ones. Wednesday, sunny. Despite our attempts to educate the little ghost, it continued its antics. Initially, we believed it reveled in such mischief, but we later realized it acted thus because it had witnessed our laughter in response to the guest's fear. In hindsight, perhaps the fault lies with us. The little ghost's intentions were simple, merely wishing to express gratitude. To be candid, its playful tricks were indeed entertaining. After much deliberation, my husband and I decided to transform the Mori no Yakin into a genuine ghost, and that would occasionally host spirits. This should surely bring joy to our little ghost. Chapter 95, The Sealed Basement, The Ghost Journal, Part 2. The diary entries abruptly transition into a series of blank and redacted pages. The majority of the text obscured and indecipherable, suggesting the author deliberately crossed out all content, perhaps to render it invisible. After flipping through dozens of pages, Xiaoji finally glimpsed the remaining content, which diverged significantly from the previous style. The 35th year of operation, overcast. Life and death are natural aspects of existence. Yet when they arrive, we find ourselves woefully unprepared. Our health has deteriorated significantly. Recently, at his suggestion, we purchased seeds and cultivated a field of flowers. In his frail state, he expressed a desire to be laid to rest amidst the blossoms. The little ghost remains unchanged, just as before. Observing its form, I often ponder. Though the cycle of life is burdensome, the solitude of eternal life seems even more unbearable. I wish to depart before him, alleviating my sorrow. But that would be cruel to him. I understand, yet I can only remain here. For we have unfulfilled dreams, The aspiration to establish the Mori no Yakin as a world-renowned haunted house remains unachieved. Rainy. He has departed, leaving only myself and the little ghost. The little ghost shares my sorrow, yet life must carry on. As the influx of guests dwindles, I realize how unnervingly vast this once bustling mansion feels in the absence of human presence. Had I not sought refuge in this basement we constructed, I fear I would have succumbed to madness. Xiaoji. Upon reaching this point, Xiaoji set the diary aside, engulfed in silence. The initial tone of the diary starkly contrasts with the current entries, which evidently depict the overarching narrative of a person's life. The youthful vitality and aspirations for the future, juxtaposed with the reflections and disillusionments that accompany maturity in the face of loss. Xiaoji cannot fully grasp these sentiments, as he is a trainer, destined to wander eternally, unable to be tethered to one place. Nevertheless, if he were to envision a different scenario, watching his family and companions succumb to illness, he would likely find himself overwhelmed with grief. At the very least, Xiaoji believes he would be incapable of calmly sitting down to pen his thoughts in a diary during such a trying time. After allowing himself a moment of composure, Xiaoji mustered the courage to peruse the final pages of the diary. Rainy. The little ghost and I continue our routine. Yet the number of visitors dwindles, and the Mori no Yakin gradually fades from public discourse. The world outside is tumultuous. The little ghost revealed these scenes to me, and I have lost the will to venture out. It must be a rainy day. My vision has worsened, and I am uncertain how much longer I can write. Coincidentally, the diary is nearing its end. Perhaps it is best to conclude it here? However, if I cease recording in this diary, it feels as though I would have nothing left to do. No guests, no acquaintances. Only the little ghost remains, and recently, I can scarcely even see it. Once my sight is wholly gone, I fear I will find no purpose in living. No, there must still be something, at the very least. I should strive to uplift the little ghost's spirits. Since my husband's passing, it has scarcely smiled. Only after successfully executing a prank and hearing my laughter does it reveal a smile. What dreams does it harbor? On a pleasantly sunny day, my vision is nearly gone, and the diary is reaching its conclusion. This will be my final entry. My health has further declined. I can sense my time is short. My memory falters, and I find myself forgetting my husband's name, even my own. How tragic it is. For I regret not having chosen a more enduring name for my diary rather than a mere abbreviation, all due to my youthful folly. Oh, how I long to depart. I can endure solitude, but I cannot bear the fading of my memories. Yet if I were to leave, where would the little ghost go? The diary abruptly ends, with this page bearing the marks of paper that had been dampened and subsequently dried by the wind, recording the author's agonizing struggle in their final moments. The age of this diary, whether it spans centuries or millennia, now seems less significant, for, at least several hundred years ago, or perhaps even thousands, the ghostly blue flames flickered violently, casting only Xiaoji's shadow, yet behind him stood an elderly figure. She gazed upon the basement with a gentle and nostalgic expression. And at that moment, when one turned to observe the old woman's eyes, it became evident that her gaze was utterly vacant, akin to that of a blind person. How I long for the past, the elderly woman spoke in a hoarse tone. Although the memories have faded, I can still sense the familiar scent that permeates this place, dim and damp, yet it offers me an unparalleled sense of comfort. Xiaoji looked at the stooped figure of the old woman, pursed his lips, and after a prolonged silence, finally inquired, "How long have you been here? How long?" The old woman pondered. "I cannot say. Even in life, time held little significance for me, let alone now in death." She slightly lifted her head, as if recalling something, only to gradually lower it once more. "Aside from fragmented memories of the mansion's past, I remember nothing. It feels as though an unseen force gently nudges me to perform the actions I do now. It is so tender and kind. Yet I can neither recall nor perceive its form." The old woman slowly shuffled towards Xiaoji, reaching out in an attempt to touch him. But her hand passed through his body like air. She had long since departed this world, now existing as a spirit beyond the realm of reality. Chapter 96, A Debt of Gratitude, Timelessness. "Are you unable to touch anything now?" Xiaoji asked, finding no peculiarity in the old woman's current state. "Sometimes I can. Sometimes I cannot. The strange sensation has yet to manifest, thus I am unable to grasp anything," she replied with a serene smile, unfazed by this fact. Xiaoji surveyed his surroundings, finding no traces of anything, and so he took the initiative to ask, "Must you continue to hide?" The old woman had long departed. While ghosts may exist in this world, her manner of existence differed from those phantoms he had encountered during his travels. Ghosts lack a physical form, yet she had once been able to touch things. Although she was now blind, she had previously seen them. Her memories had faded, and as she could not recall her past, there seemed to be no reason for her to remain here. Something was aiding her, something was confining her. Although it was well-intentioned, one must ponder whether such kindness was truly beneficial for her. There is no need to hide any longer, Mr. Ghost in the diary. Are you aware of what you are doing now? Xiaoji's tone shifted to one of rare seriousness, and then a chilling breeze swept through the room. Under the ghostly blue flames, a shadow finally materialized in the basement. Its form was smaller than any entity Xiaoji had previously encountered. Like the old woman, it was hunched over, and beneath its skeletal mask, a crimson glow akin to pupils flickered. Nightwatch Spirit, Xiaoji called out the ghost's name. The old woman felt a flicker of confusion, for she could see nothing and remember nothing. Even when Xiaoji uttered the name of the Nightwatch Spirit, she could only vaguely sense a semblance of familiarity. You were the one who tethered her soul to this world, were you not? The Nightwatch Spirit offered no reply, yet its demeanor spoke volumes. Why did you do this? After reading the diary, Xiaoji had surmised much, but there remained questions he needed to voice. The Nightwatch Spirit glanced at the old woman, then drifted to Xiaoji's side. After a shroud of black mist enveloped them, Xiaoji found himself in another realm, where he witnessed scenes from the past. The Nightwatch Spirit had been sheltered and saved by the old woman and her husband. Its once lifeless heart gradually returned to normal. It yearned to repay them, yet the couple desired nothing in return, leaving it in confusion and uncertainty. Following a prank, it discovered their faces adorned with smiles never before seen. Perhaps this was its form of gratitude? The old woman and her husband resolved to transform the forest mansion into a world-renowned haunted house. Was this their true wish? The Nightwatch Spirit did not comprehend these desires. Yet since they were the couple's wishes, it felt compelled to assist them in realizing them, as that was all it could do. As time passed, the male host passed away, and smiles became rare upon their faces. The female host grew increasingly melancholic, and the Nightwatch Spirit's own mood soured, resorting to pranks to numb itself while constantly recalling their ambitions to spur its efforts. Eventually, she became blind, unable to see herself any longer. Her memory waned, until she could no longer remember even her own existence. Its touch instilled fear in her, prompting it to cease its appearances. Aside from daily preparations of simple fruits and sustenance, it could no longer contribute further. The inn received no visitors, for she had lost her ability to labor. Kind-hearted travelers wished to take her away, but she refused, claiming she had lost her memories yet was unwilling to leave this familiar place. With no guests, it could no longer execute its pranks, remaining by her side daily to care for her. Then one day, she too departed, leaving it alone. It wept, grieving for the reality it could not accept, and thus it endeavored to retain the old woman's soul. Souls lack physical form, so it became her body, allowing her to touch the world around her. Devoid of sight, it utilized its illusions to serve as her eyes, enabling her to perceive this realm. Despite having accomplished all it could, it remained tormented and regretful, wishing it had been stronger to achieve these feats while she was still alive. Yet this was an impossibility. For all it could accomplish relied on the medium of the soul. It could not inhabit the body of the living nor substitute for her vision of the world. The old woman's soul retained no memories, merely a few fleeting impressions from her life. The Nightwatch Spirit did not present itself before her, for if it were to leave her form, she would again lose her sight and be unable to see it. Even if it did appear, she would only be frightened. Ultimately, it was not human, but rather a being that humanity feared. Yet it could not forsake the memories, while the old woman's recollections faded. Its own remained deeply etched in its mind and heart. As time flowed on, its memories would not succumb to wear. This was both a privilege of its existence as a ghostly Pokémon and a curse of being a sentient being. Thus, it acted as a ferryman for the old woman, both in life and death, incessantly urging and assisting her in fulfilling the dreams she had left unaccomplished. Yet after millennia, countless travelers had come and gone. Yet the mansion remained unrecognized as a legendary haunted house. But perhaps this was to be expected, after all. The old woman and her husband had never intended such a fate from the outset. After scaring away visitors, they would instruct the Nightwatch Spirit to lull passers-by into a sleep, allowing them to dismiss the experience as merely a dream. The old woman understood the ramifications of their actions, yet the Nightwatch Spirit either did not comprehend or was unwilling to accept such truths. For if it were to grasp the reality of its endeavors, what then was the purpose of all its efforts? What had millennia of toil yielded in return? An unattainable goal, akin to a carrot dangled from a stick, enticing one to run without end. A mere illusion of hope. So she never spoke of it to you. And you never sought to understand, did you? The Nightwatch Spirit materialized, its head lifting slightly in response to Xiaoji's words, displaying a hint of confusion. Chapter 97. You have suffered, Mr. Ghost. Everything you are doing now is to help her realize her dreams, is it not? Xiaoji crouched down, maintaining a parallel gaze with Yexenling, and inquired. Finally, under Xiaoji's watchful eyes, Yexenling began to speak and nodded. If that is the case, what is the old man's dream? You must also know that their aspiration to transform this place into a world-renowned haunted house is utterly unattainable, and they have never truly contemplated its realization. Yexenling fell silent, fully aware of this truth. Since you understand, there is no need to continue deceiving yourself, is there? Yexenling suddenly floated forward a step, gazing at Xiaoji with a look of defiance. If not this way, what else am I to do? Though Xiaoji could not comprehend Yexenling's words, he discerned the essence of its meaning through its language and actions. To strip Yexenling of the hope of continuing to exist is undoubtedly cruel. Yet it is precisely what the old man desired, as well as what Yexenling yearned for. This is its domain. If it wished, it could easily cease all its actions. Yet it refrained. If you were unwilling for me to speak thus, you could have prevented me from the outset. There was no need to prolong this self-deception. Ghost-type Pokémon possess lifespans so lengthy that they seem never-ending. However, a prolonged existence does not imply that they take pleasure in remaining in one place. Ghost types are drawn to the darkness, yet this does not equate to a preference for solitude. They often band together, engaging in mischief to derive joy from the interminable stretch of time. Yet this Yexenling has gained nothing here. All it achieves is a warped sense of satisfaction, of which it is acutely aware. With this in mind, Xiaoji began to peruse the diary, the content frozen around the peculiar aspirations articulated by the old man and her husband. Monday clear. Mr. Ghost seemed quite pleased upon hearing our desire to transform this place into a world-renowned haunted house. After all, it has long wished to repay us since we rescued it. Though I regret it, we truly cannot think of anything we need. Perhaps this goal will bring it a bit more joy. Sunday clear. While I feel sorry for the customers who were scared away, Mr. Ghost's mood has indeed improved recently. The heartfelt pain it felt when being driven away by its companions seems to be gradually easing. At least this proves our thoughts were correct, does it not? However, this matter must remain a secret from Mr. Ghost, lest it throw another tantrum. Wednesday rainy. It has been some time since he departed. Now it is just Mr. Ghost and me. I do not know how long this will last. Mr. Ghost seems very saddened by his absence. In such circumstances, I ought to be stronger, right? If both of us are shrouded in sorrow, how will we continue to live? Sunday. I am truly sorry. I can hardly hold on any longer. Mr. Ghost. That is the only name I remember. I can scarcely see you now, but most importantly, I have forgotten the promise we made. I can sense your efforts. Yet I dare not ask. I can only follow you. I do not know if this is what you desire, but I am left with no other support in this world. As long as you can find happiness, the promise should dissipate with my departure into the river of time. But truly, I am sorry. The final entry in the diary was not inscribed in the journal, but recorded on a separate sheet of paper. Though Xiaoji could not grasp the reason for the old man's actions, it seemed to carry her guilt towards Yexenling, prompting her to document her thoughts in this unique manner in search of a semblance of peace. Yet, the old woman's seemingly considerate intentions for Yexenling had, in truth, shackled it in a firm bondage, imprisoning it for a millennium. The entire narrative is quite absurd. The old woman, in her final moments, wished only to bring joy to Yexenling, while Yexenling, both before and after the old woman's departure, strive to fulfill the wish the old woman once had for it. In reality, whose desire is it that seeks fulfillment? This wish resembles a grim gray humor, evoking a sense of sorrow and helplessness, binding the hearts of both. Xiaoji speculated that Yexenling's ability to retain the old man's spirit here might stem from her profound attachment to this world at the time of her passing. Otherwise, relying solely on Yexenling's power, no matter how gifted it might be, such a feat would be unachievable. Even though the memories have faded, Yexenling's touch only instills fear in the old woman, yet she remains deeply concerned for her long-lost companion, yearning to glimpse its form once more and hear its voice. Perhaps, after achieving this, the old woman would finally find peace. The light in Yexenling's eyes flickered as it trembled, unable to weep, its body quaking uncontrollably. It cried out, no longer maintaining the silence it had upheld for a millennium to avoid startling the old woman, its voice hoarse, falling to the ground, echoing like the lament of its tormented soul. Is Xiaoji the name? The old woman sighed deeply, her gaze, calm as still water, momentarily flickering with compassion. Though she had forgotten everything, the anguished cries of Yexenling struck deeply at her heart. The solitary spirit seemed to grasp its final mission. She gently spoke, pleading, could you bring it before me? Of course. Xiaoji bent down, tenderly cradling Yexenling in his arms before placing it into the trembling embrace of the old woman. I am truly sorry, but could you describe its appearance once more? The old woman's body seemed to tremble as well, her voice imbued with a sense of age and sorrow. Yes, it is quite small, perhaps only half a meter tall, its form somewhat spherical, shrouded in darkness, with only its crimson pupils gleaming, adorned with a skull mask, quite adorable indeed. Is that so? The old woman's tone gradually regained its tranquility. Her hands slowly glided over Yexenling's form. Though she could not physically touch it, she smiled and said, I can feel it. It is icy yet warm. Upon hearing this, Yexenling could no longer suppress its emotions. floating onto the old woman's shoulder, a cloud of black mist rising in response. At the very least, it must allow her to see her own appearance. It cannot be. Driven by this obsession, Yexenling relentlessly sought the power within itself. Yet no matter how hard it tried, its illusions could not manifest upon the old woman. There was no alternative. This was the rule. To grant a ghost sensory perception, Yexenling must possess her. No amount of effort could alter this decree. It is enough. There is no need to try any further. I have understood your intentions. The old woman's gentle tone shattered Yexenling's heart, and it had never before loathed its own frailty so intensely. Alas, the old woman sighed deeply. Those who depart first are cruel. They leave the weight of solitude and sorrow upon the survivors, compelling them to bear the burden of mission and responsibility as they move forward. Though I can scarcely recall, I can comprehend that pain. I am sorry to impose such suffering upon you. The tremor and indistinctness in the old woman's voice became more pronounced, and Xiaoji noticed her figure beginning to dim. It seemed the time for farewell had finally arrived. The wandering spirit, after a millennium, could finally rest in peace. Should this not be a form of liberation for the old woman? The Night Watch spirit understood that it could no longer keep the elder with it, and thus, it could only fall to the ground in self-reproach, wailing amidst the elder's gradually fading figure. I'm sorry, the elder said before departing. Though I do not know whether my words bring you solace or pain, I sincerely hope you can find happiness and joy in the days to come. As the elder's form nearly vanished completely, the Night Watch spirit etched the elder's final words into its heart. And, thank you. You have endured so much, Mr. Ghost. The elder's voice echoed in the dim and cramped basement, leaving only Xiaoji and the Night Watch spirit to bid farewell to her final journey under the glow of the ethereal blue flames. The departed leave behind their aspirations, while the living must carry those visions forward, struggling to forget their sorrow as they tread towards the future. Chapter 98. Farewell, Forest Mansion. The elder returned to where she belonged, and the Night Watch spirit remained steadfast in its place, only regaining its senses once it could no longer feel the elder's presence. Nevertheless, Xiaoji could still sense the profound emotional turmoil that plagued it. Psychological wounds are far more challenging to heal than physical ones. What are your plans for the future? Xiaoji inquired. Will you stay here, or venture out in search of a new life? The Night Watch spirit let out a soft murmur, uncertain of its own path. The elder had expressed a wish for it to live happily. But such sentiments are easily spoken, for a being of its small stature, who had languished in solitude for a millennium in such an enclosed space. How could it possibly find a life of joy? If it could have achieved that alone, it would not have been driven away by its kin in the first place. Since you lack a goal, Xiaoji paused, contemplating before deciding to voice his initial thought. Why not follow me? The Night Watch spirit hesitated, having believed that no one would take it in after the elder's departure. I have faith in you. By the way, my ambition is to become the strongest. You know what a trainer is, right? Regardless, my goal is to stand alongside you at the pinnacle of the world. What do you say? Are you interested? The Night Watch spirit lifted its gaze to meet Xiaoji's, finding no trace of pity or consolation in his eyes. His words were not meant to uplift it, but were a genuine expression of his feelings. Perhaps it is too daunting to ask you to decide now, Xiaoji remarked, retrieving an empty pokeball from his pocket. I'll take a stroll outside. You can make your choice when I return. With that, he placed the pokeball on the ground and ascended the staircase. Upon exiting the basement and re-entering the mansion, Xiaoji found that his expectations had come to fruition. The mansion's appearance had transformed completely. The once bright and tidy decor was now replaced by a scene of decay and desolation. Dust blanketed the furnishings, and when he glanced at his own hands, he finally noticed the layer of dust that had settled there. His assertion that he believed in the Night Watch spirit was not mere comfort. It was rare to encounter a Pokémon capable of such mastery over hypnosis or illusions. As he reached the first floor, he found Xiaoguang, Xiaogang, Yami, and her Chansey neatly lined up on the ground, appearing as though they would not awaken anytime soon. According to the Elder's diary, if it wasn't raining outside, the Night Watch spirit would likely need to cast them into the forest, making them believe that their encounter with the supernatural was merely a figment of their imagination. The howling winds outside mingled with the rain, battering the dilapidated mansion's walls, which seemed on the brink of collapse. The fact that this mansion had stood for a millennium in this forest was nothing short of miraculous, as if blessed by the forest deity itself. Exhausted, Xiaoji sank onto the old, uneven sofa. Its discomfort paled in comparison to the fatigue he felt after expending so much energy that night. Upon reflection, the headache he experienced while investigating the room was likely the Night Watch spirit's doing. It seemed to harbor some reluctance about revealing the truth to him. Shaking his head with a smile, he closed his eyes and began to rest. The following morning, just before the sun rose, Xiaoji awoke. Perhaps the weight of unresolved matters prevented him from resting well. In stark contrast, his companions were still deep in slumber. showing no signs of waking even after more than 10 hours. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, considering he still felt a bit dizzy. But never mind. He sighed, returning to the mansion's basement. Upon entering, he found that the Night Watch spirit was gone. Yet the gently swaying poke ball on the ground seemed to signify its choice. "Thank you," he whispered as he picked up the poke ball. The Night Watch spirit's poke ball glimmered with a red light, signaling that it was time for him to return a Pokémon to the research facility. After some contemplation, he retrieved his Pokédex, pressed a few buttons, and sent the Circle Bear's Pokeball back. Currently, the Circle Bear had too few opponents to face in his team. He would wait until the Forest Turtle mastered new abilities before summoning it back. "Come forth, Night Watch Spirit." Xiaoji released the Night Watch Spirit once more, observing its demeanor and knowing it had likely regained its resolve. Thus, the primary concern that weighed on his mind was, for the time being, resolved. All that remained was. Leading the Night Watch Spirit out of the basement, Xiaoji spotted Pikachu tightly clutching a bottle of tomato sauce, causing him to involuntarily twitch his lips. He then lifted Pikachu, pinching its cheeks to rouse it from slumber. "Pika! Enemy attack?" The dazed Pikachu emitted a peculiar sound, and upon seeing this, Xiaoji simply patted its head and pointed to the Night Watch Spirit. "Meet our new companion." Pikachu regarded the Night Watch Spirit with curiosity, bewildered by the sudden addition to their ranks and the drastic change in the mansion's ambience. Xiaoji refrained from elaborating further to Pikachu. Instead, he guided it to follow him as they made their way to the first floor. From Xiaogang's backpack, he retrieved several candles and placed them on the central table of the mansion, followed by the incense from his own pack. Though uncertain of its efficacy, he hoped that should anyone seek refuge from the rain or rest in the future, lighting the candles and the incense would allow them to witness terrifying visions, prompting them to return annually. The Night Watch Spirit nodded earnestly, its crimson eyes fixated on the ancient in that it housed it for a millennium. Determination radiating from its gaze. Chapter 99, Lakeside Training, a Host of Problems. After more than 10 hours of deep slumber, Xiao Guang and the others finally awoke. Xiaoji kindly recounted the events surrounding their slumber and introduced them to the Night Watch Spirit. Although several individuals were moved to tears after learning the entirety of the story, the mere recollection of the ethereal specter they had encountered before succumbing to unconsciousness compelled them to inwardly vow that they would never again spend a night in such a peculiar wilderness mansion, even if it meant enduring a downpour for an entire night. Subsequently, while Ash and his companions suggested that Yami accompany them, Yami firmly expressed her desire to first capture a grass-type Pokemon here and gradually nurture it into a gentlemanly moth. Thus, the two parties could only bid farewell in front of the mansion, though Yami's gaze upon the forest mansion seemed to harbor a special significance. 2 days later, after successfully traversing the 100 Generations forest, Ash and his friends fortuitously stumbled upon a Pokemon imitation competition being held in a nearby town. After all of them participated, Brock ultimately emerged victorious, earning a Pokemon egg designated for the champions. At this moment, Ash and his companions were quietly savoring their afternoon tea at a Pokemon center by the lakeside. More accurately, it was Dawn and Brock who were relishing the moment, while Ash was outside in an open area, training his Pokemon. "Turtwig, remain still. I understand this is a habitual response, but now that you have evolved, you must learn to adopt a more composed approach to assert control. Murkrow, splendid work. Continue to leverage your advantages. Your supple physique enables you to successfully execute aerial ace in various unexpected situations. And over there, Bagon, be gentle with Noctowl. It is still not accustomed to direct confrontations." On the training ground, Ash's 6 Pokemon were engaged in their daily exercises, pairing up in twos. Among the 6 Pokemon Ash currently commanded, 2 were deemed problematic. One was Turtwig, which still sought to evade attacks. Although it had matured considerably since its initial evolution, its instinctual reactions still dominated its movements when not directly commanded. However, at this rate, Turtwig should be able to improve within a week, shouldn't it? The more pressing concern was another Pokemon, Bagon, who tilted its head in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend Ash's instructions. During its skirmish with Noctowl, it had not exerted itself fully. Rather than battling, it appeared to be playing, casually unleashing Dragon Breath and Sparks whenever it spotted Noctowl, seemingly neglecting all other actions. Of course, this did not imply that the issue lay solely with Bagon. Bagon was simply too talented. The real problem resided with Noctowl. Ash could hardly believe that Noctowl, having spent a millennium in the Forest Mansion, was incapable of executing a proper Pokemon battle. In autonomous confrontations, it instinctively sought refuge in the shadows to ambush, while Bagon merely stood in place, using Sparks and Dragon-type moves to corner Noctowl into submission. It was not adept at direct combat. Rather, when faced with attacks from other Pokemon, its instinctual response was to evade, not retaliate. It was uncertain how much time would be required to correct this habit. Ash sighed, his shoulders slumping in resignation. Nonetheless, he thought, This was merely part of the process of cultivating Pokémon. As a trainer, it would be rather disappointing if he could not resolve such issues. Alright, we'll conclude today's session here. This evening, I will devise new training plans tailored to each of your current challenges. As Ash declared this, he began to recall each of the Pokémon on the field one by one. However, during this time, he remained oblivious to the two pairs of eyes that were fixated upon him, one belonging to a handsome young man with purple, curly hair positioned by the window of the Pokémon Center, and another emanating from the riverbank nearby. Hey Ash. Dawn's voice suddenly called out as Ash was in the process of recalling all his Pokémon. What's up? Ash inquired, glancing at Dawn's hurried figure. It seems that a recording of the previous league champion challenging the Psychic-type Elite Four member, Wusong, is about to air on television. I thought you might be eager to watch it. As she said this, Dawn couldn't help but let out a slight huff, her demeanor radiating pride as if she were awaiting Ash's praise. As for Ash, while he was indifferent about watching, having faced Wusong multiple times in his previous life and being well acquainted with his battle style, he felt it would be impolite to decline given Dawn's enthusiasm. At the Pokémon Center, in front of the large screen, a sizable crowd had gathered, all eyes glued to the battle unfolding on screen. It was a 3-on-3 confrontation, now nearing its conclusion. Kalinki, use Illusion Beam. Wusong commanded nonchalantly, adjusting his glasses. With a burst of light, the opposing Scyther collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. As the battle concluded, the spectators began to disperse. In this 3-on-3 bout, Wusong had triumphed solely with Kalinki, illustrating a substantial disparity in skill. Incredible. Clearly, the champion of the league faced the Elite Four without any chance to counter. Although Dawn's understanding of Pokémon battles was still developing, having experienced numerous battles, she couldn't help but exclaim her admiration upon witnessing Wusong's effortless victory. The disparity in battle styles is quite significant, Ash interjected, sharing his insight. The Scyther, possessing a type advantage, could have utilized moves like Swords Dance to enhance its capabilities. Instead, it opted to engage Kalinki directly, ultimately exposing multiple weaknesses and exhausting its stamina before attempting to bolster its strength. By that time, it was far too late. Ash continued. The first two Pokémon were similarly lackluster. They appeared to be mere substitutes, summoned temporarily to gain a type advantage. After Ash's analysis, both Dawn and Brock nodded in agreement, recognizing that anyone with a modicum of understanding of Pokémon battles would find Ash's observations astute. Meanwhile, applause and footsteps resonated from behind Ash and his companions. Not bad. An excellent analysis. Quite impressive. Are you also a trainer participating in this year's league? Upon hearing this voice, the group turned around, and the moment they laid eyes on the speaker, both Dawn and Brock fell into a stunned silence. They glanced between the television screen, showcasing Wusong's visage and the individual before them. Wusong, is it really you? Shoo, Wusong interjected, raising a finger to his lips as Dawn and Brock prepared to exclaim further. While it is delightful to be appreciated by fans, today is my day off. And if possible, I would prefer to enjoy my time in peace. The two exchanged glances, then fell silent, noticing that Dawn and Brock had ceased their inquiries. Their eyes revealing a hint of confusion, Wusong shifted his gaze to Ash and spoke. I have just observed your training by the window, and it is truly remarkable. Through mere combinations in training, I have identified several existing flaws in the Pokémon, which suggests that you are no novice trainer, am I correct? You must have participated in a few league competitions before. Is that so? Wusong stroked his chin thoughtfully and then smiled briefly, proposing, since you're not a newcomer, would you be interested in a one-on-one Pokémon battle? I find you quite intriguing and believe you possess the potential to win the championship. When the topic of battle arose, a flicker of excitement gleamed in Wusong's usually calm eyes. It was evident that someone capable of becoming one of the Elite Four was not an ordinary individual. Xiaoji had already grasped Wusong's character. Since he had taken the initiative to greet him, it was clear that he desired to engage in a Pokémon battle. With a challenge laid before him, there was no reason to refuse. Pikachu. A spark of combativeness flashed between Xiaoji and Pikachu's gazes. Challenged, huh? Quite an interesting proposition. Wusong nodded, silently admiring Xiaoji once more, and led him to the battle arena adjacent to the Pokémon Center. As both sides prepared, Wusong refrained from reiterating the rules, considering it was merely a straightforward one-on-one match, and Xiaoji was an experienced trainer. Over-explaining would only seem tedious. Let us commence. Bronze Bell. Wusong summoned not the Kirin, which had recently showcased its prowess on television, but the Bronze Bell. Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang, witnessing this, felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped to witness the Kirin's strength firsthand. Battling in a situation where one's cards are exposed is not my preferred method. Though it may seem lacking in grace for an Elite Four member, I hope for your understanding. Wusong closed the book he had been holding, his gaze never wavering from Pikachu. From the outset, it was predetermined which Pokémon Xiaoji would choose. The disparity between the other Pokémon he carried and this Pikachu was significant. This Pikachu was likely his starter Pokemon, and in facing Wusong, Xiaoji's choice was obvious. It's you, Pikachu. Pika. Wusong's focus did not escape Xiaoji's notice. However, he had no intention of surprising Wusong. After all, how could he achieve that? Sending out other Pokemon would merely serve as fodder for Wusong. If only the Circle Bear was still around. It would have provided an alternative option. You may choose whether to attack first or second. Seemingly aware of having a slight advantage, Wusong relinquished the choice of turn. Then let us use Quick Attack and circle around. Xiaoji, seizing the opportunity, took the initiative. However, instead of launching a direct assault, he opted to use Quick Attack to enhance Pikachu's speed. Psychic. Wusong adjusted his glasses, fully anticipating Xiaoji's command. Earlier, during his commentary, Xiaoji had mentioned that the previous league champion failed to utilize enhancement skills to bridge the gap. Thus it was certain that Xiaoji would make such a choice. This was inevitable. Maintain this state, Thunderbolt. If this were the first encounter relying on this strategy against Wusong's Bronze Bell, Xiaoji would likely suffer greatly. However, having already experienced Wusong's combat style, he was able to devise a solution in the shortest time possible. Pika. In an instant, the Pikachu, which had been circling around the Bronze Bell, suddenly changed its trajectory and charged straight into the Bronze Bell's body. Clang. Pika. The Bronze Bell staggered back 2 steps. Although it did not sustain significant damage, it could no longer maintain its psychic. While Pikachu successfully interrupted the Bronze Bell's move, the impact also left it slightly dazed. Upon witnessing this, Wusong furrowed his brow slightly, unable to fathom that Xiaoji's tactical shift occurred so swiftly. In that case, canon. Wusong placed his notebook into his jacket pocket, ready to get serious. Volt Tackle. Naturally, Xiaoji would not shy away from Wusong's direct challenge. However, he understood that while Pikachu's Volt Tackle could not overpower the cannon, it also wouldn't result in defeat. Boom. The dazzling silver and gold intertwined in midair, momentarily engulfing the arena in a brilliant glow, forcing Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang to shield their eyes with their hands. With such powerful techniques colliding, who would emerge victorious? This was the paramount question lingering in their minds. Yet, in the next moment, accompanied by the sound of clashing metal, their query would remain unanswered for Pika. Do. As the light faded, Xiao Guang and his companions were not met with the sight of either Pikachu or the Bronze Bell triumphing over the other, but rather the scene of both Pokemon engaged in close combat. Pikachu's tail shimmered with a metallic glow, while its body hovered above the Bronze Bell, seemingly executing a technique after the clash of Volt Tackle and Cannon. However, it appeared that Pikachu's ambush had failed, as the Bronze Bell had successfully raised its arms to shield its head from the impending strike. Chapter 101. The Illusion of Victory? The Interloper. Indeed, this child. Wusong observed Xiaoji intently, then shifted his gaze to the standoff between the Bronze Bell and Pikachu. Every move of his had been meticulously scrutinized by Xiaoji. From the initial psychic to the earlier ploy to have the Bronze Bell employ Trick Room, each attack and action had been flawlessly anticipated, and every maneuver of the Bronze Bell was thoroughly suppressed by Pikachu's speed. Regardless of what Wusong intended for the Bronze Bell to execute, it seemed destined to succumb to the fate of being unable to evade and therefore failing to activate its move. Of course, unless. I am quite curious. Wusong began. What would you do if I commanded the Bronze Bell to use Euroball? Euroball was one of the few moves that the Bronze Bell could execute instantaneously. If that were the case, even Pikachu would find it impossible to interrupt. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji comprehended Wusong's implication. Clearly, in the brief exchanges of battle, they had both revealed the scant remains of their hidden strategies. Then there's nothing to be done, Xiaoji shrugged. Each Pokemon has its own battle tendencies. Facing the Bronze Bell, Pikachu is not the optimal choice. If Euroball were to be employed, we would indeed face considerable difficulty. Is that so? Wusong chuckled. Xiaoji's words were half-truths. He could discern that. Euroball would indeed pose a challenge for Pikachu, as the rapidly spinning Bronze Bell could effectively deflect electric-type moves like Volt Tackle, and in a direct confrontation, neither Quick Attack nor Iron Tail could hope to compete with Euroball. After all, the Bronze Bell's sturdy physique and the weight that Pikachu could scarcely match were evident. Thus, the means to counter Euroball would be Electromagnetic Wave, to paralyze my Bronze Bell, preventing it from maintaining Euroball. Or perhaps your Pikachu would utilize High Voltage Shock, correct? If it were High Voltage Shock, it could indeed contend with Euroball. Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with disbelief and admiration. Xiao Guang is aware that Pikachu indeed possesses the skill of Thundershock. Xiao Gang knows that Pikachu can utilize Electromagnetic Wave, although Ash seldom commands Pikachu to use it due to its rather low accuracy. In practical combat scenarios, when the conditions allow for a reliable hit with Electromagnetic Wave, Thunder and Volt Tackle are undoubtedly the superior choices. On another note, this is entirely a battle of wits. How do they manage to conceive so many strategies during their duels? Xiao Guang inquired, her gaze vacant. Mr. Wusong, being a representative of the intellect-driven Elite Four, is somewhat understandable. However, how did Ash manage to grow to a level where he could rival Mr. Wusong in such a short span? Could it be due to romance? Xiao Wang pondered aloud. Her curiosity piqued. Before she could react to Xiao Zhang's peculiar speculation, Ash and Wusong had already devised their subsequent tactics in their minds and issued commands in unison. Euro Ball. Charge forward. After a brief probing, Wusong had developed a considerable interest in Ash, even beginning to think that perhaps Ash could indeed achieve a breakthrough against the Elite Four and the champion today. Moreover, Ash's command was something he had not anticipated. Charge forward? This suggested that the command was intended to remain concealed, leading him to issue Metal Sound. Just as Ash was slightly taken aback by Wusong's sudden change in strategy, the Bronzong ceased its spinning and floated, aligning its hollow underside towards Pikachu, unleashing a series of disorienting, thunderous sounds that enveloped everyone present. In the canon, just when Wusong aimed to conclude the battle, a voice suddenly resonated from the riverbank. And before they could react, a flurry of silver blades cascaded down between Pikachu and Bronzong, kicking up a cloud of dust. Is that a swimrat? I never expected a wild Pokémon to interrupt during a battle. Wusong mused thoughtfully. Considering that a Pokémon bold enough to intrude upon their intense combat must surely be a battle enthusiast. However, it was a pity for this match, which should have been his victory. No, Wusong's gaze began to waver as he noticed Pikachu's tail had inexplicably drooped to the ground. It couldn't possibly be a reaction to the swimrat. Otherwise, Pikachu's expression wouldn't appear so astonished. In other words, I concede defeat to you. Wusong shook his head with a hint of resignation, surprised that even his impromptu change in strategy had been anticipated. This year's league competition would certainly be intriguing, wouldn't it? What is your name? Wusong then inquired. Ash, from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. Ash understood Wusong's intent in asking for his name at that moment and responded with solemnity. Pallet Town, Ash, I shall remember that. After Wusong finished speaking, he recalled Bronzong and waved goodbye to Ash and the others before departing, but not without adding, that swimrat seems quite adept at battle. If you lack a suitable water-type Pokémon, I suggest you capture it. Is that it? Are you leaving? Xiao Wang and Xiao Jing murmured as they observed Wusong's retreating figure. It seems the Elite Four, despite their mysterious demeanor, are just exceptionally strong individuals with rather peculiar personalities. Alas, what a shame. At this moment, Ash couldn't help but sigh. He had been looking forward to competing against Wusong until the very end. After all, Pikachu had already responded to his gestures, poised to counter Bronzong's cannon. Little did he expect that their match would be interrupted at such a critical juncture, and by none other than, hey, Swimrat. The exuberant creature leaped before Ash, gesturing excitedly. It was an unmistakable act of provocation, reminiscent of its earlier antics. Ash had thought he might miss his chance to encounter the Swimrat, but now, as punishment for interrupting my battle with Mr. Wusong, I will defeat you and then capture you. Hey, the Swimrat, undeterred, charged towards Ash and Pikachu. Chapter 102, Capturing Swimrat. Ash's request. With a flash of lightning, Pika. Although just a moment ago Pikachu was engaged in a fierce battle against the elite-level Bronzong, this did not affect its current state in the slightest. Rather, the confrontation with Bronzong had invigorated it thoroughly. Bang! In the first strike, the Swimrat barely managed to withstand Pikachu's thunderbolt with its elbow and sheer strength, only staggering back a few steps without being knocked away. Hey! Upon experiencing Pikachu's power firsthand, the Swimrat's grin became even more feral as it concentrated all its strength into its right arm and then forcefully launched Pikachu into the air. In the next moment, it tilted its head slightly and aimed a water gun at Pikachu. Hold that position. Bolt tackle. Pikachu. In midair, a bolt of lightning streaked across. And facing the incoming water gun, Volt Tackle effortlessly shattered it. Though Pikachu lost its evasive capabilities by occupying a higher position, its attack power was undeniably enhanced. Hey! The Swimrat exclaimed in surprise, quickly abandoning its water gun and rolling to the side. While it may have appeared somewhat awkward, it indeed managed to evade Pikachu's Volt Tackle. Nonetheless, the Swimrat was not one to concede easily. As it rolled away to avoid, it simultaneously whipped its tail, unleashing a barrage of sound waves that surrounded Pikachu in midair. Iron Tail. Ash was all too familiar with the Swimrat's tendencies, and he had anticipated this sonic barrage. When Pikachu countered the sound waves with Iron Tail, a surge of water enveloped the Swimrat, propelling it towards Pikachu at an even faster speed than before. Ash held a rather high opinion of the Swimrat. Despite its initially poor temperament, its battle awareness and talent were commendable. However, in this encounter, its own perceived awareness was its downfall. As Ash observed the decreasing distance between the descending Pikachu and the Swimrat, he concluded that there was no way to evade and calmly commanded, Thundershock. The Swimrat had likely been watching from the sidelines, so it was only aware of the skills Pikachu had just demonstrated. Any skills beyond those, such as Thundershock, were unknown to it. Boom. Hey. Following a thunderous explosion, the swimrat's wail echoed through the air. The water gun was no match for Pikachu's thundershock, and upon colliding with Pikachu, the swimrat plummeted to the ground. Despite being gravely injured, the descending swimrat grit its teeth and summoned its last ounce of strength to unleash a water gun. But this feeble attempt failed to inflict any significant damage on Pikachu. Thus, Ash had no intention of having Pikachu evade, considering it merely a slight compensation for the swimrat. Hey, the swimrat landed, letting out another cry of anguish. Struggling to rise, it gazed at Pikachu, its fighting spirit even more pronounced than at the outset, now brimming with fervor. However, such fighting spirit could not sustain the Swimquill in its struggle any longer. In the next moment, it tilted its neck and closed its eyes. Ceasing all attempts to resist, Ash gazed at the fallen Swimquill, casually tossing a pokeball towards it. Despite its inherently strong-willed and combative nature, Swimquill offered no resistance upon being captured, which spoke volumes about the extent of the damage inflicted by Pikachu. I have captured Swimquill, Ash declared. Although he performed the customary gesture associated with capturing a Pokémon, both Ash and Pikachu sensed an unusual dissonance this time. It felt peculiar to have subdued Swimquill so effortlessly. It had appeared out of nowhere, engaged them in battle, and just as inexplicably, had been captured. Let us attribute all of this to the whims of fate. Afterward, upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Ash approached the video phone and dialed Professor Oak's number. I never expected you to have captured so many Pokémon recently, Ash. That Ursaring and Swimquill both seem quite feisty, Professor Oak remarked. Having just sent Swimquill back, Professor Oak had already released it for observation. By the way, Professor, what did you do to Swimquill? It looks quite battered, Ash couldn't help but comment, noticing the professor's face adorned with what appeared to be hastily applied bandages. I didn't do anything. The moment it emerged, it began attacking indiscriminately, as if venting some pent-up emotion. Rather than questioning my actions, you ought to reflect on what you did to it, Professor Oak replied with a serious demeanor, realizing that he had prematurely judged Swimquill. Ash pondered how such a strong reaction could stem from a mere defeat. Did it not consider the possibility of failure prior to the battle? Perhaps it was simply overconfident. He then inquired, and what of Ursaring? Is it all right? Oh, it's doing quite well, although it seems excessively frightened of Snorlax, circling around it each day. They shouldn't have any prior grievances, should they? Ash and Pikachu exchanged glances. Indeed, this is quite an unexpected turn of events. Ash sighed silently to himself, choosing not to dwell on the matter further, and instead shifting to a more pressing topic. Speaking of which, Professor Oak, I called to ask for a favor. What? If it's too troublesome, I can't agree to it. My research is quite demanding at the moment. It's nothing major, just a message I need you to relay. Ash, unwilling to expose the professor's reluctance, continued. Could you please ask Lizardin to assist in training Ursaring and Swimquill during this time? Oh, your request is rather unexpected, Ash. After all, Ash had typically allowed Pokémon he left in Professor Oak's backyard to rest, so this would be the first time he requested training for them. Was he truly aiming for the championship? Professor Oak reflected on Ash's growth and nodded in agreement to his request. Chapter 103, City Lockdown? A major incident in Bidai City. Bidai City, a place where the ancient and modern coexist. Some even claim it to be a city where time and space converge. Nestled beside the grandest primordial forest in the Sinnoh region, Bidai City seems to resonate with the essence of the forest, enveloping the entire city in a tranquil atmosphere that soothes the soul. However, today, something seemed amiss within Bidai City. What on earth is happening? Why is the city on lockdown? We are right at the entrance, Xiao Wang lamented, gazing at the police barricade that completely sealed off the entrance. The city's gates loomed before her, flanked by various clothing stores and restaurants, yet entry was forbidden. Was there anything more tormenting than this? But since the city is locked down, there's nothing we can do but camp nearby. Xiaojang expressed his own sense of helplessness. Although they couldn't enter Bidai City, he was relieved that his supplies were still adequate for a couple of days. However, if the lockdown persisted beyond that, what would they do? Excuse me, could you please tell us what is happening inside? Ash approached, his curiosity piqued, as Xiao Guang and Xiaojing began to accept their predicament. Classified information, no comment. The officer replied curtly. Why are these officers so uncommunicative? If it were Ms. Jun Xia, she would have answered any question I posed, Ash remarked. Of course they want to tell you. A city lockdown must be due to something significant, right? Are you foolish? Xiao Wang retorted, one hand on her hip, while the other gestured dismissively. Despite her eagerness to enter the city, she was well aware of the futility of the situation. Even if Ash managed to extract some information, what good would it do? Could an ordinary Pokémon trainer possibly resolve matters that the police could not? It was a rather unrealistic notion. Thus, Ash and his companions resigned themselves to finding a patch of open ground, erecting a tent, and lighting a campfire to prepare their lunch, hoping they would not be questioned by the police later that evening. Meanwhile, on the other side, sneaky and stealthy. Three figures cautiously navigated through the forest, each step taken with care to avoid detection. However, as they peered out from the underbrush, they were met with the sight of police officers standing idly, not moving an inch. Upon witnessing this scene, the trio prudently crouched down and ventured deeper into the forest. After confirming they were a good distance from the entrance of Baidai City, they finally removed their disguises, revealing their true identities. I can't believe it escalated to this extent. We almost didn't make it out, Musashi said, wiping the sweat from his brow, still shaken. Exactly, Kojiru chimed in. It was just a gem, after all. Although it is rather large, did it really warrant such a commotion? He and T anticipated that their financial woes could lead to such chaos. In previous thefts, they had managed to acquire numerous valuable items, though most were eventually reclaimed. But they had never experienced a lockdown of this magnitude within half an hour. However, the police's actions did provide them with some insight. Hey, do you think this thing is genuinely that valuable? Musashi questioned. I think so too. Otherwise, the police wouldn't be making such a fuss. When the Kanto police surrounded Team Rocket, there was never this kind of uproar. It's almost as if this item is deemed more important than Team Rocket itself. Kojiru nodded in agreement, sharing Musashi's sentiment. Meow? If that's the case, then we really got shortchanged on our fee. Nyarth exclaimed. A collective sense of being duped washed over them. In the end, the commission fee they received would only suffice for the construction of a few large robots, and they could not afford to make the setup excessively lavish. However, if this object known as the Diamond Pearl truly held enough value to warrant the lockdown of Baidai City, then the price they were offered was evidently inequitable. I suggested that perhaps we should simply flee with this item and seek out other buyers. Given its substantial worth, there should naturally be many interested parties. Although it may slightly contravene professional ethics, Musashi was far more inclined to seek greater remuneration than to be deceived into becoming cheap labor. Speaking of which, I too share this sentiment, meow. Sonance. Manin. It was no longer just Girondin. Even Monaini had emerged from the Pokeball to join the ranks. Now, within this trio, as long as Musashi made the call, this matter could essentially be settled. However, just as Musashi was about to raise his hand to make a decisive choice, a sudden flurry of urgent beeping from the communicator interrupted him. Upon opening the screen, he discovered that the caller was none other than the individual who had previously commissioned them to steal the Diamond Pearl. No way. Had they been discovered already? With a sense of trepidation, Musashi cautiously answered the call. You all have emerged, haven't you? Since you are out, what are you lingering for? Hurry to the designated location for the delivery. As soon as the call connected, an impatient voice that seemed to issue a command came through. Musashi, who was known for his fiery temperament, was about to retort when Kojiro swiftly intervened and took over the communicator. I understand. But isn't there a slight discrepancy between the value of this pearl and the price you offered? Kojiro had intended to subtly hint for a raise in the remuneration. But it seemed as if the other party had anticipated this, responding with a disdainful huff. Do you truly believe that anyone besides us would dare to pay this price for the Diamond Pearl? Without the requisite capability, the Diamond Pearl is nothing but a piece of junk. We won't casually raise the price that was previously agreed upon. Now that you have it, bring it over quickly. Don't waste our time. No, beep. Just as Kojiro was about to continue, the other party hung up. The trio exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Yet they had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, they had gone 2 days without food, and if they did not procure some money soon, mere survival would become a challenge. They truly lacked the time and energy to seek out another buyer. Chapter 104. Witnessing the transaction scene, carrying a sense of helplessness and dissatisfaction, the Team Rocket trio proceeded to the predetermined location to make the delivery. Arriving at a clearing in the woods after a trek of about 10 minutes, where their client had already been waiting for them. You're late. The speaker was a man with short hair resembling horns, his expression impassive, betraying no emotional fluctuation. The grayish-white uniform he wore was emblazoned with an ornate gemblem. My apologies. The police in Baidai City acted too swiftly, so we had no choice but to dig a tunnel to escape. It was unavoidable. Kojiro stood in front of the visibly angered Musashi, rubbing his hands together in a conciliatory manner. Although he, as a member of Team Rocket, was reluctant to bow to another nefarious organization from a different region, circumstances dictated that he had no choice. Had Team Rocket possessed a base in the Sinnoh region, they would never have considered handing over this mysterious pearl to the other party. Noticing the lack of response from the man, Kojiro pressed on. About the remuneration. The blue-haired man signaled to his subordinates, who promptly stepped forward with a briefcase, opening it to reveal stacks of the largest denomination of cash. Gulp. Though this was the price previously negotiated, the sight of such a sum, after 2 days of hunger, instinctively caused the trio to swallow hard, already envisioning themselves devouring a feast at the finest restaurant. Just as Kojiro was about to accept the briefcase, the other party seemed to anticipate this and took a step back, the blue-haired man coldly stating, the goods. The three exchanged glances, then, resigned, nodded in agreement. Ultimately, it was Meowth who stepped forward and handed over a spherical bag containing the wrapped item. The blue-haired man briefly inspected the contents of the bag, confirming that everything was in order before signaling again, and his subordinate handed over the briefcase to the Team Rocket trio. The transaction concluded, but remember to keep this a secret, otherwise. Just as he was about to issue a warning to the trio, an unexpected voice suddenly emerged from the nearby woods. Speaking of which, we've been walking for so long without seeing an open space. If we can't find it soon, we'll have to turn back. Pikachu. Upon hearing this voice, the blue-haired man instinctively furrowed his brow, while the Team Rocket trio exchanged surprised glances. This voice belongs to that kid. No way, Meow. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Ash and Pikachu finally pushed through the last of the underbrush, emerging before them. Team Rocket? And, upon parting the foliage, Ash initially felt fortunate to see the clearing. But his spirits plummeted the moment he laid eyes on the Team Rocket trio and the members of Team Galactic standing opposite them. He had been wondering where the Team Rocket trio had disappeared to for so long, only to discover they were working for Team Galactic. This meant that the contents of their bag must be Tisk. Such bad luck. The transaction scene had been exposed. The previously placid expression of the blue-haired man finally revealed a hint of disturbance. However, he still did not regard Ash with much importance, merely waving his hand impatiently towards his subordinates. Quickly deal with him, and let's return. Clearly, the blue-haired man held little interest in the seemingly youthful trainer before him. Dismissing him entirely, the members behind him unleashed their Pokémon and commanded them to attack Ash. While the blue-haired man turned to see the mocking gazes of the Team Rocket trio and could not help but ask, "What does your expression mean?" He furrowed his brow, feeling as though these three were looking down upon him. Well, how should I put it? Take care of yourself. The transaction is over. We shall take our leave, Meow. Sonance. After uttering this seemingly nonsensical remark, the Team Rocket trio turned and fled without looking back, leaving him in a state of confusion. However, his puzzlement did not last long, as he soon discovered the answer. Ugh! A cacophony of screams and the crackling of electricity erupted from behind him. Clearly, none of his subordinates possessed electric-type Pokémon, leaving the answer glaringly obvious. He slowly turned around, discovering that all three of his subordinates had collapsed to the ground, unconscious, their Skuntank and Zubat covered in scorch marks. Was it all his doing? At that moment, he finally regarded Ash with seriousness. To make that trio flee in disarray and to incapacitate his subordinates in mere seconds. TSK. He clicked his tongue, preparing to retreat, but the next second, Pikachu blocked his path. If you wish to leave, at least leave the goods behind. Ash stated calmly. Although I am unsure of your strength, you had best pray that it matches the toughness of your words. Likewise. Ash smiled, unperturbed, seemingly not considering him a threat at all. Damn kid. It remains uncertain whether Ash's mocking demeanor is intentional or unintentional, yet his current mood is far from the indifference he previously exhibited. Were it not for the ongoing mission, she would undoubtedly insist on teaching this little brat a lesson. Is he contemplating a battle with me, or is he considering a retreat? The moment Ash opened his mouth, an unsettling sensation washed over him. However, in the next instant, he suddenly became aware of the source of his discomfort. The bag in his hand felt astonishingly light. In a state of panic, he hastily opened the bag, only to find it completely devoid of any trace of the coveted diamond pearl. Are you searching for it? Ash nodded, and then a Night Watch spirit appeared beside his head, cradling the very diamond pearl that had mysteriously vanished from the bag. His eyes widened in disbelief. Despite his attention being partially fixed on the diamond pearl, there was no way a ghost-type Pokémon, or even a psychic-type Pokémon, could have stealthily taken it without his notice. Who on earth is this individual? A trickle of sweat began to form on his back, and in the next moment, as the Night Watch spirit vanished, he could no longer maintain his facade of composure. He dropped the smoke bomb to the ground and fled in a state of panic. Chapter 105. A strange encounter at the police station. At the police station, Ash and his companions found themselves at a loss for words in the presence of Miss Junsha. Finally unable to contain herself, Miss Junsha slammed her hands on the table and demanded, "Speak. What is your purpose in stealing the diamond pearl?" The group exchanged glances. In the eyes of Koharu and Brock, only confusion flickered, while Ash's expression bore a hint of resignation. It had barely been 3 minutes since he had snatched the diamond pearl from Team Galactic, yet the tardy police had discovered him and, adhering to their principle of arriving only after a situation was resolved, apprehended him upon seeing the stolen diamond pearl in his possession. Consequently, Koharu and Brock, who had come to find Ash, were also mistaken for accomplices and taken along. But I wasn't the one who stole the diamond pearl. I merely witnessed someone trading it while training in the wild and intervened to reclaim it. Where's the evidence? Ash retorted, setting aside everything else. Do I really look like a thief at my age and with my appearance? Moreover, the item in question is of such significance. Is Miss Junsha's competence in Baidu City truly in need of improvement? Left with no choice, Ash prepared to present his Pokédex as proof. At that moment, two figures suddenly entered the interrogation room. I heard the thief who stole the diamond pearl has been caught. We came specially for this, huh? A child? The first to step in was a lively woman with orange short hair, clad in a green cloak. Upon seeing her, Ash immediately recognized her as the gym leader of Baida City, Kazan. Her words trailed off when she noticed Ash and Koharu, instinctively halting upon realizing the apparent age of the so-called criminals. Hey, did you catch the wrong people? If that one is the thief, I might understand. But the other two look like novice trainers, don't they? Bang. Ignoring Brock, who had become utterly disheartened beside him, Ash pulled out his Pokédex and declared, I told you it wasn't me. I'm an officially recognized Pokemon trainer. The ones trading the Diamond Pearl were Team Rocket and an organization called Team Galactic. Team Rocket? Upon hearing this name, Miss Junsha, who had been hiding behind Kazan, stepped forward. An expression of surprise quickly crossed her face upon seeing Ash and his companions. It's you all? I never expected to encounter you here. Are you some kind of prominent figures? Well, allow me to introduce. This is Miss Junsha from Tongpanshu. Before Ash could ask a question, Brock promptly introduced her. I can't believe you recognized her. Koharu looked at Brock with a hint of inexplicable respect, as she knew she could never identify Miss Junsha or anyone from the Joy family. This is all a result of love. Miss Junsha, if possible. I'd like to. I'm sorry, now is not the time for such discussions. Before Brock could finish, Miss Junsha interrupted him, turning her serious gaze to Ash. Ash, you mentioned Team Galactic and Team Rocket, correct? What else do you know? Could you please recount everything you can as detailed as possible? After approximately half an hour of note-taking, Ash and his companions were finally released. However, the reason for their bewildering detention stemmed from Miss Junsha's overly rigid approach. Afterward, she sincerely apologized for the misunderstanding. As for the contents of the notes, although Miss Junsha from Tongpanshu requested Ash to divulge everything he knew about Team Galactic in as much detail as possible, Ash, fully aware of the inner workings, felt compelled to withhold certain information for the sake of plausibility. After all, he spent every day with Koharu and Brock. How could he possibly find the time to learn so much about Team Galactic? If he were to divulge too much and raise suspicion, it would create trouble. Although he couldn't disclose most details, Ash did reveal that Team Galactic's objective was to capture the Sinnoh legendary Pokemon. Following the conclusion of the notes, both Miss Junsha and Kazan appeared rather unsettled. I never expected matters to escalate to this extent. We initially thought it was just a few petty thieves coveting the value of the Diamond Pearl, but now it seems this issue must be reported to the League. What a hassle. Kazan followed Ash and the others out of the police station, feeling the sunlight brushing against her face. Although she wished to relax, reality did not permit such indulgence. With the confirmation of Team Galactic's existence, the entire Sinnoh region might soon face upheaval, and as a gym leader, she could not afford to be complacent. Can humans truly control legendary Pokemon? Koharu mused, recalling the conversation between Miss Junsha and Kazan in the police station. Her tone laced with incredulity. Legendary Pokemon have always been beyond the reach of ordinary humans, both in history and in fairy tales. Haven't they? Well, I cannot say for certain. Kazan scratched her head, offering an apologetic smile. After all, I have rarely encountered legendary Pokemon myself, and I do not know what their true capabilities are. However, humans can indeed harness the powers of ancient artifacts or certain nature-given constructs with special abilities to control legendary Pokemon, and our responsibility is to prevent such occurrences. That sounds exhausting. Perhaps due to having experienced numerous similar incidents in the past, Brock understood just how arduous it could be for the League and gym leaders when faced with troublesome adversaries. Yet, the most concerning aspect was the uncertainty surrounding whether the Sinnoh League was aware of Team Galactic's existence or the extent of their operations. After all, it wasn't as if Cynthia could simply appear here as she did in Hoenn. The silence fell upon the group momentarily, and when they parted ways, Kazan agreed to Ash's challenge for the gym battle the following day. Chapter 106, Baida Gym, Ash vs. Kazan. The next day, inside Baida Gym. I'm so sorry. I accidentally overslept and ended up taking too long to get here. Kazan clasped her hands together, bowing her head in apology to Ash. After all, it has already been an hour past the agreed-upon time of 8 o'clock, during which Ash and his companions have merely stood idly at the entrance of the gym. Had it not been for Miss Junsha noticing them and engaging in conversation about the current plans of the League, they would likely have succumbed to boredom and collapsed onto the ground by now. Miss Kaizuna, isn't your home just nearby? Wouldn't it take long to arrive? Actually, I sleep in the 100 Generations forest every night. Resting amidst the trees is quite comfortable. Very well then. It appears that the peculiar traits of various gym leaders are somewhat reflected in Kaizuna as well. Nevertheless, it suffices that we can proceed with the gym challenge. The rules of the match dictate a 3-on-3 format, where whichever side's Pokemon loses all its combat capabilities is deemed the loser. During the challenge, only the challenger has the right to switch Pokemon. Is that clear? The referee, who had arrived late alongside Kaizuna, adjusted his state and took his position, briefly outlining the rules of the match before turning his gaze to Ash. No problem. Upon hearing this, Ash promptly produced a Pokeball, a scene that elicited a smile from Kaizuna. Have you already decided who to use without even seeing the Pokemon I will send out? While I admire such resolve, you may find yourself regretting underestimating me. At this point, Kaizuna's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, starkly contrasting with the gentle, casual manner she exhibited during her earlier conversation with Ash and the others. Of course, I have confidence in both myself and my companions. Ash responded with poise, while Pikachu, clad in a cheerleader outfit alongside Koharu, appeared rather nonchalant. Although it was clear to Pikachu that Ash wouldn't be sending it into battle today, it never anticipated that it would end up in the stands. This suggests that Ash is entirely confident that he won't be pushed to a desperate situation today. While this might seem like a positive development, standing in the stands was undoubtedly rather dull for Pikachu. Despite Pikachu's slightly subdued mood, it did not affect the fighting spirit of Kaizuna and Ash on the battlefield. Now, for my first Pokemon, I entrust you, Cherry Blossom. It shall be you, Turtwig. The first round, Turtwig versus Cherry Blossom. Oh. Upon seeing Turtwig, Kaizuna's spirits lifted once more, and with hands on her hips, she remarked to Ash, "You dare to challenge me, the Grass-type gym leader, with a Grass-type Pokemon? How delightful. This challenge is quite to my liking. After all, it presents a splendid opportunity for Turtwig." A splendid opportunity? Kaizuna was uncertain about what Ash meant by opportunity, but once the referee announced the start of the match, she ceased her contemplation. The rules of the 100 Generations Gym do not grant trainers the right to attack first. While she typically embodies a spirit of humility against ordinary challengers, facing Ash with Turtwig, stirred within her a profound thirst for victory. The skylight of the gym remained open, and today the sun shone bright. Charge forward. Kaizuna's first command, seemingly perplexing and somewhat reminiscent of Ash's battle style, caught Koharu's attention. However, before she could fully comprehend Kaizuna's intentions, Cherry Blossom swiftly reached Turtwig's rear in a matter of mere breaths. So fast. Witnessing Cherry Blossom's speed, Koharu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This speed surpassed that of Ash's Turtwig when it was still a Budew. This Cherry Blossom must possess the ability Chlorophyll, which doubles its speed in sunny weather. What? If that's the case, wouldn't Turtwig be completely overwhelmed? Ash. Initially, Koharu felt a twinge of concern for Ash's situation. After all, Turtwig had only recently evolved. Although it was striving to adapt to its current battling style, could it really keep pace with the intensity of a gym battle? Fortunately, the next moment, Ash dispelled Koharu's doubts through action. Cover the rear, Leaf Tornado. Huh. Turtwig's expression sharpened as the two bushes on its back began to sway gently. An array of leaves surged forth, overwhelming Cherry Blossom with no room for evasion. This density of Leaf Tornado was something it could never have executed as a Budew. The speed sacrificed now returned to Turtwig in the form of skills, power, and execution. Observing the calm and collected synergy between Ash and Turtwig, Kaizuna revealed a smile of approval. However, too inexperienced. Solar Beam. As the Grass-type gym leader and a master of Grass-type Pokemon, Kaizuna was well acquainted with Turtwig's evolved battle style. She had already foreseen this moment while commanding Cherry Blossom to circle behind. Furthermore, this Solar Beam under sunny conditions was a tactic she had meticulously devised. The leaves of Cherry Blossom shimmered in the sunlight, and just as Leaf Tornado was about to impact, a brilliant flash enveloped the arena, cleaving the battlefield in two with the force of the Solar Beam. Kaizuna stood with arms crossed, slightly bowing her head, a smug smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Koharu, Brock, and the others wore grave expressions. The might of this Solar Beam would surely take a toll on Turtwig, even given its resistance to Grass-type moves. Silence pervaded until the light dissipated, and when they regained clarity of the battlefield, Kaizuna's expression starkly contrasted with that of Koharu and the others. Turtwig stood unscathed, like an unyielding boulder, emanating a warm glow reminiscent of sunlight. In the meantime, Cherry Blossom, which had successfully countered Leaf Tornado, found itself ensnared by a spiraling mass of thorny vines, completely immobilized. Chapter 107. A single move to turn the tide. This is photosynthesis coupled with Mega Drain, completely nullifying the power of Solar Beam. Brock, with his greater battle experience, immediately comprehended what Turtwig had accomplished upon witnessing the scene. However, multitasking, Kaizuna, arms crossed, nodded and remarked, "Indeed, for Turtwig and its impending evolution into Torterra, mastering multitasking is of utmost importance. Being able to release two skills simultaneously transforms speed into an advantage." The advantage Kaizuna referred to was undoubtedly in terms of catching the opponent off guard. After all, even a skilled user of Grass-type Pokemon like her had not anticipated that Turtwig could execute multitasking. Now, it seemed that the trouble lay with her. Magical Leaf. After expressing her admiration briefly, Kaizuna launched a counterattack. Cherry Blossom, bound by the vines of Mega Drain, sprang into motion, unleashing a torrent of blue-tinged leaves that sliced through the constricting vines, while the remaining leaves surged toward Turtwig. Leaf Tornado. With Turtwig's limited skills, Ash could only resort to Leaf Tornado in response. However, compared to Magical Leaf, Leaf Tornado had an undeniable disadvantage: the Pokémon's control over it. Evade Leaf Tornado and slip past. Accompanied by the issuance of various commands, the Magical Leaf, which was originally destined to collide with the razor-sharp leaves, unexpectedly altered its trajectory in the blink of an eye. Although some leaves still collided, they fell helplessly to the ground. Meanwhile, under the influence of chlorophyll, Sakura Treasure maintained a remarkably high speed, and the recent setbacks seemed to have spurred it to exert even greater effort, resulting in multiple afterimages of Sakura Treasure appearing on the battlefield. Boom. The magical leaf that evaded the onslaught of the razor leaves landed forcefully on the Shelter's shell, causing waves of pain to elicit a squint from the creature's eyes. What should I do? At this moment, Ash couldn't help but question himself. Although he had indeed been caught off guard in the first round, how would he respond moving forward? If it were just a matter of speed, Shelter could still rely on its strength to suppress its opponent. However, facing a Pokémon with chlorophyll under the blazing sun, a thought seemed to flicker in Ash's mind. No response. Despite having reacted swiftly to his commands before, why was there now no movement? Was it that Shelter was at a loss for how to cope with Sakura Treasure's speed, or was there a strategy at play? The doubt within the grass-type Pokémon flickered only momentarily. After all, even she, an adept user of grass-type Pokémon, couldn't conceive of a way for Shelter to achieve victory. Its skills had already been laid bare: Solar Beam, Razor Leaf, and Draining Kiss. If it possessed any hidden skills capable of turning the tide, it would not have been able to endure in silence, leading the grass-type Pokémon to conclude that Ash and Shelter were cornered. In that case, continue utilizing Magical Leaf. Persistently employ mid-range skills to gradually whittle down Shelter's stamina. Solar Beam. Under the relentless pressure from the grass-type, Ash appeared to have truly run out of options, resorting to allowing Shelter to endure the blows while relying solely on Solar Beam for healing. Why doesn't Ash switch out Shelter? Continuing this way seems futile, doesn't it? Upon witnessing this, Dawn couldn't help but inquire. I don't know. Even the seasoned Brock felt at a loss. Yet, in such a situation, it was best to trust Ash. His creativity and unpredictability always caught opponents off guard. In battles against Ash, if one easily concluded he had no way out, it would undoubtedly lead to significant repercussions. Yes, including his own experience in the Pewter Gym. While Dawn and the others contemplated this, Ash remained oblivious to their thoughts, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield, his fingers moving in a predetermined sequence as per their training, with Shelter's gaze occasionally intersecting with Ash's gestures. They were both waiting for an opportunity. Still no reaction? Seeing that Ash and Shelter had no intention of resisting even in such dire circumstances, the grass-type Pokémon felt a twinge of disappointment. While it was true that Shelter struggled against an opponent with such rapid mobility due to its limited skills, was simply enduring the onslaught sufficient? Forget it. Let us end it here. With that thought, the grass-type Pokémon issued its final command. Full power. Solar Flare. In the battle. Chin. Upon hearing this, Sakura Treasure immediately ceased using Magical Leaf and began to gather sunlight anew. On the other side, a smile involuntarily crept onto Ash's lips, as Shelter, without needing his command, raised its front leg and brought it down heavily onto the ground. Was this a new skill? Yet it would prove futile. The grass-type Pokémon thought to itself. There was still a considerable distance between Sakura Treasure and Shelter. Regardless of what skill Shelter intended to employ, Sakura Treasure could successfully unleash the Solar Flare. Shelter's defeat was all but assured. Though the grass-type Pokémon thought so, Shelter's next move shattered her expectations entirely. Up. Huh. In the instant Shelter's foot landed, countless thorn-covered vines erupted from the edges of the battlefield, their target not being Sakura Treasure, but rather ascending towards the heavens, ultimately forming an impenetrable wall of thorns. At that moment, the grass-type Pokémon seemed to realize something, instinctively glancing towards Sakura Treasure's position. It was then apparent that Sakura Treasure was no longer bathed in sunlight. The solar flare, nearly fully gathered, was delayed by the obstruction of sunlight caused by Draining Kiss. With this singular maneuver, the instantaneous solar flare and chlorophyll were sealed off, leaving Sakura Treasure trapped within the domain created by Draining Kiss. Thus, control as many vines as possible. Draining Kiss. A majority of the vines, under Shelter's command, descended upon the battlefield like living tentacles, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. A thunderous crash reverberated throughout the entire gym. Chapter 108. Shelter vs. Grass-type Turtwig. Sakura Treasure has lost its fighting ability. After a prolonged moment of shock, the referee finally regained their senses and announced the outcome of the first round. However, her delayed reaction was not to be blamed. The swift turn of events was indeed startling, with the previous moment showcasing Sakura Treasure's absolute advantage, only for the result to flip 180 degrees with the emergence of the vines from below. Even the most seasoned observers would have never anticipated such an outcome. Return. Sakura Treasure, you've worked hard. The grass-type Pokemon sighed with a wry smile as it recalled Sakura Treasure, then turned to Ash and remarked, truly astonishing. Was the intention to place Shellder in a passive state merely to set up for that draining kiss? Throughout the battle, she had wondered why Shellder's solar beam seemed to weaken. Initially, she thought it was nearing its limit, only to discover it was all part of a scheme to prepare for a significant attack. There was no other option to neutralize the speed advantage. Ash merely shrugged in response, feeling no joy. After all, aside from this method to counter the advantages of Sakura Treasure under the bright sun, he couldn't conceive of another path to victory. Yet, from the outcome, it was still somewhat satisfactory. Truly remarkable. The grass-type Pokemon fell silent, silently retrieving her next Pokeball and tossing it out. Time for the next battle. Turtwig. Whether motivated by the fact that her opponent was Turtwig's evolutionary form or by Ash and Shellder's impressive display, the grass-type Pokemon chose to send Turtwig into battle. It was an irrational decision, yet for her, it felt romantic. Nah, as Turtwig emerged, its eyes filled with fighting spirit upon witnessing the chaos strewn across the ground, it let out a battle cry towards Shellder, as if declaring war. Tackle. In the second round, the grass-type Pokemon still failed to exhibit the courtesy expected of a gym leader, opting to strike first against Ash. However, Tackle? Upon hearing this command, Dawn and the others were filled with confusion. Among the multitude of skills, Tackle seemed the most mundane, a relatively weak move, perhaps slightly stronger than Water Gun. Was it appropriate to use such a skill against an evolved form? Yet before Dawn and the others could finish their mental critiques, Turtwig's form suddenly vanished from sight. So fast again. Dawn's perception began to falter. The Sakura Treasure, endowed with chlorophyll, boasts such remarkable speed, yet astonishingly, the Chikorita under the guidance of Kai Zhong surpasses Ash's own Chikorita in swiftness. How utterly preposterous. However, even more outrageous events are yet to unfold. Leaf Blade. Dodge. As the Chikorita charges forward, the Torterra shakes the foliage on its back once more, attempting to obstruct the advance of the Chikorita with a dense barrage of leaf blades. Yet, the intricate web formed by the leaf blades fails to achieve its intended purpose. The Chikorita deftly navigates through the blades, evading near certain hits by mere fractions of an inch. Bang! After a lengthy sprint, the Chikorita's body collides forcefully with the Torterra. Despite its relatively diminutive size, the impact of this strike is formidable, possessing a destructive power that rivals Pikachu's Thunderbolt. What a predicament! The incessant arrival of speedsters complicates the battle's outcome. Yet surely it aids in the growth of the Torterra itself. Continue with Leaf Blade. Thus, unleash Leaf Storm. At that moment, as Ash momentarily dazed, the Torterra's Leaf Blade was utterly shattered by the Leaf Storm unleashed by the Chikorita. The residual force of the storm unreservedly battered the Torterra, sapping its remaining stamina. It is no wonder Kai Zhong permitted the Chikorita to approach the Torterra so directly, given its ability to wield Leaf Storm. Bite. Sidestep the front. Let's counter with Bite. The commands from Ash and Kai Zhong swiftly reached the ears of the Torterra and Chikorita. Faced with the Chikorita mere inches away, the Torterra, braving the remnants of the Leaf Storm, aimed to seize the Chikorita with its jaws. However, the Chikorita, ever vigilant of the Torterra's movements, vanished from sight the moment it approached, reappearing behind the Torterra to deliver a fierce bite to its hind leg. The Torterra let out a pained roar, its body losing balance and collapsing to the ground. Collision. In this state, Kai Zhong hesitated. Had the Torterra not utilized the Leaf Storm, she would have unhesitatingly commanded the Chikorita to use it again. But after one use, the Chikorita's mid-range capabilities were significantly diminished, and she feared that if the battle did not conclude swiftly, the Torterra might recover through photosynthesis. Just as the Chikorita charged towards the Torterra once more, Kai Zhong noticed a peculiar tremor beneath her feet, which was evidently not a natural consequence of the earlier impact, but rather, watch your step. Although the Chikorita would have noticed even without Kai Zhong's warning, it could not evade in time as the ground suddenly gave way, ensnaring it in several vines that lifted it into the air. TSK charged down with a collision. As the Chikorita was on the verge of being ensnared by the vines, Kai Zhong's options dwindled to one. Pursue. Ash's voice grew excited. The crux of this duel hinged on which side would act swifter. The Chikorita plunged down along the vines, with the roots trailing closely behind, intent on capturing it. But ultimately, the Chikorita's speed prevailed. Bang! The Chikorita collided solidly with the Torterra's head, causing its body to tremble violently. Just as Kai Zhong believed victory was assured, Ash commanded, endure with sheer willpower. Seize it with Absorb. The Torterra's eyes widened in response to Ash's urgent command. With immense pain, it resisted, guiding the descending vines to once again strike at the Chikorita, finally restraining it. However, Kai Zhong and the Chikorita were not resigned to defeat. As the Chikorita became bound by the vines and the absorb began to take effect, Kai Zhong's commands swiftly followed. Thus, continue with Leaf Storm. Chapter 109, Evolution, Double Attack. Boom. The Torterra's absorb successfully connected with the Chikorita, draining its vitality. Simultaneously, the Chikorita's Leaf Storm struck the Torterra at close range, resulting in an explosion that reverberated from the Torterra's position, steadily diminishing its stamina. In terms of endurance, having endured the previous round of battle and already sustaining injuries in this round, the Torterra clearly lacked the resources for such a contest. Therefore, while utilizing photosynthesis, it propelled the Chikorita towards itself, directly engaging with Bite. Withstanding the force of the Leaf Storm, the Torterra's body began to radiate a glow, while the vines constraining the Chikorita began to draw it closer. Who will fall first? The Torterra, relentlessly assaulted by the Leaf Storm, or the Chikorita, soon to be delivered to its opponent by Absorb? Now, at the opportune moment, the Torterra finally shifted its body forward, and under the tense gaze of the Chikorita, it opened its mouth. With a flash of dark energy, the Torterra clamped down fiercely on the Chikorita. The Leaf Storm ceased its assault. Under the final strikes of Bite and Absorb, the Chikorita collapsed onto the ground, unable to continue fighting. Chikorita fainted. Bang! Before the referee's words could fully resonate, the Torterra too fell to the ground, equally incapacitated. They both fell in battle. Xiao Guang, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. In her memory, this seemed to be Ash's first defeat in Pokémon battles, a moment that could well be etched into the annals of her life. Kai Zhong inhaled deeply, recalling her Chikorita. Although she had considered the possibility of her Chikorita falling in battle, she never anticipated it would occur in such a manner. In truth, from an evaluative perspective, it would be entirely reasonable to award Ash the badge at this juncture, yet Kai Zhong yearned for one final attempt. The last battle is yours, Roserade. It is decided. Ambipom. Ash recalled the Torterra, dispatching his preordained choice as well. Okay. Ambipom leaped excitedly onto the field, expressing its enthusiasm. Shadow Clone. This time, Ash seized the initiative. Ambipom simultaneously created 6 shadow clones, surrounding Roserade in a tight formation. Flash. Swift Star. As Roserade's rose-like arms emitted a dazzling flash, Ambipom and its clones unleashed swift stars in unison. Though the brilliance of the flash momentarily obscured Roserade's position from Ambipom's view, this posed no obstacle for the swift stars, which adeptly navigated the blinding light, successfully striking Roserade. Rose. Following this, a series of explosive sounds erupted as Roserade let out a pained cry. Concentrated Assault. TSK. 1 o'clock, Grass Knot. Kai Zhong had not anticipated that even her most confident Pokémon, Roserade, would encounter such a predicament at the outset. However, this was not due to her inexperience or any other issue. Ash's reaction speed was simply astonishing. If she could not keep pace with Ash's commands within a second, she would forever find herself at a disadvantage. Roserade squinted as she knelt on the ground, waving her arm in the direction indicated by the seedling. Suddenly, several grass knots appeared on the previously neat lawn, tripping the long-tailed monster's clone, which then dissipated into wisps of light smoke. Meanwhile, the true form of the long-tailed monster nimbly avoided the obvious grass knots on the ground, its radiant tail striking directly against Roserade's abdomen. Hold on. Maintain that weather ball. At this moment, the seedling had also entered a state of heightened excitement. Faced with the flying Roserade, she instinctively made a command reminiscent of Ash Rose. However, Roserade did not disappoint the seedling's expectations. As she was propelled through the air, she raised her arms, unleashing a fiery weather ball that exploded upon impact with the long-tailed monster. Although the long-tailed monster winced in pain, it did not retreat. Perhaps it was due to the insufficient power of the weather ball used by Roserade in this state. Don't let it escape. Noticing that the long-tailed monster did not back down, Ash felt a slight sense of relief, since the long-tailed monster was still advancing. He could not afford to give Roserade any opportunity to breathe. As the long-tailed monster charged again, the seedling, though anxious, had no other options left and could only command Roserade to make a final stand. Leaf Tornado. The only skill that required no precise aim was the Leaf Tornado, which, importantly, would not lose power due to Roserade's altered stance. It's time to test our determination. Use Focus Punch. Accompanied by the long-tailed monster's roar. Its tail, glowing with white light, swung amidst the Leaf Tornado, knocking down leaf after leaf, which then landed unreservedly upon Roserade. In that instant, Ash noticed that the long-tailed monster's tail seemed to have swung twice as it descended. Bang! The long-tailed monster landed, while Roserade fell to the ground. Having lost her ability to battle, Roserade is unable to continue. The victor is Ash. Upon hearing the referee's verdict, Ash couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. The intensity of this 3-round match had surpassed his expectations. Both the still unfamiliar Turtwig and the long-tailed monster, who was striving to grow stronger, displayed performances beyond their usual capabilities. More importantly, the seedling sighed as she recalled Rose Rado, and her gaze toward Ash now held a considerable amount of admiration. Just as she reached into her pocket to retrieve the badge, intending to approach Ash and present it to him, the long-tailed monster continued to leap, exuding an unusual excitement as it began to shimmer with the light of evolution. Double attack. Although Ash had been training the long-tailed monster to master this skill, it had never successfully grasped it until today's gym battle. This is truly remarkable, Ash thought, unable to conceal the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 110. Conversations on the cruise ship, the mining of the White Jade Pearl. I'm sorry, boss, my operation failed. In an unknown base in the Sinnoh region, the blue-haired man who had traded with Team Rocket knelt before another man, bowing his head in apology. It doesn't matter. The man opposite him spoke in a cold tone, as if the outcome held no significance for him. After all, another piece of the puzzle had yet to appear, and the captured individuals were merely low-level operatives, hardly worth mentioning. The real concern was the formidable trainer you mentioned. Compared to those superfluous apologies, he was far more interested in the powerful trainer his subordinate had spoken of. Currently, the plan was still in the brewing stage, and he was reluctant to see any more unforeseen events transpire. Although the Sinnoh League had yet to take any investigative action against his organization, the international police had already taken notice of them. The composition of the international police was quite complex, with many members not to be underestimated, whether in terms of personal abilities, disguise, or the strength of their Pokémon. He even heard that the two largest organizations in the Hoenn region, Team Magma and Team Aqua, had fallen to the hands of the international police led by Looker. Just the possibility of Looker potentially participating in this operation made him wary of the mysteriously appearing trainer. I haven't seen his photo on any renowned trainer lists. The blue-haired man maintained a respectful demeanor as he spoke. However, to say the least, the Pikachu by his side is certainly not as simple or agile as the ones I have encountered before, and its strength is not inferior to that of a Raichu. Is that so? A Pikachu, you say? The man recalled, but indeed, he could not remember any particularly noteworthy trainers who used Pikachu, and thus dismissed the thought. In any case, the organization's actions will be temporarily halted. I need to step out for a while. Understood. The blue-haired woman did not inquire further, as her task was merely to fulfill her mission and assist the organization in achieving its goals. The next day, on a lake east of Baidu City, a cruise ship was gliding slowly across the water. I see. I understand. You're hungry, aren't you? On the deck of the cruise ship, Brock held the newly hatched Happiny, interacting with it enthusiastically. Gazing at the adorable and well-behaved Happiny, the girl sitting across from Ash, Koharu, wore a look of envy. Ash had hatched a Bagon from his egg, Brock had a Happiny, and she had nothing at all. Oh, when will I ever have a Pokemon egg? Koharu lamented, slumping onto the table, expressing her envy. Of course, while it might seem like she was speaking to herself, her words were clearly directed at Ash. She wasn't adamant about needing a Pokemon egg, but she hoped Ash would offer her some encouragement at this moment. Just a simple reassurance like, don't worry, there will always be opportunities in the future, would suffice. However, obtaining a Pokemon egg through ordinary means is rather unrealistic. Typically, Pokemon eggs are sold through specific channels, while wild Pokemon eggs belong to wild Pokemon, so it's best to give up hope. Perhaps one day, if she participated in a competition and achieved victory, she might receive one. That is not what I mean. Koharu suddenly slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming in frustration. In response, Ash's head was filled with question marks. So, Koharu, do you want a Pokemon egg or not? Sigh, never mind. Koharu weakly raised her hand and shook it. Feeling that it was too difficult for Ash to understand her meaning, she regretted having strange expectations of him. Observing Koharu's expression, which seemed to convey unsaid words, Ash found it somewhat peculiar, yet it appeared that she indeed desired a Pokemon egg. Though lacking a single Pokemon would not render a trainer incapable, who wouldn't he wish to have a Pokemon they could care for, witnessing it hatch right before their eyes? Even though Koharu had ceased to mention the matter, Ash silently committed it to memory. By the way, after a brief silence, as the drink in his cup neared its end, Koharu looked at Ash once more and said, Recently, I have been enveloped in a sense of tranquility, as though nothing of significance is occurring. Several days have elapsed since their departure from Baidu City, and remarkably, their journey has been devoid of even the slightest mishap or upheaval. Each day has been consumed by travel, meals, and rigorous training. The only notable event was the hatching of Xiao Gang's Pokemon egg. Aside from that, no other incidents have transpired. For Xiao Guang, this seemingly mundane state of affairs feels rather peculiar. After all, having traveled alongside Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang for quite some time, she is not accustomed to days devoid of unexpected occurrences. Such a stretch of normalcy is indeed an anomaly. Is it not better to experience peace? Xiaoji cast a somewhat perplexed glance at Xiaoguang, who, in this world, perceives tranquility as the most unusual phenomenon. Yet, given their past experiences, it does seem to be the case. However, I suspect that this harmonious period will not endure for long. And who is truly strange here? It must be you. Xiaoji, Xiaoguang declared, pointing at him. Surely, you possess some unique constitution. Otherwise, how could an ordinary individual encounter so many bizarre events while traveling? Is it my fault? Xiaoji retorted. I am a victim as well. Moreover, there is an aspect he refrained from voicing. The reason he believes such serene times will not last is twofold. First, based on his previous experiences. Second, experts have calculated that the white jade orb is highly likely to be discovered in the ruins of the Divine in town, and the current team is striving to excavate it. A television mounted on the wall was broadcasting the progress of the white jade orb's excavation, and when it is unearthed, it will likely signal the commencement of the Galaxy team's operations, Xiaoji mused. Chapter 111, Natural Park, Familiar Figures. After a morning's passage, the cruise ship finally traversed the river connecting the two regions, arriving at the opposite side. Just as the vessel was about to dock, Xiaoji suddenly recalled that he had not organized his backpack over the past few days. The emergence of the Galaxy team and the evolution of the long-tailed monster during the gym battle had consumed his time and energy. Upon rummaging through his bag once more, he discovered two new items, a length of twine and a small pouch of starry sand. While they appeared of little use, these items confirmed that the contents of his backpack were indeed remnants of his previous journey. The cruise ship docked, revealing not a city but a vast park. However, bolstered by its reputation as the largest natural park in the Sinnoh region, it attracted numerous vendors. Within the park, a variety of shops abounded, along with an array of accommodations, both grand and humble. So, Xiaoguang, are you planning to train now? Xiaoji inquired. Yes, Xiaoguang responded excitedly, nodding her head. The Yuan city is about to host the Yuan conference. I have heard that this year's event is particularly special, so I wish to seize this opportunity to train diligently and strive for victory at the conference. Right, Pachima? Pachima puffed out its chest in response to Xiaoguang's anticipation. But is it really wise to train so early? If it were a regular conference, it might not be an issue. But since the officials have indicated that this year's format will be somewhat unique, it might be prudent to await specific announcements before proceeding with training, Xiaoji advised, drawing from his past experiences. Although, if it were him, he would undoubtedly commence training without hesitation, as waiting is often the most arduous part, no matter the circumstances. Moreover, having just earned her first ribbon badge, it is only natural for Xiaoguang to be brimming with enthusiasm. She cannot help but feel this way at such a moment. No worries, no worries. The experience gained from training won't fade away. Let us do it this way. You all go for a stroll, and then come find me at the Battle Plaza. With that, Xiaoguang dashed off with Pachima towards the Battle Plaza, where many others had gathered. Observing her retreating figure, Xiaoji exchanged a knowing glance with Pikachu, both chuckling softly. Indeed, Xiaoguang's choice likely mirrors what many trainers would opt for. However, with Xiaoguang gone, Xiaoji pondered, where is Xiaogang? Just as he thought of exploring the vicinity with Xiaogang, he turned around only to find that Xiaogang had vanished. Pikachu? Pikachu scratched its head, looking confused and shaking its head. Clearly, Xiaogang's disappearance was so swift that even Pikachu could not detect it. And such speed was generally characteristic of Pikachu. As if Pikachu had made a discovery, Xiaoji turned to follow its gaze. Not far away at a stand, Xiaogang was upside down, twitching uncontrollably, while the disgruntled Frogadier let out a huff and, in the next moment, dragged Xiaogang's pants towards the bushes. Xiaoji and Pikachu exchanged looks. It seemed they would have to explore on their own. Meanwhile, in a corner of the natural park, at an ice cream stand, the Rocket Trio was watching their customer with a sense of helplessness. Have you made your selection? Jessie's inquiry was grandly ignored. Not out of intention, but because the customer was utterly absorbed in the world of ice cream choices, making it hard to hear anything around her. Hey, what should we do? She has been standing in front of our stand for 40 minutes. At this rate, it will stretch to an hour. Jessie whispered to James and Meowth, who had already asked the customer what she wanted at least 10 times during those 40 minutes. Yet she still had not made a decision. Anyone who can focus so intently on such trivial matters must not be an ordinary person, Meowth remarked seriously. Who cares? We didn't manage to secure a good spot anyway. At this corner location, hardly anyone passes by throughout the day, so it's all the same. Jessie took a more relaxed view, acknowledging that regardless of whether this indecisive customer was present, they had no business. Since the situation was already dire, it seemed better to simply accept it. Being overly serious would only lead to frustration. Yet, despite having received a substantial sum of money, why must we resort to running a stall? There's no helping it. We are burdened by so much debt that, after repaying our external debts and our dues to the boss, we are left with very little. To ensure our future meals, We have no choice but to do this. Their prolonged inactivity regarding capturing Pikachu was indeed driven by the necessity of survival. The pangs of hunger felt far worse than the shame of failure in capturing Pikachu. Thus, the trio reluctantly set aside their original plans and became mere workers among workers. Simultaneously, in another corner of the park, Xiaoji and Pikachu strolled along the street, each holding a bag of snacks and a cup of drink, savoring their treats. It was surprising that the quality of the street food here exceeded expectations, rivaling even some renowned eateries. Pikachu nodded in agreement, clearly enjoying the fare, while the deliciousness of the food was a delight. They had indulged a bit too much along the way, and now both Xiaoji and Pikachu felt a slight fullness in their bellies. Sigh, had I known, I would have restrained myself. Usually, Xiao Guang helped share the load, but I lost track of the quantities today while on my own. Pikachu, of course. Pikachu nodded in understanding and remarked thoughtfully, just as Ash was at a loss for what to do and had resolved to return to find Dawn. He suddenly noticed a familiar figure near an ice cream stand not far away. Chapter 112, A Conversation with Cynthia. Cynthia's gaze flitted back and forth across the various windows of the ice cream stand. As she had come here merely to ascertain the inscriptions concerning Dialga and Palkia that stood in the heart of the nature park. To her surprise, she stumbled upon an ice cream cart that had never been there before. Being fond of desserts, she found it hard to resist such temptation and began contemplating her preferred flavor combinations. After all, the selection of flavors is crucial. A peculiar pairing might rob her of the sheer joy that comes from indulging in sweets. How perplexing. Cynthia crossed her arms, resting her right hand against her cheek. And even during the champion challenge, she had never displayed such a conflicted expression. Who would have thought she would exhibit such a demeanor while choosing an ice cream flavor? The members of Team Rocket hung their heads low, appearing quite weary, when suddenly a voice pulled both Cynthia and the trio from their reveries. Good day, Miss Cynthia. I never expected to encounter you here. Upon hearing the voice, Team Rocket's members immediately lifted their heads, only to see Ash and Pikachu by his side. To conceal their identities, the trio hastily lowered their caps, their eyes averted from the front, yet their ears perked up, eager to eavesdrop on the conversation. Who are you? Cynthia turned to scrutinize Ash, then blinked, pondering for a moment before breaking into a smile. Let me guess, your name is Ash, am I correct? Pika? Now it was Ash and Pikachu's turn to be perplexed, for it was indeed their first encounter with Cynthia. How could she possibly know his name? It was Wudong who mentioned you to me. Noticing Ash's bewildered expression, Cynthia decided not to tease him further, simply stating, Wudong told me he met a highly qualified trainer during his break and mentioned your name. Ah, now it made sense. Ash realized with clarity. So, that smile Wudong had worn before leaving held such significance. He had introduced Ash to Cynthia. Ash was about to continue the conversation when Cynthia turned away, still gazing at the selection of ice cream flavors. I'm sorry, please wait a moment. I'll be right with you. Ash, Pikachu, and Team Rocket. Wait a moment. Ash was well aware that Cynthia's moment would likely stretch to over 10 minutes if luck were on his side, but if not, should I perhaps opt for the signature flavor? It seems reasonable for a first-time tasting. Cynthia considered Ash's suggestion and nodded, responding, yes, yes. Do make sure to choose our signature combination. Upon noticing Ash's gaze, James and Jessie also reacted affirmatively, agreeing with her. At last, under the casual suggestions of Team Rocket, the dilemma that had troubled the trio for so long was resolved as Cynthia ended up with a mint, strawberry, and chocolate trio ice cream in her hand. Phew. James collapsed onto the chair behind him, exclaiming, finally, we've seen off this troublesome customer. Since it had been James handling Cynthia, he naturally felt relieved once she was gone. By the way, that is not the point. Did you hear what the kid called her? Cynthia, right? Jessie recalled. Oh yes. James seemed to suddenly remember something, expressing astonishment. Isn't that the name of the Sinnoh champion? I hadn't noticed before. After a brief silence, James clapped his hands, his eyes wide with excitement as he proposed. Then our stand could display the words champion recommended. After all, she seemed quite pleased when she left. And the champion herself appears gentle. She surely wouldn't hold it against us, right? James was quite satisfied with his business acumen. But Jessie and Meowth were no longer in the mood to continue their stall. Hey, shall we go check it out? I'm a bit curious. James had intended to say more, as this was indeed a rare opportunity to earn money, but before he could speak, Jessie and Meowth dragged him away, leaving the little cart abandoned. On the other side, Ash walked alongside Cynthia, observing that she had finished her ice cream. He offered her some of the snacks he had purchased, and although Cynthia initially did not react, she soon expressed her gratitude while accepting them. I apologize. I haven't had much to eat today due to traveling all day. You've been a great help. It's no trouble. Pikachu and I are already full, right? Pika. Pikachu nodded with a smile, relieved that it no longer had to carry so many items for Ash. However, on a different note, Cynthia shifted the conversation, looking at Ash. Recently, it's not just Wudong who has mentioned you to me. Ms. Nazuna has also spoken of you. Ms. Nazuna? Ash responded, initially assuming she, like Wudong, had discussed his battles, but to his surprise. Yes, she said you were a significant contributor to retrieving the diamond orb after it was stolen by Team Galactic. So it was about Team Galactic, Ash thought, letting out a silent sigh. No, it was merely good fortune. I happened upon the scene of Team Galactic's transaction while training in the forest, so I intervened. Ash humbly replied, yet Cynthia did not respond to this, continuing to elaborate. No, it wasn't just luck. According to information from Interpol, it seems there was a high-ranking member of Team Galactic among those who went to Veilstone City, correct? Chapter 113. Shinji versus Cynthia? His method. Having arrived at the site of the Sinnoh deities in the heart of the nature park alongside Cynthia, she stepped forward to examine the inscriptions, while Ash quietly lingered behind, ignoring the discussions of those around him and reflecting on their earlier conversation. Although he would prefer that ordinary trainers not be entangled in this matter, given the intelligence received, Team Galactic's scope appeared considerable. However, since you possess the strength to instill fear in their executives, consider this a personal request from me. Should you encounter any further operations by Team Galactic, please contact me. After their brief dialogue, Cynthia provided her private email, presumably knowing Ash had a Pokegear, as it was no secret that Pokegears had the capability to send and receive emails. What truly surprised Ash was Cynthia's proactive request for his assistance. In his impression, Cynthia had always been formidable, both in battle and mental fortitude. No, it wasn't just Cynthia. It appears that champions from all regions exhibit a similar tendency. Whenever faced with a situation they can resolve independently, even if it demands considerable effort, they prefer to confront it alone. Has the Galactic's audacious act of seizing the Diamond Pearl already put pressure on the Sinnoh officials? Naturally. Even if Cynthia had not sought his assistance, Ash would have chosen to engage. All he required was an opportunity for the blazing sun to reveal itself. Ash, privy to the inside information, was merely in search of a chance, and now that Cynthia had bestowed that opportunity upon him, the remaining task had become relatively straightforward. As Ash pondered these thoughts, he suddenly felt a gust of wind accompanied by hurried footsteps racing past him. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Shinji striding purposefully towards Cynthia. Shinji? Pikachu? Upon hearing Ash's call, Shinji instinctively turned his head, but after exchanging a mere glance with Ash, he continued his advance toward Cynthia. Miss Cynthia, greetings. Hearing Shinji's voice, Cynthia, who had been engrossed in the inscription, turned her head. Yet, before she could respond, Shinji continued unabashedly. I am Shinji from Veilstone City. Apologies for the forwardness, but I would like to challenge you to a 6-on-6 Pokemon battle. Shinji's declaration ignited fervent discussions among the audience, even causing the trio from Team Rocket, hidden in the bushes, to exchange bewildered glances. How could someone dare to challenge the champion to a 6-on-6 battle? A private duel? Surprisingly, it seemed Cynthia had no intentions of declining. It has been quite some time since I received such an invitation for a private battle. Of course, I accept. Is this for real? Miss Cynthia actually agreed. Cynthia's response undoubtedly took everyone by surprise. Amidst the murmurs of excitement, both Cynthia and Shinji prepared their Pokemon for the impending battle. Hey Ash, you're here too? At this moment, Ash was merely a spectator. And upon hearing that the champion had arrived, Dawn squeezed through the crowd to join him. Yeah, Shinji is about to engage in a 6-on-6 battle with Miss Cynthia. Is that true? He can't possibly win, can he? Dawn habitually accepted the snack Ash offered and began to watch alongside him, while Brock, having just recovered, had barely managed to stand before encountering Cynthia again, only to be knocked down once more by a poison jab from his troublesome Frogadier, and was now lying in the background. In less than 2 minutes, Shinji had already lost 2 Pokemon. Both his Infernape and Mismagius fell victim to Cynthia's Garchomp in a single, decisive blow, leaving no room for retaliation. There's no way he can win, Dawn murmured, observing the scene. The disparity in strength was simply too great. Not only was victory unattainable, but Shinji lacked even the capability to mount a counterattack. Watching as Shinji sent out his third Pokemon, a Honchkrow, Dawn began to feel a twinge of pity for him. Of course, Ash shrugged, because winning was never Shinji's intention. What? Dawn was taken aback by Ash's assertion, and at that moment, Brock, who had somehow returned to normal, appeared beside them, agreeing, indeed. Shinji's approach does not seem aimed at victory. Rather, it appears he has some other objective in mind. But if he doesn't wish to win, why challenge her? He merely seeks to overcome Garchomp. Turning his gaze back to the battle, a hint of compassion flickered in Ash's eyes. He felt sympathy for the Pokemon Shinji had treated as expendable, as well as for Shinji's choice itself. Finally, as Cynthia commanded Garchomp to unleash its Draco Meteor, a smile unconsciously crept onto Shinji's lips. Following the swift defeat of Honchkrow, he sent out his ace, Torterra. Leaf Storm. Shinji seized the opportunity created by Garchomp's brief moment of vulnerability after its Draco Meteor, instructing Torterra to counterattack rapidly. The swirling vines of Leaf Storm ensnared Garchomp. enveloped in a green light, prompting the dragon to emit low, distressed growls. Yet, that was not the end. Immediately following Leaf Storm came Torterra's most formidable move, Frenzy Plant. With Shinji's command, an onslaught of thorns, far thicker than those of Leaf Storm, erupted from the ground, targeting Garchomp's position. Boom. Countless thorns struck Garchomp, causing the very ground to tremble. Just as everyone anticipated Torterra's success, the smoke cleared to reveal Garchomp, raising its fins to deflect the oncoming thorns. Behind those fins glimmered Garchomp's menacing gaze. Not even Shinji had foreseen this outcome. However, once Torterra's Frenzy Plant was thwarted, the battle's conclusion became inevitable. Match over. The calm voice of Cynthia echoed across the now silent arena. The moment Torterra collapsed, the match had reached its end. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shinji collected his Pokémon in silence and turned to leave without a backward glance. Your methods remain rather ruthless. Is it truly acceptable to treat your previous Pokémon in such a manner? This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. As he passed by Ash, Shinji replied curtly, as long as I can achieve victory and fulfill my goals, nothing else matters. Shinji upheld his stance, unwilling to yield. As the audience began to disperse following the conclusion of Cynthia and Shinji's battle, Cynthia approached Garchomp as the crowd thinned. Regarding Shinji, she acknowledged his strength and ambition but doubted his capacity for long-term success. After the first round of battle, she recalled Shinji's words to Infernape. Although it was his Pokémon, outsiders should not overly concern themselves. Nevertheless, to prevent Shinji from straying down a misguided path, Cynthia felt compelled to offer a few words. While striving to grow stronger is commendable, relentlessly pursuing power can lead one astray. It is not a bad idea to take a moment to appreciate the companions by your side. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Though Shinji had never shown any favor to Ash and his friends and would not heed their advice, he could only respond obediently to Cynthia. Very well. Cynthia noted the expression on Shinji's face, understanding that a single statement from her would not alter his long-held beliefs. She gazed thoughtfully at Ash before casually inquiring. By the way, since the opportunity has arisen, Ash, would you like to have a battle with me? I am quite eager to witness the prowess of the trainer recommended by Wudo. Huh, Wudo? When Cynthia made this statement, the reactions of Dawn, Brock, and Shinji were starkly different. The former two were astonished that Cynthia had voluntarily proposed a battle with Ash, while the latter was simply surprised that Ash had caught Wudong's attention. Unfazed by the reactions around him, Ash smiled at Cynthia's inquiry and replied, Then I shall trouble you. Well then, let us not delay any further, but I do have a request. As Sharona prepared to turn back towards the battlefield, Ash's utterance caused her to halt in her tracks once more. A minute later, the crowd, which had begun to disperse, gathered again around the clash between Ash and Sharona. In Xiao Guang's mind, only a plethora of oversized question marks resided. What exactly was Ash planning? Why did he need to select a specific opponent for what was merely a battle? Uncertainty loomed. The two gazed at the arena where Sharona had summoned her Jengar. While Ash held a Pokeball, their expressions a canvas of confusion. Unlike Shinji, who imposed restrictions on the number of Pokemon used, Ash had chosen to battle specifically against Sharona's Jengar. Although the Pokemon possessed by the champion was no secret, why was Ash so insistent on facing Jengar? This perplexity was not confined to Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang. Sharona and Shinji shared the same bewilderment, yet their attention fixated on the Pokeball in Ash's grasp. For they understood that it concealed the ultimate answer. Was it a trump card? Just as Shinji pondered this, Ash finally revealed his choice of Pokemon. It has been decided. Nightshade. Huh. Pikachu. Even though Ash had made his selection, none could comprehend the reasoning behind it. Not Xiao Guang, Xiao Gang, Pikachu, nor even Shinji and the countless spectators. However, upon seeing the somewhat timid Nightshade, Sharona couldn't help but smile, as if she grasped Ash's intentions. A one-on-one battle will suffice, will it not? Indeed. Thank you. Sharona understood Ash's meaning, while Ash seemed to anticipate this moment. Their dialogue contained no explicit information, yet everything was silently conveyed. I understand, Jengar. Remember to give it your all. Miga. As Sharona's words faded, Jengar's expression began to contort, and tendrils of dark mist began to swirl in the surrounding air, sending a shiver down one's spine despite the summer heat. Clearly, Nightshade, directly under Jengar's gaze, started to panic. Although it had scarcely battled throughout its millennium of existence, it could still discern the formidable nature of its opponent. Stay calm. Show it your strength. Strength? My strength? Where would I find such power? Nightshade looked anxiously at Ash, seemingly imploring him to remain composed and not provoke the opponent. Yet Ash paid no heed to its concerns, issuing the first command with a mere wave of his hand. Maintain your distance. Use Will-O-Wisp. Though it lacked courage in the face of Jengar, Ash's command had been given, and it could not simply stand idly by. Summoning its bravery, Nightshade unleashed several ethereal blue flames from various angles towards Jengar. The speed was unremarkable, but the trajectory was difficult to predict. Against an ordinary trainer, it might have served to confuse, yet before Sharona, it was futile. Silver Wind. Mega. Jengar's head, resembling a plume of smoke, began to whirl rapidly, dispersing the ghostly flames in a heartbeat. The emerald gust of wind surged directly towards the somewhat dazed Nightshade. Dodge underground. At Ash's command, Nightshade sighed in relief, transforming into a wisp of vapor and vanishing from its original position, while the Silver Wind, now devoid of a target, simply whirled into emptiness. Oh, Sharona uttered in surprise. Is this Nightshade's evasion speed somewhat remarkable? Moreover, given its capability to achieve this, yet displaying such fear in the face of Silver Wind. It seemed the situation was not as straightforward as she had initially perceived. At that moment, Sharona finally comprehended Ash's deeper intentions and discerned the essence of Nightshade. Chapter 115, Realization? Henceforth, summon forth your courage and conviction. It could not be deemed cowardice. Rather, it was an inability to adapt to Pokémon battles and an evident lack of proficiency in direct confrontations. Yet, potential lay within, waiting to be awakened by its trainer. In merely one round of engagement, Sharona had already perceived the true nature of Nightshade. Initially, when she locked eyes with Ash, it was clear he sought her assistance in training Nightshade, requiring a certain intensity, perhaps hoping Nightshade could glean something from the battle. However, at first, Sharona was unclear about Ash's ultimate goal, but now, it seemed she understood. In Pokémon battles, those reliant solely on their trainer's commands cannot progress far. Merely engaging in head-on clashes or resorting to sneak attacks is fraught with limitations. Nightshade was not a cumbersome, sluggish Pokémon. Post-evolution, it balanced long-range strikes with close-quarters combat. Yet if it continued to emulate its current fighting style, it would squander its advantages as a ghost-type Pokémon, leaving only its swiftness as a defining trait. This was what Ash truly desired her assistance for. Quite impressive. With her newfound understanding, Sharona did not hesitate to commend Ash. No wonder Wusong holds you in such high regard. In that case, unleash Dark Shadow. Mega. A black, star-shaped shadow blossomed beneath Jengar, spreading outward. Nightshade, hidden beneath the ground, realized it could no longer evade. Yet Ash's command had yet to arrive. Du. Nightshade tightly closed its eyes, then, as if making a significant decision, swiftly ascended into the air. Dark Shadow detected Nightshade's movement, and shadows erupted from the ground like blades, surging upward towards the sky. Strange light. Du. Receiving Ash's command, it felt a sense of relief. In midair, Nightshade, aided by sunlight, radiated a brilliant glow. The interplay of sunlight and strange light transformed the arena into a surreal spectacle, flickering between light and dark, black and white. Although Jengar, the intended target of the strange light, closed its eyes the moment the brilliance erupted, avoiding confusion. The dark shadow that had been pursuing Nightshade lost its target due to Jengar's closed eyes, descending to strike the ground instead. To think that Nightshade could withstand 2 rounds of Miss Sharona's onslaught, murmured a spectator. What remarkable command skills. What is his name? Has he participated in the league championship? Surely there are records. The audience, initially drawn merely for entertainment, found themselves enraptured by Ash's commanding prowess. Those present were well versed in Pokémon battles, and they could clearly see that this Nightshade was far from a combat expert. Yet, how could such a seemingly weak Pokémon last 2 rounds in the hands of a champion? The murmurs surrounding the battle did not disturb the combatants. As Sharona witnessed her command thwarted once more, she remained calm, increasingly convinced of Ash's latent potential, eager to discover what further surprises he would unveil. Evil Pulse. Shadow Sneak. The tempo of the battle shifted, departing from the initial rapid exchanges as the pace of commands quickened. Jengar swiveled its head, unleashing Evil Pulse in an attempt to ensnare the airborne Nightshade. As the moment Xiao Ji's voice fell, the Night Watch spirit reacted instantaneously, faster than the trajectory of the Dark Pulse. A shadow, transmitted by the Night Watch spirit, illuminated behind the ghost bonsai, just as the Dark Pulse was about to strike. The Night Watch spirit swiftly relocated to the position of the shadow, successfully evading the attack. Submerging down, the ghostly flames spread wide. Although the Night Watch spirit's shadowy ambush successfully exchanged positions, it failed to land an attack on the ghost bonsai, which had already vanished from its original spot, transforming into a shadow that drifted across the battlefield. Hearing Xiao Ji's commands, the Night Watch spirit, without a hint of doubt, immediately ignited dozens of ghostly flames that blanketed every corner of the arena, ready to surge forth the moment the ghost bonsai reappeared. However, the mental force of the Silver Cyclone lacked the capacity for large-scale control. Xiao Ji was aware of this, which is why he instructed the Night Watch spirit to cover the battlefield with ghostly flames. Yet being able to withstand the Silver Cyclone did not imply it could resist the mental force. Despite not being a psychic-type Pokémon, the Ghost Bonsai, a mainstay of the champion, shimmered with a pink glow, causing the ghostly flames across the arena to flicker and, within moments, vanish completely. The Night Watch spirit was taken aback, realizing that its confident strike had been so easily countered. It cast a pleading glance toward Xiaoji, who merely met its gaze without issuing further commands. The dark pulse loomed. Though Xiaoji remained silent, Cynthia's instructions had already been given. Faced with another sweeping dark pulse surging from below, the Night Watch spirit paused for a moment before attempting to utilize the strange light to evade as it had at the beginning. But, boom! The dark pulse swept through the Night Watch spirit without restraint. It was only when the Night Watch spirit descended from the air that it comprehended. Indeed, it had already discerned its location, and the dark pulse was approaching horizontally. Even if it briefly lost sight, it mattered not. Regrettably, it realized this a moment too late. Had it opted for a shadowy ambush to execute a small-scale maneuver, it might have evaded. The consciousness of the Night Watch spirit gradually faded, and it felt as if it were being cradled, hearing a voice nearby say, "Remember today's battle, in Pokémon battles. Relying solely on a trainer's commands will not lead you far. You must possess your own insights. However, achieving this against a champion's primary Pokémon is already commendable. Do not forget the feelings of today. The opponents you encounter henceforth will likely not surpass this ghost bonsai. Summon your courage." The Night Watch spirit closed its eyes, etching these words deeply into its heart and mind before drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 116, The Clash of Different Perspectives. With the battle concluded, Cynthia continued to remain in place, engrossed in the inscriptions within the ruins, while Xiaoji, Xiaoguang, and Xiaogang proceeded to the Pokémon Center. As the Night Watch spirit had indeed endured a full-force dark pulse and required proper treatment. As for Shinji, although he initially intended to leave directly after the battle, he glanced at Cynthia, then at Xiaoji, ultimately saying nothing, merely walking ahead of them to the Pokémon Center. "How surprising. I expected you would leave immediately. Yet here you are, ensuring the injured Pokémon receives treatment," Xiaoji remarked. Since the only injured Pokémon on his side was the Night Watch spirit, while Shinji had 4. They were assigned to the same treatment room. After administering some basic care, Nurse Joy resumed her duties. "I have no obligation to report to you, nor should you speculate on my intentions." In response to Xiaoji's teasing, Shinji merely closed his eyes, crossing his arms in a posture that suggested reluctance to engage in conversation. Observing Shinji's demeanor, Xiaoguang recalled how Xiaoji and Xiaogang had previously discussed Shinji's method of sacrificing Pokémon during his battle against Cynthia. Initially, Xiaoguang intended to confront Shinji about this matter, but she was swiftly halted by Xiaogang. "Be patient, Xiaoji will surely address it," he whispered, urging Xiaoguang to remain calm. Although they had not interacted with Shinji extensively, Xiaogang had gleaned insights into his character. Despite Shinji's harsh words and unconventional methods with Pokémon, he was not inherently malevolent. It was merely puzzling why he was so obsessed with becoming stronger. This perspective revealed that Shinji held a greater respect for the strong, as evidenced by his attitude towards Cynthia. In contrast, his demeanor towards Xiaoji, while brusque, was still somewhat more amiable than how he treated Xiaoguang, likely due to his assessment of her strength. "By the way, Shinji, during your battle with Miss Cynthia, are you suggesting I should be criticized for my approach?" Shinji responded coolly. Though he often appeared indifferent, he was aware that his methods might be criticized. "No, I don't mean it that way." Xiaoji waved his hand, unwilling to comment on Shinji's battle tactics since he knew that, at this moment, nothing he said would reach Shinji. Perhaps only guidance from Mr. Shindai could truly awaken him. "I was referring to what you said when the little flame monkey was defeated." A silence of several seconds ensued between Xiaoji and Shinji before the latter slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the still sleeping little flame monkey. "So that's what you meant." Shinji snorted disdainfully, failing to fulfill its responsibilities while reveling in a battle, completely oblivious to its desire to grow stronger. Such a creature is beyond redemption. "Is there an issue with that?" Not only was his tone devoid of warmth, but his words were also as frigid as ice. At this moment, both Xiaoguang and Xiaogang could not help but frown. They were unaware, but Xiaoji understood the reason behind Shinji's warped belief in strength. He recognized that the little flame monkey and Shinji's personalities were entirely incompatible. Yet, despite this, he still believed that the path to becoming stronger was long. Having experienced several league conferences, he too had traversed a challenging journey. Both he and his Pokémon maintained a steadfast belief in their desire to grow stronger. However, deciding to become stronger did not require one to wear a perpetual frown, for each Pokémon possesses its own character, and suppressing that would yield unfavorable results. "Enough." Shinji, growing impatient, rose, unwilling to grant Xiaoji the opportunity to continue. "I have my own plans. I will not cater to them. If the little flame monkey continues to perform as it did today." He left his sentence unfinished, yet at that moment, Xiaoji and the others noticed that the little flame monkey, which should have been in slumber, suddenly trembled. "Humph," Shinji scoffed. producing several Pokeballs to recall all the Pokemon present, then silently exited the premises. Yet, upon encountering Cynthia outside, despite his foul mood, he still offered a slight bow to her before gradually departing from the Pokemon Center. Was it awake after all? Xiao Gang murmured. That annoying fellow. The little flame monkey is truly unfortunate to be with him. Xiao Guang lamented over the fate of the little flame monkey. Unlike the other two, Ash remained silent, merely gazing out the window at Shinji's departing figure, lost in thought. At that moment, Sharona, having completed her tasks, entered the room. Observing Ash and the others, she couldn't help but jest. It seems your communication isn't going very smoothly. It's merely a difference in ideology, but I firmly believe his current perspective is undoubtedly misguided. Ash stood up, affirming his stance with resolute conviction. Pika, chimed in Pikachu, echoing Ash's sentiments. Noticing the determined expression on Ash's face, as if he was resolved to achieve something, Sharona nodded empathetically. Since you are Pokemon trainers, let your words be spoken on the battlefield. I eagerly anticipate your clash in this year's league competition. After this remark, Sharona turned to leave, her purpose for coming here being solely to investigate the inscriptions. And now that her task was complete, it was time to depart. Then I shall rely on you. Please inform me of any discoveries via email. And it would be best to avoid unnecessary risks unless absolutely necessary. As Sharona exited, she offered Ash a kind reminder. Yes, I understand. Watching Sharona leave, Ash finally exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to step outside for some training, however, the previously silent Koharu and Brock could no longer contain themselves. Hey Ash, what did you promise Miss Sharona? Do you have her email address? Please. This is a once-in-a-lifetime request. You must give it to me. Listening to the incessant clamor in his ears, Ash decided that perhaps it would be best to take a break today. I'm so exhausted. Chapter 117, Koharu's Despair? A new format for the contest. On the journey to Uzuriha City, Ash and his companions had planned to camp in a forest, while Koharu was preparing for the upcoming Uzuriha conference. However, just as they were ready to begin their preparations, a Drowsy and a Meowstic suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes. After a brief observation, Koharu recognized these two Pokemon as belonging to her friend, Mizuki. Upon seeing Ash and the others, Drowsy and Meowstic quickly attempted to guide them somewhere. After exchanging glances, the group stowed away their supplies and followed the two Pokemon deeper into the forest. Thank goodness we encountered you here, Koharu said gratefully after administering some medicine and applying a bandage to Mizuki, who then sat down with her support. It's nothing, just a small matter. I truly didn't expect to run into you here. I thought you had already arrived in Uzuriha City. Mizuki replied, raising her arm, from which a pink Shellos crawled up to her shoulder. Oh, I see. Koharu nodded in understanding. The next moment, as if recalling something, she suddenly sprang up excitedly, saying, by the way, what a rare opportunity. Could you help me review the performance I've prepared for the Uzuriha conference? Sure. Mizuki, unable to move much, readily accepted the simple request. All right, let's get started. As Koharu and Mizuki began preparing for the contest performance, Brock called out to Ash to help him prepare lunch. By the way, Ash, do you plan to participate in the contest this time? I heard many prominent media outlets will be covering the Uzuriha conference. If you shine in this event, you might gain fame in the Sinnoh region. Brock asked while heating water in a pot. I probably won't participate. Although I haven't been particularly busy lately, entering the contest isn't really on my agenda. However, after pondering a bit, Ash considered that since his Ambipom had just evolved from Apom, it might be a good opportunity to let Ambipom experience the contest and satisfy its curiosity. Despite having discussed their future together, it still found the contest quite alluring, especially on such a grand stage. I suppose I need to think it over a bit more. Just as Ash contemplated this, Koharu suddenly let out a gasp of disbelief. What? Mizuki, is what you said true? Ash, Brock, and Pikachu exchanged glances, then set aside their tasks to return to Koharu. Upon their return, they found Koharu and her Pachima looking petrified, panic evident in their expressions, while Mizuki appeared somewhat resigned, holding her head as if she had just realized an unbearable truth. A bit farther away, the Team Rocket trio observed Ash and the others from behind a tree, deliberating on when to make their move. Hey, isn't it about time? They are completely unguarded now. Jesse's voice broke the silence. I think we can strike now, but... Meowth's words trailed off as both he and James directed their gaze towards Jessie, who was still preening in front of a mirror, focused on her appearance. Ever since she heard that a multitude of media reporters would be attending the Uzuriha conference, she hadn't taken a moment's rest, only exerting herself a bit 2 days prior when they set up their stall. Otherwise, she had been devoted to skincare and preparing for the conference. There's no rush. The kid won't escape. We can wait a bit longer. It seemed unrealistic to rely on Jessie for this operation, as James and Meowth exchanged glances, deciding to wait for the perfect moment to strike. Meanwhile, Ash, having witnessed this scene, couldn't help but inquire, what on earth is going on? Within less than a minute, Ash was curious about what news could have caused such a reaction in the two. Under Ash's probing, Mizuki, still somewhat coherent, replied with exasperation. Koharu seems to have misunderstood the rules of the Yuzuriha conference. The rules? What? The three of them exchanged confused glances, still not quite grasping Mizuki's meaning. Mizuki, having thought through her response, explained, what I mean is, this time the Yuzuriha conference will be a doubles battle, but Koharu thought it was still the traditional singles format. So everything she prepared is completely useless. Just as Koharu let out a wail of despair, a sound akin to something hitting the ground echoed from a short distance away. Ash and the others turned to look in that direction, but all was quiet again. After understanding the situation, Ash responded with a sigh. Didn't I say that preparing so fervently without clarifying the Yuzuriha conference details would lead to issues? By the way, didn't you investigate after that? I got a bit too excited after meeting Miss Sharona, so I completely forgot, Koharu lamented, her earlier vigor having vanished as she slumped to the ground. So why not just start preparing for doubles now? Ash suggested reasonably. However, while Koharu understood, she still appeared somewhat anxious. But I'm not good at doubles. There's only 2 days left until the conference starts. And even preparing a single Pokemon's performance usually takes me over a day to get it right, and now. Xiao Wang's concerns are not without merit. For the only doubles match she has ever participated in was accomplished under Xiaoji's guidance. Faced with such an unknown challenge, particularly on a grand stage, even Xiao Wang would refrain from casually asserting that everything would be fine. At that moment, after a brief silence, Xiao Wang spoke again. By the way, this doubles performance is divided into 2 formats. One allows a single trainer to command 2 Pokemon simultaneously, while the second format involves 2 trainers collaborating to participate in the performance. The ribbons awarded this time are also special, featuring 2 distinct styles. Chapter 118, The Fate Conference. Xiaoji's plans. Oh, is it possible for 2 people to participate together as teammates? Upon hearing this news, Xiao Wang's previously gloomy mood brightened instantly. However, Xiaoji seemed to sense something and instinctively took a step back, only to be caught by Xiao Wang. Xiaoji, please, just this once. This. Fine. Although Xiaoji had anticipated this outcome upon hearing Xiao Wang's news, he was indifferent about whether he wanted to or not. After all, he could think of several performances for the preliminary selection, but if he had to invest time in the gorgeous contest, it would surely detract from his regular training. Xiaoji. Huh. Xiao Wang cast her gaze upon Xiaoji at this scene. Initially, she thought Xiao Wang would come to her for help, but she found it somewhat strange that Xiao Wang's first thought was Xiaoji. Not that Xiao Wang had any intention of teaming up with Xiao Wang. She had trained sufficiently over the past few days and was ready to take the stage at any moment. However, isn't your goal the league competition? Are you also participating in the gorgeous contest? Well, it seems that the Whimsicott is quite interested in the gorgeous contest, so I should participate occasionally. Occasionally? Xiao Wang closed her eyes. Though she hadn't articulated what was troubling her, it was evident to anyone that her mood was far from good. Xiao Wang, are you all right? Xiao Wang, concerned that she had inadvertently upset Xiao Wang, asked timidly. It's nothing. Xiao Wang shook her head. Her dissatisfaction was not directed at Xiao Wang, but her straightforward nature wouldn't allow her to remain silent. She then turned her gaze to Xiaoji and said, while I don't wish to criticize others' actions, if you truly intend to participate in the gorgeous contest, I hope you can take it seriously and not approach it with a casual mindset. Xiao Wang's dream was to become a top coordinator, and the gorgeous contest was one of her most cherished events. She yearned to see competitors who fought tirelessly for their dreams on that stage, rather than those who participated merely for amusement. Xiao Wang bit her lip, beginning to ponder whether her words were overly severe, especially since she was still receiving help from Xiaoji and the others. Fortunately, Xiaoji was not a petty person and understood that Xiao Wang meant no malice. Of course, he declared with conviction, I have always approached competitions with seriousness. Whether it's the league or the gorgeous contest, my goal is the championship. This will never change. Xiaoji and Xiao Wang exchanged silent glances. Although Xiao Wang initially doubted that anyone could exert full effort in balancing both endeavors, Xiaoji's earnest gaze and demeanor did not suggest deceit. Even Xiao Wang, who was typically sensitive to such matters, found it difficult to refute him. After a moment of silence, she finally remarked, words alone are insufficient to convey meaning. I look forward to encountering both of you on the battlefield. Having said this, Xiao Wang struggled to rise, seemingly intent on departing. Xiao Wang, you shouldn't. It's fine. Xiao Wang replied, turning her back to Xiao Wang and waving her hand reassuringly. After taking my medication, I'm feeling much better. I can manage on my own. Rather than worrying about me, you should focus on your performance the day after tomorrow. Xiao Wang had intended to persuade Xiao Wang to stay, but considering Xiao Wang's nature, she realized that further entreaties would likely be futile. What on earth was going on? Could it truly be that she was upset because Xiaoji was participating simultaneously in the Pokemon League and the gorgeous contest? Although Xiao Wang had sensed something amiss previously, It was only upon witnessing Xiaowang's demeanor today that she fully grasped the significance of the situation to her. Perhaps Xiaowang had encountered experiences that shaped her perspective. Indeed, Xiaojing mused, observing Xiaowang's retreating figure. Personality often becomes peculiar due to experiences that others may not have undergone, leaving profound impressions on the individual. Both Shins and Xiaowang must have their own stories. After a brief lull, the atmosphere resumed its liveliness. Xiaojing returned to preparing lunch, while Xiaowang and Xiaoji began discussing the gorgeous contest. Speaking of the Fate Conference, Xiaoji, which Pokemon will you send into battle? The Whimsicott? Or another Pokemon? If we strategize early, we can prepare for the first round of the performance. Xiaowang seemed resolute in her desire for Xiaoji to team up with her for the gorgeous contest, her tone brimming with excitement. So, I've been clearly designated, have I? Xiaoji remarked with a resigned smile, hands on his hips. Well, if I must participate, then so be it. After all, the gorgeous contest itself is rather enjoyable. But wait, I just promised Xiaowang to give my all for the championship, so the notion of leisure is certainly out of the question. I've already conceived numerous ideas for the first round. Huh. Xiaowang stood there, momentarily dazed. She had yet to formulate an opening. Yet Xiaoji claimed to have envisioned the entire performance? What? Xiaowang leaned in excitedly, eager to glean specific information from Xiaoji. Although passing the first round of screening was not particularly difficult, Xiaoji did not wish to disclose it so readily. I don't know. Xiaowang fell silent, her earlier excitement doused by Xiaoji's cold water. However, this sudden chill allowed her to regain her composure. Xiaoji was certainly not the type to be stingy, but given his assertion, along with her understanding of him, you mean I am to devise the first round of screening? Exactly, Xiaoji encouraged, clapping his hands. After all, I've promised to participate in the contest with you, so it's only fitting that you come up with the content for the first round. After all, this is your battle with Xiaowang. You can't rely on me entirely, can you? Allowing Xiaowang to grow is far more significant than merely helping her secure victory in the Fate Conference. Chapter 119, Dreams, Past and Present, Dream Demons. That afternoon, Xiaoji and the others promptly set out for Yuan City. Although they had 2 days to travel, none of them wished to arrive at Yuan City at the last minute on the day of the competition, especially Xiaowang. She intended to gather intelligence on her opponents, observing the strategies other participants planned to employ in this edition of the Fate Conference. Although Xiaowang mentioned that in this conference one could command 2 Pokemon alone or have 2 individuals each command 1 Pokemon, Xiaoguang, in a moment of desperation, sought help from Xiaoji. However, if this current tournament truly only consisted of the 2 of them competing as a team. Hey Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang. What is it? Xiaoguang's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality by Xiaoji's voice. When she regained her senses, she realized they had unwittingly entered a fog-laden area. The weather appeared gloomy, with a heavy, damp atmosphere enveloping them. The soil beneath their feet was soft, giving the unsettling sensation that each step might lead them to sink further. The fog swirled around them, and in the distance, the imposing and somber silhouette of Tian Crown Mountain loomed, shrouded in layers of mist. Though they were at a considerable distance, Xiaoji and the others could not discern the mountain's summit, and as they ventured deeper, this obscurity became increasingly pronounced. What's wrong? You've been silent since earlier. Are you lost in thoughts about the grand competition? Xiaoji, leading the way, treaded cautiously, aware that in such a thick fog, unexpected occurrences were hardly surprising. Although the grassy plains should be devoid of perilous Pokemon, it was precisely this uncertainty that imbued travel and adventure with its distinct allure. Well, perhaps, Xiaoguang replied, her uncertainty evident. There is still some time left, no need to rush. It's merely the first round of evaluations, so there shouldn't be any issues. Xiaogang reassured them. While his words held truth, Xiaoguang found herself musing, that's not what I'm worried about. Could she voice this sentiment? With an awkward smile, she chose not to pursue the topic further. The fog thickened around them, reducing visibility to mere half a meter. Faced with such circumstances, Xiaoji had no choice but to halt, feeling somewhat helpless as he glanced at Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Yet, in the fleeting moment of turning his head, he discovered Pikachu had vanished without a trace. Pikachu? Wait, hold on. Upon looking back, Xiaoji realized that not only had Pikachu gone missing, but also Xiaoguang and Xiaogang. Both had seemingly wandered off without him noticing. Strange, Xiaoji pondered. Even if the fog was dense, they had initially stayed close to avoid separation, and surely, they would have called out to one another despite the lack of visible figures. This scenario felt oddly familiar. Having encountered a similar situation before, lost in the fog, an unexpected separation, there could only be one explanation. Night Watcher, just as Xiaoji prepared to summon Night Watcher to scout the vicinity, he was suddenly struck by the realization that his Pokeball was missing. Lost it? No. Wait, could it be that I'm already? He intended to articulate the truth, but the world seemed to conspire against his awareness. In a fleeting moment, The environment around him brightened. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself at the center of a grand stage, surrounded by countless spectators applauding and cheering. Opposite him stood none other than Dan D. "What's the matter? You want to collapse here with only 2 Pokemon left, will you?" Dan D smiled at him, his gaze filled with approval and encouragement. Behind Dan D stood champions from various regions, all of whom had been defeated in the previous battles, yet they carried away the strength of Xiaoji's 4 Pokemon. Now relegated to mere spectators to this impending final clash. Xiaoji looked up, noticing several drones hovering above, capturing this epic-defining battle, while cameras flashed incessantly from the audience, awaiting the reveal of Xiaoji's next Pokemon, the Pokémon Master Challenge. This scene was indelibly etched in his memory, and as he beheld it once more, words failed to convey the depth of his emotions. The final 2. Xiaoji silently retrieved a Pokeball, while Pikachu at his feet emitted a spirited cry, as if to assert its readiness to battle. "Let us fight, and savor the joy of combat, striving with all our might to achieve victory." This was how the script was meant to unfold. Just as Xiaoji prepared to throw the Pokeball, an ominous sound echoed from the horizon. The crowd looked up, witnessing numerous legendary Pokemon soaring through the air, silently observing the scene. Xiaoji gazed upwards, recognizing these legendary Pokemon as friends with whom he had forged bonds during his journey. Now, at this crucial juncture, they had come to his side. "Are you here to assist me?" Xiaoji lowered his head. The brim of his hat concealed his expression, yet the legendary Pokemon affirmed his thoughts. "Ah, I see." A faint smile graced Xiaoji's lips as he slowly descended the stage, moving toward the exit. "Thank you, but one day, I will achieve my dreams through my own strength." A hush fell over the crowd as everyone rose, watching Xiaoji's departing figure. As he passed through the gates, the world began to crumble, transforming into a realm composed of countless crystals. In this space, Xiaoji felt the absence of time, witnessing each crystal etched with memories of his past. Laughter, burdens, confusion, brightness, melancholy, enlightenment, encounters, farewells, each success and disappointment replayed vividly in his mind. The fractured world behind him began to restore itself, the closed doors reopening. Yet, amidst all this, Xiaoji remained oblivious, resolutely forging ahead. "Thank you for allowing me to relive the past, but some dreams must be realized in reality. If I cannot rely on my own strength and that of my companions, even if I achieve my dreams, it will only lead to emptiness." Xiaoji raised his head, seemingly addressing no one in particular, when suddenly the light around him began to fade. As he collapsed, Xiaoji reopened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Xiao Guang and the others lay behind him, evidently still trapped in their dreams. The area remained shrouded in mist, yet within the fog, a singular opening seemed deliberately torn apart, revealing a floating dream demon in midair. It bore an enigmatic smile, as if it had seen through everything, before vanishing into the encroaching mist. Chapter 120. In the Mountains, Reunion with Xiao Mao. 372361832. Feel free to add. Any questions will be answered within, not in the review section. Monthly on the 15th, Pokemon merchandise will be drawn as a reward. The following day, in the early morning, in a certain mountainous region, Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang were yawning repeatedly, appearing quite fatigued. "Strange," Xiao Guang inquired, somewhat perplexed. "What exactly happened yesterday? Why did we wake up lying on the grass?" She rubbed her somewhat dazed head, her tone reflecting her bewilderment. "It is indeed strange. Xiaoji, do you have any clues?" Pika. Faced with the inquisitive gazes of Xiao Gang and Pikachu, Xiaoji could only shrug and reply, "I don't know." It's truly puzzling, due to the complexity of the explanation, and because Ash has always felt that the dream demon is rather peculiar, almost as if it had come specifically to seek him out. He finds himself at a loss for words. After all, the dream demon seems to have blurred their memories, so perhaps it is inconsequential to remain silent. It was merely a matter of feeling a bit chilly after spending a night lying on the grass. Have you given any thought to the grand contest? If so, we can start practicing this noon. Perhaps merely to divert their attention, or perhaps it was an unintentional remark. Ash broached the subject of the Festival of Bonds, prompting Serena to proudly puff out her chest and declare, I thought of it while I was asleep last night. Although I have forgotten the specific details of the dream, I certainly found inspiration for the grand contest within it." Both Ash and Brock exchanged bewildered glances. Ultimately, it was Ash who spoke first. "Isn't the Festival of Bonds a doubles competition? What kind of revelation could you have possibly gleaned from a dream where you participated alone?" Serena, for some reason, immediately averted her gaze at this inquiry. How could she articulate this? A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. While she could no longer recall the intricate details of the dream, she did retain a few vivid scenes from the grand contest. Along with its terminology, the grand contest for couples. It was a competition specifically designed for couples to participate in the grand contest. Although she could not quite remember the rewards, It seemed that aside from a specially crafted ribbon medal, there was a more valuable prize that the contestants were clearly vying for. Yet, it was precisely because she remembered these details that she found herself unable to voice them. The reasons behind her dream, or why they both fell into a stupor, remained a mystery, but she was certain that in her dream, she felt happiness and joy. This much she could affirm. Serena? Hey, Serena. Huh. Just as Ash was about to approach and rouse the somewhat dazed Serena, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby bushes. A moment later, several figures emerged, startling Ash, who took a few steps back, steadying himself and looking again at the figures. Ash finally recognized them and called out their names. Sherelden? Upon hearing Ash utter their name, the four Sherelden huddled together, appearing quite frightened. Sherelden? What are you doing here? Is this situation akin to what we encountered in Orberg City? The appearance of the Sherelden was fortuitous for Serena, after taking out her Pokédex to document them. She posed a question. After all, she had absorbed knowledge related to fossil Pokémon in Orberg City and knew that creatures like Sherelden and Cranidos had long been extinct, with existing individuals being revivified through fossil restoration machines. Now, encountering Sherelden made it hard for her not to speculate. Pikachu, sensing the fear in the Shieldon's eyes, promptly leapt from Ash's shoulder to gently pat their heads, then patted its own chest, earnestly conveying something to them. After listening to Pikachu's comforting words, the Sherelden exchanged glances, their fear evidently dissipating. Just as they were about to explain something to Pikachu, rustling sounds once again emanated from the bushes behind them. Pikachu jumped in front of the Sherelden, entering a state of alert, but the next moment, the figure that emerged from the bushes left Pikachu in a state of shock. Electabuzz, you're really here? Huh, Gary? Brock and Pikachu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer. Ash had not anticipated encountering him here, though, to be fair, he could hardly say he was surprised, as Gary often found himself embroiled in troublesome situations. Serena, observing the boy with the reddish-brown spiky hair engaging in casual conversation with Ash, turned to Brock, puzzled, and inquired, who is he? That's Gary Oak, Professor Oak's grandson and Ash's rival, as well as a childhood friend. However, Gary has since ceased participating in the Pokemon League, so perhaps their rivalry is no longer as relevant, Brock explained. Huh, Professor Oak's grandson. Serena's exclamation drew the attention of both Ash and Gary. Although Gary looked at her with a bemused expression, Serena, undeterred, excitedly asked, So, since you're Professor Oak's grandson, does that mean you also write Pokemon haikus? Ash and Gary exchanged a knowing glance, both expressing exasperation. After a brief moment, Gary slowly replied, Ash, your companion is as spirited as ever. Just as Ash was caught up in a fleeting conversation sparked by their reunion, a gray aircraft glided slowly over the mountainous terrain. Inside, Hunter J sat impatiently, watching her trembling subordinates below, and inquired, Is there still no outcome? This is taking too long. The buyer is on their way. Why yes, boss. They reported some issues. They were about to capture the Sherelden, but a trainer with an Electabuzz intervened and drove them off. Bang! Hunter J slammed her hand on the table, her face darkening. Another unknown trainer? The image of Ash flashed in her mind, and she stood up, irritable, stating, Prepare the flight pod. Everyone except the pilot is to mobilize. Quickly. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Hunter J resolved to take matters into her own hands. Chapter 121. Action, the Hunter Organization. In the mountains, Gary and Ash briefed everyone on the situation. Are you saying that the Pokemon hunters are trying to capture these creatures? Serena confirmed, glancing at the dejected Sherelden. Yes. Gary nodded. Initially, I came here to investigate the rumored wild Sherelden. If the reports hold true, the Sinnoh League would ensure they are provided with a better habitat. However, I did not expect to encounter the hunters just as I found the Sherelden. Hunter J, Ash muttered. Gary turned at Ash's murmur. You must be referring to the name of the leader of that hunter organization, right? Although Gary had not been in the Sinnoh region for long, he was somewhat familiar with the name Hunter J. Although the Pokemon hunters he had previously defeated did not reveal their leader's name, he had speculated that it could be one of Hunter J's subordinates. Now, Ash's conviction only strengthened Gary's belief. Have you faced her? Gary inquired. Given Ash's propensity for attracting trouble, the answer seemed obvious. Yes, a troublesome adversary. Her ace is a Salamence, and she possesses devices that can petrify both humans and Pokemon. You must exercise caution. After a brief exchange of intelligence, Gary began formulating a strategy. The adversary has yet to abandon their pursuit of the Sherelden, indicating their inevitable return. We are unaware of the scale of their forces this time, nor their strength. At this juncture, it would be prudent to prioritize the protection of the Sherelden and navigate around the mountain via the path leading to the summit. Miss Junsha and Dr. Yamazaki are already en route to our location. Yes, that seems most sensible. Leading the group, Brock and the others did not oppose Shigeru's suggestion. After all, during their previous encounter with Hunter J, both Brock and Dawn had already witnessed her formidable prowess, Had it not been for Ash, they would have been utterly incapable of thwarting Hunter J's attempts. Presently, with Hunter J and her fellow hunters in the mix, avoiding confrontation is our foremost priority. Therefore, we must act swiftly. Hey, target acquired. There are several trainers passing by. Hurry. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Before Ash and Pikachu could spring into action, a mere 3 seconds elapsed since the figure clad in a gray uniform had issued their command, leaving the adversary momentarily stunned. The Thunderbolt's electricity enveloped them instantaneously. Accompanied by cries of distress, the individuals who had pursued the Sherelden collapsed to the ground, their hair scorched and bodies convulsing. Shigeru, observing the scene, found himself momentarily aghast. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, "When did your reflexes become so swift? Shouldn't we let them finish speaking first? Is it really acceptable to incapacitate someone like that?" Though Ash's actions were undeniably justified, Shigeru struggled to suppress his urge to voice his critique. Now was hardly the time for such inquiries. We should leave quickly before reinforcements arrive. Ash's words left Shigeru without retort, yet as he watched Ash forge ahead, he could only mutter in resignation. Are you really that foolish? The path is in the opposite direction. While caught up in yet another predicament, Dawn at least acknowledged that getting lost was undoubtedly Ash's forte. Shortly after Ash and the others departed, Hunter J and her subordinates arrived in the area. Gazing at her unconscious, scorched underlings, Hunter J fell silent. This must be the trainer accompanied by the electric mouse Pokemon. No, that's not right. The coldness behind her sunglasses was palpable. These are not the marks left by the electric mouse's electric attacks. This is the work of Pikachu. Pikachu? Her subordinates exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. While they knew their leader was adept at identifying the aftermath of Pokemon attacks, Pikachu? That commonplace Pokemon. Yet, judging by the evidence, it appeared to be a one-hit knockout. Could Pikachu truly achieve such a feat? Although they longed to ask, they wisely kept their mouths shut upon witnessing Hunter J's dark expression. They certainly did not wish to provoke her displeasure. TCH. Hunter J clicked her tongue in irritation and crossed her arms. The last time she faced that trainer with Pikachu, the encounter ended in a stalemate, with neither party gaining an advantage. Hunter J never equated retreat with defeat. The only true failure was her inability to capture her target. Gardevoir. From that first meeting, her career bore an indelible stain, but this time, she would unleash her Pokemon and strike without hesitation at the trainer accompanying the Sherelden. Yes. Her subordinates responded in unison. Additionally, Hunter J paused, contemplating before continuing. If you spot Pikachu, prioritize it as our secondary target after the Sherelden, and capture it if possible. A Pikachu of that caliber will surely attract buyers. Hunter J would not overlook any potential merchandise that could be of interest to her clients, aside from those Pokemon already reserved. Yes. After affirming her orders, her subordinates dispatched Golbats to both protect themselves and disperse throughout the surroundings. Meanwhile, Hunter J refrained from joining her team, instead retrieving a Pokeball to release her Charizard. Climbing onto Charizard's back, Hunter J fixed her steely gaze upon the mountain summit. Fly over there and wait for them. With a low growl, Charizard flapped its wings and carefully navigated towards the mountain's peak, seeking a densely wooded area to alight. Although lacking tangible evidence, Hunter J's instincts told her that those meddlesome trainers, having opted for stealth, would undoubtedly choose a more perilous route. This time, she must succeed. Chapter 122. A forced decision. The initial aerial encounter in the mountains, on a narrow cliffside path approaching the summit, Ash and his companions cautiously advanced alongside the Sherelden. Hey, is it really safe here? If there's no path ahead, we won't even be able to turn back. Dawn pressed tightly against the cliff face. Her eyes averted from the sheer drop below, fearing that a glance at the height would render her legs weak. Rest assured, the path must lead onward. Once we traverse this stretch, we will find ourselves on more open ground. Though it was also his first time here, Shigeru trusted the machine's map, knowing that after navigating this 100-meter cliff, they would encounter a spacious valley, shielded by dense trees that would afford them greater concealment. Pika? Just as they began to feel reassured, Pikachu, trailing closely behind Ash, suddenly perked up its ears, as if sensing something. It slowly raised its head to gaze at the sky. Is there a Pokemon passing by? Ash murmured, continuing. Is it a larger Pokemon? Pika. Pikachu nodded emphatically. The heavy sound of wings flapping could not belong to a smaller Pokemon. Exchanging a knowing glance with Shigeru, both understood that the enemy had tracked them down. I can't believe she realized we would take this path. What do we do now? If she truly came on Charizard, we stand no chance of fighting back in our current state, Shigeru stated seriously. His mind raced with strategies to navigate the perilous situation, while Ash, more experienced, had already made a decision. Pikachu and I will draw her attention while taking one of the Sherelden with us. Ash proposed, though he would have preferred not to bring a Sherelden along, fully aware that Hunter J's primary target was the Sherelden. Carrying it would undoubtedly increase their risk. Yet, if he left it behind, Hunter J might disregard him entirely. Thus, this decision was a necessary compromise. Will that be all right? No problem, Ash confidently replied. However, it could be troublesome if we end up facing 3 Pokemon simultaneously, so you all need to follow quickly once I go. Understood. Shigeru nodded, refraining from further discussion. Then, under the anxious gazes of Dawn and the others, Ash summoned his Murkrow, allowing Pikachu to ride on its back, while directing Murkrow to grasp a Sheldon. Murkrow, stay close to me, and wait, don't forget to take the Sheldon too. Before Xiaoji's words had fully resonated, Xiaomao swiftly tossed him a Pokeball, containing the only Pokemon capable of flight that he possessed. Relying solely on Muckbird to carry everyone was undeniably perilous. However, with Armored Bird to share the burden, the chances of success would certainly be heightened. Thank you, Xiaoji replied briefly before summoning Armored Bird to his side. He then mounted Armored Bird and followed closely behind Muckbird as they ventured towards the precipice. At that moment, near the mountain's summit, Hunter J had yet to spot her target. However, from her advantageous aerial vantage point, she astutely observed a narrow path extending from the mountain's exterior into the forest. This route appeared to be the most prudent escape option should they need to flee into the woods. Charizard, wait a moment. Just as Hunter J was poised to issue her command, 2 shadows flitted across her peripheral vision. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Muckbird, accompanied by Sheldon and Pikachu, while the other silhouette bore a trainer on Armored Bird. Pikachu, and that individual, Hunter J's expression darkened, just as she had surmised. The true culprit behind her subordinate's incapacitation in the forest was not Electrode, but rather Pikachu. Should they split up or remain together? Hunter J did not succumb to vengeful impulses. She merely scanned the area, noticing the absence of the other Sheldons and their companions. They were either still on the narrow path behind them or acting independently. As a Pokemon hunter, the decision to make in such a scenario was evidently clear. Flamethrower. Determined to secure her target, she aimed to strike first, a hallmark of a true hunter. With a roar, searing flames descended from above, hurtling towards Muckbird's position. Hunter J had little concern for Xiaoji. Her primary targets were Muckbird and Pikachu, with Muckbird being her foremost objective. Blow them away. Hunter J spotted Xiaoji, and naturally, Xiaoji caught sight of her as well. He surmised that Hunter J would undoubtedly target Muckbird the instant she laid eyes on them. Initially, he had thought that upon encountering Hunter J, they should hastily retreat. However, with Armored Bird in play, their margin for error had significantly increased. Armored Bird flapped its wings, conjuring a tempest that surged upward. Muckbird, witnessing the unfolding chaos, neither dodged nor altered its course, but instead accelerated towards the forested area atop the cliff. The flames from Charizard's flamethrower failed to penetrate the gale conjured by Armored Bird. A portion of the flames was extinguished, while the remainder was redirected upward, altering the trajectory of the assault entirely. Curse it! The wind direction within the valley had already posed a challenge for her and Charizard. She hadn't anticipated Armored Bird employing the move Blow Away. Coupled with the terrain's assistance, Charizard found itself at a disadvantage against Armored Bird. After a moment's contemplation, Hunter J decided to shift the battlefield to the open area ahead. After all, the majority of her Pokemon thrived on solid ground. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiaoji sat atop Armored Bird. Although he had anticipated Hunter J's next move, his directives still bore inherent risks. Should Armored Bird be significantly outclassed by Charizard, Muckbird would be forced to alter its trajectory to evade, plunging them into an absolute disadvantage. It must be said, while he had relinquished the league competition, Xiaomao evidently continued to diligently nurture his Pokemon. Chapter 123, a 2-on-2 battle, confronting Hunter J again. Muckbird made a hasty descent to the ground, nearly losing its balance midair due to Hunter J's attack. Maneuvering with Sheldon while carrying Pikachu was already a daunting task. Evading attacks on top of that would be even more arduous. Little did Muckbird realize that had Xiaomao not summoned Armored Bird, Xiaoji would have intended for it to carry him instantly as well. If such a scenario had unfolded, the situation would have certainly been quite extraordinary. As Muckbird reflected on its fortunate circumstances, Xiaoji and Armored Bird swiftly descended, closely pursued by Hunter J on Charizard. Sheldon, find a place to hide. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Xiaoji was acutely aware that he had no time to spare. Hunter J's ease in allowing them to pass was due to the natural environment favoring their side. Should Armored Bird's Blow Away fail to suppress Charizard's flamethrower, Hunter J would leverage her aerial dominance to corner them. As Xiaoji's command resonated, timid Sheldon hurriedly retreated, while Pikachu zipped past, unleashing a thunderbolt directed skyward. Dragon Pulse. Hunter J calmly issued her command, betraying not a hint of vulnerability. The collision of Dragon Pulse and Thunderbolt in midair generated shockwaves, rustling the surrounding foliage. Impressive indeed. Your Pikachu would fetch a handsome price in the market. Hunter J and Charizard landed opposite Xiaoji, seemingly unfazed by their previous encounter's outcome, as she spoke nonchalantly to herself. Thank you for the compliment. But Pikachu is no mere commodity, and you lack the means to commodify it. Humph. Hunter J scoffed, her gaze assessing the area behind her sunglasses. Sherelden was nowhere to be seen, likely hidden within the nearby woods. Yet, it mattered not, as long as no Pokemon trainers were in proximity. Capturing Sherelden was merely a matter of time. She had ample time to spare, though she was concerned that the buyers arriving to collect their prize might not share the same luxury. What preoccupied Hunter J more was the whereabouts of Armored Bird. Having lost sight of it momentarily due to the trees, it had vanished from her view. In comparison to Sherelden, which posed no threat and merely existed as a target, Armored Bird's location held far greater significance. However, Xiaoji was not inclined to afford Hunter J any further opportunity for observation. Thunderbolt. Xiaoji's directives were not solely aimed at either Pikachu or Muckbird. From the outset, he had no intention of engaging in a one-on-one Pokemon battle. Even if it devolved into such a scenario, it would be more advantageous for him. What he required was a scene of sufficient chaos to divert Hunter J's focus. Skorupi. Cross Poison. Charizard Dragon Pulse. In response to Xiaoji's dual-threaded commands, Hunter J produced her second Pokemon. Xiaoji was uncertain of Hunter J's limitations regarding simultaneous commands. If she could control 4 Pokemon, it would pose a significant challenge. After all, he was well aware of Hunter J's equipment, which, aside from the ability to petrify opponents, could also track Pokemon locations. Faced with such technology, the stealth capabilities of Night Stalker were severely hampered. If Night Stalker could not participate, contending with multiple Pokemon under Hunter J's command would be overwhelming, even for Xiaoji. However, in a 2-on-2 battle, he felt confident. Maintain this state. Charizard, use Wing Attack. Pikachu. Deliver a Thunderbolt to Skorupi. Mook. Pikachu. Confronted by the surging waves of the Dragon Pulse, the Murkrow adeptly maneuvered, utilizing its supple form and mastery of flight to execute an almost impossible ascent in the fleeting moment before the attack would strike. With a deft evasion of the Dragon Pulse's might, the Murkrow then plunged sharply downwards, tracing the path of the Dragon Pulse while enveloped in a radiant white luminescence, colliding forcefully with the foreleg of the Salamence. On the other side, Pikachu was less concerned with finesse, as the King Scorpion raised its arms. Unleashing a cross-shaped blade shimmering with violet light towards it, Pikachu simply unleashed the rampant electric currents it had stored, encased in crackling lightning. Pikachu charged directly into the scythe-like attack of the King Scorpion, and after a brief standoff, the high-voltage surge ultimately shattered the cross-shaped poison blade, transferring the overwhelming current to the King Scorpion upon impact. Hold your ground. Subdue Pikachu. Hunter J understood that one of the Pokemon was far more lethal than the other. Although the Murkrow had successfully countered the Salamence Dragon Pulse, its power was merely sufficient to serve as a distraction. In the face of such a partner, if the primary attacker was not neutralized, the battle would become exceedingly arduous. Watch the tail, Iron Tail. Pikachu, though still oblivious to the impending danger, instinctively trusted Ash's words, which had never steered him wrong in battle. As Pikachu descended, its tail gleamed with a metallic sheen, and upon consciously shifting its gaze to the King Scorpion's tail, it noted that the creature, which should have been grounded, had suddenly extended its tail in a swift strike. The tail bore pincers, and if ensnared, escaping the King Scorpion's grasp would not be an easy feat. Pika. With a swift rotation, Pikachu executed an Iron Tail strike as its body swung forward. A resounding crack echoed through the air as Pikachu effortlessly deflected the King Scorpion's tail, which had been propelled with all its might and speed. Damn it! Hunter J's countenance darkened further as the battle progressed. The King Scorpion's tail should have been an unconventional tactic. Yet Ash's ability to make such a decisive judgment in the midst of issuing commands revealed his experience. Clearly, he had faced such encounters before. Otherwise, even the Elite Four would hesitate upon encountering such an attack for the first time. Thank goodness. Observing Pikachu landing safely and the King Scorpion half collapsed on the ground, Ash let out a sigh of relief. His prior missteps against Shinji's King Scorpion had left a lasting impression, prompting this instinctive reaction. Ultimately, Hunter J's prowess was a tier below that of Shinji during the Sinnoh League competition. Chapter 124, Failure? Hunter J's resolve. Hunter J remained silent. If she had initially attributed Ash's advantage to mere luck after their first encounter, she now comprehended the stark disparity in command levels between them. It was not merely a matter of strategic acumen, it also encompassed experience. Hunter J could not fathom how Ash, merely a child, could have developed to such a degree despite training daily for the league competition. She believed her own command skills ranked among the top in the league, honed through countless life and death battles. Why, then, had her hard-earned experience been so effortlessly surpassed by a mere child? Should she summon more Pokemon? Hunter J instinctively retrieved 2 more Pokeballs from her pocket. Though the King Scorpion and Salamence were her strongest Pokemon, she sought to play it cautiously against Ash. After all, Her petrification device had failed in their initial encounter. Her only recourse lay in the subordinates still en route and the Pokémon at her disposal. However, just as she was about to act, Hunter J keenly observed that as she produced her Pokeballs, Ash also revealed 3 additional Pokeballs in his hands. "Are you challenging me?" she inquired coldly. Despite her calm demeanor, her composure had begun to waver. "You'll see," Ash replied with a smile. "If we're comparing the number of Pokémon we can command simultaneously, I believe I won't fall short. Are you aiming to maintain the status quo?" Hunter J quickly grasped Ash's intent. "King Scorpion, use Pin Missile, full coverage. Salamence, unleash Flamethrower at the forest. Ideally, the best course of action would be to defeat the nuisances while ensuring the safety of her cargo." Yet, pressured by the aura emanating from Ash, Hunter J reluctantly opted for a more desperate approach. "I hope the damage to the merchandise won't drive the price down." At this moment, Hunter J felt almost invincible, even beginning to contemplate the subsequent transaction. With her orders given, the King Scorpion moved first, launching countless pin missiles with trailing white tails, darting erratically towards Ash's position. Simultaneously, the Salamence took to the skies, gathering energy before unleashing a searing column of fire towards the forest. In such a dry season, even a spark could ignite an uncontrollable wildfire if the flamethrower were to strike the forest directly. "Pikachu, Murkrow, intercept the pin missiles," Ash commanded succinctly, charging towards the forest, where the Salamence flamethrower was poised to land. "Dugtrio, use Dig, Electrode, Thunderbolt." The sudden commands shattered the tense atmosphere, as a thunderous roar accompanied a surge of electricity that intercepted the advancing flamethrower, effectively nullifying its path. "Damn it, did they arrive first?" Hunter J clenched her fist in frustration, her eyes wide as she fixated on Green, who had rushed to Ash's side. Dealing with Ash alone had already been challenging enough, and now another obstacle had appeared. Moreover, the Electrode's level was undeniably formidable. Under normal circumstances, upon seeing the Electrode, Hunter J would have only contemplated capturing it. However, now it was arriving far too late. If it had been delayed any longer, a wildfire would have been inevitable, a situation that would be exceedingly difficult to resolve. Sorry, Green offered simply. "We got delayed a bit when we noticed members of the Hunter organization approaching from above as we exited the cliff. They should have dealt with those guys by now." Hunter J inhaled deeply upon hearing the exchange between Green and Ash, her blood pressure rising. She was well aware that her organization lacked powerful members, but she had never anticipated that her subordinates would be so utterly inept. Defeated? And not by the trainer with the Electrode, but by the companion of the trainer with Pikachu? This time was different from the last. The swift downfall of her previous subordinates had largely stemmed from her not bringing along more experienced battlers, but this time was not the same. This time, she brought along a combat unit from the Hunter organization, yet the entire squad was annihilated so effortlessly. Hunter J was already beginning to regret her earlier decision. To prevent her subordinates from harboring any ill intentions, she had not provided them with optimal Pokémon configurations, as capturing Pokémon typically relied solely on petrification devices. As for wild Pokémon, with their numerical advantage, defeat was out of the question. But now, observing Ash and Green approaching her, Hunter J instinctively took a step back. Regardless of how one looked at it, today's operation had ended in failure for her. Meanwhile, what on earth are you doing over there? Can you not even handle 2 ordinary trainers? If that's the case, it's best to cancel this business deal. Listening to the irate voice emanating from the communicator, Hunter J felt an instinctive urge to salvage the situation. "Just give me a little more time, please. No need for that." The voice of Hunter J, clearly in communication with someone, reached Ash and Green's ears, causing them to instinctively look up. In the sky, a helicopter hovered, seemingly observing the situation below. It appeared to be the buyer of the shield dragon, and they were indeed in the helicopter. Green's expression grew somewhat tense. Had he known the buyer would come to the scene for the transaction, he could have made more preparations to attempt to capture them. Just as Green pondered this, Ash, seemingly troubled, clicked his tongue and the next moment shouted at the top of his lungs. "Armored bird. Knock it down, Green." That being said, he had not seen his armored bird all this time. Chapter 125, Defeated Retreat, New Resolutions. As Hunter J looked on in a daze and Green appeared astonished, the armored bird, which had been lurking in the forest, shot up into the sky, enveloped in a brilliant white light. All its power concentrated in its sharp beak. It then pierced through the helicopter at the utmost speed. Boom. An explosion ignited in the sky, and 2 figures plummeted downwards, subsequently caught by the armored bird. "Did you even think of this?" Green asked, astonished, as he regarded Ash. "Actually, I had the armored bird hide to prevent Hunter J from escaping. But I didn't expect to gain something else." Ash scratched his head, equally perplexed. He had not anticipated that Hunter J's employer would come to the scene to collect their goods. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have had the Murkrow hide alongside the armored bird. Now, with the armored bird exposed, Hunter J would likely unleash a devastating attack. Dragonite, destroy the light. Skorupi, cover the area with missile needles. Seeing the situation escalate, Hunter J resolved not to linger any longer and commanded her 2 Pokémon to strike with full force. Electabuzz, use Thunder. Pikachu, use Bang. Green issued commands to defend against the onslaught, but just as Ash intended for Pikachu and Murkrow to intercept Hunter J, she calmly raised her arm and aimed the petrification device at Green. 100,000 volts. Pika, Ash, and Pikachu, having witnessed the terror of the petrification device, understood Hunter J's intent. If they neglected the attack from the petrification device and managed to capture Hunter J, that would be one scenario. But if they failed to capture her and Green got petrified, whether they could reverse it was uncertain. This gamble was one Ash dared not take. Boom. Multiple powerful attacks erupted simultaneously, and an explosion reverberated near the mountain peak, thick clouds of smoke swirling around. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Hunter J recalled Skorupi and leaped straight off the cliff. Dragonite, seeing this, quickly flew down to catch Hunter J, and they swiftly departed from the scene. After more than 2 minutes, the thick fog gradually dissipated, and Ash and Green sighed as they surveyed the now battered surroundings. Who would have thought they could let Hunter J escape? By the way, couldn't you have brought out more Pokemon? Knowing Hunter J is a dangerous individual, you should have made more preparations. Well, although Green longed to argue with Ash as he used to, his performance this time was indeed lacking. To put it simply, Green had initially planned to deploy Blastoise for the battle, but upon witnessing Ash deploy the armored bird to ambush and take down Hunter J's employer's helicopter, he instinctively felt that their victory was almost assured. Perhaps it was this complacent thought that led him to rely solely on Electabuzz to fight to the end. What a disaster. By the way, where did Hunter J go? And who were those 2? Just then, Xiaowang and Brock, accompanied by several individuals, descended from above. They had bound together 6 or 7 subordinates of the Hunter organization with ropes. However, these individuals did not include those they had first encountered. The subordinates who had fallen below had likely escaped by now. These 2 are the buyers of the Shield Dragon, originally aboard the helicopter. But they were shot down by the armored bird, Ash shrugged and stated. As for these buyers, Ash felt they were of little importance. Even if they were linked to Hunter J, they could hardly know her detailed circumstances. Hunter J did not possess a fixed base. They had always operated from an invisible ship, unless they voluntarily revealed themselves or the League deployed more resources to capture them. It was a mere fantasy to expect their arrest, and they could only hope for a future encounter with Hunter J to apprehend them. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, aboard the hastily deployed ship, Hunter J had managed to return with great difficulty thanks to Dragonite's assistance. She walked directly to her seat and sighed as she sat down. Another failure. After her last mission as failure, her reputation and standing within the circle had already diminished significantly. Now, with yet another failure, if word of it spread, even if the number of orders did not decrease, her prices would undoubtedly be driven down. Boss, what about the buyers? A subordinate who had witnessed the helicopter being shot down in the ship asked, trembling slightly. Failing a mission was quite normal. No Pokemon hunter could achieve a 100 success rate. However, it was the first time he had seen a buyer captured so swiftly. Don't worry about it. Hunter J removed her sunglasses and rubbed her eyes as she replied. He has little communication with us. And he knows very little about our organization's information. It's inconsequential. But if he comes out, our reputation, the buyer held considerable power. If he emerged and used this incident to tarnish their organization's name, it would indeed spell trouble. Huh? Hunter J scoffed. Does he even dare to come out? The more illustrious one's reputation, the harsher the repercussions when it falls into the League's hands. Even if someone wishes to protect him, he must consider whether he dares to oppose Junsha's forces. Hunter J was utterly unconcerned about the so-called defamation, compared to others' slander. She was far more concerned about the fact of her operation as failure. After all, even if her reputation was tarnished, she could still salvage it through some challenging missions. But continuous failures would inevitably spread through various channels. None of those mercenaries were in want of money. They valued time and efficiency far more than cash. What about the remaining few? Noticing the distress signal transmitted by the signal receiver beside her, she asked anxiously. Don't worry about them. They must take responsibility for their own failures. Hunter J felt a moment of hesitation in making this decision. Today, she managed to bring a team of combatants. Yet only 2 returned, a rather humiliating outcome that is bound to incite discussions within the organization. However, there is little that can be done, after all. The risks involved in retrieving them are significant, and Hunter J despises endeavors that yield no rewards while posing grave dangers. Nevertheless, following today's events, Hunter J has resolved to reorganize the combat division within the organization. Although her previous forces proved adequate against ordinary wild Pokemon and reasonably competent trainers, today's lesson made her acutely aware that, against stronger adversaries, her troops were as fragile as paper, merely capable of stalling for a few seconds. Moreover, she still needed to investigate the information regarding that particular trainer. Chapter 126, Xiaowang, Unconventional Thoughts. Along the way, the two followed their usual routine of purchasing a few snacks from a roadside vendor to quell their hunger, yet Xiaowang's spirits today were evidently less buoyant than before. Nonetheless, her mouth continued to move. You needn't worry too much. The plan you devised is absolutely foolproof, right, Pikachu? Pika. Pikachu affirmed while munching on fries almost entirely slathered in ketchup. Thank you, thank you. Yes, indeed. It's definitely going to be fine. Xiaowang took a deep breath. Unsure whether Ash was comforting her or speaking his true feelings, but those words were enough for her. Surely, it will be fine, right? Ash shrugged. And noticing that Pikachu had quickly devoured all the ketchup-covered fries, he crouched down and handed over the remaining half of his ice cream to Pikachu. Rising, he spoke with an air of confidence. Otherwise, what would be the point of you partnering with me, even if I'm supposed to leave everything to you? We are a team. Should any issues arise during the performance, I can help smooth them over right away. Just focus on showcasing yourself on this stage. Xiaowang paused. Her pupils momentarily glazed over as she stared at Ash in silence. What's wrong? After watching Pikachu devour its food, Ash noticed that Xiaowang had stopped walking and turned to ask her. No, nothing at all. Xiaowang took a deep breath, pressing her hand against her racing heart, forcing a smile in response. Is that so? In that case, let us hurry to the registration desk. It would be troublesome if too many people gather if we delay. Xiaowang replied quietly. She trailed alongside Ash, secretly observing his animated expressions as he conversed with Pikachu, feeling her heart race even faster, her cheeks warming inexplicably. What could this be? Xiaowang pondered. She had never experienced such feelings even during her debut at the grand contest. Was it anxiety? Or some other emotion? Xiaowang's thoughts drifted away from reality. All she could see was Ash's figure, and she unconsciously mirrored his steps. The dream she had 2 days prior replaying in her mind. What seemed to be an unremarkable stretch of road suddenly felt like a journey she wished would never end. Chapter 127. First encounter with Melissa, a key target for the league? At the registration desk, Xiaowang and Ash were in the process of signing up for the grand contest. May I ask if you two will be participating as a duo? Yes. Ash nodded in reply. Very well, then wait a moment. Before the staff could finish, Xiaowang leaned in, whispering, May I inquire about the situation for duo registrations in this tournament? Ah, yes. Many contestants have chosen to participate as pairs, so you need not worry. The staff responded with an understanding smile. Oh, I see. Xiaowang seemed to exhale a sigh of relief as she stepped away from the counter. Ash and Pikachu exchanged glances, uncertain about what Xiaowang had been whispering about. All right, no worries now. Let us hurry up and train. We mustn't waste a single second. Seeing Ash still standing there, Xiaowang hurriedly pushed him from behind, eager to find an available battle arena nearby. Meanwhile, hey, isn't that Xiaowang? So you're also participating in the Fate Tournament? Just as Xiaowang was about to turn away with Ash, Kinwu, who had completed his registration ahead of time, spotted them in the crowd and approached to greet them. Kinwu, what a coincidence. Not really a coincidence, given the hype surrounding this Fate Tournament. Virtually all coordinators aspiring to dominate the grand stage are participating, including you and Xiaowang. After greeting Xiaowang, Kinwu's gaze shifted to Ash, lingering on him for a moment. Just as Ash was about to say hello, Kinwu turned back to Xiaowang and inquired, How do you plan to participate in this Fate Tournament? At this moment, a hint of nervousness crept into Kinwu's tone, mixed with a touch of excitement. However, this excitement was swiftly shattered by Xiaowang's response. Me? I'm teaming up with Ash for the 2 trainers and 2 Pokémon route. What about you, Kinwu? Is that so? Kinwu seemed to ignore Xiaowang's question, simply closing his eyes and walking away. Before departing, he didn't forget to throw down a challenge. This time, I will definitely defeat both of you. Just wait. It sounded resolute, yet lacked conviction, leaving Xiaowang and Ash exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of what had just transpired. Moments later, hurry. Let us finish the registration and get to training. Otherwise, we'll be too late. A flamboyantly dressed woman was dragging a weary-looking man in a suit to the registration desk. Xiaowang recognized this contestant very well. Sweet Musashi Rina. Known for immersing herself wholeheartedly in her performances during grand contests, where not only the Pokémon, but also the trainer herself becomes part of the act. Such a visually striking form of performance is unforgettable for anyone who has witnessed her showcase. Sweet Musashi Rina. She didn't know this grand contest was in a doubles format? At this moment, Xiaowang felt a sense of relief upon seeing a fellow participant, especially since she had previously lost a significant number of potential partners due to misunderstanding the rules. Musashi Rina's presence calmed Xiaowang's nerves a bit more. Upon arriving at the open area near the Pokémon Center with Ash, they discovered that it was indeed crowded. There was not a single available spot. Not even enough room for 2 trainers and their Pokémon to practice. So we were a step too late, Xiaowang said with disappointment. The area surrounding the Pokémon Center lacked battle facilities, and the city of Yuan had no special training grounds. If they wished to practice, perhaps the park would be a relatively better option, but given the current foot traffic in Yuan City, would there be any space available? I doubt it. It should be quite difficult. Both Xiaowang and Ash held little hope, realizing that if they continued like this, they would likely have to train in the forest clearings surrounding Yuan City. Moreover, given the current time, by the time they walked over to train, it would probably be dark. However, there is little that can be done. After all, it is all in preparation for the splendid competition awaiting us tomorrow. It is imperative that we master the performance that Xiaowang has envisioned. As these thoughts lingered, a distinctive voice suddenly reached their ears just as the two stepped beyond the confines of the Pokémon Center. Oh, is that the trainer accompanied by Pikachu and their companions? Although the information I received was slightly off, you must be Ash, correct? Indeed, I am. Are you Miss Melissa? At that moment, standing before Ash and his friends, adorned in a resplendent gown, was none other than the gym leader of the Harmony Gym, as well as a top-notch coordinator and performer, Melissa. Yes, that would be me. Melissa responded in her characteristic accent, then turned her gaze to Pikachu perched upon Ash's shoulder. Let me take a look. As she spoke, Melissa gently lifted Pikachu into her arms. With a hint of confusion in Pikachu's eyes, she affectionately patted its head before carefully scrutinizing it, ultimately returning Pikachu to Ash's shoulder. Splendid indeed. Pikachu has been exceptionally well trained. It is evident from its state that you are a commendable Pokemon trainer. Is that so? Noticing that Ash seemed to have a question, Melissa fell silent, allowing him to speak. How do you know my name? Is it from? Indeed, Melissa replied, winking and playfully shaking her index finger. Just as you surmised, it was Mr. Wusong who informed me. To be more precise, he recommended you to the entire Sinnoh League. You are currently a focal point of interest for them. Ash, a focal point of interest for the Sinnoh League? What on earth is that? Why have I never heard of this before? After exchanging amused glances with Melissa, Ash felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Chapter 128, Melissa's Response, an Odd Sight. Under Melissa's hospitality, Ash and Xiaowang ultimately chose to enter the Harmony Gym. Melissa indicated that she had recently declined challenges, thus making an exception to allow them to train within the gym's premises. By the way, Miss Melissa, you are both a gym leader and a coordinator. And also a performer, Xiaowang remarked softly as Melissa bent down to her. Indeed. But why do you wish to develop in so many fields simultaneously? This question weighed on Xiaowang's mind. Ash was tirelessly pursuing his ideals, aspiring to participate in both the league competition and grand celebrations. Meanwhile, Xiaowang seemed solely focused on becoming a top coordinator, and she appeared to harbor some aversion toward trainers who pursued both gym challenges and dazzling contests. Whether out of a deeper understanding of Ash's determination or a desire to hear Xiaowang's thoughts more clearly in future conversations, she felt compelled to pose this inquiry to Melissa. Why, you ask? Oh, that is indeed a curious question. Melissa pondered for a moment, her expression furrowing in confusion. If I had to say, it would be because of passion. It is out of love for what I do that I pursue it. It is this fervor that makes me feel no fatigue. And it is my dreams that inspire me to integrate the knowledge I acquire from various fields. Integration? Xiaowang could grasp the essence of Melissa's earlier sentiments, reminiscent of what Mr. Wusong had previously articulated. However, the concept of integrating Pokemon contests, dazzling competitions, and performances was beyond her imagination at that moment. Observing Xiaowang's perplexed expression, Melissa merely chuckled softly, knowing that such concepts could not be fully comprehended through mere words. Ash, since you have arrived in Hearthome City, you intend to challenge me, correct? Melissa's eyes glimmered with mischief as she addressed Ash. Well, I did consider that, but if you are busy, Miss Melissa. Not at all. Melissa swiftly dismissed Ash's concerns. I heard you were on your way to Hearthome City, so I deliberately postponed everything except for the Hearthome contest. I hope you can surprise me in tomorrow's gym battle. Who said that? Where's my privacy? Could it be Professor Rowan or Gary? Ash sighed inwardly. Yet he had no intention of refusing, simply stating, I will give it my all. He had initially thought he would not encounter Melissa this time, but it seemed he had misunderstood. Nevertheless, if he were to face Melissa, he would need to make some adjustments to his current lineup. Otherwise, the battle would likely prove quite challenging. I look forward to it, Melissa remarked before waving goodbye to Ash and Xiaowang as she made her way toward the exit. I will leave this to you. I have some matters to attend to. Wait, are you leaving already? I had hoped to seek your insights on our performance. Xiaowang expressed with a hint of disappointment. No, Melissa shook her head in response. I am the judge tomorrow. If I watch your performance today, my expectations will plummet, and your scores may suffer as a consequence. Xiaowang scratched her cheek, feeling somewhat awkward, realizing that her question had indeed been rather hasty. Watching Melissa's retreating figure, Ash and Xiaowang finally commenced their practice, though they both felt as if something was amiss. The land of Hearthome City was bathed in the orange glow of the setting sun. After an entire day of training within the Harmony Gym, Ash and Xiaowang departed with a sense of satisfaction. Pikachu lay exhausted on Ash's shoulder, appearing unwilling to move any further. Despite having prior experience with their performance, the duo had faced numerous failures throughout the day. They rehearsed nearly 30 times in total, with approximately 10 of those being unsuccessful. Most of the mishaps originated from Xiaowang's side, including one instance where Pikachu's focus waned. Fortunately, they ultimately concluded with a flawless performance, and both Ash and Xiaowang now brimmed with confidence for the upcoming Heart Home contest. Finally done. I can hurry home, take a shower, and enjoy a good night's sleep. Xiaowang stretched her arms, exuding a relaxed demeanor, completely shedding the anxiety and tension she had felt upon arriving in Heart Home City. It was unnecessary to be so tense from the beginning. All you needed was to bring forth your usual determination, Ash remarked, observing Xiaowang's relieved expression. As if it were that simple. If I truly had no worries or doubts, I would be saying no problem without hesitation. But when one says no problem, it often indicates the opposite. Ash retorted bluntly. But wait, what about Xiaowang and Brock? Brock. At that moment, Xiaowang finally realized what they had forgotten. Originally, they had intended to find Brock after completing their registration, but now, it truly is, Ash lamented for having so easily overlooked Brock. But what could Brock and Xiaowang be discussing? From the perspectives of Xiaoji and Xiaowang, Xiaojing and Xiaowang sat together, and during their conversation, they could distinctly observe that both of their expressions bore a certain seriousness. However, amidst this seriousness, Xiaowang appeared to exhibit a hint of confusion. Was this truly the expression one would expect to see on Xiaowang's face? Just as Xiaowang pondered this, Xiaowang abruptly stood up and walked away. Xiaowang and Xiaoji exchanged glances, their faces a portrait of bewilderment. Chapter 129. The varied scenes of the battle room later that evening. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Xiaoji and Xiaowang inquired about Xiaowang's situation. In truth, the seriousness was not particularly grave. It was merely that Xiaowang had suffered consecutive defeats against Shangji and Milasai within a single afternoon, both by substantial margins. Both Shangji and Milasai were adept in balancing their roles as coordinators and Pokémon trainers. The only distinction lay in the fact that one was still traversing this path, while the other had already journeyed far along it. Given this context, it was no wonder that Xiaowang displayed such an expression that evening. Enduring defeats at the hands of those who aspired to master both realms must have imparted some insight to her. In any case, the first day in Yuan City passed without incident. As the second day dawned, fireworks and cannon fire erupted around the venue of the Yuan conference. Though it was daylight, the festive atmosphere was palpable. The city of Yuan was bustling, with throngs of people arriving from surrounding areas to witness the event. Numerous reporters from various television networks had set up cameras at different angles, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the conference, as post-match interviews were deemed far more captivating than those conducted beforehand. At a stall within the conference venue, Meow Meow exclaimed, "Why must I handle all these tasks alone?" At that moment, Meow Meow was frantically preparing snacks at the stall, a task usually shared with Kojiro. However, this time was different. Kojiro had been taken by Musashi to participate in the grand festival. Musashi claimed that managing two Pokémon alone was somewhat troublesome, thus opting for the duo to compete together. While they enjoyed a leisurely time on stage, Meow Meow found herself in a predicament. After settling debts and financing several beauty treatments for Musashi in preparation for the grand festival, their funds had dwindled significantly. To manage 3 meals a day, they still relied on such labor. Nearly an hour later, spectators at the entrance of the venue began to enter, and the interior of the arena gradually transformed into a lively scene. In the waiting room, dozens of competitors awaited their turn, and nearly every familiar face to Xiaowang had come to participate in the Yuan conference. "So, you did indeed defeat Xiaowang yesterday?" "Yes." Though that battle was not without its challenges, Miss Xiaowang seemed to harbor some unresolved concerns, otherwise she would likely have been more at ease during the match. Shangji expressed this fact without exhibiting excessive excitement or any other emotions. Perhaps due to his nature as a bard, Shangji had formed this judgment upon first seeing Xiaowang. But it was only after their encounter that this judgment materialized into reality. Meanwhile, beside Xiaoji, Jinwu regarded him with a hostile gaze. This time, unlike before, "I will not lose to you again. Be prepared. I have thoroughly studied your Pikachu." Pikachu was filled with questions, seemingly wondering what exactly had been discerned about it. As they had only fought once, what could possibly have been gleaned from that encounter? On the other hand, Xiaoji was equally perplexed and inquired, "I have no issue with battling, but have you held a grudge against me all this time?" Xiaoji was uncertain about the origins of Jinwu's animosity towards him. The only possible source appeared to be the initial battle where Pikachu had swiftly defeated his Poplio. "Well, never mind. Just know that this time I will definitely win." Jinwu waved his hand dismissively, refraining from elaborating further before departing. In a corner designated for competitors, Musashi. "No, sweet Musashi Lina. was engaged in a heated debate with Kojiro Herbert. Why on earth is that brat competing alongside that girl? This is clearly a miss. Shouldn't that brat be challenging the gym instead? Musashi had initially believed that teaming up with Kojiro would surely lead them to victory, given their extensive battle experience compared to the coordinators participating in this event. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn as she never anticipated that Xiaoji would partner with Xiaoguang. This development significantly diminished their chances of success. It was essential to note that the second round of evaluations in the Grand Festival was fundamentally built on Pokémon battles. Even if the moves exchanged were not particularly flashy, a powerful enough strike could incapacitate the opponent, leading to a definitive outcome. Yet, such a crude approach would likely be frowned upon by the audience. I have no idea. Kojiro replied innocently, removing his gentleman's hat. Perhaps it's because the gym leader is preoccupied? I recall that Milasai, the leader of the Yuan gym, is also one of the judges for today's conference. Darn it, Musashi exclaimed, pounding her fist against the wall in frustration. This was supposed to be my moment to shine. Why must I encounter that brat at such a time? Moreover, based on the brat's historical performance, they should likely pass the first round without issue, Kojiro added, further dampening Musashi's spirits. What are we going to do? Musashi urged. Think of a solution quickly. Even if you ask for a solution, we might not even face them, right? After all, we could very well be eliminated first. Kojiro jested, only to be met with Musashi's darkening expression, causing his laughter to cease abruptly. Feeling the sweat pooling on his back, Kojiro began to activate his brain cells in earnest. Musashi had now extended her hand towards him, and if he did not devise a plan soon, he feared being eliminated before the competition even commenced. Fortunately, just as Musashi's hand neared his head, a spark of inspiration struck Kojiro. I've got it. If we happen to face that brat, we should attack the girl as Pokemon with all our might. That could work. Musashi contemplated Kojiro's scheme, finding it plausible. After all, given the brat's character, if anything happened to his companion, his focus would likely waver. They exchanged knowing glances, both sharing a conspiratorial grin. In that moment, they felt undeniably like born villains. Chapter 130. A more stringent evaluation. Xiaoji and Xiaoguang take the stage as the host buy-in commenced proceedings. The Yuan conference officially began. This year's conference featured a considerable number of duos participating, resulting in a larger pool of competitors. Following a round of selections, the final results were projected onto the big screen. Xiaoji and Xiaoguang were set to compete in the third group, preceded by two other pairs of participants. Is it truly so soon? Xiaoguang murmured, lowering her head upon seeing the results. Rather than an early entry, she yearned to observe the matches of other competitors, to gain a clearer understanding of the competition ahead. However, it stands to reason that the participants who appear earlier should generally score higher, right? Xiaoji inquired. This is true. Upon hearing this, Xiaoguang felt somewhat reassured, and thus lifted her head to watch the performance of the first group alongside the other contestants in the waiting room. The two partners of the first group sent out their Pokemon, which were a Poison Rose and a Muckaroo, and soon they completed their performance. While the performance was not particularly outstanding, it could still achieve commendable results in other competitions. Under normal circumstances, they should have been able to secure a stable advancement. Moreover, participants who perform earlier typically receive certain advantages, so their score, could it be a mistake? Only 80 points? Due to the multitude of contestants and the significant attention surrounding this Harmony Conference, the scores for each team were announced promptly. To everyone's surprise, the first team, despite delivering a reasonably good performance, scored only 80 points. The camera shifted to several judges, who, in a rare display of tacit understanding, remained silent, merely smiling. While Melissa took the microphone and stated, given the uniqueness of this competition, the scoring will be quite stringent. In the case of paired contestants, apart from evaluating the performance itself, the synergy between trainers and their Pokemon will also be scrutinized. Melissa looked into the camera, her gaze fierce and commanding, and continued, all participating contestants must take heed. Her words sent ripples of commotion through the audience. The strict scrutiny, coupled with the heightened competition, led to an air of tension and excitement among those present and those watching from home. However, for the other contestants in the waiting room, this was far from good news. Particularly even more stringent, Xiaoguang understood the deeper implications of Melissa's words. Beyond their surface meaning, there lay another layer of significance. The assessment of paired contestants would indeed be more rigorous, and scoring would be more challenging. With a hesitant expression, Xiaoguang glanced at Xiaoji, who, however, displayed no signs of concern, quietly observing the next duo's performance. The second pair dispatched their Pokemon, a Dapu Fire Dragon and a Golduck. Although the combination of fire and water is classic, with many performances to draw inspiration from, perhaps influenced by Melissa's remarks or the scoring of the first-round contestants, their performance was dismal, ultimately scoring just 65 points, lacking any reference value. Next up was the duo of Xiaoji and Xiaoguang. Please take the stage. Let us go? Xiaoji said nothing further, leading Pikachu directly towards the stage. Although Xiaoguang felt a twinge of nervousness, seeing Xiaoji's back eased her anxiety considerably. As she approached Xiaoji, he cast her a glance and softly advised, just relax. If you showcase the results of yesterday's training, you will surely succeed. Don't fear making mistakes. Xiaoguang nodded firmly, her grip on the Pokeball tightening slightly. As they stepped onto the stage, Xiaoguang could distinctly feel the audience's expectant gazes upon them. Along with the flashes of cameras positioned all around, the performance commenced. With the drop of the announcer's voice, Xiaoguang, dressed in formal attire, was the first to throw out the Pokeball encased in a capsule, revealing the figure of her Pokémon, the Rose Pokémon, amidst a swirl of rose light. You're the one, Pikachu. At the same time, Xiaoji called Pikachu to join her on stage. As the petals fell, both Pokémon landed gracefully. It was curious. Despite her earlier nerves, once her Pokémon took the stage, Xiaoguang felt as though she could sense nothing but Xiaoji and the Pokémon on stage. Jianjian Ear, Ice Beam. Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Pika. The two Pokémon leaped to either side of the stage, each movement executed with flawless precision, as if copied and pasted. The sparkling Ice Beam and the crackling Thunderbolt soared towards the center of the stage, merging in midair into a dazzling display of gold and blue. The combined power of their moves was perfectly balanced. At the moment of collision, the Thunderbolt and Ice Beam began to dissipate, transforming into countless sparkling particles that drifted gently downwards, showering the arena. This was a classic performance, yet its success hinged on the altitude and force with which the two moves were executed. Jianjian Ear exerted itself to the fullest, requiring no deliberate control. The final effect was solely in Pikachu's hands. It was precisely because the responsibility for the outcome rested on one Pokémon that this traditional performance could achieve a crowd-encompassing effect, devoid of anxiety over potential mishaps from either side. Jianjian Ear Jump. Once the sparkling points of light enveloped the stage, allowing every audience member to appreciate their synergy, Xiaoguang quickly issued the next command. Pika. Jianjian Ear responded with remarkable swiftness. After all, it had experienced numerous failures during training yesterday and had practiced extensively. Each action of the performance had become second nature, eliminating any chance of hesitation. Jianjian Ear dashed towards the center of the stage and, at the opportune moment, leaped powerfully into the air. What would happen next? The audience watched in silence, anticipating Jianjian Ear to unleash a skill as it began to descend. Yet, just when they thought Jianjian Ear would execute a move, Xiaoguang unexpectedly called out an instruction they had not anticipated. Jump again. Thunderbolt. Just as the audience began to frown in confusion, above the stage, specifically, directly beneath Jianjian Ear, a yellow figure appeared in an instant. Chapter 131. A Seamless Performance. The Audience of Kalos. Jump. Pika. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Pikachu concentrated all its strength into its hind legs, leaping into the air after a brief moment of preparation. Even more astonishing was that, although Jianjian Ear was renowned for its jumping ability and had exerted itself fully, Pikachu's leap matched its height, albeit remaining on the trajectory beneath Jianjian Ear. Iron Tail. Following Xiaoji's command, Pikachu extended its metal-glinting tail, carefully positioning it beneath Jianjian Ear's landing. Jianjian Ear landed on the Iron Tail, then sprang upward again, aided by the second jump, reaching a height that surpassed every spectator present. Boom. On the other side, Pikachu also landed elegantly on the stage. Its iron tail struck the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Displays of strength are rare in the preliminary rounds of a grand performance, yet Xiaoguang did not abandon the inspiration she had received in her dreams. She exclaimed, now? Ice Beam. Electromagnetic Wave. This time, the synchronized voices of Xiaoji and Xiaoguang resonated once more, as the scattered stones, which were on the verge of descending to the ground, appeared to be guided by some unseen force. They all floated in midair. Under the influence of electromagnetic waves, they began to morph into a specific shape. Just as the audience recognized that Pikachu had meticulously arranged the stones, the Ice Beam descended with precision. Enveloped by the electromagnetic waves, the stones now began to solidify rapidly under the effect of the Ice Beam, transforming into a crystal-clear ice block in no time. Within the ice block, the stones formed a heart shape, and even in the absence of electromagnetic control, they remained suspended thanks to the chilling effect of the Ice Beam. Although Pikachu had ceased to use its electromagnetic waves, arcs of electricity became trapped within the ice block alongside the Ice Beam, creating a stunning interplay of brilliant golden arcs against the pristine white ice, evoking a sense of beauty and wonder. In the end, Bunnelby safely landed, and Pikachu leapt onto the ice block shimmering with arcs of electricity. They stood on either side of the heart-shaped ice, holding hands to express their gratitude to the audience and judges. I truly admire this. What a remarkable performance. Pikachu's prowess and Bunnelby's unique skills were splendidly showcased. It is indeed astonishing that such a complex duet was executed flawlessly by both the performers and their Pokémon. Both the trainer and the Pokémon exuded an undeniable synergy. Truly excellent. A flawless presentation. Quite impressive. The performance of Ash and Serena received unanimous praise from the judges, and soon their scores appeared on the big screen, 915 points. This marked the first score exceeding 90, especially in such a rigorously scrutinized competition. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Ash and Serena were virtually guaranteed to advance to the second round. As they exited the stage, both Ken and the previously conflicted Shota offered their congratulations, despite their earlier discontent with Ash. After witnessing their performance, Shota began to realize that he had misjudged Ash due to his own stubbornness. As for Ken, his sole desire was to surpass Ash and Serena on this stage. Meanwhile, far off in the Kalos region, in a standalone house in Asahi Town, a woman, wrapped in her coat, stirred a bubbling pot of soup while watching the live broadcast of the Pokémon Showcase on television. After Ash and Serena's performance concluded and the judges provided their scores, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What an incredible feat. They are so young, yet can perform with such high levels of coordination. Their synergy and the content of their performance resemble that of a couple. Come take a look," she called out, shifting her gaze to her daughter, who was sulking with her back turned. "No," the girl retorted, clearly displeased. "My face is far more impressive than that. I'm going back to my room to rest." The mother replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her daughter's complaints. After all, the injury on her daughter's face was partly her fault. However, if only she exerted a bit more effort to master the techniques of riding a ride-on, wouldn't that be wonderful? Therefore, the fault did not lie solely with her. "Really? Won't you come take a look? This competition is truly exciting, attracting attention from all sides, even being broadcasted throughout the region." I said no, so it's no. The girl insisted, adamant in her disinterest in the competition. But, the mother said wearily, bending slightly and expressing her helplessness, "You have no interest in any profession, do you? You are nearly old enough to travel alone, and surely you should have some goals. Wouldn't it be wonderful to shine like those two kids on television? If all goes well, they will likely become prominent figures in the Sinnoh region soon." Faced with such reasoning, the girl found it hard to respond further. After all, she truly had no dreams to speak of, or perhaps she simply could not find anything she genuinely wished to pursue. All this time, she had been pushed by her mother to train in riding a ride-on, but aside from that, she seemed to have no other pursuits. Should she mention sweets and fashion? She was unsure. While she found them interesting, it seemed too early to consider them as a profession, didn't it? "You know that, right?" The mother shrugged helplessly and redirected the conversation. "Since you have no goals, then nothing matters, does it? How about seeing how exceptional your peers are? Since you're not interested in the showcase, you might as well witness the remarkable synergy that resembles a couple. Who knows, after watching, you might." "Serena, let me finish. Goodbye." In the end, the girl named Serena chose not to accompany her mother to watch the grand competition, opting instead to retreat to her room for a leisurely day. Perhaps it was simply her disinterest in the so-called couple on camera. The one she truly missed had always been just one person. Perhaps, when the day comes for her to embark on her journey alone, her first destination will be the town of Masera in the Kanto region. Chapter 132, Round 2 of the audition, the emergence of duet advantages. Following Ash and Serena's acquisition of the first high score of the event, the atmosphere in the venue began to grow fervent, with everyone eagerly anticipating the performances of the subsequent contestants. Unfortunately, until the final performer concluded their act, no duo managed to overshadow the brilliance of Ash and Serena. Among the subsequent pairs, the only duo that delivered a relatively impressive and memorable performance was Sweet Musashi Lina and her partner Kojiro Herbert. The performance of the Snivy and Manectric duo showcased a unique flair reminiscent of Snake Charmers. Although Sweet Musashi Lina and Kojiro Herbert's act appeared somewhat quirky, they undoubtedly highlighted the distinct characteristics of their respective Pokémon, exhibiting excellent synergy and execution, ultimately earning a score of 85. In the solo category, Shota and Ken shone brighter than other competitors. The first round concluded with the successful advancement of all these individuals, along with 3 other contestants. As for the second round of auditions, in Group A, Shota versus Sho, contestant A versus Ash and Serena. In Group B, Ken versus Sweet Musashi Lina and Kojiro Herbert, contestant B versus bystander B. What a coincidence. Are we facing each other again? Ash and Serena were taken aback to find Shota once again up against Sho, having just competed the previous day, with Sho emerging victorious. "Today, please take care of me, Mr. Sho," Shota said, mustering his spirits and bowing slightly. "No, I must also ask for your guidance, as I am still merely a newcomer, having recently been lost and wandering." Sho shook his head gently, devoid of arrogance or pride. Meanwhile, Musashi and Kojiro regarded their opponents, and before Kojiro could express himself, Musashi interjected, That guy seems to look down on us. Yes, indeed, Kojiro replied. Upon the determination of the matchups for the second round of review, Mingming should have been focused on the formidable Kenwu, yet he found himself instead covertly fixated on Xiaoji. How utterly frustrating. Musashi clicked her tongue, expressing her dissatisfaction with Kojiro in a commanding tone. Hey, let's teach that guy a lesson for daring to look down on us. Indeed, no one in this world would dare to underestimate Team Rocket. Standing back to back, Kojiro and Musashi, despite their rather peculiar attire, could still be considered a formidable villain duo, at least for the moment. As the competition commenced, the two groups, A and B, took turns battling. In the first round of Group A, Xiaowang faced off against Shangji. Although their previous encounter ended in Shangji's victory, today, Xiaowang regained his composure and cast aside the unnecessary confusion that had clouded his mind. Ultimately, in a nail-biting finish, he triumphed over Shangji by a narrow margin as time expired. In the first round of Group B, Tiantian, Musashi, Lina, Kojiro, and Herbert confronted Kenwu. Despite Kenwu's earnest effort and respect for his opponents, he visibly struggled against the coordinated attacks of Tiantian, Musashi, Lina, and Kojiro, revealing his discomfort in doubles combat. He was thoroughly overwhelmed, with every command he issued easily countered by the opposing Yuan. His defensive maneuvers could not protect the Prince of the Sands from the relentless onslaught, and his injuries mounted. In the end, Kenwu was ruthlessly swept away by Tiantian, Musashi, Lina, and Kojiro. Damn it, how on earth can I defeat that Yuan? He lamented, pounding the ground in frustration, while Yuan, blushing and brimming with confidence, shouted, Sanansu. This only fueled his irritation further. Following this, both the second rounds of Group A and Group B concluded without any unexpected developments. Next came the third round of Group A, featuring the winners, Xiaoji and Xiaowang versus Xiaowang. Let us go, Bujilong. Xiaoji declared, You're up, Bakeman. In this match, Xiaowang and Xiaoji deployed these two Pokemon to contend with Xiaowang's Mingyao and Wuka Haiyu. It marked Bujilong's debut on a grand stage, and Xiaoji was taken aback by its early appearance. Indeed, plans often falter in the face of reality. Bujilong and Bakeman? Xiaowang surveyed her opponents, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. After experiencing such a devastating defeat yesterday, she had nearly succumbed to Shangji again today, raising doubts about her ability to overcome the duo of Xiaoji and Xiaoguang. All she could promise was to give her utmost effort. As the battle commenced, the targets were swiftly chosen. Wuka Haiyu, use Mud Bomb on Bakeman. Mingyao, unleash Strange Light on Bujilong. Xiaowang decided in an instant. Although she momentarily faltered, Xiaoji reminded her, water-type attacks might not be effective against Wuka Haiyu, so be cautious. Got it, Xiaowang nodded resolutely. Then, Bujilong, close your eyes and use Dragon Dance. Bakeman, evade and use Peck. Bakeman charged forward while Bujilong remained stationary, closing its eyes to gather energy. The ripples generated from Dragon Dance formed a natural barrier, successfully blocking the descending Strange Light. Meanwhile, Bakeman skillfully dodged the majority of the mud bombs, enduring a few hits, yet persevering without faltering. Bauka, a radiant white light enveloped Bakeman's beak as it elongated. As Bakeman closed the distance, Wuka Haiyu exhibited signs of distress. Stay calm. Use Awakening. Before Xiaowang could issue her command, Xiaoji's voice preemptively called out, delivering his instruction at the perfect moment, thwarting Xiaowang's intention to retaliate against Xiaoguang. The advantage of a well-coordinated duo began to manifest in this second round of review. Chapter 133, vs Xiaowang, Advancing Synergy. Mingyao, use Electromagnetic Wave on Bujilong. Wuka Haiyu, stay composed and use Mud Bomb. After a brief exchange of probing attacks, Xiaowang felt the pressure emanating from Xiaoji. While she could tolerate the disparity in strength, there was no denying that Xiaoji's commands and their Pokemon's actions adhered impeccably to the elegant battle standards of the Grand Festival, showcasing the allure of each Pokemon. It was precisely because Xiaoji's tactics resonated so harmoniously with the principles of the Grand Festival that Xiaowang was forced to confront the depth of her preconceived biases against him. On the battlefield, just as Wuka Haiyu and Mingyao were poised to strike, Xiaoguang, who had been following Xiaoji's lead, finally sprang into action. Bakeman, jump back. Use Bubble Beam on Mingyao. The essence of doubles battles lies not in the combined strength of the Pokemon, but rather in the synergy and mutual understanding that allows one to transcend the sum of their parts. An individual's thoughts are ultimately limited. In a doubles match, while one trainer guides, the other must also contemplate how to assist, rather than merely following in the other's footsteps. From their first collaboration in doubles, Xiaoji had imparted this wisdom to her, and Xiaowang had kept it close to heart. Today, it seemed she finally comprehended this lesson and began to tread the path Xiaoji had illuminated. Bujilong surged forward, while Bakeman adeptly leaped backward. Dragon Pulse arced past Bakeman, colliding with the incoming Mud Bomb. The might of Dragon Pulse eclipsed that of the Mud Bomb, establishing dominance in this exchange. As Bakeman maneuvered behind Bugilong, it launched Bubble Beam into the air without hesitation. Although electromagnetic waves struck the bubble beam, shattering numerous bubbles, the relentless barrage ultimately left Meng Yao with insufficient strength to withstand the onslaught. Accompanied by 2 resounding impacts and plumes of smoke, Meng Yao and Wuka Haiyu tumbled to the ground, propelled a distance away. Though they retained their fighting capabilities, the direct hit from such an assault placed them in a precarious situation. A glance at the scores revealed that while Xiaoji and Xiaoguang had only incurred a minor deduction, Xiaowang's score had already fallen significantly. There remains a chance. Despite this, Xiaowang refused to concede defeat. She recognized that she still possessed one final opportunity for a comeback. However, that opportunity would not be determined through the elegant standards of the Grand Festival, but rather through traditional Pokemon battling. Meng Yao charge in. Use Shadow Clone. Though she felt she had strayed from her original intent, she had to acknowledge that this was her only recourse. In the blink of an eye, Meng Yao's form split into 6 or 7 clones, each drifting around Bugilong and Bakeman. Whenever either Bugilong or Bakeman made a move, Meng Yao's clones would spring into action, poised to strike at any moment. By time, seek opportunity. This was Xiaowang's strategy. She sought to seize the opportunity to turn the tide with the shellless Sea Bunny's blizzard. Thus it was imperative for Pokémon and Baby Dragon to stand united, vigilant against the Dream Demon. Ideally, they would first dismantle the Dream Demon's doppelganger, thereby affording her a chance. However, while Xiaowang's strategy was sound, Xiaoji's subsequent actions took her by surprise. Baby Dragon, use your head but on the shellless Sea Bunny, she exclaimed. Xiaowang could hardly fathom that Xiaoji would choose to disregard the Dream Demon and charge directly at the shellless Sea Bunny. Was he not concerned about Pokemon's situation behind him? Just as this thought surged in Xiaowang's mind, she realized that Xiaoji indeed had no need to worry about the unfolding circumstances. Pokemon, unleash Bubble Beam. He commanded, Pokemon. Xiaowang initially believed that Xiaoguang would hesitate when confronting the Shadow Doppelganger, yet at the very moment Xiaoji directed Baby Dragon to launch an attack, she made the most astute judgment. And then boom. This time, Xiaoguang and Pokemon were fortunate. As the Bubble Beam was unleashed, it immediately struck the correct target. With a resounding explosion, the Dream Demon plummeted back to the ground. Observing the Dream Demon, who had received no assistance, Xiaowang knew she had to make a desperate gamble. Raising her hand and shouting, Shellless Sea Bunny, use Blizzard. Though this angle would only hit Baby Dragon, if she could defeat it first, perhaps the outcome would be different. In response to Xiaowang's tactical shift, Xiaoji merely smiled. His Baby Dragon possessed an array of skills at its disposal. Pokemon. Baby Dragon exhaled a torrent of flames, accumulating energy at a pace far quicker than that of the blizzard's preparation. Just as the shellless Sea Bunny was nearing the completion of its charge, the flames cascaded down upon it. Hold on, Xiaowang yelled, unable to contain her fervent encouragement. Although she had never been fond of abstract notions of perseverance in Pokemon battles, at this moment, her sole concern was for the shellless Sea Bunny to endure. Remarkably, the shellless Sea Bunny responded to Xiaowang's hopes, despite its body beginning to falter. The blizzard it had struggled to conjure did not dissipate. With a sudden, resolute opening of its eyes, the shellless Sea Bunny unleashed a torrent of blizzard from its mouth. However, Dragon Claw, Xiaoji's final command, signaled the conclusion of this battle. Although the shellless Sea Bunny successfully executed Blizzard, a portion of its power had been mitigated by the flames, compounded by the speed enhancement from Dragon Dance. As the distance between them shrank to mere steps, Baby Dragon, with a furrowed brow, suddenly accelerated, sacrificing its own stamina to breach the onslaught of the blizzard. The Azure Dragon Claw enveloped Baby Dragon's right hand, extending its reach. Then, from a sufficient distance, the Dragon Claw descended rapidly from above. The shellless Sea Bunny finally collapsed to the ground, losing its ability to battle, much like the Dream Demon. Dream Demon, shellless Sea Bunny has lost its ability to battle. With the referee's announcement, this round was ultimately won by Xiaoji and Xiaoguang. On the screen, Xiaowang's score was wiped clean at the very moment the shellless Sea Bunny was defeated. Chapter 134, Team Rocket is free. The results of the lottery indicate that congratulations are in order for the shrimp-filled egg custard lover, Raichu. Still lost, huh? In the waiting room, a defeated Xiaowang sat in a chair, leaning against the wall, letting out a deep sigh. Though she sighed, there was little regret upon her face. Merely a sense of gallant acceptance of having given her all, yet still facing failure. They are quite impressive, those two. Shinji, who had triumphed over Xiaowang in the day's grand tournament, approached her, glancing at the screen where the finals were about to commence. Both of them possess considerable talent in their respective areas of interest. This is merely the beginning. With such a splendid start, I can hardly wait to witness the climax of their performance. Especially Xiaoji. Before formally engaging with him, I never anticipated that even a simple command from him could exert such immense pressure, as though he could predict all my thoughts. What a monster, indeed. Xiaowang jested, poking fun not only at Xiaoji's prowess, but also at her former dissatisfaction with him. On stage, the finalists were poised and ready. Xiaoji and Xiaowang, Sweet, Musashi, Kojiro, and Herbert. Both sides had secured overwhelming victories in the second round, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the finals officially commenced. Hey Musashi, are you really not bringing out your Gyarados? Kojiro queried anxiously before the match began. Their previous victories were undoubtedly aided by Gyarados, even without direct commands. Gyarados could perfectly anticipate the opponent's attack type and retaliate accordingly, which had instilled fear in their adversaries, granting them an absolute offensive advantage. Yet before the finals, Musashi declared she would not deploy Gyarados. What can be done? After all, Gyarados hardly ever gained the upper hand against that little brat. If Xiaoji's commands render Gyarados' counterattacks ineffective, then deploying it would be futile, especially since it lacks offensive type skills. It was clear that Musashi had meticulously strategized for victory in this tournament. Upon her arrival in the Sinnoh region, Gyarados had already faced Pikachu in the Tail Whip combination, and during that encounter, Gyarados had indeed failed to gain any advantage. Therefore, Musashi extended her words, a smile gracing her face as she looked at Kojiro. The key is in your hands. Don't let the victory that is within reach slip away. Yes, yes. Under Musashi's lighthearted threat, Kojiro shuddered slightly, nervously agreeing. As the match commenced, both sides sent forth their Pokémon. Musashi and Kojiro chose Butterfree and Sandshrew, while Xiaoji and Xiaowang deployed a combination of Tail Whip and Bunnelby. Understanding Xiaoji's strength, Musashi and Kojiro swiftly altered their previous combat approach, seizing the initiative in the match. Butterfree, use Confusion on Bunnelby. Sandshrew, launch Pin Missile at Bunnelby. Huh. Xiaowang was taken aback, not expecting to be subjected to a combined assault so early in the match. Logically, in a doubles match, it would be most reasonable for each side to target a single opponent. Tail Whip, use Swift on Butterfree. Xiaowang discreetly glanced at Xiaoji, but from his expression, it was clear he had no intention of directly assisting her. Was she expected to resolve the crisis on her own? If so, Bunnelby, jump aside. Xiaowang decided to evade the oncoming onslaught. With a focused determination, Bunnelby concentrated its energy in its legs and leapt just as the opponent's attacks were about to collide with it. Boom. The Confusion and Pin Missile struck the ground where Bunnelby had been standing, resulting in a significant explosion. And then, boom. Though not as visually striking as the combined attacks from both Pokémon, Tail Whip's Swift successfully struck Butterfree. The opponent, in their eagerness to attack Bunnelby, had neglected to command Butterfree to evade, an occurrence that could be deemed nearly impossible in a dazzling competition, after all. No evasion? Isn't this a bit concerning? The judges furrowed their brows in unison. This is a grand contest, where the criteria for evaluation are not solely based on the direct strength of each party in battle. In the midst of competition, the bond and synergy between trainers and their Pokémon, elements that are intangible and cannot be quantified, are equally significant. Musashi and Kojiro's approach to battle may be acceptable in standard Pokémon duels, but on the stage of the grand contest, their choices appear somewhat out of place. Musashi, should we continue? The reactions from the audience seemed to suggest otherwise. Initially, Kojiro was apprehensive that if they persisted, they would be met with a chorus of disapproval. Just as he was about to suggest a change in their combat strategy, Musashi impatiently retorted, "Why should we care about the audience's reactions? Instead of contemplating the futile, we should focus on how to secure victory and earn the ribbon badge. Team Rocket is about freedom. We must pursue our goals by any means necessary." Kojiro paused for a moment. Then, feeling somewhat vexed, he slapped his forehead and apologized. Indeed, he chose not to elaborate further, but Musashi understood his intent. They are Team Rocket, who left in pursuit of freedom, and their desire is straightforward. Only victory will suffice. Venomoth, use Psybeam on Flebaby once more. Desert Lurantis, conceal us with Sandstorm. This time, they adhered to their initial plan, albeit with a modification suggested by Kojiro. Hitting the agile Flebaby directly with their attack proved challenging, especially with the interference of Doublade and Ghastly on the opposing side. To enhance their chances of success, Kojiro decided that he and Desert Lurantis would provide cover for Musashi and Venomoth. Desert Lurantis took the lead, spinning gracefully as a tumultuous sandstorm enveloped the arena. Amidst the tempest, the vibrant Psybeam followed suit. Flebaby, Ice Beam. At the onset of the sandstorm, visibility plummeted, making it impossible for even the spectators, including Shoko, to glean any useful information from the chaos. Nevertheless, she caught a glimpse of the colors from Psybeam and instinctively directed Flebaby to counterattack. The Psybeam and Ice Beam collided, resulting in a series of explosions within the sandstorm. Just as Kojiro planned to assist Venomoth in attacking Flebaby, a sudden sound of confusion emanated from Desert Lurantis. Was it Doublade? Kojiro speculated. Although their initial target was Shoko's Pokémon, The interference with Desert Lurantis actions prompted him to redirect his focus. Desert Lurantis. Use Needle Arm on Doublade. Desert Lurantis' right arm gleamed, and in the next moment, it charged towards the figure it had detected. The arm struck down fiercely, yet it passed through the apparition, crashing onto the ground, and Desert Lurantis' movements and expressions stiffened at that instant. Desert Lurantis? What happened? Swift. Before Kojiro could inquire further, Doublade's attack arrived on cue. Despite the sand obscuring visibility, Doublade's swift struck Desert Lurantis with remarkable precision, likely deducing its position from the sound of its previous impact. Kojiro pondered. However, what was Ash's intention? The stage was shrouded in dust, rendering both the audience and the camera lenses unable to capture the situation of the Pokémon within. Yet, they were aware of the standoff between Venomoth and Flabébé, and Desert Lurantis' predicament. What perplexed them was why Desert Lurantis' attack had missed. As Desert Lurantis recognized Doublade's silhouette, the audience, too, caught sight of it through the screen. A flawless shadow clone move had perfectly deceived Desert Lurantis, exploiting its earlier action to ascertain its location. Perfect. Melissa revealed Ash's tactic through the microphone, and simultaneously, Musashi and Kojiro's scores began to plummet significantly. Hey, what is going on? Didn't we agree on the target of the attack? Forget about that, Doublade. Hurry and assist Venomoth. But, Kojiro intended to defend himself. Yet Ash and Doublade provided them with no respite. A figure soared through the sand, leaping high into the air. Hey, watch out. Venomoth, quickly. Double attack. Doublade leapt over Venomoth, which was still locked in confrontation with Flabébé. Though it sensed the urgency, it seemed unable to evade. Bang, bang. Doublade struck Venomoth with its glowing tails in swift succession, and with the heavy thuds, Venomoth plummeted to the ground like a stone cast aside. And the trajectory of Venomoth's fall was directly towards Flabébé. Hypnosis punch. Faced with the now defenseless Venomoth, Shoko and Flabébé wasted no time in their assault. Soon, amidst Musashi's incredulous cries, Venomoth lay on the ground, unable to battle. Venomoth. Musashi cried out in sorrow before shooting an irate glare at Kojiro. His expression contorted as he exclaimed, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up, the match is over." Just as Musashi intended to place the entire outcome in Kojiro's hands, the scoreboard displayed their scores had reset to 0, and the announcer promptly declared the end of the competition. Sweet Musashi Lina stood there with a vacant expression, her body resembling that of a stone statue. Observing this, Kojiro contemplated slipping away with Desert Lurantis, but the statue-like Musashi stiffly turned her head and smiled, saying, "We have plenty to discuss later. Don't run away, okay?" Smiling no. Following Kojiro's cries of despair, the two members of the losing team could only exit the stage, leaving the remaining time for the award ceremony. Truly remarkable. Your cooperation and synergy are even more commendable than the strength you displayed individually. Had I not heard that Shoko is a novice trainer, I would have believed you two were seasoned partners traveling together for years. The unique ribbon badge for the duo category of the bonding tournament rightfully belongs to you both. Melissa approached Ash and Shoko, presenting them with their well-deserved accolades, while also fulfilling her duties as the judge by continuously praising their performances throughout the day. It feels as though this grand contest concluded rather swiftly. As Melissa turned to face the camera, Shoko couldn't help but whisper a critique to Ash. She had anticipated that this bonding tournament would pose a significant challenge, yet she found herself feeling somewhat empty. Was it because she encountered no difficulties during the initial rounds? No, she did face challenges, but whenever she turned to look, Ash's presence was always there, as if standing beside him ensured her success. At least, that was how Shoko felt. Such a sentiment was bound to emerge. Upon hearing this, Ash turned his head and smiled, saying, "With the accumulation of battle experience and an increase in the number of competitions, one can only feel an insatiable desire to engage in more battles and contests. Whether it be dazzling showcases or Pokémon battles, they are never tiresome for those who are genuinely interested." Ash passionately expressed his perspective. To this, Dawn felt a sense of ambiguity, as if Ash had only articulated part of his thoughts. However, as she glanced at the ribbon badge in her hand, and then at the one Ash held, she noted the pink ribbon she possessed in contrast to Ash's blue one. Regardless, the satisfaction and exhilaration she felt in this moment were undeniably genuine. Thus, the two exchanged a knowing glance, smiled in unison, and, with a tacit understanding, high-fived. With Dawn excitedly exclaiming, "I have obtained the ribbon badge of fate." At that moment, the spotlight shone brightly upon them. The image of their high-five and Dawn's radiant smile was captured without exception. Chapter 136. Ash and Dawn, each other's communication. What do you think? This is the ribbon badge from the Festival of Fate. It holds significant value. On the evening following the conclusion of the Festival of Fate, Dawn and Piplup were situated in a corner of the Pokémon Center, making a video call to Keat. Throughout the call, Dawn incessantly flaunted her trophy. "How special is this? right? And this is Ash's version. His is blue, while mine is pink. Dawn continued to display both the ribbon badge she had borrowed from Ash and her own, gleefully showcasing them. All right, I get it. I know you're excited, but isn't it enough already? A whole day has passed, Keed said with exasperation, covering her face with her hands. If it were possible, she would wish for her daughter to exhibit a touch more restraint, yet the word restraint seemed ill-suited for Dawn. This feeling won't dissipate for a week. There were so many spectators today. I believe there were over 1,000. No, it must have been more than 10,000. Keed added, hands on her hips. Today's Festival of Fate was broadcasted throughout the entire region. The live viewership surpassed even your favorite morning dramas. So that means. With Keed's reminder, Dawn finally realized that there had been a live broadcast. Throughout the event, her mind had been consumed with tension and immersed in battles, only feeling exhilarated once the crowd dispersed. It was only now, prompted by Keed's words, that she began to feel astonished. Goodness, you're so oblivious. Keed sighed again, expressing her exasperation at her daughter's oblivious nature. It appears you have yet to grasp your current situation. What situation? What do you mean? Dawn tilted her head, her expression filled with confusion, while Piplup mirrored her bewilderment. Oh, it's about your newfound popularity in the Sinnoh region. Haven't you been keeping up with the newspapers and magazines? In simpler terms, you and Ash have become quite famous. After a prolonged silence, Dawn could only emit a sound of confusion. As Keed continued to explain, Dawn gradually pieced together the entire narrative. In essence, the double battle they had participated in, filmed by Sinnoh now, alongside their joint appearance at the Festival of Fate, had gone viral in the Sinnoh region. The most harmonious duo, Sinnoh as best partners. Titles like these began to be associated with them the moment the Festival of Fate concluded. Notably, Sinnoh now had extensively covered this, as they had not only the information on the widely accessible Festival of Fate, but also footage of a bewildered Dawn participating in double battles alongside Ash. Sinnoh now focused not only on the synergy between Ash and Dawn, but significantly on Dawn's personal growth while partnering with Ash. After all, in the footage from their first double battle, it was evident that Dawn was merely a naive novice, her cooperation with Ash primarily stemming from his leadership. However, in the Festival of Fate, while Ash's presence was undeniably strong, it was evident that he had deliberately entrusted half of the stage to Dawn, and she, in turn, did not disappoint his expectations, showcasing her strength and development during the competition. This mutual trust was something that people in Sinnoh and beyond found endearing and engaging. Although Ash and Dawn were still young, discussions regarding their potential future relationship had already ignited fervent debate, which was a crucial factor in their rapidly rising popularity. Especially these two photos, they have gone viral today. Just take a look. Noticing that Dawn had completely lost her reaction, Keed seized the opportunity to present her with a newspaper that had been urgently printed that day, prominently featuring two color photographs. One depicted the end of the first round, with Vulpix and Pikachu holding hands, while Ash and Dawn stood side by side behind them, their performance creating a sparkling ice sculpture shaped like golden hearts. The other captured the moment after the competition, where Ash and Dawn exchanged smiles during the award ceremony, high-fiving with their special ribbon badges. Dawn's mind was utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, at another phone equipped with a teleportation device within the Pokémon Center, Ash was conversing with Professor Oak. So you wish to change your lineup? Yes, Ash replied, nodding as he specified the Pokémon he intended to swap. I'll temporarily send back Bidoof and Turtwig, and bring back Piplup and Ursaring. I want to see their training results. I see. However, there's something else I wish to inform you about. What is it? Ash inquired. Professor Oak cleared his throat and said, Did you not request for Piplup and Ursaring to return for training, allowing your former companions to guide them? Ash nodded. Professor Oak continued, upon hearing this news, your former companions were concerned that you might be encountering troubles in the Sinnoh region. Consequently, most of the Pokémon that participated in the league alongside you have commenced their own training. Really? Ash asked, surprised. Indeed, Professor Oak said with a smile, hands clasped behind his back, clearly pleased. It seems you hold significant weight in their hearts. They are eager to fight alongside you once again. Ash fell into a brief silence, but after a moment, he wore a smile akin to Professor Oak's. Ash exchanged a glance with Pikachu, then turned to Professor Oak, stating, I understand now. I will change my lineup again in a few days. I'll need your assistance then. Of course, it won't be a bother at all. Frankly, I am quite delighted to see you reunited with your old friends in battle once more. Now, I will proceed to teleport Ursaring and Piplup to you. Chapter 137. Piplup Learning Odd Things? The following day, although the Festival of Fate had concluded, its impact on Dawn seemed to linger. On the grandstand of the Yuan Pavilion, Xiaowang yawned with a face full of drowsiness, appearing utterly sleepy. You can't possibly be so excited about winning the Yuan conference that you haven't managed to sleep at all. Can you? Xiao Zhang inquired, unable to restrain his concern upon seeing Xiaowang, clad in a cheerleading outfit, yet devoid of any energy. Yes, perhaps, Xiaowang responded ambiguously, causing Xiaojing to grow skeptical. Meanwhile, the all-knowing Bojaman stood with his arms crossed on the railing, nodding repeatedly with an air of maturity. The commotion in the audience did not reach the arena below, where Ash and Melissa stood on opposite sides of the battlefield. Before the match commenced, Melissa couldn't help but praise, "Your performance yesterday was truly spectacular, filled with surprises everywhere. By the way, Ash, do you genuinely have no intentions of formally entering the Gorgeous competition, just like your aspirations?" "No, I only participate in the Gorgeous competition occasionally. I prefer the stage here far more," Ash replied. Pikachu echoed his sentiments with a fiery gaze directed at Melissa, affirming his determination after Ash's declaration. "Well then," Melissa said, closing her eyes momentarily before slowly reopening them, "let us cease the pleasantries. The rules of the match are as follows. It will be a 3-on-3 battle, and the first Pokémon to lose its ability to fight will be deemed defeated. Only the challenger is permitted to switch Pokémon. Is that agreeable?" Given that it was a day of rest for the referee, Melissa articulated the rules of the Yuan conference match, to which Ash had no objections. Once the rules were established, both sides sent forth their respective Pokémon. "I entrust you with this task, Gunguei." Then it's decided, Suicune. The first round commenced, Gunguei versus Suicune. In the audience, upon witnessing Ash's choice of Suicune, Xiaowang couldn't help but voice her concern. This should be the first time Ash is partnering with Suicune since capturing it, right? Is he truly fine facing an opponent of Melissa's caliber? Although Xiaowang had not been closely following the gym battles, Melissa's reputation among the 8 gym leaders was undeniably formidable. It would be difficult not to be aware of her prowess. It's hard to say, if the compatibility is right. Even a Pokémon battling together for the first time can synchronize effectively with Ash, Xiaojing explained. "Is that so?" Xiaowang replied, her mind flashing back to her own first battle alongside Ash. The match officially began. Gunguei used Shadow Punch. Noticing Ash's lack of action as he seemed disinclined to strike first, Melissa seized the initiative and commanded Gunguei to attack. Gung! With its right fist glowing with a shadowy radiance, Gunguei charged towards Suicune below. Ash and Suicune observed Gunguei's movements in silence. Ash maintained a serious demeanor, while Suicune, crossing its arms, exuded an air of disdain toward its opponent. As the distance between them closed, Ash's command and Suicune's action synchronized at last. Icicle Punch. Hey! Without hesitation. As Gunguei approached, Suicune condensed a layer of frost around its right fist and struck directly at Gunguei's shadowy punch. Boom. The two fists collided, sending dust swirling. Huh, that Suicune can actually use Icicle Punch? I've never seen it do that before. Xiaowang recalled the moment when Ash captured Suicune. Indeed. It had not exhibited such a skill then. Perhaps it learned from Professor Oak's backyard, or maybe from Snorlax. After all, Ash's Snorlax can also use Icicle Punch. Xiaojing speculated. Though merely conjecture, Xiaojing's assumption proved accurate. While Ash had hoped for Lizard King to mentor Suicune, encouraging it to adopt a more restrained demeanor, he discovered that during training that morning, Suicune had not absorbed any lessons from Lizard King aside from the technique of holding a branch and spitting it out. As for Icicle Punch, it was undoubtedly a skill learned from Snorlax. According to Professor Oak, Suicune had witnessed the moment when Snorlax obliterated a Teddy Ursa with Icicle Punch, and thus developed a yearning to learn, sacrificing 2 of its 3 daily meals for Snorlax's tutelage. One might say it was fortunate that it had acquired the skill at all. As Gunguei and Suicune distanced themselves from each other, Melissa's expression turned somewhat serious. Or rather contemplative. From the outset, Ash had no intention of taking the offensive, even as Gunguei and Suicune created space. Ash remained unperturbed and did not consider launching a counterattack. His approach to battle differed significantly from the challengers he had faced thus far. While Melissa could easily utilize her Pokémon's hypnosis to counter the hasty trainers seeking to defeat her, thus swiftly concluding battles, Ash's insistence on a counter strategy presented a challenge. Could it be? Melissa mused, a smile creeping onto her face as she asked, "Ash, where did you learn of my battle tactics that you insist on employing a counter?" "Perhaps," Ash chuckled, though his answer remained somewhat ambiguous. However, for Melissa, such a response was sufficient. "If you truly think of me as so straightforward, you are gravely mistaken. You shall soon pay the price for your simplicity. Gunguei go." "Gung." Gunguei responded swiftly, its body transforming into a shadow as it burrowed into the ground. Ultimately, Melissa's counter strategy relied on the element of surprise. As long as she could obscure her Pokémon's movements from her opponent, hypnosis would become exceedingly simple. Observing the shadow darting beneath the ground, Ash remained composed until the shadow reached Suicune's feet, prompting him to call out, "Water Jet, evade." It was too late to attempt an escape now. Nightmare Shadow. As Gunguei pursued Suicune, who was maneuvering through the water, it deftly manipulated its shadow to gain speed. And as the shadow positioned itself beneath Suicune, Gungue swiftly altered its position relative to the shadow. A smile graced Melissa's lips. Checkmate. Use hypnosis. Upon hearing the command, both Ash and Suicune, enveloped by the torrent of water, looked up, their smiles mirroring one another. Now's the time. Counter shield. Hey. With Ash's voice signaling the commencement of the counterattack phase, the stage was set for a dramatic turn. Chapter 138. The Challenger, a role reversal? Hey. With its back to the ground, Suicune faced the advancing Gungue, which was initiating hypnosis, as it spun while unleashing a water gun. The originally linear jet of water began to twist chaotically in various directions due to Suicune's rotation, creating an intricate web of water streams interlacing with one another. The waves of hypnosis were deflected one after another upon contact with Suicune's water gun. No matter the angle from which Gungue directed the hypnosis, it ultimately yielded no results. Is this really a technique? It feels more suited for the gorgeous competition, Xiao Wang remarked, utterly astounded by Ash and Suicune's counterattack shield. She could scarcely believe that within less than a day, Ash had accomplished such a remarkable feat with Suicune. It appeared that this technique could serve as a decisive move. Whether in battle or on the stage of the gorgeous competition, Gengar intensified its efforts, striving to break through the defense of the water gun, yet the inherently non-damaging hypnosis, once intercepted, stood no chance against such a formidable skill. To say it was defeated would be an overstatement. It was merely a fleeting approach before Gengar was sent flying, utterly devoid of any opportunity for retaliation. Oh, no. Even Melissa, with her formidable strength and vast experience, found herself at a loss when confronted by Ash's ability to effortlessly counter her signature move, Water Gun. Seizing the moment against the visibly fatigued Gengar and the somewhat disoriented Melissa, Ash was not about to let this opportunity slip away. Water Gun. In the blink of an eye, the aquatic Weevil once again harnessed the torrent of water, pursuing Gengar's landing position. However, Melissa was not one to surrender easily. Though she could not devise a solution, she resolved to make a final stand. Shadow Punch. Gen. As the swift Weevil charged forward, Gengar executed Shadow Punch during its descent, hoping to leverage the height difference to amplify its power. Yet, it was met with an immediate counter. Freeze Punch. Behold, encased in a swirling torrent of water, Weevil's paw glimmered with a radiant blue light, and in the next instant, the water enveloping Weevil transformed into ice at an observable rate. In the astonished eyes of Gengar and Melissa, Water Gun morphed into Ice Beam. Under the augmented power of the attack, Gengar was utterly defenseless, hurtling out of the arena and crashing against the wall, immediately incapacitated. Melissa, with a hint of resignation, smiled faintly before recalling Gengar. I truly did not expect this. You have surprised me greatly, Melissa remarked. Not only with your counter shield, but also with your frozen water gun. Just how many tricks do you possess? Ash simply smiled, offering no reply. Is that so? Not wishing to press further, Melissa silently retrieved her next Pokeball. At this juncture, her mindset had shifted. If Ash had previously been the challenger, then now, at least in her own heart, their roles had undeniably transformed. She was not a creature of habit. Although she had previously positioned herself as the challenge due to her status as a gym leader, that was merely a superficial factor. The crux of the matter was that she possessed the capabilities to test a trainer's mettle. Now that her tactics had been breached by Ash, the methods he displayed were unlike any she had encountered before. In the remaining time of the challenge, with 2 Pokemon left, her goal was to dismantle Ash's techniques as a challenger and reclaim their positions. Here we go. Mismagius. Moo. Use Confuse Ray. Dodge. Faced with Mismagius, Ash did not immediately command Weevil to retaliate. Instead, he opted to observe, gauging what strategy Melissa would employ. The Confuse Ray sliced through the air, segmenting the battlefield into several zones, while Weevil nimbly evaded Mismagius's assault, its gaze never straying from its opponent. This was a departure from its previous combat habits. In the past, Weevil would have disregarded the opponent's positioning, simply dodging without thought. However, during its training with Sceptile, it had learned the significance of maintaining visual contact. Offense, evasion, and counterattack, all hinged upon the ability to clearly ascertain the opponent's position. Melissa, standing across from him, covered her face in frustration. She had anticipated Weevil would panic under the might of the Confuse Ray, yet she was taken aback by its composure, which derailed her premeditated ambush. Very well, then, let's employ Magical Leaf. Maintaining the potency of the Confuse Ray was no easy feat, and Weevil's agility made it seem as though it had trained in the intricate terrain of a mountainous forest, making it elusive. Whether for the sake of ensuring a more accurate hit on Weevil or simply to conserve energy, Magical Leaf was a superior choice compared to Confuse Ray. Moo. Mismagius shifted its attack stance, halting the output of Confuse Ray. In its stead, a flurry of shimmering blue leaves encircled it, and the moment its gaze met Weevil's, Mismagius commanded the leaves to strike. Freeze Punch. Realizing Weevil was in no position to evade the Magical Leaf, Ash had no choice but to resort to Freeze Punch for a direct confrontation. The leaves multiplied, continuously launching from Mismagius toward Weevil, which, undeterred, repeatedly swung its icy fists, knocking the incoming leaves aside. Now how about this? Psyshock. To Ash's astonishment, Mismagius conjured a pink beam of energy with virtually no charge or delay, sending it straight toward Weevil, following closely behind the magical leaf. Boom. Hey! A resounding explosion echoed as Weevil, unable to react to the Psyshock while executing Freeze Punch, was propelled several steps back, struggling to regain its footing. Chapter 139, Ash's Choice? Using two moves simultaneously is not your exclusive domain. Having finally gained an advantage over Ash, Melissa couldn't help but revel in her triumph. Who would have thought? Ash adjusted his slightly askew cap, refocusing on the match. Although he had surmised that Mismagius likely had room for a counterattack, the speed of that Psyshock was astonishingly rapid. Not only was it difficult to dodge while distracted, but even if he had aimed to evade it deliberately, it would have posed a significant challenge, especially with the threat of Magical Leaf looming. Now it's my turn. Mismagius. Continue using Magical Leaf. Me. Melissa believed she had discovered a means to suppress Ash, yet his expression remained calm and unperturbed as he commanded, seize the center position. Ash's directive momentarily caught Melissa off guard, but as she quickly regained her composure, she deduced his intention. Stop it. Use Psyshock. Me. As the Magical Leaf was unleashed, another Psyshock rapidly surged downward toward Weevil. However, Weevil had learned from its earlier experience. When it initially dashed forward, it did not exert its full strength. Only the moment Melissa commanded Psyshock did Weevil suddenly accelerate, utilizing its speed to successfully mislead Mismagius and evade the swift Psyshock. Though it had escaped the first wave of peril, the Magical Leaf trailing closely behind continued to pursue it. Nonetheless, for Ash, the Magical Leaf was of little concern because Counter Shield. Observing Weevil had reached the center of the arena, Ash promptly issued his command. Hey, Weevil, mirroring its earlier actions, conjured a counter shield composed of water that enveloped the entire battlefield once more. As expected, Melissa murmured, furrowing her brow, risking injury to seize the central position. He must be intent on continuing with the counter shield. And why was it imperative to occupy the center? It was, of course, because the range of the counter shield was vast. If Weevil were positioned centrally, there would be virtually no space left for evasion. This skill was inherently both offensive and defensive, granting Weevil the initiative, regardless of whether it engaged Mismagius directly. Even if the Dream Demon were to escape to a higher position to evade the assault of the counter shield, who could predict whether the Water Weasel or Ash would change their strategy and launch a concentrated water gun attack? Moreover, if one merely relies on dodging, how could the match ever reach a conclusion? Nonetheless, in an instant, the counter shield pierced through the barrier formed by the Dream Demon's full-force magical leaves. As the leaves descended, the Dream Demon lost any means to defend against the Water Weasel. The Dream Demon was struck down by the counter shield. Yet Ash did not hastily command the Water Weasel to rush in with a water jet or ice punch. Instead, he opted for a more prudent approach. Water gun. Dream Demon, unleash Dark Pulse. Upon witnessing Ash's reluctance to let the Water Weasel close in, even after the Dream Demon had been downed, Melissa realized that the opportunity she had been waiting for had completely vanished. Not closing in meant that the Dream Demon, or rather the Ghost-type Pokémon, could not utilize its ambush capabilities. Boom. The water gun clashed directly with the Dark Pulse. In terms of levels, Melissa's Dream Demon undoubtedly surpassed the Water Weasel, and the power of Dark Pulse was certainly greater than that of Water Gun. However, after enduring so much fatigue, the strength of the Dream Demon's attack had significantly diminished. This time, even Dark Pulse only managed to achieve parity with the Water Gun, a result that was utterly unacceptable for Melissa and her Dream Demon. Go for broke. Use Dark Pulse with all your might. At last, Melissa could no longer endure the situation. Allowing the match to drag on would surely lead to her defeat, so she had to make this final desperate attempt. But then, the counter shield. Hey, the last attempt at the counter shield effectively sentenced Melissa's resolve to a swift demise. Streams of water relentlessly pelted the Dream Demon, and after several rounds, it could no longer rely on sheer will to continue, soon being sent flying backward by the water whips, incapacitated. Had Melissa already lost both of her Pokémon? It seemed almost unbelievable. Xiao Guang exclaimed in astonishment. Anyone familiar with Pokémon battles could see that Melissa's strength was far from weak, if one were to consider Pokémon levels. Her first two Pokémon were certainly above the Water Weasel. Yet, despite this, Melissa could find no way to breach the counter shield. And as long as she failed to overcome Ash's attack for even one round, victory would remain elusive. Come back, Dream Demon, you've done your best. Melissa closed her eyes and recalled her Dream Demon, but when she turned her gaze back to Ash, she was already able to wear a gracious smile. You truly are remarkable. Even among the many trainers who have challenged me over the years, you rank among the very best. Your unique counter shield has indeed caused me considerable trouble, but Melissa's tone shifted as she threw her last Pokeball. Defeated. Ghost Balloon. With unwavering confidence, Melissa sent forth her trump card, the Ghost Balloon. Although it had only evolved the day before after battling Xiao Wang, she considered it her ace due to its vast array of skills and its agility that surpassed that of other Ghost-type Pokemon. With all this in mind, Melissa had already formulated a plan to counter the counter shield. However, come back, Water Weasel. Melissa. Xiao Guang, Xiao Gang, Pachima, Pikachu. Everyone in the arena found themselves utterly bewildered. Why would Ash suddenly substitute the Water Weasel, which was riding high on a winning streak? No one could fathom Ash's reasoning, and he himself was unaware of their thoughts. After recalling the Water Weasel, he simply sent out his next Pokemon as if it were an ordinary matter. It's decided. Night Stalker. Chapter 140. The mistake made by Melissa. What's wrong? After sending out Night Stalker, Ash noticed that Melissa's expression seemed somewhat odd, as if she were a touch speechless or perhaps even dissatisfied. No, it's nothing. Please, continue. Melissa, feeling a bit drained, covered her face. She realized that Ash seemed to have inadvertently switched Pokemon, and her initial inclination to voice a mild complaint dissipated. Although she possessed the composure expected of a gym leader, it was entirely reasonable for challengers to switch Pokemon during a battle. However, Melissa had already positioned herself as the challenger, and the defeat of Gung-Gue and the Dream Demon had led her to finally conceive a potential strategy to breach the counter shield. Yet, Ash had disregarded the unwritten rules of battle and recalled the Water Weasel. It felt akin to having a sumptuous feast laid out before you, only to receive word from your superior that you must return to work immediately. But Night Stalker? Could this be considered a declaration of war? To face her own ace with a Ghost-type Pokemon in front of the Ghost-type gym leader? Melissa quickly set aside her frustration over the impenetrable counter shield and turned her attention to the new round of battle. Ghost Balloon, use Ominous Wind. Dive underground. The Ghost Balloon waved its limbs, unleashing a chilling gale that swept across the battlefield, even reaching Ash, who stood outside the arena. Fortunately, Night Stalker capitalized on its speed, vanishing from sight the moment the ominous wind surged, burrowing underground. How troublesome, Melissa thought to herself. If it were Gung-Gue, even the Dream Demon could handle such an opponent capable of burrowing into the ground. However, the Ghost Balloon, being in its physical form and unable to utilize Magical Leaf, could not manage this feat. The initiative remained firmly in Ash's hands. Yet, with the counter shield no longer in play, Ash could not command Night Stalker to fight in the same manner as the Water Weasel. Thus, after evading the ominous wind, Ash quickly directed Night Stalker to resurface. Dark Shadow, Will-O-Wisp, protect. Upon hearing this, Melissa smiled. What had troubled her was the Ghost Balloon's inability to strike at the concealed Night Stalker. But now that the opponent was taking the initiative, Melissa felt confident she could turn the tide. A massive shadow surged forth from behind Night Stalker, as if it possessed substance and consciousness, racing toward the Ghost Balloon. In response to Night Stalker's attack, the Ghost Balloon merely blinked its vacant yet profound eyes, and then a series of Will-O-Wisps erupted from around it. But the Ghost Balloon's target was not Night Stalker, it was itself. Whoosh! A chilling breeze swept through, enveloping the Ghost Balloon entirely in the dark shadow. However, before the audience could rejoice, they witnessed flames igniting beneath the shadow. Not mere flickers, but a multitude of flames coalescing into a circular blaze. The dark shadow unleashed its power around the Ghost Balloon, yet with the Ghost Balloon encircled by Will-O-Wisps. Each strike from the dark shadow could not penetrate the fiery barrier, remaining firmly at bay. What do you think? This is a move I adapted from your counter shield. Initially, I intended to compare this technique with your counterattack shield to see which was stronger, but unfortunately, you simply substituted the Swim Gas Weasel. Is that why you wore such an expression? At this moment, Ash finally understood why Melissa had appeared somewhat peculiar earlier. However, such details had now become inconsequential. So, how do you plan to attack the Night Watch Spirit? Just a moment ago, the once self-satisfied Melissa suddenly sensed something amiss upon hearing Ash's words, quickly shifting her gaze to the location where the Night Watch Spirit had been. Yet, that spot was now devoid of anything, save for a remnant of the dark shadow, resembling a branch connected to the shadow that was still launching attacks against the Ghost Balloon. A flicker of surprise crossed Melissa's eyes. She had completely failed to notice when the Night Watch Spirit had vanished from that spot, a lapse not solely due to the illusion created by the shadow, but also because her attention had been entirely focused on the Ghost Balloon, which had successfully executed a new move on its first attempt. However, returning to reality, where could the Night Watch Spirit have hidden? Melissa pondered. Ash had surprised her far too many times. She had not anticipated that. In addition to the counterattack shield and the frozen water jet, his Pokemon could move while maintaining the dark shadow. Ghost Balloon. Be cautious and do not let your guard down. With this warning from Melissa, the Ghost Balloon began to maintain the Will-O-Wisp shield while observing its surroundings. The Night Watch spirit was adept at concealing its form, and any lapse in vigilance could lead to defeat. Time ticked away in an atmosphere thick with tension, and the dark shadow, which had been persistently attacking, gradually began to weaken until it finally dissipated. The shadow's conclusion signified that the ghost balloon no longer needed to expend energy on the Will-O-Wisp shield, prompting Melissa to instruct it to cease using Will-O-Wisp and start scrutinizing the changes in the battlefield more carefully. At that moment, the arena was left with only the remnants of the dark shadow, which were slowly transforming into specks of light, while the Night Watch spirit remained inactive. Did I really have to make the first move? Melissa speculated, furrowing her brow at Ash's intentions. Just then, the ghost balloon, floating high and surveying its surroundings, finally reacted. Following its gaze, Melissa spotted a tiny shadow darting beneath the surface of the ground, moving directly towards the position of the ghost balloon. Ghost balloon, seize the opportunity and use psychic. Melissa and the ghost balloon believed they had discerned the Night Watch spirit's movements and poured all their strength into this strike. However, now Night Watch spirit, launch a surprise attack from the shadows. Melissa, who had been fixated on the shadow moving beneath the surface, lifted her gaze upon hearing Ash's shout. In that instant, she finally recognized where she had erred. She had mistakenly perceived Ash's Pokémon as being far more extraordinary and powerful than they truly were. The remnants of the dark shadow, which had seemed poised to dissipate just moments ago, had now transformed into a tangible form, revealing its true self. The Night Watch spirit, emerging from the remnants, seized the fleeting moment as the ghost balloon turned, swiftly extending a shadow to pounce upon the airborne ghost balloon. Chapter 141. Victory, the prelude to another doubles match. One misstep leads to another. The moment Melissa subconsciously believed that Ash's Night Watch spirit could maintain the dark shadow while disappearing, her defeat was sealed. Had the Will-O-Wisp, intended to counter the counterattack shield, been able to persist, the Night Watch spirit would have found it difficult to breach its defenses. However, facing away from it and exerting its power on an illusory shadow, the Night Watch spirit's attack successfully brought down the ghost balloon. Subsequently, there was no opportunity for Melissa and the ghost balloon to deploy another Will-O-Wisp shield, resulting in their decisive defeat. 0-3. In this gym battle, Ash achieved a flawless victory. It was truly astonishing. Despite it being their first time partnering with the Swim Gas Weasel, Ash managed to defeat Melissa's two Pokémon solely with it. In the audience, Dawn, watching as Melissa handed the gym badge to Ash, couldn't help but express her admiration. Sigh. He truly is a genius. Upon hearing Dawn's remark, Brock turned to look at her, his eyes reflecting a flicker of hesitation, but ultimately he spoke. Well, if one only considers Ash's current performance, it's easy to arrive at that conclusion. Yet, Ash isn't exactly a naturally gifted player. His starting point was quite low, as he must have mentioned to you, right? He did mention it, but I can hardly imagine Ash in a state of disarray, she replied. Being chased by a Fearow off a cliff, facing numerous setbacks in battles, his Pokémon not obeying him. Indeed, it's difficult to connect that with the Ash of today. Can't imagine it. It's true that Ash's growth since arriving in Sinnoh has been astounding, but his progress has come through diligent effort. Perhaps he has some talent, but the effort he has put in far exceeds any innate ability. Speaking of which, Ash seems to believe that you are the truly talented one. He expressed envy towards you in front of me before. Huh, me? Dawn was momentarily taken aback by Brock's implication. Although Ash had encouraged her and mentioned her talent, she had always regarded those words as mere consolation, especially considering the two ribbon badges she had obtained so far lacked substantial merit. The first ribbon badge was won under less than favorable conditions, while the second was even more questionable, had it not been for Ash. She felt that both Zoe and the team of Jesse, James, and Meowth would have far surpassed her in strength. Yet, Brock had suggested that Ash had said similar things behind the scenes. Did he genuinely think that? Brock? As she gazed at Brock's retreating figure towards the stage. And then at the still-dazed Dawn, Pachirisu leaped onto the railing, jumping up and down in front of Dawn, finally managing to capture her attention. Ah, sorry. We should head down too. Dawn smiled awkwardly before hurriedly following Brock downwards. However, at that moment, her mind was anything but tranquil. The information she had gleaned from her conversation with Kazuki the night before continued to bombard her thoughts and emotions, making it impossible for her to calm down. The only thing she could do was repeatedly slap her cheeks, forcing herself to stay alert. What a coincidence. Is it really in the next town? Just as Dawn had managed to pull herself together and reached Ash's side, Brock suddenly exclaimed in surprise, startling her. What's the matter? What's in the next town? A clearance sale? Ash and Brock interjected. I must say, Dawn's speculation has some merit. Considering that Brock's first order of business in every new city is to raid the supermarket for the day's discounted products. Yet even so, this was not something that should have been raised by Ms. Melissa. I know, no. It's not a sale. The sale is in 3 days. Ash and Brock exclaimed. Oh, so you knew. Well, It's not that strange. After all, browsing promotional flyers can be quite entertaining. I see. Ash and Dawn replied. After expressing her perplexity, Xiaowang shook her head, dismissing the previous matter, and continued to inquire. So what were you all discussing just now? Is there any activity in the next town? Well, actually, Xiaojang then proceeded to answer her question. And upon learning that the event they mentioned was a doubles competition, Xiaowang found herself momentarily stunned once more. For quite some time. She could only manage to utter that single word. Xiaojang, having grasped the situation, could likely surmise why Xiaowang displayed such an expression. Thus he smiled and waved his hand reassuringly, saying, "Of course, this doubles competition is somewhat unique. The partners will be assigned randomly on site. It seems the organizers are eager to observe how unfamiliar trainers can synchronize their efforts in a brief period." Oh, I see. Upon hearing Xiaojang's explanation, Xiaowang felt an ambiguous mixture of relief and disappointment, responding only in a subdued tone. However, the prizes for this doubles competition are rather enticing. If memory serves me right, it is the soothing bell, which can enhance the bond between trainers and their Pokémon. Melissa added, glancing at Ash and then at Xiaowang. As if struck by a sudden thought, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Speaking of which, why don't you both participate and see how it goes?" Although partnering with a stranger might feel a bit awkward, it is, after all, a wonderful experience. The essence of being a Pokémon trainer lies in the adventures along the way and the connections forged with others, doesn't it? Indeed, I think so too. What about you? Ash and Xiaowang. Xiaojang replied with palpable enthusiasm, then posed the question to Ash and Xiaowang. I suppose I'll join in and see, right, Pachima? Pachima. And what about you, Ash? Xiaojang promptly inquired. Oh, I will participate as well. After all, it's a Pokémon competition, so there is no reason to miss it. Pikachu. After Ash finished his statement, Xiaojang regarded him with a hint of curiosity. He couldn't shake the feeling that Ash seemed somewhat distracted just now. But what could be the reason? Chapter 142, The Combination Tournament, Thoughts and Reality. Upon learning about the doubles tournament, or as it is referred to, the combination tournament, from Melissa, Ash and the others promptly set off for the next town. It is said that this tournament was originally scheduled to be held in the City of Fate. But due to the overwhelming influx of participants for the Fate tournament, the combination tournament was relocated to the neighboring town to alleviate some of the crowding. Such occurrences are rare in other major cities. Perhaps it is due to the title of the City of Fate as a place of heartfelt exchanges that the officials chose to forego an opportunity for widespread regional attention. For the officials and residents of the City of Fate, perhaps the brief moment of excitement brought by the Fate tournament is sufficient. Ultimately, a return to the tranquility of leisurely strolls in the park is far more pleasurable. The next day, in a quaint town that was not even recorded in travel guides, the combination tournament was in full swing, capitalizing on the momentum of the Fate tournament. The influx of visitors from the City of Fate rendered this modest town remarkably congested. Even vendors who had set up stalls in the City of Fate had established new outposts here. All right, 3 registrations, please take your respective number tags. After the registration period ends, we will randomly assign partners for this tournament based on the number tags. Once the registration concluded, Ash and his companions departed with their corresponding tags. Ash received number 45, while Xiaowang and Xiaojang were assigned 46 and 47, respectively. I can't wait to see who my partner will be for this doubles competition, Ash remarked while stretching lazily. Although he vaguely recalled that he was supposed to partner with Shinji, the circumstances had reset, leaving the identity of his final partner uncertain. He even wondered if Shinji had arrived. Fire wheel. Ash exclaimed. All right, it seems Shinji has indeed registered for this tournament. That voice, could it be? Is it Shinji? From the nearby thicket came Shinji's voice, prompting Xiaowang and Xiaojang to exchange curious glances before they pushed through the underbrush. Although Ash had an inkling of what Shinji was up to, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, ultimately choosing to follow behind the two. Upon entering the thicket, they observed several Pokémon surrounding a lone Chimchar, relentlessly attacking it. In the face of the onslaught, Chimchar could only muster its strength to defend itself. Yet how could the power of a single Pokémon withstand the might of so many? After only a few exchanges, Chimchar was already exhausted, gasping painfully on the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Xiaowang, who harbored no fondness for Shinji, instinctively assumed he was bullying Chimchar upon witnessing this scene. She stepped forward, exclaiming her discontent. Naturally, anyone witnessing this tableau would likely share her sentiments. TCH, it's you lot again. Upon hearing the voice, Shinji turned around, and upon seeing Xiaowang and the others, he couldn't suppress a disdainful click of his tongue. However, perhaps knowing that ignoring Xiaowang's question would only provoke further inquiry, he chose to respond. Training Pokémon, obviously. Shinji replied coolly. Training Pokémon? But you? Xiaowang, appearing hesitant to continue, elicited an annoyed frown from Shinji. He then glanced at Ash and remarked, ask him. He'll understand. Huh, why ask Ash? What does he know? Though puzzled, Xiaowang didn't challenge the validity of Shinji's statement. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Ash, seeking an answer from him. So he's just going to toss the question to me? Ash couldn't help but mentally lament. Yet he maintained a serious demeanor and speculated. Are you trying to unlock its potential? Specifically, its control over fire? Or more accurately, its blaze ability? Shinji. After hearing Ash's hypothesis, Shinji appeared somewhat displeased, frowning slightly. His reaction left Xiaowang and Xiaojing unsure whether Ash's conjecture was correct or not. Just as they were about to inquire further, Shinji finally closed his eyes and softly stated, indeed. So it was correct? Their expressions shifted to reflect a myriad of emotions. After all, such a chaotic training method could only be aimed at unlocking its blaze ability, right? Ash shrugged and remarked. Of course, my assertion stems not only from my familiarity with the story of Shinji and Chimchar, but also from the wealth of experiences I accumulated before my journey here. As long as he could be certain that Shinji harbored no sadistic tendencies toward Pokémon, even without knowing the story behind Shinji and Chimchar, he could likely deduce Shinji's intentions. So did it work? Despite having a strong inkling of the answer, Ash still harbored a glimmer of hope. If it had been successful. The one lying on the ground wouldn't be this fool. Shinji's words were indeed rather uncomfortable to hear, not only for the ever-adoring Koharu and Brock, but even Ash found himself unable to suppress a sigh of discontent. After much contemplation, Ash resolved to voice his thoughts. Even if his words might alter the course of events that had previously transpired, perhaps it would be best to refrain, as the fiery nature of his Chimchar was ill-suited for such training methods. Yet, he pondered, it was his prerogative to decide how to train. Although he had yet to triumph over Shinji, that was merely a relic of the past. In the upcoming league tournament, he would demonstrate who was truly correct. The league tournament, Ash mused. Surely, it shouldn't take an eternity. Seemingly losing interest in their conversation, Shinji finally uttered a parting remark before retreating with his Pokémon, leaving without a backward glance. Chapter 143. Partners for the combination battle? The request from Sinnoh now? The number of participants for the combination tournament soared to nearly 100. With no restrictions on entry and the popularity brought by the Festival of Bonds, this quaint town became a hub for an unprecedented influx of competitors, all of whom were randomly paired into duos. Even with efforts to prioritize efficiency by dividing the venue into several sections for simultaneous matches, the tournament would likely take 2 to 3 days to conclude. Following the mayor's speech, the timing for the tournament was finally revealed, 3 days. Despite being held in a small town, the duration of the competition was on par with other grand events. Media representatives who had come from the Festival of Bonds pointed their cameras at the large screen and the surrounding contestants, eager to identify the most newsworthy individuals as soon as the results were announced. Shortly thereafter, as the registration period closed, the grouping results were displayed on the venue's large screen. Is there truly such a probability? Koharu exclaimed upon seeing numbers 45 and 46, her own and Ash's, paired together. Yet, her exclamation seemed tinged with other emotions. Indeed, Ash noted, glancing in Koharu's direction, realizing that he had not been paired with Shinji this time. So, the world does indeed possess its disparities, Ash mused, recalling that his arrival in the Sinnoh region had been by plane rather than the cruise ship of Yuan. Reflecting on his journey thus far, a hypothesis began to take root in his mind. Based on the number of contestants, the officials divided all participants into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, with a 3-day battle determining the ultimate victor. After careful observation, Ash discovered that he and Koharu were placed in Group A, while Brock was teamed with a female trainer named Onoka in Group B. There was no one familiar to Ash in Group C. As for Group D, pleased to meet you, my name is Kohei. You can rely on me for the battles, he declared. That is fine. As long as you don't interfere with my battles, you can do as you please. The pairing of Kohei and Shinji was indeed intriguing. This competition appeared to be quite challenging. Ash, do you know that person? Koharu inquired, having overheard Ash's musings. Despite her disdain for Shinji's demeanor, she could not deny his formidable strength. However, she presumed that they had not encountered the trainer named Kohei before. It's merely a feeling, Ash replied, waving his hand dismissively. After all, anyone bold enough to declare that they would handle the battles against someone radiating such an aura as Shinji must be exceptional in their own right, likely quite adept in strategy. Ash struggled to articulate his thoughts, ultimately attributing it all to instinct. Yet Koharu seemed to wholeheartedly believe his conjecture. I see. I understand now, she said, nodding seriously. Excuse me, may we conduct an interview? Approached a few reporters from Sinnoh now, who had previously interviewed them. It's a bit inconvenient to talk here. If possible, could we trouble you to visit a nearby cafe after the competition? We also have some other matters we'd like to discuss regarding this combination tournament. A reporter named Yuka inquired, crouching slightly with a hopeful yet anxious smile. It was evident that she had something significant to ask Ash and Koharu. Faced with such a humble request, Ash and Koharu felt little reason to decline and nodded in agreement. Understood, we will wait for you outside after the competition. Ash conveyed to Yuka, with Koharu tacitly agreeing with his decision. Wonderful. We'll be counting on you both then. Yuka exclaimed, before hastily departing. How infuriating. How many times must I say it? Don't let the microphone hit my head. Can't you be more professional? One of the reporters exclaimed as they left. With the peculiar group of Sinnoh now finally gone, Ash and Koharu could breathe a sigh of relief and discuss strategy. Hey, over there. Isn't that the best duo from the Festival of Bonds? Really? It's them, exclaimed another. Did they get assigned to the same group this time? How lucky. Unless there's something amiss, this would make for an excellent news piece. Thus, amidst Ash and Koharu's desperate expressions, media representatives continued to swarm them with interview requests. Unable to withstand the reporters' fervor, Ash and Koharu reluctantly acquiesced. This seemingly interminable interview finally concluded at the sound of the tournament bell. Ugh. We didn't have any time to strategize. This is exhausting. Is everything really all right? Koharu murmured anxiously, standing beside Ash as they faced two muscular opponents. It would be better if it ended quickly. We'd be utterly exhausted and then have to endure another interview at the cafe. Not to mention some mysterious task we seem obligated to help with, Ash lamented, feeling despondent. Had he known things would unfold this way, he would have politely declined the reporters' requests earlier. Here they come. Go, Charizard. Let's go, Tyranitar. Their opponents confidently sent forth their Pokémon. As the focal point of this combination tournament, Ash and Koharu also readied their Pokeballs. Let us wrap this up as soon as possible, so we can have more time to rest, Koharu said, patting her cheeks to invigorate herself. Despite her worries, she resolved to give her all, believing that would suffice even without a concrete strategy. I'm counting on you, Piplup. Without hesitation, Koharu sent forth her ace, Piplup, knowing that its water type would effectively counter the opposing Charizard. As for Ash, it's settled. You're up, Teddy Ursa. Koharu responded with surprise. Huh? What? Chapter 144, Program Scheduled, Duet and QA. The battles in Group A commenced with priority, and after several rounds of fierce engagement, Ash and Koharu finally emerged victorious from Group A. In the inaugural round, when Ash dispatched his Ursaring into battle, the eyes of the assembled journalists were predominantly fixated upon the formidable creature. The reason was simple. Its size was notably larger than that of an ordinary Ursaring. Ash's Ursaring did not disappoint the expectations of the audience, as it demonstrated overwhelming strength by swiftly defeating its adversary, the surf-using Steelix, in a remarkably short span of time. Despite its considerable bulk, Ash's Ursaring exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading multiple attacks from its opponent with minimal movement. Meanwhile, as Ash and Ursaring drew the firepower of both opponents, Ash's partner, Dawn, seized the opportunity to direct Piplup to a successful victory over the opposing Ducklet. In the subsequent rounds, the competitors' skills were rather average, allowing both Ash and Dawn to achieve victory with relative ease. Throughout the following battles, Ash and Dawn showcased nearly all of their Pokémon, seemingly forgetting their initial intent to conclude the encounters swiftly. Additionally, during the skirmishes, Shinji's gaze remained fixed on Ash's Pokémon, as if he were meticulously observing their habits in search of weaknesses. When approached by Kohei, Shinji did not shy away from engaging in conversation. A rare sight indeed for him. Upon concluding their battles, Ash and Dawn made a hasty exit from the scene, having noticed that the journalists in the stands were eagerly preparing to descend upon them. After leaving the venue, the reporters from Sinnoh now, who had already arranged transportation, successfully whisked Ash and Dawn away to a quaint cafe in the town. No, we haven't had much time to train together, and our experience is limited to regular Pokémon battles, Ash and Dawn replied as they sipped milk while responding to the reporters' inquiries. What? You haven't trained for doubles competitions at all? Yuka exclaimed, her surprise unmasked. Initially, she had assumed that following their first interview, the duo would have spent considerable time training together, as their seamless coordination seemed too impressive for such a brief partnership. Clearing her throat, Yuka concluded the interview. Well, that wraps up today's session. Thank you both for your efforts, and I wish you the best of luck in your upcoming competitions. After a brief organization of the interview content, she ended the special feature. With a sigh of relief, Dawn inquired, how did it go? Was it strange? Given that the program interviewing them was widely recognized throughout the Sinnoh region as Sinnoh Now, Dawn had taken extra care with her appearance before the interview. Though Ash remained oblivious to any differences, rest assured, there won't be any issues, everything will be edited. After all, with such a busy schedule, when would we find the time for makeup before a live broadcast? Yuka, a seasoned host, swiftly alleviated Dawn's concerns, allowing her to relax a bit. Then, the conversation shifted to the main topic. In fact, the Sinnoh Now production team had not approached Ash and Dawn solely for the purpose of interviewing them for the doubles tournament. That was merely a secondary reason. The primary focus was a proposal conceived by the planning team, which, although still in development, emphasized the need to find the main protagonists, with Ash and Dawn being regarded as the ideal candidates. Ash and Dawn exchanged bewildered glances. According to Yuka, they had been selected for a program. However, they currently had no time, as they were engaged in challenges for the Pokemon League, gym battles, and the Grand Festival. There was simply no opportunity to participate in any program. Indeed, Ash firmly declined, while Dawn hesitated briefly before ultimately echoing his refusal. After experiencing the Sinnoh conference, she had grown less prone to anxiety, and while the notion of participating in a program intrigued her, she understood the importance of prioritization. The filming would not conclude in a day or two, and she was unwilling to jeopardize her Grand Festival aspirations. No. Yuka interjected hurriedly, reassuring them. Before retrieving a stack of documents from a folder and presenting 2 sheets outlining the main details to Ash and Dawn. It won't take much time at all. The bulk of the work will be handled by our station. Once we finalize the preparations and agree on a location, you'll only need to spare an afternoon. Of course, if you have any singing talent, that would be a bonus. Yuka's enthusiasm stemmed from the fact that the program's concept revolved around the most harmonious partners, featuring engaging QA sessions and duet performances. Ash and Dawn were somewhat perplexed by the premise. Waving her hand, Yuka managed a strained smile, insisting, in any case. It's quite literal, and it won't take up too much of your time, just an afternoon. With her hands clasped together, she bowed her head in earnest request. What should we do? Dawn looked to Ash, seemingly seeking his guidance. In truth, she was already leaning towards acceptance, as Yuka appeared genuinely distressed. And she had promised that the project would not consume too much of their time. Ash surveyed Dawn, and then the staff members from Sinnoh now, who were all bowing their heads in anticipation. Ultimately, he made a decision. I understand. If it truly only requires an afternoon, thank you so much. The staff of Sinnoh now collectively expressed their gratitude to Ash and Dawn. After resolving the matter, Ash and Dawn enjoyed a complimentary afternoon tea. They briefly glanced over the proposed project, noting that the QA segment was still under design and that there was no progress on the supposed song. Reportedly, the decision to feature them as the stars of the program was made based solely on their performance at the Sinnoh conference, while the song's content remained undecided. The title had apparently been finalized. High five. Chapter 145. Allow me to help you master the Inferno. That evening, Ash and Dawn were reviewing the footage from the morning's competition. The 4 groups had already established their winners, and tomorrow, A and C groups, along with B and D groups, would compete. This meant that Ash and Dawn would face an unfamiliar duo, while Brock and Swearin would challenge Shinji and Kohei's team. It's going to be tough. After enduring a bout of despondency following a recent heartbreak, Brock had regained his spirits. After watching the match between Shinji and Kohei, he exchanged glances with Swearin, both sensing the weight of pressure in each other's eyes. The prowess of these 2 individuals is truly formidable. During the match, Shinji focused on offense while Kohei took on the role of defense. Their synergy was almost suffocating. Suenoka scratched her head, her tone tinged with a certain heaviness. Although the presence or absence of prizes mattered little to her, as a Pokemon trainer, it was only fitting to exert every effort to achieve victory when faced with a challenge. However, at that moment, Hikaru hesitantly remarked, rather than calling it mutual cooperation, it seems more accurate to say that Kohei is merely accommodating Shinji's relentless offensive strategy. While he faces Shinji and the relentless assault of the Chimchar, he is simply doing his utmost to ensure that Hippo King employs its psychic abilities and protective measures for defense, isn't he? Despite Hikaru's incomplete understanding of Pokemon battles, she could easily discern the dynamics between Shinji and Kohei through her experiences battling alongside Satoshi. To her, their combat felt entirely like Kohei was merely indulging Shinji. As long as Shinji commanded an assault, even if the opponent was right beside Hippo King, Kohei would make no move, merely retreating the Pokemon. Can this truly be regarded as a doubles match? You are not mistaken, Kohei said, just as he and Shinji entered from outside. Although they did not overhear the entirety of the conversation, it was not difficult for them to guess its content. Ultimately, fostering synergy between randomly paired combatants in such a short period seemed improbable, and given Shinji's personality, he did not strike one as someone who would easily accommodate others. Thus, as his partner, I could only respect his decisions and allow him to express himself freely. Kohei shrugged and adjusted his glasses. Although he spoke thus, it was difficult to gauge the extent of his reluctance. In response to Kohei's words, Shinji did not rebut. Instead, he simply closed his eyes and stated, as long as you neither hinder the battle nor incessantly question my decisions, it matters not who my partner is. After saying this, Shinji reopened his eyes, though there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his gaze. Regrettably, the opponents they encountered today were woefully inadequate, unable to field even a single respectable fire-type Pokemon. Shinji's tone was laced with impatience and disdain as he glanced at the duo of Takashi and Suenoka, then turned to Satoshi and inquired, if it were you, Surely you would have a competent fire-type Pokemon, correct? If it involves a companion from previous regions. That is of no concern. Bring them out the day after tomorrow. Huh. Satoshi initially intended to say more, but Shinji had already lost patience for dialogue and strode out of the Pokemon Center's hall, ascending slowly to the second floor. Hell, what a nuisance. I never anticipated that a mere random pairing would yield such a difficult teammate. Oh well, Kohei muttered to himself before following Shinji's lead, continuing to voice his thoughts. Pursuing power should not occur within the context of a doubles match. Being his partner is truly exhausting. Shinji and Kohei's figures gradually faded from Satoshi and the other's view. Once the two had completely departed, Hikaru frowned and remarked with displeasure, their personalities remain as disagreeable as ever. Why do they believe they can triumph over Takashi and Swinoka? Undoubtedly, Shinji's earlier words constituted not merely a challenge to Satoshi, but also a declaration of war against their next opponents, Takashi and Swinoka. To put it bluntly, such behavior could easily be labeled as provocation. Well, in all fairness, it is understandable for him to think that way. However, we shall not yield so easily. Let us strive diligently. Yes, I certainly will, Satoshi exclaimed, only to be abruptly knocked unconscious and dragged away by the unruly Frogadier that had suddenly emerged from its pokeball. By the way, Satoshi, do you genuinely intend to heed Shinji's words? He appears to harbor no good intentions. Hikaru recalled the footage of Shinji disregarding the potential harm to Chimchar, relentlessly commanding it to charge forward, and could not help but feel a wave of concern. Of course, Satoshi murmured, gazing out at the street that had gradually emptied of pedestrians. The only way to alter Shinji's perspective is through Pokemon battles. However, this led to the troubling realization that Chimchar might. After processing this information, Hikaru understood that Shinji's insistence on allowing Chimchar to sustain injuries during battles was intended to trigger its ability. Furthermore, his desire for Satoshi to utilize Fire-type Pokemon was likely to facilitate Chimchar's activation of Blaze. While such actions might be reasonable within the confines of a game, applying them in the reality of Pokemon battles, where victory could be easily secured, was indeed pitiful. Hikaru sighed, unsure of whom her words were truly directed at. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate, Satoshi echoed with a similar sentiment. Nonetheless, I will find a solution, I assure you. With that, Satoshi made his way toward the communication center housing the teleportation device at the Pokemon Center. Given the current circumstances, it seemed the outcome would mirror past experiences. Did Satoshi harbor affection for Chimchar? Undoubtedly. Although he cared, he knew that if he did nothing, he could still capture the abandoned Chimchar left behind by Shinji. Yet that was not his desire. The anguish of being discarded by a trainer and the pain of rejection were burdens he wished to spare Chimchar from. He vividly recalled Chimchar's desolate and sorrowful expression, which he could not bear to witness again. In that case, allow me to assist you in mastering Blaze, Satoshi whispered, pausing before the phone and dialing the number for Professor Oak's laboratory. Chapter 146, The Decisive Battle, The Return of an Old Partner. Although a minor incident had occurred on the first night, the competition continued to progress smoothly. On the morning of the second day, Satoshi and Hikaru successfully defeated a random duo, with Satoshi largely entrusting the offensive to Hikaru while he directed his Dragonite to engage in a defensive strategy akin to Kohei's. Despite Hikaru nearly falling prey to an opportunity for counterattack due to a tactical oversight, her Pachirisu's innate liveliness and vigilance ultimately allowed her to turn the tide and secure victory by exploiting the opponent's impatience. In the subsequent match, Takashi and Swinoka fought with all their might, with Takashi deploying his freshly evolved Roserade and Swinoka opting once again for Wingull. Shinji and Kohei maintained their previous strategy, with Shinji commanding Chimchar to charge forward recklessly, even in the face of Wingull's water-type moves, refusing to allow it to evade. However, thanks to Kohei's impenetrable defensive coordination, they ultimately emerged victorious in the early stages of a tense battle. We lost, Hikaru admitted, feeling a twinge of regret despite having suspected the battle's outcome from the start. I apologize for being a hindrance. If Takashi had not called upon Roserade to rescue Wingull at the end, perhaps a victory could have been within reach. Gathering around the dining table in the evening, Swinoka expressed her remorse. Initially confident in her abilities when entering the competition, she had not anticipated being the one to hold Takashi back. However, upon reflecting on her own capabilities in comparison to those of Satoshi, Shinji, and Kohei, Swinoka felt that her performance might not have even matched Hikaru's. At the very least, as a novice trainer, Koharu was able to quickly calm her nerves in the face of a crisis during battle, unlike her counterpart, who is so flustered that she cannot even articulate such a simple command as dodging. No, even if I ultimately decide against having Huju Tree assist Chow Chow, victory remains elusive against that trainer named Kaoping. His Hippowdon is of a high level, paired with exceptional command skills, rendering Huju Tree, who is at a disadvantage in terms of type, practically incapable of overcoming it. While Xiaojiang is not one to indulge in pessimistic remarks, He must concede that Calping and Shinji's prowess surpasses their own. Of course, if Shinji could engage in battle normally, rather than with such intense purpose and unappealing actions, this match could indeed be quite satisfying. Speaking of which, where has Ash gone? It suddenly dawned on Koharu that she hadn't seen Ash for quite some time, prompting her to inquire. He is outside training Pokemon. Xiaojing gestured towards the outside. It seems he is preparing for tomorrow's match. Preparing? Koharu murmured, recalling Ash's somewhat unusual demeanor from the previous night. I'll go take a look. With that, she headed towards the door, and Xiaojing, noticing her intent, bid farewell to Swinoka and followed in her footsteps. Once outside the Pokemon Center, a burst of flame illuminated the now dimmed earth, revealing Ash crouched before a Pokemon. Patting its head with satisfaction as he said, "Well done. I'll be counting on you tomorrow. Just stick to the plan, Cyndaquil." The flames on Cyndaquil's back flared even more vigorously, energetically responding to Ash's expectations with a shout. "Is that Cyndaquil? I didn't expect you to truly prepare to meet Shinji's demands," Koharu remarked while recording Cyndaquil in her Pokédex. Xiaojing, having caught up, approached Cyndaquil with a hint of surprise and also patted its head, saying, "It seems the only way to persuade Shinji is through battle. And among the fire-type Pokemon I have, Cyndaquil is the most suited for the situations we might encounter tomorrow." Situations we might encounter? Xiaojing paused for a moment, then chuckled, realizing that Ash had indeed perceived much more than he had. It was clear that Ash, despite not being fully mature during the Hoenn era, had perhaps gained new insights after his battle with Mr. Shindai. The timing of a personal breakthrough is unpredictable, and Ash's transformation seems quite reasonable. Considering the multitude of events he has experienced, perhaps he has come to some profound realization that has led to this moment of change. Tomorrow's match should be thrilling, shouldn't it? With this thought, the events quietly transitioned to the following day, where Shinji and Calping's duo faced off against Ash and Koharu's partnership. Although this match did not garner as much attention as the Yuzuhui, it certainly rivaled any other unofficial competition. On one side were Ash and Koharu, celebrated as the best partners during the Yuzuhui, while on the other stood the more traditional duo of Pokemon trainers, Shinji, known for his relentless aggression, and Calping, who could deftly navigate any onslaught. Their strength was indisputable. However, anyone who had witnessed their matches would recognize the significant risks associated with Shinji and Calping's pairing. After numerous rounds of competition, no group had managed to seize the opportunity for a comeback, leaving the question of whether Ash and Koharu could emerge victorious against this volatile duo on everyone's mind. Prepare to battle. Let us go, Hippowdon. Calping and Shinji sent forth their familiar combination of Chimchar and Hippowdon. Shinji, intent on unleashing Chimchar's fierce flames, had no intention of switching Pokemon. But why did Calping choose Hippowdon as his support? "So it's Hippowdon," Koharu remarked, surprised that Calping, like Shinji, opted to send out a Pokemon first. She had anticipated that Calping would throw out his Pokeballs simultaneously with the others. After all, there is no advantage to being the first to deploy a Pokemon in battle. Doesn't Calping want to win? Koharu pondered aloud, while Ash simply replied, "I'm not sure. We should be able to infer his intentions during the battle." Koharu nodded slightly, and soon both sides sent out their Pokemon. "You're the one. Cyndaquil. I'm counting on you." Pachirisu. Chapter 147. The battlefield divided into two, each side engaged in combat. TSK Cyndaquil? This is ridiculous. Initially, Shinji had some anticipation for the Pokemon Ash would send out, but he was taken aback to find only an unevolved Cyndaquil before him. It seemed he should not have held any expectations for this trainer. Shinji sighed internally. He acknowledged Ash's commanding abilities, but did not expect that such a capable trainer would have such an unsatisfactory partner. The match begins. As the referee's voice rang out, Shinji issued commands in a cold tone. "Cyndaquil, use dig." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Calping, who merely shrugged, signaling his understanding. With Shinji initiating an attack against Ash, Koharu quickly prepared to provide support. "Pachirisu, keep an eye on Chimchar's position and use Thunderbolt." "Apologies, Miss Koharu." "Hippowdon, use Water Pulse." Calping, who had remained passive during earlier matches, now directed Hippowdon to strike at Pachirisu. Before Pachirisu could react, Hippowdon had already conjured a swirling water sphere, launching it beneath Pachirisu, resulting in a violent explosion. Sensing the danger, Pachirisu instinctively leaped aside, narrowly avoiding a direct hit from Water Pulse. However, the shockwave from the explosion sent it tumbling to the ground. Koharu exchanged glances with Calping, realizing that Calping's late intervention meant a one-on-one scenario. Was this Shinji's strategy? Taking a deep breath, Koharu calmed herself. She glanced at Ash, who remained unfazed by Calping's actions. Perhaps he had already anticipated Shinji's thoughts. Or maybe he understood that she was still by his side. Regardless, Pachirisu used Thunderbolt on Hippowdon. Despite facing a trainer whom even Ash praised, Koharu chose not to retreat, but to confront him directly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ash encouraged Cyndaquil, "Don't rush, pay attention to your surroundings." Although Cyndaquil had not yet evolved, and thus might be underestimated by Shinji, it would be absurd to judge a Pokémon's battle experience solely based on its appearance. Cyndaquil. Under Ash's guidance, Cyndaquil, which had been crouched sensing its surroundings, suddenly perked up, and Ash understood its signal. Dodge. As Ash shouted, Cyndaquil swiftly sidestepped. Just as Chimchar erupted from the ground where it had been moments before. Unlike the well-prepared Ash and his Cyndaquil, the seemingly confident Monferno was evidently taken aback by the realization that its attack had missed. Or perhaps, even if it comprehended this fact, its body simply could not respond. Because, Flamethrower. Shinji acted first, while Ash issued his command a moment later. Yet, despite Shinji's readiness, it was Cyndaquil that successfully unleashed its Flamethrower first. Chirp. The Flamethrower shot straight towards Monferno, engulfing it in flames. Upon witnessing Cyndaquil's Flamethrower, a fleeting smile broke through Shinji's previously indifferent expression. Although it had not evolved, this Cyndaquil seemed to possess strength worth anticipating. As the flames dissipated, Monferno lay half-collapsed on the ground, despite being a fire-type move that had minimal effect on it. After 3 consecutive days of battle, during which it sustained injuries daily, Monferno's current strength was evidently far below its usual capacity. Yet, this was precisely the scenario Shinji wished to observe. He yearned to witness Monferno's fierce fire when pushed to the brink, as long as he could harness that power. Then, Flame Wheel. In the face of Monferno's labored breathing, Shinji showed no hint of compassion, merely urging it to attack relentlessly, just as in the previous battles. However, today Monferno was not as fortunate, for it lacked the support of its allies, the Calm and Hippo King, unlike before. Pachirisu, use Discharge. Protect. Just as Ash and Cyndaquil pressed their advantage over Shinji, the battle on the other side was surprisingly evenly matched. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Pachirisu's discharge was once again blocked by Hippo King's Protect, in stark contrast to the mere 2 rounds exchanged on the opposite side. Xiaowang and Kaoping had already clashed 5 times. Moreover, the battle was not unfolding as the audience had anticipated. It was Xiaowang who held the upper hand. Kaoping was not going easy on her. He genuinely fought with the intent to defeat her. Yet, to be honest, he too was growing confused about the situation. Just what was up with this Pachirisu? Adjusting his glasses, Kaoping muttered to himself in exasperation. From the onset of their skirmish, Pachirisu had not ceased moving, maintaining a high-speed state that made it impossible for Hippo King's confusion to lock onto it. Speed and agility were one thing, but why did this Pachirisu appear utterly unfazed? Pachirisu? Seemingly sensing Kaoping's gaze, Pachirisu finally halted, standing upright to meet his eyes for a brief moment before breaking into a gleeful smile, giggling behind its tiny hands, and dashing off again. Was that a provocation? But was it truly necessary? Kaoping sighed deeply within. He was a strategist, a thinker. Yet that did not mean he could instantly devise a solution for this seemingly tireless Pachirisu. Pachirisu, move in and use Discharge. Use Confusion. With no other choice, Kaoping found himself unable to formulate a plan, while Xiaowang seized the opportunity, issuing command after command without granting him or Hippo King a moment's respite. This was indeed a challenging match. Stealing a glance at Shinji, who was engrossed in his battle with Ash, Kaoping began to reconsider whether his decision to participate in this combination tournament had been a mistake. Chapter 148. Fierce Flames, whose expectations will be met. Flame Wheel. In the face of Shinji's relentless assault on Monferno, Ash felt no surprise. After all, Cyndaquil had already demonstrated its prowess, and in Shinji's eyes, the current Cyndaquil was the ideal stepping stone to help Monferno ignite its fierce flames. Smokescreen. TSK. As the arena was engulfed in thick fog, Shinji emitted a sound of dissatisfaction. He had expected Ash to cooperate and engage in combat without evasion. However, it seemed Ash had his own intentions, though Shinji could not discern what they were. The smoke screen created by Cyndaquil did not only obscure Shinji and Monferno, but also temporarily halted Xiaowang and Kaoping from directing their Pokémon to continue fighting, as moving recklessly in such poor visibility could lead to disaster. The spectators waited patiently for the smoke to clear, and at that moment, a flicker of flame briefly pierced through the haze. Shinji noticed the flame gradually coalescing, transforming into a flame wheel. Flame wheel? Shinji was momentarily taken aback, as Monferno should not dare to act without his command. In other words, chirp. Indeed, the Monferno concealed by smoke emitted a surprised cry, clearly indicating that the flame wheel originated from Cyndaquil. Flames. Chirp. Just as Shinji prepared to issue a command, the anguished cry of Monferno reached his ears. He had reacted a moment too late. Yet, it mattered little. His goal was merely to deplete Monferno's stamina as much as possible. Monferno's body crashed to the ground with a dull thud, and as the smoke gradually cleared, Cyndaquil's form reappeared before everyone. Hippo King Water. Pachirisu Discharge. Kaoping hesitated briefly, and just as he resolved to intervene in Ash and Shinji's duel, Xiaowang did not act as he had hoped. Cyndaquil's smokescreen had afforded Pachirisu a precious moment of respite. Although Pachirisu had excellent stamina and endurance, this was a real battle scenario, and it undoubtedly expended more energy than usual. After a brief rest, Pachirisu returned to its original state. As the electricity surged forth, Cowping's hesitation resulted in Hippo King failing to block Pachirisu's attack as it had before, allowing the currents to course chaotically over its body without a chance to retaliate. Forget it. At this point, Cowping fully abandoned any plans to interfere in Ash and Shinji's battle. After all, it was highly probable that Ash would emerge victorious, making the outcome of this match dependent on when he could defeat Xiaowan's Pachirisu. Confusion. Then maintain your psychic state, and simultaneously use Water Pulse. Cowping was now completely focused. Meanwhile, Chirp, once again struck by the flame wheel, Monferno struggled to rise, its body swaying unsteadily, its limbs trembling visibly. Was this still not enough? What a useless creature. Witnessing Monferno's near inability to stand, Shinji disdainfully huffed, then commanded, "Continue, use flamethrower." Chirp. Monferno's breaths were faint, its gaze beginning to lose focus. Days of relentless battle had drained its strength and stamina to their limits. Nevertheless, it refused to collapse. Driven by the last flicker of resolve in its mind to prove itself and meet expectations, it forced itself to gather a spark of fire in its mouth. But the moment after, a violent cough extinguished that flame. Observing this scene, Ash took a deep breath, closing his eyes, refusing to watch Monferno any longer, though his fists clenched tightly in silence. Now was not the time. In this exchange between Shinji and the Chimchar, the latter's strained determination to continue fighting was broadcast live to every household in the Sinnoh region. What was meant to showcase the bond between trainers and their Pokémon, as well as the camaraderie among unfamiliar trainers, has unexpectedly given rise to such an unconventional pairing. Previously, Shinji and Chimchar's performance had been somewhat masked by the support of the Piplup and Hippowdon, making their situation appear less dire. Their reckless advance despite injuries seemed commendable, a testament to their fighting spirit. However, the current display between Shinji and Chimchar was evidently not what the trainers wished to witness. Shinji's actions stood in stark contrast to any accepted norm among trainers. On the battlefield, not only Ash, but even the previously engaged Dawn and Piplup ceased their commands, redirecting their focus and attention solely onto Chimchar. In the audience, Brock could not help but let out a deep sigh at this scene, while the Rocket Trio, who were selling snacks on the side, leaned against the railing, watching Chimchar with a look of earnest concern and admiration. "Ash it." Dawn tugged at Ash's sleeve, intending to say something, but after locking eyes with him, she swallowed her words once more. Clearly, Ash understood the gravity of the situation, and Dawn could see that he was deeply worried about Chimchar's current state. Yet, amidst this concern, she sensed that Ash was waiting for something, harboring hope for Chimchar. May I ask, Chimchar?" The battle had stagnated for too long due to Shinji and Chimchar's impasse, and just as the referee was about to declare Chimchar's defeat, Shinji shot him a cold glance, silently urging him to reconsider. "Flamethrower," Shinji commanded, his tone still sounding numb and detached. However, for Chimchar, this indifference was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that it could now distinctly feel Shinji's disappointment in it. Oh no. Chimchar's eyes flew open, summoning its last reserves of strength to unleash Flamethrower. It dared not linger, for any pause would lead to its consciousness dissipating in an instant. "Cyndaquil, Flamethrower." Ash's voice was devoid of its usual enthusiasm, tinged with resignation, yet his gaze remained vibrant as he locked eyes with Chimchar, which was now unleashing its own flamethrower. The nearly full-strength Cyndaquil's flamethrower naturally outclassed Chimchar's. After a brief standoff, Cyndaquil's attack completely engulfed Chimchar's, wrapping it in a fiery embrace, resembling a blazing inferno. The audience shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight, while Shinji and Ash watched Chimchar's next move with greater intensity than anyone else. They were both filled with anticipation. However, Shinji's hope quickly transformed into disappointment. Chimchar's consciousness began to fade, its form encased in flames as it gazed distantly at Ash. It could sense Shinji's disappointment behind it. But why? Why? At the moment when it unleashed such an incongruous flamethrower, did Ash's eyes reflect expectation? Was it in the moment of collapse? Should it fall now? Whose expectations was it to fulfill? What kind of performance was required to respond to his hopes? Chimchar found itself engulfed in confusion. Yet a familiar and fearsome power suddenly erupted from within, as if its consciousness was entirely consumed by a tempestuous flame. Calmness and rational thought dissipated, replaced by an uncontrollable fury that surged outward, coalescing into a singular force. It transformed into a blaze of hope and miracle, overshadowing the sun's brilliance and illuminating every face present. This was the manifestation of fervor. Chimchar's pupils turned a fiery crimson. It should have collapsed, yet it rose once more. tilting its head and fixating intently on Cyndaquil, every motion imbued with an essence of unbridled ferocity. Chapter 149. Responding to Expectations, the Second Blaze, and the Evolution of Miracles. Oh no! Wrapped in the flames conjured by its fervor, Chimchar's scarlet gaze remained fixed on Cyndaquil, a presence so imposing that it caused Cyndaquil to retreat a couple of steps. Stay calm, just follow the plan. At that moment, Ash's soothing words served as a fortifying tonic for Cyndaquil. Taking a deep breath, Cyndaquil met Chimchar's gaze. Flame Wheel, Ash called out, prompting Cyndaquil to launch a fierce assault on Chimchar. Simultaneously, Chimchar, now consumed by its own violent fervor, could not afford to hold back, seeing Cyndaquil daring to attack. It retaliated with its own Flame Wheel. Boom. Oh no, the clash was inevitable. Although Chimchar should have lost the will to fight, under the influence of its fervor, it now exhibited a strength that surpassed even its fully energized state from earlier. This newfound power was beyond what Cyndaquil could contend with. Pachirisu use. Dawn attempted to call for assistance, but Ash interjected, leave it to us. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the unfolding battle, his tone resolute. Similar to Ash's demeanor, Shinji silently observed the combat between Chimchar and Cyndaquil, saying nothing, offering no commands, merely shaking his head in disappointment, murmuring, it truly lacks the capability. On the battlefield, Cyndaquil had just regained its composure from the previous onslaught when it looked up to see Chimchar advancing slowly, each step heavy with intent. Its gaze remained fierce, as if it wished to annihilate everything in its sight, the flames enveloping it growing ever more potent. Even Cyndaquil, a fellow fire-type Pokémon, could sense the terrifying intensity of the blaze. Timid. This was Cyndaquil's inherent trait. It was undoubtedly challenging for Ash to expect his timid companion to face such an adversary. Yet he also recognized the latent strength and potential that lay hidden beneath Cyndaquil's timid exterior. Upon realizing that it required a more powerful ally, Ash's past companions, now training at Professor Oak's lab, began to hone their skills, and Cyndaquil was among them. With the motivation to grow stronger, coupled with potential that rivaled other Pokémon, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Now, Cyndaquil faced but one task. Cyndaquil, Flamethrower. Oh no! Even as it trembled before the advancing Chimchar. The moment Ash's command reached its ears, Cyndaquil's focus sharpened. The urge to retreat was swiftly supplanted by a surge of trust and determination. Flames ignited along its back, brighter than ever before, and coalesced into a fiery blast. Oh no! Chimchar, unwilling to yield, retaliated with its own flamethrower. This time, the two attacks met at a junction, creating a stalemate. However, it was short-lived. As soon after, Chimchar's flamethrower began to overpower Cyndaquil's, pressing toward its position. Dodge, then unleash Flame Wheel with all your might. Ash quickly assessed the situation. The release of the jet flames has been cancelled. The small fire monkey's fiery projectiles rushed forth with remarkable speed. Despite the rapid movements of the fireball mouse, it was still grazed by the ferocious onslaught. However, the fireball mouse remained undeterred, enveloping itself in flames from its back with an indomitable spirit as it charged toward the small fire monkey. Oh gee! At this moment, the small fire monkey neither evaded nor counterattacked. It merely displayed an expression of fury, extending its arms wide. In the instant before the fiery wheel was about to strike, it seized the flame-enshrouded fireball mouse firmly in its grasp. The small fire monkey seemed utterly impervious to the fireball mouse's fiery might, a smirk curling at the corner of its mouth. Then, a flame even more searing and potent than that of the fireball mouse engulfed them both. Hino. Oh gee! Amidst the flames, the two Pokémon locked eyes, neither willing to retreat nor slacken their resolve. This was a contest of wills and stamina, with each flame assailing the other, waiting to see who would falter first. Fireball mouse, put forth all your strength to surpass it. At last, in this stalemate, Ash's voice broke through, nearly hoarse, prompting the fireball mouse to slowly raise its head. Hino. Simultaneously, memories of Ash's words from the previous day echoed in the fireball mouse's mind. More precisely, they were Ash's earnest plea. Fireball mouse, if your opponent triggers a blaze and you come into contact, you must hold your ground and suppress it. I understand this is a daunting task, but only you can accomplish it. Although your flames may currently be weaker than its blaze, that is inconsequential. After all, you have been gathering strength for quite some time, haven't you? Even mastering the fiery wheel is a testament to your hard work and your determination to grow stronger. I am truly grateful to you for striving to lend me your strength. Meeting you is my lifelong fortune. Now, it needed an opportunity, as did you. That opportunity lay in whether you could suppress, feel, and assimilate its flames during your close encounter. If you can achieve this, a qualitative leap awaits you. And then you can harness that strength to Hino, fueled by an unprecedented conviction of victory and determination. The flames on the fireball mouse's back began to blaze with renewed vigor. It ceased to conserve energy, allowing its stamina to be relentlessly depleted. In the next moment, a flame of even more vivid color and grandeur erupted from the fireball mouse's back, shooting towards the heavens. A fierce blaze? On the opposing side, Shinsuke finally felt a stir within him. Although this fierce flame could not overpower the small fire monkey's current blaze in sheer strength, it was peculiar. This was not a force that the fireball mouse should possess or command. Could it be? A conjecture blossomed in Shinsuke's mind, and in the next instant, his suspicion was confirmed. Amidst the scarlet flames, a pure, clear, and radiant white light subdued everything, and the fireball mouse's form began to expand. The intensity of the flames growing ever more ferocious as the luminous glow dissipated. Has it evolved? Little Light gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. It was a truly remarkable spectacle, worthy of the phrase from the brink of death to rebirth. Chapter 150 concludes, a conversation in the woods, Shinsuke's disappointment? Oh gee. The power emitted during a Pokemon's evolution, along with the fierce flames of the fireball mouse. No, it should be called the fire rock mouse, were also at play. The two forces intertwined, and in an instant, they completely overwhelmed the small fire monkey's unique blaze. Just before the small fire monkey was sent flying by the fire rock mouse, the blaze enveloping it surged towards the fire rock mouse for a brief 2 seconds, only dissipating once the small fire monkey hit the ground. Oh gee. After being struck away, the small fire monkey's crimson gaze began to fade, returning to a state of calm. However, it was uncertain whether this was due to its blaze being weakened to a manageable level or if it simply did not wish to fall here and now. Though its stamina should have long been exhausted, the small fire monkey remained half-slumped, relying solely on the faint strength left in its arms to support itself. Ash watched the small fire monkey with a complex expression. At this moment, the small fire monkey, still clinging to a semblance of rationality, gazed back at Ash. It was as if both parties were affirming each other's intentions, after a fleeting moment of eye contact. The small fire monkey summoned strength from an unknown source, and stood once more, flames blazing behind it. Was this the reason? Little Light, witnessing this scene, found herself at a loss for words to describe her current emotions. Despite their minimal communication, Ash and the small fire monkey seemed to have forged an unspoken understanding. Or perhaps an inexplicable bond. Words were unnecessary. Mere exchanges of glances conveyed their intentions. Just before the blaze ignited, the small fire monkey's gaze was not fixed on Shinsuke, but rather on Ash. Little Light, standing beside Ash, immediately noticed this. But why was Ash going to such lengths to assist the small fire monkey? Surely, with Ash's strength, it would be easy to conclude the battle. Could it be? With this thought, Little Light's attention swiftly shifted back to Shinsuke. More precisely, it oscillated between Shinsuke and the small fire monkey. Ash's actions were to make Shinsuke understand. We must continue. Ash recognized the small fire monkey's unwillingness to fall and understood its resolve. Regardless of the situation on the battlefield, even a passerby indifferent to Pokemon battles could see it, yet the small fire monkey still yearned for one final confrontation with Ash. Oh gee. The small fire monkey propelled itself toward the fire rock mouse using its fiery wheel. Though its power was diminished compared to its frenzied state, it was indeed a manifestation of the small fire monkey's control. Fiery wheel. In response to the small fire monkey's challenge, Ash, of course, would not shy away. This was the battleground, and since the small fire monkey refused to abandon the fight, he and the fire rock mouse, as its opponents, would likewise not retreat. The fire rock mouse similarly encircled itself in flames, with the boost from evolution and the power of the fierce blaze. Its fiery wheel surpassed that of the small fire monkey by a considerable margin. Under the gaze of the crowd, the two fiery wheels collided. The outcome was all too evident. With a piercing cry, the small fire monkey was sent flying by the fire rock mouse, landing nearly 10 meters away, ultimately losing its ability to battle. The small fire monkey has lost its ability to fight. The referee, upon witnessing the small fire monkey finally fall, let out a sigh of relief. Had the small fire monkey risen once more, it would have tested his conscience, for it truly could no longer continue battling. Although the miracles of repeatedly standing up to fight were indeed uplifting, they were ultimately the result of the Pokemon's sheer willpower. In the same round, once or twice was acceptable, but what about 3 times, 4 times, or even more? The referee announced that the small fire monkey had lost its ability to fight, and Shinsuke uttered not a single word, not even the simplest words of consolation. I concede. In the next moment, Kohei shook his head, adjusting his glasses and decisively choosing to forfeit. Continuing to fight could lead to victory. Shinsuke stated, that would be exceedingly difficult. I certainly did not plan to exhaust everything in this match. After all, I tend to excel at reading the atmosphere, right? Hippo King? Upon hearing this, Hippo King nodded in agreement, arms crossed. As a Pokemon, it did not express any doubts about the judgment of its trainer, instead choosing to offer support. Thus, amidst the applause of the crowd, this combination contest, filled with twists and turns, finally reached its conclusion. In the evening, within the woods near the competition venue, Shinji arrived silently, releasing his Monferno without uttering a word. The Monferno, treated and bandaged, was wrapped in gauze, and upon meeting Shinji's indifferent gaze, it hurriedly lowered its head. It had failed once again. It understood well what Shinji desired it to master, yet it. You should know what I am trying to convey, Shinji remarked. Observing it, the Monferno trembled visibly, cautiously raising its head as if wanting to say something. At this moment, you are incapable of mastering the blaze I seek. However, Shinji did not grant it that opportunity. Your performance on the battlefield today was as feeble as ever, once the blaze erupted. You lost all sense of reason and acted impulsively. If it weren't for that Geodude deliberately helping to share the burden of the blaze, do you think you could have regained your composure afterward? The Monferno kept its head bowed, too intimidated to reply. It knew that Shinji spoke the truth. It truly lacked the ability to control that power. Not only could it not master it, but it couldn't even maintain the most basic level of awareness, rendering such power a hindrance rather than an asset. That is what I wanted to convey, Shinji said, closing his eyes and continuing without looking back. So, do you have anything to say? Following me all this way? Confronted by Shinji's words, Ash ceased to hide, revealing that he had no intention of doing so from the start. TCH, this is quite frustrating, Shinji muttered, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. You came here for this creature, didn't you? You were drawn to its talent? Shinji made this remark, but upon seeing Ash's lack of reaction, he fell silent, crossing his arms and revealing the truth. Or perhaps, its act of igniting the blaze moved you? Shinji understood well. After witnessing the Monferno's inability to control its blaze and casting a disappointed glance at it, the Monferno's attention had shifted to Ash. For a fleeting moment, Shinji thought the Monferno had finally manifested the miracle of blaze under the extreme pressure of exhaustion. But soon he realized that this creature, brimming with untapped potential yet weak to the core, had only ignited the blaze in response to the hopes of a trainer equally frail. This was the aspect that left Shinji most disheartened. Chapter 151, Pure Kindness, Future Expectations. Since you can discern how to trigger the Monferno's blaze, what do you trigger? What emerges from that? Shinji interrupted Ash's words, responding with a cold gaze. No matter how gifted it may be, if it cannot control that gift, it is of no use. No matter how exceptional, if it succumbs to defeat, it is weak. The miracles it harbors are evident. Even those watching from their televisions can see that this creature is extraordinary. Though Shinji's words were harsh, they could be considered a form of praise for the Monferno. It lifted its head, still wishing to express something, but was deterred by a single glance from Shinji. With his eyes shut, Shinji seemed to exude a palpable weariness, and Ash felt that his words, while seemingly directed at the Monferno, also echoed his own internal struggles. I have given it ample time, yet it has failed to meet my expectations. Even if it successfully ignited the blaze today, it barely managed to grasp even a fraction of what I anticipated. But if it were to evolve, I have already stated that I have granted it sufficient time, yet it has never faced that power with courage. There are many fire-type Pokemon to choose from, and it does not belong in this lineup. The Monferno's gaze fell, gently tapping the dusty ground with its knuckles. Release. Shinji's Pokemon understood that failing to present satisfactory results would lead to such an outcome. Was it happy to be by Shinji's side? The Monferno found itself questioning. Though there were moments of joy, times of disappointment and pain were far more frequent. The rigorous training left it scarred, yet it could feel its growth. It longed to repay Shinji with its performance, but it had failed. Ultimately, it had disappointed his expectations. You seem to have something to say to me, Shinji observed, gazing calmly at the frowning Ash. Your decision was misguided, but there are elements of truth in your words. It is too weak. In direct opposition to my philosophy. Shinji closed his eyes, thrusting his left hand into his pocket while casting the Pokeball containing the Monferno forward. In that moment, both the Monferno and Ash instinctively believed Shinji intended to destroy the ball, only for Ash to suddenly realize it was aimed at him. Ash caught the Monferno's Pokeball, about to speak, but Shinji interrupted him once more. Perfect. Let the weak Pokemon remain with the weak trainer. You can prove whether the so-called bond you speak of can allow a Pokemon to break free from its constraints. Ash and the Monferno exchanged a glance, both expressions somewhat dazed. Their foolish expressions appeared remarkably in sync. Shinji let out a scoff, ignoring Ash, who seemed to have something to say, and the somewhat bewildered Monferno, leaving them with a final remark before departing. However, having lost so many times, my words lack persuasiveness. Shinji coldly regarded the two. Before the Sinnoh League begins, I will defeat you both once, so you understand that the only outcome of weakness is failure. As he departed, his every action seemed rushed, imbued with an indescribable feeling. So, did he entrust you to me? The Monferno gazed at Ash with a puzzled expression, unsure of how to respond. Was this considered being released, abandoned? Or perhaps, in essence, he always believed in your potential. Ash articulated the unspoken truth that the Monferno had sensed, yet dared not voice. Moreover, That guy even challenged us. The Monferno's response was devoid of meaning, yet it seemed to convey all of its emotions. Your talent has already been showcased before everyone today, but just as Shinji said, this is not the end. Ash squatted down, meeting the Monferno's somewhat bewildered gaze, gently placing his hand atop its head as he spoke. I know you yearn to master that power, right? I swear to you. No, we will achieve it. Once we harness the power of Blaze, we will announce your arrival to Shinji and the entire world. The Monferno stared, entranced, at Ash's clenched fist held before it. Although it was not the first time they had exchanged glances, it saw only purity in Ash's eyes. More accurately, it perceived pure kindness and unwavering determination. It felt an inner warmth, a sensation it had not experienced in what felt like ages. Reflecting on the last time it felt such warmth, it seemed to trace back to its days in the forest. After enduring a prolonged hunger, it finally discovered a fruit tree. It plucked the fruit, leaving a substantial portion nestled within the hollow of the tree, while carrying a few with it. Ascending to the treetop, it basked in the warm embrace of the morning sun, savoring the rare and delectable sustenance. Is it weak? Perhaps so. After all, it harbored a genuine fear of its own fierce flames, reluctant to confront and conquer them. Yet, even in its fragility, it yearned for a higher form of fulfillment. It sought to meet the expectations of others. Having spent so long in solitude, the concept of companionship became increasingly precious to it. When in the company of Shinji, its life felt abundant, and it was able to partake in meals once more. However, when it lay battered on the ground, feeling the mocking gazes of its companions and the disappointment in Shinji's eyes, it couldn't help but wonder, is companionship truly such a terrifying thing? It suppressed its nature, striving to present itself as more mature and composed in front of Shinji, yet it still failed to fulfill his desires. Today, however, Shinji entrusted it to another person, someone it had scarcely met, yet whose gaze radiated warmth, unconditional expectation, and recognition. Now, this individual extended a clenched fist towards it, a smile adorning their face. It was enveloped in kindness. The small fire monkey regained its composure, feeling an inexplicable pull, its mind momentarily blank. Yet it raised its right fist. Pausing briefly, it brushed the dust from its knuckles and cautiously tapped fists with Ash. Well then, I look forward to working together. Little fire monkey. Oh joy! The little fire monkey exclaimed with an unprecedented exuberance, its voice resonating brightly, fearing that this might all be merely a splendid dream. Chapter 152. Sparkling with electricity? Ah, this is truly amusing. Who would have thought the conclusion would unfold in such a manner? After making a pact for the future with the little fire monkey and establishing a vow of companionship, Ash began to walk towards the Pokémon Center alongside the little fire monkey. However, they had not ventured far when Kawaii emerged from around a corner, adjusting his glasses with a cheerful smile. Clearly, he had overheard the entire conversation between Ash and Shinji. I had assumed Shinji would simply release the little fire monkey, but to my surprise, he went to such lengths, treating its injuries and traveling to this remote place just to hand it over to you. Kawaii did not afford Ash the opportunity to respond, engrossed in his analysis. He then crouched down to examine the little fire monkey, inspecting its wounds. The treatment appeared adequate. Albeit somewhat rough, it was performed by Shinji himself. No wonder I didn't see him waiting at the Pokémon Center. How intriguing. So what brings you to me? Despite having lost the match, Kawaii seemed to be in remarkably good spirits. The night before the finals, he had expressed complaints about Shinji, yet now it seemed. No, nothing of significance, merely a whim that led me here, Kawaii casually explained. His demeanor did not suggest deceit. Ash had interacted with Kawaii numerous times, and his assessment of Kawaii was that he was a tactical genius. It seems I did not participate in this combination competition in vain. Encountering two trainers likely to cross paths in the future is quite fortunate. In the future? Wait, does that mean your purpose for entering the combination competition is? Kawaii no longer concealed his intentions, speaking candidly. Of course, it is to seek worthy opponents here, gathering intelligence in advance. Although Shinji did not showcase other Pokémon during the combination competition, as his partner, I have at least seen his other Pokémon, allowing me to prepare accordingly. Analyzing you, however, is considerably easier, given that you utilized your entire team during the competition. Well, at least all the members currently with you. Kawaii realized mid-sentence that he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. So you only deployed Hippowdon from start to finish because, of course, to conserve strength. We are in an era of information warfare. It is crucial to conceal team information as much as possible. I cannot jeopardize my chances in the most important league competition over a minor combination tournament. I apologize, Ash thought to himself. I truly apologize. While Kawaii indeed managed to conceal his Pokémon's information during this combination competition, he had also gleaned insights into Ash's current team. However, Ash had already known which Pokémon were in Kawaii's lineup, and even what moves and tactics they employed. Furthermore, in the upcoming league competition, Ash planned to rotate between his veteran and newer Pokémon, rendering any intelligence kawaii gained today largely irrelevant, save for Pikachu's information. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Ash explained the situation regarding the little fire monkey to Misty, Brock, and Pikachu, who had not been by his side earlier. Naturally, they were all astonished by Shinji's decision to directly hand over the little fire monkey to Ash, and they found it peculiar that he had treated its injuries before relinquishing it. Yet, Ash could not clarify matters for them, as he himself felt somewhat bewildered. Although Shinji's attitude towards the little fire monkey seemed unchanged, how had the outcome altered so dramatically? Pondering this, Ash proceeded to re-register the Pokemon ball that had originally belonged to Shinji, thereby officially making the little fire monkey his Pokemon. Subsequently, Ash and Pikachu returned to their room ahead of Misty and Brock. In Pikachu's curious gaze, Ash emptied the contents of his backpack onto the floor. Pika? Pikachu tilted its head, arms crossed, observing Ash's actions with confusion. Ash could not recall when he had developed the habit of organizing his backpack, but he had become quite diligent about it. His frequency of tidying up nearly rivaled Brock's, though Ash's belongings were significantly fewer. Pika, another berry. Pikachu casually picked up a sour berry that Ash had uncovered and began munching on it. Lately, each time Ash organized his backpack, Pikachu discovered new and intriguing berries, and Ash always handed them over for Pikachu to sample. Although this could be considered a delightful task, Pikachu wondered why Ash's backpack only yielded one berry at a time. Nevermore, was it merely for the purpose of testing for poison? Pikachu pondered. Ash felt somewhat helpless regarding this, as the recent items appearing in his backpack had been rather inconsequential. Undoubtedly, these were remnants collected by his previous self before his journey. As their travels progressed, he could ascertain that the appearance of random items in his backpack occurred under several circumstances. The first was when he captured former companions and successfully evolved them. The second occurred upon triumphing in gym battles. Aside from these two scenarios, Ash speculated that when he and Dawn, along with Brock, encountered each other again, their backpacks should have yielded items as well. However, since these were one-time occurrences, there was no need to dwell on them. As for whether there were any other situations, it was too early to say. Further observation and record-keeping were necessary. This is a bead? Just as Ash rummaged to the bottom of his backpack, he discovered a prize that had materialized after capturing the Chimchar. Yet this particular reward took him by surprise. A bead, entirely golden and seemingly shimmering with electric light, the purpose of which he was utterly unaware. Chapter 153. The Lost Forest, Meowth's / Days later, in a forest en route from Yuan City to Random Town, Ash slowly sat up from where he had collapsed with his eyes closed, pressing a hand against his slightly aching head while surveying his surroundings. Mumbling to himself in confusion, "Where am I? How unfortunate." As he rose and strolled through the forest, reflecting on previous events, he couldn't help but voice his grievances. Those Team Rocket rascals are truly bothersome. It's been so long since they last appeared. I thought they might finally be taking a break. Yet here they are causing trouble again. Just not long ago, they had been enjoying a peaceful lunch in the forest, only for Team Rocket to disrupt them once they finished eating and began training, arriving in their bizarre robot to wreak havoc. Although Team Rocket's plan ultimately failed, the explosion of their robot occurred far too close to them, resulting in Ash, Dawn, Brock, Pikachu, Chimchar, and Piplup being blown away. They must have scattered across different corners of the forest, but given their notorious lack of direction, finding one another would not be an easy task. There's no choice, Murkrow. We must decide. Why did it explode so easily? Meowth, didn't you assure us there would be no problems? Well, there's not much we could do. The combination of electrical and powerful impact defenses was already a challenge, but with that little brat's water-type Piplup and fire-type Chimchar, it's more than enough to be a nightmare for the robot. True, but why is Chimchar with that little brat? What's the deal with that annoying expression and behavior? Who knows? Listening to the conversation and footsteps approaching from the path beside the thicket, Ash's lips twitched slightly, but he ultimately remained silent. It wasn't until Jessie's and Meowth's figures appeared before him that he finally spoke up. What a coincidence. Wait, Ash. No way. Jessie and Meowth's faces turned ashen, and in the next moment, they adopted a stance ready for battle. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, "Darn it, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have gotten this bad," Dawn complained, her hands on her hips, directing her frustration at Jessie. However, Jessie, clearly not one to admit fault, merely shook her head dismissively in response to Dawn's dissatisfaction. "What nonsense are you spouting? The robot exploded because of your attacks. And two of the culprits are right here." After saying this, Jessie glanced at the Chimchar and Piplup standing beside Dawn, who seemed poised to strike at any moment, then posed another question. "By the way, why is that little brat's Chimchar with you? It looks like it was captured by him." "I don't know," Dawn retorted angrily, clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation with Jessie. With that, she attempted to take Chimchar and Piplup and leave, but just then, Accompanied by the sound of a pokeball opening and a flash of white light, Jessie's Servine suddenly appeared, wearing a fierce expression. Piplup! Oh no! Piplup and Chimchar quickly reacted, standing protectively in front of Dawn, vigilant and ready to launch an attack. Huh, wait, it wasn't me who released it. Seeing the situation escalate, Jessie quickly waved her hands in denial of any intent to stir trouble. Although she wasn't afraid of battling Dawn, now was clearly not the time for pointless skirmishes. Finding James and Meowth took precedence. Servine, come back. Fearing that any delay would lead to an attack, Jessie hastily pulled out a Pokeball, intending to recall Servine. However, to her surprise, and Dawn's, Servine dashed out again the instant it was recalled, still wearing its fierce demeanor, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to be fixated on something in the grass. Hey, could it be? Jessie's expression shifted to one of terror as she seemed to recall something. In the next moment, Servine and the presence in the grass did not disappoint her fears. In an instant, 3 figures emerged from the thicket, glaring fiercely at Servine. Is that a Meowth's slash? Dawn murmured as she pulled out her Pokédex to check the information on Meowth's slash. Though she didn't understand why Meowth's slash appeared here and seemed ready to engage Servine, it was prudent to flee. Hey, Piplup! Chimchar, let's run! Piplup! Huh! As Piplup called out in panic, Dawn halted and turned back, only to find Chimchar standing frozen in place, wide-eyed with fear as it gazed at the 3 Meowth's slash, trembling uncontrollably. Chimchar, what's wrong? Hurry! Just as Dawn was about to call out to rouse Chimchar, the Meowth's slash had already engaged in battle with Jessie's Servine. Though Servine was strong, it quickly found itself overpowered by the combined assault of the 3 Meowth's slash, and given the current trend, it seemed unlikely to last more than 2 minutes. If they didn't seize this opportunity to escape. This is bad, Piplup, Piplup. Although Dawn couldn't fathom why Chimchar was so terrified of Meowth's slash. Since Chimchar was immobilized, she had to take on the responsibility of protecting it. Calling out to Piplup, she scooped up Chimchar and dashed into the nearby thicket, fleeing with abandon, completely disregarding Jessie, who was still trying to recall Servine. However, the battle between Servine and Meowth's slash concluded far sooner than she anticipated. Before she had even run for 10 seconds, with a resounding explosion, Jessie and Servine were sent flying into the air, transformed into 2 shooting stars. Chapter 154, 1 against 3, is that feasible? Puffing heavily, Dawn's rapid breaths mingled with the crunching sound of her feet on the grass, creating a symphony in the tranquil forest. The Meowth's slash that had just sent Jessie and Servine flying was now pursuing her. During her brief escape, Dawn took note of her surroundings and realized that, despite the dense foliage, no other wild Pokémon lingered nearby. It seemed that Meowth's slash was indeed a Pokémon with a strong territorial instinct and a notably fierce temperament. Realizing that she had inadvertently wandered into the territory of the Meowth clan, Xiaowang felt a surge of panic. Yet, even if she wished to escape, she had no idea how vast the enemy's domain truly was or how far she needed to run to break free. The only certainty she clung to, the only sensation she could grasp, was the relentless rustle of bodies colliding with the underbrush behind her, accompanied by the echoes of impacts. Xiaowang had not chosen her path at random. She had deliberately opted for a narrower trail, one more suited for their escape. However, despite her careful selection, a low, guttural roar erupted from behind her, followed by a flash of movement that easily tore through the dense foliage. 3 Meowth clan members surged past, effectively trapping Xiaowang, Pachima, and Chimchar in a tight encirclement. Was there truly no escape? With a grave expression, Xiaowang set down the trembling Chimchar, who appeared utterly incapable of fighting, and promptly summoned Pachirisu and Fuante, preparing for a 3-on-3 battle against the Meowth clan. But could she really command 3 Pokémon simultaneously? A bead of sweat trickled down her back. After all, even managing a simple double battle was already quite taxing. The prospect of orchestrating 3 Pokémon at once was daunting. Chimchar glanced at Xiaowang, who was shielding it, along with her Pokémon. Memories of their recent companionship flooded its mind. Yet the haunting images of being cornered by the Meowth clan also lingered. These 2 scenes clashed within its thoughts, but ultimately, Chimchar took a heavy step forward, nervously locking eyes with one of the Meowth clan members. Chimchar's attempt to confront its inner fears, though touching to Xiaowang, also filled her with trepidation. Overcoming such deep-seated anxieties was no simple feat, and if Chimchar's fear resurfaced during the fight, the consequences could be dire. As Xiaowang and the Meowth clan held their tense standoff, the lead Meowth clan member, seemingly aware of their numerical disadvantage, began to vocally summon its companions. However, as moments passed, the expressions of the Meowth clan shifted from confident to perplexed. Why were reinforcements not arriving? They pondered. The surrounding forest was their territory, and logically, a call should have summoned the others promptly. It was an unspoken rule of their clan. After all, in terms of individual combat prowess, They ranked only mid-tier among forest dwellers, especially when faced with seasoned forest overlords like Roar. Yes, the formidable Ursaring, particularly of such a size, posed a threat they could not contend with. Meowth clan. Wait, Ursaring? Just as the three Meowth clan members began to comprehend, an Ursaring, significantly larger than the average specimen, emerged before them. With a mere swipe of its paw, it effortlessly snapped a tree in half. The Meowth clan crouched low, feigning defiance. But their drooping tails betrayed their lack of true resolve. Finally, they had found it. Xiaoji? Oh, under the watchful eyes of Xiaoguang and Chimchar. Xiaoji brushed leaves from his collar and approached, flanked by the Ursaring, as he assessed the three Meowth clan members. I see. So you two have encountered the Meowth clan? No wonder Musashi was sent flying. After all, the Snivy and Meowth clan are genetic rivals. Once they sense each other, a fierce battle is inevitable. Xiaoji remarked with a tone of understanding. Initially, he had been searching for Xiaoguang and her companions when a shadow streaked across the sky, likely Musashi's. Following Kojiro's pursuit of Musashi, Xiaoji instinctively moved in the direction of her trajectory. His intuition led him to believe he would uncover valuable clues nearby. Indeed, his instincts proved accurate. He found Xiaoguang, but not before encountering a horde of Meowth clan members. To facilitate his movement, he had sent Ursaring ahead. While deploying Ursaring, several oblivious Meowth clan members had attempted to defend their territory and attacked Ursaring. The outcome was inevitable. Those who had attacked were likely still unconscious in the forest shadows. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words and witnessing Ursaring's satisfied demeanor, Xiaoguang began to sense the unfolding situation. Xiaoji glanced at the three seemingly ready to flee Meowth clan members, exchanged a determined look with Chimchar, then crouched down, gently stroking Chimchar's head. Rest assured, leave this to me and Chimchar. Just handle the Meowth clan member behind us. Behind? Xiaoguang murmured, turning her head only to find a Meowth clan member, significantly larger than the others, slowly emerging from the underbrush. Its eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity as it locked gazes with Ursaring. If all goes as expected, that one should be the leader of this group. The one that followed me but refused to show itself, likely intending to ambush me. The leader? Xiaoguang's lips twitched as she stared at the imposing Meowth clan member, uncertain whether to heed Xiaoji's advice and engage in battle. Meanwhile, Xiaoji remained unconcerned about the rear, assured that Ursaring would safeguard them, and his focus was now on Chimchar. You can handle 1 against 3, right? Chimchar O? Chapter 155, vs Meowth clan, a peculiar phenomenon? You can handle 1 against 3, right? Oh. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, 3 enormous question marks appeared above Chimchar's head. Initially, it believed that safety was assured with Xiaoji's arrival, but the current situation felt decidedly off. Despite taking the arduous step of standing before the Meowth clan, meeting their fierce gaze, and immersing itself in their daunting battle spirit, it sensed a palpable fear. You seem quite afraid of the Meowth clan, don't you? While it may seem unrelated, compared to the fierce flames you are destined to confront and overcome, this opponent appears rather inconsequential, wouldn't you agree? Oh. Observing Xiaoji's unwavering confidence, Chimchar felt an odd sensation, unable to articulate its discomfort. Moreover, Xiaoji pointed toward the 3 visibly anxious Meowth clan members, continuing to speak to himself. With me here, 3 wild Meowth clan members are hardly a threat. Ja. Regardless of Chimchar's current thoughts, the Meowth clan members were clearly displeased. Were it not for the overwhelming pressure from Ursaring, they would not feel intimidated by mere humans and such feeble Pokémon. Oh. Faced with Xiaoji's steadfast gaze filled with expectation, Chimchar finally responded with determination, positioning itself in front of Xiaoji and the 3 Meowth clan members, readying for battle. Well then, I'll leave that side to you, Xiaoguang. My little fire monkey, and I shall commence. Flamethrower. I've got it. Pokémon, use Bubble Beam. With this instruction from Ash, and considering that the Circle Bear is indeed nearby, Xiaoguang has no choice but to quickly dispatch Pokémon to engage in battle. Although battling wild Pokémon doesn't necessitate adhering to rules of one-on-one combat, Xiaoguang feels that given the circumstances, a one-on-one fight seems to be the only viable option. Oh dear. Flames engulf the forest. The proactive fire monkey does not employ any extravagant techniques. Its straightforward flamethrower seems merely to herald the commencement of the battle. The 3 meerkat Pokémon, typically thriving in the forest, adhere to the principle of overwhelming their opponents with numbers. Yet this does not imply a lack of prowess on their part. Their agility and mobility, honed by navigating the dense underbrush, are formidable. In a flash, the 3 shadows darted past, and the fire monkey's flamethrower predictably missed its mark. After evading the flames, the 3 meerkats positioned themselves around the fire monkey. And in the next moment, 3 glimmers of cold light ignited as they unleashed their signature move, Dig. Without any surprise, Ash commanded the fire monkey the moment he saw the meerkats vanish. The fire monkey dove into the ground just as the 3 beams of icy light swept over the hole's entrance, effortlessly evading the coordinated assault from the meerkats. Continue digging. Seizing the moment when the meerkat's attention was fixated on the hole, Ash directed the fire monkey to repeatedly use dig. Oh dear. As the meerkats gazed on in confusion, the fire monkey emerged from one hole only to swiftly dive into another. It continued this cycle, emerging, digging, and submerging again. Although the meerkats sought to pinpoint the fire monkey's location, each time it surfaced, it did so in their blind spots. Accustomed to wilderness combat, the meerkats evidently lacked a more strategic approach and were thus continually outmaneuvered by the fire monkey. In less than a minute, more than 10 holes surrounded the meerkats, a situation that Ash deemed advantageous. Leap out, unleash flamethrower, then dive back in. Oh dear. Under Shinji's training, the fire monkey had become adept at accurately gauging the enemy's position underground, even anticipating where their line of sight might linger. Without such ability, it would have been implausible for the fire monkey to safely utilize dig so many times in such a short span. The fire monkey touched the subterranean rocks, closed its eyes to grasp the external information, then suddenly opened its eyes wide and sprang from a hole. Zap! Upon hearing Ash's command for flamethrower, the meerkats focused all their attention, and though they barely reacted in time as the fire monkey leaped out, their response was insufficient. The fire monkey unleashed a flamethrower. Power amassed from below, at the moment it emerged from the hole. Whoosh! The first meerkat, rushing forward, felt a wave of heat before the roaring flames engulfed its body, relentlessly sapping its strength. Soon, the first meerkat to attack the fire monkey tumbled to the ground, rolling in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. This particular flamethrower was fortunate, successfully inducing a burn status. To the side, flame wheel. Oh dear. Zap. The first meerkat was evidently incapable of continuing to fight in the immediate aftermath, although it had managed to take down one opponent. The fire monkey did not grow complacent or indulge in triumph. It remained cognizant of its mission. 1 against 3. Sensing the gusts of wind from the side, the fire monkey unhesitatingly enveloped itself in flames, forming a flame wheel that collided head-on with another approaching meerkat. Zap! Realizing the situation was dire, this meerkat, intending to rescue its comrade while attempting to ambush the fire monkey, had not properly gathered its skill strength. As its glowing white claw collided with the flame wheel, the light was utterly extinguished. In disbelief, the meerkat was propelled backward, crashing into a tree with a dull thud before collapsing to the ground. Its injuries seemingly more severe than those of the first meerkat. Was it a one-hit knockout? Ash was astonished to see the second meerkat dispatched by a single flame wheel. While the fire monkey had indeed improved significantly since its battle with the fire rock mouse, could it have been an underestimation of the meerkat's strength? Ash furrowed his brow. Throughout his decades of travel, he should not have erred in calculating damage, yet this situation was undeniably perplexing. Chapter 156. Upholding One's Chosen Path. Zap! The last meerkat, witnessing its 2 companions swiftly defeated, instinctively took a few steps back in fear. Typically, they thrived on intimidation. Yet seeing their allies so effortlessly vanquished evoked a sense of disillusionment and dread towards Ash and the fire monkey. Only one remains, Ash murmured, gazing at the meerkat whose tail had drooped entirely. Then he glanced back. To his slight surprise, Xiaoguang and Pokémon had managed to thoroughly suppress the leader of the meerkats. Initially, Ash had thought this task might pose some difficulty for Xiaoguang, yet it appeared he had underestimated her. Now let us continue the battle. Fire monkey, flamethrower. Oh dear. Zap. With the final flash of flames, the meerkats that had initially attacked Xiaoguang lost all combat capability. After concluding this skirmish, Ash began to observe the ongoing battle between Xiaoguang and the meerkat leader. Although she had been commanding her Pokémon with poise, upon noticing Ash watching her, a momentary lapse occurred in her strategy. Nevertheless, Xiaoguang ultimately stabilized the situation, and with a powerful bubble beam from Pokémon, the meerkat leader succumbed, collapsing to the ground, defeated. On a nearby hill, Shinji witnessed the entirety of Xiaoguang's journey from her initial struggle to her eventual triumph over the meerkat leader, spurred by Ash's encouragement. He then retrieved the Pokeball he had been holding since the beginning. Has this Pokemon truly reached the point of battling meerkats head-on? Shinji pondered, a frown creasing his brow. He understood well what the meerkats represented to the fire monkey, yet he had not anticipated such rapid progress within merely a few days. No, to say days would be an understatement. It was merely a matter of seconds. If at the outset the fire monkey had chosen to stand before Xiaoguang and confront the meerkats solely to protect her, forcing itself into action, then now, under Ash's guidance, it had effortlessly defeated 3 meerkats, no longer exhibiting fear, which spoke volumes of its complete conquest over past anxieties, stepping into a new life, a new future. Moreover, what intrigued Shinji further was the remarkable growth in the power of its flamethrower and flame wheel within such a brief span. As he recalled the scene of the fire monkey effortlessly dispatching the 3 meerkats, a sense of intrigue stirred within him. After all, during his time here, the strength of the Chimchar had likely stagnated for quite some time. Even if it were true, as Ash suggested, that encouragement and praise were more effective means of fostering its growth, Shinji did not believe this approach would yield any significant results in the short term. In his eyes, Chimchar should have nearly reached the limits of its first stage while under his guidance, or rather, it was approaching its own limit without activating Blaze. Was it that fateful Blaze that catalyzed its development, or did Ash possess some more mysterious and effective method of nurturing Pokémon? Shinji closed his eyes in contemplation, then shook his head. Regret? He held no remorse for his choices. He possessed a clear judgment and understanding of every action he took, every decision he made. He was acutely aware that his training methods for Pokémon would not garner widespread approval. He understood that his conduct during the combination tournament would incite the ire of many trainers. However, the clamor of the outside world would not sway him. His objectives were clear, and his self-awareness was firm. Thus, he would not allow external opinions to cloud his judgment. Even if Ash had laid before him the initial results of his training with Chimchar, declaring, "Your training method is simply wrong for Pokémon," he remained unfazed and would not lament whether he should have been more lenient with Chimchar. The world is cruel, no matter how talented or capable one may be. If one cannot perform at critical moments, it is tantamount to failure. The world is never short of geniuses, nor of those who toiled diligently. If one cannot translate their talent and hard work into tangible results, and thus solidify their inner convictions, casting aside external perceptions and dispelling inner confusion, then only then would he truly regret everything. Let me observe how far you can cultivate that fellow. Shinji cast a final glance at Ash and Chimchar's retreating figures before turning away. Although he was uncertain whether Chimchar possessed the courage and resolve to face Blaze now, he had already steeled himself for the confrontation with that formidable power in battle. What's wrong? Upon confirming that all the Meowth were unable to continue fighting, Ash had intended to stretch and relax a bit, only to notice Chimchar gazing inquisitively at a nearby hillside. Following Chimchar's line of sight, Ash found nothing particularly unusual, and when he inquired, Chimchar merely scratched its head, appearing puzzled. Phew, finally done. Why did it have to fall on me to resolve this? Boka, Dawn and Piplup collapsed onto the ground, both appearing quite fatigued. This was the first time Dawn and Piplup faced wild Pokémon of such caliber. Although this particular Meowth lacked the combat prowess of a Pokémon under a trainer's command, and its intimidation factor paled in comparison to the usual battles Ash and Pikachu engaged in, it was still a wild Pokémon, prompting Dawn to remain on high alert, fearing it might suddenly redirect its aggression towards her. Of course, her concerns were not unfounded, as the Meowth did entertain such intentions at times. However, each of its attempts was silently abandoned under the watchful gaze of Ursaring. Wild Pokémon, after all, are valued for their self-awareness. Once all was settled, as Ash and Dawn recalled their respective Pokémon, the figures of Brock and Pikachu finally appeared in the distance to reunite with them. Perhaps the sounds created during the battle had alerted Brock and Pikachu? From this perspective, being attacked by the Meowth might not be entirely negative. Otherwise, given their propensity for getting lost, finding each other in such a short time would indeed be a daunting task. Chapter 157, Route 209, The Legend of Ghosts? On Route 209, upon a massive floating bridge, Ash and his companions initially intended to fish here, but unexpectedly, during their fishing endeavor, a challenge was issued. More precisely, it was Dawn who was challenged. The challenger was a young angler clad in a life jacket, and his reason for challenging Dawn was simple: she possessed a water-type Pokémon. Indeed, all the individuals fishing on this floating bridge were enthusiasts of water-type Pokémon. Alternatively, one might consider that every water-type Pokémon enthusiast inevitably finds themselves captivated by the art of fishing. After all, fishing serves as a tranquil and reassuring interaction between Pokémon trainers and water-type Pokémon, shrouded in mystery regarding what water-type Pokémon might ultimately be caught. Of course, the catch might not be limited to water-type Pokémon. Items like plastic bottles, wrappers, discarded boots, and rusted buckets are all possibilities. This is the unique allure of fishing. What's this? A whirlpool. Boka. In the water, facing the swiftly moving tadpole, Piplup unwittingly mastered the use of whirlpool. The whirlpool surged from the water's surface, leaving the tadpole with no means of escape, ultimately ensnaring it within the vortex. The whirlpool relentlessly drained its meager stamina, and soon the tadpole lost its ability to battle. Fainting on the water's surface. My tadpole! The young angler cried out in despair, retrieving his defeated tadpole and exhibiting a crestfallen demeanor. Oh, it was just a simple Pokémon battle. There's no need for such no. Losing to you signifies that my training is still far from adequate. Interestingly, even as the young angler lamented his defeat moments earlier, when Dawn attempted to console him, he adopted a completely different attitude, leaving one somewhat perplexed. By the way, since you possess such skill, you must be aware of that place, right? That place. Dawn, Ash, and Brock exchanged glances, unable to comprehend what the young man referred to. You didn't know? How surprising. I thought you all looked so formidable. I assumed you were headed there. The angler adjusted his cap, then scratched the back of his head in astonishment. Before Ash and his companions could inquire further about the mysterious place, one of the angler's companions began to speak, wearing a sinister smile. That place is home to ghosts and monsters, you know. Are you sure you want to go? Dawn replied, no. We actually have no intention of going. Oh, is that so? Well, if you do wish to go, I can provide some information about it. This suddenly interjecting angler resembled an NPC from a video game, speculating on others' thoughts while unilaterally dispensing peculiar information. Well, though it may have seemed bizarre, Ash and the others were somewhat intrigued. Noticing their growing curiosity, the angler's demeanor shifted to one of pride, only to revert to a foreboding expression in the next moment. Actually, there have been rumors of ghostly apparitions near a small village not far ahead. Rumors? Dawn had initially anticipated something significant, only to discover it was merely tales. Although Xiao Wang's travel time may not be considered lengthy from any perspective, she has nonetheless come to understand that what are referred to as rumors are merely unfounded tales. Along her journey, she has encountered no fewer than 10 such rumors, yet the only one that remains uncertain is whether her experience at the forest mansion holds any merit. The angler, having discerned Xiao Wang's current indifference, surmised that his statements were beginning to lose credibility in her eyes. Thus, he cleared his throat and hastily added, of course. This is not merely a rumor. After all, the village I mentioned was utterly ravaged by malevolent spirits overnight. This assertion finally piqued Xiao Wang's interest, prompting Xiaoji and Xiaojing to exchange glances. They had encountered far more similar incidents than Xiao Wang. Generally speaking, those entities identified or confirmed as supernatural beings are predominantly caused by Pokémon. To be more precise, they are usually ghost-type Pokémon. However, ghost-type Pokémon typically indulge in harmless pranks. Instances of them demolishing villages are exceedingly rare. Did someone in the village provoke them? Or could it be due to some other reason? Of course, they did not dismiss the possibility that the ghost-type Pokémon simply had a penchant for destruction, but under normal circumstances. Wild Pokémon known for causing chaos would typically be subdued by passing trainers or relevant personnel from the league. Moreover, it wasn't just the village that suffered damage. Most of the villagers were also injured. Although the villagers either sent forth their own Pokémon or sought assistance from other Pokémon in the forest, the disparity in strength against a legendary being without a corporeal form remained too vast. I have heard that some young villagers have set off towards a nearby city this morning, intending to seek Miss Junch's assistance, while the elders prefer more traditional methods. If all goes as expected, a bounty should now be posted at the entrance of that small village. This concludes the general information. After sharing all of this with Xiao Wang and the others, the angler continued his journey with satisfaction. However, upon hearing all this, Xiao Wang found it difficult to remain still. If they were capable of causing destruction, it must be the ghost-type Pokémon at work. If that is the case, we should lend our aid. Would ya? Xiao Wang proposed, with Bojuman echoing her enthusiasm. Xiao Wang and Bojuman, being inherently kind-hearted, had already made a decision upon hearing that villagers had been harmed. Observing the resolve radiating from Xiao Wang and Bojuman, both Xiaoji and Xiaojing were taken aback, as was Pikachu. Their astonishment stemmed from the realization that Xiao Wang had discerned it was a ghost-type Pokémon. Pika. Xiao Wang. Although uncertain of the reason, she felt as though she was being underestimated. Instantly, her mood soured. Chapter 158. Ghost? A sealed Pokémon? Approximately an hour's journey from the floating bridge lies an obscure little village. The village is so diminutive that one can easily behold its entirety from flat ground. Although it is termed a village, the dilapidated houses and surrounding conditions suggest that no agricultural produce is cultivated here. The villagers likely procure their daily necessities from the distant town. However, the past state of this little village remains unclear. Indeed, a bounty has been posted, standing at the village's entrance. Xiaojing immediately spotted the notice affixed to a weathered wooden sign. The image on the bounty appeared to be mere childish doodles, offering no discernible information, while below it simply read the word ghost. As for the reward, a bag of rice and some vegetables? While this may seem somewhat antiquated in today's age, given the dilapidated state of the village, the bounty's offering appears quite reasonable, does it not? Just as Xiaoji and the others intended to enter the village for further inquiries, an elderly voice suddenly reached their ears. Are you here to accept the commission? Startled by the unexpected voice, Xiaoji and his companions instinctively took a step back and looked down. They beheld an elderly woman leaning on a cane, her mouth agape, revealing few teeth as she continued. So what is your answer? Pikachu? Pika? Suddenly called upon. Pikachu's ears perked up, gazing quizzically at the elder, initially believing it had done something wrong. and nearly shrank back toward Xiaoji. However, the elder preemptively scooped up Pikachu. Indeed, it is Pikachu. So, young man, are you the trainer of this Pikachu? Yes, I am. Upon seeing the elder, Xiaoji began to recall the nature of the incident. The ghost they spoke of in the village must be the rock monster, right? Yet, he vaguely remembered that the initial escape of the rock monster was their fault. However, upon their arrival, the rock monster had already fled, implying that the one responsible for the destruction must be someone else. Although he was reluctant to entertain such thoughts, Xiaoji felt he might already have deduced the identity of the culprit. Yet before he could ponder further, the elder exclaimed with delight, "Indeed. I never imagined that the tale from centuries ago would be reenacted before my very eyes." What story? Pika? Apart from Xiaoji, who was somewhat aware of the situation, the other three, including Pikachu, appeared confused. Noticing this, the elder patiently elaborated, "In truth, a very dangerous Pokémon has been sealed near our village, and just yesterday. That seal was inexplicably broken. It is said that when that Pokémon roamed the world, it arrived here and wreaked havoc. At that time, a wave guide bearer, accompanied by Pikachu, happened to arrive here and, witnessing the chaos wrought by that Pokémon, fought valiantly alongside Pikachu to ultimately seal it within the Spirit Stone." Wave guide bearer. What is that? Xiaojiang was still gathering information from the elder's account, while Xiaoguang directly raised her hand to inquire about what she did not comprehend. However, the elder's response left Xiaoguang somewhat dumbfounded. "I do not know." The elder sat upon a rock, placing her cane beside it, and shrugging in a manner that indicated uncertainty. To put it simply, it should be considered a person with special abilities. After all, the world is vast, and it is inevitable that some extraordinary individuals will arise, akin to the well-known psychics of today. Is that so? Xiaoguang nodded, murmuring in a somewhat bewildered manner, lacking an understanding of what a wave guide bearer was. She could only rely on the elder's description to form a rough image. However, Xiaoji, Xiaojiang, and Pikachu nodded in agreement. So it is a wave guide bearer. If the partner is Lucario, it would align more closely with the image of a wave guide bearer. Pika. Xiaoguang? After all this, Xiaoguang realized she still did not comprehend what a wave guide bearer was, causing her expression to turn anxious. However, the elder paid no mind to Xiaoguang's current distress and nodded, continuing the topic. "Since you are all familiar with the concept of the Aura Guardians, things have become considerably easier." The old man leapt down from a rather low stone and picked up his cane once more. "Follow me," he simply stated. Before making his way toward the adjacent forest, Xiaoji and his companions exchanged glances, with Xiaoguang being the first to timidly voice, "By the way, it seems that the old lady has already assumed we are here to assist." Although the assumption was not entirely erroneous, Xiaoguang couldn't shake off the feeling that it was somewhat peculiar. From the old man's perspective, this might all seem like a matter of destiny. Xiaoguang crossed his arms and spoke in a serious yet hushed tone. Did she not mention that centuries ago, when that Pokémon wreaked havoc in the village, it was an Aura Guardian accompanied by a Pikachu who sealed it away? Thus, in the old man's eyes, with the seal now lifted, Xiaoji's arrival with Pikachu might very well replicate that fateful moment. "Ah, so this is the notion of destiny?" Xiaoguang exclaimed, finally grasping the old lady's intentions. It seemed that the elders in this village held more antiquated beliefs, which explained why the youth sought Miss Junsh's help while the elders opted to post a bounty. With this realization, Xiaoguang's thoughts began to flow more freely. However, there remained one thing that puzzled her. But why did that old lady know it was a Pokémon causing the destruction while the bounty and rumors spoke of ghosts? Xiaoguang found himself at a loss for words, for while this question would have been best directed at the old man ahead, the latter's constant forward motion rendered it difficult for Xiaoguang to voice his inquiry, leaving him to pass the question on to Xiaoji. "Who knows?" Xiaoji shrugged in resignation. "Perhaps the situation is more intricate than we imagine? What if that Pokémon truly can transform into a ghost, or even a malevolent spirit?" "All right, enough of that." Xiaoguang promptly interrupted Xiaoji. While his sense of direction was notoriously poor, his premonitions in such matters often turned out to be eerily accurate, and she had no desire to confront a malevolent spirit, so she quickly cut him off. Just then, at their destination, the clearing strewn with sealing stones, dark clouds began to silently gather and converge above them. Chapter 159, A Test of Combat, Shadows and Lightning. This is the place. The old man led Xiaoji and his companions to the site where the troublesome Pokémon had once been sealed. It was an open clearing in the woods, littered with stones, which, based on the old man's earlier revelations, must have constituted the seal set by the Aura Guardian of yore. Now, with the seal lifted, the Pokémon had vanished. However, one could not help but wonder, what if that Pokémon had already departed? Xiaoji looked to the old man, voicing his concern. After all, he was aware that the Pokémon in question was a Florigato, and should it choose to leave, it could easily disappear without a trace in mere minutes. Was it not overly optimistic to remain here, awaiting its return? The old man understood Xiaoji's apprehensions and waved his cane reassuringly. Do not worry. It will not leave, not now at least. Not now? What do you mean? Xiao Guang detected a flaw in the old man's words and inquired further. In response, the old man merely pointed his cane towards the sky, his gaze towards the group now suffused with warmth. Otherwise, do you think the sky would appear as it does now if it had? Upon hearing this, the group abruptly looked up, having been meandering through the dense foliage. They had not fully perceived the change in the heavens. Under the old man's guidance, they now noticed that the once clear sky was now shrouded in ominous clouds. Moreover, these clouds were peculiar. They did not disperse, but rather coalesced directly above their location, or more accurately, above the scattered stones. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind swept through, accompanied by an eerie coldness. The clouds above began to shift rapidly, no longer merely floating idly, but moving in a strange, deliberate manner. Though they remained suspended overhead, the density and thickness of the clouds intensified, revealing that they appeared to be swirling. Lightning flickered within the clouds, punctuated by a series of low, ominous rumbles. The atmospheric pressure surged, rendering the air heavy. It's coming. The old man's pupils dilated instantaneously, and Pikachu seemed to sense an impending danger. Its cheek pouches sparking with electricity as it glanced upwards. The wind continued to intensify. The trees surrounding the clearing creaked and groaned under the force of the gale, and the daylight waned ominously. Meanwhile, within the few remaining patches illuminated by light, distorted shadows began to writhe. Xiao Guang let out a cry of despair upon noticing this, instinctively seeking refuge behind Xiaoji, clutching her Pokeball tightly. Is this truly a Pokemon? She questioned in confusion. It was worth noting that the clearing was quite expansive. However, the fact that a single entity could influence such a vast area of weather was utterly bewildering. Moreover, in such a sinister environment, Xiao Guang found it impossible to disregard the writhing shadows at her feet to engage in battle. After all, no one could guarantee that these shadows would remain docile and not suddenly emerge to attack. It must be a Pokemon, Xiao Gang murmured, moving closer to Xiaoji. Despite having witnessed countless grand spectacles during their travels, encounters of this magnitude orchestrated by an ordinary wild Pokemon were indeed rare, suggesting that their adversary possessed considerable strength. It is undoubtedly a Pokemon, and likely a ghost type at that. Otherwise, there would be no need to create such an environment, as ghost types thrive in shadows. Xiaoji's voice remained calm, unperturbed by the unfolding scene. The sky began to drizzle lightly, leading Xiaoji to speculate that the Florigato might possess the ability to summon rain. Creating a foreboding atmosphere while simultaneously instilling fear in its opponent could be considered a common tactic employed by ghost types. Diminishing the rain but expanding the range of effects, a rather clever strategy. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, and a colossal shadow materialized before Xiaoji and his friends. The shadow lacked a definitive shape, yet its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Xiaoji and Pikachu, completely disregarding the others present. Pachima, use Bubble Beam. Although Xiaoji and Xiao Gang remained convinced that their foe was indeed a Pokemon, the overwhelming presence of the shadow rendered it impossible for Xiao Guang to maintain her composure. With a flash of white light, Pachima emerged from its Pokeball and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful bubble beam towards the looming shadow. However, upon striking the shadow, the bubble beam merely passed through as if it were engulfed in mist, leaving only a ripple on the shadow's form, with no further effect. Pikachu, use Thunder on the Sky. This is your moment, Night Watcher. Pika. Upon witnessing the futile rays of light emanating from the spectral apparition, Ash comprehended that this phantasmal shadow was not the hiding place of the Rock-type Pokemon. Since the Rock-type Pokemon was unwilling to confront them directly, the immediate priority was to restore the surrounding environment. Pikachu, having been poised for action, leapt high into the air, a triumphant grin adorning its face. It summoned the long-accumulated electric energy and unleashed it towards the ominous storm clouds above. The lightning pierced through the cloud cover, splitting the heavens asunder. In what seemed a response to Pikachu's defiance, a thunderclap echoed through the sky, though its target was not Pikachu, but rather the ghostly figure looming before Ash and his companions. With a deafening roar, an overwhelming sound erupted, only to be followed by an oppressive silence. Accompanying this was a blinding flash of light that rendered all present momentarily sightless and deaf. Fortunately, in the instant the lightning struck, the Night Watch spirit conjured a shadowy barrier before the group, shielding them from the swirling debris and dust kicked up by the thunderous eruption. Amidst this brilliance and cacophony, the Night Watch spirit sensed an entity drawing near to Ash's position. Thus, it materialized another shadow behind, lurking beneath Ash, biding its time for the adversary to fall into its trap. Chapter 160, Night Watch Spirit vs. Rock-type Pokemon. A familiar sensation, a nauseating feeling that made one want to retch. Within the shadows, the Rock-type Pokemon glared intently, fixated on Ash, who was shielded by the Night Watch spirit. It was eerily reminiscent. The power radiating from this individual was strikingly similar to that of the one who had sealed it away long ago. The Rock-type Pokémon possessed little in the way of independent thought. Since the day of its inception, it had been nothing more than an embodiment of pure resentment. Born amidst the turmoil of war, it was formed from the anguish of 108 souls who met untimely ends. Composed entirely of vengeful spirits, it harbored a violent temperament, reveling in destruction and refusing to allow any semblance of happiness to grace its vision. Despite its formidable strength, it had never anticipated being sealed away by a mere human accompanied by a fragile Pokémon, time having erased its recollection of the events. Had it not been for the unforeseen actions of a trio that shattered the very seal binding it, it would remain oblivious to how long it would take for its liberation. Upon its release, it had unhesitatingly sent the trio flying, not out of malice, but simply because their expressions of joy over a meager meal that would have seemed pitiful even in wartime baffled it. The Rock-type Pokémon could not fathom why they bore such smiles. After vanquishing the trio and once again laying waste to the village it had previously destroyed, it should have departed this place, yet an inexplicable voice urged it to remain. The individual would appear again soon. Was this instinct or a mere threat of fate? Though the Rock-type Pokémon could not comprehend, it heeded the call of destiny and lingered in anticipation of its nemesis's arrival. And today, upon laying eyes on Ash and Pikachu, the resentment that had festered for centuries surged forth, filling its heart with a singular thought: kill him. The Rock-type Pokémon moved swiftly through the shadows. Realizing its created apparition would soon dissipate in the wake of the lightning, it recognized that this moment was the perfect opportunity to strike. With a sudden burst, the Rock-type Pokémon surged from the ground, its form radiating a brilliant light that contrasted starkly with its ghostly nature. However, in that instant, it felt as though something had ensnared its body, causing its hard-won ultimate attack to unravel in the blink of an eye. Glancing behind, it beheld a shadow that had been lying in wait, seemingly anticipating its approach. The Rock-type Pokémon shuddered before it could muster any resistance against the ambush. Its opponent struck first, propelling it forcefully into the ground. With a resounding crash, the Rock-type Pokémon found itself embedded into the earth. As the lightning dissipated, the previously tumultuous sky cleared, allowing sunlight to penetrate the layers of cloud, casting warm rays upon the ground. Under this illumination, the ghostly apparition conjured by the Rock-type Pokémon disintegrated into the air. At last, Ash and his companions could open their eyes and survey their surroundings. "That's the Rock-type Pokémon," exclaimed Misty, gazing at the creature that the Night Watch spirit had driven into the ground. Meanwhile, Brock took a few cautious steps back, shielding the elder. Aware that despite the Rock-type Pokémon's apparent defeat, the ominous aura it exuded still instilled fear. A mere glance at its fallen form was enough to weigh heavily upon Brock's heart, as if he were conversing with countless vengeful spirits. Pika. At that moment, Pikachu realized the Rock-type Pokémon had attempted to ambush Ash, only to be thwarted by the Night Watch spirit. Fueled by anger, Pikachu yearned to retaliate, aiming to deliver a decisive blow to the creature trapped in the pit. Yet, before Pikachu could seize the opportunity, the fallen Rock-type Pokémon transformed into a myriad of wisps, dispersing into the surroundings, only to reassemble midair into its corporeal form. "Is it coming for me?" Ash mused, his expression shifting as he locked eyes with the Rock-type Pokémon. He sensed the intense resentment and murderous intent directed towards him. Clearly, Ash had not wronged this Rock-type Pokémon, which had only recently been freed from its seal. Yet it bore a look as if it had known him for ages, seeking vengeance. "Is it the aura?" Ash pondered. His aura seemed to resonate with those of Yavin and Aaron, even aligning closely in intensity. However, neither Yavin nor Aaron had ever encountered this Rock-type Pokémon, let alone sealed it away. How peculiar. Shaking his head, Ash dismissed the trivial thought. The Night Watch spirit, with its dark gaze. Although the Rock-type Pokémon appeared to harbor significant animosity towards him, Ash deemed it prudent to take precautions. After all, Ghost-type Pokémon were notoriously elusive if they chose to flee. Miga, the Rock-type Pokémon, sensing the Night Watch spirit's ominous stare, scoffed derisively, promptly responding to Ash's suspicions with a direct attack. Dark Night Shadow. As the Rock-type Pokémon launched its assault, Ash swiftly commanded the Night Watch spirit to counter. With a thunderous impact, the Rock-type Pokémon's malevolent wave was entirely thwarted by the Night Watch spirit's dark apparition. Although the Night Watch spirit had initially shown little aptitude for direct confrontation when Ash had captured it, with training and a burgeoning confidence, Ash discovered that the Night Watch spirit's potential in direct combat was as formidable as its illusions. At least against the Rock-type Pokémon before him, the Night Watch spirit was capable of holding its ground in a head-on clash. Miga, as the rock monster witnessed its attack being thwarted, its previously simmering rage intensified, causing it to become even more irritable. It began to conjure multiple phantoms, Yet these apparitions were not mere illusions that would dissipate upon contact like shadow clones. Ash furrowed his brow, observing the myriad figures charging towards the nocturnal spirit. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Mystical light." Faced with such an indistinguishable skill, which bore no resemblance to the ephemeral nature of shadow clones, Ash opted for a more prudent response. A dark luminescence emanated from the nocturnal spirit, causing one of the phantoms to hesitate momentarily before attempting to burrow underground to evade the effects of the mystical light. Nightwatch spirit, shadow. Ash's command was interrupted as one of the phantoms suddenly accelerated, colliding with the nocturnal spirit before it could react. Was this a tangible entity, or merely a variation of a skill? Ash pondered, finding himself at a loss for a definitive answer. The shadow vanished upon impact, suggesting it was a one-time attack. Dealing with them all could prove to be quite troublesome. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt," Ash called out, entrusting the task of neutralizing these phantoms to Pikachu. After all, the nocturnal spirit lacked the ability to suppress the opponent in one fell swoop, and attempting to eliminate them all would undoubtedly provide the rock monster with an opportunity. Were this a standard Pokémon battle, Ash would not have called upon Pikachu, but the rock monster's intentions were far from benign. Thus, he could not leave everything to the nocturnal spirit, especially against this unprecedented tactic. Naturally, the nocturnal spirit would ultimately be responsible for concluding this battle, as it represented a remarkably opportune moment. The phantoms summoned by the rock monster dissipated in a burst of electrical energy, while its true form remained concealed underground, seeking the perfect moment to strike decisively. "Shadow of the night, then use Will-O-Wisp to envelop the area ahead." Ash calmly relayed his instructions. The nocturnal spirit focused intently, aware that it could not afford to be complacent. The earlier tactics of the rock monster had indeed taken it by surprise, yet it now understood that this creature likely possessed similar talents. It excelled in illusions, while the rock monster seemed capable of transforming ephemeral shadows into tangible entities. However, it appeared that their similarities extended beyond that. Particularly, there was an aura that transcended countless ages, a cold, painful, struggling essence that signified lost hope. They had both traversed the same epochs, but the rock monster's affliction ran deeper, having witnessed more than the nocturnal spirit itself. Closing its eyes, the nocturnal spirit resolved not to succumb this time. A shadow enveloping the entire clearing emerged from beneath it, impervious to the sunlight filtering through the clouds. Countless will-o-wisps surged forth, coalescing into a vast net that radiated intense heat, yet felt chilling to the touch. The sheer power of this spectacle momentarily stirred Yuan, causing his fingers to tremble in awe. Clearly, the nocturnal spirit's execution of the Shadow of the Night and Will-O-Wisp far exceeded its usual capabilities. A qualitative transformation had been achieved. I initially thought Ash would deploy Pikachu in this battle, but he chose not to lean towards destiny. Instead, he opted to allow the well-prepared nocturnal spirit to achieve a breakthrough in this encounter, Xiao Gang remarked solemnly, stroking his chin. The elder listened intently to his words, her thoughts drifting. Although still young, Ash's silhouette seemed to silently narrate a future destined for greatness. She was uncertain whether Ash would embark on the path of the Aura Guardian. If fate held sway, it seemed likely. Yet, the youth before her did not strike her as one who would yield to destiny, leaving her to ponder the nature of his future. Suddenly, the elder paused, struck by a realization. Could it be that it was not destiny that chose him, but rather, destiny favored him? A glimmer of insight sparked in her narrowed eyes. The unfolding events, be it the rock monster's unsealing or the arrival of the trainer with Pikachu, indicated that Ash's fate had indeed been selected. Yet, he had provided an alternative interpretation by sending forth the nocturnal spirit to battle instead of Pikachu. If the preceding events had followed the trajectory of fate, then Ash's deviation from the typical behavior of an Aura Guardian might well signify his uniqueness. He traversed the path of destiny, yet that very trajectory granted him favor, permitting him to make adjustments along the way. The battle intensified, reaching a fever pitch. Unable to breach the nocturnal spirit's defenses, the rock monster resorted to enduring damage as it launched a final assault. Its body was scorched by Will-O-Wisp, while a dark wave of malice surged towards the nocturnal spirit. Concurrently, nearly 10 phantoms emerged from its form, splitting apart to attack both the nocturnal spirit and Ash from various angles. Both understood that the nocturnal spirit lacked a truly effective area attack to restrain the rock monster's phantoms. The sprawling Shadow of the Night could only target a single foe, and even if the nocturnal spirit wished to assist Ash, it could not do so without risking the incoming dark wave. Though Pikachu was poised to unleash an electric arc, this was not the situation the nocturnal spirit desired. It yearned to vanquish the rock monster through its own strength, without relying on Pikachu for rescue. It sought to transcend its limitations, to acquire a more formidable, newfound power, eliminating the need for such interventions. As if in response to the nocturnal spirit's aspirations, The radiant light of evolution began to manifest upon its form. Gradually, it enveloped its being, causing it to grow in stature until the brilliance finally subsided. The attack of the dark wave was consumed by the light of evolution, yet several phantoms had already bypassed it, hurtling towards Ash. Pikachu prepared to act, but Ash halted him with a gesture. The nocturnal spirit did not look back, sensing Ash's intent, and swiftly raised its hand. A series of thunderous booms reverberated through the air. The phantoms of the rock monster, upon reaching Ash, were as if pinned down by an immense weight, crashing to the ground and swiftly dissipating into mist. Meanwhile, the rock monster's true form was also forced to the ground by this overwhelming force. As the pressure continued to mount, in a panic, it attempted to muster its strength to resist, only to be met with a colossal fist radiating dark energy that severed all of its aspirations. Chapter 162. Who is innocent? Who is guilty? With the descent of the nocturnal spirit's shadowy fist, tranquility once again enveloped the world. Within the vast crater lay an oddly shaped stone, quietly resting, while the visage of the rock monster had vanished. Here lies the essence of the legendary Pokémon, the so-called Wedge Stone. The elder, leaning on his cane, stepped into the pit and picked up the Wedge Stone of the Flora monster, his tone laden with nostalgia. The recorded words of the Aura Messenger once stated that the reason for this Pokémon's ferocity stems from its birth, having absorbed the souls of the fallen in times of war. The anguish, sorrow, and wrath of the deceased have profoundly influenced its psyche, rendering it akin to a vengeful spirit. The Pokédex also indicates that the Flora monster is composed of 108 souls. Xiaoguang placed her hand over her heart, and upon grasping the elders and the Pokédex's implications, her expression darkened. It felt rather pitiable, she remarked. Born from death, its temperament rendered savage by its origins in the turmoil of war, and ultimately sealed away due to its uncontrollable ferocity. Xiaojing murmured, shaking his head in resignation, unsure of what to say. In this regard, the Flora monster itself seems to be a victim, born in an era of conflict. The souls that constitute it have found no rest, and the Flora monster has become the vessel for their grievances. Although contemporary Flora monsters may include individuals with violent natures, the vast majority are capable of communication. Otherwise, how could Sharona possess one? Whether it be the fabled 108 souls or the Flora monster birthed from them, they are, in essence, remnants of the past. The Aura Messenger who once visited here was unable to alleviate the Flora monster's suffering, and we are even less capable of doing so. Sealing it is our most prudent course of action. The elder spoke to Ash and the others in a tone of admonition, then carried the Flora monster's wedge stone towards a chaotic pile of rubble nearby. Cherish the hard-won peace, and savor the happiness of each day, he sighed, beginning to gather the stones from the ground to reconstruct the stone circle to its rightful form. Xiaoguang and Xiaojing quickly approached to assist. As for Ash, he stood still with Pikachu and the Wandering Night Spirit. He gazed at the pit created by the Wandering Night Spirit, recalling the hostility and anger displayed by the Flora monster, and could only clench his fists in reluctant frustration. Lowering the brim of his cap, Ash silently began to walk towards Xiaoguang and the others, accompanied by Pikachu and the Wandering Night Spirit. Who is innocent? Who bears the guilt? Who killed the thrush? Perhaps these questions will never have an unequivocally just answer. Days passed, and following the incident with the Flora monster, Ash and his companions seemed to remain in a state of relative despondency. The Flora monster's overt malice towards humanity, or rather, towards the world, was deeply etched in their minds, an indelible mark that could not be erased. Although Ash and Xiaojing attempted to uplift the atmosphere, Xiaoguang, being more sensitive, could not shake off her disquiet. She continually insisted that she was fine, yet her expression told a different tale. Over the course of these days, Xiaoguang repeatedly faltered during their training. If only I had asked Dr. Yamazaki for his thoughts on this matter back in the last town, perhaps he might have had some solution, she lamented. In the dusk, as Ash and his companions strolled through the forest, Xiaoguang suddenly sighed, her body slightly hunched as she spoke to herself. She had sensed her own continuous decline in state over the past few days, the reasons for which were all too clear, yet she found it impossible to disregard. It seems there is no way to escape this, Ash shrugged, merely stating the truth. After all, that was the very existence of the Flora monster. Just as no matter how skilled a Pokémon researcher might be, they cannot evolve an EV into a Jolteon through means other than the Thunderstone. No amount of scholarly knowledge can alter the fact that the Flora monster is composed of vengeful souls, as long as the truth remains unchanged. The external world cannot communicate with that Flora monster, nor can it fulfill the wishes of those tormented souls, and thus the Flora monster will not change. Xiaoguang, is something the matter? Ash, sensing the weight of Xiaoguang's sorrowful gaze, asked without self-awareness. Never mind. Xiaoguang intended to explain, but upon realizing it was Ash who spoke, everything seemed to fall into place. What do you mean by that sympathetic expression? Why do I feel like there's more to your words? It's nothing. Xiao Wang crossed her arms and replied with a slight edge to her tone. What on earth? Pika. Just as Ash was left bewildered, Pikachu shrugged in exasperation. Xiaojing suddenly halted in his tracks ahead, causing Ash, who wasn't paying attention, to bump into him. Ouch. What's going on? Why did you stop suddenly? Ash complained while rubbing his nose. Well, it's somewhat difficult to say, but... Xiaojing's hand trembled as he held the map. Seeing Xiaojing's demeanor, both Ash and Xiao Wang likely realized something in that instant. After all, they were not strangers to such situations. In fact, they had grown accustomed to it. However, even so, Xiao Wang still harbored a glimmer of hope and forced a smile as she slowly inquired. Could it be that we are? Indeed. Xiaojing nodded gravely, his expression serious. It seems we are lost. A wail echoed throughout the forest. As time passed, the night deepened, and Ash and his companions had no choice but to rely on the beam of their flashlight to navigate through the pitch-black woods. Although Ash had previously suggested camping there, Xiaojing ultimately rejected his proposal, stating that based on a landmark they had encountered earlier, he could deduce that there was a castle nearby. Xiaojing intended to reach the castle, seeking permission from its owner to stay for the night. Although Ash and Xiao Wang did not outright oppose Xiaojing's suggestion, they were not entirely supportive either. After all, they were seasoned wanderers. Who knew if they would get lost again while searching for the castle? Moreover, castles in the forest often exuded an inexplicable ominous aura. Chapter 163, Shadows. The Phantom Thief Trio? Xiaojing led the way, diligently trying to navigate, while Ash and Xiao Wang, feeling somewhat hungry, failed to notice a figure stealthily trailing them from behind. There it is. That's the one. Finally, after walking for over 20 minutes, Xiaojing exclaimed with fervor. Before them lay a sprawling courtyard, at the center of which stood a castle-like structure. Unlike the unsettling atmosphere of the forest mansion, this castle radiated grandeur and vitality even from several dozen meters away. The castle was brightly lit, and the courtyard was adorned with greenery. As they walked through the courtyard, the group observed that all the plants were meticulously cared for, indicating that the castle had been inhabited and tended to for some time. It bore no resemblance to the forest mansion, which always evoked an inexplicable sense of disharmony. Do you think the inhabitants here will actually let us stay the night? Xiao Wang inquired as they walked along the stone path leading to the entrance. Well, while there are indeed some eccentric individuals, they are the minority. Most people are quite amiable. As long as we approach with sincerity, typically. Pika. Bang. Before Xiaojing could finish his sentence, several enormous iron doors suddenly rose from the ground amidst Pikachu's surprised cry, and in the next moment, they interlocked to form a cage, trapping Ash and his companions inside. So, this is what they call friendliness? Xiao Wang's gaze became rather vague, while Xiaojing, struck dumb by the rapid turn of events, could only force out a couple of awkward chuckles to mask his embarrassment. As the cage sealed shut, the castle's grand door was slowly pushed open from within, revealing a kindly old man, followed closely by a Runchin cat, and a girl who bore a striking resemblance to the youthful Miss Junsha. Humph, I told you. As long as a trap is set here, the phantom thief beauties will inevitably be caught, and just over half an hour has passed. Truly, I am remarkable. Phantom thief beauties? What on earth is that? Both Xiaojing and Xiao Wang frowned upon hearing such a clumsy title, while Ash's attention did not linger on the boastful girl before them. Instead, it drifted towards a patch of grass near the entrance. Just a moment before he turned his head, he felt as though he had seen a shadow darting into it, but now the grass lay still, devoid of any movement. Could it have been a mere illusion? Ash pondered. Meanwhile, during Ash's moment of distraction, Xiao Wang continued to argue with the young Miss Junsha. So, how on earth did you deduce that we are the so-called phantom thief beauties? Can't you see there are two boys here? Well. Upon having her reasoning challenged, the young Miss Junsha scratched her cheek in mild frustration. She had begun to realize that she might have mistaken the identities of those before her, yet her pride urged her to maintain her stance. A title is merely a title. Who knows if there are truly 3 women in the phantom thief beauties? Xiao Wang, feeling a mix of exasperation and resignation, held her head. It seemed there was quite a disparity among the Junsha ladies. The Junsha they had encountered in Baidaishi was similarly self-absorbed, utterly disregarding others' words. This young Miss Junsha bore a striking resemblance to her, and in comparison, the Junsha from Johto City demonstrated remarkable professional competence. Just as Xiao Wang had given up on further explanations, the elderly gentleman, seemingly the castle's owner, suddenly recalled something. He glanced at Ash, then at Xiao Wang, and clapped his hands in delight. I've remembered. Aren't you two the recently celebrated best partners in the Sinnoh region? I suppose so. Although a reporter from Sinnoh now had previously mentioned this title to them, hearing it come from a passerby instilled an inexplicable sense of embarrassment in both, particularly Xiao Wang. Of course, this feeling paled in comparison to being mistaken for the phantom thief beauties. It was the young Miss Junsha's turn to be struck down. Yet, once her blunder was evident, she quickly crafted an appropriate retort. Ahem. Indeed, I realized just now. You are not the phantom thief beauties. The atmosphere fell into an unsettling silence. Despite having misidentified her targets, Miss Mabor, the Junsha, ultimately apologized to Ash and his friends, albeit under the disdainful gaze of the Runshin cat. To express his contrition, the castle's owner, Matthew, invited Ash and the others to stay overnight, quickly summoning the castle staff to prepare dinner upon learning they had yet to eat. Who would have thought I would encounter the best partners here? Although I've aged. Witnessing your performance at the League and the battle between your Cyndaquil and Chimchar has rekindled my youthful enthusiasm, Matthew remarked with a warm smile at the dining table, while Xiaojing retreated to the kitchen to assist. Why am I being overlooked, even though I participated in the tournament? Xiaojing felt a pang of disappointment, seemingly unnoticed by Matthew. While he generally did not care about fame, he could not help but ponder. If only he had the same renown in the Sinnoh region as Ash and Xiaoguang. Perhaps, just perhaps, he might have a chance to find love? Alas, the world is harsh. Ultimately, it was because his companions had fought with all their might, especially during the tournament. Had it not been for Cyndaquil's unwavering resolve, he would not have triumphed over Shinji. Ash humbly conversed with Matthew, while Xiaoguang, feeling somewhat bored, turned to Mabor and inquired. By the way, I've been curious. What exactly is this phantom thief beauties you mentioned? Chapter 164, The Elder's Reflection on Sacrifice. After some engaging conversation, Mabor and Matthew recounted the events. It seemed a group known as the Phantom Thief Beauties had set their sights on an ancient amulet hidden within the castle, sending Matthew a letter of notification stating their intent to steal the treasure at midnight. After reporting this to the police, Matthew learned that due to a joint operation in the Sinnoh region, the police were short-staffed, leaving it to the still-in-training Mabor to apprehend the criminals. Unlike typical Junsha officers, Mabor's partner was not a snubbull or a herdier, but rather the Runshin cat. I never expected there are still people who directly send letters to announce their thievery. How rare. Upon hearing the backstory, Xiaoguang did not appear anxious about the impending theft. Instead, she seemed puzzled by their audacious method. Isn't it a bit presumptuous to issue a notification like that? Do they believe the Sinnoh region lacks law enforcement, or are they simply overconfident in their abilities? Regardless, she confidently declared, "Don't worry, we will assist. With our help, they cannot possibly succeed." Xiaoguang stood up, thumping her chest with conviction. However, Mabor's expression turned somewhat disheartened upon receiving Xiaoguang's assurance. It's such a pity. This was a rare opportunity to prove my skills. Mabor slumped onto the table, puffing her cheeks in disappointment. While she should have been welcomed at this moment, Mabor's attitude caught Xiaoguang off guard, leaving her unsure of how to respond to the unexpected turn. Fortunately, Matthew, being the perceptive castle owner, noticed Xiaoguang's discomfort and quickly cleared his throat, smiling as he remarked, "I appreciate your assistance. With the help of the champions of the league and the tournament, I am certain the Phantom Thief Beauties will not succeed. Leave it to me." After expressing his gratitude to Xiaoguang, Matthew turned to Mabor and continued, "Of course, with the traps you have set nearby. If you manage to capture the Phantom Thief Beauties, I believe you will earn Miss Junsha's recognition. Well, of course, with this genius detective on the case, no thief stands a chance." Observing how Matthew skillfully navigated the conversation to save face for both parties, Ash couldn't help but silently applaud him. Such eloquence was beyond his grasp. Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded slightly, displaying a hint of admiration, although it seemed that this skill held little utility for it. After resolving a minor issue that arose between the two young girls, there remained a short interval before dinner would be ready. During this time, Dawn refrained from idly wasting moments, perhaps motivated by the desire to make a good impression on Matthew, especially since he had been praising her since their first encounter. She was also conscious of Ash's presence. In any case, before Brock's dinner was completed, Dawn finally managed to set aside her recent worries. Having borrowed the battle arena in the castle's backyard, she began to concentrate all her efforts in preparation for the forthcoming casual tournament. Having already squandered several days, she realized that failing to adequately prepare would lead to embarrassment when it came time to perform on stage. Dawn had a clear understanding of her current position. If possible, she aspired to triumph over May on the grand stage of the Pokémon contest, as she firmly believed that May would be her strongest opponent, without a doubt. Thus far, her only victory against May had been in a single match while partnering with Ash, a mere solitary win that hardly sufficed to satisfy Dawn's ambitions. How youthful she was. I too was once in such a state. Mr. Matthew, did you participate in Pokémon contests in the past? Seated at a small dining table in the backyard, Ash and Matthew faced one another, observing Dawn's performance. I do not refer to the Pokémon contest itself, but rather to that feeling, the essence of it. Ash pondered this, yet still failed to grasp Matthew's meaning. Noticing Ash's confusion, Matthew merely chuckled softly, stroked his beard, and reminisced. It is the appearance of striving towards a singular goal, a truly gratifying sensation. Though each night may be filled with exhaustion, The heart is suffused with satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment, even if in the end I never achieved anything substantial on the journey of my dreams and was left with no choice but to return and inherit my family estate. Nevertheless, if I could return to those days, I would still choose to fight for my dreams, though it is a pity that I no longer possess the vigor of youth. The elder scrutinized the red tea in his hand. As the wisps of steam curled upwards, a gentle breeze stirred, causing ripples on the surface of the tea. His gaze seemed to plunge into the depths of those bygone years. He spoke, seemingly addressing his former self, yet also directing his words towards Ash and the diligently training Dawn. Moreover, her silhouette as she strives appears to embody not only the pursuit of a mere dream. She seems to fight for herself and simultaneously for others. After hearing this, Ash found himself even more perplexed, with no answers forthcoming. However, Matthew simply shrugged off the moment, stating, "Ah well, in time, you will understand. You are still young. Not comprehending is perfectly normal. Just enjoy your youth." Ash fell silent, yet internally he mused. Even with experience from the future, I still wouldn't understand. Truly, the human heart remains inscrutable. Ash considered his emotional intelligence to be quite high. Yet whether in the past or present, even when faced with those familiar to him, he still could not fully comprehend their thoughts. Excellent. It's time to conclude. Pachirisu. Use discharge. As Pachirisu prepared to execute the finale of its performance, a shadow suddenly darted into the midst of the arena. A flash of electricity erupted, but it did not emanate from Pachirisu. The latter landed with a perplexed expression, watching helplessly as the performance it had painstakingly prepared was snatched away in the final moments by this unexpected intruder. Chapter 165. The Easily Lured Kitten Pokemon. Pachirisu? Are you alright? Noticing Pachirisu standing dazedly in place, Dawn hurried over, crouching down to inquire. Pachi? Pachirisu tilted its head, still unable to comprehend what had transpired. At that moment, Ash and Matthew, sensing something amiss, approached, surrounding the small figure that had intruded into the center of the arena. This is a Meowth? Just as Matthew voiced his confusion, Ash identified its nature. Indeed, the creature that had suddenly entered the battlefield and completed Pachirisu's final discharge was none other than a Meowth. It blinked its golden eyes, its tail swaying vigorously, exuding a proud demeanor as if satisfied with its performance. Is this Meowth yours? Ash asked Matthew. However, Matthew promptly shook his head in denial. No, this must be a wild Pokemon, right? Speaking of which, my butler mentioned recently that he often spotted a Pokemon lurking nearby. But every time he attempted to pursue it, it would flee. Yet, he would always leave some Pokemon food at the entrance, which was devoured by the next day. A wild one. With Matthew's explanation, Ash finally noticed that Meowth's fur was somewhat disheveled, with a few stray leaves clinging to its coat, giving it a rather chaotic appearance. Overall, however, it seemed relatively clean. Pachi. Only then did Pachirisu realize what had occurred and began fervently waving its small hands in protest. Its performance, painstakingly completed, had been usurped by Meowth in front of its very eyes. Who could tolerate such indignity? The white demon began to gather energy. Pachirisu. Wait. Just as Pachirisu showed signs of an impending attack, Ash had already pulled Matthew away from the area. Following Ash's gaze, Dawn noticed that Pachirisu's emotions were beginning to spiral out of control. As she hurried to retrieve Pachirisu's favorite snack to calm it down, the electric sparks began to illuminate the arena. Realizing it was too late, Dawn swiftly crouched down, shielding her head with her hands. Yet, after her exclamation, the familiar surge of electricity failed to strike. Curiously, Dawn slowly opened her eyes, only to find Pachirisu gazing incredulously at Meowth. Although the electric energy surrounding Pachirisu had not dissipated, all the electricity it had summoned was being absorbed by Meowth. Pachirisu's expression became stiff, its mind growing blank. A crushing blow. Come back, Pachirisu. Witnessing Pachirisu on the verge of tears, ready to burst into sobs, Dawn dared not hesitate any longer and promptly returned it to its Pokeball. The world once more fell into tranquility, and Dawn could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was quite a thrill. The skill just now was charged, right? Meowth saved you. As Pachirisu was withdrawn before it could explode in anger, Matthew and Ash approached with a tone of amusement. By the way, Ash, you ran away rather quickly, didn't you? Sitting on the ground, Dawn cast a reproachful glance at Ash. I had no choice. Pikachu wasn't here. But what is the deal with this Meowth? Ash and the others now shifted their focus to Meowth, whose sudden intrusion to seize Pachirisu's discharge had piqued their curiosity. KO. Under the watchful gaze of a few onlookers, the little creature, a cat-like monster, displayed no hint of trepidation. It seemed blissfully immersed in the performance from earlier, closing its eyes and puffing out its chest as it gazed at Xiaoguang, seemingly awaiting her praise. Ah, remarkable indeed, Xiaoguang remarked, sensing the creature's anticipation. She gently reached out, stroking its head as she commended it. I never expected you to master such a demanding electric technique in just one attempt. While the first statement from Xiao Wang was somewhat of a polite remark made to match the ambience, the latter conveyed her genuine thoughts. The reason for her ongoing struggles in arranging Pachirisu's performance stemmed not only from her own distracted state during training in recent days, but also from the fact that the complexity of the performance she designed was indeed quite high, making it a formidable challenge to master in such a short time. However, to her astonishment, this little cat monster managed to flawlessly execute the most critical and challenging finale of the act without any prior training. Could it be? Wait, little cat monster. KO? Suddenly called out by Xiao Wang. The creature looked at her with a puzzled expression. Rather than immediately explaining, Xiao Wang scooped it up, placing a treat meant for Pachirisu near its mouth. Upon catching a whiff, the little creature's eyes sparkled with delight, and it eagerly devoured the treat from Xiao Wang's hand. KO. The cat monster, now oblivious to what Xiao Wang had intended to say, gazed at her with expectant eyes, hoping to charm her into offering another treat. Don't worry. There are plenty more treats to come. Xiao Wang smiled gently, though her grin bore an unsettling quality reminiscent of a villain's sly smirk from a drama. Unbeknownst to her, the little cat monster, consumed by its desire for food, failed to notice the subtle shift in Xiao Wang's expression. I can give you all of this. How about it? KO. The cat monster's eyes widened in anticipation, eagerly awaiting Xiao Wang's offering. Yet, she merely sighed with feigned distress, saying, but consuming so much in a single day isn't good for your health. How about this? Why not follow me? That way, you can enjoy delicious treats every day. What do you think? KO. Without a moment's hesitation, the little cat monster slammed its paw onto the empty Pokeball Xiao Wang produced, transforming into a beam of red light and being drawn inside. The Pokeball did not shake. Xiao Wang stood with hands on her hips, beaming as she presented the Pokeball containing the little cat monster to Ash. Humph, I have captured the little cat monster. Ash responded with a bemused expression, while Matthew, after exchanging glances with Ash, awkwardly smiled, utilizing his elder wisdom to congratulate Xiao Wang on her latest acquisition. Chapter 166. The Joy of Team Rocket, 17. What happened? What was that scream? Pikachu. Just as Xiao Wang reveled in her triumph of capturing the little cat monster, Brock and Pikachu, who were inside preparing a meal and resting, rushed over, fearing she was in danger. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of Xiao Wang grinning while fidgeting with her Pokeball, leaving them both momentarily bewildered. After exchanging glances, they unanimously directed their questions to Ash. Well, how should I put it? This situation is both complex and simple. Suffice it to say, let Xiao Wang explain it to you later, Ash replied, uncertain of how to clarify the matter, thus passing the responsibility back to Xiao Wang. Although confused, Brock and Pikachu finally felt at ease upon realizing Xiao Wang was unharmed. Thank goodness. The food is ready. We can eat now, Brock said, finally removing the apron he had forgotten to take off before stepping out. As Xiao Wang returned to reality from her elation over capturing the little cat monster, she became acutely aware of her hunger. Just as she planned to head back to the castle, a tremendous noise erupted once more from within. Boom! A thunderous sound filled the air, followed by a plume of smoke billowing from the roof. Looking up, they beheld a gigantic Meowth hot air balloon slowly ascending into the sky. Team Rocket. Pikachu? I heard Team Rocket's voice. Are they coming here like a flash of light? Hey, wait. Meowth, don't steal any more food. Exactly. Don't think you can sneak a bite just because your lines come later. Meow? What can I do? I'm just too hungry. Team Rocket? Oh, I believe I've heard of them. Aren't they the infamous organization active in the Kanto region? The well-informed Matthew quickly recognized Team Rocket's identity, though he soon grew puzzled as to why they appeared here. Yes, that's them, but Brock began, his expression contorting in confusion. Aren't you the trio of thieves? It's not even midnight yet. What are you doing out here? Exactly. Have you no shame? Ash and Xiao Wang pointed at the airborne Team Rocket trio, indignantly accusing them. However, their accusations failed to elicit any remorse from Team Rocket. Instead, it ignited their fury. Do you think we want this? Before you point fingers at others, reflect on yourselves. Jesse's voice rose first. Exactly. Why should we endure hunger while you feast inside? Do you have any idea how long it's been since we last ate? Don't push us too far. That golem bullied us, scattering our food. And now you little brats want to take advantage of us. Is it our fault? I don't know, but they definitely seem quite angry, Xiao Wang replied. Wait a minute. If that's the case, could it be that what they're holding is our dinner? Ash and Xiao Wang exclaimed in unison, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. How many times has this happened? Weren't you supposed to be after ancient talismans? Why are you now trying to steal our dinner? Ash and Xiao Wang readied their Pokeballs, prepared to confront Team Rocket. As if we care. We'll do as we please. Exactly. A spread of steaming delicacies versus cold, ancient talismans. Any sane person would know which to choose. We just want a full meal. Sonnets. Main. Seeing negotiations fail, Ash and Xiao Wang prepared to engage in battle. However, before they could send out their Pokemon, a sudden flash of electricity erupted from the castle's interior, lightning streaking across the sky and striking the Team Rocket balloon with precision. Uft. Huh. Inside the balloon, Team Rocket looked up in confusion at the punctured balloon. But as realization dawned, they quickly accepted their impending fate, clutching their food tightly as the balloon soared higher. As it ascended, Team Rocket's voices echoed from above. What a wonderful feeling. End sonnets. Main. The atmosphere on site suddenly descended into a profound silence. Originally, Ash and Dawn had intended to reclaim their meal. But what was the situation now? Under their somewhat despondent gazes, the architect of this chaos, Marble, exuberantly emerged from the castle, cradling a runcat in her arms. Upon reaching Ash and his companions, the girl appeared utterly oblivious to the somber expressions of Dawn and Ash, instead delighting in her own triumph as she exclaimed, "Did you see that? My runcat just successfully executed the charging beam. It had never been able to perform this move before, but today, it managed to do so to fend off the Phantom Thief trio. How wonderful is that? Right, runcat?" Immersed in her own world, the girl seemed to believe that everything in existence was simply splendid. However, the runcat, unaffected by her enthusiasm, glanced at the smiling Ash and Dawn approaching, its fur suddenly bristling. In the next moment, to Marble's astonishment, the runcat bolted away from her without a backward glance, racing towards the outside of the castle. "Hey, runcat! Runcat!" she called out repeatedly, but the runcat paid no heed to Marble's cries. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the girl pouted, crossing her arms and murmuring, "Honestly, why did it run off? Is it because it's shy?" Just then, Marble felt a firm clap on each of her shoulders. She stiffly turned her head and saw Ash and Dawn looking at her with warm expressions, engaging in a friendly exchange as they asked, "Do you even realize what you've done?" "No, please. I accomplished something great, didn't I? You can't arrest me for that." Her panicked screams echoed around the castle. And if any passersby happened to be nearby, this might just become a new urban legend. Chapter 167, The Burden of Happiness, 27. After resolving the Forest Castle incident, Matthew presented Brock with a more detailed map of the forest. Thanks to this, over the following days, Ash and his friends avoided becoming lost again. Finally, just 2 days before the upcoming casual tournament, they arrived in the town of Casual, and this time, they found themselves with a bit more time at their disposal. However, despite this newfound leisure, Dawn found herself ensnared in a new dilemma. What a conundrum. Who should I choose? In a park on the outskirts of Casual, Dawn sat on a bench, her expression serious and conflicted. Ash and Brock approached, one offering her a drink while the other placed snacks beside her. Still pondering? This must be what they call a luxurious dilemma. They teased in unison, yet Dawn's mood did not lighten. With a sudden clap on the bench, she stood up, startling Pikachu, who was enjoying some fries and nearly dropped his ketchup-covered box. But a worry is still a worry, Dawn exclaimed, hands on her hips, eyes closed in exasperation. These past few days, she had indeed been troubled by what could be termed a happy dilemma. The essence of her worry was rather simple, revolving around the upcoming grand performance. Although Pachirisu had practiced diligently, it struggled to master the control of electricity, resulting in more failures than successes. Meanwhile, the recently recruited Meowth, while initially appearing to struggle in the first half of the performance, had a surprisingly high success rate. Pachirisu was more stable but lacked flair, whereas Meowth, though less reliable, promised a high degree of elegance if it succeeded. Both Pokémon had their flaws, yet considering their limited practical experience, their ability to deliver such performances was commendable. If it were you, Ash, which Pokémon would you choose to showcase? Dawn sighed, slumping back onto the bench, her voice filled with uncertainty. Me? Ash replied, taken aback, before decisively saying, of course, it should be Pachirisu. After all, it has worked so hard for so long. Indeed, Pachirisu should take the stage, Dawn reflected, resting her hand on her forehead, allowing the sunlight to filter through her fingers and warm her cheeks. With the gentle caress of sunlight, her spirits seemed to calm. Yes. If I were to overlook Pachirisu's efforts merely for the sake of success, wouldn't that make me just like that irritating Shinji? In the moment, Dawn, who had been wavering, now felt a sense of clarity. Perhaps she had already made her decision in her heart, but had hesitated to voice it due to various pressures. Seeking Ash's opinion to bolster her resolve. After all, they had encountered numerous trainers on their journey, nearly all of whom recognized Ash and Dawn. And under the weight of such recognition, she had unknowingly tightened the screws on herself. Dawn had never feared failure before. But now she found herself contemplating which Pokémon to bring out based on performance success rates, which spoke volumes about her current predicament. Luckily, Dawn ultimately solidified her determination and made the right choice. I knew I would find you here. You both plan to participate in the casual tournament too, right? Following the direction of the voice, they saw Kenji had approached them without them noticing. Wait, Kenji, you're entering this casual tournament too? I thought you had already moved on to a further city. Dawn's remark was valid, as Kenji had always progressed swiftly. By the time they arrived at a city, he had usually been there for several days. Moreover, according to his own words, he seemed more inclined to participate in grand competitions held in larger cities, as winning there held greater prestige. Thus, Dawn had assumed she wouldn't encounter Kenji at this tournament. It's just a special circumstance, Kenji mentioned, seemingly disinterested in elaborating on the matter, but he cast a sidelong glance at Ash before adding with a playful tone, "By the way, Shining, you've been quite active lately, partnering with Ash to win the bonding tournament and then clinching victory in the combination tournament. You two have become quite the sensation in the Sinnoh region." "Oh, not this again. Wait, I've told you not to call me Shining." Dawn initially failed to grasp Kenji's nickname for her, but once she did, she quickly protested. However, Kenji paid no mind to her objections and focused solely on Ash. Feeling the weight of Kenji's gaze, Ash fell into a state of dismay. Just as I suspected, why is Kenji always targeting me? Ash thought to himself, pondering if Kenji was still harboring resentment over his Pikachu's swift defeat of his ace Pokémon during their first encounter. That can't be it. In the brief moment Ash hesitated, Kenji had already stepped in front of him. They locked eyes, and Kenji produced a Pokeball, unwaveringly challenging Ash. "By the way, Ash, do you have time for another Pokemon battle with me?" Chapter 168, A Dilemma for Kinwu. A Pokemon battle, you say? Although Ash had suspected this possibility upon sensing Kinwu's hostility, it still felt somewhat strange when Kinwu explicitly voiced it. After all, it seemed to Ash that Kinwu harbored resentment and animosity towards him due to their previous encounter, where Kinwu had suffered a crushing defeat. Now, he was once again requesting a Pokemon battle. If Ash agreed and emerged victorious, would Kinwu's hostility towards him not only intensify? Even with years of travel experience, Ash found himself in a rather tricky predicament. Yet, he ultimately could not resist Kinwu's insistence, and with a sense of resignation, he acquiesced. The battle arena in the park was already bustling with activity, as the upcoming festival was just 2 days away, and nearby coordinators were tirelessly making final adjustments. With no available arena in sight, Kinwu took the initiative to lead the way, and after a brisk 20-minute walk, he brought the group to an ancient ruin situated on the outskirts of Swearin Town. At the entrance of the ruin, statues of Dialga and Palkia flanked either side, seemingly guarding this historical site. The cobblestone path, renovated countless times, extended from the long steps of the ruin to the grassy outskirts. Kinwu's so-called battle arena was this very lawn before the ruin. "Is it truly acceptable to battle here?" Dawn questioned, stepping hesitantly on the grass, her voice tinged with doubt. The official rules stipulated that battles between Pokemon trainers should occur in designated arenas within towns, while there were no regulations against battles in the wild. The ambiguity of whether this lawn belonged to the town or the wilderness posed a dilemma. Rest assured, the town map of Swearin does not indicate this ruin, so it does not fall within the boundaries where battles are prohibited by the League, Kinwu assured. One hand tucked in his pocket while the other casually tossed his Pokeball into the air and caught it, seemingly attempting to show off. "1-on-1. The first to fall loses, sound good?" Kinwu inquired with a confident smile. Ash had no objections to this, and, after a brief nod, both trainers released their Pokeballs, summoning their Pokemon. "Oh, it's a Chimchar," Ash announced, while Kinwu's Pokemon emerged as a Shrimish. Just as Dawn prepared to record the Pokemon's identity in her Pokédex, Brock interjected, already identifying the Pokemon. As both trainers readied their Pokemon, it became evident that Kinwu's expression had frozen in disbelief. "Wait, aren't you supposed to send out Pikachu?" Kinwu asked, glancing at the bewildered Pikachu at Ash's feet. "Why would you assume I would use Pikachu?" Ash replied, puzzled. Kinwu fell silent. Indeed, they had not disclosed their chosen Pokemon before the match. Kinwu had merely presumed Ash would opt for his trump card to decisively defeat him once more, feigning confidence by pretending to send out his own ace in response. However, Kinwu's theatrics were intended to provoke Ash into using Pikachu, which would allow him to counter with Shrimish, whose attributes were advantageous against electric-type Pokemon. But now what was he faced with? Not only was it not Pikachu, but Chimchar was also an unexpected twist. Wait a minute, isn't that the Chimchar that a guy named Shinji used in the combination tournament? You recognized it? Ash was somewhat surprised that Kinwu could identify Chimchar. After all, it bore no significant differences from an ordinary Chimchar, and Kinwu had only seen it once on television or in magazines. Just as Ash marveled at Kinwu's perceptive abilities, Kinwu himself was at a loss for words. He could not precisely discern the distinctions between this Chimchar and the one he had previously encountered. He simply had an instinctive feeling. Yet, he had not anticipated that his intuition would prove accurate. If just moments ago he had held on to a sliver of hope, it had now evaporated entirely. Chimchar's type advantage over Shrimish was one thing, but something was clearly amiss with this particular Chimchar. Kinwu recalled the fierce appearance of Chimchar upon triggering its blaze ability during the live broadcast, and could not help but shiver. "How about I switch Pokemon?" Ash suggested, noticing Kinwu's conflicted expression. While Kinwu had indeed been hoping for such an outcome, having already committed to his decision and put on a show. It would be rather unbecoming to back down at this juncture. No, this is perfect. Are you ready, Shroomish? Shroomish? Who are you trying to fool? Didn't you just tremble in fear? And now you expect me to battle? Pokemon are acutely aware of their trainer's emotions, and Shroomish, picking up on Kinwa's earlier demeanor, instinctively sensed that its opponent was no ordinary foe. Regardless of its inherent combative nature, it certainly did not wish to become fodder. However, there was no alternative. Since its trainer had made a decision, Shroomish raised its fists, bracing for battle. Just as Kinwu and Ash prepared to issue their first commands to their respective Pokemon, a resounding crash echoed from the ruins nearby, followed by a thick cloud of smoke billowing from the entrance. Chapter 169, The Shaking Ruins and the Thoughts of the Crowd. Hey, what's going on? Kinwu managed to steady himself with Shroomish's support as he spoke, his gaze fixed on the side of the ruins. The suddenly trembling ruins had effectively interrupted Ash and his companions' battle, diverting their attention entirely. Is something wrong inside the ruins? Dawn voiced her concern, watching as the structure shook violently, occasionally punctuated by explosive sounds from within. After a brief pause, Kinwu seemed to recall something and immediately recalled Shroomish into its Pokeball. Then dashed towards Swearin Town, calling back to Ash and the others. I'm going to find Ms. Junsha. Kinwu made the swiftest and most prudent decision possible. As he left in search of Ms. Junsha, Ash remained transfixed, staring at the ruins ahead. He recalled that he had encountered Team Rocket here before, leading him to wonder if the commotion within the ruins was caused by them. Just then, familiar voices emerged from the bushes behind him. I thought we might find some treasure here, but what on earth is happening? Exactly. Who would dare go in like this? Well, how about you go in, Wobbuffet? You shouldn't be afraid of getting buried, right? Team Rocket? Ash and his companions turned to face the source of the noise, only to find themselves staring at the very Team Rocket trio he had been contemplating. What are you all doing here? Ash queried, momentarily bewildered. Huh? Jessie questioned, clearly annoyed. What is it to you? Is this your family's property? Are you forbidding us from taking a look? Exactly. Just so you know, we haven't done anything today. As they spoke, Kojiro and his companions began to maintain a certain distance from Satoshi. Under ordinary circumstances, they would have relished the opportunity to attempt capturing Pikachu right then and there. However, today was an exception. In merely an hour, Kojiro and Meowth had to procure supplies in preparation for a lucrative venture at the upcoming random tournament. Meanwhile, Musashi was preoccupied with preparations for their performance at the same event, leaving no time to squander with Satoshi and his friends. Upon hearing his conjecture effortlessly rejected by the trio of Team Rocket, Satoshi began to ponder other possibilities. Although he recalled that upon entering the ruins, there appeared to be nothing aside from the unknown totem, such a commotion could not arise without any provocation. Could it be the statues of Dialga and Palkia? A notion surfaced in Satoshi's mind, prompting him to wave at Pikachu while simultaneously sprinting towards the ruins, calling back to Shoko and Brock, I'm going inside to investigate. You two wait for me here. But Shoko was about to voice her concerns regarding Satoshi's perilous decision, but before she could finish, he had already dashed away. Is it really safe? Shoko cast a troubled glance at Brock, her tone devoid of confidence. Surely it would be fine, right? Brock too felt uncertain about whether Satoshi would encounter any trouble. After all, if one were to argue, the grand spectacles they had witnessed were far more impressive than this. And compared to those dangers, the mere trembling of the ruins hardly seemed significant. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, danger remained danger. Not to mention delving into an inexplicably quaking ruin. Even a confrontation with some unsavory characters posed risks. No one could guarantee absolute safety. Are we truly just going to stand here and wait? Shoko subsequently raised her concerns. Although Satoshi hadn't explained why he wanted them to wait, being so casually abandoned felt unpleasant. Shoko couldn't help but think that perhaps their lack of strength prompted Satoshi to prioritize their safety by keeping them outside. She was unaware of what thoughts had spurred Satoshi's urgent entry into the ruins, but it certainly didn't seem like anything favorable. Yet, precisely because of this urgency, wouldn't Satoshi need assistance even more? Is it still not enough? Although uncertain of what he was thinking, it was best not to dwell on it at such a moment. Let's wait here for 20 minutes. If Satoshi hasn't come out by then, we'll go in to find him. Noticing Shoko's emotional turmoil, Brock attempted to comfort her, although he too found Satoshi's behavior rather peculiar. It was indeed rare to see Satoshi so anxious, except perhaps when a comrade was in danger. This was the first time Brock had witnessed such urgency in an unknown scenario. What on earth could have transpired inside that warranted Satoshi's concern? Meanwhile, the trio of Team Rocket, standing behind them, exchanged glances, seemingly uncertain whether they should depart amidst the prevailing silence. Hey, should we leave now? Kojiro whispered to Musashi. I'm not sure. It feels wrong to just walk away, Meowth mused. What do you think? Meow. I believe we should wait here a bit longer. If that kid brings out something valuable, yes, that makes sense. Realizing the logic in this reasoning, The trio of Team Rocket huddled together, bursting into laughter, completely disregarding the disdainful glares from Shoko and Brock. Chapter 170. The Ruins, Unknown Totems, and Starlight, 38. Pikachu, be cautious. We still don't know what lies within the ruins. Pikachu, walking closely beside Satoshi, remained highly vigilant in response. Though it was unclear why Satoshi was so eager to enter the seemingly perilous ruins, Pikachu had no reservations about his intentions, as it had always trusted Satoshi's judgment. Aside from the intersections and forests and mountainous areas, no, it's not here. Satoshi moved ahead, continuously searching the various chambers of the ruins, striving to uncover any clues. However, the ruins were devoid of anything. This was to be expected. Any valuable artifacts should have long been removed by the League officials. It was merely an old site for tourists to visit, carrying only a spiritual and emotional significance. Yet, it shouldn't be like this. There must be a section overlooked by the League, but discovered by Team Galactic. Pikachu, can you sense if anyone else is inside the ruins? In truth, Satoshi's current knowledge was merely speculative. The likelihood of his guess being accurate was high, but it was certainly not guaranteed. He was merely on the path to verification. Hearing Satoshi's inquiry, Pikachu closed its eyes, perked its ears, and endeavored to detect any other sounds within the seemingly unstable ruins. However, in the end, Pikachu could sense no presence aside from Satoshi. There was, however, something peculiar. Despite the considerable noise within the ruins, Pikachu's hearing and perception seemed restricted to a small area. Even a mere wall obstructed its ability to gather information from beyond. Thus, even without Satoshi's prompting, Pikachu could tell that the ruins were far more complex than they appeared. Not here either. After wandering aimlessly through the ruins for some time, Satoshi found himself empty-handed. Not only was there no sign of Team Galactic, but he had not even glimpsed a shadow of an unknown totem. At this point, Satoshi was uncertain whether the tremors of the ruins were indeed related to the unknown totems. Just as he was contemplating whether to send out other Pokémon to explore separately, Pikachu suddenly stood upright, its ears twitching as if it were listening intently. Then, Pikachu's eyes widened, and it began to shout excitedly. Pika! Pika! Satoshi's attention was drawn back by Pikachu's cries. Following Pikachu's gaze, he noticed a shadowy figure stirring around the corner of the straight path, approximately 20 meters ahead, seemingly drawing closer. Is it a person? Pikachu nodded initially, but its expression soon turned uncertain. It scratched its cheek, listening and pondering, before arriving at a conclusion. Pika. Before Satoshi could express his confusion, the shadowy figure at the corner instantaneously morphed into countless silhouettes, materializing before Satoshi and Pikachu. Leading the charge were members of Team Galactic clad in uniforms, followed closely by a throng of unknown totems. Countless unknown totems, their eyes glowing a fierce crimson, appeared to be exceedingly irate. Among the members of Team Galactic, Satoshi recognized the one leading the pack. Just as expected, both Satoshi and the blue-haired man at the forefront recognized one another. Shinji had not anticipated encountering this troublesome individual within the ruins. Moreover, as he glanced back, a torrent of unknown totems surged forth behind them. Should they pause here, it would likely not be long before they were swallowed by these enigmatic entities. In light of this, Shinji gripped the key to the gun excavated from the ruins in one hand, while the other produced a cherished pokeball. Poisonous skeleton frog. Use your strongest brick break against the wall. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Shinji made a decisive turn, choosing not to advance towards Ash, but rather sprinting down an alternate dead end. Master Shinji, are you seriously going to? Before the few members of Team Galaxy trailing behind could voice their concerns, the wall of the ruins was abruptly breached by the full force of the poisonous skeleton frog's attack. In the next instant, Shinji and the poisonous skeleton frog fled through the opening without a backward glance. What he held in his hand, could it be? Shinji's actions were remarkably swift. He smashed through the wall and escaped just 10 meters away from Ash and Pikachu, leaving Ash unable to command Pikachu to strike. However, that was not the crux of the issue. Rather, it lay in the desperate cries echoing, "Help!" No. Just 2 seconds after Shinji escaped through the gaping hole, a dark tide composed of unknown totems swiftly filled every vacant space in the corridor. Several members of Team Galaxy were consumed in an instant by these mysterious entities. It's too late. We must hurry. Wailing Night Spirit, use Heavy Slam. Just as Ash intended to utilize Wailing Night Spirit to suppress the looming tide of unknown totems approaching him, an unexpected stillness overtook the leading group of totems. Their blood-red eyes gradually regained clarity. First, the foremost group, followed by the second and third groups, until all the unknown totems collectively calmed upon making eye contact with Ash. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, Ash felt as though their gazes were filled with disbelief, as if they were staring at a ghost. What could possibly be happening? Pika. Ash and Pikachu exchanged bewildered glances, both equally perplexed by the current situation. Should they simply leave? Just as Ash pondered this, the thousands of unknown totems before him began to stir once more, connecting to one another in succession, swirling in midair until they transformed into countless phantoms, ultimately coalescing into myriad points of light. In an instant, the entire ruin was enveloped in a cerulean glow. To Ash, the walls of the ruins seemed to dissolve into an infinite expanse of starlight, with trails of brilliance sweeping past him. His eyelids grew heavy, his body felt increasingly unmanageable. He could not ascertain how much time had passed in this ethereal space before his consciousness finally faltered, leading him to collapse. Just before succumbing, he seemed to hear the urgent calls of Pikachu and his companions, and in the periphery of his vision, a familiar figure stood at the far edge of the starlight, gazing silently at him. Chapter 171, Awakening, the sulking Xiaoguang. Where's this place? In a haze, Ash opened his eyes to find himself in an entirely unfamiliar realm, one woven from countless stars with no visible boundaries. If forced to draw a comparison, it somewhat resembled the cosmos. Yet it did not align with Ash's conventional understanding of the universe, at least not as he conceived it. As Ash's awareness gradually became clearer, the innumerable stars began to drift towards a distant point, their colors intertwining to form a radiant Milky Way, which then began to stir anxiously before slowly morphing into a rough silhouette. Arceus? Although the outline was vague and indistinct, Ash recognized it without doubt. The legendary creator deity, Arceus. There could be no mistake. Aside from their encounter in Midna, Ash had met and conversed with Arceus on multiple occasions during his future journeys. However, why was Arceus' visage manifesting in this ruin? Ash recalled being brought to this space by the unknown totems and remembered that the statues at the entrance of the ruins should have depicted Dialga and Palkia. Were the unknown totems intentionally presenting Arceus' likeness to him, or was this ruin itself a tribute to Arceus? Ash found himself momentarily perplexed. In the distance, Arceus' form remained steadfast, maintaining a silent gaze upon Ash. Due to the roughness of the outline, Ash could not discern whether the Arceus before him was a mere projection, nor could he glean its expression from the hollow starlight. Slowly, Ash began to walk towards the figure, which, despite being within reach of his sight, seemed as if no matter how far he went, the distance between him and Arceus remained unchanged. In this vast emptiness, only the sound of his steady footsteps and breaths echoed softly. The expansive space felt akin to a sealed chamber, amplifying the sound of Ash's every breath and step. He pressed on with unwavering determination, and after what felt like an eternity, the silhouette finally stirred. The body composed of countless stars began to dissipate, and the starlight in the boundless space began to gather more densely, as if imbued with consciousness, drifting towards Ash. One by one, they converged into an incredibly brilliant orb of light. The radiance emanating from this orb engulfed Ash entirely, and in the fleeting moment before consciousness faded, he was surrounded by a myriad of memories, from his beginnings in Pallet Town to finally stepping onto the stage of the Pokémon Master Challenge. From his first encounter with Pikachu to the countless companions who gathered around him in the end. Suddenly, Ash opened his eyes once more, a heavy sensation in his chest prompting him to greedily inhale the air. Unbeknownst to him, sweat had already drenched his back. What was that? The experience of being in that strange space lingered in Ash's mind. In that realm, his awareness had been relatively nebulous. Simple thoughts could still be formed, yet more complex reasoning eluded him, especially as he advanced towards Arceus' figure, during which he felt as if he had nearly lost consciousness, walking forward with a singular, unending purpose. My head hurts, Ash lamented weakly, rubbing his eyes in an attempt to regain clarity, only to suddenly find his vision transformed into a brilliant blue. This is water. Just as Ash was taken aback by the change in scenery, a soft hum from beside him snapped his attention back. Xiaoguang, he murmured, gazing at the girl seated on a chair, dozing beside his bed. After a brief moment of shock, Ash's vision normalized, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was indeed in a hospital, with the twilight casting a dim glow. Had he been unconscious for an entire day? Ash sighed softly, intending to rise and see outside, but his movement startled Xiaoguang awake. The waking Xiaoguang yawned, her tear-stained vision finally focusing on Ash, who was attempting to get out of bed. Ash, you're finally awake? Wait, no? What are you planning to do now? Just as Xiaoguang felt a wave of relief and joy at Ash's awakening, she quickly halted him as he attempted to rise. Isn't it just going out for a stroll? One can't possibly remain in bed all the time, can they? Xiaoji remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of peculiarity. After all, he had merely fainted for a brief period. There should be no need for such alarm, right? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiaoguang's subsequent words, laced with a touch of indignation, left him utterly speechless. What else could it be? She retorted sharply. You've been unconscious for over 2 days. Who knows if there is something wrong with your health? If you wish to be discharged, You must at least wait for the doctor to complete their examination and confirm that you are indeed fine. Huh, 2.5 days? Upon hearing the true duration of his unconsciousness, Xiaoji was completely taken aback. If he had truly been out for 2.5 days, that meant Xiao Guang had been sitting here for that long as well, hadn't she? Realization dawned on him, and his tone grew noticeably tense. Xiao Guang averted her gaze, appearing somewhat petulant. Xiaoji hesitantly inquired, "What about the casual competition?" Silence answered him. Chapter 172, Professor Oak's Lecture and Xiaoji's Resolve. Faced with Xiaoji's question, Xiao Guang remained silent, but her quietude seemed to convey everything. "You didn't miss it, did you?" "Oh, ha, no worries. It was merely a casual competition. We can always win it back next time. Besides, I already have plenty of ribbon medals." Initially, Xiao Guang's demeanor was somewhat stiff, but she soon burst into her usual hearty laughter, as if she genuinely did not care about this particular competition. Yet, Xiaoji understood that Xiao Guang would never easily relinquish her chance to participate in a grand contest. Every moment of reflection after a competition, every meticulous study and repeated practice before a new performance, every success, every failure, each experience was treasured by her. This casual competition was no different, after all. She had trained tirelessly for so long. Even when the incident with the Flower Rock Pokémon disrupted her focus for a time, she had not ceased her training. After capturing the Meowth, she resumed training for the same performance, agonizing over which Pokémon to send into battle until the day they arrived in Casual Town. Not care. That was simply unthinkable. Alright, stop making that face. I told you it's fine, didn't I? More importantly, Xiaoji, what happened to you? Why did you faint in the ruins? We couldn't quite understand Pikachu's explanation. Noticing Xiaoji's lingering despondence, Xiao Guang hurriedly shifted the subject. I'm not quite sure what happened myself. I was likely surrounded by some unknown totem and then fainted. Xiaoji briefly recounted the circumstances surrounding his fainting. As for the memories after losing consciousness, he felt they were somewhat hazy and strange. Even if he detailed everything, Xiao Guang probably wouldn't comprehend it. Unknown totem? Xiao Guang furrowed her brows, her eyes darting around. But no matter how hard she tried to recall, she couldn't remember what the unknown totem was. It sounded like something akin to stone pillars or statues, but since Xiaoji mentioned being surrounded, could it be a Pokémon? She couldn't piece it together and resolved to investigate the matter of the unknown totem later. The atmosphere in the hospital room finally improved with the return of Xiao Gang, who had gone out to buy food, accompanied by Pikachu. After a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed that Xiaoji was in good health, and thus, after nearly 3 days of unconsciousness, he was finally transferred from the hospital to the familiar Pokémon Center. Nighttime. In front of the communication phone in the Pokémon Center's lobby. Thank goodness nothing serious happened. I've heard from Xiao Gang and Xiao Guang about the specifics. What on earth could have piqued your curiosity in those ruins to make such a reckless decision? Professor Oak admonished Xiaoji earnestly from the other end of the line. He had initially thought that after arriving in Sinnoh, Xiaoji had matured significantly, yet it seemed he had not grown at all concerning such matters. And you made Xiao Gang and Xiao Guang wait for you at the entrance of the ruins, didn't you? While your intentions were noble, ensuring your companion's safety in the face of danger is commendable. Did you ever consider how they felt, watching their companions step into danger while they could only wait helplessly at the door? Yes, it was my fault, and I have reflected on it. In response to Professor Oak's lecture, Xiaoji promptly apologized. In truth, upon learning that he had been unconscious for over 2 days and that Xiao Guang had remained by his side the entire time, he had already recognized his error. Not to mention, Xiaoji was aware of Xiao Guang's sacrifice to care for him at the expense of participating in the grand contest. Ultimately, he realized he had been overly confident in himself. After all, he had returned to a state prior to becoming a Pokémon Master, mistakenly believing that he could navigate any trouble with his command skills, knowledge, and the support of his Pokémon. However, after this incident, Xiaoji silently resolved to alter his perspective. The world did not revolve around him. Many things had changed upon his return. Thus, he was not an omniscient prophet. He needed to think carefully before making every decision. By the way, Professor Oak, since you know I fainted for 2 days, what about my mom? Don't worry. Your mother is unaware. I too bore considerable pressure to keep this from her. I can only say that I'm relieved you didn't suffer any serious consequences. Had something happened to you, I would have lost the courage to remain in New Leaf Town. Professor Oak's expression darkened as he spoke, prompting Xiaoji to repeatedly apologize. After another round of admonishments from Professor Oak, Xiaoji finally ended the call. So exhausting, he sighed wearily. He couldn't recall the last time he had been lectured, especially by Professor Oak. Back when he was participating in the Pokémon Master Challenge, Professor Oak had been too weary to attend and cheer him on. Now, to see Professor Oak so full of energy in his admonishment was, in a sense, a good sign. Regaining his composure, Xiaoji shook his head, temporarily setting aside his previous thoughts. Although he had an adventurous spirit, he would never recklessly enter a place as evidently perilous as the ruins. His urgency to explore stemmed from concern over whether Team Galactic had made any discoveries within. Summoning Dialga and Palkia to create a new world, Team Galactic had, in a sense, already achieved half of their goal. Now, if they attempted it again, Xiaoji was not entirely confident he could succeed. Even if Team Galactic possessed a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of success this time, he had to do everything in his power to thwart their plans. He understood better than anyone the power of Dialga and Palkia. Should Team Galactic's new world plan succeed, their world would be utterly obliterated by the might of Dialga and Palkia. Opening his Pokegear, he found a string of numbers and dialed a number accordingly. Chapter 173, A Conversation with Cynthia. After a brief wait, the call was finally connected. Is this Xiaoji? As soon as the call connected, a familiar voice resonated from the other end. It was Cynthia. Yes, it's me, Ash replied succinctly before continuing. In fact, I discovered traces of Team Galactic in the ruins of Harmony Town. Harmony Town? Cynthia's tone clearly shifted to one of astonishment. So, the person who fainted there 3 days ago was you? How is your health? Are there any abnormalities? No, I don't feel anything unusual. I simply lost consciousness when surrounded by the unknown totem. Initially, Ash had thought the League officials hadn't received any reports, but it now seemed he had underestimated their efficiency. According to Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang, he had fainted alongside several members of Team Galactic, but unlike him, those individuals exhibited various issues upon awakening after being attacked by the unknown totem, primarily concerning their memories. Almost everyone had forgotten everything related to the ruins, and a few unfortunate souls had suffered such severe memory loss that they became utterly oblivious. No wonder Xiao Guang was so anxious that she skipped the Harmony Conference after Ash's fainting. In retrospect, it was indeed quite alarming. Is that so? That's a relief. Cynthia exhaled, visibly relieved. She had indeed received reports indicating that a trainer had fainted in the ruins alongside Team Galactic, but the person who reported it had not mentioned the trainer's name. Cynthia had initially assumed it was merely an innocent bystander inadvertently caught up in the chaos. However, it now appeared that Ash had actually discovered Team Galactic's whereabouts and followed them in. Cynthia felt a pang of guilt for entrusting the investigation of Team Galactic to a minor, especially considering that there were so few individuals who had encountered Team Galactic, with Ash being among that rare group. Moreover, he possessed first-hand experience battling and defeating a Team Galactic executive. With that experience in mind, even though Cynthia felt guilty, as the champion of Sinnoh, she had no choice but to enlist Ash's assistance. Unforeseen, however, was the fact that Ash had found himself in a perilously dangerous situation while tracking Team Galactic. Although the threat to Ash did not stem from Team Galactic, but rather from the unknown totem within the ruins, Cynthia considered the unknown totem far more perilous than Team Galactic. After all, despite years of research, no Pokémon professor had managed to elucidate the mysteries surrounding the unknown totem. The very fact that Team Galactic members had lost their memories and even become fools after being overwhelmed by the unknown totem spoke volumes. Once she regained her composure, Cynthia inquired briefly about Ash's well-being. Upon confirming that Ash was unharmed, she expressed her gratitude and apologies, promising to reward him at their next meeting. After which they finally delved into the main topic. So, do you know why Team Galactic entered the ruins this time? Cynthia queried in a solemn tone. From the information we have, it appears that Team Galactic is not lacking in funds. They either remain hidden or, when they act, they pursue extraordinary objectives. Hence, Cynthia's inquiry. Without hesitation, Ash articulated the answer he had prepared. I'm not entirely sure, but the individual in the ruins was one of the Team Galactic executives I previously encountered. Before fleeing, I overheard him mumble something about a key of the gun. At least, I think that's what he said. In any case, he was holding a briefcase as he left, and I wonder if whatever is inside was obtained from the ruins. Ash's words were a mix of truth and deception. He had not mentioned the key of the gun at the Harmony Conference, nor did he know if the item in the executive's possession was indeed the legendary key of the gun. However, it was true that the key of the gun was an indispensable tool for Team Galactic in achieving their goals. While the League's understanding of the entire summoning ceremony was not as profound, providing the information about the key of the gun should have led Cynthia to some conclusions. The key of the gun? Indeed, upon hearing Ash mention this term, Cynthia's tone shifted to one of surprise. It seemed she had also heard her own murmurs. Could the key of the gun be in such a place? This implies that the depths of the Harmony ruins likely contain 3 spots for placing special tablets that Team Galactic may have deciphered. Following a brief period of quiet contemplation, Cynthia's voice noticeably grew weary. The current situation was already chaotic, and now Team Galactic had gained the upper hand. If the League failed to uncover any new findings, it would truly be problematic. Understood. You've worked hard this time. I will dispatch personnel to thoroughly investigate the conditions within the Harmony ruins and then examine several other ruins related to the Sinnoh deities, Cynthia stated, outlining the League's forthcoming actions. Ash assumed the conversation would conclude there, but just before hanging up, Cynthia added, I must emphasize once more, do not push yourself. If a similar situation arises again, do not act recklessly. Even if Team Galactic successfully gathers all the necessary items to summon Dialga and Palkia, I will ensure to stop them. Yes, I understand. Stop them? After hanging up, Ash couldn't help but ponder this. Cynthia's resolve to thwart Team Galactic's plans sounded even more resolute than in his previous life, yet the outcome remained uncertain. Whether Team Galactic would ultimately succeed in summoning Dialga and Palkia was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was whether they could arrive at the scene in time to break Team Galactic's control over them. However, on another note, the notion of acting recklessly had been echoed to Ash more than once today. If he were to deliberate and weigh the pros and cons before every action, it would indeed be quite challenging for him. Perhaps he could simply exercise a bit more caution. Moreover, aside from the matters concerning Team Galactic, Ash was more preoccupied with the vision he had witnessed upon awakening. That perspective of aura, what could it possibly mean? Ash gazed at his hands, his expression somewhat dazed. Chapter 174, The Disappearance of Xiao Guang, The Enlightenment of Ash. That night, within the confines of the Pokémon Center, as bedtime approached, Ash was perched at the window, seemingly full of energy, a clear indication that he had overslept during his unconsciousness. By the way, Ash, are you going to be able to sleep tonight? Xiao Gang reminded him, noticing Ash's distracted demeanor. If you don't sleep tonight, you'll be tired in the morning and your biological clock will be thrown off. Ash waved his hand dismissively, replying, no problem, no problem. Even if I sleep late tonight, as long as I endure a bit tomorrow, I can go to bed early in the evening, and my biological clock will naturally return to normal. Ash reasoned based on his years of travel experience. During his solitary journeys, especially while training on Silver Mountain, his biological clock had never been normal. While Silver Mountain did differentiate between day and night, it was ultimately a perilous location where Ash often faced sudden attacks from wild Pokémon in the dead of night, leading to nights filled with relentless battles alongside Pikachu and the others. In the eyes of the wild Pokémon in the Silver Mountain, one could undoubtedly be seen as a thorn in their side. Yet, facing them head-on was not an option, as they lacked the strength to prevail. Thus, after weighing their options, they resorted to stealthily forming a team to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night, which afforded them a slight chance of success. However, that flicker of hope remained unrealized until the day Ash departed. Meanwhile, on the bed behind, Pikachu was happily playing with Happiny, although it was described as a joyful engagement. More often than not, it was Pikachu who was amusing Happiny. Possessing a nurturing disposition, Pikachu naturally enjoyed and excelled at caring for these newly hatched Pokémon. If it weren't for the astonishing growth rate of Bagon, perhaps Ash's own Bagon would have been under Pikachu's care as well. Speaking of which, it seemed that since dinner, Dawn had not been seen. Ash, do you happen to know where she went? Didn't she share a glance with you before leaving? A little while later, as the lights in the various rooms on the second floor of the Pokémon Center began to extinguish one after another, Brock started to feel concerned about Dawn's whereabouts. After dinner, she had mentioned needing to step out for a moment, yet she had yet to return. Since Dawn had notably looked at Ash before she left, Brock assumed that Ash would be aware of her departure, but, I'm not sure. In fact, I didn't even notice when Dawn left, Ash replied, scratching his cheek with a hint of embarrassment. Since concluding his conversation with Cynthia, Ash had been attempting to replicate the aura powers he had experienced upon awakening. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not recreate that moment. Following this incident, it was impossible for him not to feel anxious. The peril he faced had caused many to worry about their own situations, and Ash himself was unwilling to let such an occurrence transpire again. Thus, he began to concentrate all his efforts on capturing the sensation of that time, hoping to manifest the aura powers within himself once more. If he could master the aura, then similar circumstances should not arise again. Alas, suddenly, it seemed Ash came to a realization. However, it was not the aura he understood, but rather the situation concerning Dawn. I'll step out for a moment. Pikachu, please stay here and continue to entertain Happiny, he instructed. Pika? In Pikachu's slightly bewildered gaze, Ash opened the door and departed the room, leaving Pikachu and Brock exchanging silent glances, both perplexed. Though the weather remained warm, the relatively secluded setting of New Bark Town allowed the evening breeze to carry the scent of fresh grass from the surrounding fields. The gentle night wind caressed Dawn's hair as she sat on a park bench, gazing at the starry sky over the suburban landscape, lost in her thoughts. Yet, the hint of helplessness and fatigue that flickered in her eyes betrayed her less than pleasant mood. So she is indeed here. The flickering streetlights emitted a dim glow, their beams pulsing in rhythm with the ticking of a clock hanging somewhere in the park. Too slow. Upon hearing Ash's voice from behind, Dawn was not taken aback. Instead, she stood up, hands on her hips, and expressed her mild dissatisfaction. Really, I didn't notice you had stepped out. If Brock hadn't mentioned you looked at me before leaving, I wouldn't have had a clue what was happening, Ash said, shrugging his shoulders with an air of innocence as he sat beside Dawn. The gentle night breeze blew softly, dispersing a layer of clouds from the horizon, revealing a bright, full moon. The cool moonlight bathed half the park, casting a juxtaposition of light and shadow across the landscape. Wait, you didn't notice at all? Seriously? By the way, Ash, you've seemed a bit distracted since you came downstairs today. Are you really okay? I'm fine. ISNT at you who has something on your mind? Ash retorted. Chapter 175. Dawn's Comfort, Moo Moo Milk. I'm fine. ISNT at you who has something on your mind? Ash paid no heed to the bewildered expression on Dawn's face, continuing with his thoughts. Speaking of which, I nearly forgot about that. After all, it's not really a competition. Perhaps it is? Ash mused, a hint of confusion evident in his demeanor. Of course it is. You still don't seem to have fully come to terms with it, do you? Dawn pointed at Ash emphatically, seeing Dawn's unwavering conviction. Ash hesitated to admit that it was not solely her decision to abandon the contest that weighed heavily on his heart. Well, maybe a little. But it's more about the Galactic team and the aura. Now, let us try to shift perspectives a bit. From Dawn's standpoint, Ash's silence seemed to tacitly confirm her assumptions. The astute detective, Miss Dawn, with her imaginary pipe in hand, declared confidently, suppose I had fallen into a coma without any intention of waking, while you, Ash, faced the Pokémon League. Your choice would be the League? Ash scratched his cheek, exuding a sense of resignation. These two scenarios are not of the same nature, are they? One is an ordinary dazzling contest, while the other requires collecting 8 badges to participate in the League. Though he stated this, both scenarios shared a common trait. What is it? Ash inquired. Time constraints, Dawn replied, closing her eyes and placing her hands on her hips, puffing her chest out as if revealing a monumental secret. While Ash had many points he wanted to contest, upon reflection, it seemed Dawn's argument held merit. So what is your answer? Ash's continued silence further solidified Dawn's conviction in her deductions. Since her assumptions were correct, her current task was to use her words to help Ash emerge from his feelings of guilt, just as Ash had once comforted her. I would probably forego the League, wouldn't I? After much contemplation, Ash finally arrived at a reluctant conclusion. Exactly. Since our choices in such circumstances would be the same, there's no need to feel guilty. If we're tallying instances of guilt, I certainly have you beat, Dawn proclaimed with a smug expression. Yet Ash found himself even more convinced that he could not voice the underlying truth. A gentle breeze caressed their faces as the clouds were gently pushed away beneath the moonlight, casting a delicate veil of silvery light across their features. Therefore, do not feel embarrassed. After all, we are companions. ISNT being a companion about helping one another, supporting each other, and caring for one another. You've helped me so much in the past, so I choose to stay here in the hospital to care for you. This is what you told me back then. What? After Dawn finished her first thought, Ash felt as though he had caught a glimpse of something more, yet Dawn feigned ignorance, turning away as she walked towards the park's exit, waving her hand and saying, "Oh, it's nothing. All right, let us hurry back, it's late. And I'm quite tired." Watching Dawn's retreating figure, Ash tilted his head, pondering deeply. He couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps it was not merely his imagination. Dawn seemed increasingly less candid lately. Although her growth had indeed been rapid, whether in the dazzling contests or in daily life, it was evident. However, that inexplicable lack of candor always left Ash with a peculiar feeling, albeit he decided to let it go. After all, seeing Dawn's joyful demeanor was enough to lift his spirits. Happiness, after all, is of utmost importance. With a knowing smile, Ash followed the moon's trajectory, gradually making his way towards the Pokémon Center. The following day, en route to Curtain City, Ash and his companions arrived at an expansive plain. As far as the eye could see lay an endless expanse of grassland, and in the distance, majestic snow-capped mountains stood proudly, serving as a guiding beacon for wandering travelers towards Mount Crown. Ah, how delightful, Ash remarked. While resting by the roadside, Dawn sprawled out on the grass, inhaling the fragrant scent of the lush greenery and greedily absorbing the fresh air. Over the past few days, Dawn had scarcely found time to rest. Her mind had been unsettled by the incident involving the floral rock, and she was preoccupied with strategizing for the upcoming casual tournament, in addition to spending 2 days caring for Ash during his illness. While Ash appeared to be in good spirits, Dawn seemed less so. Thus, upon arriving at this vast, tranquil grassland, she disregarded her image entirely, lying flat on the ground. If Ash hadn't been nearby, she might have rolled around freely, as though she were in the comfort of her own home. It is indeed a relaxing environment, Ash concurred, but it would be even more splendid if we could enjoy a cup of rich green tea at this moment. Green tea, you say? If we were to indulge, it should be coffee, or perhaps even black tea, Dawn replied, propping herself up and challenging Ash's perspective. It wasn't tea that she found green tea unpalatable. But in her view, young people drinking green tea in such a setting seemed rather antiquated, as if they were prematurely embracing a life of old age. Despite the appeal of the options presented, suddenly, Brock, who had been silent until now, interjected, seemingly intentionally, as he shielded his travel manual with his hands. However, in such a setting, enjoying a warm glass of fresh milk would be the ultimate treat, wouldn't it? Milk? That sounds like something for children, Ash and Dawn mused, sharing hesitant expressions. Nevertheless, of the 3 choices available, milk seemed to be the most agreeable option in their eyes. But what if it were freshly produced moo milk? Brock appeared to have anticipated this scenario, shifting the travel manual aside with a grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Moo milk? I believe I've seen it on television. It seems to be milk produced from large dairy cows, renowned for its delightful taste and high nutritional value, especially when freshly harvested. Brock animatedly elaborated to Dawn, his excitement palpable. After suggesting they seek out some moo milk, he boldly took the lead, declaring his intent to guide Ash and Dawn to the nearest source of the freshest moo milk. However, Dawn couldn't help but feel perplexed by Brock's unusual exuberance, prompting her to ask, "But even so, you needn't be so ecstatic, right? Is moo milk truly that delectable?" "Absolutely. Let me see." Before Brock could continue, Ash snatched the travel manual from his hands, reading aloud. The maid cafe not only features charming maids, but also serves delicious freshly produced moo milk. Brock, feeling the weight of Ash and Dawn's simultaneous gaze upon him, felt a sudden wave of pressure. He averted his eyes, coughed awkwardly, and then flashed a sunny smile, giving them a thumbs up. "Moo milk is the best." "What a joke," Ash and Dawn retorted in unison. Yet, despite their teasing, the result was still delicious. What a sweet flavor. In the maid cafe, shortly after the mischievous Frogadier had just seen Brock off, one of the maids, Xiaoxia, presented the freshly prepared moo milk. After savoring a sip, Dawn's eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, she had only heard celebrities praise moo milk on shows and in magazines. But upon tasting it, she realized that the accolades bestowed upon it were far too conservative. The milk available in supermarkets simply could not compare to this exquisite moo milk. Of course, after all, we provide the best living conditions for our dairy cows. The better the environment, the superior the flavor of the milk they produce, began Kokoro, the eldest among the maids, as she explained to Ash and Dawn. While, generally speaking, milk from large dairy cows is always good, if produced in poor conditions, it may carry an unpleasant aftertaste. Conversely, if produced in exceptionally favorable conditions, moo milk not only tastes delightful, but also possesses remarkable healing properties for injured Pokémon. Does it really have such benefits? After listening to Kokoro and Xiaoxia's explanation, Dawn felt increasingly grateful for her current fortune. After quickly finishing her glass of moo milk, she raised her cup and declared, "Another, please." "Me too, I beg you." Just as Dawn requested another glass, the previously subdued Brock suddenly regained his vitality after being dragged away by the mischievous Frogadier for 2 minutes. He approached Xiaoxia and Kokoro, gently reaching out to express his camaraderie, but in the next moment, Frogadier emerged once more from its pokeball, delivering an unprecedented and forceful strike to Brock's abdomen. "Guh? This is unprecedented." Dawn, rolling her eyes at Brock, turned to Xiaoxia and Kokoro with a sheepish smile. Please ignore him. He's always like this." However, both maids assured her that it was no trouble, as such occurrences were commonplace in the maid cafe, and they had grown accustomed to it. After downing another glass of moo milk, Ash, at Pikachu's insistence, ordered a side of fries, although the reason behind Pikachu's craving was another matter entirely. "By the way, wasn't there another maid when we first entered? Where is she now?" As Ash scanned the surroundings, he noticed that the youngest maid had disappeared after welcoming them. "Koku. If all goes well, she should still be with Ritai, a large dairy cow that Koku caught herself. However, that cow seems rather uncooperative and doesn't respond well to Koku's commands. A Pokemon that doesn't listen to its trainer? Isn't that just like the Pikachu you mentioned at the beginning, and later, Charizard?" Dawn mused, turning to Ash. "Has your Pokemon ever been disobedient? Even this Pikachu?" Kokoro gazed in surprise at the Pikachu, which was now engaging intimately with Ash. After speaking, Xiaochun, as if having made a significant decision, approached Xiaoji with a serious expression. In response to Xiaoji's puzzled gaze, she grasped his hand and earnestly beseeched, "I hope this request does not come off as too bold, but might I trouble you, Mr. Xiaoji, to assist Xiaoqiu in improving her relationship with Litten?" Recently, due to matters concerning Litten, Xiaoqiu has been wearing a troubled expression and appears quite distressed. "Leave this matter to me. My aspiration is to become the world's foremost Pokemon breeder. Thus, this issue is hardly a challenge for me," exclaimed Xiaoji with enthusiasm. Wow. Xiaoji was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Xiaojiang, while even Xiaoguang, who had been silently contemplating Xiaochun's grasp of Xiaoji's hand, could not help but interject, "Xiaojiang, why are you so lively today? Has your resistance to toxicity improved significantly?" This has nothing to do with resistance. It is all the power of love. No young man can refuse the request of a maid. Despite Xiaojiang's earnest demeanor, The others around him turned their heads away in unison. Yet, as she turned away, Xiaoguang found herself repeating Xiaojiang's words in her mind. No young man can refuse a maid? She reflected on the moment Xiaochun and Xiaoji had held hands, and an inexplicable emotion began to swell within her heart. Chapter 177. The Baby Dragon Yearning to Soar, the Righteous Xiaotsong. Just as Xiaoji intended to join Xiaoguang in observing the process of making moo milk, he suddenly voiced his confusion. Pikachu followed Xiaoji's gaze and noticed that the baby dragon, which had previously been released to enjoy some food, was now quietly perched on the windowsill, gazing out at the scenery. You all go ahead, I will join you shortly. Xiaoguang, still unaware of the situation, was about to say something when she saw Xiaoji and Pikachu hurriedly making their way toward the baby dragon. Xiaoguang exchanged glances with Xiaochun and Xiaoxia, shrugged, and departed. Navigating past the Pokémon still enjoying their meals, Xiaoji arrived beside the baby dragon and gently patted its sturdy head, redirecting its attention back to him. The baby dragon emitted a sound of confusion, but, upon realizing it was Xiaoji, turned its gaze back to the window. What are you looking at? Pika? When prompted by Xiaoji and Pikachu, the baby dragon extended its short arm and pointed at the sky. Xiaoji looked outside and understood that the baby dragon was captivated by the Muku birds soaring in the air. As the season slowly transitioned into winter, the Muku birds were preparing to migrate to areas with more abundant food. During this migration, the baby dragon had noticed them flying above, and Xiaoji comprehended what thoughts were occupying its mind. Do you wish to soar through the sky as well? The baby dragon nodded vigorously, its eyes brimming with longing. Observing the baby dragon's early desire to take flight, Xiaoji couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It hadn't been long since its birth, and Xiaoji hadn't truly registered how long he had been caring for the baby dragon. Considering its remarkable maturity, it seldom misbehaved and did not run around recklessly. Even the typical battles that newly hatched Pokémon often endure had eluded the baby dragon. Not only had it not experienced defeat, but when battling under Xiaoji's command, it generally urged its opponents not to fall too quickly. Of course, this only applied to adversaries of relatively comparable strength. If Pikachu or his previous main team members faced the baby dragon, it would certainly find the challenge formidable. All right. Xiaoji clapped his thighs and stood up. Under the curious gazes of the baby dragon and Pikachu, he pointed out the window and declared confidently, "Let us go outside. I will help you experience the sensation of flying in the sky." Pika? Without uttering a word, Xiaoji simply flashed a confident smile and led them towards the area near the woods. Alas, how unfortunate. Why must I encounter such circumstances? Somewhere on the grassland, clad in a butler's uniform, Xiaotsong was slouching, aimlessly wandering about. They had initially been tracking a mischievous imp, but when Musashi suddenly spotted a mention of a maid cafe in the travel guide, she insisted on establishing her own maid cafe here, hoping to profit from it. But why must she confiscate my cherished coffee grounds as well? Even if he could accept the confiscation, it would have been nice to earn a little profit. Yet none of their customers had left positive reviews. However, thinking it through, it was hardly surprising. Most patrons came for the adorable maids and Musashi. Xiaotsong couldn't help but roll his eyes, finding Musashi to be more akin to a war machine than a maid, which was quite an eyesore. With no maids, no milk, and his precious coffee grounds diluted time and again, he felt that this establishment had little hope of surviving. Boom. Just as Xiaotsong pondered what to do next, a sudden explosion resonated in his ears. Gazing into the distance, he noticed puffs of smoke rising from the nearby forest, as if a battle were unfolding within. Shall I take a look? After all, I have nothing better to do, and I certainly do not wish to return to the cafe and witness Musashi continuing to squander the little coffee grounds they had left. Thus, Xiaotsong set off towards the source of the explosion. Once more, Muku bird, I implore you. Mew. Following the direction of the smoke and sound, Xiaotsong quickly identified the source of the commotion. That imp. Upon spotting Xiaoji, he crouched down in the grass, observing what Xiaoji was up to. So they are in this vicinity as well? And what of the other two? Could they be at that maid cafe? As the team's second intellectual, Xiaotsong swiftly deduced the correct conclusion. However, was this a Pokemon training session? He mused to himself, gradually inching closer to get a better view. Boom. Another loud bang erupted, and the previously intact ground was now riddled with craters. Emerging from one such pit, dust-covered, the baby dragon appeared exhilarated, waving excitedly at Xiaoji and the Muku bird. The baby dragon shouted, pointing at a higher spot. Are you attempting to jump from an even greater height? It might be unwise to overexert yourself, though it seems to pose no challenge for you. Xiaoji hesitated for a moment before chuckling resignedly. Muku bird, take it up a few meters higher than before. Mew. Muku bird complied, landing to allow the baby dragon to climb onto its back before soaring skyward. However, this training seemed somewhat wasteful. Xiaoji gazed at the crater left by the baby dragon, a hint of regret in his tone as he turned to Pikachu and mischievously remarked, "What do you think, Pikachu? Would you like to try a challenge with the baby dragon?" Pika. Pikachu's gaze transformed into that of a pair of beady eyes as it turned aside, clearly indicating that Ash's proposal did not strike it as particularly appealing. It had no desire to engage in battle with the baby dragon, despite the creature's extraordinary prowess. In Pikachu's eyes, it was still merely a fledgling, and unleashing its full power against such a young opponent was not in Pikachu's nature. As it contemplated the prospect of holding back, Pikachu cast a glance at the substantial pit before it. Surely, misfortune awaited it, it mused with a sigh in its heart. Though outwardly, it maintained an air of indifference. Noticing Pikachu's reluctance, Ash refrained from pressing the matter further, just as he pondered who might test the baby dragon's strength. Pikachu's ears perked up, and it turned to look behind. Ash, observing Pikachu's reaction, followed its gaze, and then Ash and Pikachu, small fry. In a close proximity of less than 2 meters, Ash and Pikachu found themselves locking eyes with Small Fry, who was concealed amidst the grass. Small Fry? No, what are you doing hiding here? Are you plotting against Pikachu again? Ash crouched down, adopting a condescending perspective to question Small Fry with evident annoyance. Don't wrongfully accuse the innocent. Today, I have no such intentions. I merely stepped out for a stroll. Small Fry protested. A stroll? Ash regarded Small Fry, who was covered in weeds and dirt, with a look of skepticism, remarking, "Is this your idea of a leisurely walk? Are you imitating the ground dragon?" Small Fry hissed. Following Ash's mockery, Small Fry could no longer hold his composure. He quickly rose to his feet, towering over Ash with his arms crossed, and declared, "You ought to adjust your attitude towards me, little brat. Have you forgotten the favor I did for you?" Favor? Seeing Ash's apparent ignorance, Small Fry felt a twinge of confusion. He bent slightly, raised his index finger, and began to help Ash jog his memory. "Weren't you the one who fainted in the ruins outside of Yuan town? Ah, right. By the way, did you really stay there for that long?" Small Fry, that's not the point. He shouted. "After you fainted, it was I who carried you to the hospital. Shouldn't you be grateful for that? You?" Ash looked at Pikachu with a questioning gaze. Pikachu, having regained consciousness much earlier than Ash, nodded in agreement with Small Fry's assertion. "Right." Small Fry grumbled, visibly displeased. "If that's the case, then I suppose I do owe you one, huh? But wait, how much trouble have you caused me in the meantime? If we continue down this path, one thing at a time, at the very least, you owe me for that incident in Yuan town." The two faced off, creating an atmosphere that felt rather peculiar. Meanwhile, the sounds of the baby dragon leaping repeatedly from the heights, and its joyful cries resonated behind them. "Here you go. Thanks." In the meadow, Ash and Small Fry sat side by side on the grass, with Ash retrieving a bag of cookies from his backpack to share with Small Fry, who eagerly accepted. Although they should be adversaries, the two were now calmly chatting together. Pikachu, after scratching its cheek and confirming that Ash had no intention of battling, went on to oversee the baby dragon's training. "Geez, no one is competing for your food. Why are you devouring it so quickly?" Ash expressed his disdain, pulling a slight distance away from Small Fry, his brow furrowed. While he was self-aware of his own ravenous eating habits, Small Fry's consumption was truly on another level. Those who have never gone hungry have no right to comment. Small Fry retorted, shoving 2 more cookies into his mouth. When he noticed that the bag contained only a little more than half, he sighed in resignation, stowing the remaining cookies away in his pocket. "Who says I've never been hungry? Sometimes, if the supplies in Brock's backpack run out and we get lost in the mountains or forests, we go hungry too." Ash shrugged nonchalantly. However, it was true that Ash did not share the constant worry about his next meal like Small Fry and his companions did. "Oh, these kids today are so fortunate, unlike me. Isn't that self-inflicted? If you could just be straightforward and follow your fiancé's wishes. Please, don't bring that up again." Small Fry, who had remained unresponsive until that moment, suddenly covered Ash's mouth in terror upon hearing the word fiancé, pleading with wide eyes. I get it. Ash, visibly irritated, pried Small Fry's hand away, conceding. "By the way, what are you doing here? Where are the other two? And what does your outfit signify? Are you considering a career change? It's a long story, so I won't get into it." Small Fry wiped his mouth and stood up, clearly unwilling to pursue that topic any further. He turned to glance at the baby dragon, who was still diligently training, and remarked, "It seems this fellow has also begun to yearn for the sky. How delightful." Small Fry nodded, visibly touched. Anyone unaware of the situation might even think that this baby dragon had some special connection with Small Fry. Observing this, Ash couldn't help but quip. "It's growing up too quickly. I wonder if that's a good thing. What does that matter? If Pokémon wish to grow, as their trainer, one should fulfill their aspirations. As for the subsequent issues, we can address them later." "That's not something you'd expect to hear from Team Rocket," Ash remarked, poking fun at Small Fry's unexpectedly principled statement. "Team Rocket is Team Rocket. When not on a mission, I am simply myself. It's a different concept." Small Fry's eyes sparkled with sincerity, making it difficult for Ash to maintain eye contact. Continuing, Small Fry added, I truly respect the choices of Pokemon. If Desert Rayquaza wishes to remain by that guy's side, I would let it go. That guy? Upon hearing this, Ash suddenly recalled something. Chapter 178, Small Fry and Desert Rayquaza, 411. The guy you speak of is. Ash vaguely remembered that in the past, Small Fry had entrusted his Desert Rayquaza to Ms. Kizuna in the Sinnoh region, the gym leader of the Baida gym. Her name is indeed Kizuna. Small Fry said as he retrieved Desert Rayquaza's Pokeball, lifting it gently to bask in the sunlight. The Pokeball, meticulously polished countless times, reflected a dazzling light under the sun, casting a warm glow on Small Fry's face, revealing tenderness and contentment in Ash's eyes. She is the grass-type gym leader, right? We encountered her in the forest, and she immediately recognized my Desert Rayquaza, saying it had great potential to become strong. As Small Fry spoke, his expression radiated pride, or perhaps sheer joy. After all, it was only natural for him to feel proud as the trainer of a Pokemon that had garnered the gym leader's approval. Then we battled, and throughout the match, I was at a disadvantage, yet she chose not to end the contest, instead guiding Desert Rayquaza to master the skill of Absorb Punch. What I never anticipated was that Desert Naya would ultimately utilize this skill to absorb the power of the punch, which was indeed formidable. However, following that battle, no matter how diligently I trained, I could never replicate that moment of absorption with Desert Naya. At this juncture, Kojiro couldn't help but sigh, sounding deeply disappointed in himself. It was then that I profoundly realized that my own level was utterly insufficient to elevate Desert Naya in any way. Mist Saizong was right. Desert Naya possessed remarkable talent. A talent that could potentially make it renowned not only in Sinnoh, but perhaps even in far-flung regions. Yet, if Desert Naya continued to remain by my side, it might languish in mediocrity. I wished for Desert Naya to flourish, yet I also dreaded the thought of parting ways. We had agreed that once I made a decision, I would call her, but to this day, I had yet to reach a conclusion. After speaking, Kojiro lowered his head, appearing somewhat despondent. So that was it. Although I had come to understand the sequence of events, each time Ash recalled this matter, he could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. He fully empathized with Kojiro's sentiments. Trainers are acutely aware of their shortcomings, fearing they may not provide their Pokemon with a brighter future. Yet even with this awareness, they are often reluctant to part ways with their Pokemon. After all, through long periods of companionship, trainers and Pokemon become not just friends but family, who would willingly separate from their kin. That said, there was one matter I had never inquired about. Ash, as if recalling something significant, posed a sincere question. It seems I haven't seen you utilize a Bach and Dunsparce for quite some time. What happened to them? Alright, let's hurry and train. If I can teach Desert Naya to use the Absorption Punch, I need not trouble myself with these concerns any longer. Clearly, there was a deeper story to unravel. Noting Kojiro's abrupt evasion of the topic, Ash surmised that the departure of a Bach and Dunsparce was likely not a decision made willingly by either Kojiro or Musashi. However, since Kojiro was unwilling to elaborate, Ash refrained from pressing further, respecting that it was ultimately a matter within Kojiro's household. Then how about we have your Desert Naya train alongside my Dragonite? Train together? Kojiro responded with surprise. In truth, during their conversation, he had already contemplated the idea of seeking Ash's assistance, yet various reservations had held him back. He had not expected Ash to propose it outright. Is that really possible? Kojiro asked again, as if fearful that Ash might retract the offer. Of course, Ash replied with a casual shrug, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. After all, Dragonite is training over there anyway. It makes sense to find a partner for training. The Absorption Punch training should pose no problem, but the process may be quite painful. As Desert Naya's trainer, you must share in that suffering. Absolutely. I have no objections. Rather, I implore you to train me well, Ash-sensei, Kojiro exclaimed, even beginning to refer to Ash as a teacher for the sake of Desert Naya. Seeing Kojiro in such earnestness, Ash couldn't help but reflect on how deeply both he and Musashi, as members of Team Rocket, cherished their Pokemon. Their affection for their companions surpassed that of the vast majority of Pokemon trainers. If only they could stop fixating on their Pikachu. Then let's commence training without delay. Time waits for no one. With Kojiro's agreement, Ash hesitated no further, adopting the commanding presence he had displayed when invited to be a camp counselor years ago to urge Kojiro onward. Yes. Come forth, Desert Naya. As Desert Naya emerged from its Pokeball, it instinctively reached out to embrace Kojiro, but noticing his serious expression and Ash standing nearby with his arms crossed, it halted its customary action. Now that we're prepared, let's proceed to train. I have plenty of healing ointment here. Let us aim to master the Absorption Punch by this afternoon. Desert Naya? Upon hearing this, Desert Naya initially appeared bewildered. It then followed Ash's gaze and spotted Dragonite soaring down from the sky, leaping off the back of a Murkrow. Boom! Dragonite executed another headbutt from the heights, sending vibrations through the ground. Desert Naya's eyes widened as it looked pitifully at Kojiro, who, at that moment, could only turn his head away, unable to meet its gaze. Rest assured, I shall endure this pain alongside you. All of this is for our future, a future that we will share together. Desert Naya stood in stunned silence for a brief moment before its gaze solidified with determination. It nodded at Kojiro, and together, they hastily made their way towards Ash. Chapter 179. Enough is enough, you'll be worn out. Several hours passed. Desert Naya once more launched a punch at Dragonite, its needle-like arms radiating a pearly glow. Boom. The collision between Dragonite's headbutt and Desert Naya's fist sent a cloud of dust swirling, and Kojiro anxiously peered into the haze. Finally, as the smoke cleared, it became evident that Desert Naya had not fallen this time. Desert Naya? You finally mastered it? Desert Naya. With pride, Desert Naya concentrated its power into its right arm and unleashed a punch into the air. Bang! No longer did it merely flail its fist weakly. Now, each punch seemed to ignite the very air, brimming with strength. Desert Naya. Ouch, that hurts. But it's all right. After a brief silence, the pent-up emotions within Kojiro erupted at that moment. Despite enduring the stinging barbs on Desert Naya's body, he embraced it joyfully, revealing that the inability to teach Desert Naya the absorption punch had truly been an enduring dilemma for him. Great job, Dragonite. After celebrating with Desert Naya, Ash gathered the weary Dragonite into his arms. He had noticed an hour into training that Dragonite was beginning to tire. Initially, he had contemplated allowing it to rest while Pikachu took over. However, upon learning of the situation between Kojiro and Desert Naya, Dragonite resolutely insisted it could continue. Though it had only recently hatched, this child exhibited a level of maturity that tugged at Ash's heartstrings. As he stroked Dragonite's head, he retrieved some specially made treats from his pocket for it to enjoy. Strangely enough, these treats were only suitable for Dragonite, which relished them, while the other Pokémon would hastily retreat at the mere sight of them. Merc. Observing Murkrow's rapid retreat, its face a mask of fear, Ash couldn't help but exclaim in realization. After allowing Dragonite to finish the last of the treats, Ash returned the exhausted Murkrow and Dragonite to their Pokeballs. Indeed, the hour was growing late. Ash and Kojiro both gazed up at the sky, now painted a fiery red by the setting sun. The vast expanse of the plains before them resembled a profound oil painting, captivating their senses. I truly appreciate you today. Without your support, I might have had to consider handing Desert Naya over to Miss Vegetable Seed. Ash continued. While it's true that Desert Naya would indeed have a bright future alongside a gym leader, I am determined to enhance my own abilities from this moment forward, ensuring that Desert Naya can shine on various stages in the future. It's good to have such thoughts, Ash mused, scratching his cheek, a vague feeling swirling in his mind. It was rather peculiar to hear such words from Kojiro, a member of Team Rocket. If these sentiments were to be disclosed, he might very well be nominated as one of the top 10 reformed individuals by the Kanto police. By the way, Kojiro suddenly recalled something, his expression turning serious as he addressed Ash again. Although our future goals remain unchanged, this time, Desert Naya and I owe you a favor. Rest assured, we will repay it. Will the goals not change? Ash weakly shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. It's fine, you go ahead. Hey, Kojiro, so you're here. Hurry up and leave. Just as Ash intended to bid farewell to Kojiro, a voice echoed from above, Musashi's frantic call. Upon spotting Ash beside Kojiro, her tone shifted to one of panic. What the hell? Why are you standing next to that kid? What on earth have you been doing all afternoon? Forget about that. Let us get moving, meow. Moving? What do you mean? Kojiro scrutinized the scene and soon discovered that beneath their hot air balloon, a large milk can was ensnared within a sturdy net, unable to free itself. Could that large milk can be the one from the cafe's ranch? Pika. Ash and Pikachu exchanged glances, quickly recognizing the identity of the trapped can. Just as they prepared to spring into action to rescue it, Kojiro unexpectedly raised a hand to halt them. Leave this to us. Right, Desert Naya? Desert Naya. She responded with unwavering determination, meeting Kojiro's expectations. The duo sprinted away from Ash, waving vigorously at Musashi and Nyarth in the hot air balloon, signaling them to come over. Hey, Nyarth, hurry and descend. Got it, meow? Under Nyarth's guidance, the hot air balloon began to lower towards Kojiro's direction. As it descended to a certain height, a relieved smile unexpectedly graced Kojiro's lips. It's going to end badly, isn't it, Desert Naya? They exchanged glances, their expressions devoid of resignation. Rather, they appeared at ease. Unbeknownst to Musashi and Nyarth, who were still engrossed in their dreams of a successful cafe venture, Kojiro suddenly commanded Desert Naya to launch an attack. Desert Naya, use needle sharp on the net. Desert Naya. In the astonished gazes of Musashi and Nyarth, the sharp needles sliced through the net with ease. The net, which was only resistant to physical strain, could not withstand the assault, and in the blink of an eye, the large milk-can was liberated from its confines. Kojiro, what on earth are you doing? Next, Kojiro and Desert Naya exchanged knowing smiles as he pointed at the now slightly swaying hot air balloon, proudly declaring, Desert Naya. Use Absorb Punch. Chapter 180 Shining. Master, please use it. Later that night, within the confines of the maid cafe. So what exactly transpired between you and Kojiro, Ash? Why would he assist us? As the hour grew late, Koharu had arranged for Brock and the others to stay overnight, especially since they had helped her recover the stolen milk can. Unable to contain his curiosity, Brock inquired of Ash at the dining table. Under Brock's careful guidance, Koharu had nearly learned to bond with the milk can named Rutan, but suddenly, Team Rocket appeared from seemingly nowhere, seizing Rutan. With Ash absent, Brock and Shining found themselves at a disadvantage against Team Rocket's airborne antics, merely pursuing their hot air balloon until they witnessed Kojiro ensnaring Musashi and Nyarth, urging Ash and Pikachu to attack. How should I put it? It's quite complicated. While Kojiro did help us in Ryuzai town, this matter is entirely separate. Why did this trio experience a rift here? And why did Kojiro request Ash to send them flying? It's all rather strange. Although the situation was bizarre, at least Rutan had returned safely, sparing them further concern. Speaking of which, Shining, what are you wearing? Ash remarked, casting a glance at Shining, who had been sitting quietly to the side, reluctant to speak. While he had stepped outside to conduct special training with his Pokémon, Shining's attire had transformed from her usual garb to a maid outfit, presumably borrowed from Koharu and the others. How should I explain? Shining's gaze wandered, unable to meet Ash's eyes. Her hands rested on her legs, clad in white knee-high socks, as she shyly replied, the cafe was quite busy. So Koharu and the others asked me to change into this outfit to help out. That said, I was actually quite excited at the time. Not at all, Shining interrupted. Her cheeks flushed as Brock chuckled at her embarrassment. At that moment, Kasumi's voice called out from the kitchen, presumably needing something. For Shining, that call was a lifeline, prompting her to rise swiftly and head towards the kitchen, leaving Ash and Brock exchanging bewildered glances. So what is really going on? Shining seems a bit off. Who knows? Brock sighed, having already seen through the situation. However, the truth should not be his to disclose. Expecting Ash to understand seemed unlikely. As for Shining, Brock inhaled sharply, reflecting on how similar Shining was to Ash. Would she too? No, if she were truly like Ash in that regard, she wouldn't exhibit such a demeanor. Though it might seem excessive, Brock found it hard to envision Ash completely enamored with any girl. Well, they're still quite young. There is plenty of time ahead. But after their journey in Sinnoh, once Ash finishes the Sinnoh League and Shining concludes her grand celebration, they will part ways. While they would have opportunities to say goodbye en route to their dreams, how often would they truly meet again? If everyone were striving for their aspirations, their encounters would likely be scarce. The future. So what is the matter? Why do you seem so peculiar, Brock? Nothing much. Just musing about the long road ahead and the unpredictability of life. If they were merely ordinary companions, it would be impossible for them to remain together indefinitely. Listening to Xiao Gang's heartfelt reflections, Xiaoji couldn't help but nod in agreement and remarked, indeed, we are all traversing the path to realize our dreams, yet ultimately, we shall all part ways. Xiao Xia, Xiao Jian, Xiao Yao, Xiao Sheng. Even after the conclusion of their journey in Sinnoh, Xiao Gang would embark on a brand new adventure, unable to continue traveling alongside the others. Encounters, farewells, and serendipitous reunions. This encapsulates both travel and life itself. Although I am uncertain of your insights, I sense that we are not contemplating the same matter. Observing Xiao Ji's expression of profound enlightenment, Xiao Gang couldn't resist a teasing remark. At that moment, Xiao Guang, who had just been summoned into the kitchen by Xiao Xia and the others, emerged. However, for reasons unknown, her complexion appeared even more flushed than before. Balancing a tray in her hands, she bore 2 plates of omurus. Xiao Guang casually placed 1 plate before Xiao Gang, then took a deep breath as if making a momentous decision. Xiao Ji looked on, puzzled, at the blushing Xiao Guang, from whose forehead wisps of steam seemed to rise. Just as he intended to inquire what was amiss, Xiao Guang managed to force a smile, gently setting the other plate of omurus in front of Xiao Ji while sweetly murmuring, "Please, enjoy your meal, master." The scene fell into an eerie silence. Compelled into this act, Xiao Guang's blush deepened, and her body began to tremble slightly. If there had been a hole in the ground beneath her, she would have undoubtedly buried herself in it without hesitation. Thank you." After a brief silence, Xiao Ji accepted his dinner with a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the earlier occurrences. Meanwhile, the trio of Xiao Chun, Xiao Xia, and Xiao Qiu, who had been secretly observing from the kitchen, emerged to voice their surprise. "Is that it? How utterly mundane. Mr. Xiaoji, do you have nothing to say?" Taken aback by the simultaneous complaints, Xiaoji glanced at them. Then at Xiao Guang, who was shielding her face with the tray, and asked, "Isn't this a form of training for staff? Do you really expect me to provide feedback?" "Of course. It's a necessary step." "All right, enough already." Faced with Xiao Chun and Xiao Xia's relentless inquiries regarding Xiao Ji's thoughts, Xiao Guang let out a distressed cry and glared at Xiao Gang, indignantly stating, "And you, Xiao Gang, please refrain from making unsubstantiated remarks in the future." "Huh? What did I say?" Xiao Gang, who had merely been enjoying the moment, was taken aback to find himself embroiled in the conflict, unable to recall what he had said that could provoke Xiao Guang's displeasure. "Never mind. Xiao Ji, you needn't pay them any mind. If there's nothing else, may I evaluate it? Very cute? Something along those lines." Just as Xiao Guang, who had intended to retreat to the kitchen, paused upon hearing Xiao Ji's assessment. She momentarily halted her steps. "Very cute? Me? Is that really what Xiao Ji thinks of me?" Although she stopped, she didn't turn around, too shy to reveal her flushed face and expression to the others. Xiao Guang felt her head spinning, her cheeks not just rosy but practically aflame. She clutched the tray with one arm while using her free hand to shield her burning cheeks, desperately trying to cool her face, yet her efforts proved futile. "Very cute? Is that really all it is?" Xiao Qiu inquired, tilting her head, seemingly eager to extract more praise from Xiao Ji. Regardless of whether Xiao Qiu succeeded in her quest, Xiao Guang could no longer remain there. Before Xiao Ji could utter more words, she swiftly turned to leave the establishment, seeking fresh air outside to stabilize her tumultuous emotions. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind her, leaving Xiao Ji and the others exchanging glances. Under the scrutiny of his companions, Xiao Ji finally pointed to the plate of omuris before him and asked, "So, may I eat now?" To which everyone responded, "Indeed, the road ahead remains long and arduous." Activity. Recently, Tomato has initiated an intriguing book circle event. Everyone can sign up for participation in the Tomato novel notifications under Book Circle New Year Team Encounter. Starting today, you are invited to write a short Pokemon skit in the book circle. There are no restrictions on word count or content. The event will conclude on the 15th, with 3 winners to be rewarded, 1 for the highest score and 2 for the most likes, who can privately message me to receive Pokemon figurine prizes during the first draw. Please unleash your creativity and imagination. Chapter 181, Energy Ball, Get. Departing from the wilds, Xiao Ji and his companions arrived in a new city today. The city, blanketed in lush greenery, exuded a refreshing atmosphere. On a patch of grass at the city's outskirts, they were enjoying a leisurely lunch. Turtwig, Aside from Xiao Ji, who was diligently training, Xiao Gang and Xiao Guang were relatively relaxed. Under Xiao Ji's guidance, Turtwig unleashed an energy ball of a nearly dark green hue at a massive boulder ahead. With a resounding boom, the stone shattered instantly. Honestly, it's supposed to be a leisurely lunch. Can't you choose a more appropriate time and place for training? What if someone complains to Miss Junsha? After shielding her ears from the disruptive explosion, Xiao Guang approached Xiao Ji from behind and gave his shoulder a firm pat, voicing her frustration. My apologies. I just couldn't help it." Xiao Ji chuckled awkwardly, realizing that shattering stones during lunch was indeed inappropriate. Yet, there was little he could do, as by the way. When did Turtwig learn Energy Ball? Xiao Gang, who was preparing sandwiches, inquired with curiosity. Previously, when passing through a small town, Xiao Ji had swapped Turtwig back in without specifically training it to master any new skills. However, during their lunchtime outing, Turtwig seemed to have an epiphany and began showcasing its newly acquired ability. Seeing this, Xiao Ji became excited and commenced a special training session for Turtwig focused on Energy Ball. "I don't know, perhaps it learned it at Professor Oak's lab?" Xiao Ji replied uncertainly, casting a questioning glance at Turtwig, who merely shook its head, dismissing their conjectures. "Oh, so it just suddenly learned it today? That's impressive." Upon seeing Turtwig shake its head, Xiao Guang expressed her admiration. After all, mastering a skill without guidance typically stems from evolution or is based on prior experience with similar abilities. At the very least, it usually occurs in the heat of battle. Turtwig's sudden mastery of this technique was indeed quite remarkable. Indeed, Xiao Ji replied nonchalantly. Generally, he wouldn't train in such settings. But he was genuinely astonished by Turtwig's acquisition of Energy Ball. In the past, the Chikorita had devoted considerable time to training in order to master the Energy Ball technique. This time, however, due to its premature evolution and the fact that the newly evolved Bayleaf had already acquired a plethora of new skills, Ash had contemplated slowing down the pace to allow Bayleaf to consolidate its abilities. Yet today, Bayleaf surprised him in an unexpected manner. Upon reflection, this did not seem particularly astonishing. Much like the way the Oshawott had learned to use Ice Punch from Snorlax in Professor Oak's backyard, Ash's Pokemon appeared to have an unusually high rate and quality of skill acquisition since their journey began. It was as if they had previously learned these skills, only to forget them, and this second round of learning was merely a review, thus rendering the process simpler. Ash pondered this perplexing phenomenon silently. Nonetheless, this was ultimately not a negative development, and he accepted it with equanimity. After recalling Bayleaf, Brock, having wiped the sweat from his brow, stood up and declared, "Everything is ready. You can come over to eat." With a proud grin, he showcased today's lunch to Ash and the others. Although it consisted of sandwiches, the basket contained over 10 varieties, each filled with an array of vegetables, fruits, and meats, everything one could desire. Surrounding the basket, freshly brewed milk tea wafted enticing aromas of cream and tea, and merely inhaling it hinted at the silky sweetness that awaited upon tasting. "This is quite extravagant. By the way, where did you procure all these ingredients, Brock?" Ash exclaimed, eagerly seating himself on the picnic mat. "Just a moment ago, I seized the opportunity during our brief separation to purchase a plethora of fruits from a nearby stall, while the other ingredients were gathered from the last town. All in preparation for today's picnic," Brock replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he brandished a travel guide, pointing out the city to the others. "Before arriving here, I had learned that this city is known as the Spring City, entirely enveloped in greenery, with unpredictable breezes blowing throughout the year. In the scorching summer, the outskirts of this spring city are ideal for picnics. Furthermore, it produces a variety of fruits and vegetables at affordable prices, which is an opportunity one simply cannot afford to miss as I aspire to become a professional chef." "Is that a dream you've had for a while? Or is this the first time I've heard of it?" Xiaoguo inquired, visibly more intrigued by Brock's final statement than by his description of the city. Unfazed by Xiaoguo's teasing, Brock simply cleared his throat and sat down, gesturing with his hands. "In any case, these are the provisions for our picnic today, so feel free to indulge. We can always prepare more afterwards." "Well then, I'm about to dig in." Pikachu, just as everyone was about to relish their lunch, an erratic gust of wind swept down from above, brushing past their faces. While they would have dismissed it as merely a breeze, it was accompanied by a resounding commotion. "What is that?" The sudden noise from the horizon caught Xiaoguo's attention. She propped herself up with her hands and craned her neck to look. Emerging from the dense thicket was not just one, but a swarm of shadowy figures. These figures soared through the air before suddenly dispersing towards the various stalls in the outskirts and the picnicking individuals nearby. "Are those Scyther? And there's a Scyther among them." Upon witnessing this, Ash recalled capturing a Scyther in this very city. But would he encounter the same one again? Or would it be the Scyther that Shinji had previously caught? Ash mused thoughtfully as he gazed at the flurry of Scyther. "Wait, no? Hold on." At that moment, Ash seemed to remember something and turned his gaze toward the incoming Scyther from above, quickly coming to a realization. With a swift motion, the shadowy figures zipped past them, eliciting cries of alarm from Xiaoguo and Brock. Pikachu instinctively wanted to retaliate with Thunderbolt, but hesitated, fearing to accidentally shock his companions. Thus he too was swept away by the Scyther. The swarm of Scyther arrived swiftly and retreated just as quickly, leaving behind a disheveled picnic blanket. "Our lunch." Xiaoguo and Brock gazed at the empty mat, their expressions dulled with disappointment. Not only had their lunch been pilfered, but even Pikachu's meal had been snatched away. With tears welling in his eyes, Pikachu adjusted his empty plate, which contained not a single morsel. "Phew, thank goodness." Just as the group wallowed in sorrow, Ash suddenly spoke up, drawing their attention. He was seen with 2 sandwich halves clenched in his mouth, while each hand held another piece. But a box containing the remaining sandwiches lay discarded at his feet. It was evident that these last few sandwiches had been fiercely defended by Ash. "I apologize. Those rascals flew by so swiftly in the favorable wind that I couldn't react in time, so I prioritized protecting what I had in hand." Ash mumbled apologetically, his voice slightly muffled. "Well, at least I managed to save these 2. Would you like them?" Noticing the dazed expressions on Xiaoguo and Brock's faces, Ash waved the sandwiches in front of them enticingly. "Of course we want them." "Oh, but they're only fruit-filled." Just as they were about to accept Ash's salvaged sandwiches, an ear-piercing scream echoed from above. Instinctively, they looked up, but just as Ash lifted his gaze, he felt a dark shadow rush past him, and in an instant, his vision was completely obscured. The tremendous force sent Ash tumbling to the ground. "Ugh!" he exclaimed as he fell. Xiaoguo and Brock, however, quickly recognized what was now sitting dazedly on Ash's face. "A Scyther? How is it still here? Did it get separated from the main group?" As they expressed their confusion regarding the lone Scyther, the creature, having regained its senses from the impact, began to survey its surroundings. Upon noticing the 2 halves of the sandwich in Ash's hands, the Scyther emitted an excited cry. "Wow!" it exclaimed, swiftly snatching the sandwiches from Ash's hands with its pincers, devouring them in mere moments. Just as Xiaoguo and Brock realized their last meal had also been devoured, the Scyther, seemingly unfazed, patted its belly and prepared to leap off Ash's face, riding the rising currents of air. However, wow, just as the Scyther jumped, it felt its tail being grasped. The world flipped upside down as it ascended higher into the air, and only then did it realize that Ash had caught its tail and was hoisting it upward. Hey, I must say, Do you not find it rather inappropriate to knock someone down, consume their lunch, and then simply plan to walk away? The scorpion tilted its head, gazing at the young trainer, Ash, who was meeting its gaze. Instead of displaying any remorse, it smiled cheerfully, sticking out its tongue in an attempt to feign innocence. Meanwhile, a hesitant siren blared, prompting the arrival of Miss Junsha, who, accompanied by Miss Joy, hurriedly alighted from the vehicle upon spotting Ash and his companions. As they approached, before Brock could exhibit his usual awkwardness, Miss Junsha rubbed her tired eyes and sighed. It seems we have arrived too late. Yes. It appears this place has suffered as well, Miss Joy concurred, echoing her sentiments. Observing the distress on their faces, Brock snapped out of his usual flirtatious demeanor. While the impudent Froakie, poised behind him, scoffed disdainfully, realizing that its anticipated amusement for the day had been curtailed. Pray tell, is this matter concerning the scorpions? Is there any assistance we might offer? Despite having yet to have lunch, Little Light could not suppress his inquiry upon witnessing the troubled expressions of Miss Junsha and Miss Joy. My apologies. Are you visitors from afar? Unfortunately, the timing is rather inconvenient. I assent it. Miss Junsha began to explain, intending to graciously decline Little Light's offer. However, at that moment, her gaze abruptly shifted, first to Little Light, then to Ash, and finally exchanging a surprised glance with Miss Joy, after which both exclaimed in unison. Could it be that you are the recently celebrated dynamic duo? Ash and Little Light responded in unison. We are unsure why this moniker has not faded with time. Rather, it has grown increasingly renowned within the Sinnoh region. Chapter 183, Collaborative Efforts? The plan to drive away the scorpions. Thus, due to the scorpions' inability to escape the unique wind patterns of the city, they were compelled to dwell within, resorting to thievery to acquire sustenance. In the vehicle, Brock recounted the events Miss Junsha had just described. If that were indeed the case, they could hardly blame the scorpions, as it was a matter of survival. Yet, if they were merely trapped here, could they not simply drive them towards the nearby forest, or even catch them through various means and subsequently release them? Little Light, with his finger against his lips, inquired, still somewhat puzzled. Unfortunately, it's more complex than that, Miss Joy sighed. When the scorpions fly, they emit a unique frequency that attracts their kin. While capturing the scorpions themselves may be straightforward, dealing with their leader, the Scorpion King, is an entirely different matter, as its strength among wild Pokémon is formidable. Moreover, Miss Junsha added, given the peculiar wind patterns in this city, although the scorpions and the Scorpion King cannot easily depart, they hold a perpetual advantage in terrain while within the city's confines. In such circumstances, defeating the Scorpion King becomes exceedingly difficult. Despite our attempts to commission local trainers, none have succeeded in vanquishing it thus far. I see, so that's why you initially seemed reluctant to accept Little Light's assistance. However, after realizing our capabilities, you decided to entrust us with the task, Brock and Ash remarked, piecing together the situation. Yet, being so candidly addressed, Miss Junsha felt a touch embarrassed. Nevertheless, the presence of formidable trainers willing to assist her was of utmost importance. Hey, did you hear that? Stop playing dead. You have caused this city considerable trouble. And as a member of your kind, you must bear your share of responsibility, Ash admonished, lifting the scorpion's tail and placing it before him with a serious tone. Whoa. The scorpion waved its pincers in a show of defiance, but upon being shaken by Ash, it ultimately chose to lower its head in submission. With no alternative, it conceded to the circumstances. This creature certainly hasn't changed, Ash mused as he held the scorpion aloft. It had pounced onto his face upon their first encounter. And now, captured, it feigned innocence, displaying a clumsy yet endearing demeanor. Ash found it hard to believe that it was not his own scorpion. In any case, you must atone for your misdeeds. Do you understand? You will need to communicate with your leader and persuade it to accompany Miss Junsha and Miss Joy away from here. Ugh, the scorpion emitted a reluctant sound, but sensing the firmness of Ash's grip on its tail, it could only nod silently in agreement. Good, that is more like it. Ash smiled as he gently placed it down, allowing it to rest on his shoulder. This series of actions left Pikachu in a state of astonishment. How can you be so adept? Pikachu thought to itself, bewildered. Moreover, it was curious that the scorpion accepted such treatment so nonchalantly, rendering Pokémon behavior utterly inscrutable. After driving for a short distance, Miss Junsha guided Ash and his companions to the entrance of an alley and pointed inside, saying, the Scorpion King resides within. Understood. Ash replied as he leaped from the vehicle. According to their prior discussions, it was Ash's responsibility to confront the Scorpion King, directing it towards the northeast of the city. Subsequently, Miss Junsha and Miss Joy would utilize instruments borrowed from the meteorological station to monitor changes in wind direction while guiding the scorpion swarm to their designated location. Meanwhile, Little Light and Brock would employ fruits to ensure the scorpions would follow them closely. Every step was crucial. If they faltered at any point, Seizing such a favorable opportunity again would prove exceedingly challenging. Be cautious. Do not take unnecessary risks, understood? Little Light urged as Ash departed, rolling down the car window to reiterate his concerns. Rest assured, I've got this. Wild Pokemon are no problem, especially with this little guy by my side. Nothing will go awry, right? Ugh, the Scorpion reluctantly nodded, its head lowered as it waved its pincers, seemingly affirming Ash's declaration, though it appeared somewhat lacking in enthusiasm. All right, let us stay focused. Once we resolve this situation, I'll treat you to something delicious, so give it your all. Ugh, the Scorpion's eyes brightened at the prospect, narrowing into eager slits as it waved its pincers, displaying newfound enthusiasm. While staying with the Scorpion King ensured it was well fed, it was not among the strongest of its kind. Its inferior flying skills compared to its peers often left it unable to claim its preferred food. Thus, although it could eat, enjoying a truly satisfying meal was a rare occurrence. For the Scorpion, dining well even once within a week was not an easy feat. In the city, what it considered a good meal often resembled today's theft of sandwiches originally belonging to Little Light and Brock, rather than simply vegetables and fruits. You are indeed a pragmatic creature, Ash remarked, observing the Scorpion directing their advance from his shoulder, prompting a shared sigh of exasperation between Ash and Pikachu. During this time, Ash and Pikachu seemed to forget, and even the Scorpion itself had perhaps forgotten, that it could flee at any moment if it so wished. In a dimly lit room, having just returned to his temporary abode, the Scorpion King took stock of the spoils he had accrued that day. After casually consuming a morsel, he entrusted the remaining bounty to his subordinates, the Scorpions, to feast upon. For the Scorpion King, there existed no fundamental distinction between the city and the forest. After all, no one could pose a threat to him, irrespective of his surroundings. In fact, compared to the wilderness, procuring sustenance in the city proved to be far simpler, with a greater variety and superior flavors, thereby diminishing the allure of returning to the wild. Initially, all was well, but as time passed and the number of his subordinates swelled, the sight of the multitude of scorpions seated before him compelled the Scorpion King to close his eyes in contemplation of his next course of action. If there were merely a handful of scorpions, the commotion during their food raids would be negligible. However, the current numbers were overwhelming. Without proper planning, what could ensue? Just as the Scorpion King was musing, he suddenly sensed a disturbance, opening his eyes wide with a smile. Another adversary was approaching. Chapter 184. Ash, what on earth are you doing? Are we there yet? How much longer until we find the Scorpion King? Wow. The Scorpion pointed ahead and patted its chest, as if to convey that they would soon locate the Scorpion King. Ash, crossing his arms, regarded the little creature perched on his shoulder with skepticism. However, his doubts were short-lived, as a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by the sound of gliding. The silhouette of the Scorpion King obscured Ash in the sunlight. Geely! An exuberant cry rang out, and under Ash's gaze, the Scorpion King, without hesitation, raised its pincers and unleashed a decisive cross-cut. Wow! The Scorpion on Ash's shoulder had not anticipated such a swift and clean attack. It had originally intended to slip away during the confrontation between the Scorpion King and Ash. What a bold move. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Marauder, Ice Beam. Just as Pikachu was about to strike, a familiar voice echoed from behind. In the next moment, an ice blue beam sliced past Pikachu, colliding directly with the Scorpion King's crosscut. Boom. The clash of the two techniques resulted in a powerful explosion, causing the Scorpion King to take flight, propelled by the force of the blast. This instinctive action fortuitously allowed it to evade the subsequent blizzard. TSK. Ash turned to see Shinji approaching with Marauder, a displeased expression plastered across his face. The move that should have been a certain hit had been effortlessly dodged, leaving Shinji momentarily in disbelief. However, he soon focused on Ash, clicking his tongue. So it's you again? Just so you know, I've already engaged the Scorpion King in battle, so I have prior claim to its capture. Perhaps due to a previous encounter with the Circle Bear, Shinji felt compelled to assert this to Ash. Got it, got it. Ash waved dismissively. Capture it if you must. But don't leave immediately after. We still need the Scorpion King to assist us. Shinji remained silent, turning away to continue commanding Marauder in its battle against the Scorpion King. Ash shrugged, stepping out of the alley to survey how things were progressing with his companions. However, as he emerged, he was taken aback to see scorpions swirling chaotically around the street. Rather, they seemed to be forced into disarray. Wow. A gust of chaotic wind surged past Ash, overwhelming the Scorpion on his shoulder. Despite its attempts to retract its wings, it was helplessly thrust into the air, joining the other scorpions in their erratic flight. Scorpion. Ash, unable to catch the Scorpion as it ascended, could only observe its cheerful demeanor. It should be fine, right? Yet, this wind felt unnatural. It bore the hallmarks of artificial manipulation rather than a natural current. Pika, Pika. At that moment, Pikachu, having leaped onto Ash's shoulder, emphatically tapped his head. Following Pikachu's gaze, Ash finally comprehended the unfolding situation. Atop the tallest building in the town, a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon hovered, beside which loomed a massive contraption resembling a blower. These rascals. Ash exchanged a glance with Pikachu, both expressing their shared exasperation. The meticulously crafted plan was now in disarray, and Ash felt compelled to hasten toward Team Rocket's location. Hey, Meowth, this situation is dire. Didn't you say that by flipping this switch, the scorpions would be drawn in? From the looks of it, they're just scattering everywhere. Musashi, grasping Meowth by the scruff of its neck, interrogated it. I don't know, Meow. Perhaps something went awry during the machine's operation. The struggling Meowth defended itself. Their initial intention was to use this machine to monopolize the scorpions adept at gathering food, ensuring they would never again have to worry about sustenance. Yet now, it appeared they had achieved nothing but inciting chaos among the scorpions. I can't take this anymore. What are you all doing? Not only is Kojiru useless, but now you, Meowth, are equally ineffective. But Musashi, aren't you also of no use? Meowth muttered quietly. What did you say? And nothing, Meow? Meowth hurriedly smiled in apology, realizing its mumblings had been overheard. Yet, this predicament offered no solution. The machine had drained their last loan, and without any results, they would soon find themselves in debt again. If that were to happen, their efforts to capture Pikachu would stagnate, and Boss Sakaki would lose faith in them. There's no other choice, Meow. Let me take a look at the repairs, though I'm unsure how long it will take. Hurry up, and put in more effort. And you over there, come help. Don't just sit there like a lump. Just as Musashi was directing Meowth and Kojiru to expedite the repairs, the rooftop door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Turning around, Ash appeared, accompanied by Pikachu and a scorpion. You little brat, what are you all doing here again? Seriously, what on earth are you up to? Ash pointed accusatorily at Musashi and Meowth, ready to question their actions. However, his attention was drawn to Kojiru, who sat behind Musashi and Meowth, completely bandaged. The words he had intended to say faltered, and when he spoke again, they took on a different tone. Chapter 185. Is this how you capture it? Hee. After Ash posed his question, Kojiru stood up with a grin. Hey, no wait. Little brat, let's have a Pokemon battle. What are you talking about? By the way, what happened to you to end up like that? Ash ignored Kojiru's unexpected provocation and pointed at the bandages enveloping him. Kojiru hesitated for a moment before exclaiming in frustration, what is it to you? With that, Kojiru swiftly threw a Pokeball at Ash. Here it comes. Desert Naya. Desert Naya. As soon as Desert Naya sprang forth from the Pokeball, it intended to turn back and embrace Kojiru. However, the next moment, upon noticing Satoshi across from him, Desert Naya's expression shifted to one of solemnity. Let the little brat witness the fruits of our training. Use Pin Missile. Without a moment's hesitation, the bandaged Kojiru issued the attack command. Though somewhat bewildered by the situation, Satoshi, thinking it would be just like any other day to send a few opponents flying, quickly retaliated, Thunderbolt. The barrage of Pin Missiles clashed head-on with the Thunderbolt, vividly showcasing the stark disparity in their levels. The Pin Missiles were effortlessly scattered by the Thunderbolt, the golden arcs of electricity advancing unimpeded towards Desert Nyaya's original position. But then, Needle Leaf Trap. As the powerful Thunderbolt bore down, Desert Nyaya, while sprinting forward, raised his right arm and slammed it down onto the ground. Boom. With a resounding crash, a gaping hole was created in the previously intact roof, a massive boulder simultaneously rising before Desert Nyaya, shielding Pikachu's Thunderbolt from reaching him. Haha. What do you think? This is the result of our training. Seeing Satoshi's astonished expression, Kojiru couldn't help but burst into laughter, his demeanor exuding pride. Satoshi was indeed shocked and surprised, but this emotion stemmed not from Kojiru's tactical maneuvers, but rather from, hey, you fool, do you not realize how dangerous this is? What if the house collapses? In the end, you all will still be sent flying, and we'll be the ones dealing with the aftermath. Don't get too cocky. Little brat. Kojiru, give him a proper lesson. If you win, we'll erase the previous incidents, but if you lose to that brat, haha. Musashi chuckled ominously. The implication clear. Kojiru, upon hearing this, shivered slightly, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. Rest assured, I will win. Oh, no. I mean, I will definitely win. At that moment, a terrifying thought seemed to cross Kojiru's mind, causing his legs to tremble unsteadily. Alright, in that case, Desert Nyaya, charge forward and use Absorb Punch. Show the little brat the results of your recent training. Desert Nyaya. With a fierce roar, Desert Nyaya swung its fists and charged towards Pikachu, its eyes filled with seriousness. In that case, Pikachu, use High Voltage Shock. Pika. Pikachu cried out angrily, and electric sparks erupted from its body, enveloping it in a dazzling display of electricity. Even the Scorpion King perched on Satoshi's shoulder felt the imminent danger of the electric surge, its previously vacant gaze now filled with admiration. Just as Desert Nyaya and Pikachu were about to collide head-on, a cross-shaped blade suddenly flew in from the distance, striking the ground beneath Desert Nyaya's feet and sending him crashing into Team Rocket's hot air balloon. Is that a cross scissors? Satoshi murmured as he glanced towards the adjacent balcony. Turning his head, he spotted Shinji, accompanied by the Scorpion King and Mara, observing him with visible impatience. What are you still doing there? Hurry up and attack. Shinji's cold voice drifted over from afar, prompting Satoshi to shrug helplessly. Well then, we'll end it here for today. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pika, wait. No, we haven't showcased our training results yet. Pika. Golden lightning engulfed the entire area, followed by a tremendous explosion, as Team Rocket was once again sent soaring into the sky, dissipating into streaks of meteors in the distance. In the hazy aftermath, Satoshi could only hear Kojuro's unwilling cries and Musashi's furious shouts, along with a familiar exclamation, "What an annoying feeling." Sanansu, does it really take this long to deal with that bunch of useless fools? Weaklings are utterly worthless. After witnessing Team Rocket's defeat by Thunderbolt, Shinji was finally brought over by the Scorpion King to Satoshi's side, with the Gyarados on hand, and yet you can't even use Mirror Reflect? Does that kind of guy even deserve to be wanted? What are the police in the Sinnoh region doing? Shinji's temper today seemed particularly foul. Satoshi glanced at him and the dusty Mara standing beside him, vaguely guessing the reason behind Shinji's bad mood. Actually, those three had already gone through the scrutiny of the police in Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn. Satoshi thought to himself, knowing that if he voiced this, Shinji would likely ridicule the police from those regions as well. What are you standing around for? Did you get knocked silly? Which direction do you want the Scorpion King to lead that bunch? Huh. Oh. Initially curious about why Shinji had come, Satoshi suddenly recalled that he had asked Shinji to stay after capturing the Scorpion King, needing its guidance. However, it seemed Shinji had already guessed his intentions. Just have the urban scorpions follow that truck. Miss Junsha and Nurse Joy will guide us with the changes in the wind direction. Let's go. Shinji called to the Scorpion King to assist, leaving without a backward glance, even ignoring Satoshi's grateful wave. What a peculiar fellow. Satoshi had grown accustomed to Shinji's behavior, pondering that if he could just be a bit more open, life might be considerably easier. However, a straightforward Shinji was certainly not fitting for him. As twilight approached, Satoshi and Pikachu gazed at the scorpions that had transformed into mere black dots, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. I'll finally resolve that, and now I'm hungry. Pikachu, in agreement, rubbed its belly. Today felt exceptionally long. It's a pity we didn't capture any scorpions. Satoshi reflected as he watched the setting sun. While capturing former companions was indeed a romantic endeavor, it seemed he had missed the opportunity to capture a scorpion this time. It simply followed him along the way. Wow. Just as Satoshi was feeling a bit sentimental, a sudden burp from behind startled him. Turning around, he was astonished to see the previously elusive scorpion emerging from his backpack, wiping crumbs from its mouth and letting out a satisfied belch. Wow. The scorpion seemed to notice Satoshi's bewildered expression and tilted its head, making eye contact with him. Under Pikachu's calm gaze, Satoshi finally managed to utter words of disbelief. Chapter 186. The Macaulay Cup? Meeting Rage. The Macaulay Cup. Does this mean I will get to see Mr. Macaulay in person? A few days later, on a sunny afternoon, Shoko exclaimed excitedly while perusing the latest issue of a magazine. The Macaulay Cup is a special Pokemon contest hosted by the former leader of the Mizumi Gym and current champion of the Hoenn region, Macaulay, renowned for its grandiose displays. The water column medal awarded at the Macaulay Cup serves as a universal pass for major celebrations across various regions. There is still some time before the competition begins, so you should prepare thoroughly for the Macaulay Cup performance, Shoko. After all, this time it seems many elite trainers from various regions will be participating. Your opponents 1T just be familiar faces from the Sinnoh region. No problem, no problem. With unwavering confidence, Xiao Guang proclaimed, there is still ample time remaining. And my current state is absolutely splendid. If I make the most of the time left, I am certain that the first round of review will pose no issues. Is that so? One can only hope. Although Xiao Gang still harbored some concern, if Xiao Guang himself was so assured, then surely there would be no cause for alarm. However, in contrast to Xiao Guang's upcoming participation in the Macaulay Cup, Xiao Gang was far more preoccupied with the bubbling soup before him. On another note, this object is indeed a toxic orb, isn't it? Xiaoji murmured to himself as he examined the newly emerged item he had unearthed from his backpack the previous night. This was one of the items he had acquired in his past life. If a Pokemon adorned itself with the toxic orb, it would become poisoned during battle. He had obtained this item just before the Pokémon Master Challenge. Who had slipped it to him? He struggled to recall, as he had been preoccupied with receiving gifts from a multitude of companions and friends he had encountered during his past travels, and thus had not paid much attention to the specifics at the time. The toxic orb was indeed a perilous item, yet for Pokemon with the ability Poison Heal, it was an invaluable treasure. Speaking of which, bang. Wow. Just as Xiao Ji was lost in thought, he suddenly felt his body lift, and without needing to ponder what had transpired, he instinctively reached up to remove the creature that had latched onto his face. How many times must I say it? Do not fly towards my face. Is my visage a landing strip for you? Xiaoji couldn't help but grumble. The Scorpius in his grasp merely continued to flick its tongue, seemingly indifferent to the situation. However, it is worth noting that Xiaoji had never paid much attention to what ability his Scorpius possessed. Due to its susceptibility to damage when poisoned, he had ruled out Poison Heal, leaving only Hypercutter and Sandveil as possibilities. He was uncertain which it truly was. Rather than neglecting to notice the ability of his Scorpius, it was more accurate to say that during most of his past experiences, Xiaoji rarely focused excessively on the abilities of his Pokémon. If they were to manifest their abilities during battles, only then would he take note and utilize them more frequently in the future. Conversely, if they did not exhibit their abilities during a confrontation, Xiaoji would typically disregard their traits and simply engage in combat. It was somewhat regrettable. If that were the case, this toxic orb would have been useful. Wow. Hanging upside down and locking eyes with Xiaoji, the Scorpius emitted a sound of confusion. Beep. Just as Xiaoji intended to return to the camp with the Scorpius, a sudden honk from a car drew the attention of those present. The vehicle slowly came to a halt beside their campsite, and as the window rolled down, a seemingly warm and sunny gentleman appeared before them, waving and inquiring, "Excuse me, have any of you seen any suspicious individuals in uniforms nearby?" "Suspicious individuals?" Xiao Guang murmured, exchanging glances with Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang, and they collectively shook their heads. "I'm sorry, but we haven't seen anyone suspicious passing by," Xiao Gang replied first. Following that, Xiao Guang added, "Since we started camping, you are the only one who has come by." "Oh, I see. I apologize for the intrusion," the man expressed regretfully, offering an apology to the group. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji, standing behind Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang, gazed intently at the man before him, internally recognizing his identity. Lazy. Although it had been many years since Xiao Ji had last seen Lazy before his journey, he was certainly not one to forget the elder brother of Shinji. It seemed that Lazy sensed Xiao Ji's gaze as he turned to look at him, and in the next moment, his expression shifted in surprise as he stroked his chin, then clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming, "Ah? Could you be Xiao Ji, the champion of the Pokemon League and the coordinator S tournament?" "Oh, has my reputation spread so far?" Xiao Ji responded, slightly taken aback. Initially, Xiao Gang and Xiao Guang thought that Lazy had recognized Xiao Ji due to the coverage in magazines and on television, but to their astonishment, the next moment, Lazy cheerfully continued, "I apologize for not introducing myself. My name is Lazy, and my younger brother has spoken highly of you." Lazy smiled and waved at Xiao Ji with his fingers. "Lazy? Younger brother?" After Lazy's introduction, Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang exchanged glances, their expressions transforming into one of astonishment as they exclaimed in unison, "Are you referring to your younger brother, Shinji?" "Indeed. Do we not bear a resemblance?" Lazy replied, seemingly amused. Not in the slightest. Xiao Guang managed to muster a smile before carefully scrutinizing Lazy's features and comparing them to Shinji's in his mind. Well, it would be inaccurate to say they were identical. There was no discernible connection. Xiao Guang could not fathom that these two individuals could be siblings, as they differed vastly in both appearance and demeanor. Haha, still no resemblance? Lazy noted the hesitation in Xiao Guang's eyes and shrugged, opting to cease his jesting. Just then, Xiao Gang seized the opportune moment to propose an excellent suggestion. "Since you are indeed Shinji's brother, would you care to join us for lunch?" "Then I shall graciously accept your invitation," Lazy replied without hesitation. After parking the car, he joined Xiao Gang at the center of the gathering, and together they relished the lunchtime experience. "This is truly delicious. Might I inquire if your dream is to open a restaurant?" Lazy remarked contentedly while stretching after finishing his meal, generously praising Xiao Gang's culinary skills. "No, cooking is merely my hobby. My dream is to become the world's foremost Pokemon breeder," Xiao Gang responded as he began to tidy up the dishes. Although he was the invited guest, Lazy did not remain idle after his stretch. He rose to assist Xiao Gang in the cleanup. "A Pokemon breeder, you say? How splendid. I actually run a breeding facility in Curtain City. Would you like to visit it afterward?" "Of course, I would be delighted." "Wait, is it the breeding facility in Curtain City? Now that you mention it, I believe I have seen it in the travel guide. It has garnered quite a reputation." Xiao Gang paused in his chores, recalling where he had heard about the breeding facility in Curtain City. That's merely due to the kindness of the people. Lazy modestly brushed off the accolades from the travel guide. After finishing his conversation with Xiao Gang, Lazy turned his attention to Xiao Ji, stating, "Speaking of which, I truly did not expect to encounter you here, not only on television, but Shinji also mentioned you in our conversations." "Shinji spoke of me? Pikachu?" Xiao Ji exchanged a puzzled glance with Pikachu. Given Shinji's personality, would he even be inclined to share anything about himself with Lazy? Noticing Xiao Ji's confusion, Lazy quickly waved his hand to clarify. "To be precise, it wasn't me who brought it up. I merely inquired about the status of his Infernape. And Shinji mentioned that he entrusted it to someone equally feeble. That certainly fits his style, Xiaoji remarked with a hint of resignation. Indeed, one should not expect to hear any words of humility or praise from Shinji. In truth, despite his words, there are but a handful of peers capable of capturing Shinji's attention. It is particularly astonishing that he entrusted you with the little chimchar he has nurtured for so long. Raichi, resting his arms, nodded gently as he spoke. His method of training Pokemon is rather merciless. He readily abandons any Pokemon that cannot keep pace with him. Yet, instead of releasing Chimchar into the wild, he chose to hand it over to you, which, in my eyes, signifies his acknowledgement of your abilities. Otherwise, even if you had requested it, he might have retorted with something dismissive like, "Huh? You incompetent fool, if you want it, catch it yourself after I release it." Ash, Dawn, and Brock exchanged knowing glances. Truly the brother. He has completely grasped Shinji's character, they mused internally. Just then, Raichi seemed to recall something, clapping his hands and asking, "Have you battled Shinji? What was the outcome?" I intended to inquire about this with him, but he abruptly hung up on me and never mentioned it afterward. "We fought a few times, and I emerged victorious each time," Ash replied candidly, not concealing any details. The other two had anticipated that Raichi might express some regret upon hearing of his brother's consecutive defeats, yet to their surprise, Raichi burst into hearty laughter. Haha. So he hasn't won a single time. No wonder he looked so glum then. It appears Shinji has indeed encountered a formidable adversary. Raichi chuckled heartily, wiping away the tears of joy from the corners of his eyes. He then walked over to Ash, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder, and said in an upbeat tone, "How wonderful. I never imagined Shinji would find a rival like you. So, has he made any harsh remarks to you? If needed, would you like me to facilitate an introduction for a full battle?" This brother of his, Ash thought, is rather peculiar. Shortly after, having tidied up all the clutter, Ash and his companions accepted Raichi's invitation and boarded his vehicle. Their destination was Curtain City, and with ample space in Raichi's car, they graciously accepted his hospitality. "My apologies, I may have gotten a bit too excited just now," Raichi said, appearing more composed than before while driving. He offered his apologies for his earlier indiscretion and continued, "You see, Shinji's current demeanor is closely intertwined with my own influence. Although I detest seeing him turn out this way, there is little I can do. To him, I am merely a failure and a coward. And thus my words hold no weight." After experiencing several rather immature league tournaments, Shinji has undergone a profound transformation in both thought and action. It is challenging to find someone among his peers who can consistently keep him in check. Yet, your presence, Ash, offers me a glimmer of hope. Raichi gazed ahead, a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickering in his eyes. He had long felt guilty over his brother's changes. However, differing philosophies among Pokemon trainers should ideally clash in the arena, not in private. Though Shinji and I differ in age and represent contrasting archetypes, it seems our mentalities are destined never to reconcile. But you, Ash, are different. The talent you exhibit on television surpasses even Shinji's. Your command style in battle is distinctly unique. I believe your encounter will undoubtedly yield something new for both you and Shinji." Something new? Ash suddenly recalled the words of Cynthia when she evaluated his encounter with Shinji years ago. Some lives intersect with others, giving birth to new phenomena. Indeed, during their previous encounters, particularly at the final Lily of the Valley conference, Ash had witnessed the truth of Cynthia's assertion. The bonds he trusted intertwined with the strategies Shinji relied upon, ultimately culminating in a dazzling display of newfound power. Yet, Ash could not confidently assert that another encounter would ignite the same force as before. However, this time, at the very least, Shinji's attitude towards him had evidently shifted. Subtle though it was, Ash could still sense it. Just as silence enveloped the atmosphere, Dawn, suddenly inspired, asked, "By the way, Mr. Raichi, what was that about the suspicious individuals you mentioned earlier?" Chapter 187, Raichi, Curtain City. So that would be Team Galactic, right? Are they lurking around Curtain City? Upon hearing Raichi describe the characteristics of the suspicious figures, Dawn could not help but exclaim. Previously, in Veilstone City, they had heard whispers of Team Galactic, and as time passed, with official intervention, more information about the organization had been disclosed, particularly their distinctive uniforms emblazoned with age insignia. Raichi's description of the suspicious individuals likely pointed to Team Galactic. But what could their intentions be, lingering around Curtain City? Having confirmed their identities, Brock began to feel a tinge of curiosity. Team Galactic had previously failed in their attempt to steal the Adamant Orb, so what were they after now? I am uncertain. Ultimately, I am merely an ordinary breeder at present. In the past, I might have been able to glean information from the League, Raichi remarked, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Mr. Raichi, have you dealt with people from the League before? Dawn inquired, intrigued by this revelation. Well, to a certain extent. To be honest, I was once a moderately well-known Pokemon trainer. However, after suffering a devastating defeat. I recognized my limitations and chose to abandon my identity as a Pokemon trainer to pursue my current path. As for Shinji, he has always looked up to me. He witnessed my downfall and the subsequent relinquishment of my trainer status, which I believe fundamentally altered his mindset, Raichi revealed, sharing a truth he had kept hidden from others. I see now. No wonder Shinji adheres so staunchly to the ideology of strength above all else. Brock nodded in understanding. Dawn, however, tilted her head, grappling with her feelings. While she despised Shinji's actions, Raichi's account left her at a loss for words. The fact that her idol had been so easily crushed and subsequently abandoned his trainer aspirations was indeed difficult to digest. As their conversation unfolded, Ash and his companions had already entered the heart of Curtain City, making their way toward Raichi's breeding facility located on the outskirts. Curtain City, encircled by stone, was built atop steep cliffs, giving it a considerable elevation. The mountain roads leading to Curtain City were relatively steep. However, in recent years, thanks to the League's renovations, access to Curtain City had become more convenient. This ease of transportation, combined with its strategic location, has transformed Curtain City into a natural storage hub, with warehouses of all sizes dotting its surroundings, earning it the nickname City of Warehouses. Separated by a considerable distance from the cluster of warehouses located in the northeastern region, Lacey's vehicle gradually came to a halt before a building that, while not particularly large, appeared remarkably tidy and pristine. A sign emblazoned with the words Cultivation House hung across its facade. Without hesitation, Lacey exited the car, followed closely by Xiao Ji and the others. At that moment, a figure dashed out from the cultivation house, making a beeline towards Lacey, seemingly there to welcome him. Electrode, have any guests arrived during my absence? Lacey inquired. The Electrode shook its head, signaling Lacey to remain at ease. It was only then that the Electrode noticed Xiao Ji and the others who had accompanied Lacey, its previously bright expression instantly transforming into one of tension, especially upon spotting Pikachu, which clearly sparked a flicker of combativeness in its gaze. Pika? This must be Zhun Ci's Electrode, it mused. As Pikachu, the undefeated champion, could hardly empathize with the repeatedly defeated Electrode. It displayed a perplexed expression in response to the Electrode's provocative stare. Meanwhile, Xiaoji engaged in conversation with Lacey. Yes, Zhun Ci entrusted his Pokemon to me instead of leaving them with Dr. Yamanashi, asking me to assist in their training during my spare time, Lacey said, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. Although he claims he has entrusted them to me for cultivation, he has already devised training plans for the Pokemon himself, rendering my assistance somewhat unnecessary. Perhaps he fears that Dr. Yamanashi might intervene upon seeing his training regimen, and by leaving them with me, he can avoid feeling guilty about it since I would be the one tending to them daily. I see, Xiao Gang replied, shaking his head sympathetically. Fortunately, my younger siblings are quite sensible. They likely won't turn out like Zhun Ci. If he were to have a sibling akin to Zhun Ci, Xiao Gang felt he might not be able to persuade them reasonably. Speaking of which, where has Xiaoji gone? Wasn't he just with us? Xiao Guang remarked. Realizing that Xiaoji had vanished, he looked around, then inquired of Xiao Gang and Lacey. It seems Pikachu is also missing. Did it go with Xiaoji? And could Electrode have gone off to battle somewhere? Upon noticing Electrode's absence as well, Lacey speculated aloud. However, as the group fell silent, straining to hear any sounds from their surroundings, the cultivation house, situated on the outskirts, remained utterly quiet. This suggested that neither Xiao Ji nor Pikachu were engaged in training or battling Electrode. Meanwhile, in a secluded area on the outskirts of Curtain City, Xiao Ji strolled with Pikachu. Initially, they had intended to accept Lei Ci's invitation for a delightful afternoon tea, but upon entering the house, Xiao Ji sensed a familiar energy pulsating nearby. Perhaps it could be described as instinct. At least, when he regained his awareness, he found himself in that very spot. Noticing Xiao Ji had seemingly returned to his senses, Pikachu approached him, waving its paw as if to confirm his condition. I'm fine, no need to worry, Xiao Ji replied, then gestured toward the Electrode, which was glaring intently at him and Pikachu. So what is going on with it? Pikachu shrugged its paws, indicating it did not know. Thus, Xiao Ji, Pikachu, and Electrode each wandered a short distance, lost in their thoughts until they were met with a series of resonant collision sounds, reminiscent of training sessions. Ugh, the daily earnings are about to drop below 50, and despite taking the test, the results were ineffective. It's utterly disheartening. QAQ. Chapter 188, Curtain Gym, the first battle with Ollie. Following the direction of the sounds, Xiaoji cautiously led his two Pokemon forward, ultimately arriving at a rocky slope. At that moment, a girl clad in a sports tank top and shorts, with short hair shaped like pink horns, stood atop a boulder, energetically addressing her Lucario before her. Come on, I'm ready. Give it your all. Xiaoji recognized her instantly. She was Ollie, the gym leader of the Curtain Gym. Roar. Lucario, not one to hold back after such a challenge. Concentrated a blue light in its palm. Within moments, a cerulean sphere materialized, trembling as it generated a piercing sound through the air. Wave cannon. Xiaoji, fixated on the wave cannon Lucario was about to unleash. If his prior instinct had guided him here without reason, at this moment, he discovered the truth. It was the wave that drew him in. The azure wave cannon seemed to possess an enchanting allure that captivated Xiaoji's attention, leading his gaze toward Ollie's position as Lucario released the attack. Watch this, Ollie exclaimed with fervent excitement, holding her breath. At the instant the wave cannon approached her, she lowered her wrist and then swung it sharply to the side. Boom. Lucario's full-powered wave cannon was effortlessly deflected aside. The explosion resounded as the sphere detonated against the nearby boulder, shattering it into countless fragments. Phew. Seemingly pleased with her performance, Ollie wiped the sweat from her brow and exhaled deeply. That's enough for today, she signaled to conclude the training session. Or what she might call a form of cultivation. Roar. Lucario furrowed its brow, emitting a low growl of dissatisfaction. It had anticipated that this wave cannon would surely breach Ollie's defenses, only to find it was the same as always. With eyes closed, Lucario reluctantly approached Ollie. But upon sensing something, it swiftly turned to look at Xiaoji and the others hiding nearby. I'm sorry for eavesdropping on your training. I'm a Pokemon trainer passing by. My name is Xiaoji. Pleased to meet you. No worries, it's not something worth hiding, Ollie replied, shaking her head dismissively. My name is Ollie, the gym leader of the Curtain Gym. Since you are a Pokemon trainer, I assume you've come to challenge me? Yes. May I ask if you're available now? While challenging the gym was indeed on Xiaoji's agenda, he had initially planned to do so in a couple of days. However, since he was already there and Ollie had mentioned it, he figured it wouldn't hurt to challenge the gym sooner. Of course, no problem. I'll take you to the Curtain Gym right away. By the way, is that Electrode behind you? Upon being addressed by Ollie, Electrode stepped forward without hesitation, waving a greeting in her direction. Oh, so you are the Electrode from Lilycove's cultivation house. What brings you here? Do you know each other? They should be acquainted. Though the relationship is somewhat complex and difficult to explain, Xiaoji stated awkwardly, scratching his head. After all, he hadn't anticipated that Electrode would accompany him. However, even now, Ash remains perplexed as to why Lucario would draw itself in when using Aura Sphere. Could it possibly be related to the fainting incident at the ruins of Random? If that is the case, then so be it. After all, since you are a trainer recognized by the League, it is unlikely that you would pose a threat to Electivire. Speaking of which, that Electivire seems to belong to your brother, Raichi, and I wonder if you are acquainted with him. He told me that Shinji would be coming to challenge the Curtain Gym tomorrow, and I am curious to know how strong he is now. As Ollie spoke, she casually placed her hands behind her head, striding confidently, exuding the essence of a spirited athlete. However, is Shinji not here yet? Ash pondered this in his mind, feeling somewhat relieved. After all, Ollie seemed to have been shaken by Shinji before, and it took her considerable time to regain her composure. If he hadn't come to challenge today, he would likely have spent quite some time in Curtain City afterward. Truly fortunate. While contemplating this, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu and the still challenging Electivire, made his way toward the Curtain Gym. The rules state that it is a 3-on-3 battle, and whichever side's Pokemon loses all their fighting capabilities first is deemed the loser. During the challenge, only the challenger may substitute Pokemon. Is that acceptable? Inside the gym, Ollie showed no signs of resting, leading Ash directly to the battle arena while simultaneously announcing the rules of the Curtain Gym battle. No problem, Ash nodded, taking out a Pokeball in response. Well then, I will send out my Pokemon first. Go, Macerana. Ollie's first Pokemon was Macerana, which Ash had anticipated. However, regardless of what Pokemon Ollie intended to send out first, Ash's strategy remained unchanged. It's decided then, Murkrow. Facing a fighting-type gym, Ash decisively chose Murkrow, which had been performing admirably lately and seemed on the brink of evolution. Murkrow cawed as it soared into the air, confronting Macerana. Neither side showed any sign of retreat, although a bead of sweat had begun to form on Ollie's brow. It was not due to exhaustion, but rather indeed. It's a flying-type Pokemon. Although as the fighting-type gym leader, one should be prepared to face type disadvantages. The only move Macerana could use against Murkrow was Psychic. Hopefully, this Murkrow is not one with exceptional speed, or simply hitting the opponent would be a troublesome task. After sending out her Pokemon, Ash suddenly realized. Did I forget something? Chapter 189, Ash vs. Ollie, a first victory. While he couldn't quite recall what he had forgotten, Ash steadied himself, focusing all his attention on the Pokemon battle. Murkrow, quick attack. Ash took the initiative. A flying-type Pokemon indeed struggles to gain an advantage over a fighting type. Apart from type disadvantages, it's even more challenging due to the differing combat styles of the two types. Murkrow flapped its wings, swiftly diving down, creating a white trail behind its tail. In the blink of an eye, Murkrow was already before Macerana. Absorb Punch. Upon witnessing Murkrow's quick attack, Ollie felt a slight sense of relief. If she still had the opportunity to issue commands during the quick attack, it meant that Ash's Murkrow was not exceptionally fast. This would provide Masarana a chance to counterattack. However, double team. As Masarana gathered strength for its right fist, just as it was about to collide with Murkrow, Murkrow vanished in a flash, and in an instant, several shadows began to encircle Masarana. Each shadow flapped its wings with all its might, creating a cacophony of sounds in the confined space that overwhelmed Masarana, who was already feeling anxious and flustered. Don't panic. Use Psychic to shatter all the clones. Ollie, though not overly experienced as a gym leader or trainer, still understood the basics of countering double team. Her opponent's Murkrow was not unbeatable. She merely needed an opportunity for the true form to reveal itself, a moment where its speed would falter. At the instant when Masarana's eyes were enveloped in a blue glow, Ash calmly waved his right hand and commanded, "All clones, maintain this state, and use Aerial Ace." Ash's command left Ollie momentarily perplexed, but the next moment, when she saw all the Murkrows suddenly ascend dramatically, twisting their bodies and rapidly diving from another direction, she finally comprehended one thing. This opponent was no ordinary trainer. What? The clones that had been locked by Psychic momentarily vanished from Masarana's view, and this sudden turn of events left it struggling to adapt. 6 or 7 Murkrows simultaneously descended with elegant arcs from the sky, leaving Masarana with nowhere to evade. It could only rely on luck to concentrate its Psychic on the clone directly before it. But boom! The clone dissipated into wisps of smoke, slowly vanishing into the air. This phenomenon unequivocally signaled Masarana's demise. Boom! Ma! The relentless Aerial Ace struck Masarana from behind without reservation, although the pain only registered from its back. Witnessing the Murkrow descending from both in front and beside, it made Masarana feel as though every part of its body had been severely injured. Sensation. It was merely an optical illusion, yet as all the clones descended upon it with near-identical speed and posture, Masarana's sense of pain multiplied exponentially. Wing attack. Don't lose to it. Absorb punch. Despite hearing Ollie's command, Masarana, believing it was on the verge of losing its fighting capability, could no longer make a rational judgment to unleash that punch. At that moment, all the clones vanished, and Murkrow lowered its body, executing a remarkably graceful maneuver as it swung its right wing fiercely, sending Masarana flying. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Masarana slammed against the wall of the curtain gym, having lost all fighting capability. Come back, Masarana. Ollie's tone now bore a hint of uncertainty as she gazed at the fainted Masarana, then at the nonchalantly returning Murkrow beside Ash. Ollie bit her lip, recalling Masarana. Ollie has lost the first round. Roar! Seeing Ollie in a daze, Lucario angrily nudged her back, casting a warning glance. Huh, yes, it's just the first round. It's nothing to worry about. Ollie vigorously slapped her cheeks to regain her focus, feeling the sensation on her face, and quickly recovered, sending out her second Pokemon. I'm counting on you. Hariyama. Murkrow. I'm counting on you again. Murk. With a resounding victory in the first round, Ash had no reason to substitute Murkrow, so he chose to let it continue battling. Then let us use Quick Attack again. No chance for the same move to succeed twice. Hariyama, keep your eyes on it. After issuing their respective first commands, Ash and Ollie fell into silence, both fixated on the figures of the two Pokemon in the arena. This time, Muckbird chose not to resort to any underhanded tactics, and Howley also refrained from targeting Muckbird for a counterattack. With a flash of lightning-like speed, Muckbird collided directly with Howley's body. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Howley grimaced in pain. Despite the injury, it was a worthwhile sacrifice, for Muckbird found itself ensnared and unable to break free. On the battlefield, Howley exerted its muscles with all its might, while Muckbird flapped its wings in vain, struggling to extricate its beak from the grip. Both parties endured their share of suffering. Was this how it would all be resolved? A rather astute strategy, indeed. Initially, I intended to observe Ollie's actions before adapting accordingly. Yet Ash did not anticipate such a brute force approach from Ollie. Though crude, it effectively suppressed Muckbird's speed, suggesting that Ollie held the upper hand in this round of the trainer's duel. Alright, Howley, maintain this position and execute a body slam. Howley began its offensive, tightly grasping Muckbird, then crouched low, its leg muscles swelling in preparation for a leap into the air. As it let out a battle cry, it unleashed a powerful strike. Due to the disparity in strength, Muckbird was firmly trapped in Howley's grasp. To escape, it would need to dissipate the tension and power Howley had amassed. But could it truly succeed? Chapter 190. Evolution. Charge forth. Brave Bird's fierce assault. Huh. Muckbird's cries echoed relentlessly in Howley's mind. Though the noise was bothersome, it was hardly overwhelming. Moo. Simultaneously squawking, Muckbird endeavored to break free from Howley's grip, shaking its entire body in an attempt to execute a body slam. However, midway through gathering its strength, Howley lifted it into the air. Though accustomed to soaring through the skies, being held aloft by an opponent was a novel experience. Howley executed a mid-air rotation, positioning Muckbird beneath it as they both plummeted towards the ground. The sensation of weightlessness hindered Muckbird from employing its usual strength. Surely, a fall from such a height would be excruciating? Muckbird pondered. Could it cause Howley to lose strength and find an opportunity to escape? Muckbird had already attempted and failed, rendering that plan unfeasible. Thus, the only remaining option was to, "Alright, let's hurl it down." Ollie seemed to have anticipated a comeback, fervently cheering for Howley. Although the body slam's inherent power is not particularly high among fighting-type moves, the psychological pressure it exerts on the opponent is unmatched by other techniques. Just as Muckbird had managed to inflict what felt like multiplied damage on Marshtomp through its peculiar movements and coordination with its Shadow Clone, the body slam would have a similar effect. Pika. E.L. Outside the arena, Pikachu and Electabuzz had begun wagering on whether Muckbird could withstand the attack. Pikachu held confidence in its companion, while Electabuzz was more convinced of Howley's strength, believing that once Muckbird was trapped, escape was impossible. Yet, just as Electabuzz thought the outcome was sealed, a brilliant white light suddenly flared up 10 meters above the ground. Howley, closest to the source, instinctively shut its eyes. It recognized the nature of the light, evolution. It had once basked in such radiance and felt the immense power it bestowed. Reluctantly, Howley attempted to tighten its grip on Muckbird. However, under the brilliance of evolution, Howley's strength seemed feeble. As Muckbird's form expanded and its power surged, Howley could no longer confine it solely with its hands. Finally, just 2 or 3 meters from the ground, Muckbird, still shimmering with white light, broke free from Howley's grasp and soared back into the sky. Boom! Howley crashed heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around it. Coughing violently as it inhaled the dust, Howley's focus remained fixated on the now dissipating white figure in the sky. Muckbird, or rather Muckhawk, having evolved into a form much larger, emitted a triumphant cry. Its gaze sharpened, brimming with aggression, as if ready to rend apart any foe that dared to meet its eyes. The crown that sprouted from the back of its head cascaded gracefully before its beak, the fiery red tips swaying like a general's cape in the gentle breeze, bestowing Muckhawk with an air of composure. After evolving, Muckhawk turned to meet Ash's gaze, flashing a confident smile, clearly conveying its intention to emerge victorious in this battle. However, as the saying goes, some rejoice while others despair. Ollie, facing Ash, was not so fortunate. Her lips quivered as she beheld the imposing Muckhawk soaring above, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Surely, Muckhawk's power must now exceed that of Howley? Just as Ollie contemplated this, Ash sounded the call for counterattack. Unleash the moves you mastered after evolution, and charge forth without hesitation. Muckhawk flapped its now massive wings and dove down from the sky, uncertain of the new moves its opponent had acquired. Ollie recognized that in a direct confrontation, her only choice was to respond with Brick Break. This was Howley's most powerful technique. If Muckhawk attempted to evade, Howley would inevitably find itself in a vulnerable state after executing the Brick Break. Fortunately, Muckhawk appeared unperturbed by the prospect of dodging. Yet, a troubling development emerged. Muckhawk, this time foregoing its usual aerial maneuvers, closed in on Howley. As Howley unleashed its Brick Break, Muckhawk also altered its form, engaging in a series of direct wing strikes against Howley. Was this a close-quarters battle? Ollie never anticipated that Muckhawk would confront Howley with one of the fighting-type's signature moves in such a manner, which felt almost like an insult. Muckhawk and Howley were now locked in a stalemate, though Muckhawk's evolved form boasted greater strength. Howley's mastery of fighting-type techniques and timing in delivering punches far surpassed that of Muckhawk. Nevertheless, Muckhawk possessed remarkable flexibility coupled with its newfound power. In their close combat, both combatants inflicted numerous wounds upon each other. The Brick Break, which should have disoriented the opponent, was rendered ineffective due to Muckhawk's relentless barrage, causing Howley to strike wildly, diminishing both power and effect. This could not continue. Howley, create some distance. Adjust and use Slate Splitter. The relentless barrage of explosive punches exacted a tremendous toll on Goliath's stamina. Should the two continue their exchange, there would be no need for Mukahawk to intervene in any extraordinary manner, as Goliath would inevitably succumb to exhaustion and fall first. Upon hearing this, Goliath swiftly leapt backward, transforming his fist into an open palm, before once again charging forward, attempting to seize the tail end of their previous skirmish and drag Mukahawk into close-quarters combat once more. However, both Satoshi and Mukahawk were unwilling to prolong the engagement any further. Turn around. Mukahawk. In response to Goliath's swift downward chop, Mukahawk soared into the air, executing a graceful aerial maneuver before hurtling back toward Goliath. What was anticipated to be a mere simple aerial retreat prompted Ollie to hastily declare, "Utilize Explosive Punch with all your might." Ollie's intention was straightforward, to suppress Mukahawk's aerial maneuver with the mightiest of attacks. Yet, neither Satoshi nor Mukahawk had ever indicated that their final strike was named Aerial Retreat. After all, its true name was Charge Forth. Brave Bird Assault. Chapter 191, Pikachu vs. Lucario. Mukahawk's form was enveloped in a radiant white light, and as it descended, the luminescence surrounding it transformed from white to a deep azure, interspersed with hues of orange. The formidable force of Brave Bird Assault descended upon Goliath, who, despite channeling all his strength into an explosive punch, could not rival the sheer power of the Brave Bird Assault. In the mere span of a second upon collision, Goliath was sent hurtling backward, landing squarely in the very spot where Marshtomp had once stood. The crater that had been formed was now even deeper. Gazing at the nearly collapsing wall, battered by both Marshtomp and Goliath, Ollie could not help but feel a surge of helplessness. They were utterly outmatched. Though Ollie had not held the position of gym leader for long, this level of thorough defeat was a first for her, as was the sensation of being so impotently unable to retaliate. No way. Upon witnessing Goliath collapse to the ground, devoid of fighting capability, Ollie felt as though all her efforts had been rendered utterly meaningless in that moment. Were it not for the gym battle and the urging presence of Lucario behind her, Ollie might have wished to escape and seek solace elsewhere. Humph. Lucario, visibly impatient, nudged Ollie from behind before striding directly onto the battlefield. Even in the face of Goliath and Marshtomp's dismal defeat, Lucario showed no sign of fear. Perhaps this demeanor lent Ollie a modicum of courage to continue the fight. Yes, you're right. Our ace is yet to make an appearance, and the battle isn't over. Taking a deep breath, Ollie refocused her gaze. After recalling Goliath, she mentally revisited the combat style and habits that Mukahawk had just exhibited. Meanwhile, Satoshi, relieved by Mukahawk's successful execution of Brave Bird Assault, reflected on how he had previously taught it to his Pokémon while it was still a Mukahawk, without subjecting it to extensive training, merely laying the groundwork for it to better master its own agility. This marked its first successful application of the skill in a real battle. Having accomplished this initial feat, it was clear that Mukahawk had grasped the technique. At this juncture, it would be prudent to allow the momentum-fueled Mukahawk to continue fighting, employing this skill to hone its proficiency. Pika Pika. After witnessing 2 battles and having triumphed in the wager with Electrike, Pikachu could no longer suppress its eagerness to take the stage. Observing Pikachu's enthusiasm, Satoshi pondered for a moment before acquiescing to its self-nomination. All right, I understand. Come back, Mukahawk. You've worked hard. The third match is yours, Pikachu. Pika. With a flick of its ear, Pikachu exuberantly leapt onto the battlefield, facing Lucario. However, Ollie's expression grew increasingly tense. Being beside the trainer and not contained within a Pokeball, does that also count as an ace? The corners of Ollie's mouth twitched as the rehearsals in her mind devolved into nothingness. With a flash of electricity, without any hesitation, Satoshi commanded Pikachu to approach Lucario right from the outset. Lucario, lock onto Pikachu. Use Bone Rush. Humph. Lucario lightly closed its eyes. Ripples of blue energy emanating from its surroundings as its ears subtly twitched with the movement. Pika. As Pikachu dashed forward, Lucario remained unfazed, effortlessly conjuring a blue bone and swinging it forcefully in the direction of the oncoming Pikachu. Bang! A resounding impact echoed, causing Lucario to take 2 steps back, while Pikachu stumbled backward several paces. Bone Rush against an electric type, and with Pikachu still relying solely on Quick Attack, the latter held a definitive advantage. It seems somewhat overwhelming. While Pikachu could surpass Ollie's Marshtomp and Goliath in sheer power, it struggled to gain the upper hand against Lucario. In that case, charge forward, lock onto its position, and continue using Bone Rush. Observing Pikachu at a disadvantage rekindled Ollie's resolve. If this maneuver proved effective against Pikachu, she had no qualms about letting it continue to engage Lucario head-on. However, Satoshi was not one to repeat past failures. The previous exchange had merely served to gauge their respective strengths, and now he and Pikachu would unleash their full power. Use Iron Tail in succession. Since Quick Attack could not overpower Lucario's Bone Rush, how would Iron Tail fare? Pikachu leapt gracefully before Lucario, although it was swift. It could not evade the lock-on from Lucario's aura. Almost simultaneously, as Pikachu prepared to unleash Iron Tail, Lucario swung its conjured bone once more. Bang! 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 A series of sounds erupted from the clash of Pikachu's tail and the tip of the bone. The more they exchanged blows, the deeper Lucario's frown became. In that moment, it could almost empathize with the emotions Goliath had experienced when Mukahawk had overpowered him in close combat. Experiencing defeat in a realm where one was familiar and proficient was far from a pleasant affair for Lucario. Chapter 192, Victory and Defeat in a Moment's Thought. The clash of Bone Rush and Iron Tail continued, neither side gaining an advantage. The confrontation between Pikachu and Lucario seemed poised to devolve into a battle of endurance and stamina. Ollie, contemplating the situation, refrained from allowing Lucario to disrupt the current state of affairs. After all, Lucario's condition was far from that of Goliath in the previous round. Its stamina was robust, and its endurance surpassed that of Goliath. Although Pikachu was ostensibly Satoshi's ace, Ollie had yet to discern any signs of weakness in its performance thus far, leading her vigilance to wane considerably. Bang! After what felt like the umpteenth exchange, the final low rumble of impact signified that Pikachu's iron tail could no longer maintain its form, while Lucario's bone would persist as long as it remained unharmed. As Pikachu revealed an opening, Lucario raised its hand, intent on sending Pikachu flying with its bone. Thunderbolt. Scatter. At this critical juncture, Ash and Alia's focus was intensely concentrated. In the fleeting moment when the iron tail dissipated, Pikachu's form was immediately replaced by a surge of rampant electricity, which erupted and enveloped all nearby targets. Lucario, initially poised to unleash a bone club, was compelled to halt its action and instead began to spin the bone in front of itself, deflecting a portion of the volt tackle that was rushing towards it. Indeed, the type disadvantage was apparent. Ash mused to himself. Although Pikachu's level surpassed that of Lucario, the latter had mastered the ground-type bone club technique. Without a means to counter this move, the situation appeared dire. With this thought, Ash swiftly formulated a strategy within his mind. Surround it. A flash of electricity. Useless. Relying solely on speed would not free him from the grasp of Aura's targeting. Once again, Alia effortlessly neutralized Pikachu's counterattack, her confidence swelling in tandem with the evolving circumstances. To her, it seemed that Pikachu could no longer contend with Lucario. Of course, Alia could also discern that Pikachu's level was likely superior to that of Lucario. However, the disparity in type advantage, or rather the divergence in battle styles, had already predetermined that Pikachu would find it exceedingly challenging to vanquish Lucario. Lock onto it. Use Aura Sphere. Alia felt certain of her victory, her physical movements considerably more animated than before. Yet, in her exhilaration, she appeared to have forgotten a crucial detail. Although it was indeed arduous for Pikachu to defeat Lucario, who was shielded by a bone club, it was certainly not impossible. At this very moment, when Lucario had relinquished the bone club to concentrate on forming an Aura Sphere, it had unwittingly exposed itself to its most vulnerable state. Accelerate, Pikachu. Maintain the quick attack state and use agility. Pikachu. With a low murmur, Pikachu, already swift in its movements, began to blur into a shadow, leaving behind a series of afterimages across the battlefield, while Lucario was still gathering its Aura Sphere. Had Pikachu merely been running, Lucario would not have been swayed by such speed. After all, its aura had long since locked onto Pikachu. Yet, as fate would have it, Pikachu was simultaneously unleashing waves of electricity. The arcs of electricity emanating from the cheeks of Pikachu formed ethereal rings as it dashed forward, encircling the arena and causing Lucario's perception of aura to become increasingly chaotic. Lucario could not help but open its eyes. Without the aid of aura, it could no longer keep pace with Pikachu's speed, so it opted to rely on its sight instead. However, without aura, Lucario was far from a concern for Ash. Perhaps unbeknownst to Lucario itself, as its attention was captivated by Pikachu's speed and the arcs it generated. The bone club it had been gripping tightly in its left hand had, unbeknownst to it, diminished considerably. Go for it. Ash suddenly gestured with fervor, calling out to Pikachu with great enthusiasm. The elusive form of Pikachu darted to Lucario's front in an instant, and for a fleeting moment, the two locked eyes. The pride in Pikachu's gaze starkly contrasting with the shock in Lucario's. Realizing too late, Lucario instinctively trembled its hands, only to discover that the bone club it had been holding was now significantly dimmed. It was evident that the bone club it had summoned could not withstand Pikachu's assault. What should it do now? Use Aura Sphere. Alia's voice reached Lucario's ears simultaneously. The strength in its left hand vanished in an instant, replaced by Lucario's focused energy as it conjured and hurled the Aura Sphere forward. So naive. Ash lowered the brim of his cap, concealing his expression from Alia across the battlefield. At that moment, Ash was already aware of the match's outcome. Had Alia chosen to instruct Lucario to persist in reconstituting the bone club, even a simple bone capable of withstanding a single blow would have been preferable to the Aura Sphere. Electromagnetic wave. Ash's calm command contrasted sharply with Alia's frantic tone. A surge of electricity erupted from Pikachu with astonishing swiftness, latching onto Lucario. Pikachu. Arc. Relying on its instinctual combat awareness, Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt to mitigate the damage from the Aura Sphere, even without Ash's command. The explosion from the collision of the two techniques sent both Pikachu and Lucario reeling backwards. However, once both regained their footing, Lucario suddenly knelt on the ground, a vivid arc of electricity coursing over its body. Lucario. At that moment, Alia finally grasped the gravity of her earlier miscalculation in command. Had Lucario's bone club still been intact, the electromagnetic wave technique would have proven ineffective, although the hastily reinforced bone club might vanish after deflecting the electromagnetic wave. At the very least, Lucario would have only had to endure a thunderbolt. And now thunder. As Lucario found itself paralyzed and unable to move, Ash decisively commanded Pikachu to unleash one of its most formidable electric moves. Outside, in the sky, thunder rumbled and crackled. The electric arcs emanating from Pikachu acting as a beacon, first echoing a deep, muffled thunderclap, followed by a radiance that seemed to obscure everything. Boom! Lightning cascaded from the heavens, shattering the ceiling of the gym, as a bolt, thick as a tree trunk, engulfed Lucario entirely. Arc, struggling against the enveloping electricity. Lucario forced its eyes open, attempting to conjure one last aura sphere to retaliate against Pikachu, but Pikachu's figure had already vanished from its original position. To the left, Alia's voice reached Lucario only as it remained in a daze, but alas, it was far too late. A mere thunder would not be sufficient to secure victory. However, as the thunder immobilized Lucario, Ash issued his final command to conclude the battle. High Voltage Shock. Chapter 193. The Dismayed Alia, Galactic Team, and Meteorites? Surely not. Gazing at the fallen Lucario, who had lost its fighting ability, Alia's eyes glazed over as she repeatedly murmured softly. When Marshadao and Machoke were effortlessly defeated, she managed to maintain her composure thanks to Lucario, but with Lucario now also down, Alia found herself utterly at a loss for words. The level disparity between her first two Pokémon and Talonflame had not been particularly vast, especially when it had yet to evolve. Yet, if one were to claim that the divergence in battle styles was the reason for her swift defeat, then the fact that her Lucario was so easily bested by Pikachu left no room for excuses. Lucario could summon a Bone Club to counter Pikachu's electric-type moves, effectively neutralizing them and gaining the upper hand in close combat. Yet, in the end, this match had been irrevocably lost due to her command error. Here's the stone badge. Please accept it. Pika. Watching Alia's somewhat dejected figure retreat, Ash and Pikachu exchanged a glance, neither feeling inclined to celebrate their victory in the gym battle. Had I been too heavy-handed? Ash pondered while scratching his cheek. Although he was aware that in the past, Ollie had succumbed to melancholy and disappointment after suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of Shinji, the notion of intentionally throwing a match during a gym battle was still a difficult proposition for him. Moreover, he believed that the recent battles had been rather intense, filled with numerous close-quarters skirmishes and strategic maneuvers. Initially, Ash had thought that such a scenario might uplift Ali's spirits. How complicated it all was. With a sigh of resignation, Ash concluded that if he encountered Ali again, he would have a conversation with her. Meanwhile, as Ash and Pikachu shared the same sentiment, Electivire, who had been lingering at the back, began to tremble uncontrollably. Was such a powerful thunderbolt something an ordinary Pokemon could wield? Being an electric-type Pokemon himself, it was the first time he felt a twinge of fear towards Pikachu's prowess. As the moonlight gradually supplanted the sunlight over Curtain City, the once vibrant and bustling atmosphere of the mountain town faded into a tranquil stillness by nightfall. In the outskirts, within the breeding house, Dawn stood with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Ash. "So you went to challenge the gym all by yourself, disregarding us?" she exclaimed, her tone rife with discontent. "I'm truly sorry. It was all so sudden, and I didn't think it through," Ash replied, realizing only upon returning to the breeding house that he had forgotten about both Dawn and Brock. It was precisely because he anticipated that things might unfold this way that he had been loitering nearby, hesitant to return to the breeding house. However, even after all this time, Dawn's anger seemed far from dissipated. "That is so typical of you, but that is no excuse," Dawn retorted, her frustration bubbling over. "Honestly, how could you forget about us? I had clearly stated that I would be cheering for you at every gym battle. And now it seems I am the one who has broken that promise." Her indignant expression was not particularly intimidating. Yet Ash was well aware that he was in the wrong, and thus he needed to own up to it. "It is my fault. I assure you it won't happen again," he said, weakly raising his hand in apology. This time, the circumstances had indeed been unusual. When he finally came to his senses, he had been drawn by the aura to Ali and Lucario, focused solely on unraveling the mysteries at hand, contemplating what insights he might gain from battling Lucario, and inadvertently forgetting about Dawn and Brock. Otherwise, Ash would have remembered to inform them of his actions, as that was what companions traveling together ought to do. All right. Although it is indeed regrettable, there is nothing we can do since it has already happened. Just be more careful next time," Brock intervened, attempting to ease the tension as he observed Dawn's anger gradually subsiding. Receiving Brock's subtle cue, Ash quickly shifted the topic. "So, Dawn, did you and Brock stay here all afternoon?" "Not exactly. We couldn't find you, so we accompanied Mr. Reyes to the police station to file a report," Dawn replied. "However, Mr. Reyes only noted the presence of Galactic members in the vicinity and had no further information to provide. So Miss Junsha merely indicated that patrols would be intensified. Dawn sighed. The existence of Team Galactic has become a calamity for the entire Sinnoh region. After all, the havoc wreaked by Team Rocket in Kanto and Team Aqua and Magma in Hoenn is well known. Although the authorities have not made any public statements regarding Team Galactic, the association with such a nefarious organization generally suggests intentions to control legendary Pokémon and conquer the world. Is that so? Ash mused, unsurprised by Miss Junsha's assertions. After all, without knowledge of the enemy's plans, deploying additional personnel was unrealistic. For local police to mobilize extensively, they would require the approval of the League to bring in more resources. Otherwise, the local forces alone would be insufficient to thwart Team Galactic if they chose to act. Suddenly, Ash furrowed his brow. Upon reflection, he recalled that Team Galactic had indeed committed theft in Curtain City before. Was it something to do with a meteorite? Ash mulled over his somewhat hazy memories. Chapter 194. Ash's Actions and the Anomaly in the Park. In the dead of night, tranquility enveloped every corner of Curtain City, and Ash, lying in bed, could only hear the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat. He lay wide-eyed, gazing out at the countryside beyond his window, lost in silence. Pikachu, too, was unable to sleep, sensing that Ash might have plans for the night. After all, following dinner, while wandering outside with Dawn, Brock, and Mr. Reyes, Ash had made a trip to the Pokémon Center to significantly alter his existing lineup. In his Sinnoh team, Ash retained Pikachu, Staraptor, and Teddiursa, while he had requested Professor Rowan to replace the other 3 Pokémon with Sceptile, Snorlax, and Noctowl. Feeling a tense atmosphere, Pikachu thought to himself. He was unsure of what Ash was contemplating, but he would never oppose Ash's decisions. Pika, will I get scolded for acting independently? Pikachu raised a question. Just hours earlier, Ash had been reprimanded for going to challenge the gym without informing Dawn, and now he intended to embark on another solo mission? There is no choice. This world isn't that simple. Ash replied seriously as he sat upright. Pika, how old are you? Pikachu was taken aback by Ash's mature demeanor. Ahem, the truth is, I'm uncertain when our opponents will arrive. I have a strong feeling that Team Galactic is after something in Curtain City, and at the moment, I suspect it might be the meteorite, but I have no solid evidence. I don't know if they will act tonight or wait a few days. So it's always prudent to be prepared. Pika, you really have become smarter. Ash chose to ignore Pikachu's teasing. Glancing at the Pokémon watch on his wrist, realizing it was nearly time for the next day, he then got up, dressed, and quietly jumped out of the first-floor window with Pikachu. At this moment, in a park on the outskirts of Curtain City, Ollie lay on a slope, her eyes filled with despondency after a day of silence. Lucario stood behind her, visibly agitated, clutching a wave-guiding orb that seemed poised to be unleashed at any moment. Ark. Lucario growled in impatience, seemingly trying to convey something to Ollie. I know what you want to say, but it's unavoidable. As a gym leader, being so easily defeated is disheartening, and if I can't even allow myself to feel disheartened, then that would truly be a problem, Ollie mumbled, curling her legs to her chest. Feeling the refreshing evening breeze sweeping through the trees and grass, she vacantly gazed up at the star-studded night sky. Brother Lazy mentioned to me this afternoon that Xiaoji seems to be the champion of the Alliance Conference and also the victor of a subsequent grand double battle, recently earning a stellar reputation in the Sinnoh region. I am well aware that Brother Lazy's words are an indication of his genius. Losing to him is hardly a cause for shame. As the gym leader, I understand that defeat is a natural occurrence, and one might even feel a sense of consolation. For our mission is to identify exceptional trainers for the League. However, Ali stood up, clenching his fists tightly, nearly shouting as he vented all his emotions from today. How long has it been since I assumed the position of gym leader? I cannot simply adopt a calm demeanor. I am a gym leader, but I am also a trainer. If not for the purpose of being a trainer, why do we toil day and night in training? If our losses were merely due to levels, if it were just a matter of training duration being inferior to that of our opponents, then it wouldn't matter. But today, it was evident that the reason for my defeat lay in the disparity of command skills. I failed in my capacity as a trainer. That is why I am so reluctant to accept this. After expressing these thoughts, Ali collapsed onto the grass as if all strength had left his body. Meanwhile, the Lucario behind him silently allowed the aura sphere in its hands to dissipate. If Ali harbors such thoughts at this moment, it might not be entirely unfavorable. Lucario has always felt that Ali's inner strength was insufficient. Perhaps after experiencing such a crushing defeat today, he can recalibrate his mindset. Sigh, let it be. I should conclude today's events and take the time to gather my thoughts and rest, for tomorrow there is another gym battle. After today's trial, things should improve significantly by then, Ali thought as he stretched. Speaking of which, he still had no knowledge of Junxi's current strength. At least previously, He had heard from Lazy that Jin Ci had not achieved remarkable results in the league competitions he participated in, so it should be fine, right? Surely. I wouldn't he be subjected to 2 consecutive days of humiliation? Just as Ali was contemplating leaving, the dim environment suddenly brightened, as searchlights flickered to life from the distant woods, accompanied by the sound of whirring propellers. A gust of wind transformed into a powerful wave, sending countless leaves swirling chaotically through the air. What is happening? Ali raised his arm to shield himself from the oncoming gale and looked back at the woods, questioning the strange occurrence. Just then, Lucario seemed to sense something. Its pupils constricted momentarily before it rushed to Ali's side, forming a bone club without hesitation and striking forward. Bang! A pristine blade shot from a certain direction, only to be dispersed by Lucario just as it was about to strike Ali. The air was sliced through. Was that a Zubat? As Ali recognized the identity of the Pokémon attacking him, the sound of the propellers grew louder, and helicopters emerged from the vast wooded hills, swiftly heading towards the park in Curtain City where meteorites were stored. Chapter 195, Lizard King, a fearsome presence. What is the meaning of this? Ali was momentarily taken aback by the sudden scene before him, unsure of how to respond. However, the opposing party was unconcerned with his thoughts, as Ali hesitated. 6 individuals clad in uniforms emblazoned with the letter G approached from the side of the woods. One of them, upon spotting Ali, clicked his tongue in irritation and said to his companions, "Hey, don't just stand there. Quickly summon your Pokémon and prepare to deal with her. This girl is the current gym leader of Curtain City." Naturally, Ali, who seldom watched television or read newspapers, was oblivious to the existence of Team Galaxy. Although she had heard Lazy mention it, she had merely brushed it off at the time, for peace had reigned in the Sinnoh region for many years. The emergence of a so-called evil organization during these peaceful times had initially seemed to Ali merely a childish play. Meanwhile, the League had informed the gym leaders of the events surrounding the 100 Generations Museum incident, but since Ali's transfer of responsibilities with her predecessor, her father, was still ongoing, the notification had not reached her, resulting in her inability to comprehend the unfolding situation. However, since the opponent had declared war on her, responding directly should suffice, right? Lucario, Aura Sphere. Not so fast. Zubat, use Supersonic. Before Lucario could act, the apparent leader of the Team Galaxy members reacted first. Just as the Aura Sphere was about to fully coalesce, an ear-piercing sound wave resonated around them, inducing a sensation of dizziness. Act quickly. Yes, at the captain's command. The other Team Galaxy members who had already summoned their Pokémon responded in unison and prepared to issue attack orders. Although Elite's combat experience was not lacking, this situation of being surrounded by multiple opponents was unprecedented for her. Especially after the first round had been countered, she could not devise a solution. The best course of action at this moment might be, Lucario, retreat. Awoo. Although Lucario was reluctant, its consciousness was becoming muddled by the supersonic interference. Continuing the fight would only endanger Ali. Just as Lucario contemplated this and intended to carry Ali away, a familiar voice echoed from the sky. Lizard King, use Leaf Blade on the first Zubat. Noctowl, use Confusion on the other Zubats. Upon hearing the attack orders from above, every Team Galaxy member felt their hearts skip a beat. As they prepared to look up and see who had arrived, a green figure descended from the sky, leaving behind a streak of green light that swept past the Zubat, emitting supersonic. Bang! The supersonic dissipated, and the poison flying type Zubat was instantaneously defeated by the grass type move. Leaf Blade. Once the onlookers processed what had just occurred, they realized that the Pokémon responsible for that attack was indeed the one that had been called out. A Lizard King. Facing away from the crowd, upon hearing the sound of Zubat hitting the ground, it slowly turned its head, gazing disdainfully at them. The twig it had been holding in its mouth was dropped, as if to warn them not to take another step forward. At the moment Lizard King landed, the remaining Zubats dispatched by the other members also fell from the air. Although they had not all lost their combat capability, the pink glow surrounding them indicated that they had no means to retaliate. Xiaoji, what are you doing here? With the immediate crisis averted, Ali let out a sigh of relief, only to see Xiaoji descending on a Staraptor. I couldn't sleep at night, so I came out for a stroll and heard the commotion here. Coupled with what Brother Lazy mentioned about seeing Team Galaxy around these days, I thought I'd come take a look, and sure enough, Xiaoji completely ignored Pikachu's scornful gaze as he briefly explained to Ali, then turned to face the Team Galaxy members, who were nervously beginning to retreat. They were acutely aware of the consequences of being captured here. Facing an opponent they clearly could not defeat, their best course was to flee. Yet, Lizard King continued to fix its gaze upon them, and the immense pressure rendered the Team Galaxy members utterly paralyzed. Team Galaxy. It turns out they are indeed the organization that Brother Lacy spoke of. At this moment, Ollie realizes that she may have underestimated the evil organization mentioned by Lacy, a professional group engaged in combat, clad in uniform. and capable of deploying such a multitude of helicopters. Their target is indeed the meteorite. Ash observes the cluster of helicopters approaching the pile of meteorites in the park above, and he understands that time is of the essence. He promptly gives instructions to Noctowl. Hypnotize everyone, and for now, we leave this place in your hands. We must take our leave. Pikachu. After retracting Lizard King, Ash entrusts the few members of Team Galactic present to Noctowl and Ollie for supervision. As he watches Ash's figure recede, the pressure from Lizard King dissipates, and the squad leader's thoughts begin to shift towards escape. However, when Lucario notices this, it immediately conjures a wave cannon and strikes him directly. No need for Noctowl now. The squad leader has already lost consciousness. Well, since they are an evil organization, attacking them directly should pose no issue. Ollie, still young and inexperienced, contemplates this but ultimately decides to allow Lucario to proceed. She understands that if she cannot even manage to oversee a few individuals, she truly lacks the qualifications to become the gym leader of the Veilstone Gym. Perhaps I am still too weak. Reflecting on Lizard King's swift and decisive presence, Ollie realizes that Lizard King and her Pokémon are not on the same level. Lizard King can intimidate Team Galactic with merely a glance, yet after Lucario knocks out their leader, the remaining members still seem intent on action. But they too are swiftly subdued by Noctowl and Lucario. As a gym leader, one should protect the city. Yet facing such a small number of attackers leaves her feeling powerless. Indeed, the first thought of escape reveals her inadequacy. How frustrating this feeling is. Ollie lowers her head, murmuring softly. Chapter 196, vs Team Galactic, All-Out War. It's just like before, they've assembled such a grand display. Sitting atop Noctowl with Pikachu, Ash ponders the distant helicopters. In previous encounters with Team Galactic, he hadn't thought much of it, but now, after years of experience battling evil organizations, he starts to contemplate the rationale behind their actions. Based on past experiences, Team Galactic should not require so many meteorites. If their plan involving Dialga and Palkia does not necessitate such quantities, why send so many personnel to seize the meteorites? It seems illogical. If the required amount is minimal, then dispatching just 2 or 3 individuals should suffice. One to keep watch while the others excavate and take some away. Could it be that Team Galactic themselves are uncertain about how many meteorites they need? Or do they have some other purpose? Lost in thought, Ash feels a slight dizziness. Such strategic considerations have never been his forte. Even though he is on the brink of becoming a Pokémon Master, he still feels distant from those who excel in such planning. However, honestly, it doesn't matter much. Ash lowers the brim of his cap, signaling Pikachu to move ahead, then fixes his gaze on the helicopter nearest to them, unwaveringly commanding, Thunderbolt. Pikachu leaps into the air. In an instant, a bolt of lightning rips through the dark night sky, illuminating the entire park area. A lightning strike descends from above, directly hitting a helicopter's rotor. The next moment, the helicopter emits a screech, smoke billowing from within, and shortly thereafter, flames erupt as figures leap from the helicopter's hatch, deploying parachutes amidst the engulfing fire and smoke as the helicopter crashes to the ground, igniting an even larger blaze. I hope this doesn't spark a wildfire. I wonder if Miss Junsha is on her way here. After Noctowl catches the falling Pikachu, Ash watches the flames raging below, muttering to himself. If the fire spreads further, it could become catastrophic. Swift resolution is imperative. Just as Ash contemplates this, he notices that several remaining helicopters seem to have detected his presence and are altering their flight paths towards him. As the helicopters shift position, a flurry of white beams flashes through the air, momentarily obscuring the sky with the silhouettes of Zubat and Golbat. You are quite fortunate. You just evolved today and are already faced with such a scene. Noctowl glances back at Ash, a hint of exasperation in its eyes, yet devoid of fear. The greater the number of adversaries, the more challenging it becomes, and its desire to battle intensifies. Leave the airborne foes to you. Just hold your ground. After Ash speaks, he flips his cap backward and turns to Pikachu. Are you ready for battle? Pika. The two share a knowing smile, and Ash crouches, taking a deep breath before springing into action. Noctowl, use Brave Bird, then engage in close combat. With the weight on its back vanishing, Noctowl reveals its combative spirit. Faced with the swarm of approaching Zubat and Golbat, Noctowl's expression turns serious, and it performs a mid-air spin, enveloped in a radiant blue-red glow. Boom. The previously tranquil sky erupts into vibrant colors once more. As Ash leaps from Noctowl's back towards the ground, he notices more members of Team Galactic following suit. Prompting a smile to form on his lips, he swiftly retrieves a Pokeball from his pocket and throws it downward. You're the one, Snorlax. The Pokeball descends, and before it hits the ground, a flash of white light appears, revealing Snorlax lying on the ground, its soft belly cushioning the landing of both Ash and Pikachu. Phew. Picking up the Pokeball that fell, Ash glances at the approaching Team Galactic members above and pats Snorlax on the head. Hey, wake up. It's time to prepare for battle. I need your help again. Snorlax? The bubble on Snorlax's nose bursts upon hearing Ash's words, rising with a puzzled expression. It scratches its head and spots the distant figures of Team Galactic, tilting its head in confusion. Yes, those are the ones. Defeat them, and you can go back to sleep. Ash nods, affirming Snorlax's understanding. Snorlax. Although unsure of what is happening, Snorlax gathers its energy and charges towards Team Galactic's landing point. Witnessing this, Ash follows Snorlax, running while releasing his other Pokémon. Come out, everyone. Fight individually, and our goal is to defeat all our enemies. A series of lights flash. Besides Noctowl, who remains with Ollie, and Pikachu outside, Snorlax and Noctowl are still engaged in aerial combat with dozens of Zubat. The Circle Bear and the Lizard King have also joined the fray. Just as the Circle Bear emerged from its Pokeball, it intended to rush ahead to fulfill Ash's command. However, it soon noticed the Lizard King accompanying it, as well as the Snorlax readying for battle up ahead. The Circle Bear's massive form suddenly shuddered. After a couple of awkward chuckles, it slowed down, allowing the Lizard King to surge ahead. What on earth has this creature experienced in Professor Oak's backyard? It seems to fear the Lizard King even more than the Snorlax. Pikachu echoed this sentiment with a Pika. Chapter 197. What are the unreasonable factors? Leading the charge, the surprisingly swift Snorlax had already begun to engage with the Pokémon of Team Galactic. Unlike the members encountered earlier on the hillside, these members appeared to be stronger, as they unhesitatingly released all their Pokémon upon confirming the presence of foes. A cursory glance suggested they had nearly 100 Pokémon at their disposal. In response, the Lizard King and the Circle Bear hastened to provide support, leaving only Pikachu by Ash's side. After all, Ash's speed was merely faster than the average person, appearing somewhat inferior compared to those Pokémon. However, it seemed there were no significant issues. The opposing Pokémon appeared to be of relatively low levels. While running, Ash observed the situation ahead, and upon witnessing Snorlax emitting a foul odor, he realized the adversaries were not as formidable as he had anticipated. With the Circle Bear and Lizard King joining the battle, the situation should tilt dramatically in their favor. Pikachu, go assist. Pika. Just as Ash intended to send Pikachu ahead, the Pikachu running alongside him suddenly let out a startled cry, leaping up to deliver a swift iron tail to a descending figure from above. Bang! The collision between the dark purple light and the metallic sheen of the iron tail emitted a crisp sound. The two combatants then leaped apart. You were from that time. Heh, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. Ash frowned as he beheld the familiar figure ahead, in stark contrast to Ash's cautious demeanor. One of Team Galactic's high-ranking officials, Shinji, displayed little surprise, merely emitting a cold chuckle. Simultaneously, the poison frog, which had previously been deployed in the ruins, mirrored his disdainful laughter, standing beside Shinji as they confronted Ash and Pikachu. Are all those Pokémon yours? They've been well trained, Shinji remarked, turning to observe the Pokémon engaged with other members of Team Galactic, offering an odd compliment. However, Ash had no time for idle chatter with Shinji. While he was confident in the eventual victory of the Lizard King and the others, concluding the battle swiftly was paramount, especially as the fire ignited by the helicopter crash began to spread. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Poison Frog, Mud Bomb. Without warning, the moment Ash issued his attack command, Shinji reacted in kind, instructing the Poison Frog to retaliate. The clash of purple and gold sent ripples of mud scattering around, exuding a foul aura. The explosive mud bomb could not possibly withstand the sustained power of Thunderbolt. Within mere seconds, Thunderbolt overwhelmed the Poison Frog's mud bomb, the electric energy surging relentlessly toward its target. Charge! Shinji's indifferent tone momentarily froze Ash in place. The Poison Frog exhibited no hesitation to Shinji's command, as if it would comply even if ordered to sacrifice itself. The Poison Frog surged forward, Thunderbolt enveloping half of its body just before it attempted to evade, the remaining electric energy coiling around it like a ravenous serpent, draining its vigor. Hold on, use Poison Jab. Facing the now pained Poison Frog, Shinji displayed no hint of compassion. The Poison Frog, akin to a machine devoid of pain, illuminated its crimson spikes with a dazzling purple glow before breaking through the current, charging directly at Pikachu. High-voltage shock. Neither Shinji nor the Poison Frog retreated, and Ash had no reason to falter. In comparison to Thunderbolt, the high-voltage shock appeared even more ferocious and ostentatious, the friction between the electrical currents producing a cacophony akin to a multitude of birds lamenting in unison. The electric strike pierced through the purple glow emanating from the Poison Frog's hand, striking its abdomen directly. Naturally, the Poison Frog could not endure the combined assault of Thunderbolt and high-voltage shock. After being propelled backward for some distance, it collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise again. Is that it? Ash pondered what Shinji might be thinking, just as he anticipated the dispatch of another Pokémon to battle him. Shinji merely recalled the fallen Poison Frog, shrugging nonchalantly. Even if you win this match, what does it matter? What do you mean? Ash furrowed his brow in inquiry. You'll find out soon enough. Everyone retreat. Quickly. At Jinxing's command, the members of Team Galactic, who had been thoroughly disrupted by the Lizard King and others, hastily began to retrieve their disheveled Pokémon from the ground, displaying a complete lack of desire to continue the skirmish. Don't let them escape. Pikachu. Use. Before Ash and Pikachu could act, Team Galactic members frantically tossed smoke bombs onto the ground. In an instant, the entire park was enveloped in thick smoke. Ash struggled to lead several Pokémon out of the haze, only to glance up at the sky and see the remaining unscathed helicopter hastily departing. At that moment, a somewhat disheveled Murkrow descended from the sky, having likely defeated a dozen opponents in the interim, leaving only a handful of Zubat and Golbat to escape. Murkrow? It inquired with a puzzled call, seemingly asking Ash whether it should pursue. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ash reluctantly shook his head. Continuing the chase would serve no purpose. After all, Murkrow could not carry many passengers, and reckless pursuit would only provide the adversaries with an opportunity to escape. Furthermore, Team Galactic had failed to achieve their objective. Having lost one helicopter and several members to capture, the meteorite remained intact in the park center, which was a victory in itself from any perspective. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Reflecting on Jinxing's demeanor during the mid-battle, Ash began to feel a sense of unease. He sensed he had overlooked some critical detail, but what exactly had slipped his mind? Perhaps it was the fundamental question of why Team Galactic had orchestrated such a grand scheme to seize the meteorite? Or rather, where precisely did this unreasonable factor manifest? Chapter 198. Schemes. Where does destiny stand? 10 minutes after Team Galactic's departure, the police of the city of Fuin finally arrived, trailing behind the firefighters who had extinguished the flames. Ash and Ollie accompanied Miss Junsha to provide their statements. Later, upon learning that the Galaxy team's objective was the meteorite in Curtain City, Miss Junsha finally sent someone to inspect it. Initially, it was assumed that there would be no issues, but in the end, Ash received alarming news from the inspection team upon their return. It turned out that there were significant damages beneath the meteorite. The Galaxy team had likely taken advantage of the chaos they created on the surface to approach the bottom of the meteorite through a tunnel they had excavated days prior, subsequently chiseling away part of it. The tunnel extended towards the outskirts of Curtain City, and its considerable length meant that even with specialized machinery, it would not be completed in just a day or two. Remarkably, the tunnel's endpoint was near the location where Ash and Raikou had encountered each other. In retrospect, Raikou's mention of seeing figures from the Galaxy team, yet being unable to locate them, suggests that the members he observed must have been hiding within the tunnel. The theft of part of the meteorite implied that Ash's efforts that night had been largely in vain. The Galaxy team's plan had already succeeded. This failure profoundly illuminated Ash's understanding. The Galaxy team's operations had evolved. They were no longer the same as before. If he continued to rely on past experiences to confront them, he would undoubtedly face a devastating defeat. This reality was something Ash should have recognized from the very beginning. From the moment he awakened on the plane and realized that the mode of transport to Sinnoh was different from his memories, it had already indicated everything. He had indeed returned to the past, but this past was not entirely consistent with the one in his memories. If the changes in the Galaxy team's behavior stemmed from his intervention, resulting in a butterfly effect, how could he then explain that he had traveled by plane instead of a ship? Everything was shrouded in mystery, obscured beneath a thick veil of fog. He felt akin to a butterfly flitting aimlessly in a foggy night, unable to discern the entirety of the situation. Furthermore, even though he was aware of the Galaxy team's operational plans, deploying such a large number of personnel and helicopters could not merely be, as Miss Junsha suggested. Surely, it was merely a cover for their theft of the meteorite, as chiseling it would create considerable noise. In the morning park, exposure would be easy, while at night, the excavation sounds would be strikingly out of place. Yet, compared to the sounds of battle and the whirring of helicopter blades, they would pale in comparison. Logically speaking, Miss Junsha's explanation was undoubtedly the most reasonable and likely correct. However, the dissonance within Ash was too profound to ignore. If his intuition proved correct, where would this foreboding lead him? Gazing at the vast night sky, Ash pondered this thought. Boss Chiri, this is the entirety of our operations results. In the Galaxy team's base, upon hearing the report from Jinxing behind him, Chiri withdrew his gaze from the night sky, accepting the report sheet from Jinxing. Chiri expressionlessly recited the records. Acquired target meteorite, lost 13 members, 1 helicopter, a total of 21 Zubat and Golbat, and 12 Skuntank. After reviewing the report, Chiri nodded slightly. All within expectations. Did we obtain the items I specifically requested? Yes, Jinxing replied, bending slightly to respectfully place a storage card on Chiri's desk. Observing this, Chiri inquired, "What were your impressions following the actual confrontation?" Jinxing pondered for a moment, as he had suffered a thorough defeat in their direct engagement. Although it was somewhat humiliating, it was pertinent to their future actions, so Shinji candidly expressed his thoughts. That trainer named Ash is formidable. None of our officers combined could match him. The specifics are all in the footage. You may leave. Chiri waved his hand, dismissing Shinji. After he departed, Chiri utilized the relevant equipment to access the video on the storage card, preparing to sit down and savor Ash's battle. If that trainer named Ash appeared during their operation tonight, fighting him and capturing the footage would be crucial, a point Chiri had emphasized while planning this operation. Ever since Ash's name had repeatedly crossed his path, Chiri had taken a special interest in this trainer. However, this request was contingent on luck, as even if Chiri knew Ash was in Curtain City, he could not ascertain if the latter would indeed arrive at their operational site in the dead of night. Testing Ash's strength was undoubtedly important, but if merely probing led to complications in their operation, it would be a grave miscalculation. Ash's dossier lay on his desk, detailing all his achievements from the beginning of his career to the present. Top 16 in the Kanto League, champion of the Orange Islands, top 8 in the Chengdu League, top 8 in the Hoenn League, dominance in the Battle Frontier. For one who had encountered many prodigies, Chiri considered Ash's resume noteworthy, yet not exceptional. Many trainers had accomplished similar feats, with the pinnacle being dominance in the Battle Frontier. If the head of the Battle Frontier, Shinji, had fully exerted himself and Ash emerged victorious, it would indeed elevate Chiri's assessment of him. Otherwise, it could only be said that Chiri's perspective was not unfounded, competent yet not extraordinary. This was the judgment Chiri had reached after reviewing Ash's records. However, as the video continued to play, Chiri's furrowed brow deepened. This trainer is quite unusual, Chiri mused. In the publicly available footage from the Hoenn League, Ash's performance seemed entirely different from his current display. While Chiri could overlook Ash's prowess in the Hoenn League, he could not dismiss Ash's capabilities exhibited during their confrontation that night. It became evident that his prior concerns were indeed justified. This trainer, seemingly recruited by Cynthia, could potentially become a significant obstacle to their plans. Fate appears to be favoring me, Chiri thought, to coincide with their operation at such a peculiar time, exposing his full strength. If that was not fate's benevolence, Chiri was at a loss for words to explain it. Smiling, Chiri switched off the screen and approached the window, gazing down at the empty street with an expression of obsession and rapture. A world devoid of humanity, how splendid it must be. Taking a deep breath, Chiri resumed his seat. The Elite Four, the champion, the international police, and now, add Ash to the mix. In light of these complications, Chiri needed to start anew, meticulously crafting a more targeted strategy, ensuring that they could not converge. The night was still long. Chapter 199, What to Do About Growing Fame. So Ash, you couldn't sleep last night, and while taking a walk outside, you just happened to encounter the Galaxy team attempting to seize the meteorite? During breakfast, Ash and his companion sat at a table outside the breeding house, hosted by Reiku. Since Brock had prepared dinner the previous evening, Reiku insisted that Brock refrain from entering the kitchen that morning, stating that guests should not always be the ones helping. Thus, it was a rare occasion for Brock to sit beside Ash, and the trio formed a circle as they awaited their breakfast. I never expected it. I was just taking a stroll, and I actually ran into the Galaxy team. Right, Pikachu? Pikachu. Pikachu's ears drooped as it forced a smile to respond to Ash. After all, it seems that Ash has not spoken incorrectly. He mentioned that the Galaxy team's goal might involve meteors, yet he is uncertain of when they will arrive. So this should not be considered deceit, right? Observing that Dawn still appeared somewhat skeptical, Brock took a sip of tea and remarked nonchalantly, "You'll get used to it." Ash has always had a knack for attracting trouble. As long as you stay by his side, such occurrences will eventually become commonplace. Is that so? Dawn pondered, reflecting on Ash's past. Perhaps, as Brock suggested, Ash possesses an uncanny ability to be swept into significant events merely by walking down the street, a notion that Dawn has, to some extent, witnessed herself. Sigh. After all, Ash wouldn't know when the Galaxy team might strike. She ultimately sighed in resignation. In truth, when it came to the affairs of the Galaxy team, Dawn was at a loss for words or actions. The thought of battling alongside Ash terrified her, as she feared being a burden to him, especially given her ignorance regarding the true strength of such malevolent organizations. However, being companions on this journey, she felt a profound sense of guilt and unease if she chose to disregard the situation. Nevertheless, the incident had already passed, and dwelling on it seemed futile. The pressing matter now was to enhance her own capabilities, whether in the Grand Festival or through training her Pokémon, and to do so with urgency. Just as Dawn paused to sip her red tea and gather her thoughts, Brock picked up a morning newspaper and spoke up. Ash, it seems impossible for you to remain unrecognized now. First, you were celebrated for the previous combination tournament and the Festival of Bonds. And now you are hailed as the hero who repelled the Galaxy team. By the end of your Sinnoh journey, how many titles will you hold? As he spoke, Brock spread the newspaper across the table, revealing Ash's face prominently featured on the front page. Even at the dead of night, journalists had not ceased their work. Upon hearing of the Galaxy team's plot to steal the meteor from Veilstone City, they rushed to the scene, where Ash, who had not yet gone to the police station with Cynthia, was hailed as a hero. The majority of the newspapers now displayed Ash's photos from the previous night, with some more professional publications even highlighting his past victories in the Festival of Bonds and the Combination Tournament, fearing that readers might forget. What a hassle, Ash thought, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him at the mention of it all. Previously, while on the road, he often engaged in battles with encountering trainers. But since the Combination Tournament, most of his challenges had been declined, with the reasoning being quite simple. I'm sorry, but I don't think I stand a chance at winning. Most trainers, intimidated by Ash's reputation, hesitated to accept his challenges, which, ironically, had indirectly increased the likelihood of Ash participating in high-quality battles. Furthermore, the Sinnoh region had contacted them after learning of their location, stating that their show would soon be ready, and that Ash's fame might grow even greater. Brock added the final blow to Ash's thoughts. While Brock scrutinized the newspaper and Dawn contemplated the upcoming Mickley Cup, Ash continued to reflect on the dissonance he felt the previous night. In this atmosphere of silence, their breakfast was prepared by Reiji, but just as he set the dishes on the table, he caught sight of a figure approaching them with hands in pockets, strolling leisurely. Shinji, so early? Didn't you say you wouldn't arrive until noon? Hearing Reiji's words, Ash and the others turned to see Shinji, who regarded them with an indifferent expression. Shinji did not respond to Reiji's inquiry. Instead, he focused his gaze on Ash. Reiji seemed to grasp the situation, likely realizing that Shinji had overheard people discussing the Galaxy team and Ash, prompting his swift return. Would you care for some breakfast? No need. I've already eaten. Shinji replied, then added, I'll head to the gym first. The Veilstone gym should be open early. Well, that used to be the case, but today is uncertain. Ollie suffered a significant setback yesterday, and, like Ash, encountered the Galaxy team in the dead of night, Reiji explained, and Shinji seemed to understand, as if suggesting that he should delay his challenge for a couple of days to give her some time to recover. However, experiencing a setback implies weakness. Shouldn't one strive to train harder? Why should there be a need for rest? Reiji could only shrug in resignation. He genuinely wished to afford Ollie more time, knowing better than anyone the extent of Shinji's strength. If it were the Hikarin gym or the Kiba gym, he wouldn't be overly concerned, but with Ollie. With these thoughts, Reiji positioned himself beside Ash and leaned down, whispering to him, I'm sorry to ask a favor, but I'll repay you afterwards. Huh? What do you mean? Ash was about to inquire what kind of assistance Reiji required when he had already walked up to Shinji, hands on his hips, and asked, how about a battle with Ash first? After all, Ollie's current state won't allow her to perform at her best. Reiji turned back to Ash and winked, to which Ash could only shrug and nod in agreement with his expectations.